My girlfriend gave me a green hat. But instead of getting angry, I was very happy because I accidentally activated the God-level instant kill system. With just $1 spent in the system, I can instantly purchase any item. At this moment, I excitedly watched the virtual framework appearing in front of me. A gold-plated card appeared in front of my eyes. Taifu Square priced at 1 yuan. Looking at the card, I couldn't help but fiercely pinch my thigh. This is actually the 30 billion worth Taifu Square, but now I only need to spend 1 yuan to own it. As I said a word of purchase, the system's voice sounded. Ding! The host has acquired all the property rights of Taifu Square, and the relevant documents have been placed in the mall package, and the host can extract them by thought. With a movement of my mind, a thick stack of property transfer documents appeared in my hands, making me feel weightless for a moment. Staggering forward a few steps, these are really all the property transfer documents of Taifu Square. Oh my god, I also have a day holding 30 billion. It's hard to imagine. However, at this time my phone suddenly rang, and when I answered, the person on the other end said he was Gao Jianli, the general manager of Taifu Square Property Company, and asked me to come over to handle the handover procedures at my convenience. I also told him that I would be there in a moment, and after saying that, I hung up the phone and hurried to Taifu Square. 10 minutes later, I arrived at the entrance of Taifu Square. I looked up at the towering office building inside once again. Just as I was about to go in, a voice behind me said, "Lu Chun, what are you doing here?" The moment I turned around, my whole mood turned ugly. The one calling out to me was my ex-girlfriend, Green Tea, who had just broken up with me, and at this moment, she was walking towards me hand in hand with a man in a suit. The man in the suit came forward directly. "Are you Lu Chen? I've heard about you. Thank you for taking care of Xin Xian before, but from now on, she will be my responsibility." I ignored the man in the suit and looked at my ex-girlfriend whom I had been with for the past few years. "Did you break up with me for him?" "Yes, he drives a Ferrari, lives in a villa. His company is located in Taifu Plaza, right at the core of A. Have you seen my bag? It cost 28,000. He didn't even blink and bought it. And you? 2 dishes and a soup every day. Living in an old 1-bedroom apartment. It would take you half a year's salary just to buy a bag I want. The wealth he possesses is something you won't earn in several lifetimes. So, Lu Chun, let's end it here. Even if you chase after me, I won't continue with you." Ruan Mingliang on the side looked at all this with a smile, seeming to enjoy it. After listening to all this, I was not angered, but instead became calmer. "Joke, I am here to handle business. Who came with you?" As soon as these words came out, the man in the suit, Ruan Mingliang, said disdainfully, "You came here to handle business. Can you stop joking?" At this moment, a voice full of enthusiasm suddenly came. "Mr. Lu, you have arrived. Welcome, welcome." I turned my head and saw that the person coming was Gao Jianli. I acquired Taifu Plaza. As the general manager, he had naturally seen the photos in the materials, so he recognized me at a glance and hurried out to greet me. At this moment, Ruan Mingliang saw Gao Jianli a little excited, and for a moment he mistook Mr. Lu for Mr. Ruan. He immediately greeted him with a smile, shook hands with Gao Jianli, and said, in front of Mr. Gao, "How dare I use the word general? Mr. Gao really impresses me." At this moment, he felt so good, and even glanced back at me disdainfully. "See that?" Mr. Gao personally greeted me. At the same time, he gave Fong Zishuan a triumphant look. Fong Zishuan was also extremely excited. She had indeed chosen the right man. "Look, Gao Jianli personally went out to receive guests. What an honor. It's almost like taking a photo with a phone." But this scene left Gao Jianli dumbfounded. Who is this person? Why did he inexplicably come over to shake hands with him? Is he crazy? Gao Jianli frowned and asked, shook off the hand that was held. "Who are you?" Without waiting for Ruan Mingliang's reply, he bypassed him directly, took small steps towards me. "Mr. Lu, I have everything ready. Let's go to the office and talk." After speaking, he held my hand and walked towards the office without paying any attention to Ruan Mingliang, who was still stiff in place. This scene directly stunned Ruan Mingliang and Fong Zishuan on the side. "What's going on?" Ruan Mingliang's face turned green and red, holding back an explosive attitude. Asked, Xian, didn't you say your ex-boyfriend was a real estate salesperson? How did he suddenly become Mr. Lu? Fong Zishuan was also momentarily at a loss. Yes, he was a salesperson. Did Gao Zong mistake the person? If this Lu Chen is really Mr. Lu, how could he not know? Would he ignore Lu Chun, who had selflessly devoted himself to him, and come to find this playboy Ruan Mingliang? Seeing no clue, Ruan Mingliang looked at Director Lin standing aside. "Director Lin, what's going on?" Director Lin was also a little dazed at this time. It was the first time he had seen President Gao so enthusiastic about a person. I'm not very clear about this, but this person should have a big background. Hearing Lin Zhengmin's words, Ruan Mingliang frowned. In the office, Cao Jianli respectfully offered a cup of freshly brewed tea, exchanged pleasantries first, and then got straight to the point. Mr. Liu, this quarter, all the property payments of Taifu Plaza have been collected. After deducting the necessary employee salaries, the net payment is exactly 15 billion. Just as I took a sip of Da Hong Pao tea, I almost spit it out. I pretended to swallow it hard and calmly, thinking, oh my god, should I say it or not? Making 15 billion in just one quarter. Isn't that lying down and earning 60 billion a year? Is making money so easy? Seeing that I remained silent, Cao Jianli seemed to be at a loss, as if sitting on pins and needles. Could this new boss really be coming in with guns blazing, trying to assert authority over me? With quarterly revenue of 1.5 billion, he had indeed reached the peak, considering the limited resources that could be controlled. Boss, if you have any opinions or instructions, please make them clear. Cao Jianli, who could be said to be a dominant figure in the business world, was feeling a bit anxious at this moment due to the silence, and couldn't help but speak again. I have no objections. You've done a good job. I've checked the accounts and found no issues. Just keep it up. From now on, General Manager Gao will be in charge here. Hearing me say this, Cao Jianli felt relieved and became even more enthusiastic. The boss's words meant that his position was secure. Since you, boss, think there are no issues with the accounts, shall I transfer the funds to you now? Please provide your account number. I will directly deposit the funds into this account every quarter from now on. In less than 2 minutes, my phone vibrated, indicating that the transfer had been received. Seeing all those zeros, I felt like I was floating. This was even more exciting than winning the lottery jackpot. Just as the two were about to exchange a few more pleasantries, the office door suddenly swung open. Mr. Gao, this kid is just a grassroots salesman in the sales office, not Mr. Liu. Are you mistaken? Ruan Mingliang rushed in with Fang Zixuan despite Lin Zhengmin's obstruction. That's right, Mr. Gao. This person's name is Liu Chen. He is my former boyfriend, also a university graduate. He has never started a business. How could he be what you call Mr. Liu? You don't want to be fooled. Fang Zixuan also shouted in agreement. Cao Jianli, who was about to have a seizure, instantly looked at Liu Chen when he heard Fang Zixuan say that Liu Chen was his ex-boyfriend. But after seeing Liu Chen sitting there frowning with a trace of disgust on his face, he naturally realized the general idea. Coupled with their own brainstorming results is that Liu Chen on this ex-girlfriend did not reveal their own financial strength. Get along with the period of time this woman cannot tolerate ordinary life. Looking for a rich second-generation cleave. What a scummy girl. Do you have any manners? Don't you know how to knock when you come in? Get out. It's natural to behave well when you have something in mind. Mr. Gao, you must not fall for it. This kid. Ruan Mingliang still shouted without dying. Shut up, Lin Zhengmin. Who is this man? Hurry up and take him out. Looking at Lin Zhengmin on the side, Cao Jianli snapped. I'm sorry, Mr. Gao. This is the tenant who wants to lease 500 in one of our Block B. It was originally agreed that they would come to sign the contract at 4 p.m. Today, it's me who didn't stop them and disturbed you. I'll take them out now. With that, he glanced at the two security guards outside the door who had heard the ruckus and rushed over, ready to ask them to get out. Wait, Mr. Gao. I think the merchants of Taifu Plaza need to be screened properly. Such seems unworthy of being stationed here. At this time, Liu Chen coldly ventured out. Ha, do you really think you're a chief? Someone who gets a few $1,000s a month in salary is involved in the decision-making of assessing the merchants of Taifu Plaza? Hearing Liu Chen's words, Fang Zixuan was the first to sneer. Just now because Liu Chen had already made Ruan Mingliang lose face. If you don't behave yourself, you'll definitely not have a good time when you go back later. And this is your long-term meal ticket. Mr. Liu is right. Lin Zhengmin, you've heard it. Cancel the contract with them and blacklist them. In the future, Taifu Plaza will not welcome such people. But unexpectedly, as soon as the words fell, Cao Jianli directly gave orders. What? On what grounds? Now, Ruan Mingliang couldn't sit still. I've spent a lot of money to get this place, and now it's gone? He's been blacklisted, so he can't even come to Taifu Plaza from now on? On what basis? Then you two listen carefully. This Liu Chen that you're talking about has acquired Taifu Plaza in full just today, and is also the new owner of Taifu Plaza now. What? Ruan Mingliang, Fang Zixuan and even Lin Zhengmin exclaimed in unison after hearing these words. Liu Chen acquired Taifu Plaza? How is that possible? How? This result instantly crushed Fang Zixuan as if it was a nightmare. If someone else said this, she would never believe it, but this came from Cao Jianli's mouth at this time. There was no need for such a big shot to come along with such a lie from Lu Chen. Even if it is a lie, then imagine what kind of status can make Gao Jianli to cooperate? Regardless of that situation, it meant that this Lu Chen in front of him was not what he used to be. After more than 4 years of living together, there was absolutely no sign of a trace of Lu Chen having this ability background. Was he really just testing himself these past 4 years? Then, wouldn't you lose the watermelon and find a sesame seed yourself? At that moment, an incomparable remorse welled up in his heart. Lin Zhengmin, don't want to work? Hurry up and blow these two out. Don't get in the way of my meeting with the boss. Without being able to think about it, Gao Jianli drank again. Yes, you guys blast them out. In addition to going to the administration department to directly come up with some bulletin sheets to post at all the entrances and exits of Tai Fu Plaza to blacklist these two, Lin Zhengmin also had no problem directly arranging for the security guards to blow the two Ruan Mingliang people out. Mr. Gao, you can't be like this. Doing business is about honesty. You guys promised a lease before. Nguyen Mingliang shouted undeterred. Yet all that was waiting was ignorance and a shove from two security guards, who were blasted out of the room in the blink of an eye. Boss, is this satisfactory to you? When the few people were blown away, Gao Jianli immediately changed into a complimentary smile. Very well, I'm still very comfortable with Mr. Gao's work. Lu Chen did not begrudge him a compliment, and the stuffiness in his chest was mostly relieved. After chatting for a while longer and learning about the general operation of the mall, Lu Chen got up to take his leave. Before leaving, Gao Jianli called off all the personnel outside the office and publicly introduced Lu Chen as the new boss. With that, and with all the compliments, he finally made it into the elevator. Downstairs, Ruan Mingliang and Feng Zixuan were blasted out. Feng Zixuan, look what you've done. Do you have any brains? Being slept with for 4 years and you don't even know what they do? You're just a boob and not a brain? At this moment, Ruan Mingliang put all the blame on Feng Zixuan. You know, this entry into Tai Fu Plaza is very important to him. Don't look at his usual brocade clothes, but in the Ruan family he was only a second son. If you want to be reused by the old man at home, you naturally have to perform more. And moving into Tai Fu Plaza was what the old man had always wanted to do. And it was not easy for him to get this opportunity himself before his brother did. I thought the nail in the coffin and bragged about it at home yesterday and was assured that there would be absolutely no problems with this move-in. It was only then that he was complimented by the old man and promised that as long as the move-in was successful, then the Jinmao real estate under the Ruan Group would be given to him to take care of. But now not only did this signing not work out, but it's blacklisted, which means it's never going to happen. Back home, his own big brother will not take advantage of the opportunity to make trouble? On the old man's side certainly cannot be good. Ruan Xiao, you can't blame me for that. He never showed it. Being said so by Ruan Mingliang, Feng Zixuan was so aggrieved that she was about to cry. If I knew that, would I still be looking for you? Look at them. Tai Fu Plaza. They acquired it just like that. What about you? Just thinking about leasing in, all having to lick the people underneath them. The comparison was heartbreaking. What kind of sin is this? I don't want a good bachelor, but this one instead. I don't care. You will see him come down later to beg him. No matter what way, must let him let me into here. If it comes to pass, you'll get a lot of favors. If it doesn't, humph. Ruan Mingliang was upset at this point and yelled at her fiercely. Oh, Feng Zixuan didn't dare to disobey the angry Ruan Mingliang and nodded her head in agreement. When she thought about how Lu Chen had treated her 10,000 times better in the past, her heart regretted it even more. But she also thought about whether or not she could salvage the relationship between the two of them later. And if she could, who would still be hitching a ride with Ruan Mingliang, this scum of the earth? At this time, Lu Chen walked out from Block A. Her eyes lit up and she hurriedly ran up. Lu Chen, I'm sorry. I know I'm wrong. Everyone does something wrong sometimes. For the sake of our relationship of more than 4 years, will you forgive me? Spread your hands. Seeing Feng Zixuan come up and pull her hand to apologize, Lu Chen felt nauseous for no reason. Come on, I really know I'm wrong. It's all because he keeps sugarcoating and tempting me. 1 minute he's giving me cosmetics, the next he's giving me a bag. I'm the one who didn't hold back, but I swear I haven't had sex with him yet. I'm still clean. After her hands were thrown away, Feng Zixuan suddenly hugged Lu Chen's thighs and fell to her knees, wailing. Ha, do you think I'll believe that? Didn't you say before that I'm no match for him? No, it's me who has eyes. It's him who has no comparison with you. He can't even compare to even your toes. I know it's wrong. Lu Chen flinched when he heard this and couldn't help but shake his head. For the first time, he realized that Feng Zixuan could actually say something like this. And on the side, Ruan Mingliang's face was so gloomy that it could drip water. Come on, stop grossing me out. You don't deserve to be my woman. After saying that, he lifted his leg and left, leaving behind Feng Zixuan. who was crying bitterly in pooty. Humph, you're good. I can't even compare to Lu Chen's toes. Right? Then you go back to him. Silly batch. Don't. Weren't you the one who told me to keep it no matter what I had to do? Fang Zixuan had wanted to take advantage of more than 4 years of feelings to gamble that maybe Lu Chen would be soft, and completely did not expect him to be so determined. Since Lu Chen couldn't stay, he couldn't run away from this meal ticket again. You can't leave. You slept with me. You're responsible for me. Seeing Ruan Mingliang turn her head to leave, she rose from the ground with a jerk and leapt over to hug Ruan Mingliang. Slept with you? You just said you are clean. Besides, I've slept with a lot of people. Do I have to be responsible for her if I sleep with one? Then you'd have to line up a few times around Taifu Plaza. Get lost. You broomstick. After saying that, he directly pushed Fang Zixuan away with one hand and pulled his leg out. Wow. At this, Fang Zixuan sat paralyzed and cried in pain. In just half a day, everything was gone. After leaving Taifu Plaza, Lu Chen looked at his watch at more than 4 p.m. and was thinking about where to go around. After all, just got $1 billion. Not to splurge on it is really sorry for themselves. Just then, a system alert rang out. Ding! Host successful reversal detected. Rewarded with 1 second chance to kill. Ding! The goods have been put on the shelves. The host can decide whether to buy them or not. The sudden beep caused Lu Chen to freeze. Wasn't there only 1 chance to kill a second per day? Still, he opened the system mall. Crap! At this look, the whole person went into a trance and couldn't help but burst out. Commodity, Hongyang Mansion No. 1, whole building. Price, $1. Seeing this, Lu Chen was truly shocked. It is important to know that the Hongyang Mansion is developed by the same developer as the Hongyang neighborhood that you are currently renting. And the two neighborhoods are built next to each other, but the prices are worlds apart. The price more than tripled for one wall. Simply put, the Hiroshima neighborhood is the average home. Just a rough house, priced at around 15,000 a square foot. The Hongyang Mansion, on the other hand, is fully furnished. Wrong, technically a luxury home. The asking price is around 50,000 a square foot. Inside the house each household is after professional design, style atmosphere. The house appliances and furniture are complete, and all are first-line brand. Complete turnkey. These two neighborhoods have a particularly large number of tenants because they are sited around the CBD core area of the Jiangdu development zone. And of course because of the price difference. There is a wide variation in the affordability of the people renting. Most of the tenants in the Hongyang neighborhood are ordinary office workers, while the Hongyang Mansion is full of gold-collar workers and some small bosses. And now, it's actually possible to pick up a house in Hongyang Mansion for $1. The key thing is the whole building? How many units does it take? Buy. With a thought, the vibration of the cell phone came through and was charged $1. At the same time, the system prompts for a successful purchase, only to see a small box appear in the space package, stuffed full of a bunch of real estate books and corresponding keys. 1, 2, 3, 36, Suite 36, my ass. Hongyang Mansion is a 12-story high-rise with 3 units on one floor of 260, 180 and 100 square meters. Roughly speaking, this one is worth more than $300 million. It doesn't compare to the total price of Taifu Plaza, but 36 real estate certificates at once is not a bad shock. The main reason is that I rent in the next neighborhood, and I see the Hongyang Mansion every day. When I dreamed that one day I would be able to afford a house in it, I didn't realize that I owned it now, or an entire building. The excitement also made Lu Chen decide to go directly to this neighborhood to first choose the room he wants to live in, and let the rest of the property to rent it out for himself, so that when the time comes, he can first move a home, and in the meantime, he can be a chartered officer. Said to go, waved and stopped a cab straight to Hongyang Mansion. System, isn't there only 1 chance to kill a second a day? How come it's given 2 times today? Lu Chen got out of the car and asked about the doubts in his mind as he held the small box on his way towards the Hongyang Mansion property office. It was stated in the memo that in principle it is once a day. In principle? What does that mean in principle? Literally. Still a little arrogant system. Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. It means depending on the mood of the system, right? But whatever. More give is more blessing. And you can't run out of guaranteed seconds once a day anyway. Property office front desk. Hello sir, how may I serve you? Seeing Lu Chen walk in, a receptionist at the front desk immediately stood up and inquired with a smile on her face. Hi, I have vacant property in my possession that I would like to rent out. What is the approximate price right now? Yes sir. Then please show me the book of the property you want to rent and I'll register it for you. The current market price? This side of the house if the whole rent will be on the lower side of the price. If according to the single room to spell rent, then the overall income will be a little higher. you see you are ready to rent the whole rent or spell rent? The receptionist asked with a smile. Then spell rent. Okay sir, if you put together the rent according to a single room 5,100 square feet has 3 rooms, can be rented to 15,000 a month. 168 square feet has 6 rooms, can be rented to 30,000 a month. As for 280 square feet inside possesses 10 rooms, can be rented to 50,000 a month. In addition, the owner enjoys our property-free agency rental service. The property fee is 5 yuan a square meter a month, will be directly deducted within the rent received. The balance will be directly into your designated bank account. As for the water, electricity and gas in the house as well as the network costs, there are tenants their own responsibility. The receptionist explained patiently. Oh, yes, then please register me for 33 sets. Lu Chen calculated. He left the top 3 sets to live by himself, and he was not afraid of others influencing him. The remaining 33 units, according to this calculation, a total of more than 1,040,000 a month rent can be received, deducting even their own living in the 3 sets of property costs totaling more than 30,000. Their own also have about 1 million a month. Another great income. Perfect. With that in mind, he pushed the case he had prepared earlier. What? 33 sets? This time, the receptionist was outright dumbfounded. Unbelievably flipped down the box a few books of real estate. The name of the head of the household are Lu Chen. Suddenly the whole person is a jolt. You, wait a moment, you'll have to let our manager match you with this business. With that, he sped inside, and halfway through, he heard her voice coming out. Manager, that legendary godly man is here. This shout did not matter. The entire property company's employees all ran out from the various office rooms and carried out a wave of spectators. Wow, this is the godly man who bought a building to buy a building. Ha, my god, to be so young and handsome. All of a sudden, there was a clamor of chatter inside the property office, and some of the female employees were even vigorously scratching their heads and continuously throwing their eyebrows. There are a lot of golden turtles in this kind of upscale neighborhood, so maybe it's a turnaround in your life if you're spotted. Not to mention such a big brick-encrusted handsome turtle. What are all doing? Break it up, break it up. A figure hurried out and dispersed the warblers with a stern voice. This is a big master household. How can he not know what these people under him are thinking? He can't let them get into trouble. People who can buy a building will look at these people? Hello, Mr. Lu, I'm the manager here. Sun Defu, this is my business card. I've heard about your great name for a long time, and I'm really young and talented when I see you today. Sun Defu said while respectfully handing over his business card with both hands. Hello, then I'm going to need you to take care of this house rental for me. Lu Chen is a little funny. This house is also just in their hands. How come they heard about their big name early? It's true. Those who can pander with a pat on the back are more likely to get to the top. No problem. Checking you in now. It didn't take long to get it all processed and it was really efficient. That manager's son. Can you contact the movers? I have some things to move in the Hongyang neighborhood next door. Lu Chen thought about it, so he just stayed over here tonight. Anyway, he could live with a handbag. Just move some of the daily necessities and change of clothes over there. The main thing is that the air conditioner over there has broken down again in the past 2 days. And it's the middle of August, so I can't lie down at night without an air conditioner. No problem. I'll personally bring someone to move it for you now. Thus, Lu Chen brought Sun Defu and his group to the Hongyang neighborhood next door. However, when he just walked to the door of his rented house, he found that the door was actually open in vain, and there were sounds of quarrels coming out from inside. At the sound of the voice, Lu Chen could not help but have his anger rise up all of a sudden. Looks like it's time to teach you to behave. You're my best friend. I asked you to pass me the keys, and you're already cooking? Are you trying to take advantage of the situation? Fong Zixuan glared angrily at Yao Anchi in the room. Since being dumped by both Lu Chen and Ruan Mingliang at Taifu Plaza more than half an hour ago, she had suffered half a day of pain and had not died. She felt that the relationship of more than 4 years did not necessarily have no room for redemption, so she cleaned up her makeup, rushed to the grocery store to buy a bunch of Lu Chen's usual favorite dishes, ready to go back to the rented house to prepare a rich dinner for him. She even went to buy a set of particularly sexy transparent underwear, intending to use all her strength to seduce Lu Chen at night. But when she arrived at the renter's house, she was surprised to find that Angie had already prepared dinner and cleaned the house, especially when he saw that the meals on the table were all Lu Chen's favorite food. He was even more furious, feeling that Angie had long wanted to cut corners. I didn't I was seeing to persuade you not to break up, you refused. So I bought some Lu Chen love to eat ready to enlighten him. After all, you guys have been together for so long, he will be sad if you do this. Angie was like a little daughter-in-law who had done something wrong, shrinking back once more to coyly whisper in response. What does him being sad have to do with you? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Isn't it that you've been secretly in love with him before? And even advanced to pay for his mother's medical bills, and as a result of the misadventure, Lu Chen thought it was me, and later got better with me? At first I also wondered how Lu Chen suddenly treated me so well, but afterward I knew and asked you, and you didn't mean to say anything about it, and encouraged us to be together. Oh, I see. Is it that Lu Chen was poor before so you let him go to me and let me follow him through the hard life? Now that you know that he's developed and has another status, you're rushing to offer your services, and by the way, you're going to expose what happened before to scandalize me again and elevate yourself, so that Lu Chen will be grateful to you and accept you? You're really good. Fang Zixuan spoke to herself, forcing her own brainwave on Angie. I didn't. How could you say that about me? Angie listened to a bewildered, but the heart of the early aggrieved occupied only to cry, but also did not think deeply about the words of this Lu Chen developed, the identity of these different information. She was just afraid that Lu Chen would be sad after being broken up. So she prepared to cook a table of Lu Chen's favorite dishes to comfort and enlighten him. Humph, it's true that it's fireproofing against girlfriends. Get lost. You're not welcome here. Stay away from Lu Chen in the future. The always domineering Fang Zixuan directly yelled at Angie, and even grabbed Angie and pushed her towards the door. You're the one who should get out. In vain, a bellowing cry rang out, and the door was then pushed open, and a furious Lu Chen appeared in the doorway. Lu Chen, you're back? Fuck off. Lu Chen directly pushed Fang Zixuan away and pulled Angie protectively to his side as he looked at her with concern. If it wasn't for the fact that he heard their conversation just now at the door, up to now Lu Chen wouldn't have known that it was Angie who advanced his mother's medical bills before. No wonder some of Angie and Fang Zixuan's behavior was a bit odd during the 4+ years they were together. It all makes sense now in retrospect. Are you okay? I am fine. Angie was also confused by the sudden scene, feeling the concern in Lu Chen's eyes, and Angie's face flushed for no reason. Especially when she was protected by Lu Chen's hands in front of her body. The two of them were so close that they could feel each other's breath, causing her heart to suddenly beat more than once. Angie, you shameless, hooking up with Lu Chen in front of me. Seeing such an atmosphere between the two, Fang Zixuan couldn't sit still and directly hissed and rushed up. Pa! A slap was thrown over, and Fang Zixuan fell to the ground in response, bright red 5-finger handprints surfacing on her face. Lu Chen, how dare you hit me? Fang Zixuan looked incredulously at Lu Chen, whose hand was raised in midair and had yet to be withdrawn, and her eyes turned red. Since the two of them had gotten along, Lu Chen had almost always been obedient to her, not to mention hitting, not even a word of scolding could be spared. Now, to actually hit himself for Angie. Thus, her gaze at Angie was filled with malice, and if eyes could kill, at this point Angie was afraid that she had already been stabbed with 1,000 holes. Beat you? I'm going to teach you how to behave today. Manager's son. You also saw it just now. This woman trespassed into a private residence. Not only did she speak ill of my girlfriend, she also attempted to make a move. Please also help me report it to the police. This kind of evil style must be severely punished. Not caring about Fang Zixuan's vicious eyes and expression that wanted to eat people, Lu Chen looked towards Sun Defu. That's right, Mr. Lu, not only me, these colleagues of mine can testify. I'll call the police. With that, he picked up the phone and dialed the Division of Law Enforcement. Which one who can become a manager in Hongyang Mansion is not a human savant? One glance and you'll probably understand what's going on. You guys are talking nonsense. I'm the one who's Lu Chen's girlfriend. She's a vixen. I've been the one who's been living in this house before as well. The people from the property can prove it. You guys are slandering. Fang Zixuan shouted hoarsely when she heard them say so. Are you mistaken? We've already broken up. Angie is my current girlfriend. And since we don't have a relationship anymore, you're trespassing if you enter my house without my consent. That's right. I'm the manager of the property. And we all witnessed what just happened and can attest to the fact that this is the case. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Sun Defu immediately agreed. You guys. At this time, the law enforcement division came and after understanding the situation, they directly detained Fang Zixuan. No matter how she discerned it, there was no way that the caliber of the people present was the same. And originally the people from the law enforcement division said that this could be counted as a civil case and mediated privately on their own. But Lu Chen insisted on pursuing the matter. Mediation is ineffective, can only go to the judicial process, and finally Fang Zixuan was taken away, directly to trespassing as well as intent to deliberately injure the detention. Sun Defu handled the aftermath and led the men to move all the things Lu Chen wanted to move for him. The only two people left in the room were Lu Chen and Angel. Angie had been in a daze from earlier until now, just because Lu Chen had just said that he was his girlfriend. Angie, you're so stupid. Why didn't you tell me these things before? If it wasn't for Feng Zixuan reporting it herself today, you were prepared to hide it from me for the rest of your life? Looking at the foolishly adorable woman in front of him, Lu Chen embraced her into his arms. Under the wrong defense, in the arms of Angie first tightened. Feel the strong arms, and the exclusive breath of the man. The body slowly flaccid. The mind is a blank. After embracing each other for a while, Lu Chen lifted Angie's white chin, looked at her favorably, and whispered, "Don't be so stupid in the future." Angie nodded her head good-naturedly and whispered a low hum. Her cheeks flushed. It was the first time she had been hugged like this by a man, or a man she had always had a crush on, so she was shy. Steeply, her eyes widened as a wave of warmth imprinted on her lips. For a long time, the lips parted. Lu Chen looked at the lovely girl in his arms who was still like a startled deer and smiled. It was also the first time in years that he had gotten a close and careful look at the silly girl. To talk about the face value, it was definitely much higher than Feng Zixuan, and the body was even more arrogant than that by quite a bit. But each used to be good friends because of who they were. But Angie did help him a lot over the years, since he's now pierced through this layer of paper. And he's always admired Angie. Let's just go with the flow. You're bad. Angie was full of shyness. Her soft pink fist knocked Lu Chen's chest, and her head was almost buried in the ground. But the heart was filled with a slight sweetness. The two of them warmed up for a while and happily sat down to eat the dinner Angie had prepared long ago. Although it was just 3 dishes and 1 soup, very common home cooking, they were all what Lu Chen liked to eat before. There was a lot of talking and laughing, and it was amazing that the meal went on for almost 2 hours while we ate and chatted. The two of them are even closer to each other as they reveal all that has happened before. And when Angel heard Lu Chen now both the acquisition of Taifu Plaza, but also bought next door to the Hongyang mansion a whole building thing, Angel is also shocked on the spot. A long time did not slow down the god, but also did not look deeply into Lu Chen if he did all this. For Angie, as long as Lu Chen is happy and happy, she is happy. After the meal, Lu Chen pulled Angie to visit his new mansion. The moment he went in, not to mention Angie was stunned. Even he himself was shocked. It's a luxury home after all, especially a 280 sq.ft. house with smart star roofs throughout and a large all-around wraparound balcony for panoramic views of the surrounding area from inside the house. Tonight, or don't go. Lu Chen, who was embracing Angie on the balcony looking out over the distant scenery, suddenly came to Angie's ear and asked softly. It was obvious to feel Angie's body tighten in her arms, but she was still seen nodding softly. The corner of Lu Chen's mouth lifted, and with a right hand, he picked her up in a princess hug and walked toward the house amidst Angie's exclamation of surprise. The summer evening breeze blows gently, reflecting the swaying figures, painting a mesmerizing picture. Early morning. Ding! The mall has been refreshed and new items have been added to the shelves. It is up to the host to decide whether or not to buy it. Lu Chen opened his eyes in a daze and glanced at the already sleeping Kegom on his side and couldn't help but laugh lightly. Tapping on the system, he looked over. Commodity, Villa 1 of Zirwei Mansion. Price, $1. When he saw this item, Lu Chen's heart was in shock. Having done real estate sales, he naturally knew what kind of existence Zirwei Mansion was. If today's Hongyang Mansion is a mansion, then Zirwei Mansion is the pinnacle of mansions. Because the total price of the entire 36 houses in this Hongyang Mansion Building 1 is more than $300 million. And the worst villa inside Zirwei Mansion has to be more than $300 million. As for the villas of Zirwei Mansion, the better the price, the more the house number is in front of it. And a set of Villa No. 3 before, the selling price reached $1 billion. As for this Villa 1, that is money cannot be seen to get. Lu Chen also heard that someone once wanted to use $3 billion to buy one it, but ultimately did not succeed. You can imagine how awesome this Villa 1 has to be. The shock hadn't even worn off when the alarm clock beeped again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting the first blood, rewarded with a surprise 10 consecutive draws. There's this good thing? Items obtained from the raffle can be redeemed for only $1. Is the raffle open? Turn on. With a thought, a large spinning disc appeared in front of his eyes, but the prizes were all question marks. Below that it says single and 10 in a row options. 10 in a row. In an instant the dial spun. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a case of Gujing Tribute Wine. Redemption price, $1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining another case of Gujing Tribute Wine. Redemption price, $1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a case of Matai. Exchange price, $1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining another case of Matai. Exchange price, $1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a case of Wolianye. Redemption price, $1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining another case of 5-grain liquid. Exchange price, $1. Is this a fight with alcohol? Looking at the 6 cases of wine that came out in a row, Lu Chen was also speechless. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Pagani Jair, the only one in the world. Exchange price, $1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 billion sound waves. Exchange price, $1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill instant mastery card *1. Redemption price, 1 yuan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining vigorous muscle enhancement pills *1. Exchange price, 1 yuan. Hiss. What came out behind this made Lu Chen draw in a breath of cold air. One more than a cattle say Pagani Jair. Lu Chen searched the internet, not only praise and praise. Such a car is actually worth more than $40 million. Known as one of the 3 sacred beasts of Xia, the key is the world's only limited edition. Drive out and absolutely blow up the street. The turnover rate, needless to say. What's with the $1 billion sound wave though? It's not like you can cash out. Did he know that he usually swiped a certain sound? Let yourself go to the live broadcast inside the development? There's also the skill instant mastery card, which sounds awesome. But what is the powerful muscle building pills? Thinking about it, Lu Chen exchanged all of them and clicked on the introduction of the vigorous muscle building pills. Vigorous muscle enhancement pills, when consumed, they will have the effect of cutting down the hair and washing out the marrow, enhancing one's all-around ability by 10 times. That's strong? An all-around boost of 10 times. Doesn't that equate to being better than even those top special forces? And there are specialties in the arts. Even those top special forces will only be particularly strong in a few areas. It's impossible to be truly all-encompassing. But this vigorous muscle-building pill is a real all-around 10-fold improvement. Lu Chen quietly groped his way to the bathroom and locked the door before carefully observing the pill. The vigorous muscle enhancement pill was more like an elixir than a pill. Roughly the size of a man's thumbnail and fiery red in color. On its body there are also white lines that look like clouds around, vaguely with an indescribable fragrance coming from the nose. The system produces the best. Holding this notion, Lu Chen didn't hesitate and directly swallowed it in one gulp. Hiss. This hair cutting and marrow cleansing is not at all as painful as those novels and TV dramas say. Instead, the whole body feels very comfortable. After entering the stomach, the vigorous muscle enhancement pill transformed into countless warm currents that dispersed towards all parts of the body, while the surface of the skin also sprang out one after another black fine beads that were visible to the naked eye and mixed with a pungent smell. As for Lu Chen's bones and muscles, they also began to strangely wriggle in the process, and he knew that this was his body evolving. After about 10 minutes or so, that heat flow in the body dissipated and the evolution stopped. Lu Chen immediately rinsed back in front of the mirror. The original 178 height seemed to pull up a lot, at least reached 185. The face, in addition to the previous handsome, is much more three-dimensional, adding a sense of rigidity, and the muscular contours of his entire body seem to be finely sculpted and fully rendered, each piece filled with an explosion of power. Even Lu Chen had a feeling that his current self would definitely be able to punch through a wall if he punched out. This change made Lu Chen very happy, especially after looking down at it, so he went back to the bedroom. Angie, morning workout. It was only at noon the next day that the two woke up leisurely. Lu Chen was in high spirits, while she was walking and looked a little bit crumpled. Looking at Lu Chen could not help but laugh. And you're laughing. It's your fault. Okay, my bad. I'll take you out now to make up for it, and then I'll take you to a surprise this afternoon. Jingle bells. At that moment, Angie's cell phone rang. Hello, Mom? Oh, I finished something too late last night, so I stayed over at my best friend's house. Okay, I'll be right back. After hanging up, Angie shrugged helplessly. As you heard, Mother Superior summons. I have to get back, and I might be traveling for a while for the company these days. I guess it'll be a week or so it looks like the surprise will have to be saved for when I get back from my trip. Going away for a week? Well, then I'll take care of some of my business during the week. So why don't I give you a ride home? No, I can go back by myself. You can rest some more. And I still have to go back to do my mom's mental preliminaries. She doesn't know that the two of us have come together, and if she does, she's afraid she'll be shocked. Okay, then you go back and do a good job on my future mother-in-law's heart. The two of them giggled a bit more and Angie went back. Lu Chen rummaged through his clothes, and finally found a set of casual sports sets that he had previously bought on the cheap at a foreign trade store, which were relatively loose. This vigorous pill ate him to rebuy clothes, so he was ready to go to Tai Fu Plaza to spend some money. Yesterday before he left, Gao Jinli even slipped him a Tai Fu Plaza's Supreme Black card. In addition to him, the entire Jiangdu city only sent out 3. Can imagine how much weight this card. With this card, all purchases at Tai Fu Plaza can be discounted. In the end, this is a high-end development, and all 280 units here come with their own private enclosed garages. One garage for 2 cars. This was convenient for Lu Chen to release the car from the space package later. If you put it out of thin air directly outside, wouldn't you be shocked if someone saw it on the car monitor? When he thought about it, a cool purple charcoal fiber supercar with gullwing doors unfolded and instantly appeared in front of him. Cool. In the end, it is a supercar limited to 1 in the world. Even the car key is very exquisite. A scaled-down version of the Pagani supercar model. What makes Lu Chen more satisfied is that the system is produced in a thorough manner. Even driving the car license plate insurance and other supporting items are all complete. License plate Rejection A88888. Such a license plate does not say the price is expensive. At least the average person cannot get. Drive out on the face of the plate. Boom! The moment Lu Chen started the Pagani, an intoxicating roar sounded, like a sleeping beast awakening with a wave. Shift the throttle lightly, the car moves like the wind. Instantly shot out. This power barrage. What was that car that just drove past? It's so stylized. I also did not see clearly. That streamline is really not cover. And the body of the purple color looks even more noble. Must not be cheap. Yes, then that Bugatti Veyron are looking at the wind. Estimated to be at least over 10 million it. God TM over 10 million. This car is called Pagani Jair. Is named after the 3 divine beasts of our summer country. The other 2 are called Basha and Owl. Are the world's only limited edition. The price of this one is as high as more than 40 million it. And equipped with a twin-turbo V12 engine. Horsepower up to 730 horsepower. Up to 400 kilometers it. I did not think I could see this god car in person. This is a blowing up the street beast. A car enthusiast looks at the taillights of the departed car with envious eyes and sci-fi's up. Wow. I can't understand the specialized data you're talking about. But 40 plus million amazes me. Dawn is that this neighborhood is full of gold-collar workers and bosses. And no one at all is going to go out and buy a 40 plus million dollars car. And many have never even heard of it. The elevated Mitsui 7 outside the development area is a gathering place for drag racing enthusiasts. Because this is the only road in Jiangdu City that tacitly recognizes drag racing, where there is no speed limit. A group of teenage boys and girls dressed very punk split into 2 gangs and faced off. Sister kid, you have this face and body. What are you racing for? Follow my brother Wang and you'll be well fed. One of the men with dyed yellow hair flirted with a lecherous smile. Your yellow hair. Your hair is not even full grown and you come to make fun of your little sister? Don't talk nonsense. $100,000 a game. Whoever runs through the life-threatening 13 turns of the elevated no. 7 to reach the finish line first. Whoever wins. The woman known as Kid's sister droned domineeringly. Fine, but add a bonus. If I win, you have to stay with me all night. Rolling roll. Want to sleep with my mother from the Jiangdu Road to the Magic City. You count the old man. Can gamble on the bet. Cannot gamble to get out? My mother does not have time to spend with you. The little ghost sister is not a saving grace, and will not pick up this yellow hair's stubble. Boom boom boom. After raising a few words, yellow hair and Kid sister each drove their own cars up to the starting line. Come on. Bets are on. 1-0. 7 for yellow hair. 1-0. 9 for Kid sister. And 1-2 for a draw. Meanwhile, one of the broom-haired youths brought in by the Kid sisters began to yell and sell peripherals. I'm betting on Kid sister to win. 30,000. You silly Yellow hair driving the Blast S are modified several times, and the technology is also slightly higher than the Brat sister. You see the odds are also yellow hair to win the probability of large Kid sister's Hurt 7Z performance is not below yellow hair. The technology maybe yellow hair is that much better. But since this kid is famous after spending days and nights drinking, who knows if the technology will regress. That's right. I'll also bet on Kid sister to win. $20,000. It's supposed to be a bet, so naturally the odds are big. So why don't you guys go for the draw? 1-2. The 2 men looked at the man as if he were an idiot, and half-heartedly threw out a sentence. How can it be a tie when the exit of this life-threatening 13th turn is all that's possible for one car to pass? Ready. At this time, the referee's red flag suddenly dropped, and the 2 sports cars sped out at the same time, turning their eyes to kill each other with rolling dust and a rushing roar. Mitsui 7 elevated, entirely funded by those drag racing enthusiasts, is super difficult throughout, following some of the classic blends of devilish tracks from around the world. A normal veteran driver would break a sweat after slowly driving this road, let alone racing through it. Yellow hair is really skillful, and he succeeded in jamming at the start and led the race to the front. But Kid sister wasn't too bad, pressing on, trying to overtake every now and then, so that yellow hair couldn't take it lightly either. Both sides are at a standstill, with Blast S temporarily in the lead, and it looks like they shouldn't really see each other until they're at the 13 turns of the Life Snatcher. Drag racing naturally has a section announcer to keep you informed of the course, but suddenly, a cry of alarm rang out. Heads up, There's a supercar racing up entrance B. I went so fast I didn't see what it was. Holy shit, it's a purple Pagani. That's gotta be over 400 m? Before the crowd could react, the man at surveillance port number 2 had already shouted. This time, everyone was horrified. This monitoring position at entrance B to this monitoring position 2 at the back was separated by more than 1 kilometer. That is, 1,000 meters. What does it mean that these two briefings were only 6 seconds apart? It took the car only 1 second to run almost 200 meters at well over 400 miles per hour on behalf of this car. And that's not even the point. Realize that this elevated track is full of turns. It's hard enough for you to sprint 1 second for 200 meters in a straight line, let alone a curve. Don't you need brakes? A few minutes ago, Ruan drove a Pagani Jair is very high, but due to their own previous driver's license has not been able to buy a car, so they do not dare to drive fast, completely unable to appreciate the thrill of this car. How degrading is it to have a luxury car and not have the skills of a one-handed Ferrari? Thus, Ruan directly used the Skill Instant Mastery card and chose Control Car Skill. Ding! The use of the Skill Instant Mastery card is successful. The host's car skills have been improved in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for mastering the C-Rank Racer skill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for mastering the B-Rank Racer skill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for mastering the SSS level Racer skill. A series of system sounds rang out, and with each ring, Ruan felt that he instantly had something more in his head. It wasn't until he was upgraded to an SSS level Racer skill being mastered that he looked at every part of the car differently. For a moment it was as if the man and the car were one, and his own body was instantly adjusted to be more in tune with the Pagani speeding. Boom boom boom. The gas pedal was pressed down, and the Pagani Jair instantly shot out like an arrow off the string. Just like that, driving all the way to get high, Ruan rushed straight up to the Mitsui 7 Elevated. They all know that this is a treasure trove of drag racing with no speed limit, and with SSS class racing skills of their own, they naturally want to come over and have a blast. The car sprinted like a ghost straight up to the Elevated B entrance and sped away. With just one minor adjustment, the Pagani smoothed through a couple of corners at the entrance, and instead of slowing down, it went a few moments faster. Seems like someone is racing here? Coming from the entrance I saw an announcer with a walkie-talkie over there at every interval, and it didn't take long to see the two sports cars fighting it out in front of me and realized that I was catching up with someone else's race. I've heard that many of the people who come here are professional race car drivers, so since I've bumped into them, let's try to see where the gap is between my mastery of this SSS level technique and theirs. It was a rare opportunity. Ruan's mouth rose, and he stepped on the gas at once. Boom! An explosive roar with a special rhythm rang out, and the Pagani was like a purple lion, biting frantically. At this time, Kid Sister in yellow hair had also heard the announcer's briefing from their earphones long ago and knew that a car was coming, but the two of them didn't care. At their speed, even if entrance B came in, they wouldn't be able to catch up with them. But not a moment later, they saw a black dot appear in the rearview mirror. Immediately after that, this black dot rapidly enlarged and transformed into a purple phantom, directly biting up. Shit, what the hell is this? So fast. Both men were shocked. Humph, want to surpass me? No way. Seeing the purple shadow behind him trying to overtake from his left side, the little ghost sister directly steered and grabbed the left lane. However, it was not expected that purple shadow just faked a shot, an S-walk, and instantly traversed against herd 7Z's right side without a single superfluous movement. What the hell? Being instantly overtaken by the little kid sister. The whole person was stunned. The timing of this overtaking, spacing control is simply divine. The yellow hair in front of him saw that the little kid sister was overtaken in the blink of an eye, and he was also shaken. And the one who came was definitely a tough one. It also seems to be this nervousness so that yellow hair actually played a superb technology. This goods again how to say is also participated in the international competition before the racer. Jamming strength is not blowing. For a while it is so that Ruan's car cannot overtake the past. See the front is the entrance of the life-threatening 13 curves. Yellow hair is even more complacent. As soon as you enter this opening, the distance of the track is even narrower, and it's even more impossible to overtake. So yellow hair wins by holding onto the entrance. Whoosh! The moment yellow hair stepped on the brakes and prepared to enter the corner, the purple phantom instantly sped away in a sprint. Crap! You don't want to die. This scene, so shocked that yellow hair directly shouted and stepped on the brakes. To know, the entrance to the 13 life-threatening bends is a big sharp bend. With Ruan's speed in the past absolutely car-wrecked, he didn't want to follow his ass in and eat a rollover explosion. Then a high-pitched sound of tires grinding on the ground sounded like 100 ghosts walking at night, bringing up two red taillights. With a swish, the purple Pagani drifted beautifully and took the corner perfectly. Chow, this isn't real, is it? You can take a corner that fast? Not only yellow hair, but the briefers stationed at the entrance to the turn in charge of broadcasting were also dumbfounded. It took me half a day to cry out, "Fuck, is this a human being?" And the little kid's sister who rushed up behind her was speechless with shock. There's actually such an awesome person? This young lady will find you sooner or later. Her eyes were even filled with excitement. Since she was a child, she had always worshipped strong people, and it was only natural that such a godly person would want to get acquainted. What about the disc? Kid's sister? Shocking as it was, the bet had to ask for results. What do we do? Count it as a tie? Sister Kid said with a shrug. A tie? If it wasn't for this guy messing up, you'd have to eat pee after me. Race emergencies are unpredictable. Are you going to go to a race and they're going to give you a trophy after you end up terminating the race because of this situation? Unless one continues to run the course. Yellow hair looked at the little kid's sister's current position. She later came over and drove the car directly to the mouth of the curve. If this continues to compare, that can only change him in the back to eat pee. Hey, a draw is a draw. Another day of wasted work. Yellow hair could only sigh helplessly and drive away. Yoko, you heard Yellow hair's voice when he admitted the draw, right? After seeing Yellow hair leave, Kid's sister took out her conversation machine and spoke. I hear you sis. Then close the game as a draw. Delhi. After Xiao Yangzi replied, he looked at the crowd around him who had placed their bets. As you can hear, this game was a draw, and not a single person played a draw. So, wildcard, thanks for the support. Next time please be early. After saying that, Xiao Yangzi closed the stall and left, going to join the little kid's sister. That smile on his face was so big that he could have blossomed. This wave is a bloody profit betting on anything, just did not play the draw. All of a sudden made a few million. Happy crap. It's all because of that asshole who ran in the middle of the game and made me lose 30,000 Who isn't? Obscure. A group of people cannot help but shouted curses, but they also vent a little. Come here to play will abide by the rules here. Willing to gamble to lose. Encountered irresistible reasons can only admit bad luck. Lu Chen does not know what happened behind this side. 13 consecutive drifts let him high, even out of the track feel a little unfulfilled. But after looking at the time, I decided that I'd better hurry up and get some clothes first, then go receive my big villa. He was looking forward to this legendary Villa 1, but he was also looking forward to it. Villa 3 of Zirwei Mansion. Sister Ling, we made a total of $27 million in this game today. He. Look at you this out of breath. More than 3 million happy like this. Last month that a single earned more than 80 million have not seen you so happy. That's different. This is exciting. The two who spoke were none other than Kid's sister and little Yoko, who had raced the car earlier. However, at this time, the two of them were dressed and made up, and when they stood there, they were completely unable to be a world away from their previous image. Little Ghost Sister, real name Su Fu Ling, is one of the top 10 families in Magic City Su's Group's daughter, but also the current CEO of Su's Group. Not only is she a natural beauty, but she is also a business genius, and many business leaders have suffered losses in her hands. Combined with her somewhat rebellious and overbearing personality, not many people dare to mess with her. This little Yangzi is called Qi Yang, a retired member of a well-known special forces, is Su Fu Ling's assistant and personal bodyguard, because Su Fu Ling likes to use drag racing to reduce stress, so over time also practiced a superb racing skills. No, this time, after talking about a big single, it brought Qi Yang over to take a break, casually looking for a small gathering of childhood girlfriends. Damn girl, you finally answered the phone. Where are you? What, going on a business trip soon? Can you not go? It's not enough for you to be traveling when I'm here once in a while. Okay. I know you're responsible for your work, so I'll play a few more days until you get back. Hanging up the phone, Su Fu Ling stretched out her waist. Her exquisite curves were visible, and anyone who looked at it would be in awe. In addition to the beauty of the whole body from the inside out exudes a fatal temptation. Who would have thought that this is before the little sister? Sister Ling, have you contacted Sister Angel? Well, it's a pity that she's in a hurry to go on a business trip. Whatever, go try to find that Pagani owner in the next couple of days. I'd like to see what kind of god it is. It's so awesome. In addition, since I'm here in Jiangdu, contact Panglong. This old cunt has been playing Taiji, holding the source of goods do not let go. The project over there has already started. Can't be delayed for too long. I'll personally meet him this time. Okay, I'll get on it then. Where's Master Qin? Why isn't he home? Harm his old man is still out boxing. That's his hobby. Okay, you will be done when you come back to the company. I stored pointed the 2 bottles of Mao Tai brought over. Qin old in addition to boxing love this mouth. We have been temporarily living here. Always have to let him relieve his hunger. Delhi. Qi Yang finished and went out to do his business. Su Fuling was bored and wandered around for a bit and went up to catch up on her sleep again. I came over from Mordor early in the morning and had a car race with someone, so I was sleepy. When old me wakes up from my nap, I'll go and feel out your family's Lu Chen. The reason why I came over this time, in addition to what I said before, the main thing is to help this girlfriend of hers to see Lu Chen, who she has been secretly in love with for several years. Yao Anchi and Su Fuling are the real girlfriends of the two little ones who have nothing to talk about. That's why she knew every bit of what was going on between Angie and Lu Chen. She was naturally happy to hear that her best friend had finally gotten her wish to be with the man she loved. But happy as she was still ready to see the man for herself, to get a feel for him. Angie just suddenly told her yesterday that she was with Lu Chen, and didn't tell her that Lu Chen had already acquired Tai Fu Plaza and other things because she didn't think those were the point. So in Su Fuling's impression, this Lu Chen is still a salesman of Hongfeng real estate. She, Su's group, also has a real estate company on this side of Jiangdu. If Lu Chen's character was okay, she didn't mind pulling him along. She didn't want her best friend to suffer after someone else. But if the character is not okay, then naturally, as a sister, you have to find a way to stop it. On the other side, Tai Fu Plaza. Lu Chen parked his car and came directly to the third floor of the mall. This floor is all men's clothing. Low, middle and high-end brands are all available. This is one of the reasons for the great popularity of Tai Fu Plaza, where anyone can pick the right category for them. Lu Chen didn't directly want to go to the high-end brand area, but first looked for a brand that he had always preferred, Ferris. This clothing belongs to the sports series. The quality is slightly higher than Nike, Adi Stream. The style is also more fashionable than them, but because the price is not cheap for him before, just buy a short sleeve will be $400-500. The jacket is almost $1,000. So in the past he had only been able to spare a couple of pieces, but now he naturally didn't have to worry about that and was open to buying. As long as he looks on, directly take down. Happy aside, the shopper smiled open words. Not long, big bag, dozens of small bags. Hello sir, you spent a total of 68,000. May I ask if you're paying by credit card or code? Swipe. Lu Chen first handed over the Supreme card that Gao Jinli had given him last time, and then handed over a bank card. When the clerk saw the Supreme card, his eyes were filled with shock and he couldn't help but look at Lu Chen a few more times. Originally, I thought the man was so handsome and gold, but I didn't realize that there was such a layer of identity. It's not to be missed. So the discount was respectfully swiped and invoiced, and the final settlement was 34K. Lu Chen was more satisfied, and chose a set for himself to wear first, and let the rest of them be sent directly to his home by the store clerk later. When they saw the address left, the crowd was shocked again. Zyra Mansion, Villa 1? My god, the legendary villa that $3 billion didn't even take? How nice it would be to marry him. Just keep dreaming. The chances of him seeing us are negative. Get to work. Looking at Lu Chen's departing back, a group of female sales clerks chattered and fantasized. Lu Chen continued to shop up, by Fela purely because of their own favorite brand. Now they have the system. The future trend of their own wealth is certainly more and more. Naturally, also have to prepare some high-end luxury brands, in case the back need to attend what important occasions. Always have to take the hand, is not it? As for the usual, he thought it would be quite nice to wear fellows. You walk down the street. Not everyone will come to see what brand you are wearing. That is not sick? So a figure weaves in and out of Versace, Armani and other brand stores. Not to mention, it's true that people rely on clothes and Buddha relies on gold. Expensive is expensive reason. This Versace and Armani clothing to wear on the body. The whole person's temperament is decidedly different. Handsome in his own right, and boosted by the vigorous muscle building pills. He is alive and well as an excellent clothes hanger. This brand name on the body, but also as if the fluttering playboy. Just look at those shoppers guilty of nymphomania in the eyes to know how high the killing power of this body. Around and around. Lu Chen in Tai Fu Plaza to buy clothes, pants, belts, ties, hats, shoes, sneakers and even slippers, pajamas, and so on, from the inside out, from top to bottom, as long as the body can wear the parts of the body to buy all over. That's all it took to buy it and spend a total of just over $3 million through the Supreme card discount. So spending money is such a great thing. Just as Lu Chen was immersed in the joy of buying, a surprised voice suddenly rang out. Lu Chen, it's really you. Lu Chang? Seeing the visitor, Lu Chen was also a bit surprised. This Lu Chang is his own hair small, until after the college entrance examination. He came to Jiangdu, and then separated from him. Ha ha ha, from a distance I felt like, but looking at you all over and not daring to recognize, it seems that your kid is mixing well. The two came into a bear hug, and Lu Chang said with a smile, that's all, it's okay, why didn't you give me a call when you came to Jiangdu? I've only just arrived. Our company is going to open a branch on this side of Jiangdu, and we finally chose this Taifu Plaza. When he said that, his expression suddenly darkened. Enough about that, I've got some things to do. If you're free tonight, let's have a rubdown tonight? Okay, well, call me when you get there, and you go ahead and get busy. Seeing that Lu Chang seemed to have something difficult to say, Lu Chen did not pursue the matter. After separating, Lu Chen strolled around for a while and felt that he had bought almost everything, and after instructing the shopkeeper to send the things to his villa, he headed towards the parking lot, ready to go to Zirwei Mansion, Huting Yashuan, a pure villa neighborhood in Jiangdu. Grandpa, I'm sorry I didn't get it right. At this time, Ruan Mingliang stood aside with a gray head and lowered his head. On the main seat in the hall, an old man with hair on his temples sat here. This man was Ruan Mingliang's grandfather, the helmsman of Ruan Group, Ruan Huaying. With just one glance, one could tell that this person must have been around for a long time and was not angry. Before I do not know who bragged half a day, but also boasted. Little brother not I say you, how much can do how much, down to earth. Okay, there's no point in talking too much. Let's talk about how things are going to work out. Seeing Ruan Minghui, the elder brother of Ruan Mingliang on the side, playing on the subject there, the old man directly interrupted. Grandpa, I've already got someone working on arranging this, and I'm sure I'll have a reply soon. Well, Minghui, you should know that this entry into Taifu Plaza is very important to us. Ruan, jingle bells. At this time Ruan Minghui's cell phone rang. Grandpa, I'll take a call. After the old man nodded, Ruan Minghui quickly connected. Hey, Hui Xiao, that Lu Chang is soft and hard. Rubbish, what do I need you guys for? Then let him go to the hospital for a while, bypass him and find the person in charge down there. Do I need to teach you about this? Get it done. Okay, young FAI, I'll get right on it. Hanging up the phone, he saw his old man looking at him and smiled sarcastically explaining what he had done. After hearing this, the old man's brow furrowed. Don't make a mess, make sure you take care of it, or if Gao Jianli knows about it, it's not going to be easy. Grandpa, I know, that company is a 3-person joint stock, but also walked the shit out of luck this time marked to the opportunity to move in. The other 2 people over there I have negotiated the details of the transfer, in favor of this Lu Chang Asinu, or else it would have been done, and now only to let him go to the hospital to stay for a while. As for Gao Jianli, won't care about such things, it's not like he's a relative. It's not like there's no such thing as subletting, it's a matter of you and me. The old man nodded, but still, we have to handle it carefully, don't make any trouble, it's always bad to make an impact. I know, Grandpa, bright, you don't have to be like this, eat a loss and grow wiser. Next time do things thoughtfully and learn from your big brother. Yes Grandpa. Looking at his complacent big brother on the side, Ruan Mingliang hated his teeth, and his hatred for Lu Chen deepened in his heart. You go directly to Jinmao Real Estate tomorrow to report to the engineering department first as a department manager. Don't say I don't give you a chance. In a few days that piece of land in Fengyang district we are bound to get. You think hard, with your brother must take. Hongfeng Real Estate on this piece of land is also staring very tightly. This time that area is divided into a total of 5 pieces of land. The other does not matter. Lot 1 must we take? Yes. Underground garage. Lu Chen was just about to walk out when he saw a group of people sneakily crouching in a corner, seemingly ambushing someone, and at that moment, a familiar figure appeared in front of his eyes. Lu Chang. Could it be that these people are trying to ambush Lu Chang? Thinking of this, Lu Chen catapulted his body and leaned over that way. Boss Lu. Suddenly, a sharp-tongued man with 9 men surrounded Lu Chang. Manager Hyuk, what are you doing? Nothing, just want to let Mr. Lu think about it again. Our Hui Xiao give the transfer rent can be quite a lot, also hope you fulfill the next. After all, outside more friends is always good. And Hui said, as long as you nod, we can add another 10% of the transfer fee. Manager I've already made it clear to you that although our company is not big, it means a lot to me to get this chance to move into Taifu this time. The price UFAI Xiao gave is good and far above the market, but I have my plans. It's not a matter of money. Boss Lu, are you really not going to think about it anymore? Then I can only condemn you to stay in the hospital for a while. It seemed that manager he saw that this Lu Chang had no possibility of agreeing, and directly swept a glance at a few people behind him. What are you doing? Seeing the few people who surrounded, Lu Chang was shocked and angry, not expecting them to negotiate, not ready to come hard. Bang! Just at the moment when a few people were about to surround and beat up Lu Chang, a dull voice brought out a miserable scream that came out from behind those people. The crowd turned around to see that the manager of that Hyuk was kicked off at this time, paralyzed on the ground, and in the original position stood a handsome man dressed in Armani. Lu Chen? Seeing the visitor, Lu Chang was very surprised. Gossip later. Let's take care of these guys first. The thugs paused for a moment, and by now had rushed up. He saw Lu Chen easily weaving in and out between several people, often bringing out a fractured bone with a raised hand and a downward slash. Within a few rounds, all of these tall and powerful fighters were wailing and collapsing to the ground, looking at Lu Chen with fear in their eyes. These people are all good fighters. All of them are tall and powerful. Usually one of them can knock over 3 or 4 people. Now it's a good thing that 10 people have given one cockney a rap, and it's a really black hand. It breaks bones and kills people. Even Lu Chang, who was prepared to come up and fight together, looked dumbfounded. I'll go. Lu Chun, haven't seen you in a few years. So powerful? Tell me, what's going on? Who is that Fai Xiao? Seeing Lu Chen staring at him, Lu Chang smiled sarcastically and could only tell the truth. Oh, the Ruan family again? So he walked over to manager Hyuk, who was still paralyzed, and crouched down. Go back and tell your what's-his-name Hui Xiao that my name is Lu Chen, and that your Ruan family will never be welcome in Taifu Plaza. Manager He thought to himself. You, who do you think you are? However, seeing that Lu Chen had just cleanly disposed of everyone he had brought with him, naturally, the good man nodded his head frantically. Get lost. Manager He and the others ran off in a huff. Lu Chun, I'm really sorry. I didn't expect to get you involved in this. We're brothers. Aren't you being a stranger? No, you are not aware that this Ruan group is not to be messed with. Hey, I am in the hometown is not easy to struggle up so a company. Now finally a little achievement. Thinking in the big city to create a little. This time is also lucky. Got the opportunity to be able to move into the Taifu Plaza. In order to do this I also do a lot of future plans. I didn't realize that Ruan's people found my 2 partners and bought them off, wanting me to transfer this lease qualification. I didn't agree, so they soft-pedaled me and gave me a hard time at every turn. If I really want to transfer it for the sake of money, but I also have my dream. Brother, can you understand what I mean? Lu Chang said here, eyes hidden tears. It seems that these years of fighting is not easy. Lu Chan is also a burst of emotion. Now this society are not easy. If he did not activate the system, maybe the mix is not as good as Lu Chang. I understand. Well, I'm sure Ruan won't hit on you in the future. Why? Hearing Lu Chen say so, Lu Chang couldn't help but freeze for a moment. To him, Ruan's people were like cowhide, and even though they had given Lu Chen a run for his money today, they certainly wouldn't stop, because his brother knows who I am, and as long as I say he's not welcome here, he won't be able to get in, even if he gets your lease. Brother, the more you talk the more confused I get. Oh, this Taifu Plaza is now mine. Oh, what did you say? Taifu Plaza is yours? Hearing Lu Chan's words, Lu Chang was dumbfounded. It wasn't that he didn't believe it, the relationship between the two was there, and Lu Chen didn't have to lie to himself. It's just that the news came so hard that it was too much to take in for a while. Of course Lu Chen also proved it all with practical actions, taking him a sojourn to Gao Jianli's place. Before the signing of the contract Lu Chang also met Lin Zhengmin, the director, and at that time he had to nod his head and flatter the director. Who would have thought that on this arrival? Not to mention this director Lin, even his superior, the legendary Gao Jianli, was incomparably fawning over this brother of his. Before leaving Gao Jianli as the board exempted him from 2 years of rent, private sent him all the company's decoration, made Lu Chang that is flattered. With a dream. He himself didn't know how he got out of this office building afterward. I go. Brother, this is really bull. It's average. Low key. Lu Chen cheerfully laughed. By the way, you remember Kaohsiung Peak, don't you? That study hall committee member from high school? That's right. Many of our high school classmates are working and starting their own businesses over here in Jiangdu. This time he organized a get-together, and he even called in Li Shueting. Li Shueting also came to Jiangdu? Hearing this name, Lu Chen was a bit surprised. Li Shueting was the original class president in their high school days. Not only good at studying, but also the school flower. There were a ton of people who had crushes on her and liked her, but then I heard that she left the country. Yeah, said she went back to her country and became management in a big enterprise in Magic City. But lately she's been working at this branch over here, so she just happened to be in Jiangdu, so Kaohsiung Feng invited her as well. Originally, Kaohsiung Feng also asked me to notify you to go. But I originally thought that, you also know that Kaohsiung Feng's person's virtue, afraid that you will go to be disgusting. But now, I think you should go. A good hit that stupid batch of face. I was long ago to see this kid is not used to. As soon as Lu Chang said that, Lu Chen knew his original intention. In school, Kaohsiung Feng has been looking at his own eyes. Looks more handsome than him, learning and better than him. He also rely on the bottom of the family boomers, mixed with a so-called study commissioner to pretend to be a facade. The key is that this kid has been very like Li Shueting, but every time to offer attentiveness to eat closed door. But Li Shueting then liked to get together with Lu Chen, with a follower, which see Gao Xiongfeng natural teeth itchy. Therefore, whenever he had the chance, he would find fault with Lu Chen, and for this reason a few people did not have few barbs. In Lu Cheng's words, he learned that Gao Xiongfeng seemed to have good luck in the past 2 years, and his family's business had made it to Jiangdu, and he had made some money in his hands. So it is, no Li Shueting to Jiangdu, and mind lively up. Take this one to see if there is no opportunity to catch up to the hand. By the way, learned that Lu Chen actually in the real estate sales, but also ready to ask him to come over to step on the foot of so many feet. As a brother, Lu Cheng, who originally knew about this, naturally didn't want to inform Lu Chen, but after seeing Lu Chen's energy today, he encouraged him to go over instead. Okay, then I'll sit with you the day after tomorrow. I couldn't resist Lu Cheng's softening, thinking that I hadn't seen that heel for a long time, so I agreed to go and take a look. Then it's a deal. The day after tomorrow at 6 o'clock in the evening, Fuhai Restaurant. Lu Cheng was happy to see that Lu Chen had agreed, and was somewhat looking forward to the get-together the day after tomorrow. The two of them nagged for a while before parting ways, and Lu Chen also drove directly to the Zirui mansion. What do you mean? Things went wrong? At this time, inside the Hutting Yashuan Ruan family villa, Ruan Minghui looked at the returning manager, her on fire. Xiao Hui. It was going to be done, but who knew that a guy named Lu Chen suddenly appeared? He's very capable of fighting, and we fell. As he said this, his voice grew smaller and his head went down. What? All 10 of you can't beat that Lu Chen guy? What are you all doing? A bunch of losers. That guy was really good at fighting. The brothers were all in the hospital with broken bones, and I was only not crippled because he wanted me to carry a message. Take a message? What message? He said that his name is Lu Chen, and that your Ruan family will never be welcome in Taifu Plaza. Humph. What a big mouth. Who is this person? Hearing this, not only Ruan Minghui, but even the old man who had been sitting at the back without saying a word was also frowning, his anger rising, and he directly snapped. The Ruan family had developed until now. Although it wasn't a top family in Jiangdu, it couldn't be underestimated, and it wasn't something that just anyone could threaten. Grandpa, this man really has that right. At this time, Ruan Mingliang, who had been coldly watching, spoke up. Have you forgotten, Grandpa? I didn't get the right to move in this time because of this Lu Chen, and he's the new owner of Taifu Plaza now. So, when he says that he won't let us move in, there's really no way for us to move in. It was then that Elder Ruan remembered what his youngest grandson had said earlier. So it's this Lu Chen again. That into the Taifu Plaza's plan is temporarily shelved. This place can be stationed certainly good, but it is only the icing on the cake. Cannot get in is not forced, and now you two fully plan to take down that piece of land in Fengyang district. This is the top priority. The future of our Ruans cannot be more on the next level. Depends on this time. The old man was silent for a moment before speaking again. Yes, Grandpa. On the other hand, Lu Chen had already arrived at the Ziruihao mansion, which had just arrived at the entrance and was shocked by the grandeur of the place. It is said that the door of the neighborhood is the face of the card. This purple Rui mansion's main doorframe is actually all the top ivory stone handmade, white as jade. Every corner and articulation has been crafted to fit together perfectly. It was as if the gate was just all natural and very atmospheric. The security guards at the entrance were also all big and tall, over 1 meter 8, all stout and unusual, and their looks were all middle to upper middle. Not to mention, some of them are even less handsome than some of the traffic fresh meat. One can only imagine what kind of price would have to be paid to get them to come here as security guards. After registering the information at the gate guard, the security guard let the guard go and arranged for a security guard to lead the way in front of him in a cell-specific battery car. After all, this villa area is very large, all by the mountains, although there are road signs to guide them. But such a luxury property, is not the service sold? In the end, it is the highest-end villa area. Every landscape along the way is presented appropriately, and planted with greenery according to the theme of the changing seasons of spring, summer, fall and winter, which truly achieves a view at every step. All the villas here are large detached and come with a minimum of 10 acres of private gardens in addition to thousands of square feet of interior space per home, and the further in you go, the more expensive the villa becomes, especially when you get to the start of Villa 5. It can simply be described as an estate. Finally, Lu Chen arrived in front of the door of Villa 1 with the guidance of the security guard, while the general manager of the Zirui Mansion Property Company with a large group of employees was already waiting here early. Hello, esteemed Mr. Lu Chen. I'm Wang Qiming, the general manager of the property company, and I welcome you to formally move into Zirui Mansion. It was also Lu Chen's first time to come to such a place, and he was still a bit shocked to see such a big row. After a cursory scan, this general manager was afraid that he had called all the idle staff of the property company. Right? Nearly 100 people lined up at the door to welcome him. Should it be so grand? This is actually him underestimating the weight of Villa 1. As soon as Lu Chen finished registering at the door, the news had already been communicated to Wang Qiming, so he put down all the work at hand, took all the employees he could, and came to the entrance of the villa to line up and wait as fast as he could. Villa 1. That is the core of Zirwei Mansion and the strongest status symbol in the whole Jiangdu city. Is it a child's play? However, when the crowd saw this head of household, they were all shocked beyond words. At 100 guesses, everyone would think that the head of the household is a highly respected person. If not gray hair sideburns is at least a middle age to the upper part of the success of the person. Never in a million years did they expect that what appeared in front of them was such a young and handsome young man. The key is this kind of mansion management figures usually will care about the news of those famous families in Jiangdu City, and even some neighboring cities of the famous families will also pay attention to. Who knows whether people will cross the city to come here to buy a set of villas to become their own patrons. However, this Lu Chen in front of him was really unfamiliar. Could it be a young master of a family from Magic City or Kyoto? Wang Qiming guessed in his heart that since it wasn't a local prestigious family, it seemed that only the young masters of the prestigious families of those two places would have the strength to get Villa 1. Especially seeing the Pagani Jair driven by Lu Chen. It made the eyes of the people present colorful. The people who work here are very sensitive to brand name cars and all that. Naturally, at a glance, he saw the extraordinary nature of this supercar, especially when he saw the dragon body pattern on this body. A series of numbers popped up in his head. $40 million. In the end is the no. One villa owner. This driving a car is 40 million upwards. And the world's only Pagani Jair can't just be bought with money. As in the case of Villa 1. It could not help but make the crowd even more curious about Lu Chen's identity and the background behind him. Accompanied by the general manager, Lu Chen visited the legendary villa. An entry door takes high-end to the extreme. What with all the smart locks out there being fingerprint authentication plus key and combination locks. But here, in addition to these, there are face recognition, pupil verification, voice authentication, and all the functions you can think of never thought of all at once. In particular, this system is whole house networked and equipped with a superb alarm system. Assuming that the head of the household encounters any problems or dangers, the security office and the property company can be aware of it at the first time with just a thought from the head of the household and automatically choose whether or not to call the police directly based on the system's assessment of the level of danger. So the whole house is full of technology. The whole set of villa has 3,600 square feet, divided into 3 floors above ground, 2 underground floors, in addition to a 15 acres of surrounded outdoor garden. Villa 1 has 3 pools, 1 outdoors with a water slide design, 1 on the roof, a sky pool, and the third, on the 2 basement levels, an indoor pool, and all are heated. This way you can enjoy swimming anytime you want to in the future, whether it's spring, summer, fall, winter, or rainy or snowy. The entire villa has 15 bedrooms, each of which is ensuite in design with its own checkroom and bathroom. No kidding, now I'm not afraid of a large family robbing the restroom. 15 bathrooms, half of which you use without repeating. There are 4 additional studies, a Chinese and Western kitchen, 3 living rooms, 2 dining rooms, 2 water bars, and 2 laundry rooms. All of the furniture and appliances in the house are the newest and most luxurious setup you can find on the market. In a word, expensive. Mr. Lu Chen, to give you a report, this side of the residence to move in after we will arrange for housekeepers to come to the interview. The salary will be determined by you after the interview. May I ask you have any requirements for housekeepers? Lu Chen, this is to ask the blind. When they have used the housekeeper, this is not a big girl on the sedan chair for the first time? There's not much to ask for. Female, single, about the same age as me, and with good execution will do. Let's set a monthly salary of 100,000. You see to it. So he pretended to be calm. In my mind, I was lucky to have heard my coworkers talk about the monthly salary of housekeepers here when I was in real estate before, which seemed to range from 20 to 100,000. This is Villa 1 for yourself. How can it be $100,000 a month? But he didn't expect that when he opened his mouth. Those employees who followed him all had green eyes. Even Wang Qiming was also thinking that he was really a son of a big family. And this strike was different. It's an unbelievable honor to be Mr. Lu's butler. I'll be sure to make a good selection for you. And at this price I'm sure the person who comes will make you happy. What do you mean? Looking at the odd expressions of the crowd, Lu Chen couldn't help but wonder in his heart. This is something that he later realized. It turns out that the average housekeeper here has a monthly salary of 20,000 000. Even if the housekeeper of Villa 2 has a monthly salary of 50,000 tops. You know, this Wang Qiming, as the general manager, has a monthly salary of 50,000 here. 100,000. Naturally everyone looks at him with green eyes. Who wouldn't want to be on this errand? Hygiene has a special cleaning to do. These are included in the property fee. The housekeeper is just to manage these people, provide some assistant services to the head of household and deal with some other trivial matters. Besides, Lu Chen is handsome, young and rich, and looks single. Who wouldn't love such a person? So these female employees who came with us were interested, and as long as they were single, they were ready to go back later and submit their information to see if they could be selected. She even fantasized that if she was chosen, she might be able to have something with Lu Chen in the future. This is not. They will look at Lu Chen's eyes even more hungry, and some bold began to scratch their heads, causing Lu Chen's body a jolt. Holy shit, why do they have such scary eyes? Demons and monsters, back off. After sending Wang Qiming and the others away, Lu Chen was finally able to spend some time in the house by himself. This house is really big. I'm living alone here. It's a bit cold. Find a time later to pick up my parents. But before that I have to give them psychological construction. Or else all of a sudden living in a house like this, they'll probably be scared silly. Thinking of this, he directly picked up his cell phone and directly punched 200,000 into his mother Gao Xiaolun's card. It hadn't been long since I turned the corner when my mother's call came. Tatsu, why did you transfer so much money to me? Did you win the lottery? Mom, it's not that the market for selling houses was good a while ago, so I sold a few more houses, made some money and partnered with a friend to do some business, and earned it. Goo, then you keep it for your own use. Your father and I can't use a few dollars at home. The big city has a lot of expenses. You have to spend money everywhere. And what kind of business are you in? Is it reliable? You have to be careful. Now the capitalists eat people, do not spit out bones. The village next door to us, the old young head, some years ago, doing business in a very beautiful, a while ago, said that it was cheated. The money was rolled away. You have to be careful. Hearing his mom's long-winded words, Lu Chen was not annoyed, but felt very warm. Don't you understand these truths yourself? It's not that you don't understand. This is the heart of a parent. In the eyes of his parents, he is always the child who never grows up, and he is always afraid that he will suffer outside. That's why he keeps chanting, Mom, I know, I'll be careful. And right, your son's business is probably going to get bigger and bigger. In the future I'll definitely buy a super big house and call you and Dad to come and live with me. Goo, that feeling's good. But you have money, don't think of buying a house for us to live. Or first buy a set of wedding room with Xian girl to get married early. You guys give us a big fat kid with. I'm happy. Ha ha. Mom, I forgot to tell you. I broke up with Fang Zixuan. What? Broke up? What happened? You guys were together for 4 years. So, under the compulsion of his old mom, Lu Chen gave a truthful explanation, but for the time being, he didn't talk about Angie. Otherwise, Lu Chen was also worried that this changing of girlfriends in the blink of an eye would be too exciting for them. But who would have thought that the mother directly domineering said, Humph, well divided. Such a woman should not be. Only with the rich and powerful cannot share the sweet and sour. Sooner or later, something happened. Son, I support you. Thanks, Mom. After talking to his mother for a while longer, he hung up the phone and lay down on the couch. As his eyes swept aside the liquor cabinet, it suddenly occurred to him that he had drawn 6 cases of wine earlier and had not yet taken them out. It just so happens that the liquor cabinet is empty. So it's nice to take it out and put it on display. At least it's all mutai wulianye. So he took the 6 cases of wine directly through his mind. 1960 wulianye, 1953 wheeled mutai, 1979 gujing gongjiu. Looking at the label on it, Lu Chen's mind was baffled. Nothing else, because Lu Chen didn't know anything about wine. White wine usually more colleagues get-togethers will also drink. But our erguotu, Jiang Xiaobai and so on. I did drink mutai, wulianye and the like at the celebration banquet. But to be honest, haven't really paid attention to what vintage or what wheel brand. He didn't care though, he just dismissed the idea of putting them in the liquor cabinet. Nothing else, the appearance is just not great. Let's just say that this Gujing tribute wine looks just like that huadiao that you buy outside. A fat-bellied bottle. We'll sign this what Mao Tai outside the deep sauce red. Bottle mouth is more similar to oilcloth wrapped, earthy. As for that wulianye, the bottle is just like the earliest young hadaku. It always feels out of place in the interior of a house when a wine like that is placed there. Especially that Mao Tai looked worried about this inside the wine can still drink. So he directly opened a bottle, put his nose up to smell a little. Do not say, really fragrant. While thinking about what to do with the wine, the doorbell rang. And you are, old man? Opening the door, an old man with frontal hair and a child's face stood in the doorway. The first time this old man, instead of answering his words, closed his eyes and tilted his nose slightly forward, sniffing hard. Then came the sudden opening of his eyes with an enraptured face, and it was not hard to see the scorching heat that filled his eyes. Hello little friend, I live next door to you. That 3 villa is considered a neighbor. You can call me Old Man Sheen. I do not know little friend cheer not welcome old man to come to string down the door off. Of course welcome. Left and right neighbors should naturally be close to each other. But I just came over today. I didn't even buy any tea. Only plain water. Don't mind if you old man. After sizing up the uninvited old man, who looked kindly, he welcomed him in with a smile. I think the security here is also very strict. Not local residents in the head of household certification is completely impossible to come into this neighborhood. Ha ha ha. Well. The old man has also brought some small gifts to congratulate you on your housewarming. Old man Sheen was a bit surprised to see that Lu Chen was so young and actually so forthcoming. I would have thought that those who could live in Villa 1 at this age would probably be very proud, even sightless. Elder Sheen, you are too polite. You said we first met. How do I dare to take amount? He was supposed to be polite, but before he finished saying that, Lu Chen was dumbfounded. Is this the little gift you said you'd give me for my housewarming? 2 roast ducks, a bag of peanuts, and a plate of... Is this pork? The point is, I didn't see this old man bring so many things in before. How come he spread a table in a flash? Besides, what is this? At this time, Xin Lao even ran to the kitchen to fetch 2 pairs of bowls and chopsticks and wine goblets. Because these things, when buying the villa, are all matching. Send all. Look at this situation. This old man is going to have a drink with himself? Is it possible for neighbors to warm up so quickly? Isn't it too hasty? Little friend, you and I are like old friends at first sight. You have wine and I have food. Why don't we push the cups and chat about life? Looking at old man Sheen's expectant face, Lu Chen was speechless. God TM, chat about life. Aren't you an old man just here to cheat drinks? The props and dishes are ready. It's too obvious. How greedy is this for alcohol? But thinking about it, he hadn't eaten lunch in his rush over here. So he was really hungry. And this wine is also opened. 1 person to drink, certainly not as interesting as 2 people to drink. By the way, can also learn from this old man here about the situation of this neighborhood is not necessarily, especially if you're neighbors. It's good to have a good relationship when you're not going to see each other in the future. Since Elder Sheen has the pleasure, let's drink a couple cups. As soon as the words fell, he saw old man Sheen impatiently holding the open bottle of Mao Tai and began to pour wine into the 2 wine goblets. Little friend, congratulations on your housewarming. The old man will drink first. 0 bite, a cup into the belly. The old man's face intoxication is more intense. Eyes are more light. Good wine, said the second cup to be filled. This second glass celebrates the fact that we can be neighbors for a long time. When he finished, another glass went into his mouth. Goddamn, days are long. You old fart. This third cup. Wait, old man. Let's take our time. Let's eat some food first. Don't be in a hurry. I still have this bar at my place. If it's not enough, I'll open another bottle later. Seeing this old man drinking 1 cup after another, Lu Chen just couldn't look at him anymore. Oh, and old man Sheen's eyes had been fixed on the open bottle of Mao Tai since he entered the house, and only then did he realize that there were 6 cases of wine piled up on the other side. Especially when he saw that Gujing tribute wine, he seemed to have discovered some treasure, and his eyes could no longer leave it. I'll go. Lu Chen magically realized that the old man who had been sitting on the side with a wine cup constantly cheating and drinking the previous second, appeared next to the Gujing tribute wine in the blink of an eye, the same as Shun Shift. This speed was not at all what an old man should have. 1, 2, 3, 10, 11, 12. You actually have 12 bottles? Old man Sheen completely failed to see Lu Chen's shocked expression at this moment, but revealed a face of shock that was even more exaggerated than Lu Chen's. Yeah, a friend gave it to me before, and I don't drink it when I'm alone, so I saved it. Elder Sheen likes it? If you like it, I'll send you a bottle. What? You're giving the old man this bottle? Yeah, what's the matter? Isn't it just a bottle of wine? Old man Sheen was silent now, staring earnestly into Lu Chen's eyes for half a day. Cannot help but think in my mind, does this kid know my identity, or is there some other purpose? However, when he saw that Lu Chen's eyes were clear with some doubts, he was then relieved. Ha ha ha, little friend, do you know what kind of wine this is? Gujing Gongjiu. Lu Chen rolled his eyes. Isn't it written on this box? It's not like he's drunk. Do you know, then, how much the wine is worth? How much? Over 1,000? Over 1,000 is right, but it's 13.57 million. Oh, 1,357. What? There's a million words? Hearing the old man's words, Lu Chen's heart jumped. What wine ah? This is a bottle of 13.57 million? It seems that the little friend is indeed not very knowledgeable about wine. This bottle is the 1979 Gujing tribute wine. The auction price of a bottle is indeed 13,570,000 yuan, also known as the king of wine in Xia. And the bottle we just drank was 1953 Wheel Matai, a bottle worth 1.5 million. As for this 1960s Wulianye, a bottle is about $980,000. Old man Qin started to popularize Lu Chen with small interest, but Lu Chen heart is 10,000 MMP don't know when to say. How they did not open a Donyang search for information before it. That opens a bottle of $1.5 million of Mutai and drinks it? No wonder this old man a cup after a cup of non-stop pouring wine, which are big tens of thousands of belly ah. So, now, little friend, do you still want to give this bottle of Gujing tribute wine to the old man? Old man Qin smiled and looked at Lu Chen, ready to see what he had to say. A gentleman's word is a team of horses, since they all said to send Xin Lao. Naturally, besides such a good wine has to be matched with someone who knows how to drink it. It would be a waste to give it to me. Word said beautiful, Lu Chen this heart bitter ah. Loser, this opening is more than 10 million sent out. But after thinking about it, now that he had the system, his wealth would only increase in the future. It was time to improve his pattern and insight. Thinking of this, Lu Chen's mindset could not help but change. And without realizing it, his eyesight changed. Ding! Detected that the host's eyesight and mindset have been improved. Rewarded with 1 second chance to kill. Ding! New goods have been put on the shelves. Please decide whether to buy them or not. Product, Hongfeng Real Estate. Price, $1. Holy shit! Seeing this item, Lu Chen instantly felt that he wasn't losing out. Although Hongfeng Real Estate is not a real estate player in Jiangdu City, it is not worse than Jinmao Real Estate under Ruan Group, and its market value is over 10 billion. Besides, aren't you going to do the exit formalities tomorrow? It's the right time to meet that Lu Daong. It's not a gentleman who doesn't report his revenge. Since the ancients said so, it's natural to take good care of this fat man. At this moment, hearing that Lu Chen had decided to still send himself a bottle of Gujing tribute wine, old man Qin couldn't help but be even more curious about Lu Chen. But can be so generous, is bound to be a big family out. Just how to look at all feel raw. Those families do not seem to have such a doll ah. Lu, which one is it? It can't be. Lu Chen was getting high on himself there, and this old Qin was also speculating to himself here. However, Qin Lao still confirmed once again. Really send me? Must send. Lu Chen, who was in a good mood, had long forgotten about this what a bottle of 13,570,000. His own minutes into the tens of billions of people. Need to care about these? Gramps, either go ahead and have a couple of drinks. To be honest, I'm really hungry as I haven't eaten lunch yet. Oh, ha ha ha. Well, keep drinking. Old man Qin didn't seem to be this happy for a long time, and he started to let himself go a little bit by eating and drinking with Lu Chen. Probably because of eating a vigorous muscle-building pills. Lu Chen found himself now the amount of alcohol on the rise. The back unknowingly opened 2 bottles of Maotai and 2 bottles of Wulianye. 5 bottles of the 2 went down. He froze like nothing. However, he also found out. This old man Qin is really powerful. He is the hair and marrow. But this old man did not the same wine to drink. Still Tarzan does not fall. Only the face of some of the redness. This old man alcohol is really can. At this time, Lu Cheng's call came and asked him about the dinner in the evening. But seeing that Qin Lao seemed to be drinking with gusto, he simply let Lu Cheng come directly to his side to eat. When he heard that Lu Chen lived in the Zirwei mansion, or the legendary Villa 1, Lu Cheng was naturally shocked once again. Even when I went into the house later, the whole thing was blinded, pinching myself every now and then, always feeling like I hadn't woken up. Lu Chen asked Wang Qiming to prepare some wine dishes in the neighborhood's own hotel, and all of them were sent to the villa, ready for dinner to continue later. It was only when Wang Qiming saw that Elder Qin was also here, and was still laughing and joking with Lu Chen regardless of size, that he clearly revealed a shocked expression, as if seeing the world's top 10 most unbelievable. It made Lu Chen feel even more that this Qin Lao's identity was not simple. Not to mention, this old man Qin drunkenly told him a lot of things he didn't know, making him feel very interesting. Some private auctions, for example, often show something magical. Another example is the history of the fortune of some big shots. This old Qin also counts as much as the truth. As for the truth, the probability is true, right? Lu Cheng is also a straight man. Slowly also let go. From 2 people drink into 3 people drink. So lively. When all 12 bottles of Wulianye were drunk and only 7 bottles of Maotai were left, Lu Cheng was the first to fall unconscious on the floor. Next is Qin Lao. This time he is drunk. to the back actually pulled Lu Chen to worship. If this is really worshipping, then I guess the sky is the limit out there. Luckily, the doorbell rang and Lu Chen escaped. Opening the door was a woman whose face value was at least 96 points or more. Who are you looking for? Hello, may I ask if Grandpa Qin is in there? I'm his granddaughter. The person is Su Fu Ling. At noon when Qin Lao went back for a while, just to eat lunch, this old man suddenly said to go out to Dilly Dally Wine, with the table of roast duck, peanuts, pig head meat and a smoke, but also said not to wait for their own. Qin Lao sometimes do things as so. Su Fu Ling is also accustomed to, but this noon out, and now it is immediately almost 12 o'clock. Qin Lao even did not come back. This is never before. So, Su Fu Ling asked the property, was ready to look at the monitoring to find where he was, but was told that Qin Lao in the know. One villa is with the owners of the wine. It is estimated that this will be almost drunk. This can be Su Fu Ling stunned. Qin old although greedy wine, but that must also be a very good wine. And drinking people also have to be on the appetite, only to drink a few cups. As for drunk, not to mention how many people out there could be qualified to drink with the old man. But in terms of the amount of alcohol, Qin Lao was never drunk from 1,000 cups, plus his mouth was spiteful, so how could there be so much good wine for him to drink until he was drunk? So when she heard this news, she was also very curious, and came straight over to knock on the door, and also in the meantime to meet this legendary one villa in the end what the owner is like. As a result, when this door opened, after saying that, she also really looked at Lu Chen clearly. Holy shit, so it's you. You're Lu Chen? You know me? Hearing Su Fu Ling call out her name, Lu Chen was slightly puzzled. After looking at her for half a day, I had absolutely no idea who she was, other than once again determining that the one in front of me was absolutely gorgeous. Although we had a previous encounter at the Mitsui elevated area, we were both in cars and didn't see each other at that time. And even if he saw it, with Su Fu Ling's current makeup and dress, it would definitely not make Lu Chen think that she was the drag racing little sister from before. What's that? It's that Wang Qiming from the property who gave me the word that my family's old man was drinking at your place. And only after asking him did he realize that your name is Lu Chen. Su Fu Ling cursed, almost exposing herself in her excitement. She had seen Lu Chen's picture from Angie's side long ago, but Lu Chen didn't know that she was Angie's best friend. This time, he was going to secretly observe Lu Chen, and if this was exposed and people were on guard, how could he observe? Therefore, when asked by Lu Chen, he immediately pulled an excuse. Oh well, get acquainted. I'm Lu Chen. Su Fu Ling, come in. The old man seems to be drunk. It's just as well I help you along to help him back. Coming to the living room, seeing old man Qin hugging the backrest of his chair and talking to himself there, Su Fu Ling was even more surprised. This is real drunkenness, not pretending. At this moment, she couldn't help but look deeply at Lu Chen. It's not simple. Old man Qin is a very picky person, especially in the area of drinking buddies. Moreover, if he could make old man Qin drink like this, and on the contrary, this Lu Chen was still very sober, then how good must he be at drinking? Secondly, this seems to be very out of the way with the Lu Chen that Angie talked about. Didn't he say that he was just a property salesman under Hongfeng Real Estate? That how now even shifted to become the owner of this Zirui Haofu 1 villa. This villa change is Qin Lao to take. Also have to take a lot of trouble. Su Fu Ling's curiosity about Lu Chen was even more intense at this time. Thinking that tomorrow she would have to go to Hongfeng Real Estate to stroll around and feel the bottom. She didn't want her best friend to be with someone whose bottom was not even clear. Thinking about it, this girl casually took out her cell phone and posed for old man Qin. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and I don't know when I'll be able to get a photo like this next time. Usually it was this old man who was telling himself what to do. Now with the ugly picture of old man Qin drunk, let's see if he still fools around in the future. Seeing Su Fu Ling smile so wickedly while filming, Lu Chen couldn't help but hold his forehead and laugh bitterly. This old man and young man are not to be trifled with, and are quaint. Just as Su Fu Ling helped Qin Lao back, she suddenly glanced at the Pagani Jair outside the house and raised an eyebrow. Mr. Lu, is this car yours? Yeah, why? Did you drive this car to the Mitsui 7 elevated this morning? How did you know? Lu Chen looked puzzled. Receiving an affirmative answer, Su Fu Ling's eyes lit up in vain. It was really hard to find a place to get it. I didn't expect that the car skill master that I wanted to find was actually Lu Chen. But this also makes Su Fu Ling more puzzled. All the signs show that Lu Chen's outstanding. This is still Angie's mouth that poor and ex-girlfriend cheated on the university schoolmaster classmate? With what she'd seen so far, the average woman was going to rush to him. Right? Mr. Lu, you've managed to buy Villa 1 at such a young age. So I guess you must be doing a lot of business, right? I just got lucky and made some money from blind investments. Bought some property and collected rent. The real estate industry? That's really good. The real estate market has been good lately. Oh, it's okay, Ms. Su, I'll just send it here without going in. Lu Chen snorted, handed Elder Qin over to Su Fuling, and turned around to go back with a hasty greeting. He hadn't really thought of a way to explain his current gain, because it had come so suddenly. But he wasn't wrong. He was indeed just collecting rents now. But for Taifu Plaza and the entire Hongyang mansion, real estate is just a Hongfeng real estate. Looking at Lu Chen's unnatural expression and hurriedly departing figure, Su Fuling's eyes narrowed. Interesting, looks like he has quite a few secrets. Angie, wait until my sister peels back the layers for you to see if this man is worth committing your life to or not. Back home, the drunken Lu Cheng helped to the guest room, looked at a mess of the table, did not bother. Thrown there to wait for tomorrow's cleaning over to clean up. Looking at the time, it was about to be time for the system mall update, so he simply went ahead and took a shower. Ding! The mall commodities have been updated. Please check by the host. After taking a shower and coming out just as the system beeps came out, Lu Chen really opened the message. Commodity, Fukumi restaurant, price, $1. Ha, coincidence? Isn't this the same restaurant where Lu Chang said his classmates were going to get together? Now there's something to play with. Lu Chen smiled and chose to buy. And the system space had an extra set of Fuhai Restaurant's acquisition and transfer agreement. This person, Kaohsiung Feng, was particularly fond of pretending to be a bully in high school, and he also went against himself in every way, which was rather obnoxious. This time, calling himself for dinner was obviously not according to any good intentions. Surely he wanted to take the opportunity to count himself down. We'll see if this guy knows what's good for him or not, or we'll definitely have to make him learn a lesson when the time comes. The next day, Lu Chen was woken up by a phone call. It turned out to be the original chairman of Hongfeng Real Estate Zhou Zhaogang called to ask when to do the handover. After Lu Chen thought about it, he agreed to go directly to the sales office of Spring and Autumn Moon later to handle the handover. Although Zhou Zhaogang was puzzled as to why he had to go to Spring and Autumn Reflections, he nevertheless nodded his head in agreement. After getting up and washing up, he realized that Lu Cheng had left a note to leave first, which urged him not to forget the gathering tomorrow night. Pressing the button for the cleaning service needed, Lu Chen drove the Pagani Jair directly toward the Spring and Autumn Reflections, and his car didn't drive out long before a Herd 7Z quietly followed. Spring and Autumn Moon sales office entrance. Brother-in-law, why is the chairman suddenly coming to our place? Lu Dayong asked to a man beside him with a pandering face. His name is Yuan Jinxiang, the general manager of the case of this Spring and Autumn Moon sales office, and also Lu Dayong's great uncle. I'm not sure exactly, just that I'm going to receive an important person. Anyway, you order them to keep their eyes open. Don't make any mistakes. No problem. Don't worry about what I do. At this time, a few Big Ben stopped at the door of the sales office. Yuan Jinxiang immediately ran up and took the initiative to open the car door. Chairman, welcome to the Spring and Autumn Reflection site for guidance. Let's go up and talk. Zhou Zhaogang nodded and walked directly towards the inside of the sales office, followed by a few people. How come even the head office legal, HR, and finance are here? Seeing the people Zhou Zhaogang brought behind him, Yuan Jinxiang was a little surprised, but he didn't ask many questions and followed very consciously. And with a wink to Lu Dayong, he followed the chairman up to the second floor office. Chairman, do you have any instructions this time? Entering the office, Yuan Jinxiang asked respectfully. Xiao Yuan from now on you can just call me Mr. Zhou. The word Dong will have to be changed. Ha! The sudden sentence made Yuan Jinxiang think that he had heard wrongly, and it took him half a day to react. This is Hongfeng being bought out? Seeing Zhou Zhaogang nodding his head, the shock was accompanied by doubt. Why did this chairman run to Spring and Autumn Reflections to tell himself this news? Although he is the largest in this case, but in terms of Hongfeng real estate, it is not an essential executive, nor is it Zhou Zhaogang's beloved. After all, in Hongfeng real estate, there were not a few such properties, and there were several case managers. Seemingly seeing Yuan Jinxiang's doubts, Zhou Zhaogang said with a smile, I came here because the new chairman said to come here to hand over. Oh, Mr. Zhou seems to be in a good mood. Out of the blue, Yuan Jinxiang once again asked his doubts. It is said that Zhou Zhaogang, chairman of the board of directors, was replaced. Should not be frustrated? How to look at instead of a better mood? Of course it's good. Originally I was still worried about those few properties on the outskirts of Fengyang district. With a new chairman here, won't we be able to let him figure it out? Although there was a wave of dividends in real estate a while ago, but now it is rather a turning point for Hongfeng real estate. For the last lot of land in the peripheral area of Fengyang district that was auctioned off, the foundation was not very satisfactory after on-site inspection, and there was a deviation from the original plan. It would be difficult to achieve a qualified seismic level if the high rise was built according to the original plan. This comes with a change in the nature of the house, among other things, and a rezoning. But the foundation work has been started in the early stage. This stop, every day is money. It is easy to lead to a break in the capital chain, and soon to start the auction of Fengyang district land. The hands of the capital chain is insufficient. Then the possibility of getting the no. One core land is almost none. The old rival Jinmao Real Estate is again determined to win this bidding, so it can be imagined that once they snatch it, the market share of Hongfeng in the future will surely shrink. These things are unknown to outsiders, but they are clear in their own minds. He was worried about how to deal with the back. This is someone who has acquired Hongfeng Real Estate. It's good for him instead. If the person who came here is strong, then take the core plot of land himself can follow and mix a wave of fat. If you didn't take it, it's okay. Anyway, this time when Hongfeng was acquired money, their share of the money got it, so you can say that there are no more worries. So, naturally, it was a good mood for Zhou Zhaogang. Lu Chen, what brings you here? Lu Dayong, who was waiting for instructions from above in the lobby of the sales office, saw Lu Chen strutting out of the finance room and greeted him, doing a separation. Raising the information in his hand, Lu Chen lazily ignored him and walked towards the second floor. It turned out that Lu Chen directly from the side door into the sales office, where it is closer to the financial and human resources, took the lead in the completion of the exit formalities, before preparing to go to the second floor in Zhou Zhaogang handover. Hey, now that you've finished your separation, get going. Is the second floor a place you can go? Seeing Lu Chen heading towards the second floor, Lu Dayong directly stopped him. Last time, Mr. and Mrs. Zhang's villa was not sold after being stirred up by Lu Chen. So in response to this, Lu Dayong still held his anger. Get out of the way. You who? I haven't gotten to you about the last time. You, pop. The loud slaps echoed through the sales floor, causing the entire sales floor to go silent. Lu Dayong is even more by this slap fan blindfolded on the spot. He was beaten? Holy shit. Lu Chen actually beat up Lu Dayong. It was cool to watch, but this is trouble. This guy is vindictive. Still too young. Those of Lu Chen's former co-workers whispered. There were those who simply ate melon, those who gloated, and even those who were worried for Lu Chen. How dare you hit me? Security guard, blast him out for me. For Lu Dayong, in this sales office has always been springtime. No one resistance. He himself is the supervisor. The biggest leader of the case is still his great-uncle, who dares not open his eyes to contradict. This ran into Lu Chen. Not only did he lose a profit by being contradicted last time, but this time he actually made a move, instantly making him furious. Lu Dayong, originally, if you had been more peaceful today, maybe I wouldn't have seen fit to do anything to you. Since you're in a hurry to get yourself killed, then I'm telling you now that you're fired. What? Fire me? Ha ha ha. You, security, are they all dead? Hurry up and throw this man out. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Lu Dayong laughed in anger. This kid is simply in the sky. A fired salesman. Now turn around and say that he wants to be fired. Cannot let people laugh their asses off? How did this Lu Chen say this? Fire Lu Dayong? Yeah, it's a bit inexplicable. It's not Lu Chen being stimulated by being fired, is it? The onlookers' employees were also listening to the clouds, while the security guards of the case rushed over under Lu Dayong's angry roar. Although these security guards also know Lu Dayong's character, but in the way of people are leaders. In order to mix a mouth to eat only have to follow orders. One had to bow one's head under the roof. They all looked at Lu Chen with a bit of apology and reproach in their eyes. That means, why did you mess with this asshole? Now you're making it hard for us. Stop. Just as the security guard was helplessly about to make a move, a stern cry rang out. Then, Zhou Zhaogang was seen to take the lead in rushing down. And that somewhat bloated figure actually did a 100-meter sprint, running directly to Lu Chen's side from upstairs in 3 steps. Are you okay? First, he greeted Lu Chen, and seeing that he didn't pay any attention to him, he turned to Lu Dayong. You tell me, what's going on? Seeing that he had alarmed Zhou Zhaogang, Lu Dayong was in a state of shock thinking about how to deal with it, and completely failed to notice Zhou Zhaogang's attitude and expression towards Lu Chen just now. I'm sorry, Chairman. It's my fault. I ran into a fired employee who came over to cause trouble and disturbed you. I'll take care of it. After saying that, he turned to the security guard and shouted again. How many of you are still frozen? Hurry up and blast Lu Chen out of here. Pa! Another slap sounded on Lu Dayong's face, but this time everyone was stunned, because the one who made the move was actually Zhou Zhaogang. Bastard! Who are you blasting out? Mr. Lu has acquired Hongfeng Real Estate, and now he's the chairman of Hongfeng Real Estate. What? Zhou Zhaogang's words were like thunder, directly paralyzing Lu Dayong with fear. The many employees by the side of the surrounding area also had their jaws dropped in disbelief. This colleague who has been together for more than a year has changed into the chairman of Hongfeng Real Estate? Holy shit, that's a little too dramatic, isn't it? My god. After spending more than 1 year together, it turns out to be a hidden rich man. From the first day Lu Chen came here, I felt that he was absolutely extraordinary. And sure enough, I wasn't wrong. Fuck off. So you keep making him copy your papers? That's not the sky coming down on us. It's the first thing to go. Must you big lug. At this moment, Yuan Jinxiang, who had followed him down from upstairs, also had a thump in his heart. He had heard about the feud between Lu Dayong and Lu Chen before, but because it was just a small employee, he ignored it and didn't take it seriously. As a result, this little employee is now his top boss. It's over. How could it be? How could it be Lu Chen? At this time, Lu Dayong's mouth murmured nonstop, and Lu Chen's previous words were even more constantly ringing in his head. You've been expelled. No. With a miserable scream, Lu Dayong rolled and crawled to kneel in front of Lu Chen, holding his legs. Lu Chen. Lu Dong. I know I'm wrong. It was all my fault before. I have no eyes. I'm shameless and nasty. I shouldn't have used my authority to rob your list. I won't dare to do it again. You must forgive me. Lu Dayong, such a big man, paralyzed on the ground with a handful of snot and a handful of tears, crying that I'm miserable. If I had known it would come to this, I wouldn't have done it. Lu Chen always said with an expressionless face, and next to him, Zhou Zhaogang had already heard the original story, and anger surged on his face. Asshole, as a leader you don't lead by example. You actually did this nasty thing. You're fired. Now get the hell out of here. Brother-in-law, speak up for me. You can't let them fire me. Hearing Zhou Zhaogang's words, Lu Dayong directly collapsed and directly pounced on his great uncle for help. This time, Yuan Jinxiang hated this asshole. This asshole does not shout alright. Once shouted Lu Chen and Zhou Zhaogang all looked at themselves. This TM is not pulling himself into the water? Help your ass. Security. Throw this one right out of here. What a black sheep. While speaking, he directly kicked over the pouncing Lu Dayong and shouted angrily. Lu Dong. Mr. Zhou, you can rest assured that I will treat official matters with great justice. Yuan Jinxiang is now sweating profusely and is anxious to clear the air with Lu Dayong. Without your default backing, how can this fatty Lu make waves? You, too, are expelled. Hearing Lu Chen's words, which were like a judgment from hell, Yuan Jinxiang also sat down on the ground at once. He had survived many years on his own and had finally climbed to where he was now. But I don't want to take a wrong step and now I'm destroying my own future. It's all you. I'll fight you. Shame and anger. Yuan Jinxiang at this time hated this scourge of his own Lu Dayong. Directly pounced on the past, twisting and fighting together. Security. Throw them both out. Yes. Seeing Zhou Zhaogang gave the word, a group of security guards directly surrounded the up. 3 times to frame 2 people thrown out. That hand is not ordinary heavy. Serves you right. What goes around comes around. That's right. How many of our co-workers have been screwed over by these two goods working together? And they've finally gotten their comeuppance. Times will be better in the future. I really didn't expect Lu Chen to become our chairman. Yes, it's marvelous that the chairman is here as soon as he's done the people a favor. The crowd only felt great joy and vented their long-suppressed anger, and turned to touting Lu Chen. Lu Chen, on the other hand, didn't bother with this, perfunctorily followed Zhou Zhaogang upstairs to handle the handover. For him, too, his heart was infinite with emotion. These colleagues, to put it nicely, are called people who have to bow down under the roof. To put it bluntly, it is cowardly and selfish, not daring to face up to the evil forces, but only thinking of preserving oneself. But these are things that, speaking on their own in today's capacity, maybe they'll listen, and that's just getting in the way. He's not a saintly mother. There's no need to go around correcting people's views one by word and example. People, all of them have their own destiny. You can never wake up someone who is pretending to sleep. Besides, his world and these people's worlds wouldn't cross again in the future. So what would be the point of talking about it more? Just as he was thinking about it, the system's beep sounded. Ding! The host eliminates the black sheep and gains a second chance to kill. Ding! The item is now on the shelves. Please make your own decision on whether or not to buy it. Lu Chen froze as he realized that it seemed like every time he punched himself in the face or completed some specific event, this system would reward him with 1 second chance to kill. It's like playing a game to find hidden quests. It's kinda expected. Looks like we'll have to develop it in many ways to see if we can trigger more rewards like this in the future. Thinking with a thought, he tapped on the panel. Commodity, 35% of the shares of Ponzi Group. Price, $1. It's actually the Ponzi Group. Seeing this, Lu Chen couldn't help but be surprised once again. Pang is one of the strongest few corporations in Jiangdu City. but also the largest supplier of construction materials in the province, and owns 5 of its own docks and one of the largest shipping companies in the area. His market capitalization is more than double that of Taifu Plaza, nearly $70 billion. This all of a sudden gave himself 35% of the shares. Then he is not the first major shareholder? I remembered that I had read the newspapers before, and it seemed that the chairman of this Pang's group, Mr. Pang Long, only owned 32% of the shares, not to mention who holds the power. Just this 35% share annual dividends, afraid not close to 20 billion? If this is added to their own Taifu Plaza and Hongyang Mansion revenue, properly has reached the annual income of more than 20 billion. Upstairs, the office. After Zhou Zhaogang handed over all the formalities, he also truthfully gave Lu Chen a detailed account of the things that Hongfeng Real Estate is currently going to face. You mean it's best to take that core plot of land in Fengyang district? Yes, that land will be divided into 5 parcels for bidding, just tomorrow, because now everyone's economy has come up. They are starting to pay attention to these elemental products of health and vacation, and the site is right on the beach, so if high-end housing is built there, many people will surely snap it up. In particular, Core Lot 1 is the best and largest location, but also the most expensive. I reckon there's a good chance that in the end these other 4 parcels together won't even come close to the price of this Lot 1. Oh, I know. At this time Lu Chen's phone rang. Hello, Mom, why are you calling now? Is something wrong? Chen, I am to give you a word. Your grandpa before buried that piece of cemetery in disrepair. Your grandma has always wanted to change, but never found a good place. Just this time and mentioned. It happens to be our next town built a new cemetery. I'll give you to me that $200,000. Went to grab a piece of the combined graves. Ready to your grandpa's tomb first to move over. Oh, that's it. You're on your own. If you don't have enough money you let me know. Enough is enough. I'm not telling you this. You should pay attention to eating on time even when you are busy outside. And get your body right. Got it. Mom, I'll transfer some to you later. No, keep the flowers for yourself. Aren't I still making money here? Leave too much on me. I'm also afraid that I can't spend it all. Just keep it for emergencies. Or consider it as saving for me. I'm still in a meeting. Let's leave it for now. I'll transfer it to you later. Well, then, okay. Mom's saving it for you. Hanging up the phone, Lu Chen smiled and transferred another 500,000 over to his mother's account. When you have money, you naturally want to honor your parents first, mainly because you're afraid that you'll scare them by turning too much. Even so, Gao Xiaolan was shocked to see $500,000 arrive. If my son hadn't said he was in a meeting, I might have called again to ask questions. Still, he was happy in his heart that his son had grown up and made a lot of money. Father of the child. Extra food tonight. After handing over the work with Zhou Zhaogang and making an appointment to go bidding together tomorrow, Lu Chen left the sales office and went home. Just after leaving, a figure appeared at the entrance of Spring and Autumn Moon sales office, and it was Su Fu Ling who had tailed Lu Chen over. When she saw Zhou Zhaogang personally sending him out and with a very respectful attitude, she was also very shocked in her heart. For the CEO who has been at the helm of Su's group for 2 years, although this Hongfeng Real Estate is not as good as Su's group, it is still not a small real estate group. In itself, Su was also involved in this business, especially in these years when the real estate market was good. So naturally, he had contact with these people in some bidding sessions and real estate industry receptions. What exactly is this Lu Chen's identity? Why can't I see it more and more? Jingle bells. At that moment the phone rang. Hello, little Yoko? Panglong refuses to meet? Okay, I know. I'll be there later. Hanging up the phone and glancing once again at the direction Lu Chen had left, Su Fu Ling shook off her head and drove away. Ponzi Group, Chairman's office. Are you all on a diet? You don't even know that you've been quietly acquired by someone else for 35% of the shares? Panglong was furious at this time. A cadre of company executives stood there and did not dare to spit a bit of atmosphere. The less this spoke, the more angry Huge Dragon became. A bunch of losers. Usually each one of them can talk and boast higher than the sky. Now they are all mute? Damn it. I'm only 32% in control, and now they're pressing on us. So why don't you hurry up and think of something? If I'm finished, you guys will follow me. Boss, this Lu Chen hasn't been heard of before, and I don't know where he came from. An executive spoke up. People are going to eat your company, and they have to hand you their personal information and tell you that I'm going to buy your company? Fuck off. I think it's because you guys are having too good a time. Boss, rest assured, we are already thinking of ways to absorb the repurchase of the shares of those retail investors. In addition, I think we first make a phone call over to probe the wind, to see what exactly he acquires our shares intend to do. At this moment, General Manager Wang Xiaoqiang spoke up. Lu Chen had just returned to the villa when the phone rang. Hello, Mr. Lu Chen Lu, right? It's me. Are you? My humble self, Pang Pang Long of Pang's Group. Today I learned that Mr. Lu Chen has acquired 35% of my Pang's Group's shares, and has become Pang's #1 shareholder. So I would like to ask Mr. Lu if he has any instructions for Pang's next business operations and management's personnel structure. At this time, Huge Dragon's posture was put very low. There was no way. Who let people know is the first shareholder? Oh, I have no instructions. The personnel structure does not need to change. The original how or how on the line. I will hang a name on the dividend on the line. As long as it does not affect my earnings. The other discretion I will not participate in your decision making. Okay. Thank you for your trust, Mr. Lu. I'll definitely try to make sure you get the most out of it. Hearing that Lu Chen was actually only there for the dividends, Huge Dragon was in a great mood. As long as you don't seize power, it makes no difference if that 35% is spread out to several people for joint ownership, which is just as much a dividend as it is to one person. However, he was more in awe of Lu Chen's identity instead. Pang's Group is not small. If someone else controlled 35% of the shares, he must have immediately held a shareholders meeting to seize power. But this Lu Chen does not seem to care very much. Similar to those who have spare money to find a project to decentralize the investment. You can imagine how high his eyesight. It's good for Pang Long though, and with someone like that in the picture, Pang will only strengthen even more. As for Lu Chen, he couldn't help but sigh a little after hanging up the phone. Once upon a time, those big brother figures who were originally powerful in Jiangdu, now each and every one of them are careful in talking to themselves. All people had vanity, and at this moment, Lu Chen's vanity was greatly satisfied anyway. Today, I have nothing to do. Thinking of the previous system rewarded 1 billion sound waves, so I lay on the couch and swiped the long-lost amusing sound. I found a small anchor I used to watch regularly in my follow list. Little Match was on, and clicked right in. Welcome, like the wind drifting 8,000 miles. Ah, it's PPO. It's been a long time. Why are you free to come and play today? Ha ha, hello Chai. You've been busy lately. The two of them are kind of old friends. He used to like to brush up on some of the singing talent anchors and hang around to listen to the songs when he had nothing to do. Because of the limited income, when I see something appetizing, it's just adding a fan club, liking it, occasionally swiping flowers and beer or something, and rarely will I give away a hot air balloon worth 52. And because of that, the big anchors don't see it at all and don't even bother. Even most of the small and medium-sized anchors are loved. Anchoring is an industry that is still very real. You gift brush a lot. All kinds of licking until you doubt your life. But if you don't brush, who knows who you are? Only this little match. Even when he went and swiped no gifts, he never treated them the same and didn't differentiate between them. So then, Lu Chen often came here to hang out and listen to songs. But also because this girl is more Buddhist. Although there are a lot of players who embrace it, there are really not many powerful big brothers. Some big brothers, brushing all kinds of big gifts naturally have a purpose. Otherwise who gives you brushes? Little Match would have to say that the face value is definitely over 95 plus points. Together with singing with great flavor and the talent of painting, they have a group of hardcore fans. So there weren't a lot of big brothers who had an agenda for her, but she rebuffed all of those people's excessive demands. It also led to those who felt that they could not achieve their goal went to another anchor. And even some psychological BT players, and often ran to the opposite side to beat her during the time of connecting the microphone. In T's, losing a PK is penalized. Although many fans are not happy to see, also had crowdfunding PK, but some big brother strength is really magnificent. Really cannot fight. Lu Chen first renewed the light board, which was already dark because he hadn't been here for a long time. Casually, a few more small pavilions were lit up, and every Monday, teaming reset the pavilion gifts, leaving them for the players to title gifts to the anchors. Thank you PPO for the light sign and welcome home. Thanks again to PPO Crown Beer. PPO, are you being paid today? Seeing that Lu Chen lit up 5 pavilions at once, even though they were all small gifts, they were still close to 100. Little Match, as an anchor, naturally wanted to thank a wave. Yeah, just got paid. Lu Chen snorted. Usually it is just a paycheck. In the Monday time himself will give her brush so little. Save it then. Before you said you had to save up to buy a bag for your girlfriend, or she's going to fight you for it. Little Match laughed derisively. The bag doesn't need to be bought. For what? Let's break up. I'm a poor man. Really? Let's not talk about her. It's good to split up and save money. Lu Chen finished by ordering her 10 sunglasses again and directly titled the sunglasses pavilion as well. Yikes. Thanks to PPO's title sunglasses, you're starting to let yourself go, aren't you? That's true. It's just nice to be single. Ha ha ha. What brother said is true. The sky is the limit. Gold worshipping women don't want it. That's right. We're all at the same end of the world. Brother, I've been there before. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, some of the old fans in the room who also knew him opened their mouths. Just then, a streak was sent. The entire public screen went silent at the sight of the opposite nickname. After a short silence, the crowd erupted. Shit. How can any random connection connect to this shit? It's so wrong to run into a ghost so early in the morning. The nickname of the anchor on the other side is called Weiyu, a total green tea bitch. Listening to some players who know the inside story revealed that this anchor also often smuggle. Not a good bird. But when a woman is willing to be bad, there's naturally money coming in, especially on top of a network full of LSPs. So naturally, Weak Rain had a few good LSP players, including a player named Warlord who had touched Little Match's brain before. Ever since the rejection, it's been hitting her from across the room a lot. This player, moreover, still seemed to have some strength, and several times the crowdfunding counterattacks from Little Match's side had been crushed by him alone. Naturally try every possible way to create opportunities to even mic the Little Match. And even in order to win the gift of this big brother, often open a small number to guard the Little Match. Whenever she randomized PK, Weiyu would follow suit and tap the match button, so that there would be a high probability of matching. Once connected, she naturally called on the Warlord to come up and fight the Little Matches and harvest a bunch of gifts while she was at it. Yo, isn't this Little Match? What a coincidence. Connecting again. Our war god brother has wanted to connect you for a long time. The conspiratorial voice came out, provoking another wave of anger from the players in the Little Match's live room. Match, how do we play this one? Set a penalty? How about a process outing and a song if you lose? Little Match thought about it for a moment and said directly. Singing? That's how boring teasing sound on a bunch of various certified singers. To listen to the song Big Brother can go to listen to them sing, is not it? So what do you say to the penalty? The Little Match was also a bit annoyed by Weiyu's conspiratorial words. Tell you what, Brother War God said. Process run. Lose and draw a big turtle on your face and write no one wants it on your neck. The live broadcast instantly exploded when these words came out. Hang her, bully, that's insulting. This lot does it every time. It's shameless. That's how she attracts Big Brother with all this eye candy. How else is she going to mix the money? As if knowing that the player on the other side would say this. Weak Rain spoke again. What, do not dare to pick up? It's also true that a bunch of poor losers. Just think of white glances. When it really comes to PK, the P is useless, and you can only get high on your mouth. After saying that, he even compared a little thumb downward movement, full of provocation. Shit, give her face, fight, brothers all go to charge. So many people. I still do not believe that I cannot beat the opposite side. That's right, I just went across the street to check it out, and even though that Warlord is there are only 5 people, and a few of the others are only level 20 at the highest, so they should be able to beat it. Okay, I'll sponsor 300 and charge it now. I'm limited in my ability, but I'm also charging 300. So the big deal is that I'll be eating noodles for a few days in the back. Stimulated by the slight rain, the crowd all boiled over, which was exactly what she wanted to see. If too few tickets go up on Little Match's side, then naturally the tickets for Big Brother's circle on his side won't go up. As for herself, that will never lose. But she knew through private chat that this player called the God of War, the family has opened 2 factories. How is it possible to lose to this rabble from Little Match's house? PK starts with a 5-minute clock. As soon as it came up, the Warlord on the We Rain side was on 3,000 points, the equivalent of $300, and the teaser ratio was 110. Little Match's side wasn't too bad either, as several players came together and put together 3,500 points straight away. Hurry up and run. That's right, rollerblade anchors, don't run when you lose. With the score over the opposite side of the field, We Rain actually pouted and shouted for votes and didn't get up in time to run in place. The players on Little Match's side all began to clamor, and some even rushed directly to the opposite side of the broadcast room to yell at the anchor to roll the knife. But just after a few shouts, the opposite God of War scored again, a direct rocket, and the score came to 13,000 total points. What's the hurry? Can't you see Brother War God getting on the rocket? Bunch of rednecks. Little Match, get up and run. Seeing that his family's score had pressed through all of a sudden, Weiyu was all frowns and dejected. Without saying anything, Little Match just got up and started running. Brothers, press through. We're outnumbered. We can catch up with this score. The brother who shouted directly a sports car worth 120 was the first to swipe it. This one was followed by a few more people painting sports cars. Seeing that the score was about to overtake the opposite side, the God of War smiled disdainfully and clicked up at the gift list again. Brush. The opposite score instantly went up another 10,000 points. Thank you for another rocket from Brother War God. Brother War God V587. People love you. Weeping Rain also clamped her voice and kept whining, not to mention how happy she was. Grandma, labor stud. One player just swiped a 300 airplane and emptied his backpack soundwave. I'm coming. At this point, the players on Little Match's side countered with a wave of cohesion. It was just a matter of everyone stepping up to the plate. A sports car for you, an airplane for him, and the score was catching up again, and there was still the last minute of PK time left. Well, no more teasing the poor bastards. The God of War quickly tapped towards the gift list after typing on the air. Brushing and brushing, 5 rockets were lit at once, and the score directly reached 73,000, and the blood bar crushed over at once. At this, the hearts of the crowd went cold. The previous 23,000 points were all pieced together by everyone, and we were about to catch up. But how can we catch up with an extra 50,000 points all of a sudden? After all, the players in Little Match's house are predominantly working class and student halls. The campaign funds available on hand are too limited to play that way. It's over. Chai, I tried my best. I'm sorry, Match sister. Limited strength only goes so far. For a moment, the atmosphere of the live broadcast was low. Everyone was very reluctant, but helpless. Who let their pockets do not have a few dollars? It's okay everyone. I'm already thankful for your support. A loss is a loss. I'll do the punishment is all. No need to be like that everyone. Little Match ran in place while comforting the player. What's wrong? Are you guys no good? Is that all you've got? Didn't you scream so much just now? Little Match, you're running too perfunctorily. Push. At this time, Wei Yu's shouting sounded once again. What's the point of being smug? Haven't you ever won? Exactly. Look at that face. It's disgusting. Another tirade from the crowd. Che, you can't eat grapes to say grapes sour. Just will play mouth bubble. Have the ability to score compared with our God of War brother. You are nothing. A group of poor losers still learn to watch the live broadcast. Weak Rain, that is how hard to hear how to say. But live this thing, there are points as the boss. You're no more convinced than you are without points. For Wei Yu's sarcasm, the God of War instead felt satisfied. Looking at the time left the last few seconds, the other party looks like there is no ability to counterattack. The God of War is already ready to see the Little Match splash itself with water in a miserable state. Whoever made this woman ungrateful deserved it. However, just in the last second, 20 rockets in the live stream scurried up in vain. The score was also crushed in an instant, with the final score set at 223,215,73,000. The word victory flashed up, and a sudden silence fell over both broadcasts. The next moment, Little Match's live stream erupted. Crap, did I read that right? 20 radishes? I didn't expect PPO to be the hoa. You used to be low-key enough. This one hit the dominance of my Match army. What a power. Yeah, PPO, you're too good. The crowd was shocked and all cheered. The previous depressing atmosphere was swept away, and all the players in the room were all eyeing Lu Chen. Thank you very much PPO for the rain of rockets. Little Match had been dumbfounded by the scene, covering her mouth in unbridled excitement. This was the first time she had seen so many rockets since she had been live streaming, and the special effects of the rockets were still playing on the public screen even now. Also, this was the first time she was able to beat Weeping Rain. Even the most Buddhist, after being constantly oppressed and bullied by Wei Yu, he still wanted to win for once. Sister Chai, there's no need to be so outgoing. Lu Chen typed. That's right, Sister Chai. Brother Piao is one of us. There's no need to be so outgoing. That's right, but Chai, it's time for that green tea across the street to perform the turtle trick. Yeah, hurry up and let her start the punishment. At this moment, the crowd was looking forward to the opposite side's punishment. Having been oppressed for so long, it was finally a relief. There was even a portion of people who rushed directly to the opposite live room and started shouting for punishment. Humph, don't dare to do it openly. So you'll do something sneaky. Shameless. Shimmering Rain said. Disgruntled. Don't make excuses. PK doesn't say you can't steal the tower. You can steal it if you pass 10 votes. You don't guard the tower yourself and blame others? That's right. You're useless and you want to roll the dice when you lose. Ha? Who rolled the knife? I am not convinced. If you have the ability to do it openly, what is the ability to steal the tower? Have the ability to fight again? Ignoring the swipes of players coming over from the Match family, Shimmering Rain continued to call out for just being stolen from the tower. The God of War was also annoyed. He had opened a small number to go over to see it before, although there was a 30 or so people in there, but basically all of them were level 2 to level 5 numbers, which were called peasant numbers in the teaser. That is to say, white Hormingers. There are only 3 level 20s, 2 level 25s and a max level 27 hanging around. At tease, brushing up to level 30 is only a mere 6. $000 spent, so most numbers below level 30 can ignore combat, so he didn't expect to have a 50,000 point gap and still have his tower stolen. At this time, the God of War also spoke. Wei Yu, let him play another round. Seeing the God of War say so, Wei Yu's eyes lit up. It seemed like the God of War was going to get real, so naturally he could make a hard profit again. Okay, brother warlord. Little match, let's play another round. If you lose this time it's still the same punishment as just now. If I lose, I'll squat 500 deep in addition to what I just punished you with. Little match didn't respond. In her perception, Lu Chun used to come to hang out mainly, hardly ever playing PK, and at most once he put himself on a 52 hot air balloon. Today, putting 20 rockets on myself all at once was already an accident of accidents, probably an impulsive act in the heat of the moment when I saw myself being bullied. After all, when they had chatted in the past, they had felt from Lu Chen's words that his condition also belonged to the average. These family members of her own, what financial ability? She probably has a good idea in her heart. After all accompanied her for more than a year. Almost everything I could fight last hand was supported. What will I get if I have to fight another hand? What? You don't dare? You only have the strength to steal a handful? Don't make me look down on you. Where's that tower stealer? Do you still want to fight? As Wei Yu shouted again, all eyes focused on Apao. Why don't we not fight? Families, just win one. Let's just keep singing. Afraid of making Lu Chun uncomfortable because of everyone's pressure, Little Match was the first to speak. Sister Chai, fight her. At this moment, Lu Chen typed out a few words on the public screen, instantly igniting the entire live broadcast room. Good job PPO. From now on you'll be my big brother. That's a man. Take it or leave it. Get up and fuck him. Do we really fight? Little Match asked again with some concern. Fight. Lu Chen once again snapped a word on the public screen, giving his affirmation. Okay, let's have another round. Letting out a long breath, Little Match sent out a PK request. Humph. Let's see how you can win this time. This time, the God of War went straight to 30 rockets at the start, and 300,000 points pressed right through. Wow. Thanks for the 30 rockets, brother warlord. Love you. Opposite. You hurry. Shimmering Rain's disgusting clipboard voice launched into a whine, and just as she was about to let the Little Match do the punishing, she was instantly startled by the score across the room, because she got seconds. Crap. How many wazoo is that? 5 million points. 150,000. That's 50 wazoo? My god. They say Huaziyu. I only heard about it before, but today I actually saw it with my own eyes. It's so awesome. I didn't realize that PPO was a hidden godly man. To be able to hit Huaziyu, that's definitely ho. The first hand you say he brain fever said passed. This second hand up on the second. Not brain fever can do. This is really have strength. Ah. That's right. Brother PPO. So handsome. Brother PPO. Lack of pendant. Luwenjia's face value is not worse than Chai's sister, and it is still a virgin. Oh. There is no doubt about the power of Huaziyu. Not only is the live room on the side of Little Match exploded, but the opposite side of Wei Yu was also instantly blindsided. I thought it was a group of poor losers who were hard up for the scene, but now that the second bars are out, it's obviously a tough one. Brother War God, what should we do? What should I do? Punishment done and then continue. I underestimated him earlier and wasn't ready, but I really don't believe he can continue for seconds. Hearing the God of War say that he still wants to fight, Wei Yu also went out on a limb. For the sake of money, punishment is punishment. So she drew a big turtle all over her face and wrote the words nobody wants it on the side. But she didn't do 500 deep squats. Let's play another handful and sit together on the deep squats then. Don't worry, I won't renege. More fighting? Little Match frowned. Was this never going to end? You say you'll fight? If you want to fight, you can do it too. Get the punishment done first. Rollerblade anchor. No fun at all. Don't give her a fight. Just think of coming to stimulate GDP. Scum of the earth. Seeing the diversity of opinions, Wei Yu gritted her teeth and began to squat deeply. Halfway through the day, he finally finished the 500 squats, which left him panting. That's it, again. Saying that, and not caring if the match is answered or not, he directly PK'd it. Pal. Are we still fighting? Little Match weakly asked once. These two hands today have harvested more than 170,000 gifts, removing the platform's own hands to half of the share. This is already a very substantial income for her. Fight. Lu Chen still only deducted one word to give an affirmative reply. It wasn't that he was idle, nor was he thinking of messing around with the brush just because he had a billion sound waves. Rather, he realized that after he had consumed at T's tone, the system's beep actually informed him that there was a tenfold return for consuming this 1 billion tone waves. What does this mean? After a billion sound waves are swiped, he'll get $1 billion summer dollars. With such a good thing, he naturally wouldn't miss it. Brother PPO is awesome. He simply brings the true meaning of take it or leave it to the best of his ability. I don't even want to hold up the wall, but I'll obey you. Brother PPO is my idol. Another round of compliments centered around Lu Chen. Meanwhile, PK is on again. The God of War went straight to 50 rockets this time, but what he got in return was still a direct second. What the hell? This guy really doesn't treat money like money? The laborer still doesn't believe it. Again. Being seconded again. The God of War was now beaten out of the fire and went straight to the top. 1 hand, 2 hand, 3 hand, 12 hand, until the 14th hand. The God of War was awakened when he realized that his charged balance was already insufficient. Crap. How much did this guy charge? At this time, Lu Chen's comma had also come directly from level 17 to level 52. Ding! This cumulative consumption of 24.8 million sound waves. Get 10 times rebate. Ding! The host is currently receiving a tenfold rebate from Soundwave. With a cumulative amount of $24.8 million. It's comfortable to make money this way. It's just that this opposite side is a bit unproductive. Lu Chen couldn't get enough of it, thinking that the feeling of a second bar on every hand was really cool. However, after this half a day had passed, the war god on the other side had stopped clamoring, and it seemed that this was all the strength he had. I'll go. Brother PPO has reached level 52. Doesn't that mean it just swiped over $2.4 million at once? Boy, I'm dropping my heart. That's enough to buy a suite. That's right. Ha ha. Now Sister Chai is going to get rich overnight. NV. The atmosphere in the live room was buzzing and they were honored with the back-to-back victories. And at that moment, the opposite side of Weiyu was already trembling, and her face painted with a large turtle was no longer bloody. 1 handful of 500 deep squats and then 15 more in the back. That's 500 deep squats. Although this 15 handfuls of himself has also earned a lot, but still be scared 2 legs soft directly fainted. Crap. The old bitch across the street is dizzy. I think it's loaded. 500 squats. I'd have to load it in a heartbeat. Damn. Usually arrogant. This is just where it's at. Our brother PPO hasn't even gotten his strength up yet, and he's fainted. Scum. Now let's see if she still dares to come and be arrogant in the future. She can't be beaten. Opposite that what the God of War. Your old lady who lost the rollerblade pretending to faint. Really give you a face. People don't undermine him. He is also poor. Gave people a half day of fighting. They made money pretending to faint, and hung him out to dry. The wrongdoer. Ha ha ha. Seeing Weiyu fainted, the 30 or so people in the live broadcast room began to mouth attacks. A part of them even started spraying this warlord, who made him come several times before to purposely hit the little match and make her do the punishment. If it wasn't for Lu Chen's hand today, it would have been difficult for little match to escape again. Floating 8,000 miles. I'll remember you. After saying one sentence, the God of War directly got off the mic and exited the live broadcast room. Oh, learning to talk tough when you can't beat them. Despise. Despise +1. Despise plus 10,086. Gone cowboy. Gone cowboy. Seeing that the God of War also ran away, the live broadcast room began to uniformly brush the screen, constantly shouting that Piao was bullish. Brother PPO. Thank you. Really thank you. I don't know what to say. A song for you. The sky is full of stars not as good as you. The excited little match, with tears in her eyes, sang. At the moment her heart was stirring, an inexplicable seed sprouting in her mind. Magic Sea Zhenliang courtyard. In a villa. Clang. A glass of wine was smashed to the ground. Chow. Where did this PEO come from? Young Hu. Take it easy. What happened? I was going to seek the bad luck of that little anchor who rejected me last time, but it turned out that someone suddenly appeared from her house. PK didn't fight, and I was still pissed off. Jingle bells. Just then, the phone rang, and when it looked like a call, it turned out to be Weiyu. You still know to call? You were so good just now. You faked your own dizzy spell and ruffled me up? Who shall? I was really stunned. 7,500 squats. How can I squat down? Don't be angry. I woke up. This is not the first time to make amends. Why do you need JC to apologize? Don't be angry. Then you say what you are willing to forgive me. I will follow you. Oh, then come to me now and meet me and I'll figure out how to punish you. Well, I'll come over right now. But who shall you have to help me get back today's Sina? Why do you need to say that? When my brother comes back in the next couple days, he'll definitely get you back. Okay Lu, then people will come over now. Wait for me. Hanging up the phone, the corners of Hu Xiao's mouth rose. Little Li, go and bring out the medicine I brought back from Basho country. I need to vent a little tonight. Okay, Hu Xiao. The next day, Lu Chen woke up early, today with Zhou Zhaogang about have to go to participate in the bidding of the land plot of Fengyang district. Ding! Today's goods have been put on the shelves. Please check whether to buy them or not by the host himself. Commodity, 20% of Ponzi Group's equity. Price, $1. Seeing this, Lu Chen couldn't help but be stunned. This was a fight with Pang, giving himself another 20% stake. This time, he owns a total of 55% of the equity of the Pang Group, which is not just the first equity owner, but absolute control. He didn't care, and was about to go out when Huge Dragon's call came in. Mr. Lu, you've acquired another 20% stake in Pang Group? Yeah. Isn't it true that I haven't found anything suitable to invest in my hands for the time being? And I'm also more optimistic about Pang, so I simply invested some more. Oh, I thought you had something against our work. How can it be? I'm still very optimistic about Mr. Pang. I haven't heard much about you starting from nothing, so naturally I want to get closer to you to learn more. Hearing this, Huge Dragon shivered. When I started out with nothing, I had a dark hand, and I didn't do a lot of things that were hidden. This Lu Chen said this was a warning? He's telling himself not to be so flowery? That must be it. Otherwise why would Lu Chen want to acquire another 20% stake? Originally, this side has already arranged for people to keep buying back the shares in the hands of retail investors to get back the sovereignty at an early date. This is not easy to receive. 4%, plus 32% in the hand, has exceeded the 35% stake in the hands of Lu Chen. Not yet happy for a few minutes, received Lu Chen again acquired to 20% of the group's equity. This time, Lu Chen had become the absolute controlling party, and his own idea of taking power had gone back to the drawing board. The more Pang Long thought, the more alarmed he was. This Lu Chen is not simple. Do not look at the information on the lad one, but every step seems to go ahead of himself. He wouldn't have thought that it was actually just Lu Chen's casual remark. Where? It's me who needs to learn more from Mr. Lu, you have such achievements at such a young age. This comparison, I've lived my life to the dogs at this age. Mr. Pang is modest. I still say that. You look after the group's affairs, and I won't be involved in the management if it doesn't harm my interests. I still have things to do here, so I won't chat much. Okay, goodbye Mr. Lu, I'll buy you dinner sometime. The phone hung up and Huge Dragon slumped into the recliner, his back already sweating in shock. Xiao Wang, you send all of Lu Chen's pictures to all departments. Inform them that this is the new chairman of our Pang Group, and I am now the acting director. Make sure they all put their eyes on this man. This man should never be offended. Mr. Pang, we're just going to give up? What can you do if you don't give up? This person is not simple. A normal person can take 55% of our group's equity so quietly? Especially this back 20% of the equity. I let you hustle so many connections. These days only received 4%. What about others? 20% in a minute. Isn't that scary? But the one thing we can be sure of now is that he won't be involved in any comments if we operate normally and protect the interests as we did before. But once it touches him, then I guess we're all screwed. Therefore, make sure to have the people below remember Lu Chen's face. And when you see it, make sure to treat it respectfully and don't cause trouble for the laborers. Yes, Mr. Pang. Lu Chen didn't know that Huge Dragon was over there making up his own mind, thinking of himself as mysterious and scary. At this time, he had already arrived at the entrance of the bidding hall, waiting for Zhou Zhaogang to come out and pick him up. Yo, if it isn't Lu Chen. Looking back, the visitor was none other than Ruan Mingliang. Why is Mr. Lu here if he's not at your Taifu Plaza? You control me? Seeing that it was him, Lu Chen just glanced at him and turned around. You're Lu Chen, the owner of Taifu Plaza? At this moment, behind him, Ruan Minghui walked out. Mr. Lu, we're all businessmen. Why should we make everyone so angry over a woman? Noisy. You. I didn't expect Lu Chen to give no face at all. And Ruan Minghui touched the dust. Boss. At this moment, Zhou Zhaogang walked over. Boss, Hongfeng Real Estate is yours? Hearing Zhou Zhaogang's words, the two of them, Ruan Minghui, showed a shocked expression, and then their faces turned cold. No wonder. I thought you were doing it for that smelly woman. So that's why. Hongfeng and their Jinmao had always been rivals. So it was no wonder Lu Chen was like this. Ruan Minghui and the two of them brainstormed on their own. Since that's the case, there's nothing more to say. We'll see the real thing later. Don't think you can cover the sky with one hand in Taifu Plaza. But here, you're not good enough. So, Ruan Minghui threw in a word and directly led Ruan Mingliang towards the inside. Sick, right? Hearing Ruan Minghui's inexplicable words, Lu Chen felt that he had run into a brainwashed person. Boss, the Jinmao Real Estate that we've been at odds with is the core company under their Ruan Group. And this time they're also our biggest competitor. Seeing Lu Chen's confusion, Zhou Zhaogang stepped forward and explained. However, his heart was also very shocked at this time. He didn't expect Lu Chen to be the owner of Taifu Plaza, so how much background did he have behind him? Oh, so that's it. Now, Lu Chen sort of understood why this Ruan Minghui had said that, but he only snorted. Boss, it's bidding time, let's go in first. Lu Chen nodded and walked in together, led by Zhou Zhaogang. Ladies and gentlemen, what is taken out for auction at this time is lot 1 to 5 in Fengyang district. I believe everyone has already gotten the relevant information, so without further ado, let's start the auction directly. The first to be auctioned is lot 5 this time, with a reserve price of $300 million, and each call shall not be less than $10 million. The bidding begins. As soon as the words were spoken, the parties began to raise their cards. $310 million, $350 million, $370 million. The price went all the way up and before long it had come to $400 million, $500 million. At this time, Lu Chen directly shouted the price. He is not shouting, is after the Hongfeng team's many calculations. This price is already this plot of land is close to the limit of the price, and then some more, then the profit can be too thin. Who's that guy, raising it to $500 million at once? What's wrong with him? Never seen it before. It looks strange, but he's holding up a Hongfeng real estate card. Naturally, those of them wouldn't recognize Lu Chen, so they were puzzled to see him, especially when they saw that he had directly quoted a price on the critical line, and they all talked about it. $530 million. Seeing that the others had backed off, Ruan Minghui suddenly opened his mouth and wore a playful smile. Nguyen Min Hui directly quoted a real limit price. Any more that would be almost a loss. $600 million, that's all I'm offering. If Mr. Ruan continues to raise the price, I'll let you have it. Lu Chen didn't even think about it and directly reported a number that no one would have thought of, and looked at Ruan Minghui very provocatively. Boss Lu is joking. I don't have that kind of unjust money to compete with you. Seeing that Lu Chen had actually quoted a price of $600 million, he directly chose to give up, even if he was provoking himself. Still too tender. The battle of wills. Spending $600 million to buy lot 5. This is already a money loss before it is even developed. I thought that the person who can eat Taifu Plaza and also control Hongfeng real estate would be a powerful character. But it's nothing more than that. Ruan Minghui laughed disdainfully. $600 million for the first time. $600 million for the second time. $600 million for the third time. Sold. Congratulations to Hongfeng Real Estate for obtaining lot 5. Here we start the auction for lot 4. The reserve price is the same $300 million. Each call shall not be less than $10 million. Now start the auction. $600 million. It had just started, and Lu Chen directly quoted $600 million, causing the entire venue to fall silent. Holy shit, is this guy crazy? Offering $600 million for lot 5 is already a loss. This lot 4 is actually a bit smaller than 5. And he's still offering $600 million? Everyone on Lu Chen's approach is completely incomprehensible. Which shop the land are hoping to go back to make money? This has not been developed on the loss of money as a situation? Even Zhou Zhaogang frowned. Wasn't it lot 1 that should be fought over? Why was Lu Chen wasting his money on these subsidiary plots? However, several times when he was about to open his mouth, he was interrupted by Lu Chen's gestures, so he could only endure. At the same time, Lu Chen once again looked at Ruan Minghui and said with a smile, Mr. Nguyen want to fight for it. As long as it's over $600 million, I'll let you have it. Oh, Mr. Lu's atmosphere. It's good that you're happy. In my mind, I am thinking, I will fight for your big head, knowing that the loss of money I go to fight? Idiot. However, his brow was wrinkled. There must be a demon when things go wrong. It doesn't make sense that both times he lost money and grabbed the land, simply for the sake of gambling? As expected, lot 4 was smoothly taken by Lu Chen again. The next lot 3 and lot 2, were similarly taken by Lu Chen with a direct shout of $600 million. It's not that others don't want to take it, but it's an absolute loss to take it at that price. What's the deal with this guy? Too much money to spend, taking it even though he knows it's a loss? I just asked. And I heard from the Ruan family that this person is Lu Chen, the new chairman of Hongfeng Real Estate, and he also acquired Taifu Plaza, so his background should be big. Oh, actually acquired Taifu Plaza. That's a minimum market value of $30 billion. It seems to be really rich. That's not how to spend a lot of money. I think it's just a two-timer. A loser. At this time, Zhou Zhaogang has been unable to sit still, this time in order to compete for the No. 1 core land, a total of 3 billion preparations. According to the calculations, the limit value of this lot 1 is also 2.8 billion, so it is very promising to fight for it. But now Lu Chen is good. Before and after the 2 to 5 plots, directly spent 2.4 billion, This last one do not want? Boss, this, trust me. Without waiting for Zhou Zhaogang to finish, Lu Chen directly interrupted. Seeing this, Zhou Zhaogang gritted his teeth and sat back down. Below, the main event of this auction, Lot 1 in Fengyang District, is the centerpiece of this overall plot. The total acreage is more than the acreage of the other 4 parcels combined, and as for the rest of the value, it's all in the fact sheet. Without further ado, Lot 1 has a reserve price of $1.5 billion. Each call shall not be less than $30 million. Now the auction begins. $1.5 billion. $7 billion. $2 billion. Now, all the companies that came to participate in the event were all abuzz with bidding sounds. Only a moment later, the price had come from $1.5 billion to $2 billion. At this moment, Ruan Minghui directly stood up. $2.5 billion. Many companies sat down in dismay when this price was offered. Before the bidding, Ruan Minghui had in fact found out the budget that each company participating in the auction could give for this Lot 1. That's why he directly quoted $2.5 billion, a price that had far exceeded the budgets of other companies, except for his old rival, Hongfeng Real Estate. However, because Lu Chen had previously taken Lot 2 to 5 and directly consumed $2.4 billion, then according to the information he had gotten, Hongfeng had prepared a total of $3 billion this time, and now there was only $600 million left. Of course, because it was known that Lu Chen had acquired Taifu Plaza, it did not rule out that he had another preparation. However, he wasn't worried if in the end this Lu Chen still took Lot 1 at a price that was clearly a loss. Granted, they would lose some money to win, but nothing major. But Lu Chen would definitely suffer a big loss because of this. But he never expected Lu Chen to have a system. Ding! Completing all winning bids for Lot 2 to 5 in Fengyang District, rewarding $30 billion in $1 exchange funds. Hearing this beep, Lu Chen smiled. The reason why he had to take Lot 2 to 5 even though he knew he was losing money was because when he came in, the system actually gave him a quest. If you vote for the 4 parcels from 2 to 5, you will be rewarded with $1 for $30 billion. With $2.4 billion for $30 billion. Fools do not change. A turn of 10 times the return. Say it must not be scared to death? $2.7 billion. Lu Chen, who had finished redeeming his rewards, directly shouted to $2.7 billion. Hiss, this guy is really rich. He already spent $2.4 billion in front of him, and now he's bidding $2.7 billion? Looks like Hongfeng came prepared. So what are we still fighting for? Just watch the show. I don't know who the deer is this time. Ruan Minghui's brows also frowned when he heard Lu Chen's offer. Sure enough, this guy had extra preparations. $2.8 billion. However, he still shouted the limit price, thinking in his heart that if Lu Chen exceeded this price, he would not add more. Anyway, the big deal for myself is that I'm missing a project and not losing money. But Hongfeng, as a whole, is losing money. $2.8 billion one time. $2.8 billion 2 times. $2.8 billion 3 times. Sold. Ha, there's actually no additions? Ruan Minghui glanced at Lu Chen with some suspicion. Instead, he found him looking at him with the same old smile, but it was an odd one, and he couldn't tell exactly what was wrong with it. However, $2.8 billion to take Lot 1, in the budget, his group can still make a big profit. It seems that Lu Dong is still not well prepared. I apologize. Ha ha ha. Lu Chen shrugged without saying anything, but Zhou Zhaogang on the side was all disheveled. Previously spent $2.4 billion. Hard loss to take 2 to 5 land. If you can take one, even if a little loss, the overall development of the 5 plots, there is still a chance to turn a loss into a profit. But now, if the core Lot 1 is not taken, what's the use of taking the 4 surrounding lots? Are they going to be the green leaf for others? Mr. Lu, what exactly do you think? When Ruan Minghui and the others left the stage, Zhou Zhaogang could no longer hold back and went up to ask. You now go and change the land use, not only for parcels 2 to 5, but also for the outlying parcels in Fengyang District that we took before. Change of use? Well, convert all of these into cemeteries. What? The cemetery? Zhou Zhaogang's jaw dropped when he heard this. Are you kidding? So many plots of land to be converted into cemeteries? That's right. There's real estate being developed everywhere, although it looks like a good market. But many of them do not live after purchase, resulting in many of them becoming ghost buildings and even some cities being called ghost markets. Lots of houses, no one living in them, all empty and closed. It can be seen that there are many places for the living to live, but there are fewer and fewer cemeteries for the dead. And there are even places where it is difficult to find a grave. Again, come and see. With that, he had someone take out drawings and compare them on it. Looking around, coincidentally that particularly prominent Lot 1 is surrounded by land that they actually took. However, Zhou Zhaogang still didn't understand what this meant. What do you think Jean Mao will do with this land? Then it must be developed into a sea view mansion or tourist resort. After all, he's got a lot of scenery on one side by the sea. So let me ask you, if I make a cemetery all around here, will anyone come to buy this ocean view mansion or tourist resort of his? Hearing this, Zhou Zhaogan's eyes lit up, only to hear Lu Chen continue. If I take lot 1, the most they Jean Mao can do is not to do this project, which has little effect on their essence. But when they take it, they will definitely take out a mortgage from the bank, invest a lot of money to start development straight away, and will advertise heavily to attract traffic. Don't we have to pass by our lot to go to their sales office? Isn't that like advertising for us? At this point, once our cemetery is built and then sold quickly at a civilian price, who doesn't have a few elderly elders in their family? Think of the results. It's wonderful. If this happens, not only will we be able to get our money back quickly, but we'll also be able to make a certain name for ourselves. There's also the free advertising diversion from the Jean Mao fools, and it will benefit our other projects when this side is done. On the contrary, Jean Mao has invested a lot of human and material resources and financial resources, and owes a large amount of money to the bank. And the final result is obviously easy to see that no one will buy a house in the cemetery cluster. In that case, Jean Mao isn't becoming an ingrate. This is the end of the game for them. Ha 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 ha. After figuring it all out, Zhou Zhaogang laughed out loud. In his heart, he was even more impressed with Lu Chen, and he couldn't help but be a little excited that his longtime rival was about to be finished. Said to do, Zhou Zhaogang immediately went back to call a few high-level beloved meeting to arrange the work. All secret. And Jean Mao seems to be very cooperative with Lu Chen's plan. The same afternoon of the fire rush around the release of the press conference, said Jean Mao Real Estate will invest 20 billion. One land into the most luxurious seascape resort in the whole of Jiangdu, and immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. Lakeside Pavilion. Minghui, this time you did a good job. Not only did you take lot 1, but you also let Hongfeng take lots 2 to 5 at a hard loss. This is the difference between the two. This time they are afraid that they are going to have a headache. Ha ha ha. Ruan Huaying was in a good mood at the moment, smiling broadly and praising Ruan Minghui. Grandpa, this is also because that Lu Chen is so indolent that he actually gambled with us at this juncture. He deserves his bad luck. Well, not bad, but you also need to seize this node as soon as possible to implement the project. It is best to start construction immediately. Grab in front to eat crabs. I know, Grandpa. I've already arranged it down, and all the materials have been ordered. Construction will start tomorrow with the foundation, and I've also finalized a contract with the advertising company over there, so we'll be constantly promoting our Seaview Resort for the next month. Well, make it quick anyway. With all the loans we've gotten from the Heights Business Bank this time, it's up to us to take it to the next level. Don't worry, Grandpa. Once the property is on sale, it will definitely be a hit. By then we'll be able to qualify to enter areas like Magic City and Kyoto as well. The two men were fantasizing about a better future, but they didn't know that they were already in trouble. 6 p.m. In front of the Fuhai restaurant. Lu Chun, where have you been? Lu Chang, I'm at the door. Okay, I'll come down and get you then. Just as he hung up the phone, he saw a beautiful figure come into view. Lu Chun, long time no see. Li Shueting? Seeing the visitor, Lu Chen felt a bit odd. I haven't seen her in a few years. This girl has grown even more beautiful. What? Don't you recognize it? I recognized you at once. Isn't this our eldest class president who has changed so much that she has become too pretty for me to recognize? Che, you're the only one who can talk. You big flake. After saying that, the two of them smiled at each other. Gu, isn't this our big school beauty? At this time, Lu Chang also arrived at the door. The three of them nagged for a while and then entered the hotel. Lu Chen sized up the Fuhai Hotel as he walked. After all, this restaurant was now his own property. In the end, it is a highly regarded hotel in Jiangdu City. The decoration is needless to say. High-end atmosphere is certain. Inside the waiter, the men are all taller than 1 meter 8, and the women are all taller than 1 meter 7. Each one of them is a handsome man and a beautiful woman. And it is not an exaggeration to say that many young models and starlets are not as good as their face value. And where they pass by, these waiters all take the initiative to greet you with warm smiles, giving people a sense of intimacy like a spring breeze. 3rd floor, P&E room. Brother Feng, you're a big boss now. Don't forget to mention your old classmate. What big boss? But just lucky, took a single. Hey, Shui Ting, you came. As he was talking, Gao Xiongfeng saw Li Shueting who came in and directly greeted him. Li Shueting smiled politely in response, but she also avoided the pull of Gao Xiongfeng coming up without a trace and came behind Lu Chen. Yo, isn't this Lu Chen, the Lu school bully? You're here too. I've been standing here for half a day. It's just that you only see our class president in your eyes. Lu Chen wouldn't spoil this guy. Since you're being shifty, I won't be polite either. Don't just stand there. Take your seats. We're waiting for you, class president. Brother Feng has reserved a seat for you. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit cold, Li Hao directly snorted and said. In response, Gao Xiongfeng returned an appreciative look. This little brother is reliable. No need. Today is Kaohsiung Feng's treat. It doesn't make sense for me to sit in the upper seat. I'll do it here. However, Li Shueting looked at that seat and shook her head, randomly pulling Lu Chen to sit directly on the empty seat on the other side. This scene caused Kaohsiung Feng to frown, his face somewhat not looking too good. Still, it was well disguised and went straight to his seat. Seeing this, Li Hao spoke again. Brother Feng, you haven't finished just now. What kind of order did you take this time? Everyone is very curious about it. Oh, it's not much. It's just a deal with the Ponzi group to get a list. What? Pang's group? My god. It's a big deal to be able to work with the Ponzi group. It's that Pang group that's the biggest material supplier in Jiangdu? That's right. Wow. Peak, you're awesome. I have to toast you. The students heard the Ponzi group, all a little shocked. This is not a little strength. Ponzi group cannot see you. It's not much. Just a small $30 million project signed. Seemingly enjoying the compliments of his classmates, Gao Xiongfeng once again threw out a price that he thought he could fake his way to the top. $30 million is still a small project. Peak, you're getting a little Versailles here. Brother Feng, you have to be punished for this. This project down. You must not earn a few million? Still say small. That's right. A few $1,000,000 I can't even save in my whole working life. Okay, I was hasty. I'll punish myself with a drink. With that, Gao Xiongfeng directly dried a cup, then looked at Li Shueting, only to see that Li Shueting seemed to be completely unconcerned about their topic, and was currently whispering with Lu Chen, and every now and then the two of them even laughed a little. Looking at him with a frown, he immediately felt that Lu Chen was even more of an eyesore. Lu Chen, didn't I hear you had a girlfriend in college? Are you getting married? Oh, break up. Broke up? Why? People have a high opinion of me and think I don't have any money. Hearing Gao Xiongfeng's question, Lu Chen casually responded. So that's how it is? It's okay. I'll introduce you to a few good ones later. But then again, these days, it's still necessary to have a bit of financial strength. Love without bread doesn't last long. Lu Chen just smiled when he heard this. As for Li Shueting, when she heard that Lu Chen had already broken up, a strange glint flashed in her eyes. Lu Chen, where are you working now? Me, just quit my job and am homebound. Oh, it's not easy to find a job nowadays. Classmate for a time, if you don't mind. There's still an opening for a security guard in my company. 5 insurance, 1 gold, 5,000 per month. Are you interested? Wow. Brother Feng, your company's security guards are paid so well? I've been working my ass off for over $3,000 a month. Why don't you consider me? Yeah, Peak, it's such a good thing to consider me too. Before Lu Chen could reply, a few other students shouted out first. Look, I think Lu Wei and Zhao Liang need this opportunity more. As for me, I'm too lazy and still want to swing for the fences. Hearing this, a trace of contempt flashed in Kaohsiung Feng's eyes and feigned disinterest as he dropped the keys in his pants pocket on the ground. Peak, you dropped your keys. Wow, did you buy a Porsche 718? Seeing the key on the ground, Li Hao directly exclaimed. Ha, thank you. It's not a good thing, so I'll use it for now. Ready for a new 911 when this list is done. I'll be damned. Envious. The students are ordinary office workers. For them, not to mention the Porsche 718 and 911, the ABB series feel good enough. Brother Feng, you are opening a company and have a luxury car. I heard that your family has bought villas in Jiangdu City. You are the only one in our class who is considered to be heading towards the peak of life. Yes, let's just say that the location of this Fuhai hotel is hard to book. Our company's boss didn't even book it last time he wanted to come here for dinner. Coming here for dinner is also a status symbol. That's not true. We're all relying on Brother Peak's blessings. At that moment, the door to the box was opened and 2 waiters walked in. Greetings, distinguished guests. This is a gift of red wine from our manager for you to taste, and we wish you a pleasant meal. After saying that, he directly opened all 3 bottles of red wine and poured them into the wake-up jug and put them on the dining table. Then he bowed deeply to those present and left with a smile. Holy shit, it's an 85 Lafite. It's tens of thousands of dollars a bottle and also gave away 3 bottles at once. Brother Feng, you're so honorable. Even the manager of the Fuhai restaurant personally gave you a drink. Yes, I heard that the Sun Hai manager of this Fuhai restaurant usually doesn't even meet some group bosses when they come. I didn't expect that he would send us wine. It's so honorable. The crowd was all excited at once, and they all turned toward Gao Xiongfeng to pay their compliments once again. A face masked Kaohsiung Feng is not clear. This also do not know Sun Hai how to send wine. This time, I was able to book this place, or because I had followed a manager of Pang's group to eat here before, and Pang was a familiar customer here. This time, for the sake of pretending, he also begged and licked people for half a day before he was able to book it through him with great difficulty, but although his heart was baffled, his face accepted the compliments of his classmates openly. Ha ha, it's nothing, it's just that there was a one-sided relationship, and we chatted. And this wine delivery is probably a loan from the last time I saw that I was working with their big client, Pang. He did not say that the wine was because he gave it to him, but he was quite self-aware. Just then, the box door opened again. Hello Mr. Lu, I'm Sun Hai from Fuhai Restaurant. Why didn't you give me a greeting in advance when you came here? What a slacker. An imposing man entered the box, scanned around, and came straight to Lu Chen's side, saying enthusiastically, "Oh, nothing, I'm just attending a class reunion." Hearing Sun Hai's self-introduction, Lu Chen's heart is clear. He is also the first time to come here. Naturally do not know Sun Hai, but that day after getting the ownership of Fuhai Restaurant, this called Sun Hai came to the phone to chat a few words. Sun Hai can make the Fuhai Restaurant to the present scale. Naturally things are more meticulous. As early as Lu Chen's acquisition of the restaurant, he immediately took a close look at Lu Chen's information and let all the employees recognize his photo, so as not to do anything out of the ordinary when the time comes. Therefore, although Lu Chen had not informed him this time, as soon as he stepped into the Fuhai Restaurant, he was recognized by the employees here, and had long since reported it to Sun Hai. This is not, still in the club to accompany customers. Sun Hai immediately got up to say goodbye and rushed back, and in advance, let the subordinates send 3 bottles of Lafayette. Mr. Lu, is this wine still to your liking? You see, I was accompanying a client to socialize before, and I didn't know you were coming. Should I change a Supreme box for you? No, it's quite nice here too. No one was watching the conversation as if no one else was there. What's the situation? This is manager Sun Hai, son of Fuhai Restaurant? This wine isn't for Brother Feng, it's for Lu Chen? This Sun Hai actually groveled so much to Lu Chen and even called him Mr. Lu. What exactly is this Lu Chen's status? The crowd kept guessing, while the expression on Gao Xiongfeng's face at this moment was extremely wonderful. On the former side, he was bragging about knowing Sun Hai and also tacitly admitting that the wine was for himself. That was hot out of the gate. And the next thing you know, you're getting punched in the face. People, Sun Hai people have come, very clearly said that this wine is given to Lu Chen, and asked people want to change the Supreme box? This Supreme box is even more difficult to find a price. More money will not be given to use. That is to have a certain status of people can enter the box. At the thought of this, the crowd's jaws dropped in astonishment, and even Li Shueting, who was on the side, had her small mouth slightly open in surprise. Just when Kaohsiung Feng was in and out, as if he was sitting on wax, a group of people once again walked in outside the box. Seeing the man leading the group, Kaohsiung Feng was like seeing a life-saving straw, standing up in surprise and rushing to welcome him. Manager Wang, why are you here? Welcome. We happen to have a class reunion over here. Behind you this is. The visitor was none other than Wang Jinghai, the manager of the Pang Group's purchasing department, whom he had talked about cooperating with last time. This is our Pang Group's Mr. Pang Long Pang. Wang Jinghai seemed a bit surprised to see Kaohsiung Feng, but he still smiled and nodded his head, making an introduction. Huge Dragon? Hearing this name, everyone's hearts were shaken. This was a big shot in Jiangdu City, the head of the Pang Group, and Kaohsiung Feng also felt that he was almost smashed by happiness. Actually, Huge Dragon had come to see him. It's Mr. Pang who's come to visit. What an honor. Saying that, he excitedly went forward to shake his hand, but in the next second, Huge Dragon directly pushed him away with one hand and walked towards Lu Chen. Boss, why don't you call out to Xiao Pang when you come here to eat? That's not decent. With these words, everyone was once again in a state of blindness. Boss, Pong, what is this? The behemoth that was Huge Dragon could be said to stomp its foot and the entire Jiangdu city would shake 3 times. Now you're actually calling Lu Chen your boss? And calling himself Little Pang? They all wondered if they had heard wrong. Especially when just a moment ago everyone thought they were coming to see Kaohsiung Peak, and this old hen turned into a duck in the blink of an eye. At this moment, everyone looked at Lu Chen differently. Boss, what are you doing? Mr. Pang? Oh, it's Manager Sun Ah. Ha ha, let me introduce you. This is the last time I told you about the acquisition of our Pang's group Lu Chen, but also our Pang's absolute controlling person. In the future, our chairman to come to you for dinner. You have to take care of it. Take good care of Ha, you're the one who bought out Ponzi. Boss, Xiao was Sun Hai, who was used to seeing big scenes, could not help but exclaim at this time. What did you call our chairman? Boss? Yes, Mr. Lu is also the owner of our Fuhai restaurant. This time, Huge Dragon was also almost shocked to drop his jaw. Those students on the sidelines, on the other hand, had long been silent, each wide-eyed, their hearts in shock, constantly digesting the information on the field. But often when a storm comes, it only gets more violent. Boss, it's really you. I guess that's your car downstairs. The more I see this car, the more I love it. When will the boss's Pagani Jair also lend me a cool? Ha ha ha. Old Joe. What a coincidence. Are you here for dinner too? Yeah, it's not like I just finished the job you set up. Ha, Pang Pang Long, Sun Hai, you're all here? The one who walked in was none other than Zhou Zhaogang, the general manager of Hongfeng Real Estate, and this made the atmosphere in the venue even weirder. What did you call him? Pang Long and Sun Hai asked at the same time. Boss, what's wrong? Mr. Lu bought my Hongfeng Real Estate. Now I'm working for him. Zhou Zhaogang shrugged and smiled. Shit, the two of them uttered at the same time, astonishment showing in their eyes. Ha, boss, you're eating here too? But then there was another sound from the boss that shattered everyone's weak hearts. Gao Jianli? Crap, Huge Dragon directly all reported foul language. Hey Pang Long, why are you cursing? Also, what are you doing surrounding my boss? Gao Jianli walked in with a frown. Also a giant. He wasn't afraid of Huge Dragon, especially seeing this situation. He even misunderstood whether this usually overbearing and not very reasonable Huge Dragon had a problem with his boss. What round your boss? This is my boss, the massive dragon said breathlessly. What? Now Gao Jianli froze. And Zhou Zhaogang also froze. It's also my boss. Sun Hai also laughed bitterly at this time. This time, the four big brothers looked at me and I looked at you, all seeing shock in various eyes. A teenager so young. At the same time as the boss of Fuhai Restaurant, Hongfeng Real Estate, Taifu Plaza and Pang's Group. This is how big a stream of energy. As for the table of students inside the box, they had long been shocked into skepticism. Then what is he? A clown. Thinking about what I just did. It's just self-defeating. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, the several bigwigs were all supported by Lu Chen. Eat up, all of you. What are you waiting for? Don't waste the goodwill of our study counselor, he said and put a chopstick of food on Li Shueting's plate, then ate by himself. Yes, eat. Lu Cheng had been stifling his laughter from the moment he came in until just now, so this would naturally be a happy meal. The other students also smiled back before thickly starting to pay various compliments to Lu Chen. The whole box is only Kaohsiung Feng dilemma. Frozen there as if sitting wax. Can only stuffy head drink and eat food. Ding. Just then, the system beep sounded. Ding. Successful face punching. Rewarded with a $1 second chance to kill goods. Ding. The goods have been put on the shelves. The host can decide whether to buy them or not. Commodity, Starburst Entertainment. Price, $1. Is this going to get me into the entertainment business? Seeing the merchandise, Lu Chun couldn't help but feel emotional. Starburst Entertainment was a $5 billion large-scale film and television entertainment company in Magic City, with branches all over the world and countless artists spanning multiple markets. In Jiangdu City, there was a branch office of Starlight Entertainment. A potluck dinner ended in the compliments of his classmates and the despondency of Kaohsiung Feng. Lu Chun, give me a ride? Li Shueting took the initiative to walk over and spoke. Then I'll leave first. I won't stop you guys from catching up. Lu Chun, call later. Seeing this, Lu Chang blinked and wisely left first. I've just had a few drinks and I'm not in a position to drive. And if this is called a chauffeur, I've only got 2 seats in this car and I can't fit in them. Let's walk then. It's just as well we haven't seen each other in years and we can talk a bit. Okay. How to say Li Shueting was also the school flower. The two relations were also good, but because of that time are relatively simple, but not to the development of male and female friends. Now that the beautiful woman was invited, she was naturally happy to do so since she was fine anyway. Speaking of which, Ms. Li, didn't I hear that you went abroad for further studies? It doesn't seem like the time has come. Why did you return home early? Do you remember when I used to say that I had dreams of being a star? Upon hearing this, Lu Chen thought back as if there was such a thing and nodded. Since she was a child, Li Shueting was not only beautiful, but also able to sing and dance, especially her singing talent that was extremely excellent. Plus she herself was also more interested in interpretation of things. So, she always wanted to be in the entertainment industry. However, the parents of the family are old and traditional, think that being a star is not the right way, all day long to show their faces, so they are firmly opposed to it. Even later, in order to cut off her dream of becoming a star, she was directly sent abroad for further study. I spent 1 year abroad and finally made up my mind that I want to chase my dream. So, I came back and also joined Star Entertainment with my talent. Hearing this, Lu Chen stared blankly. Starburst Entertainment? What a coincidence. Wasn't this the company that he had just acquired in seconds? But maybe my parents were right. Showbiz is too deep. Speaking of this, her eyes darkened a little in vain, and even her eyes vaguely brimmed with tears. Tilting her head and taking a deep breath, Li Shueting suddenly looked at Lu Chen. Lu Chen, can you help me? Saying that, she could no longer stop the tears in her eyes and cried sparingly, making Lu Chen feel at a loss. Immediately after, Li Shueting spoke of an experience that made even Lu Chen feel chilled. As it turns out, Li Shueting returned to the Magic City with a dream, and through her talent was able to enter Starry Entertainment very smoothly. However, the unspoken rules of the entertainment industry also came down to her, and Li Hanli, the operations director of Starlight Entertainment's headquarters, took a liking to her. The daily harassment and constant bullying of her made Li Shueting physically and mentally emaciated every time. If it wasn't for the help of her agent's sister Li in the beginning, she would have almost been victimized several times. As a result, Sister Li offended Li Hanli and was fired. She once went over the top to report it, but all she got was that she was snowed under, because Li Hanli was the brother-in-law of Wang Shoufa, the vice president of Starlight Entertainment. The report was stopped directly, and she was also sent straight to Gangtok City to work as a housekeeper. She'd thought about leaving, but her 3-year contract hadn't expired yet, and it contained a clause that tied her down to a considerable amount of liquidated damages if she resigned. For her, it's a number she can't do anything about. Originally thought to stay up for a while, things will be over, but yesterday she received the news that Li Hangli will be temporarily stationed in Jiandu City. Tomorrow will arrive. It was supposed to be a class reunion to switch things up. There was no intention at all to tell Lu Chen or anyone else about this, because she felt that these classmates of hers didn't have the energy to be able to help in such a way. But after witnessing the bigwigs around Lu Chen at the dinner party just now, she felt that she still had a glimmer of hope. Okay, I'll help you. After listening to Li Shueting's account, Lu Chen was also filled with rage. Showbiz subterfuge thing. Naturally the gossip outside has not mentioned less, but as an outsider, it's just so much more. Maybe you pity the poor people in the incident, but most people still just take it as a joke, and would even say that it's the starlets who are degrading themselves to get ahead. Today, however, with such a thing happening around him, especially in his own company, he naturally couldn't just ignore it. Really? At this moment, Li Shueting's eyes exploded with a bright luster, as if she had found a ray of light in the darkness. Aha! Seeing Lu Chen's affirmative reply, Li Shueting couldn't hold back any longer and jumped into Lu Chen's arms at once. The helplessness that had been suppressed for so long exploded in this instant, and Li Shueting bawled her eyes out. Lu Chen let her vent to her heart's content and gently stroked her hair. Don't worry, I've got everything. It was almost 12 o'clock when Lu Chen returned home. It was hard to calm down Li Shueting and sent her back, while he himself took a taxi back to the neighborhood. As for his car, he notified Wang Qiming and asked him to arrange for someone to take the key to help him drive it back. Rather, I did not expect a phone call over. Came Wang Qiming himself, enthusiastic personally go to the car to their own back, and slipped himself a bunch of information. All the candidates who had recently come in to apply for the job of housekeeper, and had filtered out the best of the bunch. However, when Lu Chen saw that there were actually nearly 200 more profiles after screening, he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. That's a lot of competition for a price that's set too high. Ding! The mall commodities have been updated. Please check in time for the host. Commodity, Dragon Security Company. Price, $1. I'll be damned. This will do. Dragon Security, in fact, is mainly to provide personal bodyguards for some tycoons and politicians, as well as on-site security for some large-scale events. And Dragon Security is currently the most famous and highest price charged for its services in Gangtok. Because all the employees here, all of them are Special Forces veterans, each one can beat 10, and all have their own personal talents. Lu Chen directly dialed a phone over and asked Hong Tianlong, the general manager of Wei Long, to arrange for 2 bodyguards to protect Li Shueting. According to her, this man is pervasive and his methods are extremely sinister and brazen. Who knows if this one will come over early and find Li Shueting residents to scratch. In addition, he also asked Hong Tianlong to arrange for 4 bodyguards to report to him tomorrow. After informing Li Shueting after the arrangement, he turned on the teaser. When I opened this, I saw that the private chat was already packed with messages. Most of them are because of the last Waziryu, the anchors who came to tease and tickle. This kind of news, Lu Chen ignored it all. Are some green tea people who see money? Clearing his head, he clicked into Little Match's live feed again, but at this point, the smell of gunpowder seems to be strong inside. Lift your eyes, actually even to the arrival of another light rain. What? You don't dare to fight without Big Brother today? Shimmering Rain provoked with a mocking look on her face. Is she not remembering? Didn't she do enough squatting last time? That's right. Give her face, Sister Chai. Hang her. And will only take advantage of Brother Pipio's absence to clamor. Shameless. The players in the live broadcast room were furious. What? You don't dare to fight if he's not there? Besides, who does he think he is? My big brothers still have to wait for him to come before they can fight? I'm going to hit you today. Do you dare to take it? Seeing the words of these players in Little Match's house, Weak Rain disdainfully skimmed her mouth and said arrogantly, Brother Pipio is here. Suddenly a sharp-eyed player saw Luchan who had entered the livestream. Welcome Pipio. Little Match was also very excited to see Luchan come in. Randomly just now, it was connected again to Weeping Rain, who had long been squatting for her to turn on her PK, and had been racking her over the fire. As an anchor, you can't just hang out with PK on, which will lower your weight on the platform. But if you don't hang, it's obvious that you can't beat the conditions in your own home, and you'll be punished for sure. If the other anchors were punished, she would be fine with losing and doing the punishment is. But every time Weiyu gave a punishment, it was very insulting. Hearing that Pipio had arrived, the opposite war god went straight to the mic. Pipio, right? Been waiting for you for a long time. Come to play some games? Last time, the god of war suffered a loss. A breath held very unhappy. This is not. Today called up a few brothers, ready to come to retrieve the scene. How do you want to fight? Luchan was also directly on the mic. One hand to win or lose. Play with no limit. And if you lose, have Little Match come over and stay with me for 3 days. The god of war spoke directly. What? How can this asshole open his mouth? Shameless. This LSP has been craving Chai's body for a long time. Shameless. Dare to desecrate our goddess. Kill him. Sister Chai. There's no need to take care of this kind of PK. They came prepared. I saw several level 50 plus numbers on the opposite side. And 2 60s. What? There are 2 more level 60s? In teaser, level 60 indicates that spending has reached 20 million. All a sign of strength. This is definitely not a good fight if you come prepared. Especially since people have already said that they are playing uncapped. So there is no second bar. And 150,000 over the opposite side of the table is not the end of the line. Seeing so many big numbers on the opposite side, even though they had seen Lu Chen's bravado last time, their hearts were still a bit bottomless. It's not hard for a 60 player to hit a couple million a handful of times. And what if you lose? Just as Little Match was about to refuse, Lu Chen spoke up. Lose? How can we lose? The god of war said arrogantly. This time he had come prepared. And among these friends, there were several who were worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Although last time, this PPO did look quite powerful, and also played more than 2 million. That is also their own unprepared. He can make $2 or $3 million by himself today. Not to mention these good brothers. Make a $10 million shot on this one. That's not even a thing. There are a lot of players worth over $100 million in teas, but there are almost none that can hit 10 million a handful of times. After all, being worth over $100 million doesn't mean you have over $100 million in liquidity. You guys lose. All across the street not only have to do 1,000 squats, and all the proceeds of this hand must be transferred to Little Match, including the last time. And all of you need to apologize and say, Grandma Little Match, we won't dare next time. Say it 10 times. Lu Chen opened his mouth directly. He didn't want to fight for half a day and end up cheapening the green tea whore on the opposite side. Hearing this, Weiyu directly shouted, how can that be? Where is there a surrender of proceeds? Doesn't one's own group just want to circle the wagons? Last time, although I lost and did a lot of deep squats, I was half dead, but at least I gained a lot. How is it possible to make her spit it out now? Shut up, the war god directly rebuked, very unhappy with Weiyu's words. If you still lose today with a lineup like this, you can eat shit on the air yourself. It's not impossible, and since you want to play, I'm going to change the requirements. If you lose, Little Match has to stay with me for a week, at my disposal without any resistance. Then, the god of war stated his request. Can you make sure that if you lose, Weiyu will spit out the money? Lu Chen said slowly. Of course, but can you be the master of the Little Match? At this moment, Lu Chen saw Little Match's hesitation and directly typed out a sentence on the public screen. Do you believe me? It would have been a bet like this that Little Match would never have agreed to in a heartbeat. But for some reason, after seeing Lu Chen's words, the ghost nodded. I believe you. And the god of war across the room was all smiles when he saw that Little Match had agreed. The eyes that looked at the Little Match became even hotter, as if she was already in her pocket. The mind was already thinking about how he was going to enjoy this Yukai this week when he won. The PK started, this time set for 10 minutes so that there was enough time to upvote them. At the start, the opposite side was obviously trying to show off their muscles, and with 100 direct wazi, the score reached 3 million points at once. Lu Chen laughed, and 200 Huazi followed, pressing forward with direct scores. Brother PPO is awesome. In the end, it's Brother PPO. 200 Wawas are just like ordering 200 small hearts without blinking an eye. All the players were very excited and snapped 666. Wei Yu's heart was in her throat when she saw the score being pressed over at once. Can't lose, can't lose. Her heart was praying that if she lost this, she would have to squat 1,000 deep squats for nothing. Instead, the god of war sneered and said, "Brothers, the crushing begins." As the words fell, he saw the Huazi rain fall from the Wei Yu livestream. 100, 200, 300, 1,500. The score came directly to 48 million at this moment, and Wei Yu's entire body jumped in excitement. Thank you to my brother War God, brother Big Sky Willow Dragon, brother Simple, and brother Day One. As long as they were on Huazis, Wei Yu clenched her throat and kept thanking them, her voice trembling. This time, the direct 8 million flow out of the water. They can be 4 million at once. What's wrong? Have you shriveled up, PPO? How dare you come to arm wrestle with my brother War God? You really don't have a clue in your heart. Seeing that the opposite score didn't move, Wei Yu was even more arrogant and directly disliked it. And seeing that the opposite side had hit 8 million at once, the live room on Little Match's side fell into silence. After all, it's a level 60 big brother. This is too fierce. What to do? Is there any hope? Even though they all felt that Lu Chen's strength was bullish, they still didn't have the courage to see so many points. Last time, although Lu Chen had won, he had only played about 4 million in total. But now, people are going straight up to $8 million, doubling it. In particular, after seeing the opposite side score, Lu Chen hadn't moved. When Little Match saw that Lu Chen hadn't moved for half a day, she also bit up her lips nervously. Brother PPO, the opposite side is too strong. You don't need to be embarrassed. If you can't do it, just admit defeat. It's better to spend rationally. Although her heart was a million times unwilling, she didn't want Lu Chen to have a hard time. It's also a matter of choice and no one's fault. Ha, that's it? I thought you were so good. But it turns out you're just a silversmith too. Seeing that the opposite side hadn't been able to score any points and the time was down to the last 1 minute, the god of war laughed wantonly, and his eyes were even hotter when he looked at the Little Match. This Yu-Kai was going to be in his hands. Weeping Rain even had a smile on her face. This one earned a fortune. But just then, Lu Chen moved. Sorry, just took a call. The words fell, and the direct gift bar was a little bit. Boom. In the next second, the players in the live broadcast room were all so excited that they exploded, only to see the blood bar on Little Match's side, crushed in an instant. The opposite side of the 48 million points at this moment was like a small boat in the raging waves, directly beaten into a black spot. Holy shit, am I dreaming? How much is this? 9,999 Wazoo? My god, is this even possible? The players in the live broadcast room all went crazy, having never seen such an amazing scene. Little Match's entire body was even trembling, and she couldn't help but shed tears of excitement. Compared to the madness on this side, the God of War's side was all blindsided. 999 Wazis? That's almost 30 million. This time, even if they had come prepared, they had only prepared a total of more than $10 million. To them, it already felt like it was considered an overestimation of Lu Chen. But now, they realized that they were wrong. This man didn't seem to think of money as money at all. A handful of $30 million. Even if the value of more than 10 billion dare not play like this. It's not that I can't afford to play. Most of those who are worth this much are very sensible. What's wrong with having this $30 million to do? Reward the hostess? How many young stars can you play for that price? Besides, how many of those what big brothers who slammed Hua Ziyu's brush in the Big Anchor's live room are real? Most of the hits are return tickets, cast lists and electric tickets. The first two are to drive the retailer of the live broadcast to brush the gift, while the latter electric ticket is brushed to these popular anchors. In order to the latter this anchor to their own products, etc. To bring revenue to the brush only. How else could they have put so much into them? But now, for someone to hit over $30 million in one straight hand on this little anchor, that can only mean one thing. The man is categorically either very rich or very rich if there is not something wrong with him. Obviously, this man is the latter. Who shall? This won't help you. I'm sorry, the opposite side is too strong. The few brothers who were called out by the God of War smiled bitterly and said hello. Exiting the live broadcast room, a group of people came in a rage to provoke, only to be crushed by a single person, and they didn't have the face to stay. And because of this 99.99 Huazi reign, Little Match's live broadcast popularity instantly reached #1 across the platform. In an instant, The number of people in the live broadcast room rose from the beginning of more than 30 people to more than 50,000 people, and there were still people coming in all the time. Every player who came in was shocked by the score in front of them. Holy shit, are these numbers fake? 300 plus million points? Where's this ho from? Long time no see. Where's God ho? Quickly give me a hug. People can sing and dance and warm the quilt. Walk by, don't be wrong. Under each other's inquiry, roughly all understand the beginning and end of the matter. But also everyone is excited. This week we'll also have to see the opposite side to apologize for deep squatting and shouting grandmother. Wei Yu was now paralyzed in her chair, her face pale and her mind blank. It's over. As the last second of the PK countdown ended, the word victory floated up. Little Match's entire broadcast was once again greeted with cheers. Come on, please start your show. Sister Chai, first send your account number to the opposite anchor for real-time transfer. Lu Chun spoke calmly, but this voice was like a death wish in Wei Yu's ears. Brother War God, do you really want to give it? Here. So many people are watching. How dare you cheat? Then do you still want to be in the business? Wei Yu cried out and only transferred the money, her whole body trembling, her heart dripping blood. Your turn. After asking Little Match to confirm the news that it had arrived, Lu Chen once again spoke and looked at the god of war. Ah pal, we lost this time. I admit it. I can apologize. As for shouting grandma, I think forget it. I'll compensate Little Match 1 million in addition. What do you think? No how. It's a man. When you say something, you have to do it. Lu Chen directly refused. Must you be so aggressive? So when you're being aggressive, do you ever think about how Little Match feels? Seeing Lu Chen say this, the live stream players also agreed. That's right. You are usually so arrogant, forcing Sister Chai to punish this and that. But when it's your turn, you're playing a trick. Ha! That's right. No rollerblades. One spit at a time. Don't make us look down on you. Hurry up and apologize for calling grandma. I'm a traffic internet user and traffic is expensive. The chance to see the normally high and mighty suffer. These players were even more energized. There were even some players who hated the rich and directly started recording the screen, ready to post a video later to bash it again. Grandma Little Match, I'm sorry, we won't dare next time. Is that okay? The war god gritted his teeth and spoke quickly. 10 times, 9 more to go. Lu Chen was unforgiving. This kind of person should be restrained. After shouting 10 times in front of so many people, this will not have the face to move the Little Match in the future. Grandma Little Match. At this time, his fists were clenched, and his nails were stuck into his flesh, and if his eyes could kill. At this time, Lu Chen was afraid that he would not already have 1,000 holes, strongly enduring his anger and suffocation. The god of war still finished shouting 10 times and then directly went offline, really not having the face to stay any longer. Your turn. At this moment, Lu Chen looked toward Wei Yu. Ha, brother PPO. It's my fault. Look, I've given all the proceeds to Little Match, so please spare me. It's not easy for me either. Look, why don't we change the punishment? Or I'll do it to you privately. Wei Yu began to pout and sell herself, and kept throwing up her eyebrows at Lu Chen. Holy shit, I've seen shameless ones. I've never seen such a thick-skinned one. It's a long time to be alive. Teasing sounds all over the place. Such a living treasure. I don't know how someone's big brother can get off on it. Other big brothers have good teeth, so don't be envious. Be reasonable. This is still a fine figure with the lights off. This time, all the players on this side of the broadcast room counted down. Normally, I dislike this Wei Yu's mouth, but his family is in a good condition, so he can't beat it. Now that the wall is falling down, why don't you go up and step on it a little more? Cut the crap and do it. Lu Chen didn't have a good feeling about such a woman either, and couldn't raise a hint of pity. Under the pressure of the crowd, Wei Yu could only begin the long journey of deep squatting. You guys watch her finish up. I've got to go first. Lu Chen also did not have time to keep looking at the punishment. This 1,000 have to squat until when? Said hello to go. Thanks brother PPO. Let's add a V? Oh, good. Hearing Little Match say so, Lu Chen was first stunned, but did not refuse. Sister Chai, you who never added V, broke your fast for brother Apao. Wannabe money, so envious. It's still brother PPO who's awesome, getting Sister Chai to open up. These players are just too big for their own good, and when they see two people wanting to add V, they are sour and up in arms. Lu Chen didn't bother, and added the V to go directly offline, but the Little Match's avatar above the V flickered. Brother PPO, thank you so much. I don't know how to repay you. You shouldn't be short of money either. Give me an address. I'll send you some specialties later. I hope you don't mind. Oh, good. Lu Chen didn't squirm either, and simply accepted Little Match's thoughts. Looked at her for more than a year. Although this brush gift is for cashback reward, Single is also know that this girl is a contented and grateful people, and it seems that the conditions of the family is not very good, so he will help her to play these a few. Not only can you help out a little, but you can get a nice cash back reward yourself. So why not? No, this one gave himself over $300 million back tonight. Cool. After sending the address to Little Match, the two of them chatted some more before Lu Chen went to wash up. He was ready to go to bed after taking the system reward at 12 o'clock later. He could help his old classmate go through the trouble tomorrow. Just after 12 o'clock, the system beep came as expected. Ding! Ding! The product has been updated. Please check whether to buy it by yourself. Commodity, Xianlong stitching. Price, $1. What's this? Seeing the merchandise this time, Lu Chen was a bit overwhelmed for a moment. Xianlong needle technique, a magical needle technique that encompasses all kinds of needles in heaven and on earth, from ancient times to the present day, which can bring the dead to life and cure all diseases. Holy shit, this is going against the grain. Looking at such an introduction, Lu Chen decisively purchased it. The purchase of the product was successful. Is it time to study? Study! Swish! Lu Chen's entire body glowed with a faint golden light, and a warm current radiated to all of his limbs and finally converged on his brain area. Boo! All of a sudden, there was a slight sound as if a blister had been pricked in his brain. At the same time, Lu Chen felt that his senses had become several times sharper than before, and there was a lot more inexplicable information in his mind. After a long time, after digesting the information in his brain, Lu Chen opened his eyes, and one could see a color of exuberance revealed in his eyes. It's unbelievable. This set of stitches is heaven-defying. It can be said that with this set of stitches, some of the lesions that cannot be cured by today's medicine can be easily solved. It seems that I have to go back after I'm busy with what I'm doing, so I can cure both Dad's old cold legs and Mom's rheumatoid. When I think about how my parents worked in the fields and did some construction site work on the side in order to pay for my college education, they branded some foci of disease. The next day, Lu Chen woke up and received a good morning condolence from Little Match. The two of them chatted for a while before realizing that Little Match's name was Wu Ying and she was from Mordor, and promised that if she went to Magic City in the future, she would treat herself to dinner, and Lu Chen agreed with a smile. Immediately after that, the bodyguard sent by Dragon Security Company came. 4 in total. Upon inquiry, the employees of this security company have signed mercenary-like contracts and their personal details are kept confidential. That's why the designations are all numerical codes as well. And the 4 people who came over this time are also the Ace 4 of the security company. Number 1 to 4 respectively. Lu Chen didn't say anything more, so that he could remember a little better. These 4 people weren't the type of tall and powerful that one would imagine. Instead they looked more lean and could even be said to be ordinary. But Lu Chen had gone through the enhancement of the vigorous muscle enhancement pill, and his own senses were 10 times stronger than those of an ordinary person. With the addition of the Xian Dragon Needle technique, one could get more feedback on the human body's bones, meridians, flesh and even the energy value contained within the body. Therefore, with just one glance, one could tell that these seemingly ordinary 4 people all possessed explosive power that far exceeded that of normal people. And he was very pleased with that. At 10 o'clock, after arranging the work of the 4 people, he brought them along to the Jiangdu branch of Starlight Entertainment. Before I even entered, I saw a woman about 30 years old being pushed right out by 7, 8 people. Li Shueting then chased after her, instantly protecting the woman. Li Henley, what are you doing? What am I doing? Li Shou-mei has been fired from the company. Who allowed her here? A man at the head of the group opened his mouth, and with just a glance, one could tell that this man was usually desolate and his entire being was a sense of vapidity. She came to see me. Who are you to kick her out? Although Sister Li was fired, Li Shueting kept in touch with her. After that, Li Shueting was exiled to Jiangdu as a branch. Coincidentally, Sister Li is Jiangdu people, so often we'll meet. And today, Sister Li was also called by Li Shueting to strengthen her courage. She had an inexplicable fear of Li Heinli. However, he did not want to see Li Heinli's anger as soon as he saw Sister Li, and directly let the people drive out. Nothing else. It was all because this Sister Li had spoiled her own good deed in the first place. Otherwise, Li Shueting would have gotten her hands on her long ago. I didn't expect to come this time and see Sister Li again, and directly called out the security guards to take action against her, which led to the current scene. By the fact that I'm the operations director here, is the company letting just anyone in? Li Shueting dash. You've been exiled here and you still don't think about making progress. Always hanging out with some piggy friends. When will you get the hang of it? The company is owned by your family? Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. Lu Chen. The moment she saw Lu Chen, Li Shueting seemed to have found her backbone. Her voice was filled with incomparable excitement, and she directly pulled Sister Li to run to Lu Chen's side. Lu Chen smiled at her and dotingly reached out to touch her head. Don't worry, everything is with me. Li Shueting, however, was touched by this, her cheeks flushed, and she nodded her head obediently. Seeing this scene, Li Heingli's eyes narrowed. May I ask, what is your honor? Seeing that Lu Chen was covered in amanuensis and followed by 4 people, Li Heinli did not have a seizure on the spot. Li Shueting is my classmate. Hearing this, Li Shueting didn't know why there was a trace of loss in her heart. Just a classmate? Classmate? Then I advise you to mind your own business. This is an internal matter of our company. When Li Heinli heard that this person was just Li Shueting's classmate, his face directly went cold, especially seeing how close the two were just now. In his heart, this Li Shueting is not run out of his own palm, has long been regarded by him as a forbidden domain, cannot see other men dying. Her business is my business, and I'm going to take care of it. So what are you going to do? Yoo-hoo, dogs with rats minding their own business. Security, get rid of a few of them for me. Seeing that this Lu Chen does not know what to do, Li Hengli did not bother to say more, and directly let the security guards do it. The 8 security guards had just rushed over when a figure flashed out from behind Lu Chen. Then, a few muffled sounds were heard, accompanied by the screams of the security guards, and all 8 of them were kicked out. Looking at the sudden scene in front of him, Li Hengli froze on the spot. The security guards they have here are each very stout and superb in battle. After all, emergencies often occur in entertainment parks, so the security guards hired must be of exceptional skill. But now, someone else lightly came out and instantly solved these few security guards. Looking at the security guards lying on the ground all fated to death, Li Hengli shivered. What are you going to? What are you going to do? This is a society of law and order. Seeing Lu Chen walking towards himself, Li Hengli was inexplicably fearful, and even directly softened his feet and sat down on the ground in a fart pocket. Li Shueting, do you still want to do it? Hurry up and tell your classmates to stop, or you'll have a good time in the future. Helpless, he actually threatened Li Shueting. After all, the impression was that under her own lustful authority, this Li Shueting had always been a coward who only knew how to dodge. Lu Chen came to reach him and raised his right hand. Don't! This is a society of laws. Li Hengli cried out in horror. When his right hand landed, Li Hengli screamed out in shock, but he didn't want to realize that Lu Chen had only slapped him a few times before withdrawing his right hand and not punching him. That's right, this is a law and order society, and I'm not going to do anything to you. Humph, you're still sensible. I won't pursue today's matter. You guys hurry up and get out. Li Shueting, go back to work for me. Hearing Lu Chen say so, Li Hengli climbed up from the ground in a single bound and directly drank at Li Shueting, wanting to be the first to leave this place. These guys, they're scary to look at. Look at that. 8 security guards just one shot and they're hiccuped. You're the one who should get out. Li Hengli, you're fired. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked out from the company, and it was Zhaoan, the general manager of the Starburst Entertainment branch. Long before Lu Chen arrived, he had called both the headquarters and Zhaoan. Just you? What right do you have to fire me? Seeing the visitor, Li Hengli drank disdainfully. He himself was here on business from the head office, and it was not even this Zhaoan's turn to be in charge. In terms of rank, one's own operations director of the headquarters, the authority is even greater than the general manager of this branch. I don't have the right, but the chairman does. Chairman? While Li Hengli was puzzled, he only saw Zhaoan walk up to Lu Chen. This is Lu Chen, Chairman Lu, who has just acquired our Starburst Entertainment. What? 2 cries of alarm sounded at the same time, from Li Hengli and Li Shueting. Li Shueting had thought that Lu Chen might help her through the social influence of Panglong, Gao Jianli and others, but never thought that Lu Chen was the chairman of Starlight Entertainment. Li Hengli, on the other hand, feels that a great difficulty is approaching, even if he is the brother-in-law of Wang Shoufa, the vice president of the head office, but in front of the chairman of the board of directors, that is AP. Bang! Thinking of this, Li Hengli directly knelt down. Chairman, it's me who has no eyes. I'm bad. I shouldn't be like this to Li Shueting. I won't dare to do so again in the future. Please spare me for the sake of my brother-in-law Wang Shoufa. If you don't say it I've forgotten. You can be so bold. This brother-in-law of yours must have helped a lot too. Zhaoan, you directly notify the headquarters. Wang Shoufa is also fired together. In addition, speaking here, he glanced at Sister Li, who was still in a state of shock, and spoke again. For the position of Director of Operations, let Sister Li take it. After Li Shueting described the process of Sister Li helping her last time, he also got to know this person side by side. Sister Li is a generous person and has a lot of experience in bringing artists and strong operational skills, but it's just that he has a straight character and too much sense of justice. He once offended his superiors many times for the sake of the innocence and welfare of the artists under him. That's why he has never been able to get promoted. Therefore, Lu Chen decided to let her be the director of this operation. In the entertainment industry where subterfuge is everywhere, there can be such a clear stream to make the employees work with more peace of mind. Yes, Chairman, Lu Dong, At this time, Sister Li excitedly came to Lu Chen and was about to say something. You don't have to say anything, I think highly of you, and I hope that you will uphold your usual style and keep a good eye on me. Besides, Shui Ting is in your hands. Lu Chen didn't let her continue, and directly sealed the deal. Chairman, spare me, I really won't do it again. You can fuck off and throw it out. As Lu Chen's words fell, no, one behind him directly stepped forward, picked up Li Hangli and flung him out. Ouch! Li Hongli, who had fallen on his ass, screamed in pain. Lu Chen, on the other hand, didn't even look at it and entered the company surrounded by the crowd. Lu Dong, this Li Hangli poisoned many artists during his reign. Isn't it too cheap for him just like that? Should we notify the entire industry of his viciousness? He and his brother-in-law have also owned their own circle and entertainment park for so many years. It's not hard to find an underling after he's fired. And with his urbane nature, going to another entertainment company, I'm afraid that many more artists will have to suffer. At this time, Sister Li said worriedly, as she had fought with Li Hangli and the others many times and was too familiar with them. Don't worry, he'll never be able to do evil again. Outside the door, Li Hangli stood up cursing. Damn, we'll see. Do you think you can't live without Starlight Entertainment? In a bad mood, naturally looking for a place to vent, so he directly contacted a good-looking, went to the hotel to open a room. Honey, why are you off so early today? Don't talk so much, the laborer is on fire today. Hurry up and get me down. Ouch, look at you monkey around. Slow down. Seeing the good-looking, Li Hangli 3 times, directly dismantle the armor and carry a sword to go into battle. But half a day later, what's wrong with you? Half the time you don't respond. Hey, I don't fucking know. I'm totally unconscious. This time, Li Hangli anxious, which still have the heart to continue, directly put on the clothes and pants, ran to the hospital. After a series of tests, the doctor gave him an answer that made him despair. Crushing rupture of the corpus cavernosum, untreatable. This news was like a bolt from the blue, instantly crushing Li Hangli and leaving him lifeless. Now he became the last eunuch of the Summer Kingdom. No! A miserable hiss resounded through the corridors of the hospital, causing countless people to look sideways. Starburst Entertainment Division, General Manager's Office. At this moment, Zhaoan and the others left, freeing up space for Lu Chen and Li Shueting. Didn't see that coming, you're so bad. After hearing Lu Chen's explanation, Li Shueting's entire face turned red. It turned out that before Lu Chen slapped Li Hangli a few times was not for nothing, but used the techniques in the Xianlong acupuncture, directly destroying Li Hangli's spongy body, making him lifelong in activation. Just because it says it's Xianlong stitching doesn't mean that everything requires a silver needle to get out. Small tactics like this can be achieved by tapping some meridians and points in the human body through special techniques. And with this kind of maneuver, it's completely untraceable. The key thing is, no one will believe you when you tell them about such a magical maneuver. This shows how marvelous the Xianlong needle technique is. Lu Chen, why didn't you tell me that you're the chairman of Starlight Entertainment? I've also been paying attention to the entertainment industry, and I feel that this industry is quite lucrative. It just so happens that there's a chance that I can acquire Starburst Entertainment. Coincidentally, Lu Chen snorted. He couldn't say that the system just happened to give it, could he? But in Li Shueting's ears, she thought that it was not Lu Chen who had heard her complaints before acquiring Starlight Entertainment. Otherwise, why didn't he acquire so many entertainment companies out there and just happen to acquire Starlight Entertainment? Or after she begged Lu Chen for help? Lu Chen, thank you, Li Shueting said seriously, then directly came up and kissed Lu Chen between his lips, then flew out with a red face. This girl, feeling the residual warmth between his lips, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile. Zyra Mansion, Villa 3. At this time the house is crowded. A group of white coats in and out, forehead covered with beads of sweat. It can be seen that they are very anxious. Su Fuling even rubbed her hands together and paced anxiously back and forth outside Qin Lao's bedroom door. The bedroom door opened, vaguely seeing the house filled with various medical equipment. A middle-aged man wearing a white coat inside walked out. A closer look can reveal that the inside of this white coat is actually a military uniform. Dr. Lin, how is Elder Qin doing? It's stabilized for now, but we'll have to see about tonight. Hey, I'm only to blame for my lack of medical skills. Lin Tianshang, a lieutenant general of the Tiannan military department of the Summer Kingdom, was also a great power player of the Summer Kingdom, with a hand of superb medical skills. but he actually said that he was not good at medicine, so it was obvious how bad Qin Lao's situation was. And a lieutenant general, who was also a great power player, could actually come personally to see Qin Lao. This Qin Lao's identity could be seen how horrible it was. "Old man Qin, I've come to see you for a drink today." At this time, Lu Chen's voice sounded outside the door. Su Fu Ling opened the door. The haggardness and sorrow on her pretty face was plainly visible. "Elder Qin is sick. You can come back another day." "Sick?" Glancing through the doorway at the white coats busy back and forth inside, Lu Chen's brows furrowed. With his keen senses, he naturally saw the military uniforms inside these white coats. It seems that this old man Qin has an unusual status. "Want me to help?" Thus, Lu Chen opened his mouth and asked. It wasn't that he liked to mind his own business, but the last time he had that drink with old man Qin, he had drunk out of his feelings. Moreover, this old man Qin's dashing and uninhibited style always gave him a feeling of a hermit and a tall man in a novel. What can you do to help? Don't add to the mess." At this time, Su Fu Ling was obviously a bit annoyed, impatiently waving her hand in preparation to send him away. But unexpectedly, Lu Chen directly pushed her away and walked in. "Hey, what are you doing?" In a moment of inattention, Lu Chen slipped in. Su Fu Ling was a little angry and directly snapped. "Young man, Elder Qin is in poor health and should not be disturbed at this time." At this time, Lin Tiansheng, who heard the voice, also looked back at Lu Chen. However, Lu Chen didn't care and walked directly toward the room. As soon as he entered, he sensed the oppression in the room and the anxiety of the crowd. Obviously, Qin Lao was very sick. Moreover, after inheriting the Xin Dragon Needle technique, Lu Chen sometimes saw things differently. Just a moment ago, he actually felt a deadly aura within the bedroom. Seeing Lu Chen do this, the crowd frowned, thinking why was this person so rude? "Lu Chen, you've gone too far." Watching Lu Chen break through the crowd and walk into the bedroom, Su Fu Ling changed her superficial modesty and directly roared out. Even more so, he chased after him and was about to pull him out. "Stop it," Lu Chen casually made a point, and in the next second, the crowd was dumbfounded, because Su Fu Ling, as if fixed in place, maintained the posture of going up and wanting to drag, her mouth slightly open, frozen in place. "What? What is this?" The crowd froze and ran to check it out. The scene was so bizarre. But how do you look at it? Su Fu Ling is now completely stilled except for her eyes that can turn slightly. Even her voice can't come out. Hiss. At this moment, Lin Tianqing and the others who were originally going to go forward to stop them all stopped in their tracks, huffing cold air as they looked at Lu Chen with shocked faces. It's so weird. Su Fu Ling is even more shocking waves in his heart. What is wrong with himself? Giving Lu Chen such a point that he couldn't move? What the hell did this asshole do to himself? Lu Chen had already arrived at Qin Lao's bedside by now, plucked open his eyes and carefully observed his eyeballs, then pinched his right hand pulse and closed his eyes. After a few seconds, he opened his eyes and looked at Lin Tiansheng. "Old man Qin, this is a lung that has suffered a serious injury and his left meridian has been blocked for more than 20 years. Right? It's all almost necrotic. And for a long time failed to dredge Li to this time the heart vein has also been blocked. Nearly necrosis. There is an aura within him that is warming his meridians if anything. Interesting. But the breath is so weak that the speed of warming up can't match the speed of the meridians dying." Hearing the sentence Lu Chen threw out, Lin Tianqing's eyes widened in vain, shocked beyond words. If he didn't have enough merit, he definitely wouldn't have been able to tell Qin Lao's problem in such a short period of time. Moreover, it was a bit scary that he could even feel the breath that was warming the meridians in old Qin's body. "My humble Lin Tiansheng, what is this gentleman's name?" "Lu Chen. Mr. Lu Chen, you are absolutely right. Elder Qin is suffering from a fault that was branded in the past, and we can't wither the necrotic meridians. We can only slow down the time of necrosis. But as you can see, after dragging it out for more than 20 years, it seems to have come to an end." Speaking of this, Lin Tianqing's eyes darkened a bit. Although seeing Lu Chen's previous means, Lin Tiansheng was very shocked, but once he thought about it, he was able to see the foci of the disease. But for today's medical capabilities, there is no solution to such a problem. Well, it really can't be reversed for current world medicine. But I think I can try. "What? You said you can reverse meridian necrosis?" Lu Chen's words were like thunder from the sky, causing Lin Tianqing to jump straight up. This is completely anti-scientific behavior. If the necrotic meridians can be reversed, what kind of divine means must it be? But now this Lu Chen in front of him, who looked like he was only in his early 20s, actually said he could try? Shocked, he couldn't help but look at Su Fu Ling. Lu Chen glanced over and seemed to see that some decisions needed to be made by Su Fu Ling, so he walked over to Su Fu Ling. "I can unblock you now, but talk nicely, don't make a mess, and blink if you agree." When Su Fu Ling heard Lu Chen say this, her heart directly cursed away. What do you mean I'm talking nicely? What do you mean I'm not messing up? You're the one who's messing up. What an asshole. But it was inexplicably panicky to keep being set up like this, having absolutely no idea what tactics this was. Whatever. Let's make sure the old lady can move first. Immediately afterward, she blinked her large Khazarian eyes as hard as she could in a hurry. No need to keep blinking. I'm not blind. After saying that, he casually made another point, and Su Fu Ling directly sat down on the ground, gasping for air. Lu Chun, you bastard. How dare you do this to my old lady? Originally ready to vent. She immediately shut up when she saw Lu Chen smile and raise his right index finger to her and wiggle it. Well, that's right. I'm going to treat Elder Qin now. Do you have any objections? Su Fu Ling glared at him and looked to Lin Tianqing for advice. Ms. Su, I can't cure Elder Qin with my ability. I can only delay it, and if I get sick again next time, I might not be able to return. But, Mr. Lu Chen sighed. Is still your decision. Seeing that Lin Tianqing didn't say that he couldn't allow Lu Chen to treat him, it meant that the few hands just now had also gained Lin Tianqing's approval. But after all, it's unheard of for this condition to be cured. Therefore, Lin Tianqing didn't dare to say that he could be cured by handing it over to Lu Chen. Su Fu Ling is also considered to be the CEO who has been in charge of the Su Group for many years, so naturally she understood the reason at once. Since it can't be saved and is only delayed, it will be a death sooner or later. Might as well blog about it and beat a dead horse. Thinking that Qin Lao was a frank, uninhibited and fastidious person, he didn't want to live like this. So, she gritted her teeth and looked at Lu Chen. You can really cure it? That should do it. How sure? 50%. Yes. Su Fu Ling can become the CEO, and is not a procrastinator. Direct clap. Elder Lin, can you lend me a pair of silver needles? No problem. Lin Tianqing quickly brought a set of silver needles and handed them over. Need anything else? No. Irrelevant people can go out. Don't disturb me during the treatment, or else I have nothing to do with Elder Qin if anything happens to him. Mr. Lu Chun, can I observe and learn from the sidelines? May. Lu Chen thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. I'm staying too. Su Fu Ling hurriedly shouted. Okay, everyone else out. Thinking of Su Fu Ling's relationship with Elder Qin, Lu Chen didn't object. Thus, except for Lin Tianqing and Su Fu Ling, everyone else was invited out and the door to the room was closed. Only Lu Chen did the sterilization of the silver needles. And the scene that followed once again made Su Fu Ling and her duo's eyes pop out in shock. The silver needle suddenly emitted a faint fluorescence in Lu Chen's hand, and in the next second it even began to pulsate with Lu Chen's fingers. Lu Chen stilled his breath and concentrated. The healing route that had long been locked in place rehearsing in his mind. After all, this was the first time he had actually used the Xianlong stitch. Take the left foot soundly, the left Shingu through the Yongquan, the right Dicky, the right Gong Sun, and the right white one through the Naguan. Among them, the foot Sanli and Shingu used the tonic method, the DG and Gongsun used the laxative method, and the outer guan through the inner guan is flatly tonic and flatly laxative. Leave the needle in place for 20 minutes, and if the recipient's waist is warm, then perform Feilong Tongdu. In vain, Lu Chen instantly struck out, the silver needles moving at random thoughts, flying through Qin Lao's body. Visible to the naked eye, heat began to rise from Qin Lao's body, and his skin gradually turned red from his feet. Slowly, the redness spreads all over the body. Swish! Lu Chen nodded as he withdrew his momentum at this moment and observed Elder Qin's condition. Currently, Elder Qin's body response was consistent with what was described in the Xianlong acupuncture technique, so it seemed that he hadn't been biased. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Lu Chen began to sterilize the second silver needle. Lin Tianqing on the side was not daring to utter a sound. What he just saw was like a dream. How can you use this needle like this? That's good? Lin Tianqing could hold it in, but Su Fu Ling couldn't. How is it possible? This is only the first step. This method is called the 5 Qi towards the elements. Elder Qin's body is in a relatively poor condition. I am activating his body's potential first to bring him back to life. Next I have to cultivate his vitality. After all, his body has been deficient for too long. Oh, Su Fu Ling nodded her head blankly. Although she couldn't understand it, it felt so bullish. Countless little stars emerged from the eyes that looked at Lu Chen. Just now the casting needle, she all watched in the eyes. Feel with watching a fantasy movie, silver needle can actually move with the fingers in the air. Simply unimaginable. 20 minutes later, Lu Chen once again checked Elder Qin's state before withdrawing the needle. Next, the second stitch rises. The metaphysical scene was staged again, and it was like a dream to see Lin Tianqing, almost drooling. What could be more appealing to this great powerhouse than this amazing stitch? He stared hard into those originally small eyes, unblinking as he watched Lu Chen cast. A few minutes later, Lu Chen once again withdrew the needle. Next, I'm going to return to heaven for old man Qin Tongdu. The two of you must not interrupt with your voices. The last step was very crucial. Lu Chen didn't dare to be sloppy and urged in a deep voice. Lin Tiansheng and Su Fuling, at this moment, were like taught students, obediently nodding their heads and squatting to the side without a word. Shabu shabu. Third stitch up. This time, Elder Qin's body began to produce violent shaking, and a pained expression appeared on his face. The limbs, the forehead, all the veins burst violently, from the initial purple-black color, slowly recovering to a light green color. Whoa! Suddenly, Elder Qin sat up in a flash and violently spat out several mouthfuls of black blood. This sudden scene, if not for Lin Tiansheng covering Su Fuling's mouth first, I'm afraid that it would directly scare Su Fuling to scream and jump up, because it was just like a fraud just now. Lu Chen was quick on his feet, and the moment Qin Lao sat up, he lifted the needle and violently rolled it a few times. Whoa! Another mouthful of blood was spat out, and at this time, if one was careful, one could see that the color of this mouthful of spat out blood had already changed from the previous inky black to a normal red. Seeing this, Lu Chen immediately withdrew the needles, helped Elder Qin lie down, and exhaled a long breath of turbid air. There, wiping the sweat from his forehead, Lu Chen smiled. However, at this time, he was physically and mentally overconsumed, and his feet were slightly weak. Seeing himself in such a state, he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. If it wasn't for the fact that when he passed down the Xianlong needle technique, the system came with an infusion of spiritual power and some magical power, he was afraid that he would have a hard time completing this treatment. It seems like it takes ages to recover from treating this major disease all at once. He could feel the loss of essence from this treatment, and it would take at least a week to recover. Really good? Su Fuling looked at Lu Chen dumbfounded, feeling like she was in a dream. In just less than an hour, he cured Master Qin's fatal disease that he had been seeking treatment everywhere for decades without any success? Lin Tianqing even took 3 steps to the bed and examined Elder Qin. When it was all checked over, he was shocked. Qin old man now in the body of the meridians no longer have any blockage phenomenon, and that meridians as if newborn, more than the average youth. It can be described as energizing. Moreover, he realized that all the other minor problems that Master Qin used to have in his body seemed to have been cured in this treatment altogether. In particular, the scar left on Elder Qin's back when he was young had disappeared, and his skin was intact as before. Does this treatment even come with beauty treatments afterward? Lin Tianqing's heart was like waves of shock. Beyond words, this was simply a miracle. With a bang, Lin Tianqing directly kneeled on one knee in front of Lu Chen. Mr. Lu Chen. Lin Tianqing has been addicted to medicine all his life, and observing Mr. Fanjia's hand, he was astonished, so please be sure to accept me as your disciple. Seeing Lin Tianqing like this, Su Fuling's entire body was blinded. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Lin Tianqing looked like he had a gentle personality, but he was an absolute authority in medical skills, not to mention in Xia, even in the world. He had never obeyed anyone in this regard, and now he was actually kneeling directly in front of Lu Chen, begging to worship his master. What's more, this Lin Tianqing is still a lieutenant general. If this news gets out, wouldn't it scare the hell out of people? This can't be allowed. If Elder Lin is interested, you can come and sit here with me sometime and communicate more. There is nothing to make it so. The attainment is the first, and I beg you, sir, to make it so. Seeing Lin Tianqing being so persistent, Lu Chen had 2 big heads. Lu Chen, Elder Lin is a man of nature, and all soldiers are very dry. To serve you is to serve you. You're a big man. There's no need to squirm. You let a lieutenant general, a great power player kneel all the time. Is it good? Su Fuling is always taboo. Otherwise it would not be her such an identity, but also nothing to run as a little girl racing. Lieutenant General? Grand Master? Hearing Su Fuling say this, Lu Chen froze for half a day. Seems like it would be pretty awesome to have a Lieutenant General, a great power player, as his disciple. He couldn't help but why in his heart and finally agreed to Lin Tianqing's request. This time, it made old man Lin happy, and he even glanced at Su Fuling gratefully. Master is above. Please accept my disciple's obeisance. After saying that, he respectfully kowtowed to Lu Chen. Although it was cool, Lu Chen was still a bit weirdly embarrassed. Other than that, it always felt a little weird to kowtow to this Lin Tianqing who was a big old man. Su Fuling, however, was thinking wildly, this old man Lin has worshipped Lu Chen as his master. So if I pick up Lu Chen, won't he have to call me his master's wife? Ha. Seems like fun. But then his face reddened. Shit, what's the old lady thinking? This is my best friend's man. Thinking about this, she couldn't help but frown. The more she learned about this Lu Chen, the more mysterious he became. It was not at all what Angie's mouth said. She hadn't done much investigating and tracking Lu Chen in the past few days, and just some of the things she had learned were already shocking. How many more secrets does he have? And at that moment, Qin Lao slowly opened his eyes and awoke. Grandpa Qin, you're finally awake. Aha! Elder Qin nodded and was just about to sit up when he suddenly saw Lin Tianqing kneeling on one knee and was dumbfounded. What the hell are you doing? Lin, you got a cold leg? Taking another look, Lu Chen was also here, and it seemed that Lin Tianqing was kneeling down to Lu Chen. Is this something I'm missing? Old man Qin, you're the one with old cold legs. I'm worshipping the master. You know AP. Worship? Hearing Lin Tianqing's words, Elder Qin was momentarily puzzled. Why do you worship this kid? You've taken the wrong pills, haven't you? Or am I still unconscious from my illness? A hallucination? Yes, it must be a hallucination. Old man Qin thought and slapped himself. Holy shit, that hurt. The others naturally didn't know what was going through Elder Qin's mind, and saw him slap himself. Master, when you're treating this, will you mess up his brain? In the past, this old Qin ghost was doing things that were sometimes unreliable, but he wouldn't slap himself in the mouth. Lin Tianqing couldn't help but ask quietly, you're the one who's out of your mind. What the fuck is going on here? Qin Lao feels that he is not in the wrong time and space. How can he not see it anymore? Seeing this, Su Fuling stepped forward and told the story one by one. After listening, old man Qin Swish jumped out of bed. Is a set of military boxing. Then he looked at Lu Chen in shock. Then at himself. Then at Lu Chen again. Yes, it was your boy who cured me? Pointing at himself, old man Qin asked. Lu Chen smiled and nodded. I go. You kid can I have been treating this body problem for more than 20 years. The worse it gets. I did not expect to give you a cure. Hey, it seems like my prostate is better too. I feel like I can find a few pussies to give birth to a few of his dolls out now. Ha ha ha. Old man Qin laughed heartlessly. Old man Qin, I'm still here. Su Fuling heard the blush, spit and ran out. This old man is too dirty. Lin Tianqing on the side was also holding his forehead and closing his eyes. This old immortal, still so shameless, regained a new life, plagued his decades of fatal stubborn disease cured. Old man Qin exceptionally happy. Pulling Lu Chen is going to drink. Let's have a good drink today to thank you for saving our lives. But let's drink my hidden wine today. Although it's not as expensive as your bottles, the taste is no worse than yours. And the key is the strength. Good. Then Lin. For a moment, Lu Chen didn't know what was good about shouting at Lin Tianqing. Shouting disciple was a bit strange, and he really couldn't shout out. Master, just call me Born. Lin Tianqing seemed to understand Lu Chen's difficulty and said directly. Well, Born, go get my stash of booze later. The three of us will drink it together. You know where it's kept, right? Before Lu Chen could say anything, old man Qin was the first to call out. Hey, little friend. What do you think this old man Lin should call me after you took him as your disciple? Fuck off. To each his own. Don't try to take advantage of me. Hearing old man Qin's words, Lin Tianqing directly cursed. The room buzzed with activity as the two old men disliked each other. And after a few cups of strong wine, Lu Chen also knew the identity of this old man Qin. Old man Qin, named Qin Tian Taki, was the god of war of the Xia kingdom, nickname, Dragon God. The identity of the Xia state is extremely honorable. In terms of rank, Judah on top of the generals, more prestigious than the founding fathers. Nothing else. When he was young, he had smashed many enemy attacks, and a book could not keep track of the high officials he had annihilated, and it was claimed to be the first patriarch of Xia, but it was only after being backstabbed in an operation over 20 years ago that it slowly retreated. Decades had passed, and although countries fought openly and secretly, spells like those of the past had rarely occurred. Mostly it's about financial resources, allies, and means. In today's society, who's going to use their fists when they can use money? After this incident, Qin Tian Taki hard to pull Lu Chen to become a brother. Do not agree to rely on Lu Chen not to let go. This old man is really a great trick, but Lu Chen had no choice but to agree. After finishing, old man Qin was so pleased that he immediately flirted with Lin Tianqing and called him master nephew. Angry Lin Tianqing chased after him to fight for half a day. In the end, the two were drunk. Even in their sleep the two are fighting. The key is also able to get the right words. See Lu Chen TSK. At 12 o'clock, Lu Chen returned to his villa, and the system's beep sounded. Ding! The product has been updated on the shelves. Please decide whether to buy it or not by the host. Item, R-Type Wisdom Potion Ultimate. Price, $1. R-Type Wisdom Potion Ultimate Edition. Taking it can achieve the ability to forget everything and learn by example, and it can greatly enhance the brain area and mental power. Great stuff! This time, casting the Xianlong needle technique had made him deeply realize his lack of spiritual power. and his brain was still a bit swollen afterwards. When he asked the system at that time, the system stated that this was because his own brain domain degree was not enough, so the amount of spiritual energy he could store was less, and once he consumed too much, he would experience dizziness and general weakness. I didn't expect that this potion would come directly today, and I suddenly felt that this system was very thoughtful. With a thought, the R-type wisdom potion appeared in his hand. It was a bottle of liquid potion that was dark blue in color. I opened the cap and smelled it, but it didn't have any odor, so I drank it. At once, a wave of coolness went straight to his head, and the whole person felt a jolt. After a few minutes, the cooling sensation disappeared, and Lu Chen felt that his eyes, apart from being brighter, seemed to be able to see farther, and one's hearing and sense of smell all seemed to have improved at a very high level. He casually took a magazine and quickly flipped through it, then closed it. His mind was actually like a movie, and every word and sentence in it came back to him, so he really could not forget it. Lu Chen was thinking, if this was still during the school period, with this thing, wouldn't he be a super learner? After a tiring day, Lu Chen did not intend to brush the live broadcast, and washed up and directly laid down his body. Villa 3. Yoko, what time is the appointment tomorrow? Sister Ling, Panglong said to meet at 11 o'clock noon tomorrow at the Tongqing building to talk about the contract. Tongqing house? Okay, then get your information ready and I'll see you tomorrow at 11. Okay. Hanging up the phone, Su Fuling frowned. This time to Jiangdu, there are important things, is to finalize the contract with Pang's group. Magic City side of the project is about to start. Because of the specific requirements of the party, there are several kinds of materials are scarce. She looked for a lot of places are out of stock, only Pang's own. However, this old fox, Pang Long, after knowing that Su Fuling's side was in urgent need of these materials, he sat on the ground and increased the price, wanting to ruthlessly slaughter her. Several times in negotiations, this guy was playing the game, not allowing a single step on the basis of a strange commodity. But he didn't have much time to procrastinate, so he made an appointment with Huge Dragon to finalize the contract tomorrow. I don't know if this old fox will compromise tomorrow, he. With worries in mind, Su Fuling slowly fell asleep. At noon the following day, box 515 of the Tongqing building. Boss Pang, how have you considered what I told you last time? Mr. Su, it's not that I intentionally raised the price. You see that my old friend has been looking for me several times, and he also wants this batch of materials. There is only one batch of goods. If you give it to him, you will not be able to reach the quantity you want. In business, it is true that you want a larger amount. Also because of this, I first tighten you. Otherwise my old friend gave a higher price than the price I give you now. Su Fuling sniffed and frowned. This old fox came back to this. Hell knows what price your old friend is offering. And it's hard to say if there even is such an old friend. Not that she believes it anyway, but don't believe it. People are stuck with the source in their hands and there is nothing you can do about it. The key is that this party is also very persistent. Gave them consultations on whether they can change other materials instead. The reply is no, which makes her very depressed. At this moment, the door of the box was opened and a middle-aged man with a big belly came in. Elder brother Pang, you're being unkind. I've said I'll pay a high price for this batch of your materials. Why are you talking to someone else again? If it wasn't for little Lee's slip of the tongue, I wouldn't even know that you're here to sign with someone else. As soon as he entered, the man grumbled and looked back at a young man who had followed him in. This person was none other than the Shaoli he was talking about, a department manager below Huge Dragon. Panglong glared at Li, expressed dissatisfaction, then changed a smiling face and said, Zhang old brother you also have to sympathize with the brother's difficulties you want the amount is not too big and not small. This batch of goods for the time being, the near future is not able to replenish the goods, then you only take away a part of it. The rest of me cannot be dealt with this is not the Su want just right. So come to talk a little bit. You can't just give it to her because she wants more. There has to be a first come first served. I can give you a higher price. I'll raise it by 10% on the price we talked about last time. What do you think? This old Zhang sniffed and said hurriedly, Mr. Zhang, you're raising the price indiscriminately. It's a bit of vicious competition Besides first come first served that's also we contacted Mr. Pang first Hearing this, Su Fuling immediately said. Seeing this person rushing in, she listened for a while, feeling that someone really wanted to ask Huge Dragon to buy this batch of materials. Although she still felt that this matter was a bit fishy, she couldn't afford to gamble. If the material was taken away by this person, then her side of the project would be ruined. So, it has to be fought for. At those words, old Zhang looked at Huge Dragon. Elder brother Zhang, it's really this Mr. Su who contacted me first. Panglong said truthfully, she came first, and has MS. Su signed on? That's a no. That's not it. Not signed is not negotiated. In that case, my side to be urgent. She does not sign, I sign. I brought the deposit. Saying that, old Zhang directly put a password box he brought on the table and directly opened it, which was filled with a box full of money. Who says I won't sign? Sign, Mr. Pang. Let's sign now. Seeing this, Su Fuling was anxious. Directly shot. Took the contract directly prepared by Huge Dragon. Signed and stamped. Although Huge Dragon, this price is much higher, compressing their own big profit margin, but at least getting this batch of materials, one can still make some money. The key is that this project is made. The subsequent cooperation is more, and also can make their company's name on the Xiangjiang side. Xiangjiang was supposed to be the next market for their Su group to raid, so they had to take this project as a knockout. But she didn't see that Huge Dragon and old Zhang exchanged glances when she wasn't looking. Zhang, old brother. Look, people have all signed. Really sorry. Business or to pay attention to integrity. First come first served. Panglong saw that Su Fuling had already finished signing and stamping, and said apologetically to old Zhang, "Ai, it's a pity. Then Pang, old brother, you grab this bout of time and then help me to see if there is a way to buy goods. I also go outside to find again. I am really urgent." Old Zhang said with a look of regret. "Okay, I'll be sure to keep an eye out for you." Then old Chang left. Mr. Su, happy cooperation. Happy cooperation, Su Fuling said reluctantly. This time, but was ruthlessly slaughtered by this old fox. The heart is naturally uncomfortable. Why don't you join us for dinner? No, I'm meeting a friend here to talk about something. Next time, and please ask Mr. Pang to ship early. Don't worry, I'll do it when I get back later. He could hear Su Fuling's intention to give a bit of an expulsion order, but Huge Dragon didn't care. Having made a hard profit, Huge Dragon was in a good mood and agreed with a smile. Panglong had just walked downstairs to the lobby of the restaurant when he came face to face with a man walking over. Boss, what brings you here? Old Pang, you're here too? My friend called me here for dinner, saying there's something to discuss. Your friend? Well, it says box 515. What floor is this 515? At the risk of asking, boss, the one who asked you to dinner is MS. Su Fuling Su? Yeah, how did you know? Hearing this, Huge Dragon shivered. Boss, I have a bit of a stomachache here. I'm in an internal emergency. Sorry. With that, he turned and ran upstairs, not even taking the elevator. Aren't you in a hurry? Isn't there a restroom downstairs? Lu Chen looked at the WC indicator sign hanging in the lobby with a puzzled expression. The door of box 515 was opened with a bang, startling Su Fuling. Looking back, it turned out to be Panglong who was back again and had unlocked the compartment door as soon as he came in. What are you doing here? Why are you back again? MS. Su, I just received a call from the purchasing department, saying that the previous purchase price list for this batch of materials was wrong, and after accounting, it can be floated down another 10 points on the price you said before, so I rushed over to re-sign the contract for you. There's this good thing? Hearing Panglong's words, Su Fuling suddenly felt that her brain was not enough to react for a moment. Look at this contract. The price has been changed. Panglong directly took out 2 blank contracts, filled in the latest prices, and handed them to Su Fuling with an anxious face. Su Fuling looked at the price, and sure enough, there was a 10-point downward adjustment on the basis of his original offer. Really, this price for me? Yes. Business is based on sincerity. How much is how much? You see, this price is still satisfied? If you are satisfied, let's sign it now. Right? After signing, I still have some urgent things to do. Although there were a million doubts in his mind, the price on this contract was definitely favorable to him. So Su Fuling also does not care what crazy this Huge Dragon. Directly signed and sealed. For fear of Huge Dragon regret. I don't know that Pang Long is afraid that Su Fuling will not sign. Then give Lu Chen know that he pitched his friend. Then he shall not be unlucky. Both parties signed and sealed the contract and tore up the old one from before. Mr. Pang, happy cooperation. This time, Su Fuling was truly pleasant, with more than a happy smile on her face. Pleasure. As long as MS. Su is satisfied with this cooperation, then I'll leave first. After saying that, he ran off in a huff, especially when he opened the door. He also glanced thievishly to the right and left of the door. A series of operations confused Su Fuling, but she didn't bother to think too much about it. The result was good anyway, so she hummed happily. Phew, what makes Miss Su so happy? Only at this time, Lu Chen pushed the door and walked in. Still whining with his mouth, this hotel's box is like a maze. Let me look for it. Lu Chen. You're here? Seeing Lu Chen, Su Fuling, who was in a good mood, greeted him with a smile. What's the big deal with you? It's not much. It's just that I just signed a contract with the Pang Group and made a profit. Oh, Ponzi? Yeah. Don't you know about Pang? That's the biggest material supplier in your Jiangdu city. Much stronger than that Hongfeng real estate of yours. How did you know that Hongfeng real estate is mine? Seeing Lu Chen staring at himself, Su Fuling's eyes dodged, and she let her mouth slip when she was happy. And it just so happens that last time I went to look at a house, I happened to see you over at Spring Reflections. Oh, that's right. Lu Chen nodded and didn't care. If it was discovered, it was discovered, and there was nothing to hide. But there's something fishy about this contract signing today. Oh, how? Before this huge dragon to raise the price very high, originally forced me also hard to sign. Can he go out not long suddenly turned back, said before the price as he got it wrong, and gave a new contract for me to sign. This time the price of affordable let me feel unreal. Let me flat out than the original projected but also earn more than 10 points of profit. I don't know what's going on, but it was finally a good signing. Hearing this, Lu Chen sort of figured out why this huge dragon suddenly became flustered just now after knowing that he had come to box 515 for dinner. This old fox, Lu Chen thought in his heart and couldn't help but laugh. But with this old smoothie around, business is not afraid of losing money, and it's pretty much on the up and up, and it's good to have a fear of yourself, otherwise you might do something behind your back. Of course Lu Chen also knew that this series of transformation was also because of that last encounter at the Fuhai restaurant. Let them know that their industry can be more than just them. That's why. So what did you call me here for today? It's not simply to eat, is it? I do have something I need your help with. Seeing Su Fuling stammering, Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. So President Su also has a time when her little daughter is squirming. Just say what's going on. Che, I'm a woman too. After being teased by Lu Chen, she relaxed instead. It's like this, there's a very annoying person who's been pestering me. And apart from talking to Pang about cooperation, there's actually another reason for me to run over here, which is to avoid this person. But unfortunately, this person chased me here. So, stop, don't so. You're not trying to ask me to be your shield, are you? Just reject it if you don't like it, right? When Lu Chen heard this, he directly interrupted her. Isn't this an old plot of a TV show? You think I don't want to? He's the crown prince of the NI group in Magic City, and he also has some business cooperation with our group, so there are things I can't conveniently do. And the family has also been trying to facilitate us, the so-called business marriage. You understand, right? Lu Chen rolled his white eyes. It really was the same old story. Ignoring his blank stare, Su Fuling continued, if I pull someone randomly, they won't believe me, and the news will definitely reach my parents by then, and they won't agree. So you dragged me there and people believed you, and your mom and dad agreed? At least you're good looking and have your own industry. So young to take the first villa of Zirwei Mansion. Surely there's more than one Hongfeng real estate, right? Plus your out of this world tactics yesterday. That's the principle. And old man Qin appreciates you so much that he's worshipped you, and has a lieutenant general disciple like Lin Tianchang. I'm sure my parents are fine with you taking it out like that. This is the time to reflect Su Fuling's analytical ability. She is right. If a normal person only owns a Hongfeng real estate, how can they take the no? One villa of Zirwei Mansion? If they could have taken it, they would have taken it themselves long ago. Why would they wait to give it to Lu Chen? When you say it like that, I feel as if I'm pretty good. Lu Chen snorted. Look at you. You're a stinker. So, do you say yes or no? Why would I do such a thankless thing? Besides, you're making me sound so good. What if your parents really take a shine to me when the time comes? If you like it, then you like it. What's the matter? I'm not good enough for you? Besides, you're my best friends, man. Are you still afraid that I'll eat you? Seeing that Lu Chen still seemed to resent it, Su Fuling was a bit annoyed. You're not bad looking, are you? There are a lot of people who want to chase them in Magic City, and this guy still dislikes them? Your best friend? Angela Yao is your best friend? Hearing Su Fuling's words, Lu Chen froze, then asked after him. Geez, yeah, Yao Angie is my bestie that I grew up with. So don't worry, if it really comes down to that, she's big too. Being angered by Lu Chen, he himself misspoke again, so Su Fuling said the wrong thing again in a brainstorm. As soon as the words came out of my mouth, I regretted myself. What a thing to say. Lu Chen, on the other hand, grew his mouth in surprise. Holy shit, what does this girl mean? She's willing to be the little one? Sister Flower? Seems good too. Men, there is always YY time. Let alone Su Fuling such a big beauty. But it's one thing to think about it and another to do it. In his mind, but he finally nodded his head in agreement. The main thing was that this girl even called Angie in front of herself and told her all about it. Not only did Angie not object, but she also hoped that Lu Chen would try to help her best friend as much as he could without making things difficult for himself. This made Lu Chen laugh and cry a little, sighing that these two were so close that they were even willing to borrow their boyfriends. In itself, after several times of contact, the relationship between the two of them wasn't bad, and now with Angie having said so, then this favor would be a favor. Subsequently, and she also made amends to Lu Chen on the phone. Perhaps she had to lengthen her business trip cycle this time. The project over there was stuck in a bottleneck, and she had to finish dealing with it before she could come back, and there was a possibility that it would take more than a week. Originally, she was also prepared to give Lu Chen a call today, and it just so happened that Su Fu Ling called, so she said it directly. The two of them poured out their thoughts to each other for a while and hung up the phone amidst Su Fu Ling's constant blank stares. Then the two got down to business, unifying their voices as they ate. In the end, under Lu Chen's constant spitting, a program was formulated that Su Fu Ling considered herself satisfied with. At this time, Lu Chen's phone rang. "Boss, this is Zhou Zhaogang. All the funds from the Jinrui real estate side have been invested, and the foundation has already been started. Well, let's go ahead with the original plan then. It's time to close the net." "Okay, boss." Hanging up the phone, Lu Chen's eyes narrowed. "It's time to pay back what you owe me." Fonyang District Flower Expo Pavilion. "You guys move fast. The press conference is about to start." Nguyen Min Hui directed his subordinates to be busy at the meeting place. For the construction of Lot 1 in Fonyang District, they directly chartered the Flower Expo Pavilion here to be used for press conferences. It didn't take long for everyone to arrive. Nguyen Min Hui straightened his suit and hairstyle, walked into the meeting with his head held high, and took a seat on the podium. Because he got the most credit this time, the old man gave him the lead. This made him feel that he was already standing at the peak of his life. And after this development case was completed, Ruan's group would be on another level, comparable to the big groups in Magic City and Kyoto. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our press conference on the development case of Lot 1 in Fonyang District of Ruan Group. We, Ruan, are ready to make this plot of land the most luxurious seascape tourist resort in Jiangdu City and even in the whole country here." Nguyen Min Hui spoke eloquently on it and took constant questions from reporters. You can tell that everyone is very interested in this program. It also made Ruan Minghui feel that the future was bright, and that this time, Ruan was really going to take off. Just as Ruan Minglian was halfway through his introduction, suddenly the reporters' phones were ringing. "Hello? I'm over here at Nguyen's for a press conference." "What? You're telling the truth? I'll be right there." "What did you say? What's this? It's big news. Grab me a seat. I'll be there in 5 minutes." Only to see these reporters hang up directly, say a few words to the cameraman, and quickly leave the venue with their equipment and go. And at this moment, as if infected among the journalists present, one after another turned to leave. "Hey, you guys don't go. I'm not done here then." Seeing the media people leave one after another, Nguyen Min Hui was confused. What's the situation? He couldn't care less about his image and went straight down to the stage and pulled a reporter to ask, "Hey, don't pull me. I'm in a hurry to do an interview at Hongfeng Real Estate next door." The pulled reporter frowned and drank. This bastard pulling himself is not delaying his interview? It was already too late to get the news, and if you go any later, you won't even be able to drink the soup. So isn't this cutting off your own fortune? So, not caring that Ruan Minghui was some kind of Prince Ruan, he directly pushed away and ran out at speed. What the hell is going on here? Someone tell me. Looking at the venue that instantly went empty, Nguyen Min Hui broke down. "Young Ruan, it's not good. The Hongfeng real estate side has opened a conference and said. At that moment, a subordinate ran in panting. "Say what? Say it." Seeing that he couldn't say anything in half a day, Ruan Minghui directly pounced over and grabbed him, snapping. "They said that they are going to convert all of the plots 2 to 5 over here, as well as the outlying plots in the Fonyang district that they took before, into cemeteries, and according to the market's capacity to take over, it will be divided into 3 grades, high, medium and low, which will be able to meet the needs of all economic levels." What? Hearing this news, Nguyen Min Hui directly sat down on the ground. With a little thought, he understood the power of this. This time, Ruan Group is finished. Their foundation was leveled and excavated the day after they got the land, and because of the rush for time, the labor was used 4 times the amount of normal construction, just to occupy the market earlier, and their advertising investment was paid in full straight away in order to grab the best resources, and now it's completely impossible to get a refund. Secondly, or for the sake of fast, long ago to Pang's Group full order materials, and also gave Pang's Group's huge dragon Ruthless Slaughter, who made the Ponzi Group the largest supplier of materials, and the other smaller ones couldn't meet the demand for such a volume of work. In the end, a large portion of that money was a loan. Now that you've given Hongfeng such a mess, even if you make this place as luxurious and high-end as possible, Who would want to live in a place surrounded by a cemetery? So are you living in this sea view house to see the sea or the ghosts? Isn't it creepy? Grandpa. We're finished. Frustrated. Ugwin Min Hui called the old man's cell phone. Brother, come to the people's hospital. Grandpa. Grandpa, he burst a blood vessel directly after seeing Hongfeng's news. He's in resuscitation now. However, it was Ruan Minglian's urgent voice that came over the phone. Brother, say something. Say, I'm saying you're a horse's head. It's all because you're such a colorful bastard. Messing with no one but Lu Chen. Now the Ruan family is all finished. After a moment of silence, Nguyen Min Hui exploded. By now, he naturally understood why Lu Chen preferred to take all the surrounding plots at a loss during the bidding process, but only refrained from competing for this lot 1. This is digging a hole to bury Nguyen's group. Lu Chen, you're too ruthless. At this time, Lu Chen was at home, watching the news reports of Jiangdu broadcasted on TV. Inside is broadcasting the launch of Hongfeng Real Estate. Zhou Zhaogang spit and spouted a big speech. The scene is very lively. They had instant support from the general public for this planning, and at the same time, he also received the video taken by his subordinates, which was the scene of the press conference of Ruan Group. The eye is all a color of depression and decadence. Turning off the TV, Lu Chen stretched his back and looked out the window at the garden. A ray of sunlight fell. The scenery was intoxicating. Hongfeng Real Estate took this as an opportunity to hit the ground running, and with Lu Chen's advice, Hongfeng's team planned the best 3 price levels and build styles, greatly satisfy the market all kinds of people. More let Zhou Zhaogang did not expect is that the original thought that these land will lose money, but the results are unexpected. When the pre-sale statistics are completed, this cemetery sales not only did not lose money, but also made more than $1 billion, which can be Zhou Zhaogang happy. Lu Chen even gave high bonuses to all the employees of this project, drawing cheers and adoration from the employees, and Nguyen's group has been in ruins and in debt ever since. In the hospital was not easy to resuscitate back to the old man, only to open his eyes and learn that the original Pang's group is actually Lu Chen's business, and this Panglong actually used the money earned from Ruan's group to directly acquire Ruan's group at a low price. It was more like taking a breath and just passing away. The 2 young masters of the Ruan family were also directly made miserable by the debt collectors and were left with nothing overnight, because the money from the auction of Ruan Group is not even enough to pay back the bank interest. A few days later, Lu Chen drove Su Fu Ling to the Hongyuan Hotel for the reception as promised. When did you buy this McLaren? I've seen you buy many Bentleys and Ferraris in the past few days. Why? Are you opening a luxury car club or a car rental company? Su Fu Ling asked suspiciously. All men love cars. More cars to switch around. It wasn't Lu Chen's fault. The system had shelved several items in the past few days. Among them were the Bentley Fleet, 10, and Ferrari. Not to mention Su Fu Ling was puzzled. Even Lu Chen himself felt that is this system trying to open a luxury car club or a wedding car rental company by itself? Ling Ling, long time no see. Just as the two were talking, a slightly gloomy voice rang out. Seeing the visitor, Su Fu Ling's smile tightened and her face went cold. This person was none other than the Ni's crown prince, Ni Tianhao, whom she hated. Won't you introduce me? Seemingly accustomed to Su Fu Ling's cold eyes, Ni Tianhao still said with a smile, but how this voice sounded was gloomy. Lu Chun, my boyfriend. Su Fu Ling introduced raw and cold, then looked at Lu Chun holding his arm, then out to reveal a smile. Tatsu, this is Ni Tianhao of the Ni Group in Magic City, a very annoying person. Oh, the fact that it annoys you at least means you have me in mind, Ni Tianhao said without changing his face, ignoring Su Fu Ling's affectionate behavior. You're really thick-skinned. A good dog doesn't get in the way. Move over. Su Fu Ling said nonchalantly. Although Ni's group had cooperation with her own family, and both parents were interested in setting up a marriage between the two families, she couldn't tear her face off, but she didn't have to give him a good look either. Moreover, she had made it clear that she didn't like this Ni Tianhao and it was impossible to join forces. What your parents think is their business. Love has to be found on your own. Ling Ling, there's no harm in getting a little white boy to play around with on the occasion. But this reception today, it's not something that ordinary people can go in. At those words, instead of getting out of the way, he took a step forward, completely ignoring Lu Chen on the side, reaching out to pull Su Fu Ling's wrist. Lu Chen's brows furrowed. He was a man who had always been a man who did not offend me. It didn't bother him that the man was ignoring him, but that didn't sit well with him. God TM white boy. The two stand together. How to look at this Ni Tianhao is more like a white boy. A little bit of masculinity or not. Talking voice is gloomy. Now it is even more unscrupulous to reach out to pull Su Fu Ling. Really think they are dead? Ah, pop. Thus, Lu Chen directly knocked away Ni Tianhao's outstretched hand. My woman said a good dog doesn't get in the way. Move over. Are you deaf or deaf? Only when his hand was slapped off did Ni Tianhao look squarely at Lu Chen for the first time. What are you, also dare? Without words, Lu Chen walked straight over with Su Fuling, knocking him stumbling and almost falling. Linger, in the future to make friends with eyes bright. Don't with some men not men and women not women together. Talk yin and yang, this is put in ancient times as a eunuch. You don't get tired of it? Aha, I know. The two of them ignored Ni Tianhao and walked directly forward. However, without taking a few steps, he was stopped by the 4 bodyguards behind Ni Tianhao. Kid, I think you are tired of living. Give me a beating. Born with a golden spoon, Ni Tianhao was the only one who toyed with others. How had he ever been treated like this? Angry, he no longer maintains the previous civilized, to let the bodyguard action. But suddenly his throat felt like it was stuck on something, and he swallowed the words that followed hard. No other way, because these 4 bodyguards of his own were already on the ground. On the contrary, Lu Chen didn't even have a wrinkle in his clothes. The scene in front of him was not only Ni Tianhao who was stunned, even Su Fuling was very depressed. This was also the first time she had seen Lu Chen strike, and in her heart she couldn't help but think, so he's not only a great racer and a godly healer, but he's even this good in a fight? Su Fuling followed the old man Qin. Not few have been to the army, especially also visited some of the top elite troops. From a young age, she has always admired the strong, and has a bit of a martial arts dream and a hero complex, which is why she has developed her usual domineering side. Now that he saw Lu Chen make a move, there was nothing but surprise in his eyes but little stars of adoration. Wow, you're good. Generally average. What trick did you just use? Oh, this is called the dog beating palm technique. Saying that, Lu Chen even compared it. Isn't it only the dog strike method? That's fiction. Do you see the beggars out there fighting? Where's the dragon fall? You've read too many novels. You don't know how to subdue a dragon. But you can have the dragon's milk-grabbing hand. Nasty. The two of them completely ignored Ni Tianhao, who was still in shock behind them, and walked into the Han Yuanda hotel with a smile on their faces. Ni Tianhao looked at the backs of the two men grimly and didn't stop them anymore. He was arrogant and cocky, but he was no fool. The 4 bodyguards he brought with him were all carefully selected, and there was absolutely no problem with one topping 10 outside. Even if they encountered those masters from the elite troops, they could still go on for dozens of rounds. But just now, before he could even react, he was instantly knocked down by Lu Chen. At this time, if he went up to find trouble again, he would definitely be the one to suffer. If you can't fight in martial arts, then fight in civil affairs. You wait, you bunch of losers. How much longer do you have to stay on the ground? All of you get up for this young man? Disgraceful things. Saying that, he also ignored them and directly walked towards the Hanyuan Hotel. Inside the banquet hall, those who came this time were all the business celebrities of Jiangdu City. Usually every once in a while, there would be business associations organizing such activities, so that there would be an opportunity for these business giants to exchange and get to know each other. These giants also liked to attend such a reception. For one thing, being able to attend this reception itself represented a certain status. Secondly, some business is made at such receptions. Thirdly, a lot of canaries, young models, peripheral stars and so on will think about the big money, looking for opportunities to get rich. So once there's a reception like this, there are all sorts of ways to attend. Unbeknownst to them, they are looking for a target, the same way they themselves are a target for others. Some business magnates like to find some of these women and have a good time. As the saying goes, it's just a matter of you and me getting what we want. Lu Chen came here and walked straight towards the buffet table. He didn't like this occasion much. It was too hypocritical. He might as well sacrifice his own organs. The buffet table, then, was his target. Su Fuling was clueless. As the acting CEO of Su Group, the necessary socializing still had to be done, and he only came over for this reception because his parents said he had to come. Because in the latter part of the reception, there was a charity auction, and it was also the time for the major conglomerates to show their muscles. As a SOS, naturally you have to come and participate. Sometimes millions and millions of dollars are thrown around, and you think you're really looking at that whatever auction item? Nonetheless, it's just a name. So you'll eat here first, and I'll go for a walkthrough? Okay, you're busy. Don't mind me. Lu Chen stuffed 2 slices of thick-cut salmon into his mouth and nodded. Not to mention, the ingredients of this Everest hotel are fresh. In the end, it is a 5-star hotel. As they were eating, they heard a group of people walking towards them, and one of the 2 leading them was Ni Tianhao. Manager Tong, this man doesn't have an invitation. I think you should review if he is qualified to attend the reception here. Sir, this is a private reception for the business association. Please show me your invitation. The person who was called Manager Tong said to Lu Chen. I don't have an invitation. Hearing Lu Chen's words, And Tianhao sneered and Manager Tong frowned. The security here is still okay. How could they let someone in without an invitation for no reason? And may I ask who brought the gentleman in? Su Fuling. Oh, so it's the Su Group's daughter who brought it, that's fine. Hearing that it was Su Fuling who brought them in, Manager Tong suddenly realized that this made sense. Wait, he said Su Fuling brought it. Is she brought it? Where's the evidence? Tianhao said unforgivingly. He's the one I brought in. What? You got a problem with that? The commotion on this side had long drawn the sidelong glances of others, and naturally Su Fuling saw it as well. So, immediately, he walked over. You can't just bring anyone in here. What is he to you? Tianhao asked knowingly, while a hint of teasing crossed his eyes. He's my boyfriend. Tianhao, what do you want? Su Fuling looked at him impatiently. Your boyfriend? Then I wonder which company this brother works for. To be Ms. Su's boyfriend. I think he's also someone with a successful career. Forgive my poor eyesight. Can you tell me? Hearing this, Su Fuling and Lu Chen both understood the bastard's intentions. That's right. Tianhao wasn't pulling Manager Tong over to throw people out, but he wanted Lu Chen to make a fool of himself in front of everyone, and then make Su Fuling follow and lose face. Through this, Su Fuling would naturally hold a grudge against herself and Lu Chen. But he didn't care. Not that she ever liked it anyway. As long as he weeded out the dastardly Wookiee, he had plenty of ways to wear out slowly. Who the hell are you and why should I tell you? Lu Chen said impatiently. Miss Su is a celebrity and the goddess of many of us. And now since you've become his boyfriend, naturally we suitors should have some right to know. To say that the cheek is thick and shameless to the extreme, Lu Chen felt that this Tianhao can definitely be ranked on the list. And this can be considered as a reason? Or are you just a regular working man or a gigolo? Lingling, you have to keep your eyes open and look carefully. This little white boy is very handsome, but you have to know that they just rely on their face to eat. You don't want to. Pa! A loud slap rang out, causing Lu Chen, who was also preparing to strike from the side, to fall back. The slap wasn't from him, but from Su Fuling. Tianhao, don't go too far. You say little white boy on the left and little white boy on the right. Male or female. You can't catch up with this lady, so you sour this and that. You listen to this, miss. My boyfriend is the chairman of Hongfeng Real Estate, qualified enough to come here, right? At this moment, Su Fuling resumed her dominance and directly rebuked. Hongfeng Real Estate? That's the hottest real estate developer these days? Yes, old brother, you are from abroad, right? Hongfeng in the field in Jiangdu is now the leader of the real estate industry, but also just acquired and merged Jinmao Real Estate. Even stronger than my old son are a lot. Oh, then he must have the qualifications to come here as well. Otherwise if he's not qualified, what are we? Who says it isn't? But that one is the crown prince of the Magic City and I clan. I heard that he's been pursuing Su Fuling of the Su clan, but he's never been treated well, and today it seems to be true. Well, it seems like a deliberate attempt to embarrass people. Hush, let's just watch the show. Nis and Su's are both giants with a market capitalization of nearly $100 billion. It's not something we can offend. The people on the scene, all of them were whispering, most of them were just watching. The anger in Tianhao's eyes was like a substance that seemed to come out of his eyes, but he was hardened and suppressed. You say it is? Where's the proof? Tianhao just simply didn't believe that Lu Chen had his own industry, as he had been observing from the corner for a while before. If it is really business, to this wine will not go with the buffet table to fight, certainly is to seize the opportunity to socialize here. Open the circle of contacts to pull more business. That's why he thought of using Manager Tong to draw out the current scene. You want proof, right? My humble self, Hongfeng Real Estate General Manager Zhou Zhaogang. I can prove that what Miss Su said is true. Lu Chen Ludong is my boss, but also Hongfeng Real Estate is the real person in charge. At this time, Zhou Zhaogang walked out from the other side, stood to Lu Chen's side, and said with a smile, Boss, why don't you tell me if you're going to come to the reception? I'll go pick you up. I just came to accompany Su, to accompany Linger. Lu Chen was surprised that Zhou Zhaogang was also here, and almost shouted Miss Su when he froze. Oh, so it's the owner of Hongfeng Real Estate. It's a bit of an achievement. It's quite alright to have such a small company. Tianhao said disdainfully, although he was a bit surprised in his heart. He had also heard a little about how hot Hongfeng Real Estate had been recently, but it was only less than $10 billion in market value, which was not comparable at all to Ni's behemoth. You, hearing Tianhao say so, Zhou Zhaogang was about to step forward. Oh, Mr. Ni has the blessing of his ancestors' shade, so naturally he doesn't see this bit of our family fortune. At this time, another person walked out with a sarcastic tone, causing the crowd to laugh. But this person is right. Ni's group is indeed strong, but those are all created by the previous generation. And this Ni Tianhao has nothing to do with it. Boss, you're here too. Ha ha ha. With that, he also stood to Lu Chen's side. Isn't this Sun Hai from the Fu Hai restaurant? He actually called Lu Chen boss? Amazing. So young that he took down Hongfeng Real Estate and Fu Hai restaurant. A bit of skill. That's not true. Although Fu Hai restaurant says that the market value is not high, but this network of contacts is very developed. There was another wave of fervor from the crowd, and their eyes changed once again as they looked at Lu Chen. A shitty restaurant owner is worthy of satirizing me. And you're really not qualified. Hearing that it was just a local eating house, Ni Tianhao was even more disdainful, even more bullish, but only in Jiangdu City. To the Magic City is completely inadequate. For this side of the network, he simply can't see. If it wasn't for Su Fuling, he wouldn't even bother to come to such a reception. When you look down on others, take a look at yourself first. You don't have the face to say that when you can just chew on your old age. At that moment, another voice rang out. Wow, this is Mr. Gao Jianli Gao from Taifu Plaza. He's even helping Lu Chen? Everyone present naturally recognizes Gao Jianli, but Taifu Plaza is a commercial core with a market value of more than $30 billion. Even the boss of $100 billion would treat him with respect when he arrived here. However, in the next second, the crowd was surprised to see Gao Jianli also walk to Lu Chen's side and shout all over the boss. This is a shock to the crowd. To say that the first two, a Fu Hai restaurant and a Hongfeng Real Estate, both belonging to this Lu Chen, had already made the crowd marvel for a while. But this Taifu Plaza, is the Jiangdu City giant level of existence? Completely different at a level. He's actually the mysterious boss who bought Taifu Plaza? My god, I really didn't see that coming. A hero. At this time, Ni Tianhao's face, a burst of green and red. The change of events was a bit out of his own expectations. He had not expected this Lu Chen to have such a great energy at all. These few industries combined still couldn't compare to Ni's, but they weren't very far off either. And they also talked about their own hardness. Indeed, they were just a second generation, and could not be compared with Lu Chen's kind of self-employment. But sometimes, even if you're sensible, you'll still be swollen. Humph, nothing more. Oh, you're a doll with no shame at all. So I wonder how about adding me to the mix. At this time, another person walked out. This time, the whole audience clamor. Huge dragon walked in slowly from the doorway with a dragon stride, black and white. He carries his own intimidation. The crowd made way and watched with shocked faces as he walked up to Lu Chen. Boss, hey, old Pang is late. At this moment, almost more than 90% of the guests in the reception all had their mouths wide open, jaws agape. The shock in his heart was like a huge wave that was uncontrollable. Crap, seriously, even the huge dragon was subdued? I'm going to go. I'm afraid this is the biggest news of the year. Holy shit, how much energy must this Lu Chen have to be able to quietly incorporate these big shots? This isn't going to be an act. Is it? So unreal. Acting? Then you can invite so many big shots? I'm afraid you're not awake. This time this Ni family is going to suffer. These whole family together can be much more terrifying than Ni. Who says it isn't? There's a good show. This girl from the Su family, her vision is really good. The whole room was in an uproar. Originally each and every well-mannered, gentlemanly and elegant business giants. At this time, they could not help but burst out foul language. Only to blame the lineup in front of them was really too powerful. Ni Tianhao, on the other hand, became the center of attention. The crowd had heard of his arrogant swagger, and even some of the bosses present had suffered from him. But since Ni's group is so powerful and sits on nearly $100 billion in assets, it can only hold its tongue. However, now, this Lu Chen who suddenly appeared, showed off the assets properly over 100 billion, directly pressed Ni's group head to head. The key is, Ni Tianhao is only the second generation, and Lu Chen that is the proper real power controller, which is not comparable at all. On the contrary, Su Fuling was also stunned beyond words at this time. She had guessed that Lu Chen must have been able to take more than one Hongfeng Real Estate for Ruan, but when everything was laid out in front of her, she was stunned. This guy has steadily surpassed Su and Ni with what he's shown before him. However, she still knew that Lu Chen was a brother to the former god of war, and he had even accepted Lin Tianshang, a lieutenant general of the Summer Kingdom and a national treasure of a great power player, as his disciple. If these two are thrown out again, they'll scare the hell out of everyone in the room. The original plan was to rely on Old Man Qin and Old Man Lin's name to defeat Ni and his parents' forced marriage, but now it seemed that the two old men were not needed at all. As far as Lu Chen now shows the energy, in addition to those really top plutocratic families, has long been properly crushed the same generation. She realized that the longer she spent with Lu Chen, the more extraordinary she felt about him, and the more she doubted that what was in front of her was really all there was to him. At this moment, she had more expectations for Lu Chen. You What other secrets do you have? Kid, I think you'd better get out of here. It's obvious you're not welcome here. Panglong spoke directly and without fear. Upsetting his boss? Can I make you feel better? Uni's group is no longer bullish. It is also in Magic City. Even before, he does not bring a wimp. As the saying goes, the strongest dragon can't suppress the snake. And when you come to your side of the acreage, you don't know who will suffer. Not to mention that right now, his own boss was showing something that he found scary. Other people don't know that he is mixed with black and white as well as major industries. Previously wrapped up a small star. From her mouth accidentally learned that Starlight Entertainment was acquired. Asked carefully to know the new boss's name is Lu Chen. And fearing that it was the same name, he even went to investigate, only to find out that this Lu Chen was his own boss. This can make him to Lu Chen is even more admired to the ground. Starlight Entertainment to say that the assets are not as much as Pang's group, but they are asset light, with countless artists under their umbrella, and the resulting fissured wealth is astronomical, especially those first-tier artists. Filming of film and television, endorsement of an advertisement directly is tens of millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of pay. Lu Chen, I admit that you're better than me in the business sector. That's because I don't have the ambition to do so. I don't care about business. My field is in the racing world. If you have the ability to let's race, I'll convince you. Things have come to this point. The face has been lost. He also gave up. Always find a scene to earn back a little face. As long as Lu Chen refused, then he would at least be able to say that each person specialized in a different field, more or less earning himself a step down. Che, why don't you talk about comparing cement moving with my house workers? Ha ha ha. The massive dragon snorted in contempt, drawing a wild laugh. Didn't you just look down on us small businesses? Now you can't compete, so you're comparing a race car to our boss? Zhou Zhaogang from Hongfeng Real Estate also laughed out coldly. Just now, this bastard also disliked the Hongfeng Real Estate he founded as a small company, and he could remember this revenge. So why not take the opportunity to dislike it a few more times? Oh, look, you guys agree with me? Lu Chen is strong in business. I'm strong in racing. Since he doesn't even dare to race me, what's the point of talking about this? Seeing that these two people of Panglong replied back as they guessed, Ni Tianhao smiled. What he wanted was this effect. Hey this brain, you this person is really will stir up nonsense. My old Pang is considered to be able to blindly bullshit, compared with you is really a small witch. Admire. Seeing how shameless Ni Tianhao was, Panglong was furious and happy. You want to race the car? Not out of the question. What if you lose? But it was just someone who wasn't following his script. And that's when Lu Chen opened his mouth. I will lose to you. Do you know that I'm the no? Won in International Formula 1 summer. Or, okay, stop bleeping and just tell me what you're going to do when you lose. Lu Chen didn't have time to listen to this bastard bragging and directly interrupted. Lose as you wish. Okay, you lose. Don't harass Su Fuling or appear in front of her again. If you happen to run into her, you go around. Originally, this visit was to solve this problem, and Lu Chen directly raised it. Su Fuling, who was still intoxicated in her own imagination, heard the words and her petite body trembled as she gratefully glanced at Lu Chen. Okay, so what if you lose? And as you wish. Boss, don't be impulsive. Hearing Lu Chen say that, Panglong and the others tried to stop them. However, it was stopped by Lu Chen waving his hand. Good, cool, if you lose, leave Su Fuling and write me a word of submission. Ni Tianhao got back his self-confidence at this moment, and in the field of racing, he really hasn't been afraid of anyone. If you really want to compete, you're going to win. Well, I hope you'll do what you say you'll do, or else, suffer the consequences. So are you. Say, where to race, finalizing the bet. Lu Chen spoke directly. I've heard that there's an S-Class drag race track in Jiangdu City. The Mitsui 7 elevated outside the development zone. Let's go there. A hint of sternness flashed in Ni Tianhao's eyes. This track is said to be S-rated, but it's actually Super S. The terror of the life-threatening 13 turns is not something that can be mastered by the average person. And if you race there, you won't be left holding the bag if something happens in the middle of the race. Professional drivers would have casualty accidents there, let alone Lu Chen. However, after Lu Chen and Su Fuling heard the track that Ni Tianhao had chosen, they both revealed very odd expressions, as if they were looking at an idiot. If others weren't clear, Su Fuling wasn't the first collision between herself and Lu Chen there? That amazing car skills unheard of. Just Ni Tianhao, even if he is the number one in Formula Racing Summer, Su Fuling is confident that the win will be Lu Chen. Then, a few people moved directly to the battlefield and drove to Mitsui 7 elevated to prepare for the race. With this mess, these business giants don't have the heart to attend this whatever reception. There are cocktail parties every year, but you don't get to see a show like this more than once in a lifetime. So everyone drove after them in a swarm. It made the reception organizers cry and laugh. And the charity auction behind this one was apparently yellowed. Outside the Gangtok development zone, Mitsui 7 elevated. A bunch of supercars and luxury cars drove up at that moment. And what was even more surprising was that the kind of people who usually came here were the kind of drag racers who wore punk or biker suits. But now there is a group of middle-aged uncles with big bellies, thick waists and round legs, adding a different landscape to the place. Let's start from entrance A. Whoever finishes this elevated section first will win, Ni Tianhao said. No problem, Lu Chen answered. Even though you're driving a McLaren, it can't outrun my Ferrari without modifications. Ni Tianhao stinks. His own car, although the selling price is not as expensive as the McLaren, but the money spent on the later modifications can be quite a lot, adding up to only higher than the McLaren. So, in order to save his face to the greatest extent possible, he went straight to the GTR, another sports car driven by his subordinates. I'll match you with this one. For racing, Ni Tianhao is really very confident in himself. After all, this international equation race Xia's first performance is not covered. When Su Fuling constantly refused Ni Tianhao's harassment, he said something like, "You just have to race to win me, then I won't appear in front of you." Also because of this, Su Fuling is practicing hard racing, although so far their own level is still reasonable and Ni Tianhao very far, but outside is also a rare master. But looking at the scene in front of her, Su Fuling was still a little saddened. I didn't realize that the same bet was almost the same, but this time it was Lu Chen who did it on her behalf. Then I'll use this one. Seeing that Ni Tianhao was obviously looking down on his car skills, Lu Chen naturally couldn't give him a chance to pretend to be a pimp since he had decided to crush him. You pick the GTR, then I'll take the 86. Choosing the opponent's self-perceived strongest area to crush and break him is the only way to make him never raise his head and know how small and powerless he is. Seeing the 86 that Lu Chen actually chose, everyone exclaimed, "No shit? What's the idea of taking on a GTR with an 86? The power can't even keep up." No, that's a start to lose And that Ni Tianhao is a professional racer This Lu Chen looks so accomplished in business. How could he make such a low-level mistake? It's very unorthodox. But have you guys noticed that this scene is déjà vu all over again? For you to say that, it's true. Isn't that the racing bridge from Heads Up? It's still. Wow. Fine. Same car. Same track. That's right. This elevated track number 7 was supposedly designed and built by a fan of Heads Up D. Except that the original Akihabara triple hairpin turns were changed to 13 turns of life. More than that, this life-threatening 13 turns can be narrower than the triple hairpin turns in there. Even if Fujiwara Takumi is possessed, it doesn't seem to be able to play that way anymore. That's why they call this a Super S track. The crowd that had rushed to the sidelines murmured excitedly. As an 86 owner, Panglong is more than inexplicably exuberant. Yes, the car turned out to be a huge dragon, and a big surprise to a lot of people. Such a big boss to drive this car. In fact, he's also a fanatic of Heads Up and is wildly obsessed with the 86 that was in Takumi Fujiwara's tofu store. That's why they got one of these to come back and modify both the interior and exterior to look almost exactly like the 86 from the anime. But he doesn't have the same car skills as Fujiwara Takumi, which means he drives himself every day to get over it. Now, there's actually a chance to recreate the classic, the 86 vs GTR, but the excitement was accompanied by a great deal of worry. This boss, although this background strength are very mysterious, but this racing in the end, how? The heart really do not have a bottom. What if this wrecks his beloved 86? Where would he cry? Ni Tianhao could not help but coldly laugh at the situation, and it was really skillful to choose a car by lowering his own position. But this Lu Chen actually choose a much lower power than the GTR 86. Want to pretend? Certain people don't turn into stupid batches by the time they pretend. That would be a tragedy. Sneering, Ni Tianhao directly got into the car. If you want to find death yourself, naturally I won't stop you. Lu Chen did not say anything, directly patted the shoulder of a face of worried meat pain Pang Hai, and got into the car to start. The two pulled up to the start point to prepare for the start and waited for the designated track monitoring announcer to be all in place for the race to begin. At the word of command, the two cars went straight out. Sure enough, the 86 is nowhere near as good as the GTR when it comes to starting power, and right off the bat the 86 is way behind. However, Lu Chen wasn't worried. This track could be said to be the king of curves, and there were just a little bit of sections that could be driven in a straight line, seemingly evoking childhood memories of these middle-aged men and women. A group of oldest and youngest people were all shouting and cheering excitedly. It was completely impossible to see that these people in front of us were actually business giants from all walks of life. Looking at the 86 that was getting farther and farther away in the rearview mirror, the corners of Ni Tianhao's mouth rose, and disdain appeared on his face. At your level, you're still trying to compete with me. Go eat pee. It was as if the suppression and suffocation of the previous reception had all been vented at this moment. With his right foot on the gas pedal, the GTR cuts a nice arc through the first turn instantly. The curves in this track are more and more curved the more you get to the end. So in the first few curves, with Ni Tianhao's level of skill, he can completely turn the corner at full speed. Hey, it's true that the 86 still can't beat the GTR. This Lu Qin is impulsive. Competing with a professional, the car actually went to pick a weaker one. Blunder. Listening to the crowd's discussion and seeing the 86 that was far behind on the big broadcast screen, Pang Long and the others were also anxious. As the match went on, Lu Chen leisurely hung back without a hint of anxiety. Suddenly he heard the sound of tires gripping the ground in the distance, and the corners of his mouth turned up. Looks like this guy made it to turn 5. It's my turn. The words fell, only to see him instantly step on the gas. The car's speed soared, like a stringed arrow constantly shortening the distance between the two. After 2 more turns, the originally leisurely Ni Tianhao realized that something was wrong. The sound of airwaves behind him was distant and close, and a black dot zoomed in and out of his own reflector. Crap! Catching up? This scared Ni Tianhao. After pulling away for a large distance, though, he did relax and didn't get on the gas enough. But in his conception, the game had already been won by himself. But I did not expect this turn to the 7th finish. Lu Chen actually drove 86 to catch up. How can that be? If the GTR catches up with the 86, how will I look? So, with his right foot slamming down, his speed soared again, and in an instant, he had lost some distance from 86 again. However, the nightmare begins. Every time he passed a corner, 86 would catch up with him again and he couldn't shake it off. What made Ni Tianhao even more alarmed was that when it was time to pass the 10th turn, 86 even almost overtook him, which made him break out in a cold sweat. As a racer, naturally, he had seen Heads Up, and this scene made him feel like the two of them were now recovering from that classic showdown inside. Ni Tianhao doesn't want this, but GTR lost in the original. Things don't work out the way you want them to, and sometimes the more you fear the more results come your way. Sure enough, as turn 13 was about to go into the life-threatening 13th turn, 86 came charging up. This was because even Ni Tianhao had no way of perfectly controlling the bodywork to stop Lu Chen during the sharp cornering. Swish, a sidestep and an 86 overtake. No, Ni Tianhao never thought that he would be overtaken by Lu Chen. How could it be? The life-threatening 13 turns were right in front of them, and once Lu Chen was passed to enter the turns first, it would be hard to overtake again. Spell it out. Only to see Ni Tianhao's teeth clenched. Left foot clutch, right foot gas pedal, right hand quickly several times bento. Boom. The GTR drew a graceful S-dumping tail, instantly shot out, the front end of the car once again ahead of the pressure. Whoosh. In a flash, the GTR rushed directly into the life-threatening 13 turns, and a smile reappeared on Ni Tianhao's face. Once inside, the road was even narrower, the curvature was even sharper, and even with his skills, it would be hard as hell to overtake a car in here. It's over. Originally, seeing Lu Chen's perfect overtaking, Pang Long and the others were about to cheer, but in the next second, they were overtaken by Ni Tianhao, and they also took the lead in the 13-turn barrier, so their moods suddenly dropped to the bottom of the valley. They also knew that once they were the first to enter this barrier, it would be too difficult for them to overtake later. Not to mention that this Ni Tianhao was a professional top driver anyhow. Even Su Fu Ling was in a low mood at this time, although he knew that Lu Chen's car skills were awesome. But last time, he was also overtaken by Lu Chen before rushing into the barrier. Look! But just then, someone suddenly shouted. The crowd raised their eyes and looked, only to see Lu Chen driving the 86, directly at an angle that everyone could not think of. Came to a great span of lateral drift, in a lightning-fast speed to overtake the car again. The 86's taillights throw off a nice arc, as if announcing to the GTR behind it that the race is over and it's in the lead again. No way! Ni Tianhao was jealous. The result in front of him was unacceptable to him. It was not difficult to throw off the drift. Even if it was drifting in this life-threatening 13 turns, Ni Tianhao could do it just as well. But his own car was stuck in front, and the track itself was narrow enough to allow just 2 cars to run next to each other. It's hard enough to overtake in such an environment, in a tight one-body position, which requires extremely precise control of speed and distance, and Lu Chen not only overtook, but also drifted sideways with a technically extremely difficult large span. Simply divine. Show up! When Huge Dragon saw this scene, he actually jumped up in excitement like a child. The big span of extreme drifting, Heads Up D-style, is exactly the same. Boss is awesome. Boss is awesome. Boss, I love you. He shouted excitedly, without any image. At this time, where he still looks like an old fox who reigns over the black and white. The crowd could not help but marvel at the fact that the big man also had a cute side. On the track, Ni Tianhao's eyes gradually became sinister, as if he had made a certain decision. Buzz. The sound of exploding airwaves rang out, and the GTR's speed spiked in vain, slamming into the rear body of the 86, which was making a sharp turn. The rearview mirror spotted the end, and Lu Chen's eyes went cold. Clutch release, throttle, shift, handbrake drift. In one fell swoop, a superb double S drift easily avoided the rear car. Bang! A hit empty, Ni Tianhao panic steering wheel reversal, foot brake handbrake in use, but the car is too fast, and in this life-threatening 13 turns, the GTR went completely out of control and crashed right through the elevated guardrail and out. No! Boom! Shrieking, the GTR crashed from above the elevated area and exploded directly into flames. Crap! Everyone's scared. This is playing for keeps, because the whole thing was broadcast live. Everyone was watching the scene just now. Obviously, this Ni Tianhao saw that he had been overtaken by Lu Chen and was ready to lay his hands on him. Who knew that Lu Chen's car skills were fabulous? Instantly dodging the collision, Ni Tianhao ate his own words. Serves you right. This asshole. He's just asking for it. And did not with people because of this Ni Tianhao's death and pity. On the contrary, but feel that this good's death is not enough to pity. Visible Ni Tianhao usually for the people of the poor. Ding! Su Fuling's favorability towards the host has risen to 100%, rewarded with one chance to kill goods in seconds. Ding! The item is now on the shelves. Please make your own decision on whether or not to buy it. 100% favorability? What does that mean? Lu Chen couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this beep. Does this 100% mean that this girl likes herself? 100% favorability means the host can do whatever he wants with her. But unexpectedly, the system coldly came up with such a sentence, causing Lu Chen to roll his eyes. System, ULSP. With a thought, the items on the shelves were displayed. Commodity, Jiqiang Law Firm. Price, $1. Chi Law? Lu Chen went online to check it out, and without checking it out, he was shocked. This Jiqiang Law Firm, surprisingly, is the first in the country, the world's top 10 law firms, which has never lost a lawsuit, and his business is all over the world. It's not just limited to Xia. The fees for the services of this law firm are ridiculously high, often amounting to several $1 million or even over $100 million. But even then, it was sought after by countries. It can be said that there is no lawsuit that their law firm cannot win. Good. With this law firm, there will also be a lot less trouble in the future. And he now has more and more industries in his hands. But he has also found that most of those legal affairs that come with these industries are just muddling along. It's time to find a decent law firm to unify the management. Lu Chen. This might be troublesome. If Ni Tianhao has an accident, his father won't take it lying down. Driving back to Su Fuling's side, he saw her running over and saying anxiously, "What are you afraid of? It's his own fault. What does it have to do with us? Let's go. We'll talk about this when the time comes." After explaining to Pang Long and the others that he would arrange new legal affairs for them to the company in the near future, he took Su Fuling back. Magic City, Ni's group headquarters. Tsunami, you have to avenge our son. At this moment, Ni Tianhao's mother, Su Huiying, cried out in pain, shouting at her husband, Ni Xiaotian, the pain of losing her son making her want to break down. Vengeance, it must be taken, but not now, Ni Xiaotian said hatefully. The two of them got a son in their later years. Naturally they spoiled Ni Tianhao very much. Suddenly learning that their beloved son was killed in a car accident, the two are devastated. However, when he knew the cause and effect, even if he hated it, he had to endure it. First of all, from the video footage obtained, it appears that it was his own son who tried to cause the death of the other man, who ended up dodging himself but falling to his death from the elevated structure. This is to say out is to blame, not half related to others. They do not come to you to ask for a statement is good. Secondly, this Lu Chen who had suddenly appeared so young actually controlled so many industries, and his strength even overpowered his own Ni group. An enemy of this caliber was not something one could easily avenge. Not now? Then when do we have to wait? We can't let Howard die in peace. What do you know? I can't wait to break that Lu Chen into pieces right now. But this man is not simple. Wait for me to hook up with Mr. Lu from Shangjiang and ask him to help before I can be sure. The Lu family in Hong Kong is a big family, inherited for hundreds of years, sitting on assets as high as hundreds of billions of dollars, which is several times that of the Ni family. The key is that their family befriends a particularly large number of bigwigs and oddballs. At that time, as long as he was asked to help, even if Lu Chen had hundreds of billions of dollars in assets, he wouldn't be enough in front of the Lu family. Just let you bounce around for a few days. We'll see. I said would you stop hanging around all the time? A few days passed, and there had been no action seen from Ni's group. Su Fuling instead became more and more anxious. No, in the past few days, this girl ran to Lu Chen's house every day, fidgeting. And Xiaotian and his wife got a son in their later years and doted on Ni Tianhao. That's why he was so arrogant and domineering, with no one in sight. Now that Ni Tianhao is dead, they actually didn't make a single move. It's too abnormal. Maybe people are afraid of me? I'm awesome. Lu Chen joked in disbelief. Don't be a stinker. If you want to be afraid, you should also be afraid of Elder Qin and Elder Lin. But it's not right. The outside world doesn't know about your relationship with them, and he shouldn't know about it either. All in all, I feel like it's the calm before the storm. You need to be more careful this bout. Okay, got it. Can you talk without blocking me from watching TV? Look. What's so great about this woman? You've been watching this station for the past few days. Are you interested in this woman? In the past few days, Lu Chen would watch a variety program on this station at this time every day. And if you look closely, a woman with outstanding appearance and excellent singing and dancing inside is Lu Chen's high school classmate Li Xueting. After helping Li Xueting deal with Li Hongli that time, the company also knew about Li Xueting's relationship with Lu Chen, and naturally vigorously promoted her. Coupled with the fact that Li Xueting herself possessed excellent abilities, she was on fire within a few days. Nowadays, because of her lark-like singing voice, she has captured a large number of fans, and even appeared frequently in this station's variety show. She's my high school classmate. Hey, I mean, do you really consider yourself my girlfriend? Do you really think you're my girlfriend? Lu Chen rolled his eyes and said, this girl's attitude towards herself felt completely changed since the incident at the reception a few days ago. Originally domineering, she actually appeared to be frequently pampered and bird-like to herself, and always wearing a little tank top and hot pants and just running towards you. Is that too trusting, or do you not see yourself as a man? He is at least the age of the blood. This girl looks beautiful and desire, wearing so little every day with a long leg and stock in front of the wandering, not afraid of their own one day cannot hold it? There was also the fact that as long as he looked at other women a few more times, he always felt that this girl immediately had a wave of jealousy, and now he was on a collision course with Li Xueting from the TV. Who made your reception so high profile? And now my parents are urging me every day to bring you back for them to meet. So you're not going to be responsible? I say, you're blackmailing me, aren't you? What? There are a lot of people who want to chase after this young lady. If someone sees this young lady serving you every day and staying by your side, they can't even wait to envy you. But you still dislike it? You serve me? I think it's me who serves you, isn't it? Come to my place every day to dally with food and drink. Older brother, I've come to dine with you. Ha ha ha, what did you cook today? At this time, the loud voice of old man Qin outside the door shouted, and in no time he was seen running in. Hey, another dabbler. Lu Chen was speechless as he looked at this old and young man. The system mall a few days ago out of a Chinese small pawn goods. Lu Chen is also a momentary interest. Got a table of dishes. Let the old man Qin and Su Fuling to taste. It turned out to be a great, addictive taste. So, this whenever Lu Chen was home, he pestered him to cook. As soon as it was time to eat, these two came. However, thinking about it, the system's output could still be bad? It was only Lu Chen's rashness that was to blame, so he shouldn't have let them try the dishes. 12 p.m. I say old man Qin has gone back. Why don't you leave? Just watch this episode and leave. What's the rush? Su Fuling hugged her potato chips over there while eating and watching TV. Lu Chen glanced at the TV and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Cartoons could be watched with such gusto. Hey, why don't we find a place to hang out tomorrow? Where do you think? Su Fuling ate her chips and watched the anime, and opened her mouth to ask. Suddenly, the system's beep sounded. Ding! The product has been refreshed. Please check whether to buy it or not by the host. Commodity, Sky Dragon Club. Price, $1. Sky Dragon Club? Lu Chen recited. What? Sky Dragon Club? That's fine. It just so happens that it's been a long time since I've gone to play tennis. So let's go there. Because the two of them were sitting close to each other. Su Fuling mistook Lu Chen's murmur as an inquiry about what she meant, and agreed in one mouthful, causing Lu Chen to give her another blank stare. But it's good to think about it. It's been a long time since I've exercised, so it's good to go play tennis. I think I played for a while back when I was still in college, and I miss it a bit. Just in time to check out this Sky Dragon Club for myself as well. Okay, then we'll go play tennis tomorrow. The following afternoon, Lu Chen brought Su Fuling to the Sky Dragon Club. This field is currently the most complete facilities and venues in Jiangdu City, as well as the most luxurious sports and athletic clubs. It includes all sports such as soccer, basketball, tennis, badminton, table tennis, volleyball, golf, swimming and so on. The two of them took a VIP room straight away and started a tennis battle. I can't tell. You're a good tennis player. Just kidding. This lady used to be on the varsity team. No, what's great? Watch the ball. Not to mention, this girl is really good at tennis. Lu Chen can't really beat her. Of course, that was the reason why he controlled his body functions. Or else just by virtue of the fact that he had gone through the augmentation of vigorous muscle enhancement pills and R-type wisdom potion. No matter whether it was physical ability, speed, or judgment, it was definitely incomparable to ordinary people. No kidding, as long as Lu Chen wanted to, going for an Olympic all-around title would be easy as pie. It's just a matter of fighting this girl and controlling it to look normal. Outside the door of the VIP ball area between the two of them, Lu Chun, Manager Zhao, how come our usual VIP room is still being used? Sister Zhang, I didn't know you were coming today, so this private room was opened out. Manager Zhao said with a smile, but he muttered in his heart, this VIP is not something you buy or pay for long-term rental. Someone comes to spend money, the empty one will naturally be given to others. Is there business not to be done? It's a coincidence that, originally, the rooms in the VIP area were not very large, but not many people usually used them. For some reason today, a few VIP areas were open out of the way. Then this Sister Zhang didn't book in advance and came late, so all the ball areas in the VIP area were gone. Then do something about it. We'll have to use it today in our big fair. Then why don't you wait a little while in the rest area first? Someone should be arriving in a few minutes, and I'll arrange it for you directly then? How can that be? Our family's Dayuan doesn't have that much time to wait. Today we also came to do homework in advance for our Dayuan's new movie, just to familiarize ourselves with the venue. You know, it's all because of our Dayuan that the crew was able to use your venue this time. Yes. This is really thanks to Brother Dayuan's facilitation. Just know, you hurry to think of a way. There is no need for me to call your Vice President Gu for this small matter, right? Sister Zhang said with a frown. The Dayuan that Sister Zhang was talking about was none other than the cute guy on her side wearing a baseball cap and big sunglasses with a height of 173 Tong Dayuan. With his cute face that looks like the anime Prince of Tennis, he instantly has more than 30 million fans. As a result, along with his huge traffic, he was spotted by a director under Starburst who was ready to cast him as the live-action Prince of Tennis. It's about to be set up and start shooting, so I came over to familiarize myself with the location first. Then Sister Zhang, you guys wait for a while. I'll go communicate with the guests inside first. Go. Sister Zhang was a little impatient. Hello sir, I'm Zhao Tianda, the manager of the Sky Dragon Club. Is it convenient to discuss something with you? What is it? Seeing Zhao Tianda who suddenly came over, Lu Chen asked. It's like this. This venue you're using now is the usual room for one of our VIP customers. It just so happens that she's coming over today, so she wants to ask if you can let him have this room, and I'll arrange another room for you, but it might not be a VIP room. And of course, the cost will be refunded in full, so it's considered free today. Zhao Tianda asked, rubbing his hands together a little embarrassed. We're about to finish fighting as well, so let her wait a little bit. Seeing this, Su Fu Ling was the first to speak. They've been playing for a while too, so a few more sets and they're gone. Wait, our time is precious. How about this? Not only do I pay for your expenses today, but I'll give you another 500, and please return the field to us immediately. At some point, the chapter walked in with Tong Dayuan in tow. A look of impatience on his face, said directly took out 500 and threw it on the table beside Su Fu Ling. A little bit of stinking money is a big deal? Sister Sang's this operation. Su Fu Ling gasped with joy. This bitch actually smashed money at herself? That's right, being rich is still really something. Sister Zhang said condescendingly. Before coming she also read the records registered at the front desk. These two people just chartered an hour only. People who have the money to come and play at VIP are basically a half-day pack or a day pack. This kind of only 1 hour package, most likely is not much money and want to come to reflect the noble civilian losers. So speak a little nonchalant, more arrogant. Looks like you have a lot of money? At this time, Lu Chen walked up to him with narrowed eyes for a change. In the spirit of good men not fighting with women, it was originally just a spectator. But when he saw how arrogant and domineering the woman was, he couldn't look away. Sister Zhang, stop it. At this time, Dayuan walked up and stopped her, then looked at Lu Chen. Tell you what, I'll give you another 500, and you guys switch venues. Finished once again took out 500 on the side table, but also to Su Fu Ling, revealing a self-considered very handsome smile. See Su Fu Ling goosebumps fell to the ground. Excuse me, please take this money and leave and don't get in the way of our game. Lu Chen didn't even look at this Tong Dayuan and coldly threw out a sentence. This gentleman, I think sometimes it's better to see what's good for you. or else you might be disgracing yourself when it gets to the back of the room. Seeing that Lu Chen was not giving himself any face at all, De Yuan's voice gradually turned cold. Having more than 30 million fans and enjoying all kinds of dividends, he has long developed a superior sense of self-superiority. At this moment, he was actually ignored by the man in front of him, so naturally he was in an extremely bad mood. Get out! You, line, you are very good. Then don't blame me. Sister Zhang, call Vice President's son and let him handle it. Not expecting Lu Chen to scold himself in such a manner, Tong Daiyuan's face was green and purple, and his anger was on the verge of bursting out of his eyes. Mr. Son, this is Sister Zhang. Are you free to come over to the VIP ballroom in the tennis area now? There are two rude losers here, grabbing this VIP ballroom we usually use and talking down to us. You'll be right there? Okay, we'll wait here. After a few brief words, Sister Zhang hung up. It's not too late for you two to leave. Any later? Can't understand human language? Then I'll teach you how to roll. Without giving Sister Zhang a chance to speak, Lu Chen directly threw the two out of the VIP ballroom with one hand. What a racket! Seemingly touching something dirty, Lu Chen said as he wiped his hand with a disgusted look. Asshole! You wait! You rude man! Loser! The two who were thrown out still had shocked anger on their faces. But just now, seeing that this Lu Chen was actually able to throw them out with one hand, this strength was obviously not something they could fight against. As the saying goes, a good man does not do anything beforehand. Laborers do not go in and just curse at the door to see what you can do. But just as they were about to open their mouths to curse again, Lu Chen swept over with a single glance. The two of them seemed to have their necks suddenly caught on something, and the words that came to their mouths were instantly swallowed. Silly bubble. Lu Chen didn't have the time to pay attention to these two brain-dead people, and continued to play tennis with Su Fuling. It wasn't long before a middle-aged man with a big belly ran over. Mr. Son, you're here. People are being bullied to death by them. You must do something for us. Seeing that it was Vice President's son who came, this Sister Zhang immediately greeted her and even whined and pampered herself, said while also using their own plump to rub the Vice President of the son's arm, so that this rushed to the son's Vice President of the heart of the itchy. You little slut. I'll deal with you later. With that, he reached over and whispered in Sister Zhang's ear, and in the process, he also gave her a firm squeeze at the arched spot behind her. Deadbeat. Sister Zhang, on the other hand, returned the wavy winks. Ahem. After coughing lightly twice, Vice President's son then straightened his attire, opened the door and walked in. Stop. You two. The time for using this place is over. You can leave. Without saying anything more, Vice President's son directly began to give his expulsion order. What time is over? There are clearly 25 minutes left, Su Fuling said angrily at this time. Seeing that this person was followed by the two high and mighty Sister Zhang, she naturally knew that the fat man in front of her was the helper they had found. When I say it's time, so please leave, Vice President's son said directly and forcefully. Is this how the Sky Dragon Club treats its guests? Lu Chen said in a cold voice. What are you? It's your turn to tell us what to do, Vice President's son said arrogantly. That's right. Who are you? It's all up to Vice President's son here. Hurry up and get lost. Sister Zhang also directly chimed in and scolded. She held a grudge against this guy for throwing her out just now. Since Tong Daiyuan has been on fire, he himself has been in unlimited splendor and has walked into the circle of the upper class. But I didn't expect to be treated so rudely by a smelly loser today. My lungs were about to explode. Vice President's son? Oh, your word really doesn't count here. Now, you're fired. Lu Chen sniffed and laughed coldly. Fire me? Ha ha ha. Kid, you're afraid you're not awake, right? What qualifications do you have to say fire me? Too lazy to fight with these stupid elks. Lu Chen directly dialed a phone. Lu Zhenming, I'll give you 5 minutes to come to VIP ballroom number 1 in the tennis area immediately. After saying that, he hung up the phone and looked coldly at these silly elks in front of him. Yo, still quite able to pretend. Also know the name of Mr. Lu. It seems that this is a repeat offender. Did not put in a lot of effort. Sister Zhang sneered. However, this Vice President's son frowned at this moment, feeling that something seemed to be wrong. This is to say that it's a fake. The man in front of me is acting really calm. There's something fishy. So he called out to the previous manager, Zhao, and asked in a low voice about the situation. After knowing the cause and effect, the frown deepened. This thing is a bit big with the chapter sister said out of the way. Just as he was mulling it over, the dugout door was opened again and a man rushed in. Mr. Lu. Seeing the visitor, Sister Zhang and the others were surprised. How come Mr. Lu really came? And Vice President's son's heart directly thumped as he saw Lu Zhenming running directly towards Lu Chen with a flustered face. Bad. Vice President's son cursed in his heart that it was not good. and suddenly thought that before Lu Zhenming gave himself a sigh of relief, saying that the Tianlong Club had been acquired by someone. The name was not told to him, but he knew that it was a young and talented person. Now looking at this Lu Chen in front of him, who was indeed young, and had encountered the incident just now and still said so calmly that he wanted to fire himself, he instantly guessed a possibility. So, he immediately made a decision, turned around his pop sound, gave the chapter's sister a slap. Bright red palm prints surfaced on Sister Zhang's face as she covered her face and looked at Vice President Sun in confusion. Bitch, it's clearly your fault. You almost fell for it when you slandered this gentleman on the phone just now by adding more fuel to my fire. Sun Dexing, what's gotten into you? You, pa. Without giving Sister Zhang a chance to finish, she directly greeted her with another slap. How dare you bullshit me and get the hell out of here. With that, he trotted over to Lu Chen with a fawning face. This sir, it was my mistake before. Just listening to this bitch's side of the story led to your displeasure. I'm here to apologize to you. Mainly there are VIP customers, and we usually try to satisfy their requests. I'm really sorry. Lu Chen didn't say anything and glanced at Lu Zhenming next to him. Which can achieve this position is not a person elite. See the atmosphere of the scene, and then listen to the words of Sun Dexing. Instantly understand a general. Sun Dexing, look what you've done. You dare to be wild in front of the chairman? Lu Zhenming directly drank, then looked at Sister Zhang. You too, you can leave. You are not welcome here in the future. He could have been shocked for a long time when he learned that Lu Chen was the owner who had acquired the Sky Dragon Club. Lu Chen's great name might not be known by many people in the lower and middle classes, but in the top class of Jiangdu City's business circle, it was unknown. The cocktail party incident has not been a secret in this circle for a long time. A young giant who holds over $100 billion in assets is something these cats and dogs can offend? Mr. Lu, this is not a good decision for you. If we leave, then how will you account for Starburst Entertainment? You guys have signed a contract. If you kick us out, then we'll take away the business of Starburst Entertainment. And because of you, you'll also have to compensate Starburst for the loss of the contract. So you have to think about it clearly. Although when she heard that this Lu Chen in front of her was actually the owner of the Sky Dragon Club, Sister Zhang was shocked and knew that she was in trouble. However, she can bring up Tong Dayuan, not just by arrogance and domineering unself-conscious point. Lu Zhenming froze at the words, his eyebrows furrowed. He almost forgot about this, for a moment to a bit of sitting wax. Starlight Entertainment? Lu Zhenming? What's going on? Lu Chen was also stunned. What did these two stupid elks have to do with Starry Glory Entertainment? So, Lu Zhenming informed Lu Chen about the palette of Starlight Entertainment signing a venue rental contract with them and wanting to enable this Tong Dayuan in front of him to be the main character for the Prince of Tennis live-action movie. Oh, so that's it. Lu Chen nodded and directly broadcast a call again. Hey, this is Lu Chen. Tell Wang Antai that there's some Tong Dayuan with bad character. Directly terminate his contract, and look for more character in the future when looking for artists to work with. After that, he hung up the phone. While the crowd of spectators were wondering, Sister Zhang's cell phone rang. Hey, Director Lu. What? To cancel the contract? Why? An order from Mr. Wang? The other person then simply hung up. No, you can't do this. You're operating in the dark. On what grounds you're terminating your contract? No, we, Dayuan, are the anchor of the Shark platform with 30 million fans? I'm going to expose you if you do this. Sister Zhang broke down and shouted hysterically. Shark platform? The expression on Lu Chen's face was extremely odd. A few days ago, the system shelved merchandise with a 100% stake in the Shark platform. He was wondering at that time. He swiped the amusing sound. How not to give the equity of the amusing sound, but gave the equity of the Shark platform. The feelings are waiting for these two stupid elk? Sure enough, you can't die without doing something. So he made another call. Chen Xiaojie, this is Lu Chen. Hearing Lu Chen dial the phone again, Sister Zhang directly sat down on the ground. It's over. The sky is falling. Tong Dayuan was panicked at this time. This is a kick in the teeth. Tick-tock. Within seconds of Lu Chen hanging up the phone, Tong Dayuan's cell phone message alert sounded. Your account on Shark platform has been permanently blocked due to a violation. Barta. The phone fell to the ground and the screen shattered. But Tong Dayuan already can't take these into account. It's hard to accumulate more than 30 million fans. Because of the seal, everything into nothing. Lu, Mr. Lu, you are generous. Spare me. It's me who doesn't know the heights of heaven. Don't block my number. The feeling of heaven to hell was something that Tong Dayuan experienced firsthand. Mr. Lu, we know we are wrong, and we will definitely change our ways in the future. So just treat us as a fart and let us go. At this time, Sister Zhang, who was paralyzed on the ground, also rolled and crawled to Lu Chen's body and begged bitterly. Lu Chen didn't pay any attention to them and just looked at Lu Zhenming beside him. Take them out. Lu Zhenming would understand, and directly let the henchman who followed him pull this ghostly two people out. The people present at this moment were all shocked, and every call from Lu Chen was refreshing their perceptions. Especially Su Fu Ling's senses were more direct. She completely did not expect Lu Chen to actually own even the Sky Dragon Club, Starlight Entertainment and even the Shark platform, in addition to the energy he had shown at the previous reception. In addition to the Sky Dragon Club, any one of them is an industry of over $10 billion. The key is still soft assets that can be fissioned to generate revenue. That's immeasurable. In her heart, the more she came into contact with Lu Chen, the more she felt that he was unfathomable. How many more secrets does this man have? But the stronger Lu Chen was, she actually felt happy for him. What was wrong with her? Could it be that? Her cheeks couldn't help but blush at the thought, and on the side of Sun Dexing, standing there, has long been trembling. He never thought that the man in front of him would have such a great energy. Lu Dong, I'm sorry, it's all because that sister Zhang misled me. Please also make sure to give me another chance. I promise that it won't happen again in the future. Seeing Lu Chen looking at himself, Sun Dexing's entire body shivered. This was his turn, and he hurriedly opened his mouth to try to make a final struggle. You think I'll believe it? Although this guy's clinical transformation cannot be said to be timely, Lu Chen is not a good fool, and it's just the way people are. Dogs can't change their ways. Keeping someone like that would just be a rat turd in the business. Mr. Lu, let's fire this person directly. Saying that, he stopped looking at them and pulled Su Fu Ling away. Behind him came Sun Dexing's desperate cry of grief. Who else would use him at a great age? With a fired name on his back? The misery that follows speaks for itself. In the following days, Lu Chen lived a leisurely life, which meant that Lin Tianqing came over a couple of times and asked him for some advice on the uses of needles. Whenever Lu Chen gave a slight nudge, Lin Tianqing would quickly comprehend it, which was a bit surprising to Lu Chen. In the end, he was a great power player of Xia, and his knowledge and comprehension of medicine was truly extraordinary. Of course, what Lu Chen taught was also a simplified version of what was found in the Xin Long acupuncture technique, which mainly inspired him to use some of the acupoints and meridians that he couldn't find in the books. If it was really taught exactly the same, there was no way for this Lin Tianqing to learn it even if he was a heavenly genius. He didn't have the system to imbue him with it, nor did he have the R-type wisdom potion given by the system to replenish his mental power and open up his brain area. But even so, Lin Tianqing felt that he had benefited greatly, and was even more convinced of Lu Chen's methods that, and naturally, Lu Chen had a new wave of gains in the past few days, and what he found interesting was that this system seemed to have the ability of precognition. Each time a refreshed item comes out, it foreshadows where you're going to go later. This is not. The system has just sent, commodity, Xiongfeng capital, price, 1 yuan, to himself after the seconds. Su Fu Ling came to invite himself to go with her to the Magic City, said that her parents know about Lu Chen's things, has been forced to ask himself. If you say that the two are acting, then you are afraid that your parents will go to force you to marry or something, so you really have no choice but to drag him back to act a hard drama. Lu Chen did not refuse. The so-called help people to help in the end. Who let this girl these days to serve themselves so well, and is invited to dinner, and is to buy clothes for themselves to dress up. More than that, he sent off the housekeeper recommended by the property management, insisting that he wrapped up the housekeeping affairs of Lu Chen's home, making Lu Chen feel that this girl had taken the wrong medicine. But come to think of it, having a gorgeous CEO of a nearly $100 billion company as your butler seems like a good feeling. And this Xiongfeng Capital, headquartered in Mordor, is a company that makes large-scale venture capital investments in outstanding industries across the board. The companies in which he has invested are among the best in the region and the country, and even globally. As a result, the market capitalization of Mighty Wind Capital reaches upwards of $400 billion, making it a true juggernaut. In front of him, whatever NI was before was completely inadequate. When he got this company, Lu Chen was also very emotional. I didn't expect that in about a month's time. The assets I now own have far exceeded 500 billion, and it seems that it won't take long to break through the $1 trillion value is not far away. Before leaving, Lu Chen gave his parents at home to call another 1 million over, but his mother Gao Xiaolan was shocked, and quickly called to ask, "Son, what are you doing? Is it so easy to make money now?" "Mom, haven't you ever heard of money making money? Didn't I tell you a while ago that I made money by doing business with my friends? Then with the capital, there are more things that can be invested in. Plus your son, I'm lucky again. The few projects I invested in all made money." "Oh, so, that's a good feeling. But since you can make money out of money, you keep it for yourself as a principal. I'm okay here. You and Dad keep these and buy some good food and clothes. You and Dad don't want to go out to work. Now I'm doing okay, and I'm earning money. You two should enjoy your happiness. By the way, I've found a famous doctor for Dad's old cold leg. I'm going to travel to the Magic City for a while in the next few days. When I come back, I'll bring him over to cure Dad. Lu Chen himself and his parents are not convenient to take action for the time being, ready to bring Lin Tiansheng with him when the time comes. And now what old man Lin has learned, healing an old cold leg is still not a problem. Oh, that's a good feeling. Your father's old disease is hard to bear when it's cloudy and rainy. It's great to be cured. Don't tire yourself outside. Eat on time. The kid from the Zheng family next door is working outside. In order to earn a few more dollars, he spoiled his body. Don't you do that. Don't worry, Mom. Just as Lu Chen was about to hang up the phone, Gao Xiaolan once again said, You just said that you're going to Magic City? Then if you're free, go and see your second uncle's family instead of us. Okay, later you can send me the current address of Uncle Tu's house. Well, remember not to go empty-handed. Back in the day your second uncle and the others helped our family a lot. Got it, Mom. Just after hanging up the phone, Su Fuling came. So, after simply packing up, the two of them set off towards the Magic City. Magic City, one of the most prosperous wave metropolises in the Summer Kingdom. It's full of opportunities everywhere, but it's also the biggest screening pool of all. The law of survival of the fittest and the law of the jungle is on full display. Purple Garden, one of the top 3 luxury villa areas in Mordor, is located on the south side of West Shishan. It adheres to the concept of international living and integrates multiple natural landscapes such as mountain, water, bird, garden and forest views, bringing extremely comfortable living environment to the owners. Inside Villa A03, opposite Lu Chen at this time, sat a man and a woman. The men are steady and introverted. The women are graceful and elegant. These two were none other than Su Fuling's father, Su Dewei, and his mother, Lin Shi. Little Lu, when did you and Linger meet? Lin Shi was the first to speak. We've known each other for over 1 year, but before that it was all texting. Without waiting for Lu Chen to open his mouth, Su Fuling jumped the gun. Lin Shi glared at Su Fuling, smiled at Lu Chen and asked again. One of you is in Jiangdu, the other is in Magic City. How did you guys meet? We met on the beach when we went on a trip to the South Sea province, and coincidentally, he was Yao Anqi's classmate. Su Fuling grabbed the answer again. Su Fuling, I'm asking about him, not you. Shut up, Lin Shi directly chided. Seeing that her mother seemed to be genuinely angered, Su Fuling obediently shut her mouth and sat aside. However, he still made to give Lu Chen a wink, and he couldn't help but laugh at Lu Chen. Lu, so do your parents know you two are dating? And what do your parents do? I don't know yet, Auntie. I'm from a small county. My parents are ordinary people, and I grow land at home and take up some casual jobs, Lu Chen said without condescension. These things are estimated that Su Fuling parents must have checked. There is no need to lie. Xiao Lu, don't be offended. Auntie and your uncle have a doubt and want to ask you. Just to solve the problem. There is no blasphemy and insult. I don't know if you mind. At this moment, Lin Shi looked at Lu Chen and asked sincerely. Seeing her expression, Lu Chen could probably guess what she wanted to ask. So, directly speaking, he said, Uncles and aunts, do you want to ask according to say my family condition is very average? How could I earn these current industries right? Father and Mother Su nodded with an apologetic smile. I made some money from stock investments, and then I made something by chance, and then I slowly came to this point. As for the specifics, it's not very easy to say, but it's definitely legally earned. Seeing Lu Chen say so, Su Fuling's parents looked at each other and did not ask any further questions. Everyone has their own secrets, and since people don't want to talk about them, even if you continue to ask, the reasons they give you may not be true. In fact, when the two of them first knew about Su Fuling and Lu Chen, they immediately did investigate Lu Chen through means. After all, the incident of the cocktail party at the Hongda Hotel also made the couple very shocked. One so young that he could have strength beyond imagination. The key previous generation was really ordinary, and could even be described as poor. It's pretty scary to be able to start from nothing and get this far in a short period of time in a situation like this. And this time when they met, they found that Lu Chen was not only handsome but not too masculine. In the face of their own two people's questioning is also the demeanor. Speak without condescension and composure. This kind of mentality can be countless times stronger than people of the same age, especially Su's mother, who can be said to be instantly recognized, but it just got in the way and didn't show too much enthusiasm. In fact, I have long recognized this son-in-law in my heart, and I can't wait for my daughter to get married with him earlier. If this was for Su Fuling to know Lin Shi's thoughts, she was afraid that she would be shocked out of her wits. As far as she could remember, her own mother was a very strong person, and she was even more strict about finding a boyfriend. Part of the reason she was able to arbitrarily reject the union before was also because Mother Su was against Tianhao being her son-in-law, but also because the two businesses were so involved. There was no way to reject them outright. However, after knowing the strength of this Lu Chen, this point is not to worry about. If his daughter really good with Lu Chen for Ni, this deal is not a loss in any way, and even his own family will be able to go to the next level. That was why she had hastily summoned her daughter to bring Lu Chen over to give her a look. Nowadays, that's a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law, and the more she looks at him, the more she's happy, especially seeing his own daughter, beside Lu Chen that was thinking of him in every way, even looking at him differently. To know Su Fu Ling nature is with Lin Shi himself, since childhood is overbearing, domineering strong woman type, coupled with the fact that from a young age, she followed Qin Tian Taki Qin's old man to run to the army often, which even more developed her character of worshipping the strong and having her eyes high above the ground. There are a lot of people around him who pursue him, the handsome ones, the capable ones, the talented ones, everything, but she just couldn't see it, and the main thing was that no one could bring her down. But now, it was obvious that Lu Chen could. Little Lu, this girl in our family doesn't have a good temper, so you'll have to suffer in the future. Mom, what are you saying? Where am I bad-tempered? Upon hearing her own mother say this, Su Fu Ling was anxious. Yo, but also anxious up. Only Lu Chen can cure you. I am ready to dump you and the company are handed over to Lu Chen, and then with your father to plan the future where to travel over the world of two. What are you talking about? Su Fu Ling's face was reddened by what was said, and she was even more surprised. Her own mother is a person who is even more eye-catching than she is, and very few people can get into her eyes. It's only the first time we met today, and we're seeing eye to eye with Lu Chen? Lu Chen was also a bit embarrassed by Su's mother's words. Where is this? You're about to entrust your daughter to yourself? This is to say that Su mother heart too big good? Or does it mean that this Su Fu Ling is so bad that she wants to get rid of it? Humph, I knew you two were pretending. Didn't you say that you two love each other? Hearing that I agreed. You two are still squirming. Are you putting on a show for us? Suddenly, Su's mother's table slammed and she chided with a slate. This scared Lu Chen and Su Fu Ling. No, where are we pretending? The two of us are fine. Su Fu Ling said directly. Yeah, auntie, we're not pretending. Lu Chen chimed in. Oh, not loaded? You're sitting that far away from each other? How much do you guys hate each other? Lin Shi's eyes narrowed as he questioned. The two of them subconsciously sat down together right away, even as Lu Chen wrapped his arms around Su Fu Ling, and Su Fu Ling hugged Lu Chen's waist. That's it? There's other proof that you guys are really together? Before, you were saying that you were not married to him, and also that Lu Chen was not married to you. When this was said, Lu Chen froze, could not help but look at Su Fu Ling and inquired with his eyes. You said that? And Su Fu Ling eyes replied. Did I? I don't think I said that myself. Since you two are so good, give me a kiss. Ha! Hearing the words that came out of nowhere from Su's mother, the two of them were directly dumbfounded. It could still be like this? Mother Su just kept staring at the two, causing the two Lu Chen to be at a loss for words. Pro, or not? Ahem. Su's father on the side couldn't stand to watch a bit. Alright, you're making Lu Chen embarrassed. When the two of them sleep together at night, are you still afraid that you won't be able to kiss them? Hearing the first half of Su's father's sentence, the two only breathed a sigh of relief, and after hearing the second half of the sentence, the two were once again dumbfounded. What's going on? Is this something a $100 billion corporation owner should say? And what about two people sleeping together at night? Is this about being put in the same room? Dad, what are you talking about? We have so many guest rooms in our house. Guest rooms are for guests to sleep in. Lu Chen is my future son-in-law. He's one of our own. He can sleep in a guest room? What do you think? At this time, Mother Su once again interrupted Su Fu Ling's words. Lu Chen could see that these two were determined to have them sleep together. Well, it's getting late, so rest early. Let's talk about anything tomorrow. Su's mother began to urge the two to go upstairs to bed. Lu Chen looked at the sky outside the window, which was not yet fully dark. Speechless. What's more, it seemed that this dinner had not been eaten yet. Is this how much Su Fu Ling is disliked? Or is it that she's too well liked? Are you in such a hurry to marry your daughter? Mom, dinner's not ready yet. Su Fu Ling also said as she breathlessly held her forehead. Yeah, ha, see, I forgot about this. Well, let's eat first. After eating, hurry up and go to bed. The habit of going to bed early and waking up early has to be cultivated. This meal, ate Su Fu Ling red in the face. Lu Chen is even more embarrassed. No one would believe it if they didn't see it with their own eyes. Su's father and mother held several bottles and jars of wine during the meal. Bull whip wine, deer whip wine, tiger whip wine. Wherever it can enhance the man's combat power, all let Lu Chen drink some, mending Lu Chen to the point where he was miserable. Finally, After a meal was finished, the two were hurriedly pushed into the room by Sue's mother, closing the door behind her. Looking at the large bed in the room, the atmosphere between the two suddenly became unusually awkward. Lu-chun. I'm sorry, I didn't expect my parents to be like this. Usually they aren't like this, Su Fu-ling said in embarrassment, her two hands twisted together with no place to put them. It's fine, it just kind of opened my eyes. So tonight, I sleep on the floor? Lu Chen swept a glance at the room. This room, in addition to the cabinet, was a large bed and had a sofa or something. How's that for a good idea? How about both sleeping in the bed? One person sleeps on one side is all. For the first time, Su Fu-ling felt so strained to speak, her voice getting lower and lower, and in the back, her entire head was buried to her chest. Lu Chen saw that Su Fu-ling didn't even mind, so naturally he didn't refuse. Just as they were about to sit down, the door was opened with a bang, causing them to jump straight up. Here are 2 sets of pajamas for you to wear later after the shower. Oh, Su Fu-ling received the clothes with a red face, sending Su's mother away. The two of them looked at each other, and Su Fu-ling ran into the bathroom first. The sound of rushing water made Lu Chen's heart flutter. He wasn't Willow either, and to say there was no reaction at all was completely impossible. I bear it. Half an hour later, Su Fu-ling washed up and walked out wrapped in her pajamas. Her face at this time is so red that it can drip. Su mother even gave a lace-edged translucent pajamas, delicate body hidden. See, Lu Chen eyes almost stared out, stagnant for half a day. He reacted by quickly rushing into the bathroom when he felt a hot stream coming out of his nose. Only when he got inside did he take a deep breath to calm his agitation. Just now during the meal, those great tonic wines he was not underfilled by Su's father. He almost couldn't hold it. Outside the bathroom door, Su Fu-ling was blushing, but the corners of her mouth were up. He just kept staring at me. So it seems I'm not completely unattractive. Before in Jiangdu Lu Chen's villa, even if she wore more open, Lu Chen is like a sedentary monk, seems to be completely uninterested in themselves, making Su Fu-ling feel that it is not their own lack of charm. It doesn't seem so today. A quarter of an hour later, Lu Chen washed up and walked out, and the pajamas that Mother Su had prepared for him were also almost translucent, causing Lu Chen to cry and laugh. But men don't care. Don't they just wear pants when they go swimming? Rather, it was Su Fu-ling's first time to be alone with a man in such a situation, especially after Lu Chen had gone through the enhancement of the vigorous muscle-building pills. The proportion of his body had almost reached perfection, and the muscular lines of his entire body constantly stimulated Su Fu-ling's eyeballs, making her little heart thumping. Without saying anything, the two men got under the covers, one occupying one side of the queen-sized bed. Shall we sleep then? After a moment of silence, Lu Chen broke the awkwardness. Aha! Su Fu-ling let out a mosquito-like sound. Bang! At this time, the door to the room was opened once again, startling Su Fu-ling so much that she directly shrieked in fear. Mom, what are you doing? Seeing that it was Su's mother again, Su Fu-ling was a bit angry. Oh, it hasn't started yet? I'm in a hurry, aren't I? What the hell? This Su's mother has been eavesdropping on the movements in the room? You get out. Su Fu-ling couldn't hold back any longer. How come she didn't think her mother was like this before? So embarrassing. Fine, I'll be out. You two go for it. When she finished speaking, she saw Su Fu-ling throw a pillow over, and Su mother hurriedly closed the door and ran away. Your mom is pretty cute. Looks like we won't get past your parents tonight without doing something, Lu Chen said in tears and laughter. Ha! When the originally irritated Su Fu-ling heard Lu Chen say so, her entire body stiffened. What does Lu Chen mean by this? Is this going to start? Su Fu-ling looked shyly at Lu Chen approaching her side, her breath catching. Would that be too soon? A voice as low as a mosquito came out of Su Fu-ling's mouth, and her face was even more red like a boiled prawn. What are you thinking? Get out of bed. Ha! In Su Fu-ling's uncertainty, she was pulled off the bed by Lu Chen. Then, saw Lu Chen, began to push the bed. Bang, bang, bang. The head of the bed clattered rhythmically against the wall, making a noise. Then the movement got faster and faster and faster. At this moment, Su Fu-ling finally understood what Lu Chen was doing and burst into tears. So he stepped up to help as well, and the two of them just took turns starting up. In the next room, Su's mother listened with her ear pressed against the wall. Suddenly, I heard a thump, thump, thump and laughed. Honey, it's starting over there. Just start. You can stop tossing and we can go to sleep. What's the hurry? Listen a little longer. Su Dawei rolled his eyes. His own wife is sometimes so eccentric, but this is also exactly where she is lovely. Not only is this son-in-law handsome and entrepreneurial, he's also strong in this physical area. Already listened to a good half a day. This bang actually has been continued without hearing. This body strength can Su mother cannot help but more happy. Many people have fallen in love. There is no trial marriage before marriage. And after the license only to find out that their other side of a certain aspect is not able to. Resulting in a boring married life can be a lot of things. Seeing her son-in-law so strong, as a mother-in-law, she was naturally happy for her daughter's future sexual well-being. But she was unaware that next door, Lu Chen and Su Fuling had previously fallen into a serious position there to deal with her and hit the bed, to the back of the side of the crash while chatting, but no sleep, and even chatting, did not pay attention to actually chatting almost all night, and so the bed was banged up pretty much all night long, which was a pain in the ass for Su's mother. It was almost dawn, and Su mother, with 2 dark circles under her eyes, looked at the drowsy Su father and suddenly worried, "Hubby, isn't this son-in-law of ours a bit too fierce? It's been one night, it's too powerful, isn't it?" The next day, at the table, the 4 men ate breakfast under black eyes. "Little Lu, it's your first time in Magic City, so let Linger show you around in these few days." Mother Su broke the awkwardness of the atmosphere. "No need, Auntie. Linger only came back a while ago in Jiangdu. The company still has a lot of things to take care of. I happen to be going to my second uncle's house to do some errands, so when things are done for all of us, we'll go and play together." Lu Chen smiled and refused. Su Fuling had also told him before about the importance of the project at hand. Otherwise, he wouldn't have personally run to Jiangdu City to deal with Pang's contract. And not only was he going to visit his second uncle's house, but he was also going to take some time in the next 2 days to go around to Xiongfeng Capital and Tinglong Game Company. Just last night, the system commodity update. Another, Tenglong Securities, on the shelves. Also headquartered in Magic City. Tenglong Securities, that is the leading large-scale securities trading company in Magic City, which has many very professional stock fund investment managers. Due to the good reputation and strength of this company, where they are entrusted to invest in the stock fund, it can be said that almost all of them are stable profits. Of course, they charge the remuneration commission, but also the highest in the whole industry of the Magic City. But despite the high service fees, there are still many bosses in the Magic City who have spare money to do some investment banking through their managers. "Oh, I almost forgot about this." "That's fine, but if you need anything feel free to talk to Linger or your aunt and uncle. Don't be polite." Su's mother nodded and said, "You really don't need me to accompany you?" At the entrance of the subway station, Su Fuling drove Lu Chen here at his request. "No, you go about your business. I'll wander around on my own." "Okay, so call then." Su Fuling is also doing things dry lord. The two said a couple of sentences on the separation of each busy to go. Lu Chen flipped out the text message in his cell phone at this time, looked at the address sent by his mother, and walked towards the subway station. This period of time is used to driving a luxury car supercar, occasionally feel the subway bus, or a different flavor. Sitting on the subway, looking at the hustle and bustle of people running for their lives, Lu Chen is even more deeply touched. Not so long ago, he was one of them himself. Minhang District, Xinzhuang Meitu Village. Lu Chen stood with a bunch of gifts in both hands, his brows slightly furrowed. This place could be completely described as dirty, messy, and poor, and it was a world away from the environment near Su Fuling's home. Along the way, it was more than possible to find that the most common thing in the place was the chess room, with all kinds of yelling and angry cursing coming out of it. It didn't even occur to him that there were still people using old-fashioned wooden toilets in such a prosperous Magic City. And Lu Chen, dressed in Armani and leading a large and small bag of gifts, also attracted countless passers-by to watch. Room 402, Unit C, Building 4. "If you guys don't pay your rent today, you're moving out." At this moment, an obese older woman with a head full of curling rods and wearing a floral outfit was thrusting her waist and yelling at Lu Jingyuan's family. "Landlord, just give us a couple more days of grace. We fell for the same trick and gave away our money," Lu Jingyuan pleaded, his eyes revealing exhaustion and helplessness. This Lu Jingyuan was none other than Lu Chen's second uncle. A while ago, his well-connected workmates suddenly made a fortune and invited everyone to a lavish meal, because we are usually on good terms. Upon inquiry, I learned that he knew a fund manager named Dugo from Tinglong Securities. Through this manager, he took the $200,000 he had saved and invested it, and surprisingly made $30,000 a week later. This is undoubtedly a huge amount of money for them working people. Knowing this news, Lu Zhangyuan and others are also moved. Have let this worker introduced to No Duguay, ready to also invest. But after all, they are also the first time to contact this, and all of them are taking their hard-earned money saved for many years. Naturally, they are still a little uneasy. But this Dugo, that can talk, and in view of their concern, he was informed that all the funds he operated were conservative funds, and that even if they were worse, they would still be able to preserve their capital and would not lose any money. Therefore, the people were in the mood to try it out and each of them put up $20, 000 or $30, 000 to raise funds to do it. And as a result, it's actually making money. This time, the workers got excited and gradually increased the amount of investment. From the original 20, 30k to the later 50, 000 and 100, 000. Each time I got my investment dividend in about a week. After many attempts, they saw that it was indeed as safe and reliable as Dugo had said. At a get-together where Dugo was invited, they learned that there was a fund coming up that had the potential to go up big, and Dugo suggested that they make a big handful of them. Hearing this news, the workers who have cooperated in many profitable times undoubtedly have taken out all the savings ready to strike. Both wish to wrestle with the idea of turning a bike into a motorcycle. But this one investment has left them all dumbfounded, because after 7 days, they were told that it was all lost. This news, so that all the workers like a thunderbolt, before clearly said that any loss can be capital preservation, but now it has become so we have to look for him to say. But the result was that even if they later sued en masse, nothing worked, because, at the beginning, the contract they themselves had signed with Dugo above, clearly stated that they would not bear the consequences of losses. As the bottom of the social workers, itself not much cultural knowledge, on the contract they signed at that time is completely based on mutual trust directly signed, simply did not read the inside of the rules and regulations. Secondly, investment is inherently risky, and profit and loss is normal, so it was a direct defeat. Even some of the workers were beaten up because they kept going to Dugo. Lu Zhengyuan is also one of the cheated. This back even can not pay the rent, but also owed a month's rent, has been the landlord under the banishment order. Grace? I've been giving you grace for over a month now, and I'm not a philanthropist, I have to live too. The landlady wouldn't let go a step. Eyes scanned the house. Finally eyes scrutinizing back and forth over their TV, washing machine and refrigerator. If you can't pay it, then use the TV, refrigerator and washing machine in your house against the rent. The rent is only 200 January in total, owes you only 1 month. Plus this month is only 400. These 3 random one is more than this price. You are also too black. At this time, a young girl behind Lu Zhengmin drank and cursed. She was none other than Lu Chen's cousin, Lu Shui. These, all of which were just added to the family when they were profitable and making money before, are the only things in the house that are worth anything right now. I have a black heart? How much are these things worth when they're sold? It costs money to find someone to move it. Do you think I care about it? Then you pay, or get out. You. Seeing the landlord so tough, Lu Shui was furious. How much is the total? I'll give it to you. The cool voice came from the doorway. Lu Chen? Brother? Seeing the visitor, Lu Zhengyuan was surprised, while Lu Shui was very happy. The siblings grew up together as children in their hometown and were very close. It was also later after Lu Chen won the college entrance exam in a prestigious university. Lu Zhengyuan brought the family to fight in Magic City. The landlady's eyes flashed a trace of surprise when she saw Lu Chen, who was dressed in a costume that even if she didn't recognize the brand, she could see that the price was not high, especially the gifts carried in that hand. Big and small are not cheap. I didn't realize you had such a rich relative. So wouldn't you have called him earlier? The landlady, seeing that there was no chance of picking up those appliances, skimmed and crumpled. Originally, she wanted to take advantage of the forced demand for rent. Let Lu Zhengyuan use these new appliances to offset. Then she can earn. 2,400 has been transferred to you, plus the house is not for rent next month. Lu Chen ignored the landlady's broken thoughts and directly swept the code to give money. Hey, Lu Chen, what are you talking about? Where will we live when we don't rent it? Lu Zhengyuan asked suspiciously. Uncle too. Don't worry, there's a place to stay, he said, looking at the landlady. Are you still not leaving? Oh, just go, but I won't refund the deposit if you say no to rent here. When the landlady saw Lu Chen say that she wouldn't be renting next month, she immediately rolled her eyes and said as a matter of course, why don't we get a refund? We're on a yearly contract, and it just so happens that this is the last month. At this time Lu Chen's second aunt Lu Huimei anxious, went forward to pull the landlord theory up. The deposit is a month's rent. In the current circumstances of their home, the 1,200 could also top a lot of things. I've just transferred the rent to you, and my second uncle and the others didn't violate the contract. You'll have to return the deposit, and if you're ready to renege on it, then there will be consequences. And now you can go. Lu Chen stopped the second aunt and said directly, with such a person there is no need to abet. When the time really do not give, their own Jiqian law firm is not put on the lookout. There are 1,000 ways to make the landlord aunt regret. The landlord saw that Lu Chen had an extraordinary temperament and was wearing high-grade goods. so he didn't say much, muttering under his breath and left first. Lu Chun, why are you here? Didn't give me a call ahead of time either? It's a joke for you. It was at this time that Lu Zhengyuan stepped forward and asked, his face showing some embarrassment. I happened to come to Mordor to do some work, so I came over to see you guys. Second uncle, let's not talk about this. I'll make a phone call first, and we'll go see the house later. With that, he smiled and greeted his second aunt and cousin Lu Shui before dialing Su Fuling's number. What? Just separated and you miss me? Su Fuling on the other end of the phone teased. Don't be poor. Which side of the Magic City side of the house is hardcover directly can today turnkey? Lu Chen asked right to the point. Why do you ask? Don't even think about staying out here by yourself. It's only been one day of the show. You can't leave. Su Fuling got the wrong idea, thinking that Lu Chen wanted to live out on his own, and she didn't know why she was in a hurry. No, I bought it for my second uncle and the others. They've had a bit of an incident on their side. Oh, then you let your second uncle live directly in my side of the house on the line. I have a few sets of vacant villas. Send you a set is. Su Fuling said very generously. No, the villa is too much for them to live in. Why don't you go to the Townsend then? Yes. Hanging up the phone, Lu Chen directly took his second uncle's family to take a taxi and went straight to the Thompson Epine sales office. Inside the sales office of Townsend's. Honey, this looks good. Why don't we take this one? A heavily made-up woman pouted as she wrapped her arms around the man beside her. Mrs. Luo, you really have a good eye. This house is 525 square feet. The floor just happens to still be on the 15th floor. The lighting is very good. And now there are activities. This set of packaged discounted price. A total of only 140 million. In the whole building cost-effective is very high. The sales lady on the side hung a professional smile as she introduced herself. The man could not help but roll his eyes at the words. This as long as used really good. 140 million hey, but also cost-effective. Is there anything more cost-effective? The man asked. Mr. Luo, this set is already the most cost-effective within the 525 square feet. If it's any lower you'll have to choose the 434 square feet. The sales lady said apologetically. At this time, Lu Chen brought his second uncle's family into the sales office as well. Wow! The decoration here is so luxurious. Lu Shui was amazed by the decoration style of the place as soon as she entered. After all, Thompson is the top luxury residence in Magic City, and the specifications of the sales office are naturally higher. Mr. and Mrs. Lu Zhengyuan instead looked very rushed, a bit overwhelmed by their first visit to such an upscale place. Lu Chen when you said you'd arrange a place for us to stay, it's the neighborhood here? It's too upscale. We can't get used to it. Lu Chen's second uncle himself is also an honest man with a bitter background. And when he saw that the residence that Lu Chen was going to arrange was here, he couldn't help but be a little reticent. What's there to get used to? You'll get used to it if you live here. Look how much Shui likes it here. Lu Chen said with a smile. For his second uncle's family, Lu Chen was very grateful in his heart. At first, my family was very poor. If not for the financial support of my second uncle's family, I am not sure if I could go to college. The renovation of the old house in his hometown is also the second uncle borrowed money. A few years down froze a point of interest are not charged. To my own family, that's really good. This kind of favor, now that one is well, is naturally to be repaid, and it is not at all something that can be measured in terms of money. On the other side, when he saw Lu Chen and the others come in, especially when he saw that Lu Zhengyuan's family was wearing clothes with patches, that Mr. Luo immediately frowned. I say, you're such a high-end property. Why do you still let this kind of people in? The class is gone. Seeing this, the sales lady just kept her professional smile to apologize and didn't say anything, but a trace of disgust crossed her eyes. This couple came in for half a day. Look at this and that bull. When it comes to the price of all kinds of nitpicking, the quality is not very high, but also dislike people? The sales office was opened here, and the guests were the ones who came, and it was natural for people like them, who had undergone high-end training, not to judge people by their appearance. Lu Chen, why don't we go? Because Mr. Luo's voice is very loud. Lu Chen they also heard. Lu Zhengyuan sniffed some stifled but bitter origin of his in such an occasion will naturally produce some inferiority complex, but sniffed although angry stifled, but the body is unconsciously dodge. Want to get out of here? Humph, what are you? Shut up if you can't talk. Lu Chen, however, directly stepped forward and glared angrily at him. The second uncle's family was Lu Chen's closest people besides his parents, so naturally he couldn't let outsiders bully him. You who? Little brat, you're still coming on strong? Is this a place you can come to? Can you afford a house here? Mr. Luo originally saw Lu Zhengyuan dodge to go. The heart is even more disdain. In the end is the bottom of the people. No interest. Unexpectedly, Lu Chen jumped out. Is he a resident of your neighborhood? At this time, Lu Chen looked at the sales lady at the side and asked, "Hello sir, they have not purchased a house in our neighborhood." "Not yet," the sales lady answered truthfully. "Oh, that means the house they're looking at now hasn't been bought yet?" "Yes, sir." "Oh, I'll take that set. Swipe your card." After saying that, Lu Chen directly handed the card to the dumbfounded sales lady at the side. In an instant, the entire sales office was silent. The commotion over here naturally drew the attention of the other guests at the sales office. But at this moment, everyone felt dazzled by Lu Chen's maneuver. This is to buy a house, not to buy cabbage. Look at the house. The price is not asked. Just buy? This was the mental thought of all those present. "Ha, sir, you mean you want that 1501? If the set he's looking at is 1501, it's 1,501. The selling price of this house is $140 million. The sales lady tried to remind. "Oh, swipe your card." "Yes, sir." Seeing that Lu Chen still said so, the salesgirl instantly became excited. "Che, what big tail wolf are you pretending? This is 140 million, not 140. Wait and see how you pretend if you can't brush it out." Mr. Luo reacted from his shock, and the first thing he felt was that this kid was teasing himself. Is that how you buy a house? He doesn't believe it. However, it didn't take long for the salesgirl to run over, handing over the card with both hands and respectfully saying with a face full of joy, "Mr. Lu, please follow me to the VIP room to sign the contract." Good. Lu Chen ignored the Luo couple and took the shocked second uncle's family to the VIP room. How is that possible? Looking at the departing Lu Chen and the others, Mr. Luo was dumbfounded. Gee, that young man is rich, swiping his credit card without even looking at the $100 million plus house. That's what's ho. Look at that pair. They were here when we came. Looking at half a day of picking and choosing, and still haven't made a move. Oh, it's possible that people are just coming in to see what's going on and aren't even thinking about buying a house. That's a real possibility. And I saw that wife of his taking pictures there all the time. I think it's just a loser who takes some pictures to go back and pretend to be a loser. This time, the other customers in the sales office were talking, looking at the Luo couple with eyes full of disdain and teasing. In the end, the couple left in disgrace and really had no shame in staying, because it is the existing house. After signing the contract on the same day to take the key, the house book and the sales office on behalf of the process will be handed over to the hand of the head of household after the completion of the process. The moment the front door was opened, Uncle Tu's family was shocked by the luxurious decorations and packages inside the house. The interior is decorated with super-tier brands of building materials, and the home appliances are even made of international super-tier brands, especially the bed in the bedroom. It's so comfortable to lie on that you don't want to get up. Lu Shuai felt like she had come to heaven, and filled the room with joy as she looked east and touched west. Lu Chen this is too luxurious. It's not appropriate for us to live here, right? What's not appropriate? You're my second uncle. If I say it's appropriate, it's appropriate. Also you and your second aunt don't do your current job. Here's a card with 100,000 in it. You use it first. I'll find you an easy job later. Knowing that his second uncle and aunt are idol masters, Lu Chen did not say that he would fully cover their lives in the future, which would instead alienate everyone from each other's closeness. I have no education, and cannot do much can only do some manual labor? I see the job, do not change it. Lu Zhengyuan politely refused. It was really that this gift from Lu Chen was already too big, and he felt embarrassed to go through the trouble of changing his job again. Uncle Tu, just listen to me. I happen to have 2 companies on my side as well, so you guys can see for yourselves where you want to go when the time comes. Brother, you've opened a company in Magic City too? You're awesome. Lu Shuai ran over after strolling around the house a few times. It's okay, there's only one Xiongfeng Capital and Tinglong Game Company. By the way Shuai, you're studying film and television post-production, right? Do you want to work in my brother's Tinglong Game Company? It just so happens that I'm not over here sometimes. You can still help me keep an eye on the company if you're there. Ha, Tinglong Game Company is yours? Hearing Lu Chen's words, Lu Shuai was stunned. She and a few classmates had dreamed of getting into Tinglong Game Company before, but they were unable to help that the other company was strict in recruiting and selecting people, and they were not looked at all. Now that he heard that the company actually belonged to his cousin, he was excited beyond words. Yeah, it's mine. Wanna go? May I? Of course you can, as long as you want to, Lu Chen affirmed. Yes, I've dreamed of getting into Tinglong. Thank you brother. So, Lu Chen didn't procrastinate, and directly went to Tinglong Game Company to make a phone call, letting the general manager Wu Jichuan personally arrange for Lu Shuai to go to work in the company, and of course at Lu Suiki's own request. starting from the grassroots. For her, a little rookie who hadn't graduated long ago, she wouldn't be able to handle it herself if she was given some kind of senior position once she got in. Lu Chen didn't object. People still need to sharpen themselves down. At this time, Lu Zhengyuan stammered and opened his mouth. Xiao Chen, Xiongfeng Capital is your industry? Aha. Lu Chen nodded. Then uncle has something to tell you. So Lu Zhengyuan told him what he had been duped into. Is there such a thing? After hearing this, Lu Chen was a bit annoyed. What kind of Dugo cheated to the head of his own relatives? So once again, he picked up the phone and dialed the phone of Chu Zhanpeng, the general manager of Xiongfeng Capital. What are the instructions? Boss, check for me. Is there an employee named Dugwei in our company? Lu Chen opened the door and said directly. Okay boss, hold on. Chu Zhanpeng on the other end of the phone called over to HR and began to find out if there was a company called Dugwa. The result is that there is no such person, and later found that there is a registered company name with the same prefix as the Xiongfeng assets of the small company inside. But there is a named Dugwa. Second uncle. People checked. Not my company, but this company. It seems to have been hanging Xiongfeng Capital's Xiongfeng font name everywhere to shine and woo. And this money, can there be any hope of getting it back? Lu Zhengyuan didn't have much hope, but he heard that Lu Chen was actually the boss of Xiongfeng Capital, so he gave it a try. Of course, if he doesn't pay. But come on, it's almost noon now. Let's eat and I'll take you over there to ask for the money. Oi, let's eat. I didn't even eat breakfast. I'm already starving. Brother, where are we going to eat? Lu Shuai was a snacker, and when she heard that she could eat, she happily jumped to Lu Chen's side and grabbed his hand and shook it. Just find a place to eat around here, and after you're done with your dad first, we'll find a good restaurant to treat you to dinner later. Good. Stallion Consulting. Do go. You've made a lot of money this month. You need to treat yourself. Brother Zhang. I'm just lucky. Ran into the general folk stupid. Raked in a fortune, which is not as steady as you. No comparison with you but this treat is a must. The two men were commercially blowing each other off. And if this conversation had been overheard by anyone else it would have been a big shock. It seemed like a fraudulent company. That's right. This company is using the name of Xiongfeng Imposter to go around to fool some people to do investment, from which to earn income. But each time the crime will not leave any evidence, and even then the deception process has long been prepared for the backhand. This also leads to victims who can't do anything about them even if they sue. Bang! The office door was kicked open and two men walked in. Which one of you is Dugo? Seeing the visitor, the two people in the room froze. He is Dugwa, Lu Zhengyuan said, pointing at one of them. The ones who came were none other than the duo of Lu Chen and Lu Zhengyuan. So it's old Lu. How come you didn't teach him enough lessons last time? Seeing that it was Lu Zhengyuan, Dugwa snorted. Hearing Dugwa's words, Lu Zhengyuan's face looked a little unnatural. Before accompanying those workers to ask for money, had been Dugwa shouted to the people fat beat, at this time or some shadow. Do it! Lu Chen just swept a glance at Dugwa and spoke in a cold voice. The words fell. In the Dugwa froze this Lu Chen said Hans what is the meaning of the time? Saw the door instantly rushed in two black-clothed men. One of them, without saying a word, made a direct move. And this person was none other than Lu Chen's personal bodyguard number 1, who had been arranged by him from Wei Long Security Company. He was seen kicking Dugo down in one go, followed by a fat punch. Ah, who the fuck are you? Bastard. Lu Zhengyuan, you seek death. Gu. Hit me. Ah. Help. Chang. Don't fight. Ouch. Completely unresponsive Dugwa was punched to doubt life, from the beginning of being punched and arrogantly drinking and cursing, to the end only begged for mercy. As for Zhang, who was on the side, he didn't dare to move at this moment, and was himself being watched by the other black-clothed man number 2 in death. Seeing that Dugwa was almost beaten up, Lu Chen waved his hand and told number 1 to stop. He himself took a chair and sat down in front of him. Know where you're wrong? Lu Chen asked as he looked down at Dugwa. If you dare to go against Xiongfeng, our boss won't let you go. Dugwa took a breath and roared out although there was still fear in his eyes. Stamina? Joke. Snap. Lu Chen patted the third hand, and saw that once again, another black-clothed man had appeared outside the door, and it was bodyguard number 3. Only to see this no. 3 hand also carried a person. A closer look. It is their own boss Sun Guiquan. Bang! Sun Guiquan was directly thrown by the man in black and smashed not far from Dugwa, letting out a miserable cry. It's obvious that he's been educated before this. Old boss? Dugwa's heart inexplicably trembled when he saw the visitor. His own boss is a black and white, and his company dares to hang the name of Xiongfeng for so long, but no Xiongfeng's people come to look for trouble, but also because his own boss and the vice president of the Xiongfeng have 1,000 relations. Yet now, His own backer was thrown in like a chicken. So it's you? Aren't you guys afraid of offending Xiongfeng Capital by doing this? I'm Xiongfeng Capital's Vice President Lu Jigang Lu's man. Sun Guiquan also snapped at this time, his heart in shock and anger. Just now, he would have been in his office chatting with his secretary about the true meaning of life. Suddenly a man bursts in, and without saying a word he somehow fattens himself up and carries him over. It was only after being carried here and seeing Dugua, who had also been fatally beaten, and Lu Zhengyuan on the side, that he roughly realized what was going on. After all, this Dugua is a horseman who helps himself. Lu Zhengyuan's vote himself naturally knows, so directly shouted out Xiongfeng Capital. That's because in the Magic City, Xiongfeng Capital that is a real predator. The real black and white eat the existence of the two sides. By virtue of his relationship with Lu Jigang, anything he encountered in the past was easily solved. Therefore, they will do things more recklessly later on. Ha! Lu Jigang? Lu Chen clapped his hands again, and several people once again appeared outside the door. Seeing one of them, Sun Guiquan froze. Wasn't this his own big backer, Vice President Lu Jigang Lu of Xiongfeng Capital? At this moment, he was also carried by another black-clothed man just like himself, and by the looks of it, it was obvious that he had also been fatally beaten. And the third person made Sun Guiquan even more shocked. This person was precisely the helmsman of Xiongfeng Capital, Chu Xiamping. He had the honor of meeting him twice from afar before. This one was a mythical figure for him, because Chu Xiamping's history of making a fortune that was really comparable to a myth. It was also one of the reasons why the black and white respected him. The next scene was even more shocking to him. Boss, I'm really sorry for the joke. At this moment, Chu Xiamping, the mythical figure that Sun Guiquan had seen as towering in his eyes, actually groveled and called the young man in front of him as his boss. At this, he felt a chill all over his body and cried out. Lu Chen nodded and looked at Dugua once again. Do you know what's wrong now? Before he came, Chu Xiamping had already figured out all the ins and outs of this matter and informed Lu Chen. Therefore, Lu Chen had his bodyguard number 4 go directly to Xiongfeng Capital to take down this Lu Jigang. He himself came here first with 3 other bodyguards to accompany Uncle Tu. I know I'm wrong. I shouldn't have cheated old Lu of his hard-earned money. At this point in time, how could Dugua still dare to be arrogant? So what should happen? What should be done? Dugua looked directly at Sun Guiquan who was on the side. This look Sun Guiquan hate to go up to smack him 2 slaps. Usually so smart. How to this so stupid? So he hurriedly shouted, refund, we refund the money. Not only do we refund the money, but I'll also compensate old Lu for the mental damage. Yes, 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 we'll pay for it, we'll pay for it. Dugua also nodded violently and continuously in agreement. Pay up then. Sun Guiquan climbed up, ran to the office to open the safe, held a box and ran over, afraid to run slow. Even Lu Jigang was arrested, and accompanied by Chu Xiamping. Giving him 100 guts would not dare to escape now. Dutifully, he placed the box on the table and opened it. There's $1 million here, all for Mr. Lu. Saying that, he pushed the box in front of Lu Zhengyuan. This time Lu Zhengyuan was a bit rushed, or he had seen such a scene. Take it, Uncle Tu. Only after Lu Chen's gesture did Lu Zhengyuan coyly accept it. At this time, Lu Chen looked at Chu Xiamping and opened his mouth again. Lu Jigang is fired. This person's company I don't want to see is still carrying our Xiongfeng's name. That's it. Yes, boss. Chu Xiamping respectfully led the order. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Lu Jigang and Sun Guiquan were in turn relieved. Although one was fired and the other company was definitely not open, but more than a hint of frustration, they were thankful. Otherwise, in terms of Chu Xiamping's methods, the consequences for these two people would be even more disastrous. Otherwise, how could Chu Xiamping become a person feared by the black and white? Oh, right. Lu Chen, who had walked to the door, suddenly paused and turned back to look at Dugua, a glance that directly scared him so much that he almost urinated. You hit my second uncle's leg before and made him lie in the hospital but for a week. I know what to do. Without waiting for Lu Chen to finish, Dugua directly jumped up in a single bound. Copying the leg of the chair on the side, he gritted his teeth and slammed it against his right leg. Click! Ah! The sound of bones snapping and his cry of anguish sounded simultaneously. Lu, Mr. Lu, look at this, are you satisfied? Even if it hurt anymore, Dugua was still holding back and said, be good. Lu Chen dropped a sentence and turned to leave. Did you all hear what the boss said? Don't have a fluke or think about retaliation. Or else. At this time, Chu Xiamping spoke. Don't dare. Don't dare. The three almost spoke in unison. Humph. With a cold snort, Chu Xiamping also left. It was only at this moment that the three of them sat paralyzed and laughed bitterly, but in their hearts, they had a sense of gratitude after the robbery. And this face of Lu Chen was even more engraved in the bones of the three, and they all prayed that they wouldn't run into this god of murder in the future. After resolving the major issue on his second uncle's mind, Lu Chen realized that Lu Jingyuan's entire body was much more relaxed, and a long-lost smile overflowed on his face. Lu Chen was also slightly touched by the journey back to his hometown moving forward. After sending his second uncle home, Lu Chen took Lu Shuai to the mall to purchase some things. Brother, that's a nice Porsche 911 you got there. When did you get it? Oh, Xu Xiaoping gave it to me. It's just right for transportation. Brother, Xiongfeng Capital is really yours. Ha? Then there's still a lie, isn't there? But these are just for you to know. Don't tell my parents. Lu Chen admonished. I get it. You want to surprise your uncle and aunt, don't you? Had ha. But when I found out about it, it was a shock. Brother, you're really something. This girl was still looking at this Porsche 911 while she was talking, and she could tell that she liked the car. Like? Well, I had a classmate who bought this car and took me for a ride then and loved it then. Then this car is yours. Ha? What? You have a driver's license anyway. Just have a license and not drive, that's not learning for nothing? It's too expensive. I can't have it. And besides, I can't afford to keep this car even if I can afford to drive it with my current salary. Oil money you earn, maintenance and insurance. You do not have to manage. The old Chu side-eye explained. Will be all fixed. Then you just in the annual audit and maintenance time. The car to the designated place to do the formalities on the line. And your family's water and electricity property fees and so on do not have to worry about. Lao Chu will be done. Go to the company account. Lu Chen smiled and said. Since he had decided to help his second uncle's family, he naturally wouldn't help half of them. Isn't the ability to make a good life for your loved ones the ultimate goal of making money for yourself? This, brother, do I count this as giving you a package? Put. Lu Shui's sudden words startled Lu Chen so much that he almost crashed the car and jerked the steering wheel to stabilize it. Damn girl, what are you thinking? He. Lu Shui spat out her tongue and smiled mischievously, her eyes overflowing with happiness. Yawen. One department store mall in Magic City. It's also here because this was the $1 item on last night's spike. So, today, I brought Lu Shui over here to take a stroll and add a few things to the house. Not to mention, the whole Yawen is full of goods and the decoration is luxurious. Buying along the way can make a little girl happy. In the words of the little girl, it was always a shopping spree. No, Lu Chen looked at the large and small includes and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Sure enough, every woman has a shopaholic underbelly. As soon as he went shopping and shopped, it was like an added bonus of the unlimited stamina buff that he had obtained, making Lu Chen look like he was crying and laughing. I've bought all the daily necessities. Brother, are we going back? There's no hurry. Go get you some more clothes. Don't bother. I just bought 2 of them a while ago. They're enough to wear. She had already spent so much on daily necessities here today, all of which Lu Chen had given her money for, that she wasn't too happy about it anymore. How can that be? You're my precious sister. Now that your brother and I are rich, how can I treat you badly? Besides, you have a mission later. Properly pick a few pieces for your parents as well. You always know their sizes, right? Lu Chen didn't care about her, and after saying that, he directly pulled her towards the branded clothing store. Lu Shuai was pulled by him, the touching in her eyes clearly visible. Brother, if you weren't my cousin, I'd marry you. Can you get this brain out of your head? Hearing this girl say these things again, Lu Chen directly knocked her on the head. Welcome light. Yo, isn't this our poor university schoolgirl Lu Shuai? How did you get rich? Why are you shopping at Chanel? Before the shopper at the entrance of the Chanel specialty hall finished her sentence, a snarky voice rang out from inside. It couldn't help but make everyone in the store look sideways at the two Lu Shuai, while Lu Chen's brows furrowed. Gu Li, I can't come here to hang out? Seeing the person who spoke, Lu Shui's heartfire was also ignited all of a sudden. Gu Li, her college classmate, holds a grudge and targets her at every turn because the guy she liked in the first place went after Lu Shuai instead. Due to their own family conditions at that time, Gu Li family, but opened a not small company, is a rich second generation. So a lot of the time, she held her tongue and did as little as she could until she graduated and landed on her feet. Unexpectedly, today and here ran into her. More let Lu Shuai surprise. At this time Gu Li's side carrying a big bag of men, is exactly before Gu Li backward chase cannot but to their own confession of the man. Seemingly seeing Lu Shui's shocked eyes, Gu Li couldn't help but feel a big lump in her heart. Don't recognize him anymore? Oh, I almost forgot. You guys broke up a while ago, and now he's my boyfriend. Gu Li playfully looked at Lu Shuai who was about to storm out, her eyes filled with the joy of victory. Chan Hao, you broke up just for her? Lu Shuai finally exploded. Chan Hao, however, was a bit evasive on the side, not daring to face her directly. At first the two did not further develop substantial contact, but also swore an alliance and decided to struggle together to create a better future. However, not long ago, Chen Hao suddenly said to break up, which could make Lu Shuai sad for a while. Look at this now. Chen Hao mentioned breakup with Gu Lili cannot be blamed. In the end, the so-called love still lost to corrupt money. Lu Shuai's heart is very bad taste. What? You eat my food, wear my clothes, and don't say hello when you see an old flame? Seeing that Chen Hao was silent, Gu Lili did not intend to let him go. Previously, he had made such a big fuss in school to chase after Chen Hao, but he didn't expect him to choose Lu Shuai in the end. This made her feel very humiliated. So on top of targeting Lu Shuai all the time, she was also constantly corrupting Chen Hao with sugar-coated bombs. During the school years, everyone maintains a childlike innocence and perhaps guardians of each other's innocent love. But when you step into the society, everything has changed, involving oil, salt and rice, and knowing how hard it is to make money. Under Gu Lili's constant digging and luring, finally, Chen Hao compromised and lost to reality. However, at this time, Jerry was to him, long ago, not the previous love, but just a kind of revenge. So Chen Hao followed her and didn't have a good life. Just like a subordinate who came and went as he was called. This time, it was hard to run into Lu Shuai, so naturally, she had to show off her strength. Shall we go? Lu Shuai was in a terrible mood at the moment, so she said to Lu Chen, Yo, did you catch another handsome guy? You really don't know shame. Fishing for Chen Hao in school, just broke up and turned around and caught another one. But this time it's still a bit of vision, at least it looks better than Chen Hao. Lu Shuai wants to be out of sight and out of mind, but there are people who don't want her to have a good time, and Gu Lili is killing her with every word. Pa! Putting up a round of applause, Jerry looked at the man in front of her with eyes full of shock and anger. You, how dare you hit me? You're spewing feces with every mouth. So who are you going to hit if not you? Is my sister someone you can insult? Lu Chen looked at Gu Lili with a disgusted expression and chided. Lu Shuai, on the other hand, covered her small mouth in surprise, not expecting Lu Chen to suddenly strike. Just you wait, I'll make you look good. Gu Lili was burning with rage. For the first time since she was a child, she was slapped. How could this be tolerated? The phone was dialed quickly. I gave a call. Hurry up and get the security guards to come to the Chanel lounge. Lu Shuai, today you two are finished. Brother, let's get out of here. Gu Lili, his father, is the vice president here. A good man is not a good man. At this time, Lu Shuai anxiously pulled Lu Chen's hand and was about to drag him away. Want to leave now? It's too late. Chen Hao, stop them for me. Gu Lili shouted furiously at this moment, while Chen Hao even obediently walked to the door of the Chanel special hall and made a blocking gesture. You, get out of the way. Seeing her former boyfriend, actually like this, Lu Shuai directly shouted angrily. Shuai, don't make it difficult for me, Chen Hao said in a low voice, not having a single worry for her because the two of them had spent time together before. I was really blind before. How could I like you? It is said that the first love is unforgettable. At this time Lu Shuai is considered completely dead to him. Lu Chen looked at everything in front of him with cold eyes. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a hint of a cold aura flashed in his eyes. Outside the door a group of people rushed in. The leader was the vice president of Yuan, Gu Lili's father Gu Mingtao. Receiving the call and hearing that his precious daughter had been bullied, still in his own territory, Gu Mingtao directly rushed down with a team of security guards. All get out of the way. Who dares to bully my Gu Mingtao's daughter? Gu Mingtao pushed away the crowd of onlookers outside and rushed directly into the Chanel special hall, drinking in a domineering manner. Dad, oh I'm so miserable. This pair of dogs beat me. Look, my face is swollen from them. Seeing her father coming, Jerry immediately ran over to sell her misery. Assholes, my Gu Mingtao's daughter is also beaten by you? I see you don't want to live. Chairman, Gu Mingtao saw the 5 fingerprints on his daughter's face and instantly became furious, turning his head to give a scolding. However, when he saw Lu Chen, who was looking coldly at himself with his hands clasped over his chest at this moment, he could not curse anymore, and as if he had been electrocuted, he shivered and shrieked. Why are you here? Why don't you know when you're here? Stiffly, Gu Mingtao spoke again. At this time the heart and the curse, this loser daughter mess with who is not good to mess with the newly appointed chairman of the board of directors. Their own this is to play the rhythm of the end. This is if he hadn't read the information before to see Lu Chen's picture. Moving to fight then he is not finished. Just in the early hours of this morning, he received the news that Yuan had changed ownership, and was even more surprised when he saw the information, because Lu Chen was too young, and the suffix of relevant information attached to the back. That was more and more astonishing the further he looked down the page, the more his jaw dropped. A series of corporate chairmanships, each of which was no less powerful than Yuan. Especially Shangfeng Capital and Tinglong Game Company. Some of the other industries he may not have heard of, but he knows exactly how strong the two most locally developed businesses are. You recognize me? Lu Chen looked at him and said in a deep voice. Recognize. Your information was sent to our management today. Oh, Lu Chen nodded. Dad, what are you doing? Hit him. He hit me. You, Pa. Gu Mingtao didn't wait for his own daughter to finish, and backhanded a big pussy pocket whip over, directly making Gu Lily's other side of the face also hang 5 fingerprints. Dad, you're crazy. What are you hitting me for? Gu Lily was blindsided by a single blow and cried out. Still have the nerve to cry? It must have been you, a sinner, who was acting up here that caused the chairman to take action. Well done. You just owe education. Chairman. Just him and still chairman? He's just the brother of this poor classmate of mine. And a loser too. Gu Lily wouldn't believe that Lu Shui's brother would be the chairman of Yuan. It must be her father's mistake. Cocksucker, cocky old mother, I can't beat you. Seeing that his daughter hadn't seen the situation until now, Gu Mingtao had the heart to strangle her. How did he get such a stupid daughter? He should have shot her on the wall in the first place. I thought about snapping my daughter left and right. This is not pumping cannot that Lu Chen but has been staring at their own. This level if you cannot pass. I am afraid that they are really finished. With that, the Chanel store resounded with a succession of slaps and Jerry's cries of anguish. Lu Chen's voice didn't ring out until Gu Lili was all swollen into a pig's head from the whipping. Alright, control your daughter in the future. Don't find trouble for yourself. And also, your daughter's vision of finding a boyfriend is really blind. After saying that, he looked at Lu Shui who was still in a state of shock and laughed. Relieved? Leave when you're relieved. Ha, oh, let's go then. At this time, Lu Shui was still a bit unresponsive. How is it that his cousin has become the chairman of Yuan again? Originally, that towering Gu Mingtao had to grovel and madly whip his own baby daughter in order not to be blamed by Lu Chen. The transformation was so shocking to the eye that it took her a long time to calm down. At the same time, he also exclaimed that his cousin was really awesome, and that he was so relieved just now. So, all the previous unhappiness dissipated, pulling Lu Chen to jump around and continue shopping, and inside the Chanel hall. You, hurry up and get out. Don't let me see you hanging out with my daughter again in the future, or I'll beat you once I see you. Gu Mingtao directly drank at Chun Hao. Gu Mingtao after the robbery. Thankful that he expressed his loyalty in time, otherwise he lost his rice bowl. You, grounded at home for a month. Go back and reflect for me, and don't mess with Lu Shui again. You can't afford it. Looking at his precious daughter, Gu Mingtao had a headache. It seems that it was his own spoiling that harmed her. After buying something and having the mall deliver it to her door, Lu Shui took a call from her girlfriends and went to a potluck dinner, which was near Yuan. So, Lu Chen then drove back on his own. This just out of the underground garage to turn the corner. Suddenly a figure scurried out. Scared Lu Chen. Luckily, he SSS car skills in the body, in time to brake the car. Otherwise it must be an accident. Even so, the figure seemed to be in shock and fell straight to the ground. You don't want to die, do you? Lu Chen was a bit annoyed and cursed as he opened the car door to get out of the car to take a look at the situation. The silhouette, however, directly leapt up from the ground at that moment, and quickly opened Lu Chen's passenger door, sat in, and catapulted and pressed his body down, as if he was hiding from something. Help me. There are bad people after me. Take me away. At this moment an anxious female voice came out, which sounded quite nice at first. Lu Chen looked at the direction from which the woman had just run, and a large number of men in black suits and sunglasses rushed out. So sure enough the car door slammed shut, a foot on the gas, and off they went. It wasn't until she had driven a good distance that the woman sat up and began to look from side to side. Realizing that no one was coming after him, he patted his rather large chest and let out a deep breath. Thank you. My name is Chu Zi. You've done me a great favor. At this moment, she withdrew the secret realm scarf, mask and hat that was previously wrapped around her head and said to Lu Chen with a smile. Just one glance made Lu Chen feel stunning. This woman, so beautiful, elegant and unassuming, 2 cheeks without powder and the color is like the morning sun reflecting the snow, can be said to have the posture of Ban Ji renewed history. Xia Ting Wing Snow. This was the first impression Chu Zi gave Lu Chen, which really made him freeze for a few seconds. Chu Zi, on the other hand, realized that it seemed that this man did not know her, and while slightly lost, she was relieved in her heart. Jingle bells. At this moment, Lu Chen's phone rang. Hello, Lu Cheng? Okay, I'm in the neighborhood and I'm just about to eat, so I'll come over now. Hanging up the phone, Lu Chen cried and laughed. It turns out that Lu Cheng was pushed by his family to get a blind date and introduced a girl, who happened to be in Magic City. He was determined to go on this blind date, but then his family sent him a picture of this girl, and he instantly saw eye to eye. So, he came over. But this one is a standard big girl in a sedan chair for the first time. Never been in love before. Too nervous. Therefore, when he thought that Lu Chen was in Mordor, he wanted to pull him along to help bolster his courage and advise him in the process. I'll be there in front of you. Hanging up the phone, Lu Chen said to Chu Zi, "You haven't told me your name yet. That's rude." My name is Lu Chen. Not expecting Chu Zi to actually ask this, Lu Chen couldn't help but chuckle. "Oh, Lu Chen, I just heard you say that you're going to accompany someone on a blind date? I haven't seen what a blind date is like. Why don't you take me along?" After repeating Lu Chen's name, Chu Zi said with an expectant face. This could have thundered Lu Chen, and he couldn't help but look oddly at Chu Zi on the side. 1 second he seemed to be running away from someone, and now he's actually asking to follow a stranger like himself to see someone on a blind date? And you're looking forward to it? What's wrong with her? We've only met for the first time. Aren't you afraid that I'll sell you out? Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Once you're back, you're familiar with me. Besides, I can see that you're not a bad person, Chu Zi said in a serious manner. Lu Chen couldn't help but want to roll his eyes. "I thank you. This girl is also too easy to trust people. However, this kind of flying luck, the general public will not refuse. Besides, if a girl doesn't mind, what's a big man like you to be afraid of?" So, Lu Chen didn't refuse and just led her to the location he had agreed with Lu Chang. "Tatsu, you're here. This is..." Seeing the incoming Lu Chen duo, Lu Chang asked with some surprise. "Oh, this is Chu Zi," Lu Chen introduced somewhat breathlessly, because as soon as she got off the bus, this Chu Zi that was instantly arming herself, said he was on the run and couldn't let people recognize him. So, hat, big sunglasses, mask, and a scarf. Look at Lu Chen wide-eye roll. "Miss, now is the beginning of October. You are not afraid to wear this way to cover up prickly heat? Also, wouldn't it be more noticeable to walk down the street like that?" Chu Zi nodded at Lu Chang. "Hello, I am Chu Zi." "Oh, hello. Lu Chang didn't say much and looked to Lu Chen to chat. A few people arrived at a nearby Western restaurant and had 2 tables as promised outside the door. Lu Chen and Chu Zi sat at a table not too far away, with a line of sight just enough to see Lu Chang's table. "Since you're here, why don't you stop by for some food? However, can you remove your armament? You're too eye-catching like this. You'll be easily dismantled later." Alright. At this moment, Chu Zi seemed to be looking forward to what was to come. Even through the arms, Lu Chen could feel that she was very excited and looking forward to it. Sure enough, women like to be involved in such gossipy things. In the next second, Lu Chen was once again speechless. This girl's so-called disarming was nothing more than removing the scarf. "I say, Missy, are you going to eat with a mask on later, too?" "Oh, right. Chu Zi seemed to react at this time and took off her mask. But the hat and the big sunglasses, that never came off. But Lu Chen didn't bother. "As long as you like it." Lu Chen wasn't a pretentious person and directly handed over the menu for her to order. Chu Zi didn't seem to have any intention of being polite, and ordered frantically, seeming to look even happier. "I mean, what the hell are you enjoying? And can you eat all that you ordered?" Seeing the dishes that Chu Zi ordered, Lu Chen was shocked. This point of food was almost enough for 10 people to eat. "In my heart, I can't help but spit. Miss, are you a rice bucket? Ordering so much? Those who don't know would think that you are a hungry ghost." "Oh, I usually can't eat these things because the calories are too high. It's a rare day when I can indulge, so of course I have to savor them all. He. Don't worry, I'll treat you later, just to thank you for your help just now." Seemingly aware that she had ordered a bit too much, she hastened to say that the meal was on her own. In no time, the dishes came up, and Chu Zi's eyes lit up. "I'm starting." The next scene made Lu Chen realize just how much a woman's stomach could hold. It's not wolfing down the food, but it's a breathtakingly fast sweep. The dishes on the table were decreasing at a rate visible to the naked eye, and looking at Lu Chen, he didn't even know where to place his chopsticks. But there's a saying, and there's a saying that makes sense. That face value is justice. Such a frantic food sweeping scene would be absolutely hot if it were an older mom, but on Chu Zi, instead, there was a different flavor. At this time, there was a movement at Lu Cheng's table, only to see him stand up and face the door with a smile. Facing him was a woman who was visually estimated to be 1.73 m in height with a pretty face. Looking closely, long straight black hair, a light-colored lace dress, and long white legs especially shocked the eyes of bystanders. "Hello, I'm Fang Yi. You're Lu Cheng, right?" Fang Yi introduced herself graciously and then extended her right hand. "Ah, yes, I'm Lu Cheng. Hello. Lu Cheng's hands were so busy holding Fang Yi's hand at this time that his speech began to knot, and a surprising blush fluttered on his dark cheeks. Can I sit down? Fang Yi asked slightly shyly, looking at Lu Cheng's hands that were holding her hands and not letting go. Her cheeks also gave birth to 2 pieces of redness at this time. I'm sorry. You, please sit down. Ha. Awakening with a start. Lu Cheng awkwardly withdrew his hands and scratched his head and laughed apologetically. He was not expecting this real person to be more beautiful than the photo, innocent and shy but not losing his demeanor, and his speaking voice was particularly gentle. For that, he was now quite satisfied. So the two took their seats and began to start a conversation. From the initial shyness, slowly both of them became much more natural, with some laughter coming out from time to time. Lu Chen, this one. So this is how blind dates work? This young lady is not bad looking. It looks like the two of them have a chance. Chu Zi stuffed a flaming chicken wing into her mouth and said as she ate. Lu Chen smiled at the sight, and in his heart, he was happy for his brother. But what came next blew them away. As he watched the two of them, Lu Cheng and Fang Yi, talk happily, Lu Chen was also happy for his brother. But when I turned my eyes to go and pinch a prawn, I realized that the plate was empty. Chu Zi, on the opposite side of the room, happened to burp at this time, and touched her somewhat bulging stomach. Shuttle. It's been a long time since I've eaten so indulgently. It caused Lu Chen to hold his forehead, crying and laughing. I can't help but wonder how in the world this girl eats so much with such a well-proportioned body. Too much food. I'm going to the restroom. Oh. Chu Zi snorted and got up to leave her seat. And at this time, Fang Yi also greeted Lu Cheng and walked towards the restroom. Brother, how is this? After seeing Fang Yi leave, Lu Cheng couldn't wait to run over to Lu Chen's side and inquire. Looking good so far. How about you? What do you think of the chat? Lu Chen asked rhetorically with a smile. Well, she also asked some basic questions about my income. If I have a house over here, what I do for a living, and what kind of car I drive. That's all we talk about? Anything else? Not at the moment. She just mentioned that if they get married in their hometown, the gift will be $800,000, and asked me if I minded. Brothers, you say she directly mentioned the gift money, is not very satisfied with me. Hearing Lu Cheng say that, Lu Chen fell back and frowned directly. This brother, although not what the big boss, but at least there is a good company in the Magic City. Jiangdu side also has a branch. The income is not enough, then the lower than the next. Life is no problem. But dating, the front to understand the basic information is not wrong. Our adults, pure love feelings are too few, or practical oriented. But it's a bit of a stretch to just ask for a gift this first time. And, lately, I keep hearing about a group of salvage women who dress civilly and rely on blind dates and other activities to scam men out of their wealth. You'd better find out more about it. Don't be in a hurry to say yes to anything, and look around. It looked like this Lu Cheng seemed to be a bit on top of things, so Lu Chen couldn't help but remind him. Okay, I'll ask later. When he finished, he saw that it was about time and went back to his seat. In the restroom, Fang Yi took out a pack of lady cigarettes from her bag, lit one, and dialed a call out. Hey, Fawn, how's it going over there? Fang Yi asked. I'm an old clapper. Open a small processing plant. Not much money. At most rake in a small hundreds of thousands of dollars. You? A woman's voice came over the phone. This sounds good. The person is also relatively young. Looks good. Has a car and a house. There are 2 companies. Magic City account. I mention a mouthful of gifts 800,000 yuan. Look at his appearance, should not have any pressure. That's good. You can get it. Long-term meal ticket. Oh, better than this for me. This is still a long-term meal ticket? Tease to play a little. Okay. Looks like he is very satisfied with me. When the time to give him a little sweet. Look at the first to get some, say it. The old lady's goal is worth more than hundreds of millions of the Lord. Do not say. Wait to cope with the end of the afternoon, there are 2 to see. Then look at the first to get which one. You can have a lot of business. I'm just this old clapper for now. No comparison. Oh, well, that afternoon I heard is worth tens of millions of dollars. If the right eyes, now this I introduce to you. Not to say more. Big millions certainly have. You said it, so I thank you in advance. Hanging up the phone, Fang Yi inhaled 2 puffs of cigarette, extinguished it, and then sprayed it with a breath freshener, followed by some perfume, tidied up her makeup, and then left the restroom. When she walked out, a door inside against the corner opened, and Chu Zi walked out with a shocked look on her face, turning off the recording on her cell phone. Restaurant. I thought you fell down the toilet and didn't come out for such a long time that I wanted to go and fish for you. Seeing Chu Zi, who hurriedly ran back, Lu Chen could not help but tease. Hush, I'll listen to something for you. Without saying a word, Chu Zi's cell phone plugged in the headphones and put them on Lu Chen, opening the recording. The more he listened, the tighter Lu Chen's brows wrinkled, and in the back his eyes were about to spit fire. I didn't expect everyone to be mistaken. This seemingly quiet and dignified and polite Fang Yi, but it was all pretended. This idea has hit his own brother's head. If you don't know it's okay, but now you know it naturally can't be ignored. So he secretly took a picture of Fang Yi and sent it to Chu Zhanpeng. Get me the lowdown on this female. A message was instantly sent over. Okay boss, you wait a moment. The message only went over before receiving a reply from Chu Zhanpeng. Chu Zhanpeng is the original boss of Shonfeng Capital. Black and white. Naturally a huge network of contacts, to find out a person's bottom line naturally in no time. Sure enough, it didn't take long for a set of information to be sent to Lu Chen's cell phone. Looking at the photos sent, Lu Chen was shocked. Did not expect this woman's style so horrible so. This woman has been roaming around various dating venues for years and has paid high dues and registered as a premium member at Deep Love Speed Dating. Deep Love Speed Dating. Com is a specialized matchmaking service. As long as you are a premium member you will enjoy the site's priority to push the quality singles of the opposite sex. This Fang Yi is the use of the senior member status, specializing in finding to reach the age of marriage and has a certain wealth of high-quality men as the target. To matchmaking dating reasons from which to cheat wealth. Each time to drain a target immediately after the breakup of a target for the next target. With all this information sent in, this woman has had sex with at least 100 men. It's a bus ride. You send your recording file. Lu Chen didn't care if Chu Zi agreed to add micro. Directly scanned her QR code, added it, and then directly forwarded the file and saved it. Chu Zi couldn't help but roll her lovely white eyes, thinking that Lu Chen was really nonchalant, and didn't ask if she wanted to add micro. You know, how many people out there want to add their micro and can't get it? Seeing as he helped me and is so handsome, this girl won't care. Chu Zi comforted herself in her heart. Do you have any problem organizing this information and organizing it enough to put this woman in jail? Lu Chen once again sent a message to Chu Zhanpeng. No problem. The message came back quickly. Well, I'll give you the address, and then when you've sorted it out, you can just call the police and get the Justice Department to come and deal with it, which will probably take about as long as it takes. Lu Chen asked again and sent the address over. 5 minutes if you're organizing, and with my connections to notify law enforcement to come over, it'll probably be another 10 minutes, for a total of like 15 minutes. Looking over at Lu Cheng's table, it seemed that they had already talked about making a living, and Fang Yi was about to leave. As soon as possible control arrives in 10 minutes. That's all. Yes. Seeing Chu Zhanpeng's reply, Lu Chen looked at Chu Zi. Wait for me here. After saying that, he directly got up and went to Lu Cheng's table. Lu Cheng, it's nice to meet you. I still have class in the afternoon. I'll leave first. I'll send you a message later. Don't mind me being annoying. Fang Yi said with a light smile. How come? Ha ha. I'll wait for your news then. Lu Cheng seemed happy. Lu Cheng, what a coincidence. Why are you here? Suddenly, Lu Chen walked over, which caused Lu Cheng to freeze. Why did you come over? Lu Cheng inquired with his eyes. Lu Chen smiled and didn't answer but looked at Fang Yi. And this beauty is? Hello, my name is Fang Yi. Seeing Lu Chen, Fang Yi's eyes also lit up. This little brother is so handsome. His temperament is excellent. And this body, 99 score. Especially this Amani. It's not cheap. Having been in the circle of successful men for many years, she is naturally able to recognize brands at a glance. You have such a beautiful friend and you don't introduce her? Lu Chen glanced angrily at the confused Lu Cheng and teased. Introduce myself. My name is Lu Chen. Lu Cheng's classmate. Shonfeng Capital is mine. Mind if I sit down and talk? Beauty. Said. Also do not care how Lu Chen think. Directly pushed him down to sit inside the seat, but he was sitting peacefully. Of course I don't mind. Since Lu Cheng's classmate is here, let's talk together. Lu Cheng, you actually have such a great classmate. A hint of surprise and excitement crossed Fang Yi's eyes when she heard the words Mighty Wind Capital. I didn't realize that Lu Cheng wasn't very good and that his classmate actually had this status. Almost everyone in Magic City knew what Mighty Wind Capital stood for, and she was naturally no exception. Ha, oh yeah, this is an unusual classmate of mine. But didn't you just say you were going to class? Although Lu Cheng didn't know which play this Lu Chen was singing, he still spoke up when he heard Fang Yi inquire. Inexperienced as he is, at this time Fang Yi is exactly the time to go up. Naturally know everything. In his thoughts, just now, he and Fang Yi were so involved in their conversation that they even started to outline their future married life. Then this good brother of his should naturally be introduced to this future wife candidate. Oh, and without delaying this for a while, how exactly is this classmate of yours unusual? Fang Yi prevaricated, seemingly coming to be interested. Lu Cheng was naturally happy to see that Fang Yi wasn't leaving, and he also wished to spend more time with her. He then glanced at Lu Chen and saw that he had no intention of objecting, so he opened his mouth to introduce. This classmate of mine is a business wizard. Shongfeng Assets is just one of the industries under his name. He is a big shot in Jiangdu City. Oh, hearing this, the excitement in Fang Yi's eyes increased, and when she saw that Lu Chen had been staring at her and smiling, she even returned a flirtatious look. I don't know, you don't understand Jiangdu anymore. The Fuhai restaurant there is his. Jiangdu's commercial core Taifu Plaza is also his. Bought a building directly in Hongyang Mansion. Even the biggest building materials merchant Pang's group is also his. Lu Chang is here to talk eloquently about Lu Chen. Lu Chen that is constantly touting. Lu Chen is his iron brother. The higher his achievements, as a brother of his own, naturally also with the honor. Fang Yi on the side was more and more shocked by what she heard, and her eyes were getting hotter and hotter, so she couldn't wait to jump up and take care of Lu Chen. If you get a man like that, you'll be able to live a few lifetimes without worrying about food and clothing, and you'll still have to serve those men? Looking at Lu Chen talking spitefully and Fang Yi listening with great interest, Lu Chen did not have the slightest intention of stopping, but only seconded the time on his cell phone from time to time. So you're so capable. What a legend. It's an honor to be your friend. Once again, I'm Fang Yi. After listening to Lu Cheng's introduction, Fang Yi fell over herself to extend her right hand, wanting to shake hands with Lu Chen. Ha, be friends with me? You don't deserve it. The sudden turn of events caused Fang Yi to freeze, and Lu Cheng on the side was also wondering if he had heard wrong. What do you mean? Fang Yi asked with a frown. Literally. The words fell, and before Fang Yi could speak, a rush of footsteps came. Even more so, in a split second, Fang Yi was directly detained by two female law enforcement divisions. Fang Yi, you are now charged with multiple acts of fraud and are under arrest. You may remain silent, but what you say will be used as evidence in court. Take it away. What are you doing? Have you arrested the wrong person? I'm going to sue you guys. I'm wrongly accused. The detained Fang Yi roared. Lu Cheng, save me. Seeing that these law enforcement divisions were indifferent, Fang Yi began to ask Lu Cheng for help. Fang Yi, the scene that suddenly rose up made Lu Cheng completely dumbfounded. Seeing Fang Yi being captured, he was excitedly about to go forward, but he was directly stopped by Lu Chen. Listen to this first, said Lu Chen as he opened the recording. Hearing the words in the recording, Lu Cheng's entire body was confused, followed by an angry look at Fang Yi. Look at this again. Lu Chen took out his cell phone and pulled up the information Chu Jianping had given him. At this look, Lu Cheng felt his heart dripping blood. Unaware of this, Fang Yi was still shouting, Lu Cheng, save me, they must have made a mistake. This friend of yours is so powerful, he will definitely be able to save me. Humph, bitch, so you're this kind of person. I was blind. Finally, Lu Cheng couldn't help but curse out. The so-called love is deep and hate is deep, especially when one has just experienced the feeling of love at first sight, and then realizes that it is all just a deception. It is even more unacceptable. Lu Chen waved his hand, and the people from the law enforcement division pressed Fang Yi to go straight away. What was waiting for her was naturally a prison sentence, and it was also because she deserved her own crime, and she shouldn't have cheated on Lu Chen's brother's head. Well, there's no need to be so frustrated when you've suffered a loss. There are still more good women, so I can only say that I was unlucky this time. Fortunately, I didn't fall into the pit. You also have to thank Chu Zi. She was the one who discovered it unintentionally. Lu Chen patted Lu Cheng's shoulder and said in relief, thank you. Lu Cheng sincerely looked at Chu Zi, who walked over to express his gratitude. Then he looked at Lu Chen. Brother, thanks. Che, I can't get used to you being so serious. Alright, I'll take you to the clubhouse tonight to get high. Speaking of which, I haven't been there yet. So tonight's the night. Sacrifice your life. Lu Chen snorted and said with direct bravado. Come on, make it seem like I've been there. Okay, women or not another matter. Brothers are the most important. Tonight we drink a lot of fun. Ha ha ha. Lu Cheng also laughed. Chu Zi on the side was skimming her lips. 2 LSPs. Actually going to a place like that. A face of disgust. The perfect image of Lu Chen before collapsed instantly. And just at that moment, another rush of footsteps sounded. So you're here. Hurry back with me. At the same time the words fell, a group of black-clothed men instantly surrounded Chu Zi. It was only a woman in an oval suit and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses that led the way. At this moment, she coldly said in a deep voice, go back with me. I don't want it, Chu Zi said and hid behind Lu Chen. Take her. As if expecting Chu Zi to say so, the woman's face did not change in the slightest. Get out of the way. As the words fell, a man in black stepped forward about to grab Chu Zi and drank at Lu Chen. Get out. Lu Chen instantly struck out and threw a punch at the man in black. Humph. Disdain appeared in the black-robed man's eyes while he also threw out a punch. Bang. Stomp. As the two fists collided, the man in black was blown back 7 or 8 steps before he managed to stabilize his stance, his eyes revealing astonishment. And for the first time, the lead woman's face changed. One must know that the man who threw the punch was called Mubai, but he was an expert that he had hired with great difficulty and money in the first place. This person's strength, even those top special forces elite, are not a match for him, is a strength comparable to the existence of the king of soldiers. But now, in one sparring session, Mubai had lost? At this moment, Lu Chen's face was also grave. He himself had gone through the vigorous muscle-building play wash, and his whole body's ability had increased tenfold. Although he had steadily suppressed his opponent in this sparring match, the numbing pain coming from his hands let him know that this black-clothed man was strong. This was also the first time he had encountered such an opponent, so he couldn't help but get serious. However, he was more excited and expectant at this time, and since his physical abilities had increased tenfold on all fronts, it always felt like there was no room for play. At this moment, he was no match for even the top military kings, let alone these ordinary people in the real world. It was hard to run into someone who could barely be called a rival, so naturally he didn't want to miss it. Let's take you to try out my newly learned moves. The corners of Lu Chen's mouth rose, and scorching heat filled his eyes, not waiting for Mubai to react. This time Lu Chen struck first. Seeing this, Mubai, who was in a state of shock, was also filled with wariness and greeted him with a violent shout. However, the imagined clashing of fists again did not happen, only to see that just as the two fists were about to collide again, Lu Chen instantly turned his fist into a claw, a snap, a pull, and a twist. Click, hiss, the toothsome sound of bones cracking resounded, accompanied by Mubai's cold cry of pain as he dragged his right arm, which was already sagging helplessly, backward explosively. Cool. So this, escapement dragon splitting tendon and bone hand, is so good. Lu Chen's heart was excited as he defeated the enemy with a single move. Sure enough, the system is extraordinary. A while ago, the system merchandise refreshed this set of 9981 strokes to capture the dragon and split the tendons and bones. Lu Chen learned has not been a suitable object to practice, now used out for the first time with fantastic results. Stop. Seeing that Mubai was actually defeated, the woman's face was unusually grave, and she hurriedly stopped the other black-clothed men who were about to surround her. Mubai in the end how strong she is very clear. Before the defeat against the fist already led her very surprised, but the next matchup made her even more terrified. This young and handsome-looking man in front of him was able to win with one move so easily. Nonetheless, it looked like at this point, Mubai had even lost his fighting strength, only to see Mubai teeth clenched, full of pale face, right arm weakly hanging down, even some abnormal twisting. The entire body couldn't stop trembling continuously, and bean-sized beads of sweat kept popping up on his forehead. All of this was a sign of how much pain Mubai was enduring now. Who would believe it if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes? Chu Zi, look what you've done. Shocked as she was, the woman could naturally see that Lu Chen was clearly protecting Chu Zi, so he directly stopped further clashes between the two sides and snapped at Chu Zi, who was staring at the side with wide eyes in a daze. Sister Qin, it's not my fault. I rarely have 2 free days. Who told you not to let me come out to get some air? Then I can only sneak out by myself. At this time, Chu Zi also knew that if she didn't say anything, the misunderstanding might have to be even bigger. So, adorably, he puckered his tongue and made a face and walked forward. This time, it made Lu Chen a bit puzzled. The feelings of this gang of black-clothed men chasing Chu Zi was not what he thought. Thinking about this, Lu Chen could not help but be speechless. This gentleman, I'm really sorry. Our family Zi was too naughty and caused us to have a misunderstanding. Glaring at Chu Zi, Sister Qin took 2 steps forward and apologized sincerely to Lu Chen. Oh, it's fine. Since the misunderstanding was solved and Lu Chen had no grudge against them, plus the fact that they were so sincere in apologizing, there was naturally no need for him to get angry. However, a hint of pity crossed his eyes. It was not easy to meet some decent opponents. The itchy skills he was trying to try a good move. Did not expect to only out of a move on the end. This back of the 80 moves to find who to try said the intent to keep sweeping around on Mubai and the other black-clothed people, and those who were swept suddenly felt a sense of coolness for some reason. Big brother Mubai, I'm sorry, let me send you to the hospital? At this moment, Chu Zi was living like a child who had done something wrong. With an apologetic face, she came to Mubai's side and said, No, I'll do it. Lu Chen walked up at this time, and under the puzzled attention of the crowd, he lifted up Mubai's sagging right arm, pulling and twisting and sending it. This time, Xiao was Mubai, who had an extremely strong degree of endurance, could not help but let out a cry of pain, but then his eyes were filled with shock, and he shook out his right arm, clenching his fist in disbelief. Many thanks for your help. Sir, Mu Bai respectfully bowed, looking at Lu Chen with a hint of reverence in his eyes. For those of them, they only worshipped the strong and never served anyone easily. But Lu Chen, who could defeat himself so easily, was simply ridiculously strong, something he had never seen before in his life. And naturally, he would develop a sense of reverence. And Chu Zi, who was on the side, ran to Sister Qin's side at this time to bite her ear and say a few words. She saw Sister Qin froze, then glanced at Lu Chen and nodded, taking a few tickets from her bag and giving them to her. Lu Chen, I have to go back. Take this. You can go have some fun then. Oh, seeming to think of something else, he took out another small slip of paper from the small fanny pack he had with him and swished it a few times. Here, this is my personal phone number. If you want to see me, you can give me a call. He. After a series of previous encounters, Chu Zi was inexplicably favorable to Lu Chen at this time, so she handed over her personal phone number. This scene caused Sister Qin to have a trace of dissatisfaction, but then she released it. The two hands that Lu Chen had just displayed let her know that he was no mortal, and she could see that this person's eyes were very clear when he looked at Chu Zi, and was not like those people in the past who wanted to get close to this girl with an agenda. Concert tickets? I don't look at those things. They must be crowded and noisy and annoying, Lu Chen said casually as he looked at the 3 concert tickets that had been shoved into his hands. These words couldn't help but make Chu Zi roll her eyes. This big straight man. Sister Qin in the back even couldn't help but feel a little funny. It seems that this Lu Chen didn't recognize who Chu Zi was, but it made her feel even more good about Lu Chen. Big dummy, don't say anymore. Anyway, you remember to come at that time. Chu Zi spat, turned around and ran to Sister Qin, holding her hand turned back and made a big face at Lu Chen. Oh, got it, Lu Chen answered. In his heart, he was thinking that his sister seemed to like these things, so he would just give them to her to go and see when the time came. As for yourself, forget it. If this let Chu Zi know about this idea of his, he was afraid that he would be furious. Sister Qin and Mu Bai also solemnly saluted Lu Chen before leaving with Chu Zi. Brother, this girl seems to have an unusual identity. Lu Cheng, who also didn't pay much attention to the acting world, came up at this time and said, seems like it. Whatever. Club going tonight? Let's go. Who's afraid? Why don't I call up Zhang Hui and the others together? Zhang Hui in their last reunion happened to have something did not catch up. Mainly do not know you will go. This is not. Know that you went to not notify them in advance. Has been knocking me out of it. It happens to be in the Magic City. Want to come together? They want to see you too. Lu Cheng suddenly thought of something and opened his mouth to inquire. At those words, Lu Chen froze for a moment, unable to stop his thoughts from drifting away. The Zhang Hui several people that Lu Chen said were Zhang Hui, Chen Tao, Yi Yang, and Su Yimin. With himself and Lu Cheng at the time in the university as a dormitory roommate, but also the relationship are very iron brother. After graduation we all went our separate ways and we really haven't seen each other in a while. Alright, then together. Lu Chen nodded happily. Then which club are we going to play at night? Lu Cheng asked. This, Lu Chen is to him to ask. I have heard before what the club is very luxurious drunkenness, but have never been. It was at this moment that the system beep sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the favor of the first-tier big star Chu Zi, rewarded with a commodity spike opportunity, now being distributed. Ding! The item is now on the shelves. Please make your own decision on whether or not to buy it. Chu Zi, big star? In addition to Lu Chen's heart being very satisfied with the system's usual thoughtfulness, this message from Chu Zi had dawned on him. His status as a big star made him figure out what had happened before and after, all at once. No wonder. It's necessary to go out in full armor. It seems that celebrities don't have a good time either. It's hard to come out and have some fun. Lu Chen couldn't help but sigh with emotion, and then looked at them all. Commodity, Tiandi Hui Royal Entertainment Club. Price, $1. You inform a few of them that we'll go to the Tiandi Hui Royal Entertainment Club at night. Thus, Lu Chen said directly. What? Tiandi Hui Royal Entertainment Club? Good boy. Lu Chen. Enough blood money, then I will not be polite. This place I also heard many times. This is the most top-class clubhouse in the whole Magic City. Alright, let them know. And straight away dinner will be served in there as well. Alright, Lu Chen happily started to inform those old housemates. At 6 p.m. In front of the Tiandi Hui Royal Entertainment Club. Ha ha ha, Boss Tatsu. It's been a long time. Boss Chen. You're not interesting enough. You didn't call out to your brothers to go to Jiangdu to touch together when you got rich. When Zhang Hui and the others saw Lu Chen, they came up and whacked him, laughing and cursing. But they had known about the Fuhai restaurant in their university group of classmates, and besides admiring Lu Chen's achievement, their hearts were so cool. Kaohsiung Feng, but not only with Lu Chen do not deal with. Their entire dormitory brothers cannot treat him. That was one of the main reasons they didn't want to go at the time. A few people talked and laughed as they walked into the clubhouse. Welcome to the Tiandi Hui Royal Entertainment Club. Just entering the door, 2 rows of welcoming girls dressed in beautiful cheongsams have reported the warmest welcome. At a glance, the face value of each beauty is absolutely second to more than 85% of the women outside. Very eye-catching. This can be a few eyes or almost straight. After all, in addition to Lu Cheng, the other few can be working people, although a few people's wages can be, but also will not come to this kind of place to spend. Too expensive. Here casually open an ordinary box. All have to start 5,000, plus each box necessary princess, young master and liquor minimum consumption. How are over 10,000? Hello sir, may I ask if you have a reservation? At this time the front desk manager ran over. No reservation. 6 of us, give me the best box you have here. Lu Chen said. All are good brothers, when the student era are young and wild, together under the bathhouse. Fought a group fight. A few people share a cigarette thing is also often happen. Not to say it's a life-for-life friendship, but at least it's rare and genuine. Okay sir, my name is Wang. I am the account manager here. The best box here is the Range Moon Hall, which belongs to the Supreme VIP box. The box fee is 100,000 yuan. Another princess needs to be equipped. A young master totaling 10,000 yuan. Drinks start from 3 cases, starting at 3,000, and the beauties are calculated separately. If you see no problem, I will give you a room now. Hearing that Lu Chen wanted to open the best box, Manager Wang's eyes lit up, quickly introduced himself and handed over his business card, and followed the process of talking about the basic consumption requirements of the Supreme Hall. This is not the kind of introduction that would be needed if this were a regular hall. The Supreme Hall is, after all, expensive, with every single thing in there costing a minimum of $1,000 to start with, so must be informed in detail before opening the room. Otherwise when the room is opened, the prices asked down to consume cannot afford. Everyone will be embarrassed. No problem. Open it. Lu Chen nodded. Okay, then please follow me and I'll take you there. Getting the confirmation, Manager Wang's attitude was even more enthusiastic. After all, once this box was opened, his commission earnings were a big chunk more. Once into the box, the eyes open wide. In the end is the Supreme box. Indoor area is afraid to have 800 square feet or so. In addition to the KTV deluxe card seating area, the suite contains a dining table, mahjong room, billiards room, 2 bedrooms and 2 separate bathrooms. The entire box is decorated in a style and tone that highlights luxury everywhere, especially the 2 bathrooms, both of which can be soaked in a bath and are equipped with massage beds for horse killers. That tub is big enough for 2 or 3 people to bounce in it. All of it was an eye-opener for a few people. It really had everything, only what you wouldn't expect. Help us prepare a table for dinner. Okay sir, depending on the number of you, you can choose one of our set menus between 5 to 10 people. There are 3 sets of dinners we are offering today. They are Package A for 5,888 renminbi, Package B for 18,888 renminbi, and Package C for 58,888 renminbi. I don't know which one the gentleman will choose. Let's just have the C package and open another 6 bottles of mutai. Lu Chen thought about it and said directly. Okay sir, we have mutai here. A bottle is priced at 7,000 yuan whole. Do you think it's okay? Okay. Get on faster. Yes sir. Manager Wang was full of joy and quickly ran out, giving Lu Chen their order for food. Tonight his commission can be quite a lot, while Lu Chen is lamenting. This outside more than 2,000 Mautai tripled here. This industry is really a profiteering. Soon, the food and wine are up. Looked down. Nothing more than shark's fin, abalone, ginseng belly, king crab and other seafood feast. That is, a little better presentation and a little more attentive service. For example, if you have a crab or a shrimp or something, you don't have to peel it yourself. Each guest is accompanied by a waitress. They will all take the shelled food and peel it all before giving it to you. Foods with bones and thorns are also boned and spiked before they are placed in front of you. This kind of place to say how delicious. Lu Chen did not think. To be frank, eating is the environment and service. This is not. On this peeling crab peeling shrimp waiters are all very good looking, especially eye-catching. After the meal was over, several people were seated in the KTV Bay Area, ready to go into mic mode. Of course, this is also when the main moment of the clubhouse arrives. The door of the private room was opened and the previous manager Wang walked in with a smile. Honored guests, please select your female companions for the evening. After saying that, he clapped his hands and saw dozens of excellent-looking women, wearing the Royal Entertainment's exclusive short-skirted uniforms, walk in. The moment these women entered, Zhang Hui and the others' eyes straightened and their exhalations became a few points heavier. The height of the visual estimate all in 175 or so. A fine moist as fat. Powder light if greasy. Look that called a style. So it's not that there are fewer beautiful women in the outside world. It's that the beautiful women have all come here. Seeing this group of beautiful women, Lu Chang and the others couldn't help but sigh with emotion. With their face value, they can kill those young models when they go out. Honorable bosses, you will now be entertained by these beauties with an opening hot dance. Then, after these beauties had introduced themselves one by one, Manager Wang spoke again. The opening hot dance is a program here. These beauties wearing ultra-short skirts began the popular Ace of Spades hot dance. Perfect and attractive body in the rhythm of the music twisted up. See Zhang Hui, a few people that call a hot blood. After the song was finished, Lu Chen and the others began to choose their female partners. These old classmates, old roommates. That is really show a piggy bank to pick a daughter-in-law. Each look at the right eye. Do not know where to start. I mean, brothers, are you guys going to pick all night? In the end, it was only after Lu Chan's laughter and scolding that a few people picked a relatively more eye-catching female companion to sit next to. Have a great night, bosses. Seeing that everyone had chosen their female companions, Manager Wang smiled and greeted them. Then with a wave of his hand, he walked out with the remaining beauties. Boss, come let me toast you. Boss, what song do you want to listen to? I'll go and order it for you. Boss, want to play some dice? Let's have a blowjob or a bullfight. These beauties at this time warmly greeted Lu Chang. A few people. The first brother to get these called a heart of flowers. Hands and feet nowhere to rest. After a few glasses of wine, the atmosphere came to a climax. Even Yi Yang and Sui Min, both of them had already wrapped their arms around their female partners and were dancing on the side to Lu Chang, who was singing. As for Zhang Hui, Chen Tao, at this time, both of their faces were imprinted with several red lip prints, and it was called a flutter. Bang! Just then, suddenly the door of the box was violently kicked open, causing the crowd to freeze. Young Lin, this Ling Ling is on the clock. You're not following the rules. Fuck off. Rules? Labor is the rule. Bang! With a sound, Manager Wang, who was desperately trying to block these people from Lin Xiao, was kicked in and let out a miserable cry. As for the female companion beside Lu Chang, at this instant, her body also suddenly tightened up. Her face appeared a trace of unnaturalness, and more than anything, fear. She was, precisely, the Ling Ling that Manager Wang had just spoken of. Do you think that you can escape from this young man just like that? The man known as Lin Xiao completely ignored the several people in the box, Lu Chun, and walked straight towards Ling Ling. Lin Xiao, please let me go. I'm really just sitting with the company and not introducing myself. It turns out that this Lin Young early fancy this called Ling Ling beauty, a few times over the thought of bringing her out to go to save her a good time. But among these beauties, not every one of them will be introduced, and many of them are also because of the family's poverty or all other helpless reasons, only to do this line of work, after all, to make money fast. So if these people are not desperate, are only accompanied by alcohol to sit with the absolute will not be introduced to accompany the night. As it happens, that's what happened to Ling Ling, but Lin Xiao does not care about this. A few times under the polite, see Ling Ling do not know how to appreciate. Yesterday after pointing her clock put a cruel word, if not introduced the consequences of their own. Ling Ling can only be entrusted to the snake agreed. The result is that in the middle said to go to the toilet, directly ran away. Let Lin Xiao pigeon. In her thoughts, the big deal was to say hello to the manager in the future. And once she saw Lin Xiao coming, she would say that she wasn't in, and avoiding his clock would be. Originally this Heaven and Earth Sinks Royal Entertainment Club energy is not small. The general people do not dare to make trouble. Open this kind of place, which does not have some background. And the club owners never force them to do these things they don't want to do. It's all voluntary. So, Ling Ling didn't take it seriously. But I didn't expect that today this Lin Xiao could not care about this. Yesterday was released pigeon today and looked for it again. When he heard that Ling Ling had already been clocked, he also barged right in regardless and was extremely overbearing. Thus, the scene just now, Lu Chen's few people were considered to have seen what was probably going on for a while, and they frowned. Lu Chang is even more angry. Originally ran into a fishing girl during the day, today is very upset. His own brother came at night to relieve his boredom and have some fun, and then he ran into this. Are you that unlucky? And so, for a moment, came the fire. Fuck off. This is our box. Can't you see that Ling Ling is now my date? Seeing Lin Xiao walking towards him, Lu Chang also directly stood out and shouted angrily, Gonzo, throw the stupid batch out. Lin Xiao completely ignored Lu Chang, shouted to a person behind him, and walked around Lu Chang to grab at Ling Ling. Crap, looking for death. Now, not only did Lu Chang explode, Zhang Hui and the others also stormed out. In an instant, he was done with whatever Gonzo was up there. To say that Lu Cheng's several people, in the school time, fight group fight that is also more fierce, but now when they do it, they realize that the opposite side is not easy to deal with. Faced with 5 people beating him up, this Kong Z seemed to be completely unconcerned, and even recruited with great ease. Although the 5 didn't suffer any losses, they couldn't take advantage either. Instead they were all held back by Gundam alone, and Lin Xiao had already arrived in front of Ling Ling at that moment and grabbed at her. Stinking bitch, just you dare to stand me up, don't go out and ask around. Who am I? Lin Xiao? Even Ni's original Ni Tianhao has to call out to me as a brother when he sees me. Wait and see how the laborer ravages you. Just as he was about to grab Ling Ling, a black shadow suddenly flashed by, and then he felt a sharp pain in his chest, and his entire body flew backwards. Young master, seeing this, Gangzi also drank sharply, and then fished out a sharp knife from his waist about to lay a heavy hand on Lu Chang and the others. Get out! But suddenly, a low, drunken curse rang in his ears, and before he could see who was coming, he was also instantly kicked off. This time, the few people who had followed Lin Xiao here were all dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xiao and Gangzi were both kicked off. Gundam in particular was kicked straight into unconsciousness, and the arm holding the sharp knife was bent irregularly. The arm, obviously, is kind of wasted. If he dared to threaten his brother with a knife, Lu Chen naturally wouldn't stay his hand. Bastard! Who are you? Dare to make a move on me? Do you know who I am? Lin Xiao climbed up with difficulty, glanced at the already fainted Gangzi, and shouted angrily, but a trace of fear crossed his eyes. But the arrogance and dominance for so long made his brain lose its cool in an instant. I don't care who you are. If you dare to disrespect our boss, you deserve to die. Someone come, throw the few of them out for the laborer. As soon as Lin Xiao's words fell, a domineering voice rang out from behind him, and the person who came was none other than Hao Yulin, the general manager of the Tiandi Hui Royal Entertainment Club. Boss, I'm late. Hao Yulin, who had heard the news, came to Lu Chen's body and bowed respectfully. Then, turning around, he droned, "What are you waiting for? Throw them out. How dare you? Do you know who I am? I'm Lin Xiaotian of the Lin Group. My grandfather is a major general. Try touching one of me? Today, I'll let you close down this Tiandi Hui Royal Entertainment Company." Although Lin Xiaotian was used to being arrogant and domineering, he wasn't rash. The owner of this Tiandi Hui Royal Entertainment Club is also considered to be a character who was well versed in both black and white. So, he directly raised his own grandfather as the name. That's right. His grandfather was Lin Xiaobei, the former commander of the Lingnan region of the Summer Kingdom. Over the years, the Lin family had been pulling on this banner in order to make their business thrive, reaching a position slightly better than even the NI group. Hearing Lin's group, Hao Yulin's expression moved slightly and his brows knitted. As the general manager of the top entertainment club in Magic City, he naturally knew the information of the major head enterprises. Lin's group, with its strength, especially with the shadow of that one behind it, was not something he could mess with. With that he looked worriedly at this new boss for advice. Throw it out. However, Lu Chen didn't care at all about what this Lin Xiaotian said. Boss, there is a major general behind this Lin. The so-called people do not fight with the government. Because he had read the owner Lu Chen's information and was not a local of Mordor. Hao Yulin was afraid that Lu Chen did not know the background behind this Lin's, so he wanted to hint at it. I said, throw it out. Without letting Hao Yulin finish, Lu Chen spoke again while looking at Hao Yulin. His eyes slightly narrowed. Yes, being given such a look by Lu Chen, Hao Yulin's heart jumped for no reason, and a cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. This boss of his own, his aura was too intimidating. He had at least been in the world for a long time, but he would feel terrified under a single look from Lu Chen. With that, Hao Yulin waved his hand and a group of security guards instantly swarmed up. Bastards, you guys dare to do this to me? You're screwed. Lin Xiaotian looked at the other party who was surprisingly indifferent and kept cursing angrily. But the boss has spoken. These security guards don't care what kind of young master you are. They raised their heads and feet and threw Lin Xiaotian and his party out, including the already unconscious Gangzi. Boss, this Lin Xiaotian probably won't stop. No matter, if he dares to come, then I'll let him have it. Although Lu Chen was good-tempered, he also understood the truth that people were good and were bullied. One does not actively look for trouble, but when trouble comes, it is natural to directly stifle it. Outside the door of the Tiandi Hui Royal Entertainment Club, Lin Xiaotian and the others were directly thrown out, falling to the ground in mud. Shit, you're dead. Lin Xiaotian was burning with rage, cursing as he climbed up from the ground and directly took out his phone. Chief Hua, I'm Lin Xiaotian. I was beaten up by their boss at the Tiandi Hui Royal Entertainment Club. The store is big and bullying the customers. Do you deal with this? What? There's this thing? Just wait. I'll bring someone over. the caller said directly. Okay, I'll wait for you. Hanging up the phone, Lin Xiaotian's anger could not be dispelled. Glancing at that still lying on the ground Gungzi, directly a few feet kicked up. What's the use of raising you? You're nothing when it counts. Looking at the other few henchmen, they frowned, but due to their status, they all gritted their teeth and didn't make a sound. Not long after, outside the Tiandi Hui Royal Entertainment Club, a dozen cars came and a group of uniforms came down. Uncle Hua, you finally arrived. Lin Xiaotian saw the person leading the group and directly greeted him. Well, come on, let's go in, he said, leading the way towards the clubhouse. The security guards and staff at the clubhouse didn't dare to stop them when they saw they were wearing uniforms, but they did notify Hao Yulin at the first opportunity. Inside the supreme box of the Range of the Moon Hall, boss, that Lin Xiaotian brought someone here, and the person who came is Hua Tingxian, the head of the law enforcement division. Hearing the announcement at the door, Hao Yulin anxiously reported to Lu Chen. Although he said that the black and white are considered to be popular, but also the lower middle-level cadres, this head of their own, although they have had a number of face-to-face, but to say that the relationship is how good, that cannot be said. Oh, Lu Chen sniffed calmly and took out his cell phone. I'm at the Tiandi Hui Royal Entertainment Club. There's something I need you to settle. Okay boss, I happen to be in the neighborhood. Give me 5 minutes and I'll be there. On the other end of the phone, a respectful voice came through. Hanging up the phone, Lu Chen calmly sat down on the sofa and signaled Lu Chang and the others, who were a bit flustered, to sit down as well. When the few of them heard that Lin Xiaotian had actually called the head of the law enforcement division, it would be a lie to say that they weren't terrified in their hearts. To say that a few brothers' unusual fights, that does not bring fear, but it depends on the person. Some people really aren't theirs to offend. However, things have come to this point. Lu Chang, a few people are also open-minded. Can be a brother naturally have the same blessings and difficulties. Thus, with a firm heart, several people sat down beside Lu Chen, ready to face it with him. Clunk! The door of the box was violently pushed open once again. Hua Tingxian and Lin Xiaotian led the way in, and behind them, their attendants also instantly rushed in, surrounding all the people in the box. You're the boss here? Hua Tingxian swept a glance at the people in the box and finally looked at Lu Chen in the center. It's me. Lu Chen remained very calm as he leaned back on the sofa and nodded. With more and more of their own wealth, exposure to a higher and higher level, today's Lu Chen state of mind, the eye has long been a long time ago, not in the past Amon. Even now, knowing that this person standing across from him was the head of the Magic Capital's law enforcement division, he was still calm and collected. What do you have to say about the fact that you were reported to have hit someone here, even causing someone to go into a coma with a shattered hand bone? Seeing that Lu Chen was so calm, not only did his face look as normal after seeing his group of people come in, but his eyes didn't even fluctuate a bit. Hua Tingxian frowned slightly at this moment. This person didn't look simple. Thus, the tone of his voice was once again aggravated, invisibly releasing the pressure on Lu Chen and the others once again. Yes, I hit them, but don't you want to find out why you hit them first? Lu Chen picked up the tea he had brewed earlier and took a sip, looking at Hua Tingxian with small interest. I've already asked the victims about the reasons. Not only does your business jeopardize the personal safety of the public, but it also operates a blatant pornographic service. Just for these 2 points alone, your business should be closed. Seal it up when you say so? Oh, the victim? That's how you're head of the division? Do you deserve to be worthy of this outfit? Lu Chen sniffed very much without any fear, but instead sneered at Hua Tingxian. Unbridled. I think you're really bold. Come on people, take him and this group of accomplices away from me. Check the ID card on the spot for evidence, and seal this place for me. Being ridiculed so much by a young man who looked like he had 2 or 3 rounds less than himself, Hua Tingxian, who had been in a high position for a long time, instantly became furious. I'll see who dares to touch our boss. Just then, angry voices rang out from the door. The crowd followed the sound and looked back. Chu Zhanpeng? Hua Tingxian exclaimed with great surprise. In his position, each of these giants of Mordor is naturally very familiar, and at that moment he was very shaken, for it was as if he had heard something incredible. This guy, he's your boss? That's right. By way of introduction, this is the real boss of my Xiongfeng capital, Lu Chen. Mr. Lu. With that, Chu Zhanpeng walked to Lu Chen's right side and stood, and Hao Yulin at this time that is shocked inexplicably. Their own boss actually have this layer of identity? No wonder he was so calm just now. Who in the Magic City knows about Xiongfeng capital? This Chu Zhanpeng is a man of honor, a real master of black and white. Compared to him, then he was nothing, and couldn't help but be more curious about the identity of this new boss. What kind of person could have subdued this Chu Zhanpeng? In addition to Lu Chang, Zhang Hui's few also knew for the first time that Lu Chen actually had this identity. All were shocked and opened their mouths wide, but while shocked, they were still very excited inside. They were naturally honored by the fact that their own brothers had achieved so much. On the contrary, Hua Tingxuan's face at this moment was more embarrassed than shocked. This Lin Xiaotian said that this Lu Chen is the boss of Tiandihui Royal Entertainment, and he himself didn't know that Lu Chen is also the boss of Confronting Capital. If I had known, I certainly would not have rushed over so hastily to give a lecture. Boss Lu, you're looking at the big water rushing over the Dragon King Temple. We're all family. It's all a misunderstanding. After all, after so many years in society, one must have thick skin. Thus, Hua Tingxian changed his smile and said enthusiastically, Uncle Hua, shut up, look what you've done. Why don't you apologize to Boss Lu? Seeing Lin Xiaotian, who was still looking for trouble, Hua Tingxian immediately stopped him, and in his heart, he greeted this grandson's 18 generations of ancestors. No, it was 17 generations of ancestors. Lin Xiaotian's grandfather he didn't dare to scold. If this Lu Chen was just the boss of the Tiandihui Emperor Entertainment before, then Hua Tingxian naturally wouldn't be so polite. Hao Yulin is popular outside, but compared to Hua Tingxian, he is still a few levels behind. But this Chu Zhanping is completely different. Confronting Capital is not only the giant of the Magic City, in other provinces and cities, and even the country, is a pivotal position. Even if he was the head of the Magic City's law enforcement division, he had to give a few points of face. I make amends and apologize? On what grounds? What's wrong with Confronting Capital? My grandfather only needs to say one word, and Confronting Capital is no good. Lin Xiaotian, however, didn't care and remained arrogant. As far as he was concerned, there was nothing his grandfather's status couldn't solve. Oh, yeah, which one is your grandfather? At this time, Lu Chen spoke. My grandfather is the former commander of the Lingnan region, Lin Xiaobei, with the rank of Major General. Not something you can mess with. Kid, I advise you to hand Ling over to me. Then this young man from before can also be forgiven. He naturally knew that the strength of Confronting Capital was not small, but his grandfather's identity was there, so he was not afraid at all. But now since Uncle Hua didn't look like he wanted to make a big deal out of it, he decided to take a step back as well, as long as he could get his hands on Ling, which had originally been his own initial goal as well. And he felt that he had already given Lu Chen the greatest face by being able to back down. Boss Lu, this child has been passed down from 3 generations and has been spoiled by his family since he was a child. You are a generous man. Don't bother with him. Besides, it is unwise to cross swords with Master Lin for a windswept woman. Seeing Lin Xiaotian say this, Hua Tingxian secretly said something bad. However, Lin Xiaotian's grandfather had done himself the favor of lifting him up, so he could only go forward with a stiff upper lip. What's wrong with a windbag? Deserve to be unlucky? People are also forced to do this line of work, and it's also him who is forcing this Ling to introduce herself. At those words, Lu Chen's brows finally furrowed. But, Lin Xiaobei, Major General? Humph, what a big bully. Lu Chen laughed coldly and made the second call. Hello, elder brother Tatsu. Is this a case of wanting to find the old man for a drink? No, drink until I get back. Old man Qin, do you know Lin Xiaobei? Lin Xiaobei? Oh, come to think of it, the commander of the Lingnan military region. But he retired early. Why? Oh, other people's grandson Lin Xiaobei forced Liang to be a prostitute. I couldn't see past it and beat him up. And now he's holding his grandfather Lin Xiaobei to pressure me into submission. And he wants to shut down my field. What? Is that a thing? You wait. I'll call the grandson. After saying that, the other side directly hung up the phone, making Lu Chen also a little speechless. His words have not finished. However, Hua Tingxian, who was standing at the side, was sweating profusely at this time, his face instantly pale. Because he was standing close, Lu Chen had no intention of deliberately avoiding him. So, he heard everything on the phone. The voice, in particular, made him inexplicably panic. Boss Lu, taking the liberty of asking. Just now, the elder Qin on the other end of the phone just now, is it elder Qin Tiantaki Qin? Oh, you recognize? Ouch. Receiving Lu Chen's affirmation, Hua Tingxian nearly collapsed to the ground with a cry of shock. How could he not recognize it? Which of the old men in the establishment didn't know Qin Tiantaki? This was the myth of the Summer Kingdom, the only god of war. In front of him, not to mention a major general. If you have a major general, you have to squat like a grandson. He heard clearly on the phone, but Qin Lao called this one in front of him a brother. The age of this old man and young man really made him unable to figure out why the two would call themselves brothers and sisters. But the relationship was definitely not ordinary. It was because in addition to the title of God of War, Qin Lao was also known as the God of Wine and was addicted to alcohol. But he didn't drink with others easily. but anyone who could sit and drink with him was definitely a being he recognized. Thinking of this, Hua Tingxian, that is the legs and feet, is a burst of trembling. This damn today they are walking, what bad luck. How to mess with this god. The heart is more hate Lin Xiaotian. This Livewire's second generation, always getting himself into trouble. It's game over. His heart is now only left to pray, hoping that he won't be implicated later. Even in retrospect he seems to have changed his attitude in time just now. Right? This Lu Chen should be able to get around himself. Right? Elder Qin is the idol of all of us who have been soldiers. I didn't expect you to know his old man. With that, Hua Tingxian directly knelt down. Boss Lu, before you or I was blinded by lard and listened to this kid's side of the story. After all, his grandfather knew me well. Please forgive me, Boss Lu. In the future I will make up for my mistakes. I implore you to give me a chance. Hua Tingxian put his posture to the lowest level, which made the crowd on the sidelines look at him smoothly. This is the director of the Magic City Law Enforcement Division put into some provinces. That is also equivalent to the grade of a feudal official. Now, actually kneeling down to a young man in his early 20s with such a sincere attitude. It only made the crowd look stunned. Even the long-experienced Chu Zhanping's eyes flashed with astonishment. Hua Tingxian, you eat and eat. Lin Xiaotian couldn't help but be furious when he saw this scene. And just as he was about to scold, his cell phone rang. As soon as he saw the caller ID, it was none other than his own grandfather, Lin Xiaobei. He was overjoyed. My grandpa calls, you're dead. After saying that, he picked up the phone. Cha Nima Yakuza, how did your labor give birth to such a beast as you? Suddenly, a stormy voice came out of the phone. Grandpa, have you taken the wrong medicine? After being scolded by Lin Xiaobei's split face, Lin Xiaotian was directly confused. Eat your sister, eat. Hurry up and go make amends to labor. Beg Lu Chen for forgiveness. Otherwise you get out of the Lin family. Labor doesn't have a grandson as stupid elk as you. Lin Xiaobei's growling voice once again came from the other end of the phone. This time, Lin Xiaotian panicked. In the past, as the Lin family's third-generation single heir, in the family that is a call, all by him, and because of that, he almost always goes out sideways. He's caused a lot of trouble over the years, and it's been the family that's wiped his ass clean. But today, his grandfather, who had always favored him the most, went against the norm and even said something about severing the relationship. Brother Lu, Grandpa Lu, I'm wrong, you're generous, treat me as a fart and let go, right? Although Lin Xiaotian didn't know what the reason was. From his grandfather's rant, he knew that the old man was really mad. Thus, he also simply fell directly to his knees in front of Lu Chen, constantly kowtowing and begging for forgiveness. The phone didn't hang up, and after hearing his grandson beg for mercy over here, Lu Chen didn't seem to say anything. So Lin Xiaobei got anxious. Beavis, give the phone to Lu Chen. Lin Xiaotian did as he was told and handed the phone over. Hey, this is Lin Xiaobei. The boss just called me and scolded me. Brother Lu Chen, please be magnanimous in this matter today. This calf has been spoiled since childhood. It is me who did not teach him well. I will definitely lock him up at home to educate him properly. But also please Brother Lu Chen to be generous. Help me to say good words in front of the boss. Old man, I although retired, but there are still some contacts and relations in the future. Brother, have any needs? Just say a word. My Lin family lifted the family support. No second words. Wait, old brother Qin's call is coming. At this time, Qin Tianliao's call came. Okay, I'll wait. You tell the boss first. I'll wait. Lin Xiaobei respectfully said. Hey, little brother. I gave that old boy called. Also understand the situation. Should be his grandson on the basis of his grandfather's reputation outside the face of misbehavior. This old boy a lot of things should not know. This time to not look at the old brother's face. Can spare him once? This old boy before also with me into death a few times. As to give the old brother a face. Older brother. You've opened your mouth. So naturally there's no problem. Lu Chen laughed. Ha ha ha. Then come back early after you're busy over there. It's boring to drink without you even having someone to drink with me. I take it you miss my bottles of wine? Ha, ha ha ha. It's still you. Little old brother. Who understands me? Old man Qin snorted and laughed. Okay, I'll go back when I'm done. It just so happens that I'm going back to my hometown later too. I have to go back and prepare something to bring back first. Good. Then the old man will be waiting for you to return. After saying a few words, Lu Chen hung up the phone and picked up Lin Xiaotian's phone again. Hey, you've heard what old brother Qin said. This time, for his sake, this matter will be settled. But I hope this grandson of yours will behave himself in the future. Okay, well, thanks then. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xiaobei was already covered in sweat. Not long ago, he received a phone call from Qin Tianteki and started that scream of joy. As a result, once connected, was scolded, only to know later is his grandson engaged in things messed up to Qin Tian Taki brother's head. What's wrong with that? So Lin Xiaobei immediately called over to scold his grandson after begging for mercy with Qin Tian Taki. However, just now, the content of Qin Tianliu's conversation with Lu Chen, he had heard it clearly through his unattached cell phone. The relationship between this Qin boss and Lu Chen was not as simple as what Qin Tian Taki had said earlier, that he was just a brother. And even many of his tones could be heard of this Qin boss's modesty towards Lu Chen. Who is Boss Qin, the god of war of the Summer Kingdom? Ah, a proud being with his eyes high above the ground. Normally, except for his own relatives and a few individual brothers who have been born to die, who can he look up to? Even the ones that look good don't have such an attitude. This one called Lu Chen was definitely not simple, or else he wouldn't have made Boss Qin treat him like this. Thinking of this, Lin Xiaobei immediately shook a few phone calls out, informing everyone in the Lin family that they absolutely could not mess with this person in the future, and that whenever they came across Lu Chen with a need, they must help. Lu Chen didn't know about these things yet. At this moment, he looked at Lin Xiaotian, who was kneeling on the ground, and handed over his cell phone. Get up. Your grandfather pleaded for you. Let it go this time, but I don't want there to be a next time. Or else. Definitely. Don't worry, big brother Lu. From now on you're my big brother. I'll never go west when you say go east. Being scolded by his own old man just now, and being on the sidelines, he heard what his grandfather said on the phone. Plus, he hadn't been by his grandfather's side for a short period of time, so he naturally knew who the boss in his grandfather's mouth was. And that was the god of war of the Summer Kingdom. The god of war's brother. Is he someone you can mess with? He was a second-generation man, yes. Arrogant and bossy, yes. But not without any brains at all. In such a situation, if he still can't get his head around it, then he can go to hell. He also knew that with the pleas of his grandfather and the god of war, he had dodged a bullet this time. It might even be an opportunity not to fight, so he immediately took a knee. Seeing how quickly this bastard changed back and forth, Lu Chen couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Sure enough, all novel writers are liars, and not everyone of the second generation is brainless and desperate to die. Lu Chen nodded without saying anything more and looked at Hua Tingxian, who was on the side. What are your orders, Boss Lu? Seeing Lu Chen looking at himself, Hua Tingxian's entire body shook as he asked sheepishly, I want you to be in this position. Do what needs to be done, and don't disgrace this outfit. Yes, I'll keep your words in mind and won't do it again. Hearing this, Hua Tingxian was happy instead of angry, which meant that he had dodged a bullet. In his heart, he couldn't help but sigh. When did a kid in his early 20s get to lecture himself like that? I'm afraid no one would dare to believe it when I say it. A farce, so easily resolved. See how Yulin and Lu Cheng, several people that are jaw-dropping. The eyes that looked at Lu Chen at this moment were like looking at a monster. The head of the Magic Capital Law Enforcement Division was shocked, not to mention that even Major General Lin Xiaobei was so groveling on the phone. And the arrogant second-generation ancestor kept kneeling in the end, thinking about being Lu Chen's little brother. All of this is simply unbelievable. The rain passed, and the crowd played for a while, then dispersed happily. Mainly Lu Chen had to stay at Su Fuling's place for the next few days and couldn't go back too late. When he arrived at Su's house, he got another super enthusiastic condolences from Su's mother, which caused Lu Chen to directly escape to his room to wash up and get into bed. Since Su Fuling hadn't returned from working overtime, and the time for the system mall to refresh hadn't arrived yet, so Lu Chen lay on his bed and boredly clicked on the app of a certain cat novel. Suddenly, I saw a book on recommendations called Sorry, This Great Immortal Will Go Off the Air If He Earns Enough for 200, the novel, and then clicked on it. Yoo-hoo! That's some writing. Unexpectedly, I found this novel to be very smooth, with a full plot and a face-punching bridge that was very enjoyable to read and very much to my liking. So, it was looked at with great interest. At this time, the system beep sounded. Ding! Ding! Today's goods have been refreshed. Please make your own decision on whether or not to buy them. Commodity, 60% equity interest in Warren Group. Price, $1. Holy shit! Seeing this, Lu Chen almost jumped up from his bed. The Warren Group was one of the top 4 plutocratic groups in Xia, with a total asset of over $10 trillion in existence, steadily occupying the position of the top 100 in the world. Even the 4-star group in the stick country is eclipsed. It is headquartered in Hong Kong and is involved in a wide range of industries including electricity, pharmaceuticals and building materials. His current CEO, Huang Shangmin, was also a legendary figure, and he didn't think that the system had given such a commodity this time, which surprised Lu Chen. With the Warren Group, one's value had instantly doubled dozens of times again. This time, Lu Chen was considered to have truly stepped into the pinnacle circle of Xia's financial power. Tick-tock, a message was sent, and Lu Chen opened it to see that it was from Little Match. Brother PPO, You're still in Magic City, right? I'll treat you to a meal tomorrow. Are you free? The previous times Luchen's generous help in teasing the sound, she also made a fortune, and had been thinking of treating him to a meal. When the two of them were chatting for the past few days, little Matchwooing also learned that Luchen was in Mordor, so naturally she had to do her duty as a landlord. Okay, I'm free tomorrow. Where are we going to eat? Luchen, who was in a good mood, thought that he didn't have anything to do in the past 2 days, and it was not bad to meet with this anchor that he had watched for more than 1 year, so he directly agreed to do so. Then tomorrow at noon, why don't I treat you to Tan's family cuisine? It's Tan's official cuisine, over in the Changning district. Wooing thought about it for a moment and proposed the program. Tam's food? No problem. I'll see you tomorrow at noon then. After sending the message cell phone to one side, Wooing cheeks slightly red. She is a relatively introverted girl. With the opposite sex face to face, a few more words will blush kind. So much for the fact that the livestream was chatting across the screen, or else she wouldn't have been able to keep it up. Regarding asking Luchen to dinner, she had actually been torn. Out of kindness, she felt she should buy him at least a meal to show her appreciation. But the messed up stories of Big Brother and Anchor happening on the internet also held her back for a while. Although Luchen stayed in her live room for more than 1 year, he usually seldom chatted, but only hung silently and rarely said a few words. It was only since a while ago, when Luchen suddenly favored himself like a godly man from heaven, that he became familiar with it. But what kind of person was Luchen? Previously, her best friend has also been said. This Luchen will not be the network of those legendary low insurance old man. When the time to meet a look, the age of their own father. So it would be extremely embarrassing. Wooing was torn for a long time. If it is really the old man of low security, then Luchen, this brush, definitely has a purpose for himself. But then also frank. They just need to keep the heart can be. You are good to me. I give back to you. This is a very simple thing. And not to go on a blind date or recognize the Godfather. There is no need to think so much. Really, if the other side has any bad ideas. In today's law and order society, the big deal is to walk away yourself. While Wooing was rambling, Su Fu Ling had already returned to her bedroom at home at this time. A look of exhaustion made her a little listless. What's wrong? Looking tired. So busy? Luchen saw this and inquired. Hey, have a drink with me. Su Fu Ling didn't explain, but went straight out to carry 2 boxes of red wine and returned to the room. My goodness. You're going to fix this much? Aren't you afraid of getting drunk? Seeing that she had actually moved 2 boxes of red wine, Luchen couldn't help but frown slightly. This girl was obviously begging to get drunk. It seemed to be annoying quite a lot. Drunk is best. Come on, let's go. Su Fu Ling opened 2 bottles. Cups are not used. Directly stuffed a bottle to Luchen, and touched the mouth of the bottle. Drink first. I'll go. Are you pouring red wine like it's beer? Luchen rolled his eyes speechless. I'm in a bad mood. Can't you stop nagging and drink enough with me? By Luchen's side, she would not deliberately maintain the president's reserve and steadiness at all. She was the spirited, domineering, and spontaneous Su Fu Ling. Luchen smiled and did not say any more, directly accompanying a dry sip of red wine. At times like this, it's better to regulate than to de-escalate and give her an outlet. 3 bottles down, scarlet climbed over the cheeks. Su Fu Ling began to talk more. It turns out that recently she has been working on the design and planning program for the previous Shangjiang project, but the other party has been stuck in the nitpicking, just not let the program through. If she had to say that she couldn't design it herself, or that she didn't do her job properly, then she had nothing to say. But all of this is because Song Yuanxiang, the party A in charge of this project, has been salivating over his beauty. All of the several previous invitations to herself had been rejected by her, which was why she was being deliberately difficult. And this project in Shangjiang is the barrier that Su's group must conquer this time, and it plays a decisive factor in the development of Su's in the next 10 years. That's why she's been holding back with her maneuvering. If it were any other project, she'd just stop serving. But today, Song Yuanxiang is giving himself a deadline. Within 3 days, must come up with his own satisfactory program, or else the cooperation is cancelled. Unless, of course, she could accompany herself on a date alone. Then all was well. Su Fu Ling refused on the spot and had a fight, which was tantamount to tearing her face off. She understood that as long as she didn't agree to the other party's impotent demands for 1 day, this project was probably hopeless even if she tried harder. But then, all his previous efforts would be wasted, and I'm afraid that his parents' side would be a little disappointed as well. Even more, once this news got out, then it would have a great impact on Su's group's share price. Come on, dry up. Su Fu Ling once again picked up a bottle of red wine and started pouring it. Don't drink. There's always a way out. Luchen grabbed the bottle and stopped it. Resolve? That is the warring group. Even if we Sues in the Magic City is also considered some weight. But compared to them, nothing can get on. The relationship is very good. But now, hey, when he heard the warring group, Lu Chen couldn't help but stare, and he laughed good-naturedly in his heart. Sentimentally, the goods on the shelves of this system are not aimless every time. He just got absolute control of the warring group. And this is where things come in. Don't. Hey, there must be a way. Besides, you can also skip that song Yuan Xiang, and directly contact the upper echelons of their company. The upper echelon? The highest administrator in Magic City is this song trash. It's impossible to skip him. Who in the upper echelons of people would care about me? Give me the wine. Saying that, Su Fuling was about to grab the red wine in Lu Chen's hand. However, after drinking no less than 5 bottles of red wine, she had long been drunk by now, and her whole body was soft and flabby. With a stagger, she directly jumped on Lu Chen. Even more coincidentally, the two kissed. So soft. The inebriated Su Fuling smiled at this moment and tapped Lu Chen's lips with her fingers, saying in a daze. Lu Chen, on the other hand, was shaken, overwhelmed by the sudden scene. Ha, Lu Chen, why are you here? Do you know that I'm being bullied by that song dog? He's been bullying me. I'm so sad. This girl, really drunk, have begun to talk nonsense, so that Lu Chen sobered up from the kiss just now. Just now it was just an accident. Lu Chen, that song dog just wants to sleep with me. Do you know that? I'll be damned. He's not even worthy of licking my feet. He doesn't even deserve to lick my feet. Lu Chen, I like you so much. I'm going to save my first time for you. Su Fuling chattered in a daze, but this sentence after sentence made Lu Chen constantly shocked. This girl likes herself? Really? Just as Lu Chen was puzzled and surprised, Su Fuling pounced on him. I don't dare to transgress in reality. But what is this girl afraid of in her dreams? Lu Chen, you can just obey this girl, said before Lu Chen had time to react. Directly pounced on. Early in the morning, the first rays of sunlight reflect in the bedroom. Well, good morning Lu Chen. Su Fuling, who opened her eyes in a daze, looked at Lu Chen, who had a speechless face beside her, and murmured softly with a smile. Ah. Stretching, Su Fuling sat up. In the next second, the air seemed to freeze, and the entire Su Fuling, who was still in the process of waking up, suddenly woke up. Where are our clothes? Looking at the messy room, a lot of red wine bottles that were falling down, Su Fuling was messed up. Me? Us? At a loss for words, she pointed at herself and then pointed down at Lu Chen, who was rolling his eyes on the side, and seemed to understand something. Ah! With a shriek, the entire group shrank back under the covers. Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh as he looked at the girl's startled appearance. Last night, it kind of let him see this girl after drinking that is called a raw. If it wasn't for the confirmation that it was her first time, I really wondered if this girl was a long-time master. This night, he was really enjoying something different. It's all your fault. It's over. How am I going to explain this to Angie? Suddenly, Su Fuling mounted herself directly and pounded with her small pink fists. How can you blame me? I was obviously forced by you. Okay? Lu Chen rolled his white eyes and argued with reason. I don't care. It's you. Who made you seduce me? Big sister. When did I ever seduce you? Your presence is a seduction to me. No. Dead anyway. Can't take the heat. I don't know what kind of madness Su Fuling had been smoking, suddenly coming up with such a sentence. Lu Chen then stared incredulously as he was pounced upon by Su Fuling once again. Clunk. There was a fierce crashing sound coming from the wall of Su's mother's bedroom. Hubby, will this little couple slam too much? It's been all night. It's hard to stop for a while, and then it's starting again? Su's mother, with 2 dark circles under her eyes, asked somewhat breathlessly. Last night, hearing the commotion next door. Naturally, Su's mother had another round of happy listening, but the pleasure made her sleepy as time went on. It had finally died down at dawn, and it wasn't long before it started up again. Young people, energetic, just get used to it, Su's father said with a smile. Why didn't you see such exuberance when you were young? Su's mother suddenly ventured. Tai, that demonic spirit, dare to criticize this great king. It is tolerable. Take it. This sentence seemed to have touched Su's father. How could a man be counted so much by his woman in this regard? So he rolled over with a black eye. Aw, deadbeat. So the 2 rooms staged a wall-banging contest. Lu Chen, what am I going to tell Angie about this later? After the passion, Su Fuling leaned on Lu Chen and worried. Why didn't you think of that when you were so raw just now? Lu Chen couldn't help but flirt. But in his heart, he was also thinking about how he would explain to Angie later. When Angie and I were little, she told me that in the future she wanted to marry the same person as me. And at the time said that then when the time came let me be the big one and she be the little one. Thought it was just a joke. Didn't realize that now. At those words, Lu Chen froze for a moment. These two girls actually had such a section. This according to Anxi's nature. It is really possible. I've decided. When she comes back, I'm going to confess to her. If she's willing, then I'll be the younger one. After all, she's your first woman. If she's not willing, then I don't want a name. As long as she forgives me. Su Fuling talked to herself on the side, looking at Lu Chun for a moment of amusement. I did not expect that Su Fuling, who was a competent and domineering person who did things outside, still had such a side. So I could not help but hug her and give her a kiss on the forehead. Don't worry. I'll be good to you guys no matter what the outcome. Well, geez, it's so late. I have to rush to the office and try to think of another way in the next 3 days. You're right. I can't just sit back and wait. I need to see if I can bypass that Song guy and go directly to talk to the people at the Warring Group headquarters. No, get some rest. You haven't slept all night. Leave this to me. As soon as he held down Su Fuling, who was about to get up, Lu Chen said seriously. You, Lu Chun, that's the Warring Group. Although Chu Jianping and these people are very powerful, they are still not enough to look at in front of Warren. Su Fuling thought that Lu Chen was going to handle these matters through Chu Jianping, and then shook her head. Not Chu Jianping? Could it be that you are preparing to go through Old Man Qin? That's even more impossible. Grandpa Qin never asks about worldly matters, or else he'd help out just because of my relationship with him. It's not him either, alas. Don't ask. You'll know in time. Don't you trust me? Lu Chen stopped her rambling thoughts. Okay, then I continue to sleep for a while? Looking at Lu Chen's serious appearance, Su Fuling inexplicably trusted for no reason. Go to sleep. I'll go out later to run some errands, so you can rest at home. And don't worry about Warren. I'll have a satisfactory answer for you the day after tomorrow. It's good to have you. Su Fuling was surprisingly well behaved, nodding her head and gradually entering dreamland. She was indeed tossing and turning enough this night. Tan family official cuisine, located in the Changning district of the Magic Sea. If you want to eat here, you have to make a reservation a month in advance. Otherwise you won't be able to eat here on the same day. Wu Ying was able to book it because his own brother Wu Donglai worked here as a backstage cook. And originally, his brother was not qualified to be able to card the team to book it. It just so happens that the head chef here, Zhang Dogwang, has fallen in love with Wu Donglai and accepted him as a close disciple, which opened a back door to save a place. No, Wu Ying was also afraid that there would be some kind of change when the time came, so she came here early and sat at the dining table to wait for Lu Chen's arrival. Moreover, he chose this place because he was meeting Lu Chen for the first time, and in case there were any accidents, it would be good for his brother to be here, so he could take care of him. After all, gratitude is one thing, emotional and personal safety is another, and it's important to have the necessary defenses in place. It is important to know that there are not a few simple internet celebrities on the internet who have had accidents after meeting their big brother privately offline. But as a geek girl, apart from live streaming, I just nibbled on those female novels about domineering presidents and overbearing princes. Therefore, also fantasizing that Pipio was a young handsome guy. I would say she was still a bit excited at this time, just like the lottery. Time passed bit by bit, the last minute before the agreed 11:30. Wu Ying also more nervous, because the mystery is about to be unveiled. Hello, your little match Wu Ying, right? I'm Lu Chen. A cool voice rang out, and a handsome and dashing figure appeared in front of her, causing her to feel a sudden flash of light. Hello, I'm Wu Ying. Nice to meet you. Lu Chen's appearance surprised Wu Ying in an unusual way, not realizing that brother Pipio was actually so handsome and extraordinary. While Wu Ying was sizing up Lu Chen, he was likewise sizing up the other party. Eyeballing a height of 176, the body type is no longer described as well-proportioned. It's an absolute golden ratio. The lines indicate that she is either practicing dancing or doing yoga, which is typical of those who are also goddesses with the lights off. The face value of this piece is even more so that Lu Chen cannot help but be amazed. Can let himself look at more than a year of the natural face value of the anchor has nothing to say. But that is, after all, across the screen, and the live streaming software has an unbeatable beauty face, so who knows what it looks like when you get off the camera. However, now, Wu Ying's face value far exceeded the effect during the live broadcast, and it even made Lu Chen feel that it was the beauty software of teasing voice that had pulled down Wu Ying's face value. I didn't realize you were so much prettier in person than on camera. I almost thought I was in the wrong box just now. Lu Chen naturally complimented. You're also a lot more than I thought you were. Wu Ying, who was a social phobic herself, didn't know how to speak for a moment. I didn't realize you were a bit of a social phobe. Seeing this, Lu Chen flirted. Previously in the live broadcast, the little match Wu Ying also said that she has social phobia. Also because the live broadcast does not need to face the players directly, Only need to interact with the scrolling subtitles on the screen, so that she is slightly more comfortable. Even so, when she usually broadcasts live, she just sings mainly and rarely interacts. If it wasn't for the fact that she sings really well, plus her face value is at least 90 plus, there might not be that many fans left to keep her company. And of course most of all it's because she's Buddhist and doesn't pickpocket gift talk like other anchors do in 3 sentences. However, for the anchor industry, Lu Chen felt that she wasn't really a qualified anchor. Yes, as far as the industry is concerned, can an anchor who won't ask for gifts be considered a good anchor? Yeah, I'm sociopathic. You, don't you mind? Wooing whispered with a red face. Do you come here often? It looks really good. But why didn't you see a lobby when you came in? Is it all private rooms? Lu Chen was afraid that she would be too shy and cause the atmosphere to be awkward, so he intentionally changed the subject. No, it's also my first time to eat here, but this restaurant is very famous in Magic City and even in the whole country. You have to book a month in advance to eat here, and all the dishes made here are high-end dishes, so there are only private rooms. As soon as she said this, Wooing immediately came into the spirit and was not so shy. He even spoke eloquently about the origins of the Tan family's cuisine, which caused Lu Chen to gain a wave of knowledge. It turns out that this Tan family official cuisine was founded by the father and son of Tan Zongjuan, an official eunuch at the end of the Qing dynasty and the beginning of the Republic of China, and has a history of 100 years so far. Tanjia cuisine is also one of the most famous kind of private food in Xia, but it is not a folk private food. From a strict sense it belongs to the palace private food. In fact, with the full Manchu banquet can barely be said to be the same family, just because the people may not serve with the emperor. So the standard in the full Manchu banquet down a layer, plus some other means, slowly evolved into today's Tanjia cuisine, this Tan family cuisine, but at that time the major official family most respected dishes, especially inside the cassoulet shark's fin, secret loose abalone for the most. The authentic shark's fins and abalone are Luzon yellow and purple abalone, so the flavor is always of the highest standard. You had to reserve a spot a month or so ago? Business is really good here then. Lu Chen couldn't help but be staggered. So today we are. Oh, it's my brother who works here and just happened to be lucky enough to be taken under the wing of the head chef here. So I opened a back door and booked in. Seeing Lu Chen's confusion, Wooing explained. Oh, so that's how it is. Then it's kind of thanks to your brother that we have such a good taste today. Lu Chen had just finished speaking when the door to the box was pushed open and the waiter pushed the dishes up to set the table. Looking around, the branch only dazzled Lu Chen. The yellow stewed shark's fin, the secret loose abalone will naturally not be missing. And the dim sum ordered by the 4 beauties of the capital also caught Lu Chen's eye. Each one was beautifully shaped, filled the plate with flavor, and the soup thickened with just the right amount of color. Even he who possessed the ability of a small Chinese pawn, after tasting the dishes here, he had a high opinion of the color, aroma, taste, and shape of the dishes here. Hard to say. A downside might be that the fire was a bit lacking today, and the plating around the rim seemed ever so slightly perfunctory. Of course, if it is not the arrival of special guests, usually the dishes around the edge of such work is done by the cooks. Naturally, we'll be missing some of the fire, but for the average eater, it won't matter at all. Just then, noises rang out from outside. How dare you call yourselves authentic Tan family cuisine just like this? It simply discredits Tan family cuisine. Along with the angry shouts, it seemed that the dining table over there was also overturned, which instantly attracted all the dining guests to gather around. Lu Chen and Wooing also opened the box door and walked over. Sir, we've been open here for decades and no one has ever said that our Tanjia cuisine isn't authentic, so don't ruin our store's reputation with your nonsense. At this time, the restaurant's lobby manager saw that these people had lifted the table, and the 2 people sitting on the side were obviously the people from the stick country who had wanted to come and forcefully acquire their store a few days ago, and frowned and coldly said, Reputation? With your perfunctory attitude to cooking, you have a reputation? It's ridiculous. The man with the men had a snicker on his face and barked disdainfully. Dong Tianhao, you shameless, get the hell out of here. You're not welcome here. At this moment, Zhang Daguang, the owner and head chef of the Tan family's official cuisine, came out and stormed out when he saw this person. You're not welcome when you say you're not welcome? You used dirty tricks to seize ownership of this place from master, and you still have the face to talk about me here? Dong Tianhao was even more arrogant when he saw that the rightful owner had arrived. I used dirty tricks? Fuck you in the ass. How dare you say that? You traitor? If you hadn't stolen the recipe for the competition and resold it to someone from the stick country, master would have lost the tournament to the stick country and the Kyoto store? His old man died of depression and hatred, and you still have the face to come back? I'll chop you to death. Saying that, Zhang Daguan was about to go up and punch Dong Tianhao, but he was still stopped by the fellow. It was obvious that the other party was just luring him to take the initiative. At that time really fight. The law enforcement division came certainly is to pursue the first party is not. Maybe the stick country these people. Behind what conspiracy waiting for this side? Che, that's because he has no eyes and chose you as his heir. As for losing the match, that's also because he's not good at learning the art. What's more, I came here today to deliver a challenge. Kim Sun-young, the food master of the stick country, challenged your Tan family cuisine. Do you dare to take it? Why not? Zhang Daiguan was also short-tempered and easily irritated, and he agreed to the challenge at once. Very well, then we'll be judged by Yi Tianyu, who is known as the Golden Tongue. Out of the question 3 dishes. If you lose, hand over this store in the future may not call yourself a disciple of the Tan family cuisine. If I lose, the store in Kyoto will be given to you, and I will never set foot in this circle again. At that moment, Stick Kim Sun-young, who had been sitting in the back, stood up. Yes, no way. Just as Zhang Daguang agreed to the betting match, an anxious voice rang out. Seeing the visitor, Wu Ying also covered her small mouth in surprise, as this person was none other than her own brother. Wu Donglai, master, you can't agree to them. Your hand, said here. Wu Donglai seemed to think of something, turned around and glared angrily at Dong Tianhao and the others. It must be you guys. Yesterday master somehow got his hand scraped by a car that suddenly rushed out. Today you guys come to the door to bet against each other. Do you still want to be shameless? When these words came out, the crowd of onlookers also glared angrily at them. Really shameless to do something like that. In the end, it's the people from the stick country that are just shameless, always somehow saying that some of our Xia's martyrs are from their country. Not only the stick country. Look at that Dong Tianhao, a traitor, selling out his teacher for honor. Sooner or later he will suffer retribution. In the face of the accusations and anger of the crowd, Dong Tianhao and Jin Shanzhong were indifferent. Kid, you have to speak with evidence, or else it's slander and rumor. Can you produce evidence? Someone come, call the people from the law enforcement division and take this kid away. Dong Tianhao said disdainfully, even more wickedly. Stop, don't you just want to force me to bet against you? Labor promised, Zhang Daguang shouted angrily. Master, how do you race with this hand? Don't fall for it. Yeah, you guys are bullying people too much. You know that Master Sang's hands are not good, and you're still comparing cooking skills? I know why today's soup and dish flavors are a bit off. It should be because Master Zhang was injured so he let his apprentice do the work for him. So there was some deviation and these people took advantage of the situation to find fault. Holy shit, that's really it. That's shameless. One word woke up the dreamer, and it dawned on everyone, because it was all too coincidental, and it was obviously a deliberate act. Hand injury you can look for outside help. Did not say that all you have to do it yourself. If you do not dare, directly admit defeat is, but do not forget that you have agreed to the game. Kim Sun-young stood at that moment with his chest clasped in good humor, a playful smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. The so-called one pass. Once this sentence came out, it made Wu Donglai even more fiery. No wonder eldest brother, second brother didn't come today. You guys are picking the right time to come. Didn't come? Sorry, I forgot to tell you guys. Your what's his name big brother, your second big brother, has signed up with us and will be serving our Tan family cuisine in the future. Ha ha ha. With that, he clapped his hands and saw the two men slowly walk in from outside. It was none other than Wu Donglai's eldest senior brother, Li Xiaowei, and his second senior brother, Huang Xiaodong, eldest senior brother, second senior brother. How can you do this? Seeing the two, Wu Donglai roared incredulously. Humph, it's not because of you. We've been following the old thing for so many years, and as soon as you came, you taught all your skills only to you, and even wanted you to inherit his mantle. On what grounds? Unexpectedly, the two people had no shame, but instead gritted their teeth and cursed at Wu Donglai. And even more so, they expressed great dissatisfaction with Zhang Daguang, adverse disciple. It's me who is blind. The division is unfortunate. Zhang Daguang was also saddened at this time. I didn't realize that my own master's generation had produced Dong Tianhao, a traitor, and in my own generation there were two more rebellious disciples, Li Xiaowei and Huang Xiaodong. Let's not waste time. Master Yi, please also come out and preside over the match. Dong Tianhao didn't bother to ink with Zhang Daguang and directly invited out the Golden Tongue Yi Tianyu, this time by mutual agreement, on the culinary competition to decide the ownership of the final Tan family cuisine base. The content of this competition, respectively, is the yellow stewed shark's fin, secret loose abalone and knife. Chapter 3 items. The two dishes are the foundation of Tan family cuisine, and the other one is to compare knife skills. Wait, Zhang Daguang suddenly interrupted Yi Tianyu. Our secret recipe must have been stolen unsurprisingly. To be fair, why don't we choose any two dishes to compete in the culinary arts? I have no problem with the knife badge. When Dong Tianhao betrayed, he took away part of the recipe for cassoulet shark's fin, and this time he turned his 2 disciples. So I'm afraid that the recipe for the secret loose abalone has also arrived, or else he wouldn't have gotten so involved in the door-to-door betting. Most of all, when I opened the door to cook in the morning, I realized that all the secret sauces and some of the ingredients I had prepared earlier were all severely damaged. That's why there is a situation that today's dishes have a loss of standard. These are all improvised sauces. Fortunately, this side is with the customization. The number of tables per day will not be too much. Has been to seek refinement rather than quantity, in order to be able to barely cope with it. Therefore in this case, the knife chapter this item because of his own injury. The chance of winning is not very big. After all, Wu Donglai followed his own learning time is not long. Usually cooking is nothing. Really want to compete. This knife chapter is not enough to see the other 2 dishes of the competition. The secret recipe is not a moment to get out, and the store can use up all the use up. This will let him go to stock up is too late. Obviously this step is also in the calculation of Kim Sun-young and others. Then if one agrees to be able to compete with the other selections, one side might even be able to pull off a surprise win. Hee, what a joke. The Tan family cuisine competition actually doesn't do Tan family cuisine? You people in Xia are really ridiculous. At this time, Kim Sun-young couldn't help but sneer. How could he easily let him escape from his own setup? Who told you that Tan family cuisine only makes these 2 dishes? Xia's culinary culture is profound. Can't you, a stickman, appreciate it? Asshole, when it comes to food, my stick country is not inferior to your Xia country. The cooking method of shark's fin and abalone is the essence of Tan family cuisine. I don't agree to switch to other ingredients. The 2 argued with reason, not wanting to give in at all. Alright, in that case, then the cassoulet shark's fin and knife chapter must be compared. And the other one is limited to just choosing abalone as the main ingredient. At this time Yi Tianyu opened his mouth and said. Eventually both parties nodded their heads in agreement and began preparing their materials. In the first round, the competition was for cassoulet shark fins. This dish is not only concerned with the percentage of soup ingredients and the heat, but also the handling of the ingredients is very demanding. But now both of Zhang Daguang's hands were severely injured, so he could only instruct Wu Donglai to operate from the sidelines. In the end, he still hadn't studied for long, plus the stakes of this competition were too stressful for him, leading to a mistake in the middle. In the end, unsurprisingly, Kim Sun-young's side won. Master, Wu Donglai felt guilty and wanted to cry. It was his own incompetence that led to the disastrous defeat in the first round. It's not your fault. They set up a trap a long time ago. It's also because of Master's impulsiveness, hastily agreeing to the match. In this instant, Zhang Daguang seemed to have aged a lot all of a sudden. It turns out that the so-called authentic Tan family cuisinaire has made a dish that is so substandard. Even the thickened soup actually has a fishy flavor. It's really ridiculous. It seems that Tan family cuisine still needs to rely on us, the stick country, in order to flourish. Ha 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 ha. Kim Sun-young sneered loudly at this moment, causing the people present to look at him angrily. This stick was too arrogant. Even Yi Tianyu, who had been invited, frowned as a look of disgust appeared on his face. The first match was won by Kim Sun-young. The next match is for the sword chapter. The match begins. Thus, Yi Tianyu quickly announced the results of the first round and started the second round. Wait, I'll take this one. At this moment, Lu Chen crossed the crowd and walked out. Who are you? People like Jin Shanzhong furrowed their brows as they looked at Lu Chen. Brother, Wu Ying also ran to Wu Donglai's side. Ing, is that your friend? Wu Donglai asked. Aha, he's the Piao brother I told you about earlier, Lu Chen. Wu Ying nodded and said, don't you care who I am? I'll compete in this round. Lu Chen said directly. What qualifications do you have for this match? Are you also worthy of fighting me? Kim Sun-young couldn't help but sneer. Lu Chen, however, didn't care what this stick said and came over to Zhang Daguang's side. Master Zhang, this match is a sword fight. Your hand, you shouldn't be able to race. As for your disciple, I see his current state and standard. He shouldn't be able to win against this stick on the other side either. After all, they have come prepared. And after listening to what you said before, it seems that these people of theirs have also mastered the recipe of your Tan family cuisine. Then to win, the last item can only be a surprise. For you and this disciple of yours, leaving aside the fact that the Tan family cuisine in the end cannot make a dish that rivals the secret loose-hearted abalone. I don't think you have a bottom either. Then why don't you leave it to me and beat a dead horse? Originally, with Lu Chen's Shin Dragon Needle technique, Zhang Daguang's injured hand could completely heal him by himself. But after watching from the sidelines for a while, he flatly abandoned the idea. Even if Zhang Daguang's hand is now better, the most skillful Tan family cuisine recipe has long fallen into the hands of the other side. people since they dare to come to the door to challenge the bet. Naturally there is a certainty that they can win, even if Zhang Dogwang's hand is intact as before. Without certainty, this Jin Shanzhong and others would not have invited Yi Tianyu, the golden tongue, much less contacted so many media outlets pretending to be diners, waiting here early for the live broadcast of this match. And the opposite side of this stick is too arrogant. Xia is a great country. How can we tolerate this kind of shameless little to come here? So, he decided it was better to strike out on his own. Lu Chun, first of all, thank you very much for helping my sister. And thank you for coming forward at this time. But cooking is a skillful job. Not just anyone can get on. It requires accumulated merit over time. So don't mess around. Wu Donglai sniffed, but still went forward to dissuade him. In his opinion, this Lu Chen's condition must not be bad. It is a hoe. Otherwise he wouldn't have swiped so much money for his sister. At that time, when Wu Ying told him, he was shocked for half a day. 2 swipes of gifts made Wu Ying easily earn tens of millions of dollars. At the same time, he is also worried that this Lu Chen is not on his sister have any intention. I can instantly smash tens of millions of gods rich, really want to have any bad thoughts about their sister. That by their own side of the power that is not a bit of room for resistance. But through Wu Ying and Lu Chen's several text message exchanges to today's Lu Chen to go to the appointment, Wu Donglai actually see in the eyes. This Lu Chen is a decent man, so he is also sort of put down the heart of the matter. And the fact that Lu Chen had come forward at this time was a further indication that he hadn't misjudged him. But now, the competition was cooking, and he wouldn't expect Lu Chen to have any superb skills in cooking. Maybe rich people like to work on something good to eat and drink at home, but it's a whole different ballpark than real heritage cooking. Zhang Dogwang actually felt the same way, although what Lu Chen said was right. But competing in cooking was not something to go through the motions and have just anyone come on. And this is a store that concerns his master's legacy. Even if he loses, he wants to lose in his own hands. Just as he was about to open his mouth to refuse, noises rang out from outside. Move over, TM, don't block the road. The crowd looked back to see a well-dressed but arrogant young man with an entourage of obviously bodyguards walking in, lining up the crowd. Hey boss, I just swiped the live stream and happened to see you here, so I came to check it out. Do you need any help? The young man who brought the people in saw Lu Chen at a glance when he came in and ran over with a fawning smile that instantly crawled all over his entire face. Lin Xiaotian? Lu Chen was a bit surprised. Since the last time this guy was educated, it was shameful to keep sticking to himself to be his little brother. In this regard, Lu Chen did not agree, but he did not expect that this kid was determined to worship himself as the boss, making him speechless. After all, it's not like they've offended you by reaching out. What the hell are you guys? Get out of here and don't get in the way of our game. At this time, Dong Tianhao rebuked. A good game. See, immediately will be able to solve this decades of long-cherished wish. The result ran out of such a class of people. Oh shit. I thought I was arrogant enough, but I didn't realize there was still an old Yakuza who dared to yell at me? Who's coming? Pull me out and beat me. Seeing that this bastard actually pointed at Lu Chen and cursed, Lin Xiaotian was instantly enraged. I begged for forgiveness on my knees. So it's your turn to be scolded by an old bastard? What do you take me for? I can't beat you to death. Thus, under the shock of the crowd, Dong Tianhao was directly pulled out by Lin Xiaotian's bodyguards and given a brutal beating, screaming miserably. Not long after, Dong Tianhao, who had been beaten into a pig's head, was dragged in again and thrown on the ground. My brother Tatsu is here. All of you give this young man a quiet moment. Don't fucking follow the stupid batch like you're looking for death. In the end is the dude for many years of the second generation. Other cannot. Bully these soft persimmons that call a handy. Even Zhang Dogwang, who wanted to open his mouth to refuse, closed his mouth at this time. This had surprised Lu Chen a little. It seemed that sometimes it was much better to use some extraordinary means than to grind your own teeth. Well done. Thinking of this, Lu Chen didn't spare a moment to praise Lin Xiaobei. Ha ha, boss, let me tell you, I can't do anything else, but I'm good at doing this. This boast made Lin Xiaobei so happy that he started bragging again. Come on, shut up, you're floating up in the air? Let's get this done here first. Okay boss. Hey. Although he was rebuked by Lu Chen, Lin Xiaobei was happy. Didn't he see that this time he called out to the boss and Lu Chen didn't refuse? It seemed that his efforts hadn't been in vain. Lu Chen's relationship with Qin Lao was something he had heard from his grandfather when he returned, and it had stunned him. Qin Tian Taki even for a dude like him, he worshipped his old man as a god. Now no Lu Chen actually with Qin Tian Taki called brother. That's not good, so it must be Lu Chen little brother. If you become a success, you'll be in the same generation as your grandfather. Grandpa was Qin Tian Taki's little brother, and he himself was Lu Chen's little brother. TSK, it made me happy just thinking about it. Master Zhang, what do you think of my suggestion? At this time, Lu Chen once again looked at Zhang Dogwang. I just wanted to refuse. Suddenly saw the sinister eyes of Lin Xiaotian next to him, and immediately swallowed the words that came to his mouth directly. This dude, as the owner of Tan family cuisine, naturally knew that he couldn't afford to mess with him. I agree. So it was only a hard yes. Elder Yi, you see that Boss Zhang has agreed, so I'll be the one to do the next 2 matches. Yi Tianyu looked at Zhang Dogwang and then at Lin Xiaobei, who was staring at him. He couldn't help but feel a pang of egg pain and silently nodded his head in agreement. He himself was only paid to come out and be a referee, but he didn't want to find death. As for Jin Shanzhong, when he saw how domineering this Lin Xiaobei was once he came in, he naturally didn't dare to say much. Can't you see that Tung Tin Ho on the ground has been beaten to death? Besides, just because you're tough doesn't mean you're good at cooking, and it's still the same result when you lose. He observed this Lu Chun for a while and didn't feel that this was a master cook, so he acquiesced as well. Good. Since both sides agree, then the following match on Zhang Dogwang's side will be stuffed by this Mr. Lu. The second round of competition for sword skills now begins. As Yi Tianyu's words fell, he saw someone advancing 2 materials from outside. One was a large winter melon and the other was a slab of tofu. It seems to be something that this Kim Sun Young and the others have been preparing for a long time. Carving, that is, this time than the knife chapter of the project, which can be more test of the chef's knife skills than those julienne slices. You can flip a coin to decide who chooses the materials first and, within 30 minutes, makes their product. So, both sides chose one of the sides of the coin. Lu Chen chose the word, and Kim Sun Young chose heads. Yi Tianyu took the coin and tossed it upwards, catching it with the back of his hand and opening it. Kim Sun Young smiled. It's heads, and one decisively chooses the winter melon. Being a talented craftsman himself, he chose the easiest of the 2 to carve, the winter melon. Anyone who knows the relative comparison, carving in the tofu, that is several times more difficult than in the winter melon. The slightest carelessness, the tofu will be broken, leading to the foregone conclusion. Seeing that Lu Chen was the tofu that he got to carve, everyone's faces were not good. One should know that even if Zhang Dogwang had not been injured, this carving tofu would have been difficult for him. What bad luck! If only I'd picked a winter melon. That's right, it's a good thing this stick is cheap. I can already imagine the face of this stick in a minute. It's so unconvincing. Seeing this result, all the bystanders were indignant. After all, this stick was constantly insulting the culture of Xia. They didn't have the kind of lawless background that Lin Xiaobei had, or else they would have rushed up to beat up this stupid elk stick. Kid, let's see you lose later. You, Kim Sun Young, who had wanted to squeeze in a few words, was silenced when he saw Lin Xiaobei's unkind gaze glaring at him. If it wasn't for Lu Chen signaling Lin Xiaobei not to make a move first, he would have already beaten this stick up so much that he wouldn't even recognize his parents. Swish, swish, swish. Kim Sun Young had already begun carving, and those who dared to come to the door to challenge the pair to a bet naturally had 2 skills. Just see him holding a carving knife and the winter melon body constantly chiseling. Not long after the 2 lifelike auspicious dragons have been carved, just missing the last dragon pearl, can be completed this piece of 2 dragons playing with pearls. And at that moment, the sounds of gasps of admiration from the bystanders came out, causing the corners of Kim Sun Young's mouth to rise. However, when he raised his eyes and looked, he was dumbfounded. Those onlookers were all looking towards Lu Chen's side at that moment. As for the previous exclamations of surprise and admiration, it was obvious that none of them were because of himself, but because of Lu Chen. He couldn't help but stop the carving knife in his hand and stretched his neck, looking over at Lu Chen, only to see at this time Lu Chen, one hand holding a piece of tofu, into the brine, the other hand picked up the carving knife, just a little brewing and then shot. At this moment, the carving knife was like a divine brush, and as Lu Chen waved it, it slid over the tofu in the water in a flowing manner, pointing, picking, stabbing, scratching. The entire carving process was like gaining a divine charm as the carving knife wandered in Lu Chen's hand. All of this caused everyone to actually have an illusion, as if Lu Chen was nurturing a life. Time passed, and after 15 minutes, Lu Chen stopped the carving knife in his hand. The crowd gazed at the block of tofu in the water, which remained in its original shape and did not show any changes. Ha ha ha, you messed up half a day with embroidery, but it turned out to be a silver pewter gun head, an empty frame, simply ridiculous. You, seeing this, Kim Sun Young immediately scoffed, but before he could speak, he lost his voice and his pupils kept widening. Only Lu Chen's hand holding the tofu shook slightly in the water for a few moments, and the originally blocky tofu magically changed in that instant. The crumbs of the tofu continued to fall off with the shaking, and with them, a lifelike Buddha statue unfolded in front of everyone's eyes. Crap! This is Dragon Bucking Lohan? That's right, It's really dragon bucking Ruan. Bullseye. A divine skill. Tofu can actually be carved like this? It's an eye-opener. Holy shit. The stick carving is a 2-dragon play of pearls. And this handsome guy comes with a descending dragon? Not only is the technique crushing, this carved out work is also crushing. Ha ha ha. Yeah, when you run into dragon bucking Luohan, you have to lie down even if you're a dragon. It's so awesome. This time, the whole room was in an uproar. And everyone was all excited. Needless to say that Lu Chen won this sword chapter competition. Not only had they witnessed this superbly skillful knife work, but at the same time, they were naturally happier to see their own Xia people crushing the dregs of the stick country. Who let this one be so obnoxious? Always belittling the Xia culture. Now you're stupid. Right? Silly elk. Impossible. How can tofu be carved like this? Jin Shanzhong exclaimed as he looked incredulously at the dragon-bending Luohan in Lu Chen's hand. But unexpectedly, due to too much shock, his hand exerted force, and the previous work of 2 dragons playing with pearls was directly destroyed for him. The second game. Mr. Lu won. Awesome Mr. Lu. Yi Mao is considered to have tasted all kinds of food in the north and south of the Yangtze River. This kind of knife work is really incredible. Let the eye-opening Yi Mao admiration. After announcing the results of the second round, Yi Tianyu, the golden tongue, couldn't help but praise it to his face. There are people outside of people. Xia's food culture is profound and profound. How can it be allowed to be trampled on by some cats and dogs outside of the country? Lu Chen followed up on Elder Ye's words and unceremoniously disliked Jin Shanzhong, but did not look at him from the beginning. But it is only 1-1. The next round then do abalone. I see what you take arrogance. Kim Sun-young's heart was burning with anger at this time, not expecting to be crushed by this kid. The next bout, though, he was confident. The Tan family cuisine has been able to exist for 100 years, relying on the secret practice of shark's fin and abalone, which is a unique classic not only in Xia, but even globally. After he had sideswiped Dong Tianhao last time, he had obtained the recipe, and over the years he had continued to practice and improve it, and it had long since surpassed the original flavor of Tan's cuisine by a mile. And this Lu Chen, even if his knife skills were awesome, but when it came to the piece of cooking abalone, he would definitely not be his own match. Okay, the score is currently tied 1-1, so the last round of cooking will be done with purple abalone as the ingredient. When Elder Yi finished speaking, someone once again served 2 plates, each containing a 2-headed purple abalone. Abalone is also classified as dried seafood. Purple abalone is purple-brown in color, about 7 or 8 cents thick, about 2 inches long, oval in shape, and about an inch or so at its widest point. The purple abalone is also the only ingredient Tan's cuisine uses to make its secret loose abalone. Usually are the purple abalone soaked in a basin of warm water, and then placed on a large stovetop between the fire mouth and the mouth of the soup cans. About 4 hours that is hair to about 4 inches long. You can get on the fire. And the practice of braised pork is similar to the slow simmering of the fire. These 4 heads of purple abalone were naturally sent out a long time ago because they were used for competition. Getting the purple abalone, Kim Sun-young directly followed the Tan family's recipe and started cooking it step by step. Let's see how you lose later. Kim Sun-young was full of confidence. Making abalone, this kid must not be able to do it. But just then, the crowd of onlookers let out another gasp. At this moment, Lu Chen once again displayed his exceptional knife work, the knives in his hands constantly rotating, drifting and stabbing at the 2 purple abalone. But surprisingly, obviously looked at the blade cut into the purple abalone. The surface is not the slightest trace of scratches cannot be seen. Of course, having seen the magic of tofu carving in water before, it was natural to know that a new miracle was sure to come later. Thus, all watched the coming change with anticipation and unblinking eyes. Then Lu Chen said a few words to Wu Donglai, and he ran into the back kitchen. Before long, some equipment was pushed out, and when the crowd looked closely, it turned out to be liquid nitrogen. What's he trying to do here? Using liquid nitrogen is definitely a low-temperature treatment. But will this abalone taste good after being treated with liquid nitrogen? Won't that affect the fresh flavor of the abalone? Only Lu Chen used a special needle to inject liquid nitrogen into the interior of the purple abalone, and the naked eye could see that the whole purple abalone began to freeze from the inside out. Che, you've already lost by treating the purple abalone with liquid nitrogen, which completely affects the fresh taste of the abalone. Kim Sun-young had been worried that Lu Chen was going to make another magical dish when he saw his knife work earlier, but after seeing the liquid nitrogen, he completely let go of his heart. The abalone is eaten for its own freshness, and the secret sauce is designed to stimulate the flavor in it, not overpower the freshness of the abalone itself. That's why all the abalone makers out there are seasoning the sauce, but no one has ever come close to Tan's cuisine's unique secret coiled abalone. And this time, Kim Sun-young took the lead in finishing the secret loose abalone and served it to Yi Tianyu. Yi Lao took a taste and closed his eyes, carefully experiencing the flavor. Slowly, a small, satisfied smile appeared on his face. I have to say, this Kim Sun-young is the one who perfectly mastered the essence of the secret loose abalone, even slightly better. No wonder the stick dared to come and challenge the betting. He still had a couple of tricks up his sleeve. Seeing Yi Lao's expression, Kim Sun-young smiled. Winning, kid, there's no need to waste time. Your use of liquid nitrogen marks you as a loser. Better go back to practicing for a few more years. Ha ha ha. So he sneered nonchalantly. Lu Chen didn't even bother to raise his head a bit, making his own soup. Seeing that the other party didn't care, and even the others' focus wasn't on him, Kim Sun-young couldn't help but be bored. With a disdainful face, he stood there, waiting to give Lu Chen another bash later when he was done. What's he doing? How can you add white wine to the soup? What is this? While everyone was puzzled, they only saw Lu Chen quickly pull out the needle of the liquid nitrogen and directly drizzle it with the freshly made soup. While the special igniter was a little bit, wow. The broth is instantly ignited and quickly coats the purple abalone to penetrate inward. And the purple abalone that was originally frozen by the liquid nitrogen rapidly melted at this moment, blooming like a lotus flower. Holy shit, a divine skill. It's kind of like, Buddha Fury Tang Lien? I'm going to go. I've been watching too much Doluwa Continent, haven't I? But, is really like that. Looking at the lotus purple bow wrapped in flames, everyone exclaimed. At this time, Zhang Daguang had been so shocked that he didn't know what to say. The previous knife badge match had already made him impressed with Lu Chen. That kind of knife work is simply divine. Ask yourself if you were to change yourself, also far from being a match. Therefore, he was also looking forward to this round of competition. However, even though his mental expectations of Lu Chen were already very high, he still felt that he was wrong at this point. He still underestimated the young man in front of him. The method of making this plate of purple abalone can be said to be unheard of and long-lasting. Elder Yi, please savor it, Lu Chen said blandly. Yi Lao looked at the exquisite lotus purple abalone in front of him, and surprisingly had the thought of not being able to put his mouth on it. It was a completely stunning work of art. Eat while it's hot, Lu Chen urged again. Oh, good. Yi Lao was no longer reluctant. After all, he still had to be the judge, so he carefully took a bite. Hiss. Just one bite. Before he could chew, the fresh abalone flavor had already filled his entire mouth. How is that possible? That was his first thought. You should know that these abalone are dried. Although after the water or oil hair, with a unique sauce, it can indeed activate the original fresh flavor of abalone, but always with freshly caught live abalone still have so much difference. Now, however, he was surprised to taste a freshness that was superior to that of live abalone, as if he had eaten sashimi with that freshness. Holding back the incredulity in his mind, he chewed. Hiss. Another mouthful of cold air poured out, and Yi Lao's eyes widened in vain. This texture. Without finishing, he continued to keep chewing. Every time he chewed, it brought him a collision of ice and fire, and the level of this collision was more intriguing than once. This feeling was very marvelous, and could not be evaluated by words at all. It was arguably the most amazing cuisine he had eaten in decades. A small purple abalone, but in a single chew. The emergence of the taste buds do not need to be layered sense of stimulation, is a divine skill. Especially the softness on the outside sandwiched between the crunchy sweetness in the center with this knockout hanging sauce that perfectly pushes one's taste bud senses to the max. This dish, Mr. Lu, is the best dish I've ever seen in my life, so for this match I declare that Mr. Lu wins, Elder Yi declared excitedly. No way. Kim Sun-young directly snatched another purple abalone and bit down on it. Hiss. At this moment, his taste buds were also greatly impacted, and his mouth was filled with a sense of satisfaction and happiness that could not be expressed in words. How is that possible? Abalone can do that? He murmured, a look of disbelief on his face, his whole being disheveled, lost, and with that one bite, he knew he was utterly and completely lost. Even if he was so confident in his cooking skills, even if he was one of the top culinary giants in the stick country, even if he had kicked countless but in the summer country and never lost, but in front of this purple abalone, he knew he had lost. Losing is not easy. Losing is not easy. Even if he had skillfully mastered the secret loose abalone, and even outdid the blue, but compared to this purple abalone made by Lu Chen, it was still a world of difference, and was not at the same level at all. Mr. Lu, at the risk of asking, what is the name of this dish? At this point, he dropped all his arrogance and asked, lost in thought, Ice and Fire 9 Bao. Ice and Fire 9 Abalone? Good name. The culinary culture of the Summer Kingdom is truly profound. I'm willing to bet and lose. Here's the deed to the house. Jin Shanzhong decisively took out the deed to the main store of the Kyoto Tan family cuisine and the relevant formalities and handed it to Lu Chen. Not to Zhang Dogwang. He was a very arrogant person, and this time when he lost, he had only obeyed Lu Chen. It did not mean that he bowed down to Zhang Dogwang. Remember, summer is full of talent. Not just anyone can come and step on it. With that, he turned and walked out. Lin Xiaobei, on the other hand, took the house deed and other information from Kim Sun-jong's hand with an excited look on his face, and then said to him, "My boss that doesn't care to talk to you much, don't think that this is over." As the words fell, he signaled with his eyes, and a group of bodyguards surrounded him and beat up Kim Sun-young. What are you guys doing?" Kim Sun-young cried out miserably. "Che, insulted my boss before. Beat up a cheap one. Yuck. The bullet-ridden stick country also dares to underestimate my summer country. Let's see if you still dare to do so in the future." Lin Xiaotian spat and cursed as he chased after Lu Chen. "I don't dare. I won't dare anymore. Please let me go." Behind them came the pleading voice of Kim Sun-young. "You're awesome." At this time, Wu Ying walked over, looking at Lu Chen with countless little stars in her eyes. A man who is versatile is more attractive to women. In the 2 rounds just now, Lu Chen had given her countless shocks, causing a hint of affection to begin sprouting in her heart. "Thank you." Zhang Dogwang stepped forward at this moment and deeply saluted Lu Chen. Tanjia cuisine was passed down to his master's generation, who lost his Kyoto head office due to the betrayal of his disciple, leaving him depressed. Taking back the main store has also become a mountain in Zhang Dogwang's heart, but Kim Sun-young's cooking skills are really powerful, so he has never found the right opportunity to strike. Instead, he was approached by Kim Sun-young and almost lost even this last store. Today, fortunately, Lu Chen had stepped in, not only sparing the Magic City store from losses, but also recapturing the Kyoto head office, making him overwhelmed with emotion. "You keep the information on the deed of the house, the old ancestors' handiwork, but also rely on you to keep it." Lu Chen took the information on the deed of the house handed over by Lin Xiaotian and shoved it to Zhang Dogwang, saying seriously, "I will definitely work hard to improve my skills and keep my old ancestors' estate. However, Mr. Lu, this is what you recaptured, and it is only right that the property rights belong to you." I don't have time to take care of this. Besides, I only took action because I couldn't stand to see the stick insulting our Xia kingdom. It wasn't all for you." Seeing Zhang Dogwang like this, Lu Chen directly refused. With the system, one's wealth is unlimited. Although the business of this Tanjia cuisine is said to be generating a lot of profit every year, but compared to the industry in their hands now, it's a world of difference, and they don't have the time to take care of it even if they take it down. But my boss has more businesses in his hands than you can imagine. Any of them are beyond your imagination. Since the boss said to give it to you, you take it. At this time, Lin Xiaotian directly interrupted Zhang Dogwang's words. The earnings of the Tan family cuisine in the eyes of ordinary people that was indeed not expensive, but in the eyes of Lin Xiaobei it was nothing, let alone Lu Chen. Let's do it this way. In that case, I'll call Mr. Lu with 60% of our earnings every month. Zhang Dogwang was still persistent. Alright. Seeing that Zhang Dogwang was hamstrung, Lu Chen didn't bother to break it up and directly answered. "This meal has been eaten. Why don't we go out for a stroll?" At this time, Lu Chen looked at Wu Ying. Aha. Wu Ying nodded sheepishly. This is the sister-in-law it. Boss vision is good. Face is straight. Ouch. Boss, why do you hit me? When Lin Xiaobei saw Wu Ying, he instantly kissed his ass, only to be rewarded with a large chestnut by Lu Chen. "How do you talk? Do you have nothing better to do?" Lu Chen rolled his eyes and said, "This is only needing blindly shouting what sister-in-law." But he was surprised to see Wu Ying's face reddened by the words, her head lowered to her chest in shyness. It seemed to look like it was quite enjoyable, making Lu Chen's heart flutter. This man is too handsome is also an affliction. Look, this girl is estimated to have fallen again. No. Then boss, it's nothing, I'll leave first, so I won't get in the way of your date with your sister-in-law. Lin Xiaobei snorted, not waiting for Lu Chen's second burst of chestnuts, and directly turned around and ran. Brat! Looking at the bastards darting back, Lu Chen laughed and cursed. But after this, it did seem like the kid was good at what he did, and it seemed nice to have a little brother like that to take care of the nitty-gritty. Thus, Lu Chen took Wu Ying and left this side. Magic City Olympic Stadium ticket office. Shui, the concert is sold out. What should we do? It's all your fault. I told you to go out early. You ink slinger. You can't buy it now, can you? Looking at her bosom friend Zhang Qian in front of her, Lu Shui snapped. The two had arranged to come over to the Olympic Sports Center early in the morning to line up and buy Chu Zi's concert tickets. They can be Chu Zi's hardcore fans, and they will almost never miss any of her concerts. but because Lu Shuei had that incident at home before. There were 2 concerts that had been missed, and even at first even this concert today she thought she wouldn't be able to see. And this concert today is Chu Zi's last concert in Mordor. After that I heard she is going to Shangjiang for a while. It just so happens that Lu Chen's appearance makes Lu Shuei's life once again a new life. And there is extra money in her hand. And all the things at home in the past few days have been made right. And seeing that there is still the last day of the ticket sale, she made an appointment to come to the line in the morning. As a result, it may be that the obsession from a while ago was suddenly resolved. The person was too relaxed and overslept themselves, and they ran into a BFF who was never to be counted on. So, a perfectly timed ticket purchase for the two. Okay, I know I'm wrong. Now let's think about what we can do to get tickets. This one is the last one. I just went around and even the tickets in the hands of scalpers are sold out. Hey, are we really going to miss it? Zhang Qian lamented helplessly. I came to ask my brother. Your brother? He can get tickets? I don't know, but my brother is awesome. I can get into Tinglong Game Company because my brother helped me. So there might be a way. Lu Shuei couldn't help but put a hint of pride on her face when she spoke of her brother Lu Chen. Oh, then ask quickly. If you can get tickets, ask for 2 more. And call Lin Yunshi and Wang Peipei as well. Zhang Qian said with some anticipation. As for Lin Yunshi and Wang Peipei who were also their roommates and good friends in a dormitory in college. Shuei, why are you free to call me? Lu Chun, who was chatting with Wu Ying at the coffee shop, received a call from his sister and asked with a smile. Brother, do you have any connections to get tickets to Chu Zi's concert tonight? Chu Zi? Lu Chen was first stunned, and was just about to say no, when he suddenly thought of that girl's figure from before. You're going to see her in concert? So he continued to ask. Well, me and a few of my good friends are her hardcore fans, but she's so hot that concert tickets are hard to come by. Originally we were going to come early to line up for tickets today, but we ended up getting up late. Brother, can you help me think of a way? How many do you want? Lu Chen asked directly. Zhang Qian and I, plus Lin Yunshi and Wang Peipei, 4 people in total. It's best to have 4, or if not, 2 will do. Hearing Lu Chen ask this, Lu Shuei's heart was delighted. This was something, but after all, Chu Zi is a big star of the first line. It is indeed difficult to find a ticket, for at once she was afraid that Lu Chen is also difficult to get, so she said 2 will also be fine. You want 4? I'll make a call and ask her for you then. She did give me a couple of tickets last time, but it's only 3, 1 less. Lu Chen said casually. What? You said Chu Zi personally gave you 3 tickets? You still have her phone number? Suddenly, Lu Shuei's scream came from her cell phone, shocking Lu Chen. Damn girl, shouting for your soul. My ears are going deaf to you. Brother, do you really know Chu Zi? Without caring about Lu Chen's questioning, Lu Shuei asked excitedly. Yeah, it's an acquaintance. I'll ask and tell for you. Lu Chen hung up the phone and looked directly at Wu Ying. Do you have something to do tonight? If not, let's go to a concert together? Good. Wu Ying readily accepted. So Lu Chen flipped through his cell phone and found Chu Zi's number and dialed it. On the other side, Lu Shuei was overflowing with smiles as she looked towards Zhang Qian. It's a show. It seems that my brother still knows Chu Zi. What? Really? Wow. Your brother is really powerful. Even Chu Zi can reach out. This sudden and unexpected surprise made the 2 girls excited beyond words, holding their cell phones and waiting for Lu Chen's reply. Inside the presidential suite of the Waldorf Astoria Hotel on the Bund in Magic City, the elegant cell phone on the coffee table rang. Chu Zi dragged her lazy body and slowly walked to the coffee table. When he saw the caller ID, he quickly picked up his cell phone. Hey, Chu Zi, I'm Lu Chen. You still know to call me. Chu Zi said angrily, causing Lu Chen to faintly stare. After the 2 of them separated last time, Chu Zi was holding the phone and waiting for a few days. And this guy didn't even say phone. Not even a single text message. Even she was beginning to wonder if she wasn't attractive at all. And as a woman she thought she couldn't be too proactive. So she waited and waited and waited. And finally this guy came to the phone. It's like this. Last time you gave me 3 tickets. I want to ask if you still have more tickets there. My sister and a few of their classmates want to go see your concert. So you finally know who I am? Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chu Zi did not answer but instead asked a rhetorical question. She is such a top stream star plus singer. Can be said to be the dream goddess of all men in the whole world. Actually there are still don't know her. Even Lu Chen's friend Lu Cheng seems to be unrecognizable when he sees her. At that time it was really a bit of a blow to her. And when Lu Chen heard this, he couldn't help but want to roll his eyes. Come on, that seems to be a bit of a different focus for you. I only knew about it later. Mainly usually I don't watch variety shows or anything, so I didn't recognize it. Sorry, that ticket. Lu Chen apologized. To what ticket? By the time you arrive at the door, I let Chin's sister to pick you on the line. Originally gave you the ticket is the VIP position. Generally will be more empty out a few seats. By the time I give the contractor to say hello to stay a few to you on the line. How many of you in total? 3 more if you remove the 3 tickets. Lu Chen did some math and said, you're here too, aren't you? Yes. Contain me. Lu Chen replied truthfully. Okay, I'll take care of it. Call me when you get there and I'll see you tonight. Chu Zi agreed in one breath, then quickly hung up the phone. I don't know why, but when I heard that Lu Chen would also come, my own heartbeat suddenly accelerated just now, and my face was burning. After calming down for a while, Chu Zi swept away the previous lethargy, humming a little song and jumping towards the dressing room to dress up. Hey, Shui ah. I talked to Chu Zi. She said that she would arrange for someone to pick us up and take us in when we arrive at the door in the evening. What? She's coming to get us? That's great. Are you coming too? Well, it just so happens that a friend will be with us then, so I'll see you at the door tonight. Okay deh. Thanks brother. Love you yo. Lu Shui happily hung up the phone and gave a yay gesture to Zhang Qian who had an expectant face next to her. My brother took care of it. He accompanied us at night as well. And Chu Zi will send Sister Qin to pick us up and take us in. Oh, Sister Qin? That personal agent of Chu Zi? Yeah, that's her. Wow, doesn't that mean that there's a possibility that we'll get Chu Zi's autograph at night? Yeah. Maybe we can even take a picture together. Wow, great. I have to hurry up and inform Wang Peipei and the 2 of them. The 2 girls were so happy at this time that they told Lin Yunshi and Wang Peipei the news at the first time, which naturally caused another burst of cheers from these 2. 7 p.m. Olympic Sports Center. Lu Chen and Wu Ying had already arrived here, and the 2 of them had gotten closer after a day together, especially after curiously inquiring why that Lin Xiaotian had recognized Lu Chen as his boss. He was even more adoring and shocked by Lu Chen. Even though she was a house girl, she knew that the Lin's group in Magic City was a behemoth, and since such a group prince was shamefully trying to give Lu Chen a little brother, one could imagine that Lu Chen's identity was even more astonishing. No wonder, Lu Chen didn't even blink when he swiped a gift for himself. This was real strength. To know the network of some of the so-called big brother, the face looks very capable of brushing very ho. In fact, there are guilds playing the return ticket, similar to do the show, to achieve the effect of retention and stimulate consumption. And then there's the other part. That's all borrowing money all over the place to pretend to be a big brother, and actually getting into debt. I don't know what kind of mindset these people have. Vanity? Or do they have an agenda? Anyway, I beg to differ. Shaking her head, Wu Ying was now both expectant and apprehensive inside, because the one who was coming later was Lu Chen's sister, and this was bringing himself to meet his family? So excited I wonder if Lu Chen's sister will like herself when she sees her later. So apprehensive. Geek girls just love to fantasize, and Wu Ying was no exception. Just as she was rambling, Lu Shui and her party came. Brother! Seeing Lu Chen from a long distance, Lu Shui shouted and pulled Zhang Qian and the others to run over. Hello brother Chen. Zhang Qian and the others also shouted politely, but their eyes were surprised as hell. It was also the first time they had seen Lu Chen. They didn't expect Lu Shui's brother to be so handsome, which was even better than those first-tier traffic kids. All here, right? This is my friend Wu Ying. And this is my sister Lu Shui. That's her classmate and best friend. Lu Chen introduced each other. Sister Wu, you are so beautiful. After seeing Wu Ying, Lu Shui had a good look around. She had to say that this Wu Ying was really a stunning beauty. Even she felt stunning when she looked at her. He is also considered a school flower. But Wu Ying's face value and body is not inferior to her in the slightest. And even better, the key also carries a kind of serenity that is hard to find on girls nowadays. Sister Shui is also beautiful. If I were a boy, I would have to chase you down. Wu Ying surprisingly complimented, which impressed Lu Chen a little. Anyway, I've never seen her compliment anyone since I've known her. The meeting between Wu Ying and Lu Shui went surprisingly well, and it looked like Lu Shui was very good at getting along, which let Wu Ying's hanging heart down. Soon enough, the women were chatting and getting along very well. Alright, the time is coming. Let's go to the VIP passageway entrance. I just called Chu Zi. She said that Sister Qin will come out to pick us up soon. At this time, Lu Chen said, and amidst the cheers and anticipation of the crowd, he headed over to the VIP channel. Lu Shui, Zhang Qian, Wang Peipei, Lin Yunshi, yo, why are you 4 here? Suddenly, snarky voices came from one side, and when the crowd looked over, all 4 of Lu Shui's people frowned. Wang Jinglei, humph, if you can come here, why can't we? Wang Jinglei, Lu Shui University classmates, relying on the family as a rich man a bit of money, look down on them a few poor students, and the 4 of them have not been very deal with. I heard that after graduation hitched a ride on a son. A bit of a status, but also unbeatable. Yo, this is the ticket you bought after saving a few years of meal money to come see Chu Zi's concert? Wang Jinglei sneered again, but the one yellow hair she was holding by her side seemed to be her rumored boyfriend. At this moment, Yellow Hair's thieving eyes were constantly scanning over Lu Xue's body, especially when he saw Lu Xue and Wu Ying. A stream of essence exploded in his eyes. Ray, no introduction either? At this moment, Yellow Hair spoke up. Brother Hui, what's so good about introducing these few? Just a bunch of poor bastards. It's beneath you to know them. Wang Jinglei said disdainfully. A few? By the looks of you, you don't seem to have gotten tickets? Do you want to go in with me? I just need a word. And it's still okay to bring a few people in. Ignoring Wang Jinglei's counting, Yellow Hair looked at Lu Xue and the others and said with a smile, the reason I say this is because those with tickets are at the checkpoints, and only those with VIP access will go through the entrance here. Through the dress of a few people, it doesn't seem like they have the qualifications to go in from here, so there's only one explanation, and that's that they don't have a ticket but want to see their idol, so they can only wait over here to see if they can have a stroke of luck and meet their idol, because the VIP lanes are together with the staff lanes. A lot of those who didn't get tickets would wait here to meet up with the idols as they happen to be leaving from here at the end of the show. No need. We have tickets. Lu Chen touched out 3 tickets and raised them. But, just 3 tickets and you want so many people to go in? You think you're me? Seeing Lu Chen touch out 3 tickets, he was surprised for a moment. They were really VIP exclusive tickets, but when he saw that there were only 3, he couldn't help but laugh again. The crowd, however, were looking at this Yellow Hair as if they were idiots. Since Lu Chen could take out 3 VIP tickets and bring the crowd here, those with a little brain knew that he must have some other way of letting them go in together, or else he was full of food? But Yellow Hair didn't seem to see their contemptuous eyes at all, and walked towards Lu Xue, raising his hand to grab her. Get lost. Lu Chen directly explored his hand, grabbed Yellow Hair's hand and slammed it out. A miserable scream rang out, and Yellow Hair was thrown out in response, falling on his face. Bastard! You dare to hit Hui Xiao with your hands? What are you all doing? Why don't you get on when you see Mr. Hui being beaten up? The sudden scene made Wang Jinglei and the others react only half a day later. Then Wang Jinglei let out a cry of alarm and hurriedly ran to assist Yellow Hair, while shouting to the bodyguards behind her. Damn it! Get on me and beat this kid to death. The Yellow Hair that was thrown out was enraged. However, the several bodyguards who followed the sound, just went up not even 2 breaths of time, were kicked away by Lu Chen one by one, lying on the ground and wailing, and looked to have completely lost their fighting ability. On the contrary, Lu Chen didn't have any problems at all, and was slowly walking towards Yellow Hair, who was still sitting paralyzed on the ground, and this time Yellow Hair wimped out. You, what are you doing? Do you know who I am? I'm the one who follows Lin Xiaotian of the Lin Group. If you dare to touch me, you're dead. Lin Xiaotian? Upon hearing this name, Lu Chen's feet lurched and his face became oddly pale. Seeing the situation, Yellow Hair came to the spirit. His own family, although in the Magic City business, is also considered a bit of status, but that is only the middle level. His name to say out, do not see how many people know, but his own oldest is different. Lin Xiaotian, that is the crown prince of the Lin Group. There is also a major general's grandfather behind him. It is not an ordinary person who can be offended. Even some of the top business magnates in Magic City had to give the Lin family some face. He himself was considered lucky to have met Lin Xiaotian at a chance party, and happened to be stinky and play together instead, so that flag was waved on him, and it was tried and true. Now that he had once again raised Lin Xiaobei's name, sure enough, Lu Chen stopped in his tracks. Scared? Lin Xiaotian is my big brother. You kid is able to fight, but in front of Lin Xiao, you are nothing, so you weigh yourself. Sensible. Make amends and apologize, and then let those 2 chicks beside you accompany this young one night. This matter will be considered to be unveiled, or else, you think about the consequences of offending Lin Xiao. At this moment, Yellow Hair whooshed up and resumed his arrogance. Pa! But with that comes a big pussy pocket. A sudden slap flashed Yellow Hair in a 360-degree spin, and he fell to the ground again. At this moment, his entire being was slapped dumb. The tried and true flag pulling actually failed this time. He must not know who Lin Xiaotian is. That must be it. Yellow Hair could only give himself this answer in his heart. Lin Xiaotian will also come to see this concert, and then he will clean up this Lu Chen. So, he decisively covered his face and shut his mouth. Good for nothing. Let's go. Seeing that Yellow Hair had settled down, Lu Chen didn't have the leisure time to pay attention to such a minor character. Directly leading Wu Ying and the others, he turned around and headed over to the VIP passageway. However, Zhang Qian and the others were apprehensive in their hearts. They had also heard of Lin Xiaotian, That was the crown prince of a top-tier consortium. In the Magic City is also a person who calls the shots. This Lu Chen hit his little brother. I'm afraid that in the future we'll have bad luck. Lu Shuei also looked at Lu Chen with some concern. Others didn't know, but she knew that her brother had the Xiongfeng Group and Tinglong Game Company. Their strength was not worse than Lin's group, and even much better. But this Lin Xiaotian behind but has a very strong background. And even the devil has a saying called, rather mess with Yan Wang Chu Zhanpeng. Do not mess with the crazy young Lin Xiaotian. Seemingly seeing Lu Shuei's concern, Lu Chen patted her shoulder and gave her a reassuring look, which relieved Lu Shuei. Since she was a child, Lu Shuei had inexplicable trust in Lu Chen, and since he said that he was fine, then he must be fine. Thus, Lu Shuei once again regained her happy smile, and among the few people accompanying him, only Wu Ying knew that Lu Chen was definitely fine. After all, that Lin Xiaobei had shamefully followed Lu Chen and shouted boss before. Ha, Hui Zi, why are you sitting on the ground? Behind him, a familiar voice rang out, hearing Yellow Hair's ears due to the heavenly music. The person who came was none other than Lin Xiaotian. Lin Xiao, you're here. I'm being bullied. Ah, you have to do something for me. Yellow Hair Whoosh climbed up, pointing to his swollen face and complained to Lin Xiaotian. Someone dares to beat up one of my men, without reporting my name? Lin Xiaobei frowned. Reported it, but that guy didn't take you seriously at all, and fought even harder when he heard your name. Yellow Hair said. Yeah, Lin Xiao. We said before that his big brother is you, but that guy said you're nothing. If you come and beat you up together. At this time, Wan Jinglei on the side also added fuel to the fire. Yellow Hair at this time but gave an appreciative look to her. Not bad. We'll come to things. Outrageous. Which asshole is it? I'll kill him. As expected. After hearing this, Lin Xiaotian was filled with anger. And there were only a few who dared to not give themselves face in the Magic City. Those big names, this Hui Zi also know, categorically will not go to mess with. Can mess with the inevitable raw face. Lin Xiao. It's them. The one who beat me up was the kid who led the way. Yellow Hair pointed at Lu Chen and the others, who hadn't gone very far yet, and said, ha, looking along with what Yellow Hair was pointing at. Lin Xiaotian froze. Why is this background so familiar? It so happened that at that moment the man turned his face sideways to talk to Lu Shuei who was on the side. This look could make him shiver. Lu Chen. Luckily, he didn't rush over directly with people. If he really wanted to rush over, then wouldn't his relationship with Lu Chen, which was not easy to establish, all go down the drain? Thinking of this, Lin Xiaotian looked at the Yellow Hair next to him and his anger grew from his guts. Lin Xiao, quick, they're going in. Let's go stop him and get him killed. The Yellow Hair on the side was still unaware of this. Seeing that Lu Chen was about to reach the entrance of the passageway, he shouted urgently. A large forced pocket instantly descended on Yellow Hair's face. Lin Xiao, what are you doing? Yellow Hair was once again slapped in confusion. What was the situation? Why was Lin Xiao hitting himself? Chao Nima, are you fucking trying to get me killed? Pa said Lin Xiaotian, slapping out another slap. Lin Xiao, why did you hit me? Didn't you want to get that kid killed? Yellow Hair shouted in a confused manner, on the verge of crying. What's going on here? Didn't you want to kill Lu Chen? How come Lin Xiao is beating himself up like he's lost his mind? I'm getting a nigga's head. Do you know who he is? Lin Xiaotian shouted furiously. Who is it? Yellow Hair asked shakily, an ominous flavor filling his heart. He's my boss. Lu Chun. TM even my grandpa has to give him a break. And you're asking me to get him? You don't want me to live, do you? Chao Nima. Come on people. Beat me to death. Ha! Hearing Lin Xiaotian's words, Yellow Hair's entire body went bad. Without waiting for him to beg for mercy, Lin Xiaotian's entourage swarmed up and punched and kicked him. And the sounds of wailing and begging for mercy continued to ring out. Lin Xiaotian thought about it or was upset and rushed up to give the bastard a few kicks himself. TMD. Almost got killed by this asshole. It seems to be necessary to print some pictures of the boss for his little brothers to recognize. Don't give yourself to go to death again. Then he will have no place to cry foul. With that in mind, a few more kicks went over, kicking Yellow Hair to a cry of pain. The commotion over here caught the attention of Lu Chen's few people, who then looked over. Seeing this, Lin Xiaotian immediately ran over with his butt in his hands. Boss, ha ha, you and your sister-in-law came to the concert too? Who are these people? Being shouted at by Lin Xiaotian like that, Wu Ying's face was immediately covered in a blush, and Lu Shuei looked at her with a puzzled face. Sister-in-law, could it be that brother? Seeing Wu Ying's petulant appearance, and her brother didn't seem to refute it, Lu Shuei seemed to understand what was going on, and the corners of her mouth hung in a smile. From the contact just now, Wu Ying's gentle and elegant nature is very comfortable for Lu Shuei, and looks pleasing to the eye, even if she is a woman. Looking at her feels very eye-catching. This would be a good match as his brother's girlfriend. This is my sister, and these are her bestie classmates. Lu Chen introduced them. So you're Missy long time no see. My name is Lin Xiaotian. In the future if there's anything the boss is busy with, you can look for me. In this magic city, I can still say something. After hearing Lu Chen's words, Lin Xiaotian immediately patted Lu Xue's ass. To him, Lu Chen seemed to be doting on this sister, as Lu Chen's eyes were filled with doting when he looked at Lu Xue. Lu Chen is hard to get, but it is not easy to get such a little sister. As long as Lu Xue is served well, then Lu Chen's side is naturally good. However, his move shocked Lu Xue and her girlfriends. You're Lin Xiaotian? Right, Lin Xiaotian, that crown prince of the Lin group? Lu Xue asked again, dumbfounded. It's me, Missy, you've heard of me. Ha, that's an honor for me. Ha ha ha, Lin Xiaotian laughed. Did you just call me brother, boss? That's right, Tatsu is my boss, and from now on you'll be my Missy. He self-appointed it, but in the future, if I'm not around, you can look for him or Chu Jianping if you have something. Lu Chen explained, but Lin Xiaotian was joyfully unconcerned. Although Lu Chen didn't personally admit that he was his little brother, he didn't reject it either. So it's in play. Lu Xue and the others on the side could be described as jaw-droppingly unbelievable at this moment. The Lin Xiao that a few of them were worried and afraid of just now was actually Lu Xue's brother's little brother, and by the looks of it, Lu Chen was still a bit disgusted with him. What's even more shocking is that, after being disliked, Lin Xiaotian still rushed to lick it. Who would believe it if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes? In the future, accept the little brother's eyes brightly. Don't accept all cats and dogs. I can't afford to lose face. Watching Lin Xiaotian shushing his sister with a round of horse's ass, but serving Lu Xue happily, Lu Chen opened his mouth once again, but his eyes glanced at Yellow Hair, who had already been beaten to death not far away. Copy that. Don't worry boss. I'll clean up the gateway properly this bout and make sure I don't disgrace you. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Lin Xiaotian was first stunned, then ecstatic. Lu Chen's words, it's like acquiescing that he is his little brother? In his heart, he was so happy that he could go back later and dislike his own master. Lu Chen, this way. At this moment, a voice as pleasant as a lark's came out. The crowd looked over, and at the entrance of the passageway, a woman wearing a duck-tongued cap and mask was waving at Lu Chen's side. With just one glance, Lu Xue and the others were the first to recognize that person. It's Chu Zi. Wow, surprisingly, it's Chu Zi herself who came to pick us up. The women were so excited at this time, and at the same time, they were even more in awe of Lu Chen. The mad young man Lin Xiaotian worships him as a god, and the big star Chu Zi comes to pick him up in person. All of this highlighted Lu Chen's extraordinary nature. Your brother. So awesome. Yes, even the mad youngster grabbed the ass, and Chu Zi personally came to pick him up. I wish I had a brother like that. Who says it isn't? If it wasn't for the fact that Sister Wu is so beautiful, I would have wanted to compete to be your sister-in-law. Ha ha ha, same feeling, but forget it, we don't have a chance. But Xue do you think Chu Zi will also want to be your sister-in-law? A few of the maids whispered in excitement. Hearing her girlfriends praising her brother, Lu Xue was naturally honored and happy. However, when she heard the latter, she was also shocked. Not to mention, it wasn't impossible for Chu Zi to want to be her sister-in-law. Then he looked at Lu Chen. This brother of his who had not seen him for a few years had changed so much, refreshing his perception time and time again. The crowd walked over, and under Chu Zi's leadership, they directly passed through the security check of the VIP channel, and even more so, they went to her exclusive dressing room. After confirming Chu Zi's identity, even Lin Xiaobei, who had followed him in, was shocked. This universal goddess was the dream prey of many business giants, but she never accepted their individual invitations except for business cooperation. Even treating giants with bad intentions will not look good at all. This has led to difficulties along the way and she has been targeted at every turn. But she wasn't afraid. She rose to the challenge, and it broke out for her. And because of that, it was embraced by the masses and became an instant hit. Traffic is wealth and leverage. And after Chu Zi caught fire, these giants didn't dare to blatantly target anymore. Of course, there were not a few people who were jealous of her and thought she was pretentious. But Chu Zi didn't care at all. But such a goddess. Now she was so polite to Lu Chen. Even Lin Xiaotian felt that Chu Zi's eyes were not quite the same when she looked at Lu Chen. There was a kind of adoration. This thought made Lin Xiaotian even more astonished at Lu Chen. As a Mordor berserker himself, he had naturally moved this girl's head, but his grandfather was both his backing and his shackles. Fighting, bullying some softies, harmless things that his grandfather wouldn't ask about. But if he did anything forced on Chu Zi, then he would probably be beaten to death by his own grandfather. So after being rejected a few times, it didn't move this brain. At most, when dreaming back at midnight, why so a bit? She's a goddess of the world, so who can't have a good time if she can't get it? However, it was simply unbelievable that Lu Chen could actually make Chu Zi treat him like this. Even after knowing that Lu Shuai was Lu Chen's younger sister, that enthusiastic energy made Lin Xiaotian wonder if this was a different person. Chu Zi treated outsiders that was an iceberg face. When had I ever seen her smiling all the time? And Lu Shuai's few people were also flattered and excited. To be able to have such a close contact with their idol was simply unthinkable. Instead, it was Chu Zi whose eyes revealed a hint of defensiveness and antagonism when she saw Wu Ying. Surprisingly, Wu Ying, who originally looked very docile, even looked a bit like a cat that had exploded its hair, and had a hint of hostility towards Chu Zi. This scene, watching Lin Xiaotian was even more impressed with Lu Chen in his heart. Look at this. This is his boss. Two goddesses who haven't even materialized their identities yet, and he's already jealous. On the contrary, Lu Chen, after coming in, sat on one side of the sofa and played with his cell phone, and froze from time to time, completely failing to appreciate the flavor of gunpowder between the two goddesses. In fact, Lu Chen was looking at the system mall at the moment. Just a moment ago, the system alert tone sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a loyal little brother, rewarded with one mall spike opportunity. Ding! The reward commodities have been put on the shelves. Please decide whether to buy them or not at your own discretion. Merchandise, Divine Players, price, $1. Is this going to make yourself play music? Lu Chen laughed bitterly and then purchased it. The so-called skills are not worried. And then the system produces a direct system can instantly learn to integrate. Do not need to spend time to learn. The natural come to the fore. Somewhere backstage at the Olympic Center. Is everything done? Don't worry. It's taken care of. Very well, Chu Zi. I'll see how you make a fool of yourself later. With that, the two black shadows disappeared into thin air. Backstage, Chu Zi's dressing room. Shuai this is my number. In the future you can always find me to play. We can get closer. Chu Zi and Shuai exchanged phone numbers and smiled. You're a big star. Your schedule is so full. You shouldn't have time to accompany Shuai, right? I'm rather free. Sister Shuai, in the future, my sister will take you to play. At your beck and call. Wu Ying said surprisingly boldly at this point as she went up and took Shuai's hand. A full schedule won't affect my fun time with Shuai's sister. I can put off some unimportant business activities. Surely Shuai's sister is more important. Chu Zi was also unwilling to show weakness and pulled up Lu Shuai's other hand. This caused a few people on the side to be envious, but made Lu Shuai a bit of a dilemma. Both of them are obviously interested in their brother, and they have a crush on both of them. Thinking of this, she looked towards Lu Chen, but found that he was sitting on the sidelines seemingly completely unconcerned about the situation over here. It made her hold her head in her hands. Her brother was such a log. Just at this time, the door of the room was opened, and Sister Qin ran up with a face full of anxiety. It's no good. The pianist for tonight suddenly can't be reached, and this concert is about to start. So where are we going to find a replacement at a moment's notice? What? And has Tony contacted Effie yet? Hearing Sister Qin's words, Chu Zi's brows furrowed. All contacted. Not just the two of them. All the alternative pianists are all out of contact. It seems that someone is trying to sabotage your concert this time. Or else it wouldn't be inexplicable for all the pianists to be out of contact collectively. This time there is a link in the middle of the concert is Chu Zi's new song launch. All need piano solo to match the performance. The girls are also preparing to use these songs as a knock on the door to enter the Shangjiang market and make their debut at this concert. But now, with the pianist gone, that's like the song is missing its soul, and that's going to be a problem. Why don't I try? The crowd looked around at the sound, and it was Lu Chen who was sitting on the sofa. You still play the piano? Chu Zi asked in surprise. Even Lu Shuai was dumbfounded. She hadn't heard that her brother could play the piano? I know a little. It's not bad. Show me the sheet music. Lu Chen shrugged and said. Chu Zi looked at Sister Qin, who looked at Lu Chen and frowned, then turned around and took out the sheet music in her workbench and handed it over. In today's situation, with all the pianists we can contact suddenly out of touch, we can only beat a dead horse. Lu Chen had melted through the divine level playing skills, and just by sweeping the sheet music he already knew it in his heart. Well, can you? Chu Zi looked at Lu Chen expectantly. It shouldn't be a problem. Lu Chen nodded and smiled. Really? That's good. Sister Qin, you can arrange for Lu Chen to play on stage when we get into the promotion of the new song. Chu Zi gritted her teeth and made up her mind. But, why don't we just line up some other songs to finish this concert, and put the new song promotion part for later? Sister Qin wasn't very relieved. After all, none of them knew how good Lu Chen's piano skills were. What if he messed up? It's all been made public by the media to do a new song release this time. If I remove this link, although it's a temporary pass, the fermentation caused by the back is not optimistic. It's obvious that someone is targeting me this time. Instead of this, why don't we blog about it? I believe in Lu Chen. Nor did she know why. Chu Zi just inexplicably believed in Lu Chen. Moreover, in her opinion, Lu Chen was the only one who made her feel secure after so many years. Sister Qin, do you have a piano room over here? Why don't I just play it first? Interrupting Sister Qin, who wanted to speak again, Lu Chen said directly. Yeah, there's a piano room over here. Just listen to it and you'll know if it's okay. Sister Qin was also in a hurry and didn't think of this for a moment. Don't you know if you're good at it by playing it? So the crowd moved to a piano room backstage. Lu Chen walked to the piano and slowly sat down, then glanced at Chu Zi and the others who were hanging on to their worries, smiled and turned his head, and slowly placed his hands on the keys. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Miss Chu Zi's concert. This time you will be able to hear her new song debut. I think you must be looking forward to it as well, right? Then, without further ado, the concert will now begin. After the MC's introductory remarks, dazzling fireworks were set off around the dance, warming up the dance team to enter the stage and begin the opening dance. Then the moving song followed, slowly rising up the elevated platform in the center of the stage. Chu Zi wore a long purple dress and appeared in the arena as if she were an earthly fairy. Wow! Goddess! I love you, Trudy! We love you! In an instant, the entire audience cheered, and everyone looking at Chu Zi on the stage shouted. With the melodious song, the fluorescent sticks in the venue were constantly waving and swaying, like an ocean of light haunting the brightest star in the venue. Humph, let's see how you're going to end this later. The media side has been greeted, right? Yes, it's all set up, and as long as she doesn't release a new song or make a fool of herself later, tomorrow's headlines will be enough for her. Among the many cheering crowds, there were only two people who looked coldly at Chu Zi on the stage. The concert was in full swing and the atmosphere in the room was pushed to the top. I'm very grateful to all of you for coming to my concert, because there are you who have made me what I am now. You are the one and only in my life that is indispensable or lacking. Next, I'll bring you a new song of mine. The stars in the sky are not as good as you, which is also an expression of my sincere affection for you. Thank you. Chu Zi on the stage finished unassumingly and bowed deeply to the audience. A large lamp was lit in vain, and the bright light fell on the piano that was on the stage. At this moment, Lu Chen, who was dressed in a white tuxedo, slowly walked into the stage and sat in front of the piano. Wasn't it said that the piano player hired for this new song launch was Master Hofer? How come it's changed to a young man? Who's this guy? Is he also a piano virtuoso? I don't know, but the one who can hire an accompanist for Chu Zi should be powerful too, right? I don't know if it's awesome, but this little brother is so handsome. Yes, so handsome. How can there be such a handsome man, and wearing a white tuxedo, like Prince Charming? Look, Chu Zi is smiling at him. Rarity? She was just smiling at us. Are you blind? This laugh is not the same laugh. Figure it out for yourself. There's something in it. Lu Chen's appearance drew comments from the crowd on stage. Who is this man? Why haven't I seen him before? This I know. It seems to be one of Chu Zi's friends. Earlier I also saw Chu Zi wearing a mask and personally went over to the VIP channel to pick them up and bring them in. Oh, a friend? Don't worry. Even if her friend can play the piano. But there is certainly no comparison with Master Hofer. This time, Hong Kong's Dinghui entertainment side became a few big names. Ears sharp. The general piano performance is impossible to muddle through, if they feel that it is a perfunctory. At that time, Chu Zi is also the same end. Aha! While these two were deliberating, the field suddenly quieted down. Only Lu Chen's slender fingers were gently placed on top of the keys, and after smiling gently at Chu Zi, the prelude sounded. The melodious piano sounded, and each syllable seemed to be a genie, constantly tugging at the heartstrings of everyone in the audience. For a moment, everyone was captivated, rising and falling with the pitch of the syllables. Hidden in the evening breeze, how many elves? And at this time, Chu Zi's heavenly-like singing voice rang out. At this moment, everyone was mesmerized, intoxicated by the unity of the zither, caught up in it and unable to extricate themselves. The twists and turns of the piano and the ups and downs of the song led the crowd time and time again to swim into a world of innocence and pure love. Here they saw countless elves flying, stars iterating, and aesthetic love. At the end of the song, the entire room was silent. A needle could be heard, and everyone was still immersed in the beautiful mood just now. For a long time, applause rang out simultaneously from every corner of the concert venue. Fantastic! This is the first time I've ever felt that a piano unity can actually reach such a level. There's no doubt about Goddess Z's singing voice, but this little brother's piano playing simply blew me away. It's amazing. Yeah, I just felt like I was in another world, and that world is so beautiful. This little brother absolute. I also want to powder him in the future. That what Hoffer compared to him? Nothing. No wonder Hoffer didn't show up. It seems that our Goddess Z has found a more powerful master. Excellent. The crowd under the stage cheered and praised Lu Chen and Chu Zi continuously. Even the two big shots who had come over from Shangjiang Dinghui Entertainment this time were as if they had discovered a treasure, constantly looking at the graceful Lu Chen on that stage, their eyes constantly glowing. And at this moment, Chu Zi slowly walked over to Lu Chen. Today is my lucky day. God has brought me an unexpected surprise. I'm very grateful. As the words fell, under everyone's dumbfounded eyes, Chu Zi directly kissed Lu Chen's lips. Oh my God. Kiss on, my goddess. I'm so jealous, but they're so good together. Who the hell is that lucky guy? The audience was in chaos. Their goddess actually took the initiative to kiss that man in public. Who the hell is that guy? Check. At this moment, some of the rich businessmen and media who came to the concert moved. The goddess took the initiative to offer her first on-screen kiss, which is big news, and the media naturally won't let it go. The rich businessmen who had thoughts about Chu Zi naturally wouldn't let go of this lucky man. This was the woman they wanted to get. Wooing under the stage at this moment felt as if her heart was gripped by something, while Lu Shui and the others had their small hands covering their mouths, their faces unbelievable. Wow. Your brother is so awesome. That was Chu Zi's first on-screen kiss. I can see a lot of people getting their hearts broken now. Yeah, I feel like I'm dreaming. The first kiss of a goddess. Lu Shui's girlfriends were shocked. Sister Qin also covered her forehead at this moment and kept laughing bitterly. This time, their own public relations will be busy again. This is not. Already many media newspaper calls continue to call. On stage, Lu Chen stared wide-eyed at Chu Zi who kissed him, and was at a loss for words for a moment. This girl, so bold? It came so suddenly that it left him unprepared. As her lips parted, Chu Zi's cheeks were red, and she smiled softly at Lu Chen with a slight shyness. That's pushing me into the wind. Lu Chen swept a glance at the audience and couldn't help but smile bitterly. I can't help it. Chu Zi spat out her cute little tongue. At this time, Sister Qin had already brought people up and had them escort Chu Zi down. She then picked up the microphone and said to the audience on stage, "We will give you a satisfactory answer to today's matter in tomorrow's press conference, and I appreciate your support for Z. Don't go away. Why don't you say it first?" Yeah, who the hell is this guy? The crowd in the audience had no intention of letting Sister Qin off the hook. This scene came so suddenly that if it wasn't clear, they were afraid they wouldn't be able to sleep for the rest of the night. Everyone, please also be patient. We will explain the specific situation in the press conference. But I can reveal one thing. This gentleman is our Chu Zi's current boyfriend. After thinking about it, Sister Qin finally gritted her teeth and directly threw out a heavy bomb. And after saying that, she directly pulled Lu Chen off the stage with her as well. Boyfriend? Chu Zi actually has a boyfriend. It's really a boyfriend. Otherwise how could our Zi be so casual? Ah, my heart is broken. The goddess has finally been arched by a pig. Puffing big brother? Who's the pig when you compare this honor to others? A pig? You're really looking at the pig. Do you know who this guy is? Who? I just found out. This person is called Lu Chen. He is the real boss of Xiongfeng Capital and the president of Tinglong Game Company. And he also has a lot of industries over in Jiangdu. He is for a real big shot. He's so bullish? No wonder you can get the goddess's favor. Sure enough, the all-abominable capital. The goddess couldn't stand the temptation of wealth, and eventually succumbed. You just add drama. People just that piano skills for all to see. Master Hofer have to follow eat farts. So talented and so handsome. Even if there is no money, I think most women would like to be his girlfriend. Right? That's right. Talented and rich. And so handsome. The very best. Only such can be seen by my goddess. The perfect match. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. And there was no lack of well-informed people inside who dug out Lu Chen's identity. The fans who were originally a bit indignant were instead subconsciously biased in favor of supporting Lu Chen and Chu Zi's CP at this moment. It couldn't be helped. Who made Lu Chen so outstanding? Even if they were jealous, they had to admit that Lu Chen was more than enough for Chu Zi. Damn, how did that happen? This girl has gotten lucky, actually evening out such a person. Under the stage, those two black shadows were gnashing their teeth at this moment, their eyes revealing unwillingness and cynicism. I didn't expect that everything that I had carefully planned would just go down the drain, and I also gave Chu Zi such a big news out. Obviously, Chu Zi will once again be the center of attention tomorrow. Just now, even though the pianist's strategy had been destroyed, they were still happy to see that Chu Zi had actually kissed Lu Chen. I didn't expect Chu Zi to take the initiative to create such a topic for herself to operate on. And when the time came, she would definitely be able to make her lose her reputation. However, after realizing Lu Chen's identity, they were dumbfounded. If Chu Zi had just casually found a handsome guy to hype up, the spotlight might have become a scandal, even if this Lu Chen was an excellent pianist. However, when this Lu Chen's many identities were thrown out, any one of them was in existence that could suppress the crowd. For himself to use this point to attack Chu Zi again at this time was nothing more than seeking his own death. And just as the two of them were thinking about how to react afterward, several people from the law enforcement division came behind them. Lu Fei, Lu Lei, we're from the law enforcement division. You're suspected of kidnapping as well as endangering other people's personal safety, reputation and interests. Please come with us. Without waiting for the two to argue, the people from the law enforcement division directly detained them and escorted them away. This scene, again, drew the attention of the crowd. Lu Fei, Lu Lei, aren't these two also stars? Yeah, what's going on? I don't know, but these two are no good, and have always been at odds with our goddess. It seems that this Hoffer's failure to appear may have something to do with these two. Oh, how? Think about it. The leaflet states that this new song release invites the internationally famous pianist Hoffer to play, and it's fishy to suddenly change the person. Just now the people from the law enforcement division also said that they are suspected of kidnapping, endangering her personal safety, reputation and interests. On this occasion, these two undressed in such a sneaky way. It must be related to Chu Zi's matter. Besides, would you come to see the concert of your own enemy? That makes sense. I'll go. Then it looks like there's something going on in there. Who cares? As long as he doesn't have good intentions towards our goddess, he deserves to be unlucky. While the crowd was in another wave of hot debate, Lu Chen and the others had already arrived at the backstage lounge, and Lu Chen's cell phone rang at that moment. Hello? Okay, thank you very much, Director Haas. Hanging up the phone, Lu Chen nodded to Chu Zi and Sister Qin. It's done. It's Lu Fei and Lu Lei. The people have been taken away by the law enforcement division. Sure enough, it's both of them. Ha, what a bad thing, Sister Qin said indignantly. Previously, the sudden collective loss of contact of Hoffer and the others was obviously someone's trick, and Sister Qin had thought that it was the two of them. These two were artists from the same company as Chu Zi, and seeing Chu Zi so red-hot, they were jealous and red-eyed, never thinking about how to improve his own ability, but looking for opportunities to bury and set up Chu Zi at every turn. So, there's been no deal. But because it happened so suddenly and there was no evidence, there was little that could be done for a while. After Lu Chen learned about this, he immediately made a call to Huo Tingxian, briefly explaining the matter and asking him to take care of it. Receiving Lu Chen's call, Huo Tingxian was so energized. I was worried that I didn't have a chance to get credit for what happened last time, so I naturally had to perform well this time. Thus, Huo Tingxian was riveted and directly led the investigation himself. In the end, the person who can sit in the position of director, real skill is still there. It did not take long to investigate the clues, and directly find Hoffer and others who were lured into house arrest. And from them, they learned that the two people who started it all were Lu Fei and Lu Lei. So, arrangements were quickly made to take these two down. That's an end to it. And I think these two will be duly punished. So why don't you just think about your press conference tomorrow? Lu Chen looked at the Lu Shui few people at the side who were looking at the gossip and said breathlessly, from off the stage all the way to this lounge, Lu Shui that is all the way gossiping about whether she and Chu Zi are boyfriend and girlfriend. And even said that she does not oppose herself and Chu Zi as boyfriend and girlfriend. But what about Sister Wu Ying, to not be collected together? Seeing this girl's staggering questions, Lu Chen was left with two big heads. What's so hard about it? Sister Qin will cope with it tomorrow. Chu Zi, however, didn't care, smilingly pulling Lu Shui by the hand and going off talking and laughing. Sister Qin rolled her eyes to express her speechlessness, but she still spoke slowly. Mr. Lu, this matter is not difficult to deal with. Using Lu Fei's fall as a pretext, when the time comes, just tell the fans that you are standing up for yourself at this time, and then implement the relationship between you and Z itself as a boyfriend and girlfriend can be. Originally, Z is eating the talent meal, and it's not like we can't have a boyfriend. Nowadays the society is progressing, and there aren't so many people who are fixated on stereotypes anymore. A protective boyfriend with such an extraordinary status will naturally be accepted by fans. Speaking of which, Sister Qin herself couldn't help but feel something in her heart. Chu Zi, this girl is also considered to have been lucky. Vacation Escape can meet such a high-quality man. He himself was shocked when he got Lu Chen's information at that time, and the business giant of Magic City, Xiongfeng Capital, was actually his property. And what shocked her even more was that Starburst Entertainment, which was on the same level as her own Tianyu Media, was actually Lu Chen's industry as well. This was the reason why she wasn't worried at all about how Chu Zi would be treated by the company for this incident. If it really wasn't possible, with Chu Zi's relationship with Lu Chen, the big deal would be to transfer to Lu Chen's Starburst Entertainment. Originally, some of the upper echelons of his own company were unsuspicious, always thinking of using Chu Zi as a bargaining chip to curry favor with some capitalists. Oh, so, well then, it's getting late, so I'll go back first. Looking at the time, Lu Chen got up and took the reluctant Lu Shuai with him and was about to leave. Leaving so soon? But I'm leaving for Shangjiang in 2 days, Chu Zi said with some sorrow. Ha, Missy, don't be like that. We're just titular boyfriend and girlfriend now. Don't make it seem like it's real. Seeing Chu Zi like this, Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. So what if it's true? Do you still dislike it? Besides, you're the man who took my first kiss, so you mustn't be responsible for me? Lu Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. Who took whose kiss? You started it, didn't you? Yeah, brother, a girl's first kiss is very important. You are responsible for it. Chu Zi pushed Lu Shuai, and this girl immediately helped out. Who let himself be Chu Zi's little fangirl? Just now, taking pictures and signing autographs. He had bought this girl off long ago. You girl? I have a girlfriend. It's your sister Angie. Giving Lu Shuai a popped chestnut, Lu Chen said breathlessly. Goo. So you're still staying at Ling Ling's place? You scum! Lu Shuai argued with reason, holding her somewhat sore head and shouting. This time, everyone looked at Lu Chen differently, as if they were really looking at a scumbag. Ahem. So what? It's getting late. Hurry home and go to bed. Uncle Tu will be talking about me later. Lu Chen couldn't help but pull Lu Shuai and leave. God knows what this girl will be babbling about later. Looking at Lu Chen's back as he left, the corner of Chu Zi's mouth drew an intoxicating arc. When she heard Lu Chen say that he had a girlfriend, her eyes did flash a hint of darkness just now. But think about it, how could such a good man not have a girlfriend? But when she heard Lu Shuai's latter sentence, it was as if she saw that she seemed to have another chance. At this point, she couldn't figure out for herself why she was thinking this way. In the past, it would have been impossible to have this idea, which could be equivalent to being a lover, which she naturally disdained. But nowadays, it can actually be a bit of a steal. Sister Qin accompanied Chu Zi all the way, so she naturally knew exactly what she was thinking. Seeing her expression at this moment, he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. This girl, it seems to have fallen, but think about it and let it go. Such an excellent man. If he was 10 years younger, he could not help but fight for it. A good man is never short of women and never has just one, especially when you have awesome wealth and power. Along the way, Lu Shuai was chattering and asking questions, looking very excited. And the same was true for those girlfriends. Alright, hurry home, I'll send Wooing back. Oh older brother people being too handsome is sometimes a worry. At this time, Lu Shuai remembered sister Wooing who had been following silently, and couldn't help but stand on her tiptoes and pat Lu Chen's shoulder, saying with an old Chen face, you get out. He sister Wooing, you have to hold on tight. So many people are salivating for my brother. I'm looking at you. Without waiting for Lu Chen's popping chestnuts to come down, Lu Shuai flew away and waved goodbye to Wooing. This dead girl, Lu Chen cried and laughed as he looked at Lu Shuai, who had run away, and was speechless for a while. On the other hand, Wooing, who was on the side, was the light in his eyes that kept flickering, and finally the flowing light solidified. In this moment, she seemed to have made up her mind about something. Wooing don't listen to this girl's nonsense. Well, Lu Chen was about to break the awkwardness of his sister's speech when suddenly, his mouth was blocked by a touch of fragrant softness. At this moment, his pupils couldn't help but violently dilate several times. His mind in a daze. Is he being kissed again? Rawly kissing and parting after a few seconds. Wu Ying's cheeks were so flushed that they seemed to be dripping blood. I like you. At this moment, as if she had used all her strength, Wu Ying shouted at Lu Chen. She has known Lu Chen for more than a year on the live broadcast, and although she hasn't chatted too much, his constant silent companionship has also allowed her to treat Lu Chen as a family member. The first few times Lu Chen's blatant attack had not only allowed her to get her dignity back, but had also allowed her life to move into affluence. And today's whole day together had made her admire Lu Chen from the bottom of her heart, making even a geek girl act crazy now. Originally, she thought that the two of them could take their time and get along, but just now, even the universal goddess Chu Zi took the initiative. Even though she had been named a goddess in teasing voice, there was absolutely no comparison to Chu Zi, and she was in a hurry. When Lu Chen said that he had a girlfriend named Yao Anchi, and Lu Shuai shouted out as Su Fu Ling, she couldn't calm down even more. A powerful sense of urgency made her feel that she had to do something or she would surely miss the encounter and the man. Therefore, She gathered her courage and confessed to Lu Chen. I like you. Please be my boyfriend. Ha, this. Lu Chen was at a loss for words by Wu Ying's sudden move. Not knowing what to say. You don't have to rush to answer me. I just heard you say that you have a girlfriend. I'm not trying to break up you two. I cannot want a name. I just want to be able to follow you around. A little bit of my place in your heart is enough. Wu Ying lowered her head at this point, not daring to look at him. All her words putting herself in a very low position. She didn't know why she was doing it, but in her heart she just wanted it. Why do you need to aggravate yourself so much? Lu Chen shook his head and smiled bitterly. I don't feel aggrieved. On the contrary, I kind of feel that I don't deserve you. Thinking that Lu Chen was rejecting himself. Wu Ying's voice choked a little. Shoo, no it's not. Don't think that. You're beautiful. I like you too. Lu Chen said softly as he hugged Wu Ying and pressed his finger against her lips. As the words fell, he lowered his head, and the two lips met, and this time Lu Chen took the initiative to kiss them. Wu Ying's body stiffened, her eyes instantly filled with surprise from her previous loss and sadness. Her hand slowly embraced Lu Chen and took the initiative to cater to him, tears of happiness slipping down at this moment. After a long time, their lips parted, and they both looked at each other and smiled. After sending Wu Ying home, Lu Chen returned to Su Fuling's villa. Once he entered the door, he was dumbfounded. Yao Angie was actually sitting there in the living room and was looking at himself with a stern face. Angie, when did you get back? Why didn't you tell me so I could pick you up? Lu Chen said somewhat sheepishly. Looks like you were happy when I wasn't at home. Yao Angie, who had always been gentle and notoriously good-tempered, looked like she was on the verge of a rage at this moment, her voice filled with a dangerous flavor. I didn't. Lu Chen secretly said that it was not good. After the system made himself instantly rich, it seemed that it also made himself march towards the route of the Sea King, with too many beautiful women appearing around him. Thinking about it this way, Lu Chen was also surprised to realize that there were too many coincidences. I didn't feel so many beautiful women around me before, but this all came together at once. But after all, he had done something wrong, and he was still very weak against Angie. Just when he was at a loss for words and thought about how to explain, and she suddenly laughed, looking at Lu Chen blankly. Scared, right? See how you still dare to be dishonest in the future. Ling Ling confessed to me long ago that you, I didn't see it, are also a womanizer. Su Fuling told you everything? Lu Chen was shocked. If you know, why are you still so happy? Are you in the wrong movie? Ling Ling and I swore as children that we would marry the same man in the future, and I didn't think it would actually come true. At this point Angie smiled and didn't mind a bit. Looking at Angel didn't look like she was joking. And even more so, Lu Chen was surprised. Don't be silly. I confessed our mistake to Angie a long time ago and she forgave us. But of course, the status will have to be switched from what we said in our childhood, with Angie being the older and me being the younger. At this time, Su Fuling walked out from the side and said with a smile, that's how it used to be. Why not? You and Lu Chen were the first to confirm their boyfriend/girlfriend relationship. I'm the second. Su Fuling directly interrupted Angie's words, reaffirming her thoughts. Lu Chen do not know what to say good. And she back not only did not blame him, but also with Su Fuling modest up who do big who do small. This is their own burnt incense? Don't this or that. Big man mother-in-law. Successful man 3 wives and 4 concubines, what's the big deal? I don't even have a problem with your aunt. At this time, Su's mother, who didn't think it was a big deal, also ran out. Wife. That's not fair. Why can Lu Chen have 3 wives and 4 concubines and I can't? This time, Su's father quit. Yo, you're bold and fat? You say that you have 2 rounds of Continental Chen, and your career is not even half as successful as Lu Chen's, and you still have the nerve to have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Su's mother picked up Su's father by the ear and chided him. I protest. You're being double standard. Su's father wailed. Cut. The protest is invalid. Go back to the room to see how I clean you up, said Su mother tugged Su father's ear to go back to the room. On the way out looked back at the stunned Lu Chen and said, Lu Chen, our family linger do small all right, but you have to be good to her, or I won't spare you. After saying that, carrying the wailing Su's father back to his room, looking at the departing Su mother and Su father, and Angie and Ling Ling who were hiding their mouths and snickering on the side, Lu Chen was messed up. Is it possible that successful men are so privileged? Is it so easy to solve the things that were causing him headaches? Lu Chen couldn't help but pinch his thigh. Ouch, ouch. It didn't seem to be a dream, and this one made him happy. How many men don't like beautiful women? How many men don't want to live like an emperor with 3 palaces and 6 houses? Some may say, I'm not. I'm very dedicated. Lu Chen will only say back, you fart. If the conditions and policies allow it, you're specialized? What the hell do you believe in? According to statistics, The more you say you are dedicated, the more likely you are to cheat on your wife after marriage. Don't ask me why. It's true. Throwing away the thoughts in his head, Lu Chen felt that this is a good opportunity. Since the confession, then, all confess down? Angie, you really don't mind if I'm like this with Ling Ling? Why should we mind? We're good girlfriends. And when we were kids we said we'd share a husband. Besides, Auntie also said that it's normal for successful men to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. As long as you have me in your heart. Angie said with a smirk. You think so too? Lu Chen looked at Su Fu Ling who was on the side. Yeah, come on. Which one of those bosses of the big consortiums, the sons, don't have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Just don't say it out. There are a bunch of illegitimate children out there. What's so rare? Su Fu Ling said indifferently. So, what if I meet a few more confidants in the future? Lu Chen stared at Angie closely, his palms slightly sweaty from nervousness. Good. It seems like I'm not the only junior you have. At this time, before Angie could say anything, Su Fu Ling jumped up. Listening to the original nervous Lu Chen could not help but roll his eyes. There is also his own saying that he is a junior? Lu Chen, Ling Ling told me a lot about you. A lot of which I didn't know before. I don't mind if you're a successful man with 3 wives and 4 concubines, but it's still the same thing. You have to have me in your heart. Angie, however, spoke earnestly at this time, but with a hint of sadness in her eyes. What are you? Lu Chen, who had seized the moment, asked with a frown. Angie also has a hard life. She is actually the illegitimate daughter of the chairman of the Jinling Taishan group. What? Upon hearing this news, Lu Chen's heart was shaken. All I knew before was that Angie was dependent on her mom, but it didn't look like she was in a bad place, living a carefree life. Even a few years ago when his own father was hospitalized, it was she who silently and anonymously paid the medical bills, and because of this mistake accomplished him and Fang Zishuan. Then, after Su Fu Ling's narration, Lu Chen learned the ins and outs. It turns out that Yao Angie's mom, Li Xinyan, was previously in love with Yao Chuanji, the chairman of Jinling's Taishan group. Before Yao Chuanji became chairman of the board at that time, Li Xinyan at the time of the Li family is also counted as a dignified family in Jinling. Would have been considered to be the right family, but also the two love. So it is also very smooth engagement. But halfway through the program, Wang Qinling from Nangang comes in and falls in love at first sight with Yao Chuanji. The Wang family was a family with hundreds of billions of dollars in assets, far more powerful than both the Li and Yao families in Jinling at the time. Therefore, Yao family hard to break up and Qi's parents. Wang Qinling even forced Yao father to withdraw from the marriage with the safety of Li Xinyan's life. And finally Yao Chuanji had no choice but to give in. And at that time, Li Xinyan was already pregnant with Angie. The Li family was withdrawn from the face of the loss of face, naturally asked for an abortion. Yao's mother refused to do anything. If not the Li family's main mother blocked, the Li family's old man almost caned Yao's mother in the first place, and ultimately felt unable to lose face will be expelled from the Li family. Over the years, thanks to the Li family's main mother and Yao's father who often secretly remitted money to them, the mother and daughter were able to live a carefree life. Then uncle is now the chairman of the Taishan group, and he still can't control his own destiny? Hearing such a doggone thing, Lu Chen couldn't help but ask, which is so simple. On the surface Angel's father is the chairman of the board of directors, but the real power is still in the hands of Wang Qinling. She is aware that uncle has been secretly subsidizing Angel mother and daughter, but as long as aunt and uncle do not meet, she never interferes. But this is where she is smart. As long as she holds this lifeline, uncle will not dare to make any big moves. Su Fu Ling said helplessly. Oh, so that's how it is. That means that if we can get uncle to take power, then Angie's parents can be reunited? Theoretically that's true, but in practice it's difficult. Wang's is no longer the same Wang from many years ago. Now that they've teamed up with Mr. Lu from Shangjiang, their assets have long since crossed the $500 billion mark. So don't you dare mess around with it. Seemingly knowing that Lu Chen intended to help, Su Fu Ling directly persuaded. She didn't know that Lu Chen now had absolute control of the warring group, which had a market value of over $10 trillion. 500 billion was nothing in front of Lu Chen. Enough of that. What Angie is actually struggling with is the fact that Grandma will be celebrating her 60th birthday soon, and has written to say that she misses them as mother and daughter, and that she would like them to go back and see her, as Grandma seems to be having a physical ailment, and I'm afraid that, but if they go back, they will certainly be insulted and discriminated against by the rest of the Li family, and Granny, who is in poor health nowadays, won't be able to act as an umbrella anymore. Su Fu Ling voiced Angie's concerns. Don't worry, I'll accompany you and Auntie back this time. I haven't seen Auntie for a long time either. Lu Chen touched Anqi's head and said in relief. At the same time, he also remembered when he went to Anqi's house when he was a child. Yao's mother's genial appearance. An absolute virtuous wife and mother type. Really? But if you follow me there, you might get squeezed and bullied by them too. A glimmer of delight flashed in Angie's eyes, but then they darkened again. She was happy that Lu Chen was able to accompany her, but she was afraid that she would cause Lu Chen to be bullied because of herself, which was even more unacceptable to her than if she had been bullied herself. Ha ha, silly girl, don't worry, just with them they don't have the ability to do that. I'll give you a good outlet for your anger when the time comes. Lu Chen scraped Angie's quite compact little nose and laughed. Lu Chen, don't blow your own trumpet, even if you own those industries in Jiandu, plus industries such as Mordor Xiangfeng. Although it's true that you're not afraid of the Wang family in terms of market value, but there's still Mr. Lu from Shangjiang behind the Wang family. It's not easy to deal with. You keep saying this Mr. Lu, who exactly is this Mr. Lu? Hearing Su Fu-Ling's words, Lu Chen frowned. Su Fu-Ling is a fearless character. Even if the cooperation with the warring group does not go well, and others make tabs, she does not bring fear. However, he talked about this Mr. Lu over and over again, and appeared to be very skittish, which made Lu Chen curious. And I Tianhao remember. As far as my parents' favoritism towards me is concerned, they would never agree to such a two-timer being with me. That's true. So what is it about? Could it have something to do with this Mr. Lu? Hearing Su Fu-Ling say that, Lu Chen froze. Indeed. Before he also wondered. After meeting Su Fu-Ling's parents, it was even more so that he felt how Su's father and mother didn't object to Ni's request for marriage, which was obviously pushing his daughter into the fire pit. That's right. This Mr. Lu is, on the bright side, a businessman in Shangjiang with assets reaching hundreds of billions. But the main thing is not the wealth, but the fact that he has some strange people around him. Anyone who goes against him has somehow disappeared. And although everyone knows that it should be Mr. Lu's hand, there's absolutely no evidence whatsoever. And this Ni family has been cooperating with Mr. Lu, although it's not really climbing up the branch yet, it's still considered one of Mr. Lu's little brothers. That's why my parents are scrupulous, but it's a good thing that with Grandpa Qin's presence, the Ni family didn't dare to use force. And Grandpa Qin also said that those people around him are not easy to deal with even for him. Of course, that was said when his old man had not recovered from his injuries, so it's impossible to say now. A strange man? Old man Qin? Lu Chen's brows furrowed. It seemed that things were not as simple as he had imagined, especially remembering what old man Qin had told himself earlier. This world could be more than just what it appeared to be. At that time, Lu Chen didn't think much about it, but now it seemed as if he might be able to touch the other side of this world. But then he didn't bother thinking about it. He could have the system himself, so a little bit of weirdness in this world was completely acceptable. Take a step and see what happens. Who cares what kind of strange people? His own woman to guard himself. He Mr. Lu is a dragon, that also have to give themselves to lie down. The so-called system in the hand, the world I have. If he has a system still cannot do these people, that is really living in this world in vain. The thought relieved him. Don't worry, everything has me. Besides, they are just a partnership. If this Mr. Lu doesn't get involved, we all live our own lives. If he insists on interfering and dares to bully my woman, naturally, he shall not die well. Speaking here, Lu Chen unexpectedly exuded a supernatural superior aura throughout his body, making the two little beauties on the side look blank. That, you see the time is not early. Why Don? We go into the room to say? Without waiting for the two women to react, Lu Chen took one hand and directly carried in Qi and Su Fu-Ling into the bedroom. The following day, warm sunlight shone into the room. Looking at the sleeping in Qi and Su Fu-Ling beside him, the corners of Lu Chen's mouth rose. After a wash of vigorous muscle-building pills, it was really brave. After a night of madness, Lu Chen was instead more energetic, without a trace of fatigue at all. Thinking back to last night, a dragon playing with two phoenixes, it was a blast. Ding! The system mall has been refreshed. The goods have been put on the shelves. Please check whether to buy or not by the host himself. Commodity, Jinling Pharmaceutical Group. Price, $1. Commodity, Gathering Chi Pills. Price, $1. System, how come there are two items? Seeing that the mall actually came out with two items at once, Lu Chen was slightly surprised. In order to congratulate the host on last night's sexual breakthrough, a spike item has been rewarded. Holy shit, that's okay? Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. By that logic, next time 3 together, 4 together, there'll be a bonus for all of them? Why does it feel like this system is guiding you towards the ultimate path of the Sea King? Regardless, the thoughtfulness of the system has to be complimented. It seems that the system sensed that it was too busy last night, and the mall that was supposed to be refreshed at 12 o'clock was not prompted until I woke up this morning. Shaking off the thoughts that were in his head, Lu Chen looked towards the two items that were down in seconds today. Jinling Pharmaceutical Group, a top 10 pharmaceutical group in Xia, with a market capitalization of around $300 billion, mainly develops cancer drugs. This is not bad. It just so happens that a while ago the system gave a book, 10,000 Medicine Scripture, which has a lot of formulas for treating difficult and miscellaneous illnesses. When the time comes to just get a simple formula to get a dose of medicine, and then again, it is able to create a wavelength of long and sizable income. Lu Chen couldn't help but smile as he thought in his heart. Originally, he did not have a pharmaceutical factory in his hands, and he was too lazy to get the formula. But now with this Jinling Pharmaceutical Group, he can engage in a little bit. It just so happened that when Angel was in college, she took medicine as her elective, and after graduation, she is now also working in a pharmaceutical company on this side of Jiangdu. Looking at her traveling all over the world to do academic research forums as well as pulling investments is also very hard, but it is possible for her to help herself to manage this pharmaceutical group. Lu Chen once again looked at the next item, Qi Gathering Pill, a one-time consumable, magical pill that instantly gathers the surrounding aura to strengthen itself, lasts for 5 minutes, without any side effects. After reading this, Lu Chen was a bit shocked. It seemed that this thing was very powerful, but just how powerful could it be? He asked the system and the answer he was given was that there would be a surprise when he used it. Thus, Lu Chen rolled his eyes and put it into the system space, as he wouldn't be able to use it for the time being anyway. At this time, Su Fuling's alarm clock rang. Whoosh! She sat up straight as if by reflex. Bad, we're going to be late for today's negotiations. Today was the day of the final negotiation with Song Yuanxiang, the Magic City director of the Warring Group, and the key to determining whether or not this cooperation would be accomplished. There's no need to rush. I'll accompany you. Lu Chen looked at Su Fuling's flustered appearance and said with a smile, saying hello to Angie and telling her to continue to get some rest. Last night after all she had just returned from a business trip and had been tossed around all night before she could get a good night's rest, and it had really worn her out as well. After settling down Angie, Lu Chen accompanied Su Fuling and then came to the Su group. It's already 9:15. Does your Mr. Su still want to talk about cooperation? In the conference room, Song Yuanxiang slammed the table and shouted angrily at Su Fuling's booster. I'm sorry, our Mr. Su is already on his way. Please wait for a while. Qi Yang also responded in a slightly anxious manner. Look carefully and you will find that this power-assisted Qi Yang is the little Yangzi who accompanied Su Fuling in the Sanjing elevated drag race before. He also did not expect Su Fuling, who had always worked rigorously. How could such a situation occur? Especially for such an important cooperation negotiation. I don't think she's sincere at all. Song Yuanxiang still spoke with an angry face. Counselor Song, sorry for the delay in traffic. At this time, the door to the conference room was pushed open and Su Fuling walked in. Which one is this? Hearing Su Fuling's voice, a trace of joy flashed in Song Yuanxiang's eyes. But when he saw that she was actually followed by a handsome young man, his eyes once again went cold. In this negotiation, he felt that he could completely hold Su Fuling. Su needed this partnership to complete the metamorphosis, and such an opportunity could not come again. He felt that in the end, Su Fuling would definitely succumb to his lustful authority. But this young man who suddenly appeared out of nowhere always had a feeling that made him feel bad. I'm her boyfriend. Without waiting for Su Fuling to finish, Lu Chen directly said. Then under Su Fuling's angry eyes, he leisurely sat down on the side of the main seat. Boyfriend? Song Yuanxiang first froze, then seemed to think of something and laughed out loud. You're the Lu Chen who got Ni Tianhao killed, Su Fuling. You don't think that dragging him to the negotiations will add to your chances of winning, do you? Although it's true that he has a bit of strength, but it's only a bit stronger than Ni's and your Su's. He's nothing in front of our Warren. Besides, the fact that Ni hasn't been moving doesn't mean he's fine. Maybe Ni Xiaotian is asking Mr. Lu will make a move. Although we, Warren, are not afraid of Mr. Lu, but Mr. Lu is also an existence that we, Warren, are not willing to easily mess with, and you actually dare to be with him. Su, I don't know if I should admire you or say you're stupid. These do not need to trouble you. Let us get back to the point. This cooperation. Su Fuling's eyebrows knit slightly. The heart is still a little worried. The words were rough, and what Song Yuanxiang said was exactly what Su Fuling was worried about. After Ni Tianhao's accident, Ni Xiaotian unexpectedly did not move at all. There must be a demon when things go wrong. It is definitely not good. But before she could finish her words, she was once again interrupted by Song Yuanxiang. The matter of cooperation. I've already said it before. If you can agree to my demands, everything is good to talk about. Otherwise there's no need for us to take the risk of going against Mr. Lu. Counselor Song, please also respect yourself. Do you think I would agree to that condition of yours? And aren't you afraid of the consequences of your behavior if I tell Warren headquarters about this? Seeing that Song Yuanxiang was determined to force himself, Su Fuling was also enraged. Ha! Threaten me? I'm still telling you. I have the final say here. You can just go and sue the Warren headquarters side. Do you think they'll believe it? And Vice President Song Yuanming is my brother. Even Huang Xiangmin has to give him 3 points of face. Do you think you can do anything to me? Hearing Su Fuling's words, Song Yuanxiang snorted with an arrogant expression. To be able to achieve the position of the internal geography of Xia, naturally, there must be some background. Otherwise how could this fat job be his turn? Snap. Well said. You heard it all, didn't you? At this time, Lu Chen clapped his hands and inexplicably said, Kid, what kind of nerves are you having? Don't think that you think you're in heaven just because you have that bit of industry in Jiangdu. In front of us, Warren, you're nothing. Pinching you to death is just like pinching an ant to death. Song Yuanxiang had already regarded Su Fuling as his bag of tricks, and now that a boyfriend had suddenly appeared, he was already very upset. Seeing Lu Chen like this, he was even more enraged. Is that so? Huang Xiangmin, you all heard it. This stupid batch said that pinching me to death is just like pinching an ant. So just watch it. Lu Chen shook his head and looked at Song Yuanxiang like he was an idiot. Snorting. Huang Xiangmin? Ha ha ha. Kid, who are you bluffing? How can you recognize him with your defunct calf? Ignoring Song Yuanxiang's words, Lu Chen placed his cell phone on the table and turned on the speakerphone. Song Yuanxiang, you son of a bitch, I've done you a great disservice. At this moment, an angry growl came out from the phone, instantly startling Song Yuanxiang so much that he fell straight to the ground from his seat. Where is this the voice of Huang Xiangmin? This is clearly the voice of his own brother Song Yuanming. Chao Nimas, what have you done outside behind my back? I asked myself that I haven't treated you badly, right? You've made your way to Chairman Lu Chen's head? Even the chairman's woman you dare to think about. Do not want to live, right? Why didn't our father shoot you? A piece of shit. Into the wall in the first place? The roars from inside continued to come out, and at this moment, Song Yuanxiang sat paralyzed in 6 minds, looking at Lu Chen in horror. Dong, Chairman? Although he is a member of the board of directors in the mainland, there is no need for him to be notified of any change of personnel at the topmost level, especially since this is still something that happened in the last 2 days, so he doesn't know yet. He wouldn't have believed it if anyone else had said it, but coming from his own brother, he had to believe it. Chairman, brother, I don't know How would I know that Sue always is the chairman's woman Otherwise lend me 10,000 guts I wouldn't dare At this time, Song Yuanxiang panicked, and did not know whether to complain to the chairman of the board, or to his brother. Obviously, he was out of luck, and even his own brother, who had the status of vice president, probably couldn't help himself. Chairman, I'm sorry, it's me who didn't teach this younger brother of mine well, but I can swear that I'm completely unaware of this matter. I'm usually reserved to our group and never dare to make half a point of mistake in principle. You can ask Mr. Huang. This beast must be behind my back to mess around outside, but also please ask the chairman of the board of directors to spare me Chairman, Song Yuanming is right. He did make a lot of contributions to our group, and he usually didn't do anything detrimental to the group or out of the ordinary. This should be Song Yuanxiang's personal behavior. After Song Yuanming's self-description, former chairman Huang Xiangmin also gave an objective assessment. A large group like Warren, with no less than tens of thousands of employees, will surely have areas that are not taken into account. Well, I know, Song Yuanming, remembering that you're dedicated to the group, I'll let you get away with nothing, but this younger brother of yours, he shall not be hired from now on, and he shall be told to get the hell back and not appear in front of me and my woman again. Lu Chen is not unreasonable people. There are merit awards have been punished, although to be fastidious, but there is no need to implicate the innocent. Besides, he also understood that this Song Yuanming is indeed completely different from his brother. He has outstanding ability and treats his work meticulously, and he belongs to the kind of people who are die-hard loyal to the Warren Group. It can be said that he is also responsible for the Warren Group being what it is today. Therefore, he did not intend to punish him along with him. Thank you, Chairman. I know what to do. In the future I will definitely keep an eye on this beast and not let him come out to disgrace himself. Song Yuanming did not expect Lu Chen to be so enlightened. When he saw the photo of the new chairman, he thought that if he was so young to be able to take down the Warren Group, he was bound to be the kind of prince who was sheltered by his ancestors' graves. But today's incident made him feel that the chairman was a person who knew right from wrong and would not make a mess because of his personal likes and dislikes. This made him, a veteran subject of Warren, deeply gratified, and in his heart, he even vowed to guard the Warren Group well. You heard me. You're fired. Now. Right now. Get out. Lu Chen pointed at the phone and said calmly. Also, you, what's your name, what position? Lu Chen asked as he pointed to a person beside Song Yuanxiang. Ha, chairman. My name is Zheng Qian. I'm the marketing manager over here. Earn money? Lu Chen sniffed. That's a good name. You're it. You temporarily acting as a director. This time with Sue's contract you to sign. Inspection period of 3 months. Do a good job. The post of director is yours. Do a bad job, we'll wait for the headquarters to reselect people over. Manager Huang. Manager Song. You two have no opinion, right? No comment. Zheng Qian's ability isn't bad. It's more than enough to hold this position. Lu Chen directly clapped his hands. And Huang Shangmin and Song Yuanming also had no problem with Zheng Qian taking office. So, things were finalized. Song Yuanxiang, on the other hand, was gray and rolled away, with only infinite remorse in his heart, and he was really sexually obsessed and seeking his own death. A good future, all destroyed at once. All of this was nothing more than a hiccup for Lu Chen. Before coming, this Song Yuanxiang's fate was actually predetermined. However, this series of operations directly fooled Su Fuling and Qi Yang, who were on the side. You're still the chairman of the Warren Group? Su Fuling looked at Lu Chen with an unbelievable expression. This news was too shocking for him. Previously, Lu Chen's identities being exposed one by one had already shocked her repeatedly, but all of those together, even with the addition of Xiongfeng Capital and Starlight Entertainment, were not as good as this one status of chairman of the Warren Group. That's a conglomerate with a market capitalization of over $10 trillion. I didn't expect that the cooperation that she was afraid of, and even changed her style to beg for help, would be so easily negotiated under Lu Chen's few words. It all felt so surreal to her. Honey, what other identities do you have that I don't know about? Su Fuling couldn't help but ask pamperingly as she wrapped her arms around Lu Chen's neck and sat on his lap. I can't tell you that. People have to have a little secret, right? But how are you going to repay me for today? Lu Chen kissed Su Fuling affectionately and laughed lightly. The big deal is that you can do whatever you say at night. Looking at Lu Chen's aggressive eyes, Su Fuling's face instantly reddened. Hey, but what I want you to help me with is something else. What is it? Upon hearing this, Su Fuling looked at Lu Chen suspiciously. You promised me first that you would help me, said another kiss. Alright I promise. Unable to stand Lu Chen's strong kissing offense, Su Fuling surrendered her arms. So, Lu Chen told her about Wu Ying and Chu Zi, as well as Li Xueting. Great, so you have so many other lovers out there. You're screwed. Upon hearing this, Su Fuling quit. She was willing to share with Angie because they had been on an unusual relationship since they were young and had both vowed to marry the same man in the future. However, this sudden appearance of 3 people made Su Fuling's heart a little sour. You promised to help, but you can't keep your word. Well, it's good to have a few more sisters, or else you're so strong that Angie and I can't handle it. But you can't be biased when you have a new love. Su Fuling suddenly thought of last night's madness. Lu Chen was just too fierce. The two of them couldn't hold back at all. It seemed like it wouldn't be out of the question to have a few more sisters to share the load. That's for sure. You're all my babies. No favoritism. Last night was going to take the opportunity to talk about this, but because of the sudden talk about Angie's life, Lu Chen was not good enough to mention it in that slot, so he delayed. Now with Su Fuling promising to help, and with Angie's character, Lu Chen felt that this was a done deal. Anyway, the internal affairs have to be taken care of before you can keep getting high. Next, it's time to help mother and daughter and Qi reclaim their dignity and status. Lu Chen looked into the distance. His eyes narrowed. Yao family, Li family, are you ready? Little Chen I have to trouble you to send us back to Jinling this time. Thank you so much. Yao mother Li Xinyan said with a smile, but a trace of sadness flashed in her eyes. If it weren't for her mother's declining health, she wouldn't have wanted to return to that home. Auntie, you're too polite. And Qi is my girlfriend. Isn't it right to send you guys back? Lu Chen responded with a smile. The two of you later can be good. Late to the Jinling Shaochen you have to take more responsibility. That home. Hey, Mother Yao sighed as she spoke, her eyes darkening even more. Mom, don't think about things you can't be happy about. We're going back to see Grandma. It's not like we're trying to steal anything from them, and they can't say anything about us. Angie pacified her mother and said leisurely, Grandma's health has been deteriorating lately. And taking advantage of the 60th birthday to bring everyone together is categorically not as simple as just having a birthday. Maybe Grandma has her own arrangements for dividing up the family fortune. Although the head of the Li family is Li Fengnian, Yao Anqi's grandfather, without his grandmother, the Li family wouldn't be as prosperous as it is today. It is also for this reason. So at first, under the protection of his grandmother, Li Fengnian only drove Li Xinyan mother and daughter out, and did not give any more difficulties. Even later, knowing that grandmother Su Xiulan from time to time relieve Angie mother and daughter, also turned a blind eye. Because, grandma also occupies more than 30% of the Li family's property, it is not good to make a stalemate. But now that grandma's health is failing, Li Fingyan, as well as several of Yao's mother's siblings and brothers-in-law, will naturally make a move. So it was still unknown how the mother and daughter would be treated when they returned this time. Jinling Li family, at this time, the lights and colors, are red hot. But what is out of place is the Li family's children and grandchildren, not at all like to come to celebrate the birthday, but instead a bit of a sword between each other. They knew that today probably grandma would distribute her share of the Li family to the various children and grandchildren, so they all made preparations early. Shi Yan, are all of grandma's birthday gifts ready for today? Li Zili, the eldest of the Li family, opened his mouth and asked, Dad, don't worry, it's all taken care of. Li Xian pushed up his glasses and laughed. Well, what is the situation of grandmother you also know? This time to make sure to pull out the top. This time your second uncle, third uncle, they are all full of energy. Do not take it lightly. Well, I know. Whoever pulls in the biggest boost this time will have the biggest advantage. I've already invited a couple of significant companies to come by later to toast the birthday, so you'll just have to wait and see. Dad, good. Nodding in satisfaction, a smile appeared on Li Zili's face. The same thing could be seen everywhere in the Li family. This birthday celebration was a competition of their strength. Near midday, the Li family could be described as full of guests, with a steady stream of visitors. In the end, in the Jinling hegemony of a place, the strength should not be underestimated. At this time, on the main seat, the main mother, Su Xiulan, was sitting in a red gown. Despite the smile on his face, it was immediately apparent that he was in poor health and his face was accentuated with pallor. She faced the congratulations of the people in the hall. All of them politely nodded and smiled one by one in return. But looking closely it was not difficult to find that she seemed to be looking for something in the hall. It didn't seem to find the person she wanted to see, and a hint of sadness crossed her eyes. At the entrance of the Li residence, Lu Chen parked his car and brought mother and daughter Angie over. Invitation, please. The security guard at the entrance stopped the several faces that looked unfamiliar, but because he saw that Lu Chen drove a Bentley, he still said with a smile on his face, this time he came over. After all, he brought Angie, mother and daughter, and also brought some gifts, so naturally he couldn't come over in his Pagani. And since Angie's mother and daughter hadn't been back to the Li family for so many years, the security guards at the entrance were obviously not the same ones as before, so naturally they didn't recognize them. I'm Li Xinyan, the fourth miss of the Li family, here to wish my mother a happy birthday. Yao mother stepped forward and said, Fourth miss? Hearing this the security guard raised an eyebrow, then whispered a few words to a security guard on the side, and that person directly turned around and ran inside. How come I didn't know the Li family had a fourth miss? You can't enter without an invitation. This security guard's face suddenly turned cold, a far cry from before. What invitation do I need to go back to my own grandmother's house? You can go to the briefing and ask if you don't believe me. At this time, Angie, who was a bit annoyed, stepped forward and said, Briefing? I've been coming to the Li family for so long I know that the Li family has a first, second, and third master. I've never heard that there's a fourth young lady. Go go go. Don't pull your punches here. The security guard waved his hand at them with an impatient face to drive them away. Click. Ah. The sound of a broken bone rang out, accompanied by a miserable scream, and the guard's face instantly paled. How dare a watchdog be arrogant? Get out of the way. Lu Chen saw that this security guard changed his face so quickly before and after, and whispered to the security guard beside him before. Obviously he was not unaware that the Li family had a fourth young lady, and he was definitely instructed by whoever dared to do so. So, straight away, he went up and broke the right hand of the security guard who was pointing at Angie's mother and daughter in one go, and kicked him away. This time I came here to support Angie's mother and daughter. How can I allow this kind of small fry to dictate here? Who's this, so fierce? Making a move in front of the Li family. This kid is a bit reckless. I'm afraid he'll suffer later. Yeah, too impulsive. Didn't you hear that the woman said she was the fourth lady of the Li family? Fourth miss? The one who was withdrawn from marriage by the Yao family of the Taishan group? That's not true. Before it was said that he was expelled from the Li family. Today this is back. I'm afraid that there will be a good show. The guests on the sidelines have been discussing, and there is no lack of people who know about the past of the Li family. Bastard! How dare you spread your wildness in the Li mansion? Why are you all still watching? Go together. The pained security guard, who seemed to be the leader of their squad, let out an angry shout, and a few security guards on the sidelines swarmed up. Humph! Lu Chen did not have the slightest bit of politeness. Split tendon and bone hand directly make. This kind of dog legs do not come a little tough. Completely do not know how many pounds in two. Bang bang bang. In just a few seconds, the several security guards who rushed up were all instantly put down. The sound of broken bones continued, each one holding their already twisted joints, wailing and rolling on the ground. Looking aside, the crowd couldn't help but draw cold air. Holy shit, that's fierce. That arm and leg are pinched off? This is a big mess. The crowd of guests at the doorway stepped back to prevent themselves from being injured by mistake, and they couldn't help but have their hairs stand up and sweat as they watched the miserable scene before them. Asshole! Who dares to act recklessly in the Lee family? An angry shout came out as a middle-aged man walked out with a group of Lee family guards. It's you? You actually have the face to come back? Seeing Yao mother, the visitor raised an eyebrow, anger instantly creeping over his old face. Second uncle, you're going too far. Why can't we come back to see grandma? Besides, it was grandma who said she missed my mom and wanted her to come back. The visitor was none other than Lee Fenghan, the second son of the Lee family and Angie's second uncle. Who is your second uncle? You guys were removed from the Lee family a long time ago. Don't climb relatives indiscriminately. Alright, you guys are not welcome here. You guys go. Lee Fenghan waved his hand with a face of impatience, about to dismiss them. It's not up to you to leave. Lu Chen took a step forward and stared at Lee Fenghan. His eyes narrowed, revealing a dangerous look. Who are you? Did you do all this? Lee Fenghan pointed at the security guard lying on the ground and raised his eyebrows. I'm Angie's boyfriend, and these people don't know how to behave, so I'll teach them how to behave on their behalf. Lu Chen said indifferently. How dare you? Young man doesn't know the sky. Think you're a cow just because you put down a few security guards? At this time, Lee Fenghan sighed out of a strong man. Just look at the body type as the practitioner. A muscle line is extremely well-proportioned introverted. With just one glance, it was clear that this person was not easy to deal with. This is Master Wu. I heard that a hand of hard kung fu flattens no opponent in Jinling. Master Wu is going to make a move. Then this brat is afraid of suffering. That goes without saying. The strength of the Lee family is not blown out. Collecting some capable people is naturally necessary. This Master Wu is one of them. He has blocked a lot of guys who want to move the Lee family's crooked brains. AI. This kid is too impulsive. Master Wu is not comparable to these security guards. The crowd once again murmured when they saw Master Wu come out. Second brother. Why are you being like this? Mother asked me to come back to see her for just a moment. We'll meet and say a few words and I'll leave. I won't get in your way. Yao mother was also worried. This Master Wu she still knew, but a powerful character, so she rushed forward to speak. You, fourth sister? Why are you here now? Mother has been waiting for you for a long time. Just a second. Master Lee Fenghan had just opened his mouth. A voice interrupted him, causing him to frown. Sango, brother-in-law. Seeing the visitor, both Yao mother and Angie revealed smiles. The visitor was none other than Lee Fengrui, the third son of the Lee family, and the only person in the Lee family who was kind to Angie's mother and daughter besides the main mother. Some of the usual gifts of relief from the Lord's mother were forwarded to the mother and daughter through their brother-in-law. Why don't you come with me to see mother? Junior uncle Lee Fengrui made a look, then pulled Yao mother and the others directly inside. Second master? Master Wu looked at Lee Fenghan. Let them go. Forgive them for not making any trouble. Besides, big brother is not a light. Let them go ahead and break it up. Lee Fenghan touched his nose and said with an indifferent face. Count that kid lucky. Master Wu glanced at Lu Chen's back, his eyes revealing a hint of hatred. The person who spoke at the head of this group of security guards was his own young apprentice, and at this time, his right hand was fractured, which was also considered to be a blow to his face. When she saw Li Xinyan and her mother and daughter come in, the main mother on the main seat, Su Xiulan, immediately had her eyes light up and a smile instantly bloomed on her face. Yun, you're finally here. Mother. When Yao mother saw her mother, she also instantly had tears in her eyes and directly ran over, embracing her to the ground. This scene looked at the old man Li Fengyan on the side with his brows knitted, while the other guests had different expressions on their faces, and more of them were watching the gossip. Many of the people here had been doing business with the Li family for many years, and they were still very clear about some of the Li family's past events. And today is nominally to celebrate the birthday of the Li family's main mother, but in reality, it is to divide this inheritance of the main mother, and everyone's heart is as clear as a mirror. Therefore, when Li Xinyan's mother and daughter appeared at this juncture, everyone felt that there was a good show to watch. Father. After separating from her mother, Li Xinyan weakly greeted her father at the side. Li Fengyan hummed non-committally and did not look at him squarely. Ignore him. Come on, Yun. Be next to me. That's Angie, right? It's so big. So handsome. Ha ha. The old lady glared at the old man next to her and directly greeted Yao mother and Angie over to do so. Grandma, I wish you a long and prosperous life. At this time, Angie also stepped forward and said sweetly, well, my good granddaughter, come on, here's a big red packet for you. Su Xiulan's happy eyes are smiling into a crescent moon bay, and then took out a big red envelope and stuffed it over. Thank you, Grandma. By the way, this is my boyfriend Lu Chen. This time he came with me to see you and wish you a happy birthday. Grandmother, I wish you good health and fulfillment. Lu Chen also smiled and went forward to salute. Oh, all have boyfriends? Good. Su Xiulan was extremely happy upon hearing this, and immediately looked at Lu Chen, sizing him up carefully. Good. This doll can look really handsome. Really a man and a woman. Come on, Grandma also give you a red envelope. As a meeting gift, when Su Xiulan saw Lu Chen, she was even more satisfied, and also stuffed a big red envelope to Lu Chen. Che, really thick skin. Come by yourself, but also bring a drag to cheat the red packet. Even without a congratulatory gift also called to congratulate the birthday. A long time to see. Ha 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 ha. Li Xinyan's words caused the whole room to laugh. Humph. Su Xiulan was instantly unhappy, and gave an angry grunt before these cacophonous laughs cut off. Don't mind them. I'm in charge of my birthday today. You all sit with me and talk to Grandma. Su Xiulan, after all, is also in control of more than 30% of the Li family's wealth in her hands, because the others are not good enough to say anything more. After chatting for a while, it was time for the singing of the rites. Second Master Li Fenghan with Boss Su of Shang Reading Place, presenting a pair of dragon and phoenix gold bracelets. The second Master Li Fenghan with the owner of Qionghui Trade Catalyst, sends. The first to sing were the congratulations on the second master's side, the next on the first master's side, and only lastly on the third master's side and a few stragglers. In fact, we all know that the singing is not about rituals, but about forces. The singing of the rite shows how powerful the circle of contacts of several sons of the Li family was. It can be said that in addition to the top stream of some consortiums in Jinling, other large and small companies that can come to the stage, all came to congratulate people. This also indirectly reflects the overall strength of the Li family. The entire singing ceremony process let the family live Li Fengyan, that is to see the heart of the heart. On the side, the main mother Su Xiulan didn't care that much, but just politely returned the greetings one by one. She knew in her heart of hearts that these were just for her own eyes, and that these sons were all just trying to get an extra share in the next division. It took about an hour for the singing ceremony to end, and the guests in attendance could not help but marvel at the power of the Li family once again. It goes without saying how many contacts one has to sing the salute for an hour straight. Ahem. Thank you all for coming to the old body's birthday. I believe you all know that this time and is only a birthday celebration. The old body is suffering from an intractable disease. I'm afraid that I don't have much time left. Mother, Mom, don't say anything morose. It's going to be okay. At this time, the Li family's three sons and Li Xinyan both said, alright, I know my own body myself, and I'm calling all of you over today as a witness for me. My old body is prepared to divide more than 30% of the Li family shares under my name to my 4 sons and daughters today. Hearing this, unless Lao San didn't feel anything wrong, Senior Li Fengyan, the first and second masters frowned. Mom, Li Xinyan is no longer a member of our Li family. It's not right for you to give her a share, right? At this time, the boss, Li Zili, spoke up. Humph, I am in charge of my wealth. Xin Yan is my daughter, so she naturally has the right to take a share. But don't worry, 1/5 of my share will be given to the 4 of you to divide equally, and the remaining 4/5 will depend on what each of you can do. As I said, whoever demonstrates the strongest strength at the birthday banquet this time, and gives the gifts that satisfy me the most, will be given the largest share. At this point, the Lord's mother threw out the theme of this birthday feast. Alright, then I'll go first. At this time, Li Shiyan stepped out with a confident chest. The eyes of the crowd followed Li Shiyan to the center of the lobby, only to see him smile and take out a contract. This is Jinling Pharmaceutical Group's drug purchase contract for next year. 20% of their group's medicinal materials will be imported from our Li family next year. What? As Li Xinyan threw out this contract, the whole room was in an uproar. The Li family was mainly in the business of medicinal herbs, and the Jinling Pharmaceutical Group was the largest pharmaceutical group in the neighborhood, with a huge dosage. There are countless drug dealers who want to work with Jinling Pharmaceutical Group, and there is a lot of competition, so it's never easy to get a contract. Don't look at only 20%, the profit was already substantial, and these quantities were enough to quadruple the Li family's medicinal herb business. It's great, the Li family's earnings will have to go up a level. That's not true, Jinling Pharmaceutical Group. It's not easy to take their business, must have put down blood money. It's worthy of being Mr. Li, his ability is just strong. This time, the Li family's main mother is looking at their abilities. Who is more capable of ruling the Li family? And once this contract is taken, It's probably a sure thing. Yeah, no wonder young Master Li is so chesty. At this, everyone couldn't help but praise it, causing Li Xinyan to even look over to the second and third masters with a proud face. As for Yao Anqi's side, he didn't even look at it. Only Lu Chen froze for a moment when he saw this Li Xian take this 20% medicinal herb purchase contract out to show off. His thoughts were, is this something worth showing off? But unexpectedly, at that moment, the second uncle's son, Li Xieka, walked out. Big brother is indeed powerful. To be able to get the contract of the Jinling Pharmaceutical Group, admire. But, in my opinion, the size of the business is not as important as grandma's health. Saying that, Li Xieka took out a delicate jade box, circled around, and slowly opened the lid amidst the crowd's confusion. Inside was a fluorescent green pill. A medicinal fragrance instantly filled the air, but anyone who smelled a mouthful of it would feel a burst of relief throughout their body. Fatigue gone. What's this? I feel no fatigue at all after smelling it from so far away. Yeah, me too. And not only that, but I feel like my stomach, which has been bulging for a while, is much more relieved. A divine medicine. I wonder what it is. At this moment, the entire room was once again in an uproar. While the brows of Li Xinyan's father and son were furrowed, they also felt the extraordinary nature of this medicine, and probably understood the intentions of this Li Xieka. No matter how big the business was, what would satisfy her more than restoring her grandmother's health? If you are alive, you have everything. If a man dies, what's the point of having millions of dollars? This medicine, the name is rejuvenation. It is something that I have sought through many connections and with great difficulty from the hands of a great master of my summer kingdom. After the introduction, Li Xieka held the rejuvenation pill and came to grandma's body, handing it over with both hands. Grandma, according to what my friend relayed to me, this medicine is so amazing that it can extend your life by at least 3 months no matter what persistent and serious disease you happen to be suffering from. What? Life extension for 3 months? After all, it's a great power. This medicine is too strong. Strong is the second prince. The great Grandmaster Lin Tiansheng is not someone anyone can meet, let alone seek such a divine medicine in his hands. Yeah, it looks like the second prince is the big winner this time. After hearing the effects and origins of the rejuvenation pill, the entire room exploded in awe. Li Zili father and son is like a great enemy. Li Xianian before the confidence is gone. How could they have never imagined that the second brother's side had found such a miraculous medicine? Extending his life by 3 months? It sounds like 3 months goes by in a flash, but often dragging it out that much longer can change a lot of things. Good, good. Kuor, you have a heart. Even the main mother, Su Xiulan, had surprise in her eyes at this moment and couldn't help but praise. Everyone is afraid of death, and Su Xiulan is no exception. It is naturally better to live 1 more day, not to mention extending your life by 3 months. Only Lu Chen's expression became increasingly odd, not realizing that a pill he had casually taught Lin Tiansheng earlier had been treated as a treasure by them, and he could not help but laugh. Both the eldest and second youngest had already shown their gifts, and everyone looked to the third master's side next. For his part, his brother-in-law Li Fingrui smiled awkwardly, his eyes signaling his son beside him. So, Li Shiqiang handed over a red rectangular gift box containing a ginseng. Grandmother, my grandchildren are incompetent, and only found this 100-year portion of wild ginseng as a congratulatory gift. No harm. Have a heart. Su Xiulan didn't dislike or blame it and smiled as she laughed it off. 100 years of wild ginseng is not easy to find. Good stuff. That's true, but it does lose some color when compared to the gifts of the first and second youngest. Yeah, it looks like the third master's side is out of luck. There are a lot of ginsengs on the market outside, claiming to be 100 years old, and there are many 500 years old ones, but there are almost no real wild mountain ginsengs, especially this kind of wild mountain ginsengs that have reached the 100-year vintage. In normal times, such a gift would be absolutely expensive and even better for toning the body. However, at this point, compared to the gifts given by the eldest and second youngest, it was indeed nothing. However, the third master Li Fingrui and his son Li Shiqiang's faces didn't change much. Obviously their father and son didn't belong to the kind of characters that fought for power. And at this time, the second master, Li Fenghan, who felt secure in his victory, spoke up. Li Xinyan, you said that you came back this time to celebrate Mom's birthday, so where is your congratulatory gift? You won't come back empty-handed to share the family fortune, right? Then this empty-handedness of yours is really something. That's right, Li Xinyan, at least you got a share. Don't you show it? Let us open our eyes too. Li Zili also opened his mouth to sneer at this time, and in the meantime, he vented his own side's unhappiness of being a chip behind. Yao Mother was at this point red in the face and at a loss for words. Congratulatory gifts were naturally brought, but the ones brought were those nutritional supplements and such on the market. which were not expensive, but compared to any of them, they were too inferior. At this time, this congratulatory gift is to take out is not. Do not take out is not. Make her a moment do not know how to be good. It is very embarrassing. On the contrary, it was Lu Chen, who walked out with a disinterested face, and went to the trunk of the car to carry a large bag of gifts and walked in again. Grandma, I heard that your health is not good, so we bought some nutritional supplements that are easy to digest and taste good in your mouth, so you can eat more of them if you are not doing anything. Good, good. Lu Chen, you guys have a good heart. Su Xiulan happily accepted all of them and was not half dissatisfied. She already felt happy that Angie's mother and daughter had come back to see her. Puff, that's it, a piece of trash that can be bought on the road at random. And you have the nerve to bring it as a congratulatory gift? Xin Yen. This son-in-law of yours is also too much of a drop in the bucket. But Li Zili and Li Fenghan quit and sneered. The crowd of guests also murmured derisively, casting mocking glances. Who said this is a congratulatory gift? This is just a snack bought for Grandma. As for a congratulatory gift, Grandma, do you think that if I give you a share of all the medicinal herbs purchased by the Jinling group for next year, will your Li family be able to eat it? Lu Chen glanced at Li Zili and Li Fenghan and said in a shocking tone, what, the whole share? At this, everyone thought their ears were out of order and exclaimed in shock. Are you kidding me? Just you. You can still get the purchase contract for the entire year's share of the Jinling Pharmaceutical Group? I say Li Xinyan, is this son-in-law of yours out of his mind? He's a braggart, isn't he? Who does he think he is? The chairman of the Jinling Pharmaceutical Group? Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Li Zili and Li Fenghan directly scoffed, causing the crowd of guests to roar with laughter as well. Old Master Li Fengyan even hummed disdainfully, not bothering to look at him. Even the main mother, Su Xiulan's smile at this moment froze on her face, her brows slightly furrowed. It was really that what Lu Chen said was too unrealistic, and the amount of medicinal herbs that the Jinling Pharmaceutical Group needed to buy in a year was astronomical. Like the Li family, as huge as they were completely incapable of eating their entire yearly order. Without bragging, Jinling Pharmaceutical Group's yearly intake of goods can fully support 8 to 9 families like the Li family. Because of this, the previous contract where Li Xiyan took a 20% share had already won the envy of everyone. Lu Chen, Yao Mother also pulled his sleeve, wanting to speak. Grandma, I'm only asking you if you can eat? Lu Chen didn't care what the others said and looked straight at Su Xiulan and asked again. This, Li family really can't eat. At most 40% is already the limit. Although she felt that it was nonsense, Su Xiulan still answered with a hard head in order to take care of Anxi's mother and daughter. Oh, 40. Ha, 40 it is then. Lu Chen stroked his chin and nodded. Holy shit, you're still coming on strong. A serious one babbling nonsense there. At this time, Li Xiyan couldn't help but taunt. The fact that he could get this 20% of the contract was a result of spending countless manpower, financial resources, using a lot of big connections, and whispering in a low voice to get it with great difficulty. Now this Lu Chen casually said that he really thinks that the share contract of Jinling Pharmaceutical Company is a cabbage on the roadside? How much do you want to take? Oh, and what if I get it? Lu Chen looked at Li Xinyan playfully. If you can get it, whatever you say. Fine, if I get it, you father and son will hand over the management of Li's company, with Angel at the helm, and give up the right to inherit the Li family's property. Lu Chen said directly. Ha, that's quite an appetite. So what if you can't get it? If you can't get it, do whatever you want. Lu Chen said with a shrug. Humph, I see that you guys don't have anything to lose. Let's put it this way, I'll be generous. If you lose, in the future, mother and daughter Angie will never be allowed to appear in front of our Li family. And likewise, you have to give up your inheritance rights to all the Li family's properties. At this time, Li Xinyan exchanged glances with his father Li Zili before saying in a deep voice. Good, I promise for her. Glancing back at Angie, he realized she didn't look any less determined by his words. So Lu Chen smiled and opened his mouth to respond. Ridiculous, I don't agree. At this time, Su Xiulan opened her mouth to stop it, but she had left a piece of property for Angie's mother and daughter. Even a fraction of a fifth of what she was holding would be a sizable fortune for Angie's mother and daughter. Grandmother, please still trust Lu Chen. At this moment, Angie was firmly on Lu Chen's side, trusting him without reservation. It was because she firmly believed that Lu Chen would not be aimless and never did anything he was not sure of. But, Mom, look at what Angie said. She's an adult and has the ability to make her own judgments. And since she believes in it so strongly, there's no need for you to stop her. At this time, Li Zili interrupted Su Xiulan, who wanted to persuade and said directly. Su Xiulan shook her head and did not say anything else. But inwardly, she was a little disappointed with this Lu Chen and her granddaughter. Still too young, too stubborn and too good-looking. How can you do such a thing? Even if she and Li Fengnian, the oldest member of the Li family, had some friendship with the steward of the Jinling Pharmaceutical Group, there was no possibility of taking such a large share. Please. Seeing that Su Xiulan was no longer blocking the way, Li Shiyan directly snorted at Lu Chen. I'm Lu Chen. You prepare a purchase contract for next year's medicinal herbs, a 40% share, and sign with the Jinling Li family. I'm at the Li family's old mansion now. 20 minutes is about right? I remember you are not far from here. Lu Chen didn't respond to Li Xinyan and directly dialed a phone number. Wait 15 minutes. Chen Yan said he'll be there in a while. Hanging up the phone, Lu Chen said directly. Oh, you really put in some effort, knowing that their chairman's name is Chen Yan. Okay, we'll wait for you for 15 minutes. Li Shiyan sneered with a disdainful expression. Just now, Lu Chen's tone was completely commanding. What kind of person is Chen Yan? The chairman of Jinling Pharmaceutical Group? Is this little yakuza you can call around? Most of the guests on the sidelines were also shaking their heads in derision, completely unconvinced by this. They are all entrepreneurs who have been rolling around in Jinling for N years, so they naturally know something about Jinling Pharmaceutical Group. Even if the Li family head and the main mother have to bow their heads to Chen Yan, where did you get the face to speak to Chen Yan in such a tone of voice as a young boy? It's so fake. As time passed by, the mockery on the faces of the Li family and guests increased, and Su Xiulan's brows were so furrowed that she could almost wring water out of them. Only the two of them, Lu Chen and Angie, were talking and laughing, not taking it seriously at all. 15 minutes but it's here. You said Chen Yan Shendong people? Oh, don't brag if you don't have the ability. What is it bad to learn at a young age? Learning to brag? Seeing that the time was up, Li Xinyan and the others began to directly bash Lu Chen. Sorry I'm late. There was traffic. Just then, a slightly affluent middle-aged man ran in with a fiery haste, a head full of sweat, obviously in a hurry. Chen, Chairman Chen? Seeing the visitor, everyone was stunned. This was not the chairman of Golden Collar Pharmaceutical Group. Chen Yan. Aya, Dong Chen, you're here in a big way, making our Li family's presence shine. At this time, Li Zili directly greeted him, and even the oldest member of the Li family, Li Fengnian, stood up, his wrinkled face piled with smiles. Chen Yan, this big shot, was one that their Li family couldn't even invite. When they saw him arrive, they were nothing but confused or elated, but they would not think that this Chen Yan was really called out by Lu Chen, as the two were completely unrelated. Chairman, I'm really sorry that I'm late. But Chen Yan seemed as if he did not see the several people from the Li family who greeted him, and ran straight towards Lu Chen with a very respectful attitude. What? Dong Chen called that kid chairman? I seem to have also heard him call out Lu Chen as the chairman. No mistake, right? In this instant, everyone was stunned, incredulously looking at the scene in front of them. Well, did you bring the contract? Brought it. My official seal is all stamped, as long as the Li family side signs and stamps it. Chen Yan respectfully handed the contract to Lu Chen, not even bothering to wipe the beads of sweat from his forehead. Seeing the contract that Lu Chen handed over, Su Xiulan just swept a glance and was filled with shock that the contract was real. As for Li Zili and the others, they also instantly gathered around and looked at the contents of the contract. Holy shit, is it really a 40% contract? This time, they were all dumbfounded. This face directly swollen Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Li Zili's father and son were in complete disbelief of what they saw in front of them. This is too much bullshit. A random son-in-law is the chairman of the Jinling Pharmaceutical Group? You guys, you must be acting. At this time, Li Xinyan seemed to be greatly stimulated and directly shouted out. This time, however, the crowd of guests didn't agree with his words anymore and instead sneered and laughed. Acting? This big young man is out of his mind, isn't he? That's right. What is Chen Yan's status? Running to act for others? How dare he think of that? Hey, people, they can't always face their failures. This time, the father and son will be in trouble and will have to surrender their power. More than just handing over the rights. The inheritance rights are gone. Isn't this a basket case that ends up being cheaper for the Li family's fourth young lady? Impulsiveness is the devil. Have not even mapped out the bottom of other people's son-in-law. Here to clamor. He is not unlucky who is unlucky. This time, the wall fell down and all kinds of sarcastic words came at Li Zili's father and son. Are you really the chairman of Jinling Pharmaceutical Group? Even Su Xiulan felt that everything in front of her was like a dream at this moment. That's right. Dong Lu is the current chairman of our Jinling Pharmaceutical Group. Without waiting for Lu Chen to open his mouth, Chen Yan said smilingly, Grandma, according to what was said before, in the future, the management of Li's will be under Angie's control, and this contract will stand. Lu Chen looked at Su Xiulan and waited for her reply. Slow down. The management of Li's company is not up to Big Brother alone. At this time, Li Fenghan walked out. Oh, what do you want? Lu Chen looked at him playfully. I admit that I underestimated you before. And our Li family's current financial strength is indeed no match for this Jinling pharmaceutical group of yours. But to put it bluntly, the Li family has been handed down to this day. How many connections do we have? Even if we don't do your business, we won't starve. With that said, Li Fengnian's words changed. Besides, even if your wealth is unbelievable, can it be as valuable as life? If you can come up with something that exceeds the rejuvenation pill, then I'll only convince you. That's right, and I can tell you a piece of news. The great master Lin Tiansheng has exclusively authorized our Li family to produce this rejuvenation pill on behalf of us. So, it really doesn't matter whether or not you take over the business of the Jinling pharmaceutical group. That's when Lysyk dropped another bombshell. What? This time? Everyone exclaimed in shock. So second young master's bottom card is here? It's true that the second youngest is still powerful, but why didn't he just say so before? Are you stupid? Just that rejuvenation pill is enough to crush Big Young's clan. So why bother to reveal this undercurrent? That's right. If it wasn't for this Lu Chen bursting out his identity as the chairman of the Jinling pharmaceutical group, he wouldn't have had to reveal this undercurrent at all. Incredible. If this rejuvenation pill can really be released, the sales will be absolutely unrivaled. Yes, in that case, it really doesn't matter if there's a contract from the Jinling pharmaceutical group or not. And with this rejuvenation pill, in the future, the Li family's wealth and status will definitely be able to override the Jinling pharmaceutical group. This time, everyone tilted to the side of Li Fenghan's father and son. Even the old man Li Fengnian, who hadn't said anything all this time, had his eyes shining brightly and laughed out loud. Good. It's truly a blessing for the Li family to have you court. Ha ha ha. The future of my Li family is in your hands. Old man. You. Seeing that Li Fengnian actually directly clapped, Su Xiulan directly shouted. Although she also marveled at her grandson's ability, it was obviously not wise to directly confront Jinling medicine like this. Wife, you don't need to say much. Not to mention the fact that this rejuvenation pill is bound to bring about a skyrocketing leap for the Li family. Its medicinal effects alone are of utmost importance to you right now. Since you can have the best of both worlds, what do you care about anything else? Although he had been shocked when he saw Lu Chen take out the Jinling pharmaceutical group contract earlier, he was also delighted in his heart. But he was still a bit squirmy when he was asked to accept a gift from the family of the abandoned daughter. But now that his own grandson had dropped such a heavy bomb, he naturally had no choice but to support it. As a matter of fact, the revenue and prestige that this rejuvenation pill would bring to the Li family in the future was definitely higher. Just a single rejuvenation pill makes you guys so complacent? Lu Chen let out a snort of disdain. Yo ho, the mouth is still big. You come up with something better than this rejuvenation pill for me to see? Lysiak sniffed and immediately mocked. If I can get it, will your father and son line also surrender the management of Li? Give up the inheritance of the Li family property? Lu Chen picked up the wine glass in front of him and pecked at it, looking playfully at Li Fenghan and his father. No problem. As long as you can produce it, we, father and son, will give up our management and inheritance rights. However, if you can't get it, get out of the Li family immediately. At this time, Li Fenghan directly responded. Just kidding, a must-win situation. This is from the handwriting of the great master Lin Tiansheng, on the piece of medicine. Who can and its influence? What's more, the efficacy of this springback pill is unheard of. When he learned of this medicine was also staggered. Although the identity of this Lu Chen in front of him is somewhat mysterious, to be able to become the chairman of the Jinling pharmaceutical group so young, it is certainly not simple. But no matter how good your financial background is, medicine is not something that can be done with money. So, Li Fenghan was not worried at all. Then you watch it. After receiving Li Fenghan's promise, Lu Chen directly stood up. From his arms, he similarly took out a jade box and placed it in front of Su Xiulan. This Dan, also known as rejuvenation, is an advanced version of your grandson's rejuvenation pill, and the medicinal effect it is slightly stronger. It can directly cure some persistent diseases, even if it is currently medically incurable for people with serious illnesses. It can also allow him to live for 3 more years without pain. As his jade box opened, a green light far more piercing than the previous rejuvenation pill appeared. In just an instant, a refreshingly rich Dan fragrance spread over the entire Li residence. And looking closely at this spring returned Dan, it seems that there is an auspicious dragon roaming on the surface, appearing and disappearing. A divine medicine. This rejuvenation pill seems to be stronger than Airshao's rejuvenation pill by not a single star. Just by taking a whiff of it, I feel like I don't even have any pain from my herniated lumbar discs anymore. Yes, and my old cold legs seem to be sharpening up. That's just a sniff. If you take it? Everyone's eyes lit up at the thought. The previous rejuvenation pill was certainly powerful, But Li Sheka had also said that the medicine was only for patients with serious illnesses that could prolong their lives by 3 months, and did not say that it could cure some difficult and persistent illnesses. And this one not only cures some of the most persistent diseases, but it also extends the life of seriously ill people by 3 years, or a painless life. That's a big difference. Anyone who's a human knows that that pill is more powerful. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could you possibly have such a medicine? Li Fenghan stared with wide eyes, completely unable to accept this fact. Because this rejuvenation pill you took out. The recipe is the one I gave to Lin Tiancheng. What? Lu Chen's light sentence stirred up 1,000 waves, and everyone present was stunned beyond words. The recipe for the rejuvenation pill. He actually gave it to Master Lin? No way. How old is he? How old is Master Lin? This has nothing to do with age, right? How else can we explain this more powerful rejuvenation pill in his hand? I still don't believe it. Master Lin is a great master. Could this Lu Chen be even better than him? It doesn't have to be himself. Maybe whoever is behind him came up with the prescription? That's pretty awesome too. Okay, that's a grand master. How terrifying must it be to be even more powerful than a grandmaster? Thinking of this, everyone's eyes changed as they looked at Lu Chen. Impossible. Who is Master Lin? How could you have given him the formula? Lysyk roared hysterically at this point. Believe it or not. Just as Li Fenghan wanted to say something, the phone rang. Hello, Master Lin. Okay, I'll be waiting for you then. Hanging up the phone, Li Fenghan smiled. Mouth says no evidence. Besides how effective this medicine is, who knows? Just as well. Master Lin was invited to come over later. Whether it's true or not will be clear at that time. What? Master Lin is coming over? Now! Li Fengyan and Su Xiulan were also excited. Master Lin was not only a great master, he was also a lieutenant general of Xia. The fact that he was coming to the Li family naturally made them feel flattered and excited. Lu Chen just smiled at his words and calmly sat down. Let's see how much longer you can pretend. For Li Fenghan's father and son, they would never believe that the prescription for the rejuvenation pill was given to Lin Tiancheng by Lu Chen. Although the elixir that Lu Chen took out did look stronger than his own rejuvenation pill, it was just in appearance, and no one knew how effective the medicine was in the end. Let's say that when they first got this rejuvenation pill, if it wasn't for Lin Tiancheng saying so, they wouldn't have believed it if someone else had said that this medicine was effective, even if it was sold as good as it was. After all, who would believe such a medicinal effect when told? This stuff is just like business doing commercials for endorsements. It takes a public figure with authority to say it for anyone to believe it. So they wouldn't believe Lu Chen when he said that his elixir was so how good. Anyway, once Lin Tiancheng came later, this lie was bound to unravel. During the period of waiting for Master Lin's arrival, the atmosphere at the birthday banquet at the Li residence was somewhat depressing. Those guests on the sidelines also seemed to have been on a roller coaster a few times today, with things constantly reversing, making them a little dizzy. Of course, something like that makes them giddy. Walking out of here, I'm afraid that all of this today can become quite a bit of talk for them again in the future. Master Lin has arrived. At this time, the welcome guest at the door shouted, and all the people all stood up and looked toward the door, except Lu Chen, who was still sitting there in his old age, sipping a small drink. Master Lin's presence really makes my humble abode shine. Family head Li Fengyan brought Su Xiulan to directly welcome him. They could not get up to greet others when they came, but Lin Tiancheng's status was there, so it was naturally different. Li family master is polite. The old man is some things need to explain to Li Fenghan. Happened to hear that today is the birthday of Li family master mother, so to congratulate some, after all, there is cooperation in the future. Lin Tiancheng said cheerfully. This time, I came over because I had previously commissioned the Li family to be the agent of the springback pill, and I had to come over to check an account for some of the follow-up details. Yes. I'll have to rely on Elder Lin to take care of me more in the future. When Li Fengyan heard the word cooperation, he also smiled and laughed. Care is not to be taken. Since the production and sale of this rejuvenation pill has been given to your Li family, I also hope that you will not fail me. This medicine is on the market, mainly for the benefit of the people, and I also hope that it will not be too outrageous in terms of selling price. In fact, Lin Tiancheng had come over this time to explain this matter. He didn't want such a good medicine to be unable to be enjoyed by most people due to the high price. That would be far from his original intention. Master Lin, don't worry. We will only add the necessary labor overhead to the cost. As for profit, it won't be higher than 20%. This was promised to you before. This medicine is still mainly to benefit the people. At this time, Li Fenghan patted his chest and assured him, well, that's good. Lin Tiancheng nodded at his words. He could still accept a 20% profit. After all, merchants had to make money too. That's right, Master Lin. There happens to be something I'd like to ask you about. At this time, Li Fenghan spoke up. Oh, what is it? I heard that the recipe for this rejuvenation pill was given to you by a kid named Lu Chen? How do you people talk? Hearing Li Fenghan's words, Lin Tiansheng was directly enraged. Sure enough, this kid is talking nonsense and has angered Master Lin. This is going to be a good show. Lying to Master Lin's head, Lu Chen is going to be finished. I didn't expect Lu Chen to be such a person. He really doesn't know the heights of heaven. This time, everyone thought that Lu Chen was going to be finished. Li Fenghan father and son is the heart of ecstasy. See, let you blow to the capital. Master Lin angry. This pursuit up you are not finished? Ya mother and Su Shilan, on the other hand, had a thump in their hearts. It's over. This offends Master Lin. But just as the crowd was guessing, a slap was directly called on Li Fenghan's face. Asshole. Lin Tiansheng directly cursed. Master Lin, calm your anger. It wasn't me who said that. It was that Lu Chen kid who said that he gave you this prescription. I just wanted to confirm it with you. Li Fenghan shouted with an aggrieved face. How dare you speak out of turn? Lu Chen is my master. Is it not for you to be able to kid call him that? Asshole. With that, another slap was thrown. Li Fenghan cried out miserably and was slapped around in place. Although Lin Tiansheng had been engaged in matters of medicine, he was a lieutenant general no matter what, and naturally had some kung fu in his hands. This contained anger shot, naturally, was not something that Li Fenghan could withstand. No, 2 slaps down and the left side of his face was already swollen high. However, the pain was no longer able to make him care. At this time, he looked at Lu Chen, who was still sitting there, in horror, and his mind was filled with the words that Lin Tiansheng had just spat out. Lu Chen is my master. Master? My God! How is this possible? Li Fengyan heart straight want to curse. This TM in the end, what is going on? Such a young Lu Chen, first shifted to become a director of the Jinling Pharmaceutical Group, knocking down Li Zili's house, and now all of a sudden he's Lin Tiansheng's master? Is he not awake? But the pain in his face made him realize that it wasn't a dream. Just based on your disrespect to my master, this cooperation is cancelled. Lin Tiansheng was also stubborn. After that worship, he asked Lu Chen for medical advice a few times, and it made him admire Lu Chen more and more. There were too many amazing techniques and formulas that dazzled him, and that bout of Lu Chen had simply opened his eyes to a new world of medicine, because he could be said to admire Lu Chen to the core. This suddenly heard others call their master boy, naturally fire, directly do not want to cooperate. The master's rival, naturally, was also his own rival. Master Lin rest his anger. As soon as he heard that the cooperation was going to be cancelled, Li Fengyan couldn't sit still and directly opened his mouth to beg for mercy. Offending my master is offending me. Lin Tiansheng. So what's the point of cooperating? Lin Tiansheng's face became extremely fast this time, very different from when he first entered. At this moment, his body was filled with an overbearing fury, causing the crowd to inhale cold air. Well, Born, this is my future wife's home. At this moment, a calm voice rang out, and Lu Chen slowly stood up. Master? Hearing Lu Chen's voice, Lin Tiansheng turned his head to look directly with surprise on his face. Sure enough, it was none other than Lu Chen. Master, why are you here? I accompanied my girlfriend and she over here. This is her mother Li Xianyan. This is her grandma Su Shilan. Oh, and this is her brother-in-law Li Fengrui and his son Li Shiqiang. Lu Chen introduced In Chi and the others, but what surprised the crowd was that he actually introduced even In Chi's brother-in-law's father and son. Lin Tiansheng was old enough to understand the relationship at once. It seems that within the Li family, this main mother and brother-in-law are the only ones who are on their own. Good day, Master Mother. That, big sister. Let's talk about each other for the rest. Lin Tiansheng gave a respectful salute to In Chi, but if he really wanted him to call out to In Chi's mother and grandmother, he really couldn't. At least he's a big power player. A big old man. How do you call it? Instead, he pulled Su Xiulan and called her big sister. After all, the two of them were about the same age. The scene was a sight to behold, and it made Angie blush. A person who can be his own grandfather generation, calling his own teacher mother. This feeling, you guys experience it yourselves. Crap, it can't be? Master Lin is Lu Chen's disciple? Why do I feel like this is pie in the sky? Should it be so exaggerated? I've thought of a million scenarios, but I never thought that Lu Chen was actually Master Lin's master. My God, that's not true. Now the second master's lineage. I'm afraid it's game over. Surely, with the Jinling Medical Group and Master Lin pressing down on them, what else can they do? This is bad luck. This scene, watching the entire audience dumbfounded, could not guess that it would turn out like this at all. The dramatic scene caused Li Fengyan, the old man, to have an extremely odd expression on his face. He didn't know whether he should laugh or cry at this point, not realizing that a mother and daughter who had been abandoned by themselves had found such a dragon son-in-law. Jinling Pharmaceutical Group and Lin Tianxing's master. Any of these two were not something his Li family could afford. It seems that old man I'll have to keep my tail between my legs in the future. Li Fengyan couldn't help but think in his heart. Xinyan quickly bring Master Lin to sit inside. Don't all stand. As soon as he thought of it, the old man directly went up to the guest with a smile on his face. Oh, okay. Seeing Li Fengyan suddenly being so enthusiastic about himself, Yao Mother Li Xinyan was somewhat at a loss for a moment. Wait, Lu Chen said, then turned to look at the four people. Father and son, Li Zili and Li Fenghan. But we all agreed before, and the guests present have all seen that both times Lu Chen, won. So the four of you can get lost. In the future, neither the Li clan nor the Li family will have anything to do with you. Su Xiulan wanted to say something, and Yao Mother did the same, because Lu Chen's eyes told them that it was useless even if they tried to persuade them. Lu Chen, we know we're wrong, on account of the fact that Xin Yan and I are brother and sister, and Angie is also my niece. Just spare us? At this time Li Zili was the first to beg for mercy. The situation is here. Had to bow down. If you knew it would come to this, why did you have to do it in the first place? Get lost. What? My master's words aren't good? Seeing that the Li family's old man didn't make any moves, Lin Tianxing's eyebrows rose and he was about to lash out. Good use. Someone come. Kick them out of my house. From now on, the two of them will no longer be members of the Li family. At this moment, the old man's style of disowning all his relatives for the sake of honor and benefit was once again on display. As the words fell, the guards of the Li family directly blasted the four out. Father, you can't do this. I'm your son. Miserable cries came from the old man Li Fengyan, who only twitched his eyebrows for a moment, and had absolutely no intention of retaining them. Lu Chen couldn't help but shake his head as he watched the scene. I'm afraid that in this old man's eyes, the only thing left was the Li family's reputation and interests. He was able to drive away Angie's mother for fame, and naturally he can now disown his two sons again for profit and prestige. But Lu Chen was too lazy to care about that. He just wanted Angie to live well. Nothing else mattered. Whoosh! Look out! Lu Chen directly pushed aside Yao Mother, raised his hand and received a flying knife into his hand. Asshole! Take it down for me! Lin Tianxing became furious at this time. Someone actually dared to commit murder under his nose. The few guards that came along with him went straight after him. As for the man who had just thrown out the flying dagger, he was only seen flashing, and ran out of sight after a few lifts and falls. Auntie, that guardian Wu has a grudge against you? Lu Chen furrowed his brows and looked towards Yao's mother, Li Xinyan, who was stunned on the side. The flying dagger was clearly not aimed at himself. The target was Li Xinyan. I don't know. This Wu escort was just recruited when I was expelled from the Li family before, and only had a few encounters. There is no hatred. Li Xinyan recalled and said slowly. Oh, Lu Chen thought for half a day, but couldn't figure out why this person wanted to assassinate Yao's mother. Brother-in-law, grandmother, do you have any clues? At this time, Lu Chen looked at Su Xiulan and Li Fengrui. Both of them shook their heads. The old man Li Fengyan did open his mouth at this time. This guard Wu was looking for himself to apply for a guard job in our Li family. At that time, I saw that he put in a few blows to our previous head of security, so I hired him. I heard that he used to run a martial arts school in Nanfo Mountain over in southern Guang, South Canton. Hearing this, Lu Chen's eyes lit up, and a guess came to his mind. Looks like someone couldn't wait. Afraid you'd roll over. Auntie, you mean that guard Wu is Wang Qinling's man? When they heard Lu Chen's words, everyone was shocked. If what Lu Chen said was true, then this Wang Qinling was too scary to have planted someone in the Li family for so long. Usually, I don't see any anomaly, but today, seeing that the son-in-law brought by Li Xinyan is so powerful, he is ready to directly assassinate to eliminate future troubles? It seemed to make some sense when you thought about it that way. Nanguang Wang Qinling? You mean the wife of Taishan Group Chairman Yaochu Angie? At this time, Lin Tianxun unexpectedly asked. Oh, you know that too? Yaochu Angie is Anqi's biological father, and Wang Qinling is the culprit who broke up her parents. Lu Chen spoke directly. There is such a thing? However, this Wang Qinling is a bit involved with Mr. Lu from Shangjiang. This person is very evil. Master, you'd better not be too impulsive for the time being. Lin Tianxing seemed to have something difficult to say as he swept around and gave Lu Chen a look. I know, but since she made a move, I don't care what this Mr. Lu behind her is. She, Wang Qinling, must also pay the price. Since Lin Tianxing was stumped even when he talked about this Mr. Lu, naturally it wasn't ordinary goods. Lu Chen is not a reckless person. Not because he has a system, he does not know the heights of heaven and earth. At least now he has not reached some kind of immortal body that is invulnerable to swords and spears. Thus, he also suppressed his anger for the time being and began to make arrangements for the Li family. Under Lu Chen's arrangement, Yao mother took charge of the Li clan, assisted by her brother-in-law Li Fingrui's father and son. Angel, on the other hand, was directly in charge of the Golden Collar Pharmaceutical Group, with Chen Yan assisting her. The old master Li Fengyan was directly hollowed out, but he didn't put up any resistance, and instead accepted it gladly. To him, as long as the Li family was moving in a good direction, he had no problem with it at all. Old codgers also had the persistence of old codgers, which made Lu Chen also feel a bit of emotion. Since he was cooperative, Lu Chen naturally wouldn't try to make things difficult for him. As for Su Xiulan, Lu Chen didn't let her take the rejuvenation pill, and she personally took action herself. Lin Tiancheng naturally had another eye-opening experience, observing a handful of Xianlong needle technique on the spot, and watching it like an enraptured man. In the end, Su Xiulan's stubborn disease was naturally removed and revitalized. This made both Anxi's mother and daughter happy, and even the old man Li Fengyan was beginning to sincerely admire Lu Chen. With a nephew and son-in-law like that, are you afraid the Li family won't prosper? Lu Chen gave the rejuvenation pill to Yao's mother as a backup. On his own, he was prepared to follow Lin Tiancheng back to Jiangdu to find Elder Qin. Before leaving, naturally, with Angie and then a good warm-up, during which also talked about the other several women. Due to the previous Su Fu Ling paved the way, this time the natural water. Angie also defaulted to these several women. To be honest, Lu Chen's physique was different from normal people, and she alone felt that she couldn't satisfy him, so it was good to have a few more sisters to share the load. Lin Tiancheng used his connections to arrange some guards around both mother and daughter Angie. Lu Chen also left all the bodyguards from 1 to 4, who had been secretly following him, to Angie's mother and daughter. After arranging all this, the production of the rejuvenation pill and rejuvenation dan was moved onto the agenda by mother and daughter Angie, and mass production began, and Lu Chen and Lin Tiancheng also moved straight away. Back to Jiangdu. Miss, that Li Xinyan has come back, and brought back a son-in-law with an uncomplicated identity. This time the Li family seems to be under their control. In addition, this son-in-law of hers is also the chairman of the Jinling Pharmaceutical Group, and Lin Tiancheng even called him master. Inside an office on the top floor of the Taishan Group, Guard Wu was respectfully reporting to a woman of outstanding charm. I didn't expect her to have a day to turn over. Had I known, I should have cut off her roots in the first place, this woman said sinisterly. This person was the same Lang Qinling who broke up Anxi's parents. Miss, this time it's my fault for spooking and exposing the snake. I really didn't expect that Lu Chen kid to be that agile. Guard Wu said hatefully. Before he sneak attacked, he honestly had timed it very well. At that time, it happened to be the moment when Lu Chen and the others had solved the Li family's troubles and everyone was defenseless and relaxed. He had brazenly struck out, and by all accounts, it must have been an instant success. But he didn't expect Lu Chen's reaction to be so timely and save Yao's mother. To put it bluntly, as long as Yao mother died, and then find a chance to get Angie dead, even if Yao Chuanji time to know, but also at most make a scene. The man is dead. What tricks can he play? But now, having spooked the snake, it's not so convenient to strike again. You go to Shangjiang to hide for a while. As long as you were out of person at that time, they have no evidence to say that you are my person. Speculation is always just speculation. They can't do anything about me. After all, I am Mr. Lu's person. Even Lin Tiancheng won't act rashly. Wang Qinling thought about it and directly ordered. Miss, do you want me to secretly go directly to finish off that Lu Chen first? As long as he's dead, that Li Xinyan mother and daughter are actually insufficient. Li Xinyan mother and daughter can turn over. It is nothing but Lu Chen's relationship. As long as you take out Lu Chen, naturally there will be no worries. Don't for now. They must have taken precautions. And since Lin Tiancheng called him master, this isn't a simple matter. Don't forget that Lin Tiancheng has a dear friend. Even Mr. Lu has to be afraid of a few points. You mean, Qin? When he said this, a trace of fear appeared on Guard Wu's face. Well, it's not too late. You go to Shangjiang now. Be careful on the way. Don't get caught by them. Wang Qinling nodded and said, yes. Guard Wu directly got up and left without any half-hearted procrastination. Humph, Li Xinyan, if you had stayed well in Jiangdu, you might have been able to live a little longer. But since you insisted on coming back, it's not my fault. Looking out the window, Wang Qinling's eyes crossed a hint of killing intent, then snapped her fingers. And at that very moment, two shadows instantly appeared behind her, both wearing a black and a white tunic. What do you need from us, miss? A low voice rang out as the one in the long white coat spoke. Black and white irregulars. You heard it just now. That Lu Chen. I'll leave it to you guys. Make sure you do a clean job. No problem. As the words fell, the two of them directly disappeared into place. If Guard Wu was here, he would be very shocked. The black and white irregulars were the gold medal killers in the Phantom, the world's top 10 assassin organization. Coming without a shadow, going without a trace, his strength is unfathomable. So far, only the assassination of Qin Tiantaki had failed, and the rest could be said to be undefeated. Jiangdu, Villa 3 of Zirwei Mansion. Mr. Xianjian Lu? After listening to the two Lu Chen's account, Old Man Qin's brows furrowed. It's not that simple when he's involved. What, does this Mr. Lu have 3 heads and 6 arms? Lu Chen asked suspiciously. Along the way, Lin Tiancheng didn't say much, only saying that when he arrived at Old Man Qin's place, he would naturally know. 3 heads and 6 arms? Oh, Lu Chen, you're looking at this world too simply. The Lu family has the existence of a patriarch. Qin Tianliao smiled and opened his mouth. Patriarch? It won't be the same as those patriarchs in metaphysical dramas, right? Previously, when Lu Chen had also been learning about Qin Tiantaki's past, he had heard that he was known as the battle god patriarch of Xia, but he hadn't cared. Now that he heard about the patriarch again, he couldn't help but get curious. It's pretty much the same. In fact, the general public doesn't even know about this, and whatever groups you see now, the families, are all superficial existences, also known to us as the secular world. Secular world? Hearing another new term, Lu Chen became even more interested. It seemed that this world was not that simple. Under Qin Tianliao's introduction, he finally knew something. It turned out that apart from the secular world, there were many hidden families and sects, and these people were just like the hidden families in novels, not coming out of the world easily, and possessing battle strengths that ordinary people could not reach. A patriarch, on the other hand, was an honorific title for a person whose battle power had reached a peak. Below the Grandmaster, from low to high, were the external strength martial artist and the internal strength martial artist, which in turn were divided into 4 stages: introductory, minor achievement, major achievement, and peak. Only after breaking through the peak of inner strength could one step into the sovereign realm. Patriarchs were like dragons. They came and went without a trace, and it was generally very difficult to see one in the present world. This Qin Tiantaki is also because of the early years of serious injuries. A long time to find a good prescription but cannot be cured, resulting in the strength of the great recession of life is not long to come to the secular world to take care of life, and quietly finish the rest of his life. However, it was also because of this that he met Lu Chen, and as a result, Old Man Qin's illness was cured. This time it was a blessing in disguise. Not only had the physical quality advanced a step further, but there was also a breakthrough in the state of mind. Nowadays, Qin Tianliao was on the verge of breaking through the final barrier of the Sovereign Master and reaching the Grand Sovereign Realm. Lu Chen was mesmerized as he listened on the side. What man doesn't look forward to the hot-blooded world of martial arts and cultivation? I had only read about them in novels, but now that I actually realize that such a group of people exists in the world I live in, my heart is naturally stirred. Elder brother Qin, then can I cultivate as well? Lu Chen asked with an expectant face. Your body strength is enough. Even those martial artists who are at a small level of external strength don't necessarily have a stronger body strength than you. But to cultivate, it depends on your enlightenment. Old Man Qin finished feeling around in his arms and pulled out a booklet and threw it over. This is the technique that the old man I cultivate. See if you can get started. If you can get started within 10 days, then you can cultivate. Oh, tendon technique. Lu Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes when he took a look at the booklet. One word short of the Jin Jing. Almost thought that this Old Man Qin came from Shaolin. Old Man Qin, on the other hand, pretended not to see it, as he himself did when he first got this gongfu from his master. Lu Chen directly opened the booklet and began to watch it. The first thing was the body forging chapter. External strength martial artists mainly focus on forging the body, practicing themselves to be invulnerable to swords and spears, and stronger than steel and stone. Reaching a small degree of external strength, he is comparable to a soldier king. And those who have reached the great accomplishment of external energy can dodge bullets under full force outburst. As for reaching the peak of external strength, ordinary bullets and blades could no longer hurt him. Just seeing this made Lu Chen excited. The peak of external strength was not afraid of knives and guns. So wasn't that equivalent to having an immortal body? As long as it's not a big artillery nuke or something, it can't kill itself at all. As for how the back, he didn't look directly. The so-called gradual progress, before learning to walk to run, that is a death. Thus, he read the forging body chapter with all seriousness. This is so that Old Man Qin could not help but nod secretly, able to know the progress and retreat. Accurately positioning themselves is the talent that can be made. The Forging Body chapter is mainly about teaching basic introductory workouts and chi gathering methods. The workout is nothing more than weights and the proper application of force throughout the body. And the most crucial thing was this chi gathering technique, which was also the infrastructure for crossing over to the inner strength martial artist afterwards. It talked about how to perceive chi and draw chi into the body to improve one's physical strength and battle power. Lu Chen attempted to compare notes as he watched. Ding! Detected that the host has touched on cultivation related and unveiled a new world. Rewarded with 3 chances to kill commodities in seconds. Ding! The mall goods have been put on the shelves. Please determine whether to buy them or not by the host. Right at this moment, a system beep sounded, causing Lu Chen to freeze. With that, he hastily tapped the mall with his mind. Product, Ancient Regulus Technique Upper, Divine. Price, $1. Commodity, Godslaying 16 Styles, Divine. Price, $1. Commodity, Enlightenment Dan, King's Grade. Price, $1. Seeing what was inside, Lu Chen's entire body almost jumped up. Ancient Regulus Technique, Divine Cultivation Technique. Divided into 9 layers. 1 layer and 1 heaven. Respectively, Chi Cultivation. Foundation Building. Jin Dan. Yuan Yin. Transforming into a deity. Refining emptiness. Merging into a body. Crossing the threshold. And Mahayana. According to the introduction inside, each layer was divided into minor achievement, major achievement, and perfection. And the Shaochang of the Qi practicing stage surprisingly corresponded to the peak of the outer strength that Elder Qin had said. The great success of the Qi refining stage corresponded to the peak of the inner strength. If one stepped into the perfection of Qi refining stage, it would be like directly crossing into the peak of the sovereign realm. Seeing this, Lu Chen called out to the bulls. This ancient Regulus technique first layer of practice to reach the master, then the back of the foundation. Jin Dan these, practice will still have to? Qin Old Man a master, became the god of war in the summer country, although Qin Old Man said that this is on the surface. The summer country, some of the old undead strength can be much stronger than him, but these people are the country of the bottom or some hidden family of the old monster. Not until the last thing that is never will face the world. So on the bright side, reaching a zone sure that was a heavenly existence. Thinking about this, Lu Chen was exceptionally excited. System production is not the same. This level can be compared to the old man Qin gave himself this what Jin know how to be strong do not know how many times. Not to mention, it's labeled OP. This last one was so strong. What's the next one going to be? Suppressing his inner excitement, Lu Chen continued to look at the next item. 16 styles of Godslaying, Divine Martial Arts. Learn all 16 styles. God stops killing God and Buddha stops killing Buddha. All things can be extinguished. Crap, Lu Chen couldn't help but explode in his heart. It's developed. Look at the presentation. Everything is extinguishable. It's invincible. Enlightenment Elixir, King Grade a King Grade Elixir that increases the speed of enlightenment and cultivation by 10,000 times within 2 hours after taking it. 10,000 times? This meant that in 2 hours his cultivation results were equivalent to 20,000 hours, more than 2 years. Moreover, this was an enlightenment pill, and as the name implies the speed of comprehension must also be very bullish. Without delay, Lu Chen directly greeted Old Man Qin and Lin Tianshang, and ran back to his villa in a hurry, ready to cultivate immediately. He didn't want to swallow the enlightenment pill in front of Old Man Qin and the others. Returning to his home, Lu Chen directly set his mind, then took out the enlightenment Dan and directly swallowed it. The elixir melted in his mouth, and before Lu Chen had time to experience what this elixir tasted like, it directly turned into a coolness that swept through his body. At this moment, his entire body seemed extraordinarily awake. Feeling his mind racing, like a tireless, super powerful motor, he immediately took out the ancient Regulus technique and flipped through it. This time, it was completely different from the previous time when he had gone through it in his brain, and the original obscure words became clear at this moment. Lu Chen's entire aura changed with it, and he entered a deep level of meditation. Slowly, his surroundings turned out to be blurry and distorted, a scene triggered by the constant convergence and absorption of air currents. In a dozen breaths, Lu Chen's ears seemed to hear a boing sound. A layer of film seemed to be pierced. At this moment, he directly crossed over into the Qi practicing minority. It's too fast. Lu Chen's heart perked up, but he knew that this was not the time for him to be happy. The enlightenment pill only lasted for 2 hours, and the further back he went the slower the upgrades were bound to be, so he had to hurry up. Who knows when the next time the system will shelve the enlightenment pill again, in case it's gone? Thus, he forced down the excitement in his heart and continued to cultivate. Time passed by. Half an hour passed, and once again there was a sound in his ears as if a membrane had been pierced. Practicing Qi to great success. At this moment, Lu Chen directly broke through to the grand completion of Qi practicing. reaching the peak of inner strength as described by Elder Qin. At this time, he felt unprecedentedly powerful, his body body full, as if he waved his hand, can open mountains and crack rocks. Continue. Lu Chen gritted his teeth and entered meditation once again. Time waited for no one. This time, the time it took to cross over into Qi practicing great perfection was several times the time it took to enter Qi practicing minor perfection before, so there could be no delay. An hour and a half later, boom! With an explosive sound, the airflow over the entire Ziruihao mansion changed drastically. All the gases, as if strongly summoned, madly surged towards Villa 1. What's going on here? Hearing a strange noise, Lin Tiancheng looked at Old Man Qin in surprise. However, Qin Tian Taki, who was on the side, at this moment looked as if he had seen a ghost. His eyes were wide open, and his mouth was open to the point where he could almost stuff a goose egg in it. Crap! This kid is a demon, isn't he? It was only half a day later that he shrieked and instantly got up, rushing towards Villa 1. At this time, Lu Chun, the surrounding airflow had been as substantial as a milky white color, madly surging into his body. His face was already flushed, and wisps of white air were rising from the top of his head. Ah! A long whistle rose. The sound of thunderbolts continued, and then there was a momentary vacuum. After about 2 breaths, everything returned to normal, and Lu Chen's eyes opened, flashing with a hint of essence. This is the power of a patriarch? Lu Chen clenched his fists and felt the changes throughout his body. The 2-hour enchantment of the Tao Enlightenment Pill allowed him to directly reach Qi practicing perfection, which was also known as the peak of the Zongshi in the secular world. He could feel that his entire body now had explosive power, and his control over his body had reached the subtle level. What surprised him even more was that with a thought, it was as if the air currents around him were able to move with it, at his disposal. Only slowly, he floated. Interesting, Lu Chen smiled. Having reached the sovereign realm, it was true that he could fly through the air as Qin Tian Taki had said, so that's what Mikado feels like. He slowly maneuvered his body, floating and moving through the space inside the house, flying from raw at first to faster and faster later, and it was at this moment that he realized that Qin Tian Taki, who had appeared in his house at some point, had appeared. At this time, Qin Tian Taki's jaw was as if he was a statue, his mouth wide open, staring blankly at himself. Crap, crap, crap. Halfway through the day, Old Man Qin burst out in a continuous stream of foul language. His insides were now crumbling in shock. What does Miku mean? It's the realm of the Grandmaster himself that was an outstanding talent to cross into this realm in his 40s. Moreover, it was only because of the assassination between life and death that he was able to break through. Or else he would probably still have to grind for a long time before he could step into the sovereign realm. But Lu Chen, how long has it been? After this bout of getting along, the old man naturally knew that this Lu Chen's physique was extraordinary, but it was only physical strength, and it was completely different from real cultivation. Yet now, after only 2 hours or so, this guy has directly become a grandmaster? Moreover, he sensed Lu Chen's aura was no worse than his own peak patriarch today. Such a situation was simply mind-boggling to him. Kid, are you some old demon reincarnated and reborn? Qin Tianliao couldn't help but open his mouth and ask. The shocked color on his face hadn't receded for a long time. Do I look like an old demon to you? Maybe it's easier to cultivate? Lu Chen said with a smile. Simple? The old man's eyes popped open. If cultivation was simple, then the secular world would already have all martial arts. But he couldn't see much of a clue. Maybe it really was this kid who was gifted. Shaking his head, he didn't bother to think about it. Good boy. I didn't expect you to be a real cultivation wizard. Now you're all better than the old man. Qin Tianliao still complimented. It was at this time that Lin Tianqing ran over, and when he saw Lu Chen, who was still suspended in mid-air, he couldn't help but shout out a dumbfounded crap. As expected, Lu Chen gave them all the same shock. Inhuman. Elder brother Qin, I'm capable enough to settle the matter of Wang Qinling now, right? Lu Chen asked. Well, settling her is enough. A patriarch is like a dragon that cannot be insulted. You have reached today's strength. The worldly controls are actually no longer binding on you. However, you must not hurt people for no reason, because above the sect masters there are also great sect masters, the existence of sealed kings. But these old monsters will not appear until absolutely necessary. So if you deal with Wang Qinling for a reason, you can boldly go ahead and do it. And the Mr. Lu behind her won't offend you as a patriarch for her sake. But this Mr. Lu, you still don't want to collide easily. At least not yet. Qin Tianliao said after some thought. Oh, is Mr. Lu very strong? Lu Chen asked in surprise. At this point, he had already reached the peak of Zongshi, and old man Qin actually urged him not to collide with him. He is also a half-step sect master. In the world is enough to see. To you and I is nothing. The problem is that behind him, There is the existence of beyond the sect master, but there is no need to be afraid. You like this? When the time comes, I will report to the above. With your strength nowadays, it is not difficult to ask for a titular generalship for you. With this name, they won't dare to move. Hearing Qin Tianliu's words, Lu Chen thought for a moment and nodded his head as a promise. It's only titular anyway. It doesn't impede your freedom and it's good for you. So why not? The few people chatted for a while longer, and in the end, Qin Tian Taiki was itching for a fight, and dragged Lu Chen to make sure to have a fight. Lu Chen naturally agreed in one breath, and he also wanted to see how strong he was nowadays. It was a big night anyway, so the two of them directly traveled in the air to a clearing on the outskirts of the countryside and sparred. About half an hour later, the two returned to the villa again. Lu Chen was depressed, while Old Man Qin was soothed, but when he looked closely, the shock in his eyes still surrounded him. This could make Lin Tiansheng, who had been waiting here for half a day, so anxious that his heart was strangely tickled. The two went out to compete and left him here. He was not a zongshi and could not fly, so he could only wait. It was only after asking half a day that he realized that Lu Chen had lost half a hand in this fight. There was no other reason. The strength was actually Lu Chen was still a head higher, but without combat experience and martial arts skills, he naturally ended up not being Qin Tian Taki's opponent. Lu Chen could only rely on his own battle power to fight hard and dislike, while Old Man Qin was a stance. Martial arts skills constantly bombarded out. The result was self-evident. This also made Lu Chen realize his own flaws. It seems that he has to hurry up and learn the 16 styles of Godslayer martial art first. And Old Man Qin's heart was also in shock. This time, although he won, but it was also a close win. He should know that he was a veteran zongshi, and had only narrowly won a move by virtue of his martial arts skills, stance and combat experience. If this gave Lu Chen some more stance and martial arts skills to practice, wouldn't he have no way to fight? The more he thought about it, the more alarmed he became. And even more so, he decided that he would definitely not be able to compete with Lu Chen again in the future, and he might lose next time. Must save this victory ending. Otherwise this old face cannot hang. At least a war god is not it? Thinking of this, Old Man Qin was even in a victorious posture, and began to teach Lu Chen that in the future, he had to sharpen his combat experience more, and learn some martial arts blah blah blah. That said is spittle. Not happy, he understands very well. At this time do not pretend next time may have to be beaten by this kid into a stupid batch. After chatting for a while longer, Old Man Qin took Lin Tiansheng back. Lu Chen then picked up the phone and dialed. Hey, Old Chu, it's me. Starting tomorrow, go all out to acquire the shares of Wang's Group in South Canton. I want to take control of Wang's Group within 3 days. Okay boss. The caller was surprised but didn't ask any more questions and directly took the order. Hanging up the phone, Lu Chen looked out the window at the sky. Wang Qinling, let's take it one step at a time. The pain you added to Angel's mother and daughter. I will get it all back. Ding. At this moment, the system mall refresh beep sounded. Ding. The mall has been refreshed and new items have been put on the shelves. Ding. The host can decide whether or not to buy it. Commodity, Heavenly Formation Atlas. Price, $1. Heavenly Formation Atlas includes all kinds of formation layout cracking method and formation-based material cognition in the world. Great stuff. Seeing this, Lu Chen's heart was delighted. When I broke through before, I felt a blockage in my chest from time to time. It was only after exchanging with Qin Tian Taki that he realized that because the secular world was now depleted of aura, it was very difficult to cultivate. The location of Zirwei Mansion happens to be by the mountains and water. Compared to other places is considered to be slightly more aura. It was fortunate that this was the case, or else Lu Chen's breakthrough would not have been as smooth this time. However, the aura gathered here was only enough for Lu Chen to break through to the peak of the Sovereign Master, and further up, there wasn't enough aura here. This also made Lu Chen feel very unfortunate. If there was an abundance of aura, then the effect of the Enlightenment Pill for these 2 hours was afraid to be doubled. But now, with this Heavenly Formation Atlas, Lu Chen could completely artificially create a good place for cultivation. With the spirit drawing formation and spirit gathering formation inside, it was definitely possible for this place to quickly gather abundant spiritual chi for one's cultivation breakthroughs. As for the fear of others discovering the anomaly, just set up another illusion formation outside. This way others can't see anything even if they walk through the door. Looking at the formation bases and materials needed for these 3 great formations, they were all spirit stones and some unheard of things, which made Lu Chen frown a little. I'm afraid these things are not easy to find. If there is no formation base and materials, how to set up the formation? However, to Lu Chen's delight, he was surprised to see notes on the next page that these things could actually be replaced with various jade and strange wood, 100-year-old trees, sheepskin jade, diamond. Looking at the replacement materials listed inside, Lu Chen wrote them down one by one. Since he had crossed over into the world of cultivation and knew that the current peak of the sovereign was not the end, he himself had to accelerate his growth. The construction of the Great Array, naturally, could not be delayed. He had a feeling that sooner or later he and Mr. Lu's group would collide. After flipping through the Heavenly Formation Atlas for a while, Lu Chen once again took out the 16 styles of godslaying to study and learn. After breaking through to the peak of the Sovereign Master, Lu Chen felt even more energized, not sleepy at all in the middle of the night, and even felt that it didn't matter if he didn't sleep for even a few days and nights. The most crucial thing is that the current self seems to have achieved true thought reading and unforgettable. This was much more powerful than the previous R-type wisdom potion. And after breaking through the Zone Master this time, Lu Chen's brain development had directly doubled several times. Let's say that this Heavenly Formation Atlas and the 16 styles of godslaying were only read once, and the contents were all directly imprinted in his mind. And even when Lu Chen rested, it seemed that his mind was constantly parsing moves and formation layouts. This is what it feels like to be upgraded while lying down. Lu Chen couldn't help but smile as he thought of this. With the system as bull, really on the top of life. Everything is not panic. Miss, it's not good. Someone is secretly and continuously eating away at our Wang Group's shares, and now they've already acquired 38% of it. In the office of the vice president of Taishan Group, a female assistant wearing an OL suit said with an anxious face. What? Wang Qinling, who was originally lying down and sitting there, rose up in a huff, a hint of shocked anger flashing in her eyes. Wang's group itself is holding 42%, and now it has actually been quietly acquired 38%. Acquire a few more points, then Wang's in control will change hands. Check. Who is behind messing with our Wang clan? In addition, hurry to inform down. All-out efforts to snatch up the equity outside. Must snatch up to 51% first. Wang Qinling directly ordered. Yes, ma'am. Bang, the office door was opened directly at this time. It's not good. Miss, our Wang's outside equity has been acquired 44%, and came the news that the 5% equity in Huadong's hand is also going to be seated in the afternoon. At this time, another subordinate ran in and reported anxiously. What? Immediately prepare a car. I want to personally go see Huadong. Wang Qinling couldn't stay this time, immediately getting up and rushing outside. Mr. Yao. The black and white irregulars seem to be rushing to Jiangdu. In addition, Madam's mother's family's Wang's group seems to be in the middle of a malicious takeover, and has just rushed out the door. In the office of the president of Taishan Group, Yao Chuanji's personal secretary, was reporting respectfully. Oh, someone made a move against the Wang family? A hint of hatred flashed in his eyes. Because of Wang Qinling, he was forced to leave the woman he loved. Upon learning of the birth of his daughter, he was also unable to travel in person, and could only look at photos of mother and daughter by some means to console his thoughts. For more than 20 years, he had held back, for no other reason than that his mother and daughter would be safe. The deeper he came into contact with Wang Qinling, the more helpless he became, and the more he was alarmed by the power behind the Wang family. Not to mention Mr. Lu in Xiangjiang. That is a giant peak that is always pressing on his head, so that he dares not make the slightest mistake. Even those mysterious shadows around Wang Qinling made him not dare to act rashly, especially that black and white. That is the world's top 10 killer organization, Phantom and the Gold Medal Killer. Ruthless, almost never miss. Over the years, he had also seen Wang Qinling's tactics, and some of the businesses that had gone against her had all inexplicably disappeared from the world. So all these years, he was walking on thin ice, making false pretenses, constantly pleasing this woman, and only then was he able to survive peacefully as a mother and daughter until now. Just the day before yesterday, he learned that Anxi's mother and daughter had returned to the Li family, and even more so, they had all of a sudden turned against each other and taken the reins of the Li family, which made him very shocked and elated. But, worry comes with it. Even if he knew that his son-in-law Lu Chen, whom he had never met before, seemed to be very powerful and knew a character like Lin Tiansheng, but they were still uncertain, fearing that they would come to their side on a whim, that would inevitably be met with a destructive blow from Wang Qinling. Solely, after taking down the Li family, Lu Chen and mother and daughter Angie did not make any next move, which was a relief to him. But after learning that the black and white had gone out the day before yesterday, he began to get nervous again. In the earlier part of the day, he had learned that the black and white irregulars had gone to Jiangdu, so it must be Wang Qinling who was going to make a move against Lu Chen, because Lu Chen was the one who had gone back to Jiangdu. But unexpectedly, someone actually took a direct shot at Wang. Who was it? You hurry up and find a way to notify Lu Chen. Just say that maybe the black and white irregulars are going to make a move on him, and tell Lin Tiansheng Lin Lao at the same time. Yao Chuanji didn't want anything to happen to Lu Chen, although he hadn't met Lu Chen, but since he was the son-in-law that his daughter and her lover had their eyes on, he naturally had to help. Also, find out who actually made a move against Wang. Yao Chuanji said to his assistant. Mr. Yao, the people below have already found out that it's Chu Jianping from Xiongfeng capital. If Wang Qinling were here to see this scene, he would naturally be surprised that a puppet husband who had been suppressed by himself for years was actually more informed than himself. She still hadn't found out who was making the move until now, but Yao Chuanji's side had surprisingly already found out. So when she was able to look at Yao Quanji, it wasn't just because he was handsome, but most of all he was a business wizard. Over the years, even though Yao Chuanji had not volunteered, he had also helped Wang Qinling integrate a lot of resources in business, allowing both the Taishan Group and the Wang clan to make great progress. Mighty Wind Capital? Lu Chen, he actually made a move? Yao Chuanji's brows were tightly locked as his mind continued to calculate. To be able to come to such a point at such a young age, he must not be a reckless person. From the calm and relaxed manner in which he took down the Li family the day before yesterday, one can see that he is not simple. Although he wasn't there, his news network was still very well informed, and he was clear about everything that had happened in the Li family in the first place. But, just with Xiongfeng capital can you eat Wang's? Yao Chuanji didn't think it was that simple. Over the years, Wang's assets had long exceeded $500 billion, plus the Taishan Group was still substantially under her control. Add the two together and the assets are headed straight for $800 billion. A Xiongfeng capital, but at best $400 billion in assets, and then capable of trying to eat Wang alone are unlikely. Could it be? Or is this kid too young and impulsive? But, there seems to be a shadow of the warring group inside. At this time, the assistant once again received a text message, glanced at it, and said with some incredulity, the warring group in Hong Kong? How is that possible? Could it be that this kid is also involved with the warring group? This time, Yao Chuanji also shocked. This is if the warring group out. That is another story. The market value of 10 trillion yuan is not the Wang family can deal with. The existence of minutes to crush. Immediately utilize the secret sons to cut off all of Wang Qinling's minions in our group. Yao Chuanji made an instant decision and gave a direct order. Boss, would that be too risky in case? There's no what ifs. There's no time. It's the best chance. If you miss it, you might not really have a chance. If he waited any longer, Wang Qinling's power would only grow. And if he failed this time, then he would resign himself to his fate. This time, the entire Taishan group moved. Many people were instantly replaced. And Yao Chuanji quietly and directly regained control of Taishan Group. All this, Wang Qinling was not yet aware of. She had just met with Catalyst Dong at this time. I'm sorry, MS. Wang, you're late. The stake in my hand has already been offered. Chui Dong said apologetically. What, Dong Chui? You know that someone is maliciously acquiring our Wang shares, and you transferred them to someone else without even informing me. Aren't you afraid that my Wang will come after you? Seeing that the shares had been transferred, Wang Qinling was completely enraged. Miss Wang, your Wang family is very powerful, but compared to Warren, it's nothing. Even Mr. Lu behind you, I think, won't offend Warren for your Wang family, right? Since the face is torn, Chui Dong naturally has no regard, directly frankly ridiculed. Warren group out, clear-eyed know how to choose. You Wang family again powerful but rely on Mr. Lu's deterrent. In front of others Warren counts for nothing. What? The warring group? How? Wang Qinling was shocked. The Wang family and the warring group don't interfere with each other, nor do they have overlapping competing business interests, so how could they make a move? By the way, seeing as we've been working together for so many years, I'll also give you the bottom line. Give it up. Not only me. This will be afraid that the 5% in old Huang's hand has also gone to Warren's hand. What? Hearing this news, Wang Qinling directly paralyzed in her chair, her eyes lost in thought. Before the other party has acquired 44% of the shares, plus Wadong's 5% is already 49% of the shares. Now this Huangdong's hand 5% and then give the acquisition to go. That is 54% of the equity. Is the same as saying that the control of Wang's group has changed hands. As luck would have it, right at that moment, her cell phone rang. Hey, dead girl, why did you offend the warring group? Now it's good. Wang's group has changed ownership. And they just called to hold a shareholders meeting tomorrow to reprogram Wang's group's management structure. As soon as it was connected, Wang Xiaoyu's angry roar came out from the opposite side. And this person was none other than Wang Qinling's father. I don't know. I haven't offended the warring group at all. At this time, Wang Qinling was confused and didn't know how to die. You don't know? You don't know how it is that when I ask people, they tell me to ask what good things my own daughter has done. Chow, get your ass back here. There were a few growls over there and they just hung up. And Wang Qinling was still completely unaware of where she had offended the warring group. Good things come to an end. I'll give you another reminder. The chairman of the warring group, is called Lu Chen. You take care of yourself. Huo Dong, who was on the side, gloated and turned his head away. Lu Chen? Lu Chen, I want you to die without mercy. At this moment, Wang Qinling finally realized, and burst into a rage. At this moment, she couldn't wait to immediately eat Lu Chen alive. Miss, it's not good. After you left, Yao Chuanji's side directly cleared the Taishan group. The people you left behind before have all been removed. And nowadays the Taishan group is completely under Yao Chuanji's control. What? In a rush of fire, Wang Qinling didn't hold back and sprayed out a mouthful of old blood. His eyes lax. Yao Quanji, you're very good. I love you so much. After more than 20 years, you're still treating me like this. You're so cruel. At this moment, Wang Qinling's eyes grew cold and vicious, completely losing her mind. In just one day, Wang was taken and Yao Chuanji rebelled, leaving her completely overwhelmed for a moment. Hey, you two immediately go and finish off Lu Chen and split him into pieces for me. Then come back and kill Yao Chuanji, Li Xinyan's mother and daughter all for me. She directly dialed black and white and bellowed. Since I can't get it, then all of them can go to hell. Wang Qinling directly collapsed and shouted. At this time, she was like a severe ghost, with blood hanging from the corners of her mouth and her hair cloaked, making people look at her and shudder. Old White, so are we still waiting for the night? Hanging up the phone at this time, the black impermanence who had long been guarding the outside of the Zirwei mansion opened his mouth and asked, didn't the lady say so? Immediately, right away. Let's go. Now go in and settle that brat. Old White said with a smile that was worse than tears. Whoosh! Two black shadows instantly rushed into Zirwei mansion. The security guards at the entrance only felt a flash in front of their eyes, and when they looked carefully, they did not notice the slightest difference. So he scratched his head, and with a couple of puzzled scans again he resumed his post. Inside Villa 1 of Zirwei mansion. Holy shit! In the end, it's a divine martial art. It's really not easy to cultivate without the enlightenment pills. At this time, Lu Chen had spent 2 days, and had finally gotten started with the first of the 16 styles of godslaying, and he couldn't help but feel a little elated with emotion. Suddenly, his eyes flickered to the window. At this moment, there were suddenly 2 more silhouettes there, one black and one white, with an aura that was cold. Who are you people? Lu Chen asked with a frown. Jia, the 2 of us are the Phantom Organization's gold medal assassins, the black and white irregulars. Lu Chen, suffer death. After saying that, one of the black-robed men directly disappeared in place and pounced towards Lu Chen. As the black impermanence attacked, a piercing ghastly wind suddenly rose, only to see him instantly appeared in Lu Chen have then. Face cruel evil smile, 5 fingers into claws, toward his brain door buckle. But the next second, he froze. This claw, empty, where are the people? Just as black impermanence had a moment of doubt in his mind, suddenly his entire body exploded in sweat and he quickly retreated backwards. And the disappearing Lu Chen appeared where he had just stood, looking at himself with a smile on his face. At the sight of the originally ringed white erratic, the calm face was also suddenly solemn, with infinite alarming colors. Both of them did not realize that there was something odd about how Lu Chen disappeared just now. Can occupy the world's top 10 Killer Guild Phantom Organization's gold medal position. Experience. 6 senses are very sharp. They wouldn't think that this was an accident. Lu Chen happened to avoid their attack. They knew that they had run into a tough opponent this time. Retreat. With 1 strike missing, and not being able to see how the other party avoided the attack at all, the 2 of them instantly felt the urge to retreat. Those who could easily dodge attacks under the eyes of the 2 but couldn't see what was going on were naturally not something they could deal with. Want to go? Too late. Lu Chen snorted, and as soon as his words fell, he had already appeared in front of Black and White's retreating path, stopping the other party. Just before, Lu Chen received a call from Yao Chuanji and knew that Wang Qinling had sent the Black and White irregulars to Jiangdu. It was obvious that it was for himself. He just didn't expect the 2 to show up not long after the phone was hung up. If it were before, one would naturally be unable to deal with it, because just now at glance to see, these 2 people have already reached the peak realm of internal energy. No wonder before old man Qin said that these 2 goods in the beginning almost assassinated to himself. But it was also because of this black and white irregulars that old man Qin made a critical breakthrough to Zhongshu. I just didn't expect that after so many years, these 2 goods were still stuck at the peak level of internal energy. Such a dish. If this thought of Lu Chen's was known by old man Qin, he would probably have to laugh bitterly again. He would have said, "You think that sect masters are all cabbages, so easy to break through?" It was important to realize that many people could not cross over into the Zhongshu realm in their entire lives, and being able to reach the peak of the inner strength was already an unrivaled master. In the secular world, this was a completely invincible existence, which was why Wang Qinling was able to get away with it so far. Without the patriarch, These two were completely unbeatable. Seeing that their retreat was blocked, the black and white irregulars immediately stormed back and took up a stance, waiting for them. At this moment, the two men's hearts were like waves of shock, and they couldn't wait to curse. You come to kill a random kid and you run into a grandmaster? How is that possible? They weren't fools. To be able to easily dodge an attack from their own peak internal energy, they were bound to be in the Zhongshe realm. But, how old is this kid? Such a young Zhongshe realm. I've never even heard of it. But again, the facts are in front of them, and that's what scares them. The two black and white irregulars glanced at each other, a hint of ruthlessness crossing their eyes. If one wanted to escape under a sovereign, unless they were also in the sovereign realm, they would have to possess special stances and abilities. Obviously the two didn't, so there was only one fight. They wouldn't be naive enough to think that Lu Chen would let them off the hook. Fight! The two men took the lead and attacked, one on the left and one on the right toward Lu Chen's pack. White impermanence attacked his face, while black impermanence attacked his lower yin. Can be said to be attacking his death door? And the angle of the move is extremely tricky. As expected, they are gold medal killers and have been partners for many years, and they work very well together. Good timing. Let's try out my new tricks on you guys. Seeing this, Lu Chen was not shocked but rather pleased, and his entire body aura changed in vain, only to see him take a step back and turn his fist into a palm. With a twist of his wrist, he launched a palm at the two men. First stance, hypnotizing mountain strength. As the words fell, in an instant, the air around them suddenly surged wildly as Lu Chen pushed his palm. Boom! With a bang, the black and white irregulars directly exploded out of thin air, half resisting, disappearing without a trace. At this moment, even Lu Chen remained in the position of delivering his palm, frozen on the spot. One understands that the power of this move is very powerful, and one has also thought of the millions of situations after the palm is struck, but one has never thought that this palm is actually strong like this. A palm went down, and not even crumbs were left of the two, as if these two had never appeared. Holy shit, so powerful. Even Lu Chen himself couldn't help but stagger and exclaim. This palm was simply devastating, directly vaporizing the two men without a trace of blood left behind. At this moment, Qin Tianliu also appeared here because of the sound and air movement over here. What's wrong? Seeing Lu Chen, who was still frozen in place, he couldn't help but ask in confusion. Lu Chen let out a bitter smile and told Qin Tiantaki what had just happened. Crap. After hearing all of this, Qin Tianliu couldn't help but be shocked beyond words in his heart. The black and white invincible he has played the account. He is not before the critical breakthrough, also have to fold in their hands. Even if the current him was not in a position to kill them, it would not be too much to lose them in one move. But after all, they were existences at the peak of inner strength, or two partners who worked well together and possessed the art of combining attacks. He asked himself that it was also impossible for him to directly blast them into dregs within a single move. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but look at Lu Chen with even more shock, as if he was looking at a monster. Elder brother Qin, is peak inner strength so weak? Lu Chen couldn't help but ask, drawing constant blank stares from Qin Tianliu. Weak? That's because you're not human, alright? Peak inner strength, just in those ancient martial arts families, it's also the existence of the top battle power. Qin Tianliu hard at this time 10,000 mmp. Do not know when to speak or not. Cough cough. That peak inner strength is indeed not a good comparison with you right now. After all, we are both peak sectors. It's very simple to kill them in a single move. If we were to replace them with the same sectors, it wouldn't be so simple. Relieving his shock, Qin Tianliu said in a serious manner. The heart is even more mixed. Their own decades have been practiced to the mother's womb. Lu Chen, how old is this? Stepping into cultivation seemed to be just in these 2 days. How powerful must it be to be able to kill two peak inner strengths in a single move? And the key is that the seconds don't even leave any dregs? Luckily, a few days ago, when the two fought each other, this kid did not use this trick, or else he is not also hiccups? If that's the case, where can I justify myself? Is that so? I told you how the two of them are so unbeatable. Brother Qin, are you free later? I feel like I didn't even utilize half of the power of my slap just now, so I'll hit you with my full power later to see how powerful it is, so that I can have a number in my heart next time. Hearing Qin Tianliu's words, Lu Chen nodded thoughtfully. Put, Qin Tiantaki, who had just taken out his accompanying wine gourd and filled it with a mouthful of yellow soup in preparation for suppressing his shock, spewed out the wine in one gulp. I have an appointment later. You're testing moves here. Just find an open place to fight against a boulder and you'll know. I'll practice with you when I'm free later. So what? Since you're fine, I'll leave first. Can't keep people waiting. After saying that, old man Qin directly flashed away. Are you kidding me? Letting yourself accompany him to feed his moves? Isn't this a death wish? Can a move seconds to 2 peak internal force even dregs are not left, but less than half the power. Which if the full force, they cannot withstand not be a bombardment crippled inevitably. Jinling, the office of the president of Taishan Group. Yao Chu Angie, you're good. You can't wait to rebel? Have I treated you badly all these years? Wang Qinling sat on the chair and looked at Yao Chuanji, who was knocked over by his men, his heart filled with anger. Ahem. Ha, you're being nice to me? Ha 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 ha. We all know what's going on between us. Now Yu Wang is finished. Coughing out a mouthful of blood, Yao Chuanji laughed madly. He had already received news that the Wang group had been taken down directly by the warring group. I'm finished? Don't forget that my Wang family has Mr. Lu behind them. Mr. Lu, the one who made the move was the warring group. Mr. Lu is certainly powerful, but would he offend Warren for you? Ha ha ha. At this moment, Yao Chuanji was knocked to the ground, but he was very happy inside. In over 20 years, there had never been a moment of such joy. Laugh, since you're so heartless, it's not my fault. I'll let your heartthrob reunite with you later. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Wang Qinling also laughed hysterically, and the hatred in her eyes increased. You bitch, come at me if you can. Hearing that Wang Qinling was going to make a move against mother and daughter and Qi, Yao Chuanji's eyes instantly turned red and roared. Jinling Li family. There were several corpses lying on the lobby, all of which were guards of the Li family. Mother and daughter Angie and the main mother of the Li family. All of them looked at the 3 masked black-robed men in front of them in horror and kept retreating. These 3 black-robed men all had a red ghostly icon embroidered on the chest of their clothes, which meant that they were all from the Phantom organization. The few guards that Lin Tiansheng had left behind were also heavily injured at this time, struggling to protect In Chi's few people behind them. Are you Phantoms going to start a war with the blatant Arxia kingdom? The leading guard, Wang Weibin, had blood on the corners of his mouth as he angrily rebuked. Oh, you think too highly of yourself. Kill all of you. Who knows it was us? One of the men in black sneered. To make an enemy of Xia, even if Phantom was the top 10 assassin organization in the world, it wouldn't dare. But this time the orders to come over were to take Angie's mother and daughter and kill everyone else here, without a live witness and without evidence. Xia naturally can't do anything about them. Cut the crap so we don't get into trouble. Do it. The other black-clothed man seemed to be the leader of these 3, and directly spoke in a deep voice before striking out. Old Zhang, Den Yo, stall them with me. Tiger, take MS, and Qi and the others and run. Seeing that the other party was determined to kill everyone here, Wang Weibin directly shouted and rushed up with Daniel and old Zhang. A mantis is not self-important. The man in black hummed disdainfully. Bang bang bang. In just a single glance, Wang Weibin's trio was directly knocked back. Their faces all instantly turned white. The clothes on their chests were dyed red with blood, and their injuries worsened. Spell it out. Wang Weibin, these people are on the battlefield, have seen blood. Although the combat strength is not equal to the 3 people in front of them, but the ruthlessness does not lose to anyone. The trio gritted their teeth and held onto the block as they waited in anticipation for reinforcements to arrive. When he had just discovered these 3 people, Wang Weibin had already had someone inform Lin Tiansheng of the information. The reply they got was that reinforcements had left before that, telling them to keep Angie's mother and daughter no matter what, and to swear to hold on for half an hour. This made a few people a bit confused. Could it be that General Lin was unpredictable? But as soon as they did it, they knew that it was bad. These 3 people in front of them were actually people from the Phantom organization. With excellent hands, they were no match at all. The fact that they were able to hold out until now was entirely due to their above superhuman physical fitness and willpower. But it's only been a little over 15 minutes and they're already close to running out of gas. Several people bravely charged up again, but the result was that they were once again sent flying by the other party at once. This time, the 3 of them collapsed to the ground, blood gushing out of their mouths, no longer able to fight. I'm sorry, General Lin. It's our incompetence. Wang Weibin rolled his body with difficulty, attempting to stand up again, yet it was in vain. At this time, he couldn't exert any strength at all, and his body was like falling apart. Old Zhang and Denyo, at this time, also lying on the ground with blood coming out of their mouths, breathing heavily. Griffins and ants, wasting labor's time. A man in black cursed in annoyance. If it wasn't for Wang Weibin's stalking of these people, they would have completed their mission long ago. He raised his right hand and slapped it down against Wang Weibin's head. Bang! The dull ringing sound caused Wang Weibin, who was already desperate, to open his eyes wide in vain. An upright back came into view, and the black-clothed man who was just ready to result in Wang Weibin, was sent flying with a palm strike by the owner of this back, and was now lying on the ground in constant convulsions, already more out of breath than in. It didn't twitch twice, then it didn't move. Lao San, the other 2 exclaimed. instantly acting as if they were enemies, taking up positions against this sudden appearance. "Who is your excellency?" the black-robed man in the lead asked solemnly. "Dare to come and touch my woman without even inquiring who I am?" The person who came coldly confronted him, his voice without a trace of emotion. "Lu Chen?" At those words, the man in black in the lead was visibly stunned. The heart was even more puzzled. Wasn't this black and white worthless going over to kill Lu Chen? How could he still appear here? Could it be a mistake? Also, why is this Lu Chen suddenly so powerful? He killed his third brother in one go? At least, his third brother was a martial artist with a high level of external energy. No! How did this Lu Chen appear just now? Why didn't he realize it? While he was thinking about this, Lu Chen didn't have so much free time and went straight for it. Bang bang, two sounds. The two remaining black-clothed men fell down in response, their words not even coming out of their mouths. What a lot of crap! Lu Chen spat and turned to look at the three Wang Weibin on the ground. At this moment, although the three of them were seriously injured and powerless, it didn't prevent them from seeing this scene just now. The shock inside was beyond words. Although these people of their own were not as good as those soldier kings, they were still similar, or else they wouldn't be qualified to be the guards of Lin Tianshang, a great power player. And against Phantom and these people, they knew that this was encountering those ancient martial artists in the legend. Even if the king of soldiers descended, they might not be able to defeat them. But now, this young Lu Chen, without any effort, took out the three people who almost got themselves killed just now. Could it be that he was also an ancient martial artist? Especially since they had witnessed it themselves. Lu Chen, seeing the visitor, Angie and the others who had been retreating stopped. After seeing how easily Lu Chen had solved these killers, the crowd was also shocked in their hearts. Angie, on the other hand, went from her earlier fear, to worry, to elation, and pounced all at once. "Sorry I'm late, but it's fine now." Touching Angie's head, Lu Chen smiled in relief. "Well, I'm fine, all thanks to Big Brother Wang and their desperate efforts to protect us, but they are. Now." Angie nodded, then looked worriedly at the three Wang Weibin who were lying on the side about to die. "It's fine, I'm here." With that, Lu Chen walked over. When he swept a glance at the three, he had a clear idea of what was going on, and stretched out his two fingers, pointing a few times in the air at the three. Then he gave each of the three of them one of the previously dispensed pills and stood up. The next moment, in the crowd's shocked gaze, Wang Weibin three people whoosh jumped up from the ground. Crap! Seeing that the three Wang Weibin, who was dying a moment before, popped up at this moment as if they were fine, everyone burst out a foul mouth. If it weren't for the blood that still remained on their bodies, no one looking at them would think that these three almost hung up a few seconds ago. The three of them, Wang Weibin, were also shocked beyond belief. No wonder Lin Lao had been praising Lu Chen all day long, saying how he was bullish. This is not a bullseye. It's almost like it's going to scare them into a stupid batch. Lu Chen's methods were divine and completely beyond their comprehension. This time, the way they looked at Lu Chen changed, filled with admiration, worship, and gratitude. Yao Anchi looked at Lu Chen with her eyes full of stars. How could she not be proud that her man was so good? As for the old man of the Li family, Li Fingyin, at this time, he was considered to have completely lost all other thoughts. Before to his financial strength and his own imaginary background, the old man had to be convinced. After all, for the Li family, the enemy, in the past 2 days, it was even more shocking to learn that the Shangjiang Warring Group was all owned by Lu Chen. Today, this Lu Chen descended from the sky and lightly solved those three people that even Wang Weibin, who was as strong as a soldier king, couldn't deal with, once again making him astonished. Now, just now, Lu Chen casually healed three people who were about to hang with a few strokes, which was simply unheard of to him. This time, he is half a bit of bad thoughts are gone. There is such a nephew son-in-law. As long as you hold tight to the thigh, why worry about the Li family is not prosperous? I'm going to go down to the Taishan group. Lu Chen saw that this side was no longer in the way and said to Anchi that he was leaving. Lu Chen, you have to be careful. Hearing that Lu Chen was going to the Taishan group, mother and daughter Anchi were both shaken. They understood that Lu Chen was going to settle the matter of Yao Chu Angie. Don't worry, you'll all be together as a family in a little while, so prepare a nice dinner with Auntie, and have a good night's drink. Touching Angie's head, Lu Chen said with a smile. Aha! Angie responded tearfully, happiness filling her eyes. I didn't realize that the day I was looking forward to was coming so soon, and all of this was brought to her by Lu Chen. Lu Chen's figure moved and disappeared in an instant, and he couldn't help but cause the crowd present to gasp again. Mr. Lu is truly a man of God. Yes, old ox, my life was saved by Mr. Lu. I must repay him properly in the future. Oh, you just worry less. With Mr. Lu's tactics, what else can you repay him for? Hey, you can't say that. Mr. Lu always has errands and miscellaneous tasks to be done, right? That's true. It's nice to run errands and do odd jobs for Mr. Lu. A few guards were now laughing and joking, and they could not help but make Li Fingnian and the others sigh again. The Li family has met a dragon. Even these warriors who were as strong as military kings were willingly happy with the fact that they could do odd jobs for Lu Chen. Jinling Taishan Group, President's Office. How come the three old Zhu brothers haven't returned yet? Wang Qinling's heart was suddenly annoyed at this time, always feeling that something was wrong. It should be soon, a subordinate said. Bitch, you shall not die. At this time, Yao Chu Angie was still roaring angrily. I don't know if I'm good to die or not, but later I'll make your heart's desire not to die. These men of mine haven't smelled fishy for a long time. I don't know if that mother and daughter can satisfy them. Ha ha ha. Wang Qinling's spiteful laughter was like a devil from hell, constantly irritating Yao Chu Angie. How dare you? I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Yao Chu Angie was in a rage and roared madly. Don't worry. I'll reunite your family when you're done watching this show in person. Plus your unmarried son-in-law should already be waiting for you down there. As the saying goes, love is deep and hate is deep. Nowadays Wang Qinling only wants to ruthlessly torture Yao Chu Angie's three people. It was the only way to get rid of her hatred. Oh, that's going to disappoint you. Suddenly, a snort rang out. Everyone in the office was startled and looked around, only to see a handsome young man leaning against the window at that moment, looking at Wang Qinling with a playful smile. Lu Chen? Wang Qinling looked at the man in surprise. That's right, it's me. How? Seeing that Lu Chen had actually appeared here with good intentions, Wang Qinling was surprised. He had shot the black and white to kill him. Did he miss it? It's impossible. If that were true, the black and white would surely call to inform themselves. You back off. Just as she was puzzled, an elegant old man who was always following her instantly appeared in front of her, holding her back. Uncle Tsun, what are you? The sudden scene made Wang Qinling a little confused. He's a Zong master. Sen Bo stared solemnly at Lu Chen, not daring to slack off in the slightest. What? How is it possible? Wang Qinling was different from Yao Chu Angie and these people from the secular world. He had always had dealings with Mr. Lu and naturally knew some information about ancient martial arts. The patriarch is like a dragon, not to be insulted. That's the most words I've ever heard from Mr. Lu. However, she had never expected that Lu Chen would be a patriarch. However, after Tsin Bo pointed it out, she realized that this Lu Chen seemed to have come in from outside the window. This was the 33rd floor. How could an ordinary person come in from outside the 33rd floor? Only a grandmaster can explain it. When you reach the Zongshi you can fly through the air. Flying to the 33rd floor and coming in from the outside is a breeze. Thinking about this, she couldn't help but feel fearful, but she was reassured by the sight of Uncle Tsun. Tsin Bo was a peak realm sect master that Mr. Lu had arranged for her, and it was also her biggest card. Master Lu, black and white. Tsin Bo calmly looked at Lu Chen and reported the honorable title. Once he entered the Zongshi, he would be a dragon. Even if he himself was a Zongshi, or the peak Zongshi realm, he still had to use the honorific title of Grandmaster or Zongshi. This was the rule of the ancient martial arts. Dead, Lu Chen faintly answered. Dawn was that Tsin Bo had already guessed the answer, but she still couldn't help but frown. He was aware of the strength of the black and white irregulars, and he could naturally decimate himself against them, but he was a peak Zongshi. The Lu Chen in front of him, he could only tell that he was a sovereign. As for having reached the peak sovereign realm, he hadn't thought about it. This Lu Chen himself had never heard of. Even if it was a demon taught by any old demon, to reach the Zongshi at this age, it must have been cultivated with a lot of treasures, but it wasn't that simple to reach the peak of the sovereign master, unless it was one of those sons of the hidden families. However, everyone had long had a rule that the children of hidden families could not easily show themselves, but even so, he didn't want to make trouble. Who knew if there would be an accident and pop out which old demon didn't care about these rules? How about this matter ends here? Thus, Tsin Bo took the lead in speaking. Tsin Bo. Hearing him say this, Wang Qinling was anxious. You shut up, it's not your turn to speak here. At this time, Tsin Bo changed his previous elegance and snapped. Wang Qinling's heart shook and she shut up, but her eyes were still filled with malice when she looked at Lu Chen. Master Lu, people of our status, there's no need for us to fight to the death over such trivial matters of the world. I suggest that this matter be left at that and come to an end. Camber spoke again. Oh, it's fine. As long as you leave her life behind. Lu Chen smiled and pointed at Wang Qinling. That won't work. He's the master's man. At those words, Tsin Bo's brows furrowed. Then there's no negotiation, Lu Chen said as he spread his hands. Humph, old me saw that it wasn't easy for you to cross over to Zongshi at such a young age and only then did I want to uncover this matter. So don't you dare to take an inch for an inch. Anger hung on Tsin Bo's face. If you want to fight, then fight. Where's all the nonsense? You want Lu Chen to let Wang Qinling go? How could that be possible? She had sent people to assassinate herself and Anchi's mother and daughter, so naturally she couldn't stay. Seek death. This time, Sun Bo was directly angered and instantly struck out. Good timing. Seeing Sun Bo strike, Lu Chen was not surprised but delighted. After pestering old man Qin for half a day, he was dead set against practicing against himself. He was worried that he couldn't find someone who was also a sovereign to spar with, but now it was good that one was delivered to his door. Lu Chen's figure shifted, directly dodging the strike and flying directly out of the window. The president's office is so small, it's not enough for the patriarch to spoil. Boom boom boom. Violent clashing sounds rang out, and in an instant, the two of them exchanged dozens of moves. Watching Wang Qinling and the others in shock. Even though Sun Bo had followed him for many years, Wang Qinling had never really seen him strike with his own eyes. After all, for unusual matters, the black and white irregulars could already take care of all of them. How would they need the peak zone shirts and bow to take action? Now that I've seen it with my own eyes, the shock in my heart cannot be overstated. What shocked her even more was Lu Chen. Wang Qinling completely did not expect such a young kid. Not only did he possess appalling wealth, but he had even reached the zone shire realm. It was simply inhuman. However, in her heart, apart from shock, there was no worry. Mr. Lu had said at the beginning that Sun Bo definitely belonged to the peak of combat power in today's secular world, and that the only person who could fight was Qin Tian Taki, the god of battle of the Summer Kingdom back in the day. Moreover, Qin Tianliu had retired with serious injuries, and after so many years, this was not a match for the current Qin Tianliu, who might not beat Sun Bo's opponent. Therefore, although she was shocked at Lu Chen's strength, she did not feel that Sun Bo would lose. Don't think that Lu Chen can save you just because he's here. He won't be a match for Sun Bo. Seeing Yao Chuanji with surprise and expectation in his eyes, Wang Qinling sneered again. However, Camber outside was not calm now. At first, one could still press Lu Chen to fight. However, after these dozens of moves, he was horrified that the two were now fighting back and forth, almost evenly matched. Moreover, he realized that Lu Chen's control of his stance and power became more and more skillful as he fought, and there were even a few times when he nearly had to be hit himself. He was someone who came out of a hidden family and had seen a lot, and these dozens of moves made him certain that Lu Chen was definitely using him as a whetstone. He himself was also a long famous character, and now that he was being treated like this, he was naturally furious. Kid, die and come. This time, he instantly made a seal with his palm. His aura changed, and he moved for real. One could only see that his palms were instantly red at this moment, as if they were wrapped in flames. Burning sky palm. With a stern cry, Sun Bo launched out with a palm. At once, a scorching aura hit the air, and it was as if the air around them was about to be set on fire. Good timing. Lu Chen directly let out a low shout and swung his palm to meet him, actually choosing to fight hard. Sun Bo sneered in his heart. I have been immersed in the burning sky palm for dozens of years. Even if Qin Tian Taki was here, he wouldn't dare to take it hard, let alone this kid. It's so newborn. Bang! This palm, which was solidly pitted against each other, emitted a heaven-shaking roar, and the air around the two of them substantially tumbled up, scorching hot under the effect of the burning sky palm. What? However, in the next moment, Sun Bo exclaimed in shock, instantly falling back dozens of meters as he looked at Lu Chen in disbelief. How is that possible? He actually went next? Wang Qinling, who was watching from the window, also exclaimed at this moment. This was Sun Bo's famous martial skill, an almost invincible existence at the same level, and it was actually taken down hard by Lu Chen? Moreover, it looked like Lu Chen wasn't hurt at all? How is that possible? What Wang Qinling had in mind was exactly what Sun Bo was thinking at this time. Kid, who the hell are you? This time, Sun Bo's heart faltered. To be able to have such strength, Lu Chen must have a supreme old demon behind him to guide him. Otherwise, even if he was at the peak of the sovereign master's strength, it would be impossible for him to receive his palm unharmed. However, so far, the strength that Lu Chen had displayed had not reached the peak of the sovereign master. Old man, this palm is not bad. Next, you try catching a palm from me as well? Shaking off his hands, which were a bit sore and hot, Lu Chen said with a smile. In his heart, however, he was also a bit shocked. In order to be able to quickly familiarize himself with the control of battle power, he didn't exert his full strength, but rather, he slowly raised it stage by stage to fight against Sun Bo, which is why he was in a situation where he seemed to have been suppressed before. But now, he felt that he was able to control his battle power well enough, especially when Sun Bo used his martial arts. He felt that it was time to sharpen his martial arts. Before killing the black and white irregulars, the first style of deicide had not even exerted its full power, and the two of them had been blasted into evaporation. and if it wasn't for the fact that he had withdrawn his palm in time at that time, Lu Chen felt that his villa was going to be blown down by the residual energy. But now, the opposite side was also a peak zongsure existence. And Old Man Qin had said that it was only at the same level that one could hone this stance of theirs. Thus, after saying that, he also changed his aura and pushed his palm in a circle, instantly completing the accumulation of power, catalyzing mountain strength. 3 words were spat out, and Lu Chen, with the momentum of 10,000 pounds, instantly appeared in front of Tsinbo's body and launched out with a palm. Crap! Xiao was the consistently refined Tsinbo, but at this moment, he was also straight up foul-mouthed. Because the aura, it was just too frightening. This is still the peak of a Grandmaster? How did it feel even more terrifying than a peak Grandmaster's attack? At this moment, the surrounding aura seemed to have been instantly drained, and a destructive aura erupted from Lu Chen's palm. Boom! No! A loud bang accompanied by a distant cry, and silence was instantly restored to the surroundings. At this moment, Wang Qinling was dumbfounded. Yao Angie was dumbfounded. The rest of the president's office was dumbfounded, and even Qin Tianliu, who had hurriedly arrived, was dumbfounded. Lu Chen, on the other hand, even maintained the posture of his palm, frozen on the spot. What the hell? Didn't they say that same-rank sect masters can sharpen themselves? How come this Tsinbo is just like the black and white irregulars? He's gone even after one slap? Lu Chen was puzzled, and his face was disgruntled. Although this move himself was in fact at full strength, but the strength still did not materialize all the way. Tsinbo was blown up at once, completely unresisting, and evaporated without even uttering a single scream. Crap! It's over! It was at this time that Qin Tian Taki, who had rushed over, reacted with an anxious look on his face, only to see him quickly take out a jade pendant in his bosom and directly crush it. A wisp of white smoke instantly vaporized and dissipated. Elder brother Qin, what brings you here? Seeing Qin Tianliu, Lu Chen was also a bit puzzled. Something big is going to happen now. Qin Tianliu laughed bitterly. As soon as the words fell, the sky suddenly darkened, and the clouds above suddenly surged wildly, finally converging into a human face. Kid, how dare you break the rules? Take your life. Elder, calm your anger. This kid has just been promoted to the peak of zongsure, and is also not from an unusual ancient martial arts family, so he doesn't know our rules. Qin Tianliu instantly blocked in front of Lu Chen and clasped his fists. Humph, those who are not from an ancient martial arts family are even more unlikely to stay. Qin Tianliu, get out of the way. Senior mustn't. This person has saved my life. So please, for the sake of my father's face, let's leave it at that. Humph, the lives of knights and families' children are not enough for Qin Xiaotian's face. Get lost. As the voice fell, the clouds in the air instantly surged, and a heaven-destroying pressure descended from the sky, directly attacking Lu Chen. Qin Tian Taki was horrified, pulling Lu Chen to dodge. This power was not something that the two of them at the peak of the zongsure could resist. Humph, old Ghostson, you have a big stance. Just then, a majestic voice rang out. As the words fell, before the crowd had time to react, they saw the extremely appalling attack from before dissipate with this wave of sound. What kind of divine means is this? When Lu Chen saw this, he was also particularly alarmed. Originally thought that he was already on top of the world with this battle power, but now when compared to it, it seems that the gap is not generally large. Qin Xiaotian, old Ghostson's angry voice rang out. What's there to roar about? Labor isn't deaf. At this moment a figure resembling a Dharma body appeared above the clouds. This is an extra-dimensional body, only available at the Seal King realm, capable of possessing about 70% of its own battle power. Of course, the power just now was estimated to be around 30%. As for the King Seal realm, above the Sovereign Master there is the Grand Sovereign Master realm, and after breaking through the peak of the Grand Sovereign Master one can cross into the King realm and be sealed as a king. As if he could see Lu Chen's doubts, Qin Tianliu explained at the side. However, looking at Qin Xiaotian's doppelganger, this old man changed his previous unruly behavior and was surprisingly well behaved, and there was even some fear in his eyes. Lu Chen was shocked in his heart. Only 30% of his power was so terrifying? It seemed that he couldn't be satisfied with the status quo. He had to hurry up and collect formation bases to cultivate. Otherwise, who knows when another Fengwang came out. This time there is this Qin Xiaotian shot. Next time if no one to help. Their own not hiccups? Qin Xiaotian, you're breaking the rules. Old Ghostson roared. What rules? Sin Jinhong, are you out of your mind? This kid isn't from the ancient martial arts world. A wild zongsure alright. How could he be restricted by rules? Qin Xiaotian said with a disinterested face. Then according to you, if we have a wild one on our side, we can also ignore the rules and kill indiscriminately in the secular world? Clan masters and above are the fundamentals of our ancient martial arts. How can they be such child's play? Che, If you're capable of producing such a genius who can slaughter his own master with his hands, feel free. Besides, I've heard that the one who made the first move was your surnameson. So what, can't you fight back when you're being beaten? He himself is incompetent. He didn't even follow through with a single move. Who's to blame? Hearing Sin Jinhong's words, Qin Xiaotian smiled indifferently. Sin Jinhong was choked speechless. A demon like Lu Chen couldn't be cultivated by pulling in just anyone. Since it is wild, it is natural to obtain the resources to grow on its own. The ancient martial arts family cannot give help. Those ancient martial arts family geniuses are indeed many, but all have the support of the family. If you remove the resources, compared to Lu Chen, there seems to be no comparison. Alright, I've secured this Lu Chen. You can go now. Qin Xiaotian seemed to be a little impatient and waved his hand, saying, if you favor him like this, aren't you afraid of falling out with us, causing both sides to go to war? Old Ghostson. He's a member of my Xia kingdom, as well as a brigadier general who has been promoted by my Xia kingdom, so I shouldn't show favoritism? Moreover, really want to go to war? Do you think my Xia kingdom will be afraid? On the contrary, it's you guys, counting your roots and forgetting your ancestry, eating our Xia's rice and growing up, but giving allegiance to the beautiful country and the cherry blossom country. I can tell you, the laborers still really hope to start a war and get you guys killed. You should be thankful that it's the rules that saved you. What? Sin Jinhong's heart was shocked, but then he was relieved. An existence at the peak of Zhongshu, and one that could kill an equivalent peak Zhongshu in a single move. Giving it to a lieutenant general wasn't too much. Such a genius will naturally be valued by the state. Now that Lu Chen had hung up the title of lieutenant general of Xia, then he naturally couldn't force his hand anymore, or else if he really had to fight, his side's power in Xia would have to suffer a great loss. Kid, count yourself lucky today. Mind your own business and don't make any more trouble, or else you won't be able to protect you even if Qin Xiaotian comes over next time. Although he couldn't do anything to Lu Chen this time, Sin Jinhong still put out harsh words. Otherwise, don't you want to lose face yourself? After saying that, he was about to prepare to leave with Wang Qinling. Wait, she can't leave. At this time, Lu Chen took a step forward in the air and looked straight at Sin Jinhong. Kid, don't give an inch. You, don't beep. This woman sent someone to assassinate me and my woman. Damn it, leave her, this matter ends here. Otherwise, I will dig out your roots in the secular world one by one and kill them all. Lu Chen said nonchalantly. Just a moment ago, he asked Qin Tiantaki a general question and knew that these people had rules. Above the sovereign masters may not casually strike. And the highest in the secular world is the peak sovereign masters who can come out and do things. Then what the hell is he afraid of? Moreover, although these ancient martial arts families are hidden behind the secular world, they also need to collect resources in food and clothing. All need to be inside the secular world. They control the group, the family to go to them to open up. In that case, it becomes their weakness instead. Don't you either keep her and you go, or go to war. Lu Chen once again interrupted Sin Jinhong's words and directly drank. Crap, this kid is so fierce. I'm just saying, the real fight will be criticized even if I go back. At this time, Qin Xiaotian was also looking dumbfounded. Totally not expecting this Lu Chen to be so reckless. That was a Seal King, an existence that could whoop Lu Chen to death with a slap. Kind of admire the kid though, hot-blooded and bossy enough. In fact, Lu Chen was also drumming in his heart, but he saw the situation. It seemed that both sides had certain taboos, and it was obvious that Sin Jinhong did not dare to start a fight. Brat, old me will remember you. After saying that, the cloud incarnation instantly dissipated. Crap, the old boy really gave you a dislike? At this time, Qin Xiaotian couldn't help but cry and laugh. This old thing and their own not deal with many years, or the first time to see this good so defeated. The heart is very fast. Looking at Lu Chen is even more appreciated. No thanks to their own spent so much spiritual energy to cohesion split rush to. I go. Old brother you can really be lawless that is the existence of a sealed king your kid is crazy enough. Old brother is convinced. Qin Tianliu also gave a thumbs up at this moment, praising it from the bottom of his heart. He himself was crazy back then, but that was at most crazy with the sovereign. As for sealing the king, Qin Tianliu hadn't thought about it at all. He was afraid that he would be slapped to death. No, you can't give up on me. Seeing that Sin family ancestor brush his sleeve away, Wang Qinling cried out in despair. Blame it on yourself. Lu Chen directly waved his big hand, and the several people who had previously bound and punched Yao Chuanji exploded out of thin air. Then, in Wang Qinling's horrified eyes, he pointed in the air. At that moment, Wang Qinling sat down on the ground with her eyes lax, and a demented face rose. Yao Chuanji was shocked beyond words at this extraordinary means. She deserves it. Lu Chen didn't do much explaining. He didn't want to kill a powerless woman. Just directly use some means to make her demented for the rest of her life. Uncle, just have someone send this woman back to the Wang family. And you can come with me now to meet Auntie Li and Angie. Yao Chuanji nodded numbly. At this point he was still in the shock from before. Kid, you're very good. The Summer Kingdom needs men like you. Ha ha ha. Seeing his old rival defeated, Qin Xiaotian couldn't be happier. Senior is being overly complimentary, Lu Chen said modestly. I'm not exaggerating. By the way, this incompetent son of mine has already reported your previous situation, and the above also unanimously passed, promising you a lieutenant general title. Just hanging a name. You should not excuse yourself. Usually you are still free, but if the Xia state is in trouble, it still needs you to be able to appropriately step in and help out a bit. Qin Xiaotian didn't have so many twists and turns and gave Lu Chen a straight talk. Okay, I got it. Previously, Qin Tiantaki had already told him about this. And with the title of Lieutenant General, a lot of things would be convenient in the secular world. So, he wasn't prepared to refuse. As for Xia having a hard time helping out, isn't that the right thing to do? If your country is in trouble, wouldn't a man of the country stay out of it? In addition, I have to thank you for letting this brat in my house survive. Although I don't know how you did it, but still say thank you. Count me Qin Xiaotian owes you a favor. In the future there is something. You can directly let this brat yell at me. This old bone of mine. Sometimes it can still be a starting point. Then thank you senior. Lu Chen didn't refuse. A favor from a Seal King existence. Don't take it for nothing. Brat, since the recovery, don't swing outside. Give me an early roll back to the army. In a while to be with the Cherry Blossom Country, the Stick Country Tripartite Military Exercises Competition. That bunch of calves now the instructor is a mess. You go to give them up. Don't lose face of my summer country at that time. At this time, Qin Xiaotian glared at Qin Tianliu, who was pretending to be a quail at the side, and said in a deep voice, Okay, Pops. Surprisingly, Qin Tianliu directly answered, Forget it, you directly report to the military department with me right now. Qin Xiaotian thought about it and said directly, Ha? What? Got a problem with that? No, I'm fine with that. This scene saw Lu Chen tsk. Usually you can't see old man Qin being so well behaved. Imagine an old man over 60 years old, calling someone else's dad, or looking all coy and hot. After a few more words from the few people, Qin Tiantaki said goodbye to Lu Chen with a bitter look on his face, then directly followed Qin Xiaotian's doppelganger and flew away. At this time, Yao Chuanji's side had also arranged matters, and Wang Qinling had also arranged for people to send them away. Thus, Lu Chen probed his hand and grabbed it, lifting the terrified Yao Chuanji and flying directly towards the Li family. Lu Chen didn't drive here, and didn't bother to wait for Yao Chuanji to arrange a car, so he directly flew over with him. Jinling Li family, when Anchi mother and daughter saw Yao Chuanji's moment, tears collapsed. 20 years of longing for each other exploded at this moment. The three embraced each other and cried, exchanging thoughts as everyone else had the good sense to walk away and give the family some time alone. And at this time, Lu Chen's phone rang. Hey, Chen. In a few days it will be the day of our Lu family ancestral hall ancestor sacrifice. Come back when you're free. It's been 2 years since I've been back. Your grandfather misses you too, and told me to shout at you to come back and join in this time by all means. On the other end of the phone, Lu Chen's mother, Gao Xiaolan's voice came. Okay, Mom, just in time to finish up the business at hand in the next couple of days, then I'll be back in 3 days. The Lu family sacrifice was in 5 days. Lu Chen counted the time and replied, if it wasn't for the fact that there were too many things going on in this period of time, he would have wanted to go back to see his parents. And by the way, he was ready to bring them over to Jiangdu to live here and enjoy the blessings. Otherwise, it would be a bit cold to live in such a big villa by yourself. Although I've sent money back a few times in the past while, it's a little better when your parents are able to be on their side. That take care of it. By the way, bring your object Angie back with you. You said you've been dating someone for so long and you didn't bring them to us. Really? Ha, then I'll ask her then. And if she's free, I'll bring her back together. Lu Chen smiled bitterly, thinking that this hadn't been a relationship for long. Obviously their own mother is anxious to see her daughter-in-law. Parents in the countryside are like this. All want their children to get married early to hold grandchildren. What? You must bring them back. This time, your third uncle, fourth uncle, the son of the younger uncle's family can bring a girlfriend back. I heard that a few of their families in Jinling, some in the Magic City, are mixed very well, and have talked about the object. This time also brought back. Just now on the phone also gave me to blow to come. Your father is the boss of the family. You cannot lose face, is not it? Gao Xiaolan said forcefully. Women like to compare. That phone call earlier could have made Gao Xiaolan a little angry to hear. Lu's relatives themselves are also relatively snobbish. Since the big city, they really gave them a bit of a reputation out, but also the eye of the top. Gao Xiaolan wasn't jealous of people or anything. It's just that you'd feel good about being counted out by people pretending to be in front of you every day. So know that their son seems to mix well, and talked about a subject, Angie's photo and her strong request. Lu Chen also sent back the standard absolute beauty A. She was not sure if Lu Chen's wealth could match that of these relatives, but she believed that this daughter-in-law of her own family was definitely much prettier than the daughters-in-law of several of their families. Therefore, Gao Xiaolan asked Lu Chen very forcefully to bring Angie back with him to pay homage to his ancestors. Fine. I know. See how anxious you are. What's the point of comparing? Lu Chen laughed carelessly. Hey, of course we have to compare. My son excellent fine girlfriends are so beautiful. I still hate you to bring her 3-4 girlfriends back to me, angry at them, see them again give me bragging. You don't know. Your cousin has found 2 girlfriends, both of them are celebrities, and he is going to bring them back this time. I don't think stars are as pretty as our Angie. Mom, if I really want to bring back 3-4 girlfriends, you won't beat me to death? You've always warned me before that I need to be exclusive in my relationships. At those words, Lu Chen cried and laughed. This is the time and the other time son, you work hard again. When a big boss, not to mention 3 wives and 4 concubines, you open a harem of 72 concubines. Mom also support you. What's that saying? More wives represent your strength. Hearing his mom's words, Lu Chen couldn't hold back any longer and directly sprayed with laughter. This seems to be in good condition after the mother's mind also opened really worried about their own now have 5 girlfriends, how to account for it. Seems like mom figured it out on her own. This can be had. Okay mom, I'll try to get you some more girlfriends back home. Yes, that's the way to think. Work hard. Son, I look up to you, Gao Xiaolan said with approval. The two chatted a bit more and hung up. Lu Chen, thank you. Suddenly, a pair of hands behind her back hugged her, and it was none other than Yao Anchi. The long-cherished wish of many years was realized once, making Anchi excited, and her love and gratitude for Lu Chen increased. Silly girl, you're still polite with me. You're my woman. Turning around and hugging Anchi, Lu Chen lightly laughed. By the way, my mom just called and asked me to take you back with me to pay homage to your ancestors. So tell your aunt and uncle when you get there. It might take a few days. Then you have to accompany me to go shopping tomorrow. I have to dress up properly. Otherwise will your parents not be able to look at me by then? When Anchi heard this, she suddenly got nervous, which made Lu Chen laugh. My missy, you're so pretty. Are you still afraid that my parents won't be able to look at you? How come I didn't realize you were so unsure of yourself before? It's not the same right. Then this time linger sister and those few want to go back together? Suddenly thinking of something, Angie asked with a red face. If you don't object, then come along. It's an ancestors festival after all, and it's a good time to meet my parents together. Whatever you say. Seeing that Anchi was so understanding, Lu Chen was even happier and directly kissed him. Bad egg. My parents are still over there. Lips parted, and she pounded Lu Chen with a red face and pouted. Ha. Aunt and uncle, you're all here? Just now. Lu Chen was so involved that he didn't even realize that Anchi's parents were beside him, and at this moment, both of them were looking at the two of them and smiling. It made him embarrassed for a moment, and he kept circling his head. Ha, Xiao Chen that's what? Your aunt and I haven't seen for a long time. Ready to take her out for a good trip here. These few days Anchi will be left to you. See your parents. Wait for us to say hello, we'll go see them later. Yao Chuanji laughed, said one sentence before Lu Chen could reply, directly pulling Yao mother to leave. Your parents are still really cooperative. Lu Chen cried and laughed as he looked at Anchi's parents, who had hurriedly left, and said awkwardly, my parents really are. Angie couldn't help but stomp her foot in annoyance at this as well. Then, let's continue. After saying that, in the midst of Anchi's exclamation of surprise, Lu Chen picked up Anchi in his arms and walked towards the house. Ding! Today's goods have been refreshed. Please make your own decision on whether or not to buy them. Commodity, 60% stake in Dongqing Petrochemical Group. Price, $1. After a night of warmth, Angie had fallen into a sweet sleep, and the system beep in Lu Chen's head rang out. Dongqing Petrochemical? Lu Chen froze. This is one of the 4 major petrochemical groups in Xia. The market value is broken 10 trillion. The strength is not less than the Warring Group in Xiangjiang. Moreover, as the economy grows, the general public's demand for fossil energy is also growing, which has led to an increasingly explosive growth in the earnings of fossil energy companies. smiling and looking at the sleeping Angie beside him. Lu Chen got up and went to the platform on the top floor of the villa. After crossing into the sovereign realm, Lu Chen was full of energy, and sleep was already dispensable to him. After seeing Sun Jinhong's and Qin Xiaotian's methods, he had even greater expectations of improving his strength. The ancient Regulus technique was running, and Lu Chen could feel the aura around him as if it was being tugged, constantly converging towards him. But to his regret, after the last consecutive breakthroughs, the aura here seemed to be close to drying up. However, despite this ancient Regulus technique was truly overbearing, and was still able to pull in a certain amount of aura to supply his basic cultivation needs. 3 hours later, sensing that the aura was getting thinner and thinner, Lu Chen collected his momentum and got up. Feeling it, he was now truly at the limit of the peak of the Zhongshu, and only needed an opportunity or to find a place with abundant aura to break through to the foundation establishment stage at any time. And when he reached the foundation establishment stage, that meant that Lu Chen had stepped into the Grandmaster realm as classified by the ancient martial world, and that was one step closer to being a sealed king like Sun Jinhong. Lu Chen could sense that once he stepped into the Grandmaster realm and honed his skills for a while, with the first of the 16 styles of god-slaying, he might be able to barely face the existence of a sealed king, or at least not be killed by a few slaps. It seems like we still need to hurry up and find a formation base to outline the spirit-drawing grand formation. The next day, Angie woke up, and after the two of them had breakfast, they went to the manhwa department store in Jiling to prepare for shopping. You go in first, I'll stop the car, Lu Chen said as he drove off. Wow, that woman is beautiful. Young son, what are you doing? Such a beautiful beauty. Naturally, I have to go and hit on her to get a contact information. Didn't you see the car that people just got out of? It's just a Mercedes. I drive a Maserati. What's that? Brother, are you blind? Focus on what car. Is the license plate? Ling A11118A. Where's the how? What? That's the car that the president of Taishan Group sits in. If I'm not wrong, this woman is Yao Chu Angie's daughter, Yao Anchi, who is also the current head of the Jinling Li family. Li family? Never heard of it. Isn't that Taishan Group 100 billion market capitalization? Che, I thought who is it? My son family in Magic City is the existence of the top 10. 100 billion only. Is not this young still not worthy? Young son, it's not that that's scary. It's her man. Who? Since you're in Magic City, you should have heard who the owner of Shungfeng Capital is, right? I'll go. You're saying her man is that Lu Chun from Shungfeng Capital? That's right. It's him. Hey, how come you're gone? Young son. As soon as he heard about Lu Chen, this Sun Daoshao pulled his legs out and left. That's a fatal star. The existence of the Magic City crazy Yun Lin Xiaotian are kneeling and shouting the boss. Fortunately you said early, otherwise the laborers will be finished. Go, please eat a big meal to go. You have saved my life today. It was just a side note that neither Angie nor Lu Chen knew about. Lu Chen parked the car and accompanied Angie to start shopping. Not to mention, no matter how good your personality is or how unbelievable your face is, as long as you're a woman, it's really in your nature to shop. Not long after, Lu Chen's hands are already full of a bunch of big bags, which is also fortunate that most of the stores can be home delivery. Otherwise I'm afraid that 2 hands are not enough to use. I say girl, by so much enough you really ready to move this store My parents can't wear this much. Looking at Angie, who was there frantically sweeping up the goods, Lu Chen cried and laughed. Angie didn't care about that. She was enjoying herself at the moment. I used to be in good condition myself, but that was just a more relaxed life at the basics, and definitely not such a shopping spree. Now that my parents' family is together and owns the Li family and the Taishan Group, it's only natural to go on a buying spree when I'm going to meet my in-laws this time. No, the outpouring of bravado has rattled all the neighboring stores. This girl, as long as into a store on the crazy sweep, almost all styles have bought a hole, so that those shoppers have to carry goods chasing sales. Such a god of wealth, not to chase that is a fool. Miss this time when can I encounter? Oops, it's the first time I've met your parents, and I don't know what my aunt and uncle like, so of course I have to buy more. That's also buying too much Can they wear all these? Looking at the clothes and pants that had been picked down and piled into a small mountain by her, Lu Chen called out helplessly. Alright, that's it, check out. Angie fondly took 2 more sets of clothes and pants, and said to the store manager who was all hunched to the ground beside her, okay ma'am, here's a total of 326, 780, with the change erased, that's 320, 000 whole, is that okay with you? Looking at the store shelves scattered a few pieces of clothing, the store manager is happy on the sky. Brand store clothes can easily be thousands of tens of thousands of dollars. Usually there are a lot of people to buy. After all, The brand also shows their own identity and financial strength. Even some members of the public with average incomes will bite the bullet and pour themselves a piece or two for the occasion. But absolutely no one will come to buy in the way of sweeping. This angel came and swept almost all the styles. How to make him not happy? After checking out, the address was given for the store manager to deliver. This made the store manager shocked again for no other reason than that the address said the Lee family, which naturally made her think of their identity. Nowadays, the Lee family is very loud in Jinling. The Lee family is now in charge of Angie, but it led to the core of the original Taishan group behind the Power One's overthrow. Although it was wiped out of the sovereign and those things, some of the news that came out had shocked the entire Jinling business circle. Mentioning the Lee family, naturally thought of Yao Anchi, and knowing Yao Anchi naturally thought of his man, the helmsman of the warring group. Thus, at this moment, the store manager looked at the two of them even more respectfully, which in turn made Angie a bit overwhelmed. I blame you. Angie came all the way over, and every time she gave her address, everyone looked at her differently. Sometimes there's a lot of helplessness when people are too good. Lu Chen shrugged his shoulders with an innocent expression, making Angie instantly amused again with a happy smile on her face. In the middle of a mountain range surrounded by clouds, there was actually a village here, and all the houses were in an ancient architectural style. In one of the largest courtyards in the very center, a loud roar was coming from at that moment. Asshole, Lu Chun, you wait for me. There's still half a year left. The rule deadline will be here. When the ancient martial arts reappear, I'll see what kind of madness you'll take then. Family master, is this Lu Chen really so powerful? He secured Sindahue in a single move? A middle-aged man next to him asked at this moment. I didn't see the specifics. I just sensed that the jade pendant I left for Sindahue was instantly blasted to pieces. It was clearly a 1-2 punch that killed him. Sun Jinhong also frowned at this moment, recalling the scene. So this kid is already a grandmaster? Otherwise, Sindahue is at least at the peak of the grandmaster realm. How could he be seconded in one move? He's not yet. I've probed his aura. And he's also at the peak of Zongshi. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's face also solemnized. An existence that was also at the peak of the sovereign. A move that seconds the same rank? It must be a martial skill or some other aspect that was heaven-defying, which usually only appeared in the bodies of demons. And since it was a demon, it must not be allowed to grow, or it would be a nightmare for them. The two men looked at each other, and both seemed to see the killing intent in the other's eyes. Ruffeng, you tell the Lu family about this and see what that side says. No matter what, this is because of the Lu family, and now the rules are still in place. We can't make a move in the secular world, and only the Lu family has the means in the secular world, or else we wouldn't have let him, the Lu family, be the spokesperson for our faction in the secular world. Sun Jinhong said as he looked at the middle-aged man. Okay, family master. Sun Ruffang led the way. Xiangjiang, suburb, an opulent manor. This is exactly the residence of Mr. Lu Chen Lu. This son cannot be kept. Lu Chun, who had received the news, shook the red wine glass in his hand, killing intent in his eyes. Go, have Lu Shan come out and meet that Lu Chun for a while. Young master, Lu Shan is impacting the king's ceiling mirror. Isn't it inappropriate to let him out at this time? Why don't we wait until the limited rules expire, and then we can just seal the king and strike then? Won't that be once and for all? Foolishness, a person who can kill the peak of the same rank sect master in a single move. Don't you hurry to remove it and wait for others to come and destroy your whole family? Sindahue's strength is not unclear to you, and only Lu Shan can manage to kill him in one move. But you've also seen this Lu Chen profile, 24 years old only, has already reached such a realm. Wait until the limited rules expire? It'll be half a year from now. Half a year. How many changes will happen? I don't want to disrupt our layout all these years because of this kid by then. It's my subordinate's ignorance. I'll go and ask Lu Shan to come out as well. The backyard of the Lu family residence was close to a mountain range, where a glance at the spiritual clouds surrounded the place, and ordinary people would feel physically and mentally comfortable standing here for a while. If Lu Chen had come here, he would have been able to realize at once that there was a spirit drawing formation here. Lu Shan, the young master has asked you to come out of the gate. There are important matters that need to be resolved by you. Click click click, the stone door of a cave opened, and Lu Shan walked out. He was seen shirtless, his whole body full of explosive muscles, and his breath was long. At this time, he was dissatisfied with his face. His good cultivation was interrupted. If it wasn't for the fact that the visitor was Lu Chen's housekeeper, Lu Dashan, he would have slapped his face and hollered over. What has to interrupt my impact on the Seal King realm? Lu Dashan gave a respectful salute, and then stepped forward to tell the whole story. Oh, there is such a thing? Interesting. Alright, I'll go and meet him now. People of ancient martial arts were all warlike, especially amongst demons. Watch out. In the next second, Lu Shan's face was instantly grave as he pushed Lu Dashan away and swung his fist out. Boom! With a loud bang, Lu Shan stomped backward 3 or 4 steps, looking at the visitor with a face of shock and anger. 13 Junior, you asshole. Seeing the visitor, Lu Shan gritted his teeth and drank. Che, I thought you would have grown in these years of seclusion, but it turns out that you are still such a waste. The visitor had short hair that stood out against the wind, his face full of unruly. This person was none other than the 5th existence on the Xia country's potential dragon ranking, Lin Tianjin. The reason why he was called 13 youngsters was because he was ranked 13 in the Lin family. Those who didn't know heard Lin Tianjin's name and might think how powerful could such a showy and cute name be, but those who have come into contact with him would never think so. Lin Tianjin, a demon of the ancient martial arts Lin family, a domineering and uninhibited person who had reached the peak of the great grandmaster realm at a young age. Moreover, the Lin family was the only sword cultivation family in the Summer Kingdom, and their sword skills were extraordinary. But on the contrary, this Lin Tianjin was incomparably demonic, being a sword cultivator and at the same time a powerful body cultivator. So his strength was superb, almost crushing the pride of the same generation. It is also one of the greatest rivals of the younger generation of Mr. Lu's school. You're less arrogant. It's just a sneak attack. Lu Shan glared angrily. Yes, then take my sword? As the words fell, Lin Tianjin directly struck out. Both fingers pinched a sword trick, and in an instant, the surrounding aura gathered into a 3-foot sword on. Directly toward Lu Shan was a chop. Was the matchless sword intent stirred out, like a wild python beast instantly engulfing towards Lu Shan. Drink! Lu Shan stared abnormally. His whole body muscles bulged a circle again. His skin color turned into a steel-like color in an instant. It was really one of his unique techniques. Vajra Body Protector. At this time, his body was as strong as steel, invulnerable to knives and guns, and even if he was bombarded by a rocket launcher at close range, it wouldn't bring him the slightest damage. Zira, a piercing sound cut through Lu Shan's defense in an instant. Lu Shan's arm was cut open with a deep, visible gash. His face instantly flushed, and he hastily covered his injured arm and stormed back again. Shock filled Lu Shan's eyes. He didn't expect that after a few years of seclusion, he was still no match for 13 young men. And what shocked him even more was that this Lin Tianjin had broken through to the King Seal realm. That's right, just now a move against the clash. Lu Shan can see. Lin Tianjin is definitely a breakthrough to the Seal King realm. Otherwise he has already reached the half-step Seal King realm. And Vajra Protector has also been practiced to the peak. The same rank wanna break his defense. It is difficult to be as hard as the sky, and this is also his biggest bottom card. However, in front of the real Seal King realm Lin Tianjin, it was nothing. Isn't it a surprise? Surprised is right. Is the demonic nature of this young man something that a punk like you can understand? Lin Tianjin collected his momentum and stood, looking at Lu Shan with disdain. What the hell are you doing here? Is it to humiliate me? Humiliate you? Are you worthy of that? If it wasn't for the old man forcing me to come, who'd be happy to rush all the way here to teach a lesson to a punk like you? You, don't talk nonsense. Tell that stupid elk from the Lu family that others are afraid of him. Lu Chun. But I'm not. Before the deadline is up, you guys can't move Lu Chun. Grandpa, I'll guarantee it. You guys can try to play tricks, as long as you can withstand my wrath afterward. After saying that, without even glancing at Lu Shan, he turned around and stepped into the air. Bastard. Lin Tianjin, remember this. Lu Shan looked at Lin Tianjin's back and roared angrily, but inwardly, he was flooded with helplessness. He himself had been in agonizing seclusion for so long, but as a result, he was still not a match for this 13th young man's sword. Tell Mr. Lu that I'm going to continue my seclusion. Lu Shan covered his injured arm, dropped a sentence, and directly turned around and entered the cave. Lu Dashan on the side was also full of helplessness and could only turn around to report to Lu Chen. What? Hearing Lu Dashan's report, Lu Chen fell silent. Lin Tianjin's appearance meant that those old guys were already paying attention to Lu Chen, and the chance for his side to strike was gone, especially when he knew that Lin Tianjin had defeated Lu Shan in one move. Lu Chen was even more serious, so he took out an old cell phone and dialed the only number left in it. Hey, old ancestor, the situation has changed. In the Xiaodong military region, in a deep mountain and dense forest, a group of sweaty soldiers were in the midst of frantic training. Boss Qin, are you telling the truth? A middle-aged man in military uniform asked in shock. It could be seen that he had golden pine leaves on his shoulders, set with a gold star, the very rank of Major General. This person was the chief instructor of the Xiaodong military region's mighty Tiger Special Corps, Yun Xuanhe, but also the son of the ancient martial arts Yun family, and one of the few sect masters in the secular world. However, he hadn't reached the peak of the sovereign master yet, and had only just managed to cross over into the middle stage of the sovereign master. Why would I lie to you? Qin Tianliu stretched his legs and glared. I'll be damned. One move to kill Sun Dahui? Only 24 years old? Why do I feel like I'm listening to a heavenly fantasy? Yun Xuanhe spoke with a shocked face. Even in their ancient martial cloud family, those few demons didn't seem to be this powerful. If it's not a demon, the higher-ups will think so highly of it? Promoted to lieutenant general? The peak of the zone sure outside less. In the ancient martial arts world also still a little bit. Ordinary can give the title of lieutenant general? Must be a demon? That's true. Boss Qin, this Lu Chen's cultivation is really you guiding the initiation? Or what? Who am I? If it wasn't for my guidance, Lu Chen's strength would have beaten me in minutes. And could call me old brother? Qin Tian Takaru said in a smelly manner. His face not red and his heart not jumping. In fact, he was right. Lu Chen was indeed the one he guided to start cultivating. However, this cultivation technique was not the E-tendon technique he had given him, but the ancient Regulus technique rewarded by the system. He didn't care about that, and Lu Chen hadn't denied it. So let's just take it over and pretend. Holy shit. Then Qin Boss Yu Hera recommended such a demon. The higher-up shall not properly commend you? Hearing Yun Xuanhe's words, Qin Tianliu instantly blushed badly. That's right. Originally, when this news was reported, the higher-ups were going to commend him, but he was stopped by his old man at once. Said he deserted for so many years. It is not easy to recover. Also did not consciously point to report. Delayed the training of the Tiger's Special Corps. Directly to the confiscation of the Tiger's Corps to serve as the military capital. No wonder the higher-ups arranged for the 13th young man to protect this Lu Chen. I guess he's afraid that the Lu family will make a move. He still has some power in the secular world. Yun Xuanhe said indistinctly. Lin Tianjin? That kid is a prick. He doesn't obey anyone. If it wasn't for the ones on the submerged dragon list that can slightly suppress him, it's probably going to turn over. When Qin Tian Taki heard that it was Lin Tianjin who had been sent over, he couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. When I brought myself for a while, this group of boys can be on the submerged dragon list of each as a demon. Demons naturally have their own arrogance, who are not convinced. The temper is also very eccentric. That bout can make him a headache, but also at that time he was a patriarch. This bunch of brats still only just crossed into the internal force only, but also can cure, no less beat them. That's not true. Now that he has just broken through the Seal King, this time when he goes to the Lu clan, I guess that Lu Shan of the Lu clan is going to be in bad luck. Yun Xuanhe gloated. Holy shit, this kid has broken through to Seal King? This time, Qin Tianliu's entire body was bad. He hadn't beaten up this prick in the beginning, but now that he had broken through to Seal King, he wouldn't look for trouble, would he? It seems that he will have to avoid it in the future. Well, it's safe to think about staying here. After all, there are a few old guys around. This kid wouldn't dare to mess around here. Thinking of this, Qin Tian Taki was much more at ease, but in the next instant suddenly popped out of the recliner, startling Yun Xian, he who was on the side. Boss Qin, what's wrong with you? Holy shit, this kid won't go looking for Lu Chen to get into trouble, right? Thinking of Lin Tianjin's character, Qin Tianliu suddenly felt that Lu Chen was going to have bad luck. This is really possible. Yun Xuanhe also froze and nodded, thinking that it might not be the case. On the other end, Lu Chen in the past 2 days, in addition to accompanying Angel shopping, at the same time contacted a few other women, told to go back to the ancestors, also let them go there together, which made a few women very excited and nervous. See, the in-laws naturally nervous. Originally, Lu Chen was going to pick them up and bring them along, but a few of the women said that they wanted to get ready on their own and go over on their own when the time came. Lu Chen didn't say much, so he sent them the address. The rest of the time he was also grasping for cultivation, and coincidentally, he was worried that he couldn't find a blessed land where aura converged to cultivate. The system was very helpful in refreshing the item, 10 low-grade spirit stones. Don't look at it as just a low-grade product. The ground aura contained within it was absolutely abundant. Moreover, by utilizing spirit stones to cultivate, Lu Chen felt that the absorption was much smoother. The aura in here was very pure, as if it had been refined, much purer than the aura that he had slowly gathered from the outside world with his own gong methods before. Boom! There was a low roar from within Lu Chen's body as the shackles were broken. In an instant, the spiritual energy in his body tumbled, and the spirit stones placed around him were quickly drained of the spiritual chi inside, and his entire body floated, with a wonky glow emanating all around him. Finally a breakthrough. This is the foundation establishment stage? Lu Chen felt the changes in his body brought about by the breakthrough with delight. According to the division of the ancient Regulus technique, after crossing into foundation establishment, it began to be divided into 9 layers, 1 layer and 1 heaven. While reaching the first level of foundation establishment is equivalent to reaching the peak of the Grand Master realm. Of course, If we talk about the purity of combat power, the first level of foundation establishment is even better. After all, one was an ancient martial art, and this one of his own could be equivalent to a cultivation technique. But of course in terms of quality, cultivation was superior. Sure enough, after crossing into the peak of Grandmaster, the battle power increases a lot. Clenching his fist, Lu Chen could feel that the current him, if he ran into the previous Tsundahue, he could easily crush and kill him in one move without using the 16 forms of Godslayer. And with the breakthrough, he felt as if his comprehension of the first of the 16 styles of godslaying, the hypnotic mountain strength, had deepened. If his current self were to use this move, even if Sun Jinhong, who was at the peak of the Seal King, were to come, he felt that he would be able to get through a few moves without losing. The peak Grandmaster realm, compared to the previous peak Grandmaster, the battle power had definitely doubled by more than 10 times, and his control of aura was also on a higher level, and the most considerable change was that he realized that at this moment, his meridians, bones, and even his blood seemed to have skyrocketed. The bones were even stronger than before, and the blood seemed to be tinted with hints of light gold. As for the meridians, they were even exaggeratedly enlarged by almost 3 times or more. With one casual exhalation, the degree of swallowing and sucking of this aura doubled several times. However, this breakthrough, the consumption was also huge. The 10 low-grade spirit stones that came in seconds from the system merchandise were consumed 7 at once just now during the breakthrough. Really can't help it. It's true that cultivation all depends on money. Without resources you really can't afford to cultivate. Lu Chun couldn't help but laugh bitterly, waiting for the system to give himself spirit stones, not knowing if he had them every time. He still had to hurry up and look for jade to build the spirit drawing formation. Fortunately, this time, there were still 3 spirit stones left behind. As described in the heavenly formation diagram, it couldn't be better to be the eyes of the formation, which could be much better than the jade stones that could be collected in the secular world. This time, the main material array eyes are available. 1 to attract the spirit, 1 to lock the spirit, and 1 illusion array. Just as long as 3 array eyes, one only needed to gather some more secondary materials to erect the 3 major formations. Lu Chun, come out and fight. But just then, a clear whistle came from outside the house. In an instant, the Li family's crowd of guards surrounded the visitor and stood on guard. 13th young master? At this time, a few people from Wang Weibin also rushed over, and were surprised when they saw the visitor. As Lin Tianxing's guard, he naturally knew Lin Tianjin. Call Lu Chen out. I want to fight him. Lin Tianjin didn't know who this person was, but since he could call out his name and was wearing a military uniform, he didn't say much. Just as Wang Weibin was about to say something, footsteps sounded behind him, and Lu Chen slowly walked out. Lin Tianjin, who was originally standing there in a dangling position, suddenly looked over with his eyes fixed. You're Lu Chen? Not bad. Let's go. Find a place to battle. With just a glance, Lin Tianjin could tell that Lu Chen was extraordinary, and his heart was even more puzzled. The higher-ups had given him that Lu Chen was at the peak of the sovereign realm. But now, what he felt was clearly at the peak of the great sovereign realm. What the hell is going on here? Is this kid hiding his strength on purpose? Lin Tianjin wouldn't have thought that in just a few days. Lu Chen had directly crossed over from the peak of Sovereign Master to the peak of Grand Sovereign Master. No one would believe it even if he said it. Originally, he had heard that this Lu Chen was a demon, and that the peak of the Sovereign Master could kill the same rank in a second with a single move, which was definitely something that only a demon could do. At that time, he thought about coming to meet Lu Chen, but when he learned that Lu Chen was only at the peak of Zhongshe, he couldn't raise his spirits. After all, he himself was already a demon, and he was also already a sealed king. This Lu Chen was even more demonic, separated from himself by a large realm, and was completely insufficient for him to fight. As a result, the higher-ups actually arranged for him to come over and work as a nanny for Lu Chen, which pissed him off for half a day. If it wasn't for the fact that those old men couldn't really fight themselves, he wouldn't have come over. So he was ready to vent this anger on Lu Chen. Come over and beat him up. Let him know that there is a sky beyond the sky. And by the way, see if this Lu Chen's strength is still okay. Then he will reluctantly accept a little brother. But now, Lin Tianjin had actually discovered that Lu Chen was at the peak of the Grandmaster realm, which instantly made him hyperactive. Demons, one and all, are militants and respect only the strong. Those who can't beat themselves are ants. What was thought to be an uninteresting one-sided crush seems to be getting interesting now. Why should I fight you? You came here to babysit for me. The reason why Lu Chen had come out late was because he had just received a call from Qin Tian Teki. On the phone, Qin Tian Takaru gave him some of Lin Tianjin's situation, and his heart was clear. A prick was put in to babysit himself, and was displeased and looking for an excuse to try to educate himself. You What? Are you trying to disobey orders from above? Don't me. Just do your part. Lu Chen turned around and was about to leave. This Lin Tian really want to give their own horse. Of course, they also have to give him a good return. The prick. Who is not? Geez, I'll be damned. You kids are even madder than I am. Aren't you? Lin Tian was really angry laugh. He thought he was crazy without bounds. Although he was ranked 5th on the submerged dragon list, but the previous few in addition to the pervert on the list won. The others he was not convinced. Even those old men up there hadn't resisted much themselves. I didn't realize that this Lu Chen was even crazier than myself. Take that. Lin Tianjin wouldn't stop just because Lu Chen disliked him a few times. He was a lawless lord. Only to see him instantly disappear into place and pound out a fist. 13th young master? No. Wang Weibin and the others shouted anxiously. But it didn't help. Lin Tianjin's fist had already reached the back of Lu Chen's head. Humph. Lu Chen snorted coldly, not seeing any movement. His body shifted a few points sideways, dodging the punch, and turned around to blast out a punch as well. Lin Tianjin was both surprised and delighted, and also met him with another punch. Boom! The two fists clashed, and each of them retreated 3 steps. The shock that was revealed in their eyes, and more excitement. Strong people are good at fighting, especially when they come across evenly matched opponents. You're very good. Again, Lin Tianjin struck out with another punch. You're not bad either. Lu Chen also got excited and swung his fist to meet him. Originally, they both wanted to give each other a hard time, but once they did it, it instead inspired the two of them to fight. Lu Chen also sensed that this Lin Tianjin was really strong. It was also fortunate that he had just made a breakthrough, or else that Peak Zone Sure realm from before really wouldn't have been Lin Tianjin's opponent, but it was a great opportunity for him to hone his skills. This time, the two of them went back and forth, instantly clashing dozens of moves, and the sound of the two fists bombarding each other in the courtyard went on and on, but it was obvious that both of them had reached a certain level of control over their power, and didn't allow the surrounding area to be implicated. Otherwise, with the aftermath generated by just a few collisions, I'm afraid that the Li family's old mansion would have long since collapsed. Ha ha ha, you kid can do it, but it's not a fun fight here at all. Come with me. Lin Tianjin laughed out loud as the more he fought, the more enjoyable it became. Good. Lu Chen also fought with interest, and he found that each collision made him more skillful in controlling his power. As the words fell, the two of them stepped into the air and instantly disappeared from their original location, flying towards the western outskirts. Crap, Mr. Lu turned out to be so strong? Yeah, I know he's strong, but I didn't expect him to be this strong. That's Lin Tianjin. No. 5 on the subterranean dragon ranking, that's a demon of the younger generation. A true genius. Mr. Lu was able to fight into a draw. That's amazing. AI. Mr. Lu might have to lose. While old Zhang, Daniel and the others were discussing, Wang Weibin sighed. Boss, what does that say? Daniel looked at Wang Weibin in puzzlement. The Lin family's strongest is the sword. How did I forget about this? Then Mr. Lu. At this moment, everyone was worried for Lu Chen. This Lin Tianjin's hand was not light. Maybe Lu Chen would be beaten up. However, the admiration for Lu Chen was even greater than before. They all knew that Lin Tianjin was a demon. Sword and body dual cultivation. Body refining was also a masterpiece. Ordinary people could be completely no match for him with a single punch. To be able to fight them to a draw is naturally strong. On the western outskirts of Jinling, a vacant lot surrounded only by rolling hills. At this moment, 2 light shadows descended from the sky, and it was none other than the duo of Lin Tianjin and Lu Chen. This is it. Lin Tianjin swept a glance around and spoke. Lu Chen smiled and nodded. Come and fight. War. The two of them didn't say much and just started fighting. At this moment, the two of them were at full battle strength, and they no longer had any regard for each other. Boom boom boom. Fierce collision sounds continued to resound. Sand flew around, and the ground was instantly blasted out with dozens of large and small craters. It didn't take long for the ground around them to look like it had been plowed by a swarm of missiles. Unpleasant to look at. Lin Tianjin slowly fell into shock from what was originally exuberance. He was at least a Seal King, and Lu Chen, the peak of the Grand Master, had actually fought for so long, and still did not have an advantage. Moreover, he realized that as he continued to fight, this Lu Chen stance, his fighting style was improving. Before, Lin Tianjin was still able to control his battle power to stabilize at the peak of Grand Master to fight against him. This was also the pride of being a demon and not wanting to take advantage of Lu Chen. However, slowly, he unexpectedly unknowingly turned on his full battle power, and at this point, he was already battling against it with the battle power of the Seal King realm. I still don't believe it. Lin Tianjin didn't care about what was fair or not. His battle power was at full strength as he threw out a punch. All of a sudden, an appalling aura pressed directly towards Lu Chen. Ha! Lu Chen stumbled and retreated tens of meters violently, managing to dodge it. Boom! The place where Lu Chen had stood before was instantly blasted out into a huge crater that was so deep that it couldn't be seen from the bottom. I'm going. Lu Chen looked shocked. If this was a step slow, it would probably be enough for him to drink a pot. In the end, it was a demon. Even though he had just crossed into the Seal King, this strength Lu Chen felt that it was a few points stronger than even Sun Jinhong's doppelganger from before. Without anger, Lu Chen adjusted and pounced again. Boom boom boom. The two of them exchanged a dozen punches in an instant. The more Lu Chen fought, the more exhilarated he became, while Lin Tianjin became more and more alarmed. Now that he was in full battle power, with his body refining enchantment, he had no advantage to speak of. How could he not be alarmed? Where the hell did this fucking freak pop up? Lin Tianjin cursed in his heart. One must know that even the ones ranked ahead of him on the subterranean dragon ranking, other than ranking 1, several others were unwilling to get close to him. In terms of body refining, Lin Tianjin would not lose out to a few of them. But now, he was actually feeling overwhelmed by the fight, something that had never happened before. Whoosh! Lin Tianjin instantly retreated several meters, letting go of Lu Chen's incoming punch, and stood with his fist closed not far away. It made Lu Chen pounce, and his face showed doubt. This is not a fight? You're worth my sword. Dang it! At this time, Lin Tianjin spoke, only to see him draw his long sword from his back. This sword, the name is Broken Mountain. As Lin Tianjin's words fell, the aura around Lin Tianjin changed once again. An inexplicable bone-piercing coolness instantly wrapped around Lu Chen, causing his body to tremble and his eyes to gaze. I have a sword that can break mountains and rivers. Only to see Lin Tianjin flipping his wrist, slowly placing the Broken Mountain sword horizontally on his right side, with a piercing white light emerging from the sword, like a dream, but with a more solid aura. If the insiders were here, they would have exclaimed that this was sword intent. Chop! The word chop came out, and the long sword followed. The white light was like a devouring beast, blasting down in an instant, and the air around them made an explosive sound, hypnotizing mountain strength. Lu Chen, who was locked by the powerful sword intent, his entire body sank, and his face was grave, but he did not have the slightest fear. Directly, the first of the 16 styles of Godslayer, the hypnotic mountain strength, was exerted with full force. Buzz! Boom! In an instant, the sword intent and palm energy collided together, erupting into a suffocating aura. Click click click. The ground was cracking, and in the end, it couldn't endure the great squeeze of the two supreme forces, forming a chasm. Put! Lu Chen retreated 12 steps backward, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out as his throat became sweet, but his eyes were even sharper. This time, he had finally utilized the full power of the first style of prompting mountain strength, and although he had lost out on this move, he had disintegrated Lin Tianjin's sword. Lin Tianjin had long been jaw-dropped at this point, frozen on the spot. This sword of his own had been practiced hard for several years, and his sword intent had long since become a great success. Even his own ancestor had said that he was a demon, and that he who had crossed over into the Seal King could be chopped even if he encountered the peak of the Seal King by virtue of the great success of his sword intent in this move. But before his eyes, this peak Grandmaster brat had resisted and only spat out a mouthful of blood. Such a shock is like when you see an old sow suddenly swallow a tiger. It's unbelievable. Again, Lu Chen wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth, and was full of battle spirit. The move just now not only allowed him to utilize the full power of the first style, but it also allowed him to comprehend the second style of deicide, feeling as if he had grasped a hint of the trick. This can make him happy. Before the study of half a day always cannot be method. Now such a good opportunity, how can he miss? Thinking of this, Lu Chen took the initiative this time and raised his palm towards Lin Tianjin. Crap, you're still coming? Waking up from his stupor, Lin Tianjin's eyes glared, and without any ambiguity, he once again raised his sword and chopped. Boom! Another clash. Lu Chen only took 10 steps backwards this time, once again spewing out a mouthful of blood, but his eyes were filled with exuberance. He was right in thinking that under the pressure of the powerful sword intent, his comprehension of the second style became smoother and smoother. Again, without much ado, Lu Chen charged up again. Crazy! Lin Tianjin cursed and slashed out another sword. This time, Lu Chen was knocked back once again, yet he retreated 8 steps. And this time, he didn't spit out blood, which was obviously much better than the previous 2 times. Ha ha ha, come on. Lu Chen was like a madman, constantly impacting, causing Lin Tianjin to be a bit overwhelmed. This kid is not human. Shit, you're going to make a fool of yourself, so don't blame me. Lin Tianjin was also enraged and didn't speak anymore, slashing out sword after sword. After a few times, Lu Chen had been able to stand still and block his mountain-breaking sword, causing Lin Tianjin to be shocked. You're a fucking demon, aren't you? He was all speechless. His proud mountain-breaking river had been hardened and resisted without injury in just a moment. The key was that this kid was still just a peak grandmaster realm, which made him feel like he had lost face. This is you asking for a fight. Don't you dare tell on me if you decapitate me later. If he continued to consume like this, Lin Tian really felt that this mountain-breaking river of his was going to be directly crushed in reverse for Lu Chen. I have a sword that can break mountains. Lin Tianjin took a deep breath. His eyes suddenly opened. Holding his sword with both hands upright in front of him, an even thicker aura than that of Broken Mountain River burst out. Chop! The overwhelming pressure, as Lin Tianjin swung out his sword, violently pressed towards Lu Chen. Ah! Lu Chen looked up to the sky and kept urging the still unsuccessful Godslayer second style to fight against it. Ka! The powerful might pressed Lu Chen so much that he bent one leg and was about to kneel down, and the bones in his entire body were squeezed to the point of clicking. He gritted his teeth and carried on, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth as his mind raced and rehearsed. Get down! When Lin Tianjin saw that Lu Chen was still able to carry his blow, he became even more competitive and added a few more points to his force. Another even more powerful pressure fell, and Lu Chen's legs trembled as he continued to sink. Don't hold on hard. You'll be crushed to death. Lin Tianjin was also a bit speechless at this time. It's just a fight. You've been crushed like this. What's the point of holding out? Break for labor. With a roar, Lu Chen indignantly raised his palm and launched it out. Boom! The explosions continued, and Lin Tianjin Broken Mountain was unexpectedly dispersed a large portion of his might by this. With his might halved, Lu Chen instantly stood up straight and gasped for air. Crap, you're so inhuman. Lin Tianjin cursed angrily and was ruthless. If I don't beat this kid into submission today, I'll still have the face to be a gangster in the future. Thinking of this, he stopped holding back and swung his sword with all his might. This is my third sword, and it is your honor to lose to this sword of mine. Lin Tianjin's entire body gazed up. The sword flower in his hand turned, and all of his aura was collected. I have a sword that can break the sky. The words fell. A sword stabbed out. Snort! This sword came out and did not have the same majestic momentum as before. Instead it looked flat. But the swordsmanship, everyone would be shocked if they saw it. This is the extreme realm of the sword intent returning to the truth. Almost touching the sword world. Above the sword intent is the sword world. The average sword cultivator can realize the sword intent is already a genius. Those who were able to practice their sword intent to great success were definitely demons. And to be able to break through the sword intent to reach the sword realm, that can almost be said to be invincible at the same level. The sword realm is the domain. Within the domain I am invincible. This sword of Lin Tianjin's in front of him had already vaguely had such a hint of flavor. Lu Chen sensed the crisis. His muscles tensed up, and he strove to activate his entire body's aura. Just a hair off. He had already sensed that the second style was about to come to fruition, but this sword of Lin Tianjin had already attacked. Although it seemed to have no momentum, but the sword close to his body, Lu Chen felt that his skin was about to be burned up. In an instant, the hairs of sweat on Lu Chen's entire body stood up. A physical signal of sensing extreme danger. Wan Hai-in, break it for me. The crisis of life caused Lu Chen to instantly explode, and at this moment, it was as if a film had been pierced. Lu Chen's breath was majestic, giving off an endless feeling, just like the sea. Wow! All around as if the scene suddenly changed. Bursts of huge waves sound out. Let a person feel as if in the wild sea waves. Bang bang bang! A series of sounds came out, and the broken vault that had already reached his body instantly disintegrated. What? On this day, Lu Chen had brought too many shocks to Lin Tianjin. The sword technique that he was so proud of was disintegrated time and time again, which was really hard for Lin Tianjin to accept. Ha ha ha, it's done! Gasping for air, Lu Chen laughed up to the sky, his heart incomparably happy. Just a moment ago, he had finally comprehended the second of the 16 styles of deicide, 10,000 Seas chant. Again, this time, it was Lin Tianjin's turn to be upset. He had become Lu Chen's whetstone. If this was spread out, wouldn't those guys laugh their teeth off? Lu Chen, I still have one last sword. As long as you can carry the sword, labor will serve you. Lin Tianjin threw out this sentence and drew out the other huge sword behind him. That's right, Lin Tianjin was carrying two swords, one thin and one wide, which was the reason why Lu Chen was a bit confused when he first saw it. Carrying a sword was naturally a sword cultivator, but it was rare to carry two swords at the same time. Two swords or one wide and one thin is even rarer. Anyone who has some common sense knows that ordinary fine swords are about lightness and the main intention. The heavy sword is about calmness and strength. These were two diametrically opposed cultivation paths, but it was difficult to accomplish anything when both paths were put on the same person. Those who could control both at the same time were only true demons. This sword, the name is undisputed. The sword is 6 feet and 3/4 long and weighs 500 pounds. So watch out. Just listening to this introduction, Lu Chen was already a bit shocked. A 500-pound heavy sword, the average person couldn't even lift it. However, Lin Tianjin was holding the hilt of his sword with one hand at this moment, and easily scratched it twice in front of his body, as if it was nothing, which was evident. I have a sword that can destroy gods and demons. Chop! As the drink fell, Lin Tianjin instantly rushed up with his sword in both hands and chopped down with a sword. The sky, as if it had collapsed, the infinite pressure spread all over the sky, making it impossible for Lu Chen to avoid it. However, he wasn't panicking in the slightest right now. The moment the second style of Godslayer broke through made him realize a lot. Lu Chen believed that he could carry off this chop himself. Man Hai Jin! With a stern shout, Lu Chen similarly swung his palm to meet him, and the wild sea of fury instantly swept up to meet Lin Tianjin's attack as he blatantly crashed into it. Boom! A monstrous tremor exploded, as if the surrounding area had suffered a 12-stage typhoon, and the ground, which had already been unbearable, was as if the planet had fallen apart at the end of the day, with not a single part of it intact. Put! Lu Chen and Lin Tianjin also flew backward 100 meters because of this collision and fell to the ground in a sorry state. At this moment, both of them, several mouthfuls of blood were spewed out, their breath withered. They both had long since emptied their bodies of aura, and they collapsed to the ground weakly. Ha ha ha, refreshing, cough. Lu Chen lay there and laughed out loud. Damn, labor actually fought you to a draw. Ahem, but it's so damn cool. Ha ha ha. Lin Tianjin cursed and coughed a few times, laughing as well. Although he failed to conquer Lu Chen this time, Lu Chen had earned his respect in this battle. Strong people sympathize with each other without the need for too much fellowship. Convinced now, right? Cough. Lu Chen moved his body with great effort and turned sideways to look at Lin Tianjin, who was lying not far away, and laughed. Serves you right, you didn't beat me, cough, said Lin Tianjin with a defiant mouth. Ha ha ha, you're a sealed king and I'm only at the peak of Grandmaster. Lu Chen laughed derisively. Chow. After holding his tongue for half a day, Lin Tianjin was speechless and exploded into foul language. The fact was indeed true. He was a sealed king. Lu Chen was only a peak Grandmaster. This was a fact that could not be refuted. However, you are really powerful. If not for my breakthrough, I would definitely not be your opponent. Taking a breath, Lu Chen said heartily, you have to know that you have a system boost to be so perverted. People are practically cultivating on their own. Of course the resources given by the family will not be less, but no matter what, they are all demonic existences, and this has also been recognized by Lu Chen. That's for sure. You're not too bad. If I hadn't crossed over into the Seal King, I really wouldn't have been able to beat you. He wanted to stink a few times, but Lin Tianjin still spoke from the bottom of his heart. Although he was wild, although he was overbearing, but when it came to treating strong people, geniuses, especially those on his side, that was naturally different. In this battle, Lu Chen's madness and persistence did convince him to recognize him. Nice to meet you. Reintroduce myself. My name is Lin Tianjin, son of the ancient martial arts Lin family, ranked 13th at home. You can call me 13 Young. Since he recognized it, Lin Tianjin wasn't a do-gooder and directly introduced himself seriously. Lu Chen. No clan, no sect, no family, a wild casual cultivator. Lu Chen smiled and said in return. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Lin Tianjin's heart was filled with another burst of emotion. It was true that he was a demon, but the process of cultivation was all guided by his family's oldest ancestor, and the family had given him countless resources before he could reach the seal of the king at today's age. However, Lu Chen looked just 2-3 years younger than himself, and to be able to reach such a level without a clan or sect once again made him feel that Lu Chen was extraordinary, and his heart's recognition of him was even better. TSK, the rumored domineering 13th young master turned out to be such a waste. He can't even beat a wild casual cultivator. Pathetic. At this time, a sorrowful voice came out, causing the two of them, Lu Chen, to be startled and raise their eyes. Yan Luo. Seeing the visitor, Lin Tianjin recognized him at once, killing intent surging out of his eyes. The person who came was none other than the top assassin of the Phantom Assassin organization, Yan Luo, an existence at the peak of the Grandmaster realm. Yo. What? You're like this now? You still want to kill me? Ha ha ha. I didn't expect Originally just received orders to ambush Lu Chen, but even managed to pick up a leak along the way to take out the 13 young you who has given us a long time of headache. It's really a double blessing. Asshole. Lin Tianjin never thought that Yan Luo would be hiding here. He and Lu Chen both had no strength in their entire bodies at this point, so how else could they fight against this person? With that in mind, he tried to reach into his arms to feel for the jade pendant and crush it. The core sons and daughters of ancient martial arts families would all have a transmission jade pendant on their bodies. and when they encountered danger, as long as they pinched it, the elder ancestor's doppelganger would instantly arrive. Don't even think about it. It's not easy for labor to wait for such an opportunity. Your head is worth a lot of resources. Ha ha ha. Yan Luo instantly appeared beside Lin Tianjin, snatched the jade pendant and laughed, the killing intent in his eyes not hidden at all. It's over. Lin Tianjin felt a pang of remorse in his heart. Die. Yan Luo directly swung down with a palm, about to result in Lin Tianjin. Buzz. The sound of breaking winds sounded behind his head, startling him into jumping away instantly. Yet when he looked back, there was no one behind him. When he looked at Lin Tianjin again, he realized that the person was gone. Lin Tianjin was dumbfounded at this moment as she looked at Lu Chen, who was holding herself away from Yan Luo, and 10,000 whys floated up in her heart. How is that possible? Yan Luo also saw Lu Chen and was dumbfounded. Lu Chen, who had been lying on the ground gasping for air a second before, was actually assisting Lin Tianjin like nothing else at the moment. Don't look at Lu Chen's calm face right now. His heart was also scared, and he didn't expect that there was still one person hiding next to him. Fortunately, the chi gathering pill that he had previously obtained from the system had never been used up, and while Yan Luo was seizing Lin Tianjin's jade pendant, he directly swallowed this chi gathering pill. The product of the system was really extraordinary. The moment he swallowed the chi gathering pill, Lu Chen immediately recovered all of his strength, and his body's aura was also restored to its peak state. Even with the medicinal power, the aura was even more abundant than before. However, he knew that although the chi gathering pill had no side effects, the time limit was only 5 minutes. Without any nonsense, Lu Chen directly rescued Lin Tianjin and planted him in the distance, and instantly his figure disappeared, pouncing towards Yan Luo. Retreat! Yan Luo originally thought that Lu Chen was pretending to be at the end of his strength. After all, he had watched the two men fight until the end when they were both defeated and no longer able to fight. But when Lu Chen moved, he knew that he was wrong. Where did this look like there was no battle? He all felt that Lu Chen was even fiercer than when he had fought against Lin Tianjin before, and he instantly felt the urge to retreat. As an assassin, if you miss a hit and see that it's not possible, you will naturally choose to retreat. Besides, he had watched all of Lu Chen's battle with Lin Tianjin earlier. Those two martial arts techniques of Lu Chen's were simply unheard of and powerful to no end. Even if he was also a peak grandmaster, he was not confident that he could carry those two slaps just now. Thus, he instantly stormed back and dashed away. Want to leave? Too late. Wan Haiyin. Lu Chen didn't want to waste any time, let alone let him run away, in case there were still phantoms people in the neighborhood. And this guy ran away and folded back with people. At that time, if the medicine had passed, then the two of them could only be slaughtered. Thus, the second style of direct deicide was unleashed. In an instant, the air around the large area was squeezed, and a powerful pressure surrounded Yan Luo from all directions, directly locking onto him. No! With a startled cry, Yan Luo used all his strength to try to escape. Just now, as an onlooker, he only felt that this martial skill was very powerful. But now, when it was his turn to experience it firsthand, he realized how terrifying this martial skill was. A move out. As if the enemy will be directly placed in the boundless sea of anger and fury. Anyhow you cannot escape, can only be hard to resist. Then the powerful attack made Yan Luo as if he was a flatboat in the sea of fury. Without even a chance to toss and turn, he was instantly submerged. He didn't have the strength of a sealed king like Lin Tianjin, nor did he have Lin Tianjin's dual cultivation of sword and body, nor had he comprehended the extreme realm of sword intent. Even Lin Tianjin couldn't hold up under this move, let alone him. Boom! With a low rumble, Yan Luo, with horrified and disturbed eyes, was blown up in an instant. Not even a crumb remained. Lin Tianjin, who was lying on the ground next to him, looked at this scene in shock for a long time. As an onlooker looking at this second style of Godslayer, the shock given to him was even stronger. What made him even more astonished was how Lu Chen had recovered. How did you? Seeing Lu Chen who walked over, Lin Tianjin opened his mouth to ask. Don't you? Hurry up. Lu Chen directly interrupted him, picked him up and ran. With just over 4 minutes to go, he was going to lay himself down and had to grab a safe place to recover. After flying around in the air, he finally found a hidden cave and directly drilled into it, and covered the mouth of the cave well, and quietly observed inside for a while, feeling that it was already safe, before he breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that this Yan Luo had come alone and had no companions. You can put me down now, right? Lin Tianjin shouted with a speechless face. This whole way, Lu Chen carried him like a chicken flying here and there. So shameful. If this scene was seen by the cognizant ground, one's reputation would be ruined for the rest of one's life. Lu Chen had also been highly nervous, fearing that Yan Luo still had accomplices. so he had forgotten about this. It was only when he heard Lin Tianjin shout that he let go and put him to the side. With that, he hurriedly made it to the side himself, took out a spirit stone, and began to recover. Originally, this spirit stone was prepared to be the eye of the formation, but Lu Chen didn't know if there would be any more changes or dangers later, so it was better to recover it first, just in case. As for the eye of the formation, the big deal was to find some other jade to replace it later. Crap! That's a spirit stone? Lin Tianjin, who had wanted to whine, exclaimed when she saw the spirit stone in Lu Chen's hand. That's right. You also know about spirit stones? Lu Chen didn't know much about the ancient martial world yet, so he asked a question. Of course I recognize it, but this stuff is all recorded only in ancient books. The secular world and ancient martial arts world can't find this stuff at all. Where did you get it? Lin Tianjin asked with an envious look at the spirit stone in Lu Chen's hand, almost drooling. One must know that the spirit stones recorded in the ancient books are the jewels of cultivation, and a spirit stone can shorten the accumulation of a regular person's aura cultivation by several months or even several years. This was because the energy in the spirit stones was much more pure than the aura one absorbed with their gong methods. It was even said in the ancient books that there was a probability of comprehending some metaphysical abilities by using the heaven and earth spirit stones to cultivate for a long period of time. As for what it is, it's not clear from above. Therefore, in the ancient martial arts world, spirit stones were an absolute treasure that could not be found. Can you show me this spirit stone? Lin Tianjin asked as he swallowed his saliva. Lu Chen was focused on recovering himself and didn't hear what he said at all. With the operation of the ancient Regulus technique, the spirit stone dissolved its inner halo at a speed visible to the naked eye, and after a few breaths the spirit stone dimmed and became an ordinary stone. Holy shit, you just used it up? Lin Tianjin's heart was dripping blood. He was seeing that this guy was actually using spirit stones to recover his physical and spiritual energy. This is simply a loser. To restore physical and spiritual strength with the technique to meditate slowly on the line, the spirit stone is able to enhance the cultivation and comprehension of the subtle method. Lu Chen actually used all of his spirit stones to replenish his physical strength and spiritual recovery, which was a complete waste. What did you just say? Lu Chen asked suspiciously as he finished recovering at that moment and opened his eyes. He noticed that Lin Tianjin's eyes were looking at him with great sadness, even with a bit of cynicism. Say Agosto, such a good spirit stone are for you to waste. Do you know, this is something that only exists in the legend? There is no second piece to be found in the present world. Chow. Lin Tianjin had just said this when he suddenly choked as his eyes glazed over, incredulously seeing another spirit stone emerge from Lu Chen's hand. My god, you even have one? This time, Lin Tian really wasn't calm. Since the description of the spirit stone was found in the ancient books, the ancient martial arts families have all searched in the various spiritual mountains and wonderful seas, but found nothing. But here in Lu Chen's place 2 pieces were seen in a single turn of the eye. Isn't it just spirit stones? Lu Chen looked playfully at Lin Tianjin who was about to drool. After saying that, he turned over 3 more pieces, directly making Lin Tianjin look dumbfounded. Originally, Lu Chen only had 3 pieces left, and there were 2 pieces left after using up 1 to recover. But just now, the system unexpectedly refreshed them all and gave himself 1,000 low-grade spirit stones in one go. It was really incomparably thoughtful. This time, it would be enough to set up the formation by himself completely with spirit stones, and there was absolutely no need to look for other materials. It was just at this time that Lu Chen saw Lin Tianjin's hungry expression again, so he was playful and deliberately took it out to tease him. Crap, not human. Lin Tianjin exclaimed that it wasn't human. You want it? Lu Chen weighed the spirit stone in his hand and laughed. Lin Tianjin nodded mechanically, a longing in his eyes. His own old ancestor had said that if he had this spirit stone, maybe with this, he would be able to sense the sword realm as soon as possible. Called brother? Brother! Lu Chen was just teasing him, but he didn't expect Lin Tian to really shout. I'll go. The temptation of spirit stones is so great, he couldn't help but be staggered in his heart. A spirit stone actually made this domineering and incomparable demon directly call out to his brother? This was a case of the full man not knowing the hungry man's hunger. Lu Chen didn't know what this spirit stone represented in the ancient martial world. Nah, this time, Lu Chen was embarrassed and directly threw a piece to Lin Tianjin. Crap, really give it to me? Lin Tianjin froze. Such a precious treasure. He gave it to himself by shouting brother? Earned ha ha ha, from now on, you'll be my own brother. Lin Tianjin, who was in a good mood, laughed openly. Even though he was completely powerless right now, he still giggled as he held the spirit stone. I say, hurry up and use this spirit stone to recover. Who knows if there will be other killers later. That's no good. Using a spirit stone to recover. You're such a loser. As soon as she heard Lu Chen say this, Lin Tianjin immediately kicked the spirit stone that she loved so much into her arms. Shit, isn't it just a spirit stone? Here. Lu Chen didn't want to wait here for him to slowly recover, and directly threw another piece over. Holy shit, you gave me all of it? Seeing that Lu Chen had given himself the other piece in his hand, Lin Tianjin was a bit touched and wanted to hug him. Good brother, such an expensive treasure, but did not even blink an eye and gave it to himself, in order to hurry up his recovery. Before he could finish his thought, he suddenly saw Lu Chen's hand shaking twice, and 3 more spirit stones appeared all at once, which made him nonplussed. Brother, my dear brother, just how many of these do you have? You dug up a spirit stone mine? The spirit stones that the entire ancient martial world had searched for so many years and could not find a single one, actually appeared one after another in Lu Chen's hands. How could he not be excited? What's the point of asking so many questions? Hurry up and recover or I'm going to take back the spirit stones, Lu Chen said impatiently. Why don't you give me another one? Lin Tianjin couldn't afford to use a spirit stone to recover, and his eyes glowed as he looked at the spirit stone in Lu Chen's hand. Roll, I'll take it back if you don't recover it again. Lu Chen pretended to get up and was about to come over to retrieve the spirit stone. Don't, brother, I'll recover here. The current Lin Tianjin had no room for resistance, and was really afraid that Lu Chen would come over and take away the 2 spirit stones. Any more reluctance to use up one was better than having both of them taken back, so he could only, in his reluctance, take hold of the spirit stone and start absorbing it to recover. The pure aura was instantly incorporated into his body, making Lin Tianjin so comfortable that he was on the verge of moaning. Since it was the first time he had used a spirit stone, Lin Tianjin's body surface slowly oozed out a black substance, which surprisingly had some hair-felling and marrow-cleansing effects. After about half an hour, the light of the spirit stone in Lin Tianjin's hand dimmed, and at this time, he opened his eyes, and it was not hard to see the color of excitement in his eyes, but that face instantly collapsed at the sight of the spirit stone, which was almost consumed in his hand. Although it was cool to recover with spirit stones, it was too costly and so heartbreaking. Lin Tianjin looked pitifully at the spirit stone in Lu Chen's hand, earning a blank stare from Lu Chen. It was completely unexpected that the domineering 13th young master had such a comical side. Alright, hurry up and go. If you want spirit stones, it's up to you to perform in the future. Already knowing that Lin Tianjin was sent from above to protect his safety, naturally he would have a long time to get along in the future. Deli, brother, don't worry. In the future, if there's an ungrateful person who messes with you, I won't need you to say anything. I'll beat him to death. Lin Tianjin instantly smiled with joy at his words. Listening to Lu Chen's words, it was obvious that he would still have the opportunity to obtain spirit stones in the future. Just now, even if he used a spirit stone to recover, he felt a great benefit, and even the sword boundary barrier that hadn't moved for a long time loosened a little. You know, this is still just recovery. If you use this to cultivate, it's bound to be even more effective. He still had a piece in his hand now, and if he could get 2 more behind him, he felt that he wasn't far from breaking through the sword realm. Brother, wait. Seeing that Lu Chen was about to leave, Lin Tianjin directly called out to him, then took out the jade pendant and stuck it to his head for a moment, reciting words. Not a moment later, he put away the jade pendant amidst Lu Chen's confusion. What are you doing? Oh, since the phantom is not open to the eyes and almost got the laborer killed, naturally I can't let them have a good time. I just told the old ancestor about this and went to collect some interest. Brother, let's go. Sister-in-law will be waiting anxiously. Now Lin Tianjin shouted this brother so well. If this ass is padded well, in case Lu Chen is happy to give 1 more spirit stone, then he will not be rich? Lu Chen laughed breathlessly, so the 2 of them exited the cave and rose up in the air, flying towards the Li family. In a deep mountain range, the ancient martial arts Lin family was situated. Ha, assholes, how dare you bully my Lin family's children? Hua Dong, Hua Nan. The 2 of you go and smash all of Phantom's strongholds in my summer kingdom for labor. On the hall, a Confucian-suited old man with a furious beard commanded the 2 people under the hall. As you wish, elder ancestor. Lin Huadong, Lin Huanan were the current 2nd-generation children of the ancient martial arts Lin family, and were Lin Tianjin's uncle's generation. At this time, the leader did not hesitate and instantly stepped on his sword, heading in a certain direction in the air. With Lin Huadong and Lin Huanan's actions, the strongholds of the Phantom organization in the Summer Kingdom all suffered. A villa in Nangang was crowded with people at this time, and this was one of Phantom's strongholds. Boss, look at that. What? Following what his men were pointing at, the boss looked out the window. There was only a flash of light, and then, there was no more. The entire villa instantly collapsed, and even the people with the room were all chopped into pieces with a bang. Streams of light disappeared in the air. It was Lin Huadong who arrived. immediately flying towards the next place after the result of a move. The same thing was happening in various parts of the Summer Kingdom. Lin Huadong and Lin Huanan were acting separately, continuously destroying the phantom strongholds in the Summer Kingdom at an extremely fast speed. The ancient martial arts Lin family was among the top 3 existences among all the families in the ancient martial arts world of Xia, so naturally they had a powerful intelligence network. Usually it was lazy. This time the Lin family's old man was enraged. Naturally he instantly grasped the location of all the phantom strongholds and one by one began to sweep them up. In only half a day, the phantom organization was damaged and almost completely wiped out. After all, Lin Huadong and Lin Huanan could both be peak Seal King sword cultivators in existence, with incomparably powerful attacks. Lin Huadong, in particular, had already crossed over into the half-step absolute peak realm. The two of them made a move, naturally hand to hand, and the phantom organization had absolutely no room to fight back. Lin Huanan, we haven't offended your Lin family. Aren't you afraid of provoking a great war by doing so? The leader of one of the strongholds, spitting blood, stood in the masonry that had already been chopped into ruins by Lin Huanan's sword and drank. If he hadn't seen the opportunity early and run fast, he would have been taken away by a sword just now. At this moment, he saw that the one who made the move was actually Lin Huanan of the Lin family, and drank in confusion. "Humph, you phantom shadow dared to take the order of assassinating my Lin family's children. You deserve to be killed." Lin Huanan threw a sentence once again slashing out with his sword. "What? No!" The leader, who was shocked and furious, could no longer dodge this time, and was directly turned into dust by a sword formation. Even on his deathbed he couldn't figure out which bastard had made a fool of himself and went to move the Lin family. The Lin family's children were naturally hung with a bounty by the assassin community, and the resources given for fulfilling orders could be quite a lot, but almost no one will pick it up for 3 reasons. 1. The Lin family were sword cultivators, main attackers, almost invincible at the same rank. Secondly, the Lin family had 5 people at the peak of the Seal King, and 16 ordinary Seal Kings, which ranked in the top 3 of the entire ancient martial family in terms of overall strength, and was very powerful. Third, the Lin family's old ancestor was in existence of the middle stage of the absolute peak, and a great sword cultivator. There were only a handful of people in the world who could fight against it, and only the number 1 ranked exterminator in the assassin world could possibly arm wrestle with it a little bit. But even so, perdition wouldn't offend the Lin family for no reason. Or else they would lose both, or else they would be directly doused by the Lin family. If a sword cultivator launched into a rage to fight for his life, it would really kill him. Therefore, almost no one dared to take the Lin family's order. But now that he was on his deathbed, he heard that it was someone in the phantom who had gone to take the order to assassinate the Lin family's children, which was simply a death wish. Now, even he was killed, and on his deathbed he didn't bother to hate the Lin family, but instead greeted the ancestors of this stupid elk who took the mission. In the northern part of the beautiful country, inside a luxurious manor. "Boss, it's not good. 78 of our phantom's 83 strongholds in the Summer Kingdom have been smashed within today." "What?" The man who was sipping on his red wine stood up instantly. This man is the biggest boss of the phantom organization, Robert Horsfield. "Who did this?" "It's Lin Huadong and Lin Huanan of the ancient martial arts Lin family." "The Lin family? What are they doing?" Horsfield asked in shock and anger. "The information I've investigated says that because Yen Luo from the Xia branch almost killed Lin Tianjin of the Lin family, their old ancestor gave the order directly." "Fark, is Yen Luo a shit-eater? Why are you messing with Lin Tianjin? Don't you know that Lin Tianjin is the Lin family's ancestor's baby?" At those words, Horsfield was shocked. "So boss, what do we do now?" "What to do? Cool it. Get everyone into pieces. No more strongholds. Give it all away for concealment." "Ha, the strongholds aren't even wanted? Do you have a bubble in your head? Are you going to fight the Lin family head-on? That Lin family member is at the top of the heap. What are you going to fight with? All of you come back. Endure. Wait until the rules are lifted. Naturally someone will deal with them. Also, tell them to be peaceful. Don't go and do anything extra to cause trouble." "Okay, boss." The assistant respectfully retreated and went out to make arrangements. "The Lin family? Ha, I'll take this revenge." Horsfield muttered hatefully to himself. "It's suffocating. It's not as strong as others, so you can only endure it for now." Who let himself not be an absolute top? Plus the Lin family's old ancestor was a great sword cultivator who mainly attacked. Even if he was an absolute top, he would not be a match for the Lin family's old ancestor. One can only wait for the rules to be lifted in half a year's time, when the ancient martial artists from various countries were able to move freely, and then it would be the time to truly arm wrestle. On Lu Chen's side, he had already returned to the Li family with Lin Tianjin, which made Angie finally let go of her heart. As for the bloody storm outside, Lu Chen didn't know about it yet. he took Angie and Lin Tianjin back to Jiangdu on the same day. As soon as he came back to his hometown to pay homage to his ancestors, he also had to pass through this side of Jiangdu. Secondly, he was going to return to the villa first to set up the 3 major formations. This attraction of spirit was not a blink of an eye, and after structuring the array, it would take some time and days to gather enough aura and form a good circulation. This would allow the formation to be filled with aura and be alive. Therefore, he was prepared to come back to get the formation done before going home to pay homage to his ancestors. And when the time came for him to return from the homage, the spiritual chi in that spirit drawing formation would be almost ready, and then he could start cultivating with peace of mind. When Lin Tianjin learned that Lu Chen had gone back to set up a formation, it once again made his jaw drop. Formation masters, there were also in the ancient martial world, but they were all phoenix hairs, and every formation master would be treated like a guest by the ancient martial families and treated with respect. Lu Chen didn't think so, and based on the exchanges between the two, Lu Chen learned that the formations laid out by the so-called formation masters of the ancient martial world were completely different and incomparable to the formations in this heavenly formation diagram that he had learned. The 3 of them were taking advantage of the night to travel directly in the air, so they quickly returned to Jiangdu's Ziruihao mansion. Lu Chen first turned around his villa for a while, then identified a few base points. Since this was the first time he had set up a formation, he checked it again a few times to make sure it was correct, and with a wave of his big hand, 100 spirit stones appeared. Crap, 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 crap. The moment the spirit stone appeared, its unique spiritual light almost blinded Lin Tianjin. What do I see? 100 spirit stones? I'll go. It's too hoity-toity, isn't it? To the ancient martial arts world, banknotes were nothing more than numbers, and it was naturally simple for them to make money with their skills. But the spirit stone is different. A piece of spirit stone. You let those families take out hundreds of billions and trillions of dollars to exchange. They are willing. Lu Chen took out a spirit stone and was about to put it into the preset base point. Brother, would it be too extravagant for you to build an array formation with these 100 spirit stones? It's a big loss. In Lin Tianjin's impression, his own family also had a spirit drawing formation, as if the spirit power drawn in was not as pure as the spirit stones he had absorbed during his previous recovery. It was far from pure, and their family's spiritual attraction array, from time to time to collect good quality jade, stone, etc., to achieve a constant flow of spiritual chi guidance. With this calculation, it would be better to just use these spirit stones to cultivate and absorb them. What do you know? Watch from the sidelines. Lu Chen rolled his eyes, stopped his clamor, and started building the formation. Lu Chen chose the courtyard of his villa, which covered an area of 50 acres and was more than enough to construct a spirit drawing array, only to see him carry down a bag from the upper floor, from which he took out 30 pieces of spirit stones and placed them directly on the position of the formation base that he had determined to be good beforehand, and started to carve formation patterns in all directions with the formation base as the base. According to the notes above the heavenly formation diagram, Lu Chen pinched his hand and used his own spiritual chi as a guide to continuously draw in vain in the air. For every predetermined point drawn, put in a spirit stone. Slowly, a thick formation foundation had been built. Next, according to the heavenly formation diagram, the formation stones should be used as the source and the formation flags as the eyes. But at the moment, Lu Chen replaced all of them with spirit stones. The effect of the great array so constructed will be even more powerful. Finally, after engraving all the preset formation patterns, 20 spirit stones were placed at the formation eye locations. Originally, one would have been sufficient as an array eye, but since the system gave so many, Lu Chen temporarily decided to simply build a spell array with a better effect of attracting spirits. The spirit drawing formation, also known as the spirit gathering formation, functioned to plunder the surrounding heaven and earth aura and converge it onto the formation base within the formation. The stronger the energy of the formation's eye, the wider the range of the aura that would be induced, which was why Lu Chen's intention was to place 20 spirit stones at the formation's eye. Of course, this was also because there was only 50 acres of land here to be used as a formation base, so 20 pieces was already the limit, and putting in more was not beneficial. However, this series of maneuvers, looking at Lin Tianjin who was on the side of the room, was in a daze. Although it was Lu Chen's first time to inscribe formation patterns as well, he had practiced countless times with his mind out of thin air when he was learning about the heavenly formation diagram before. So, this build was still smooth, but looking in Lin Tianjin's eyes, it wasn't the same thing. One must know that when their ancient martial forest family carved the spirit gathering formation in the first place, he had observed it from the sidelines, and it was completely incomparable to this one of Lu Chen's. At this moment, Lu Chen's image was infinitely enlarged in his heart. Although the demons were crazy, they also respected the strong more than normal people, especially when he saw Lu Chen pulling out spirit stones by the handful. He was on the verge of fainting. Previously, seeing 1 or 2 spirit stones excited him like that. Now, look at this formation inside the inlaid, at least over 100. If it wasn't for the fact that his sanity was still intact, he couldn't wait to immediately go and dig out these spirit stones. It was too damn tempting. After enduring for half a day, he finally saw that the spirit stones that Lucian had taken out had been used up, and at this time, the spirit drawing formation had also been constructed, so he had thought that this was it. But in the next second, he was not calm anymore. Lucian once again pulled a bag from the corner and touched out dozens of spirit stones. Crap, brother, how many spirit stones do you have? Save them. Lin Tianjin was in a hurry, afraid that by the time the spirit stones were all used up by Lucian, wouldn't he lose his share? Lucian ignored it and composed himself, constantly following his previous deduction and building the spirit locking formation on the periphery once again. General array masters only knew to build spirit-inducing arrays, and once the array was activated, although the spirit-inducing was unaffected, a large amount of spirit power would be lost when it was used. However, once a spirit locking formation is added, then sitting in the formation to cultivate, the aura that is not absorbed in time will not be wasted at all. It will still be locked in the formation for the next absorption. In this way, results are maximized, and the spirit locking formation had another great advantage, which was that it could isolate the breath. And when it was combined with the external illusion formation, it would naturally not be discovered. When the spirit locking formation was carved, Lu Chen once again went to his room and took out a bag, which still contained dozens of spirit stones. Lin Tianjin was already mute at this point, looking at the waves of spirit stones being taken out like they didn't want money, and exclaimed that he was a loser. Isn't it good to have so many spirit stones for cultivation? A few hundred spirit stones might be absorbed and break through a small realm or comprehend certain wonders? He looked at the whole thing badly. People make spirit drawing array because they don't have spirit stones, and they need to purify their cultivation by converging the original little spirit chi from the outside world. But Lucian, he doesn't look like he's short of spirit stones right now, and he's still doing this. He really can't see it. Lucian didn't care about him and began to carve the illusion formation. This time he followed the arrangement of the 4 elephants and 8 trigrams, quickly punching in spirit stones and carving formation patterns. In order to be safe, he went with the 4 gods illusion formation, which were the 4 illusion formations of the green dragon, vermilion bird, white tiger, and Xuanwu. In this way, once the formation was activated, he believed that even if the absolute top of Lin Tianjin's mouth came over, he wouldn't be able to see a thing standing outside. Half an hour later, Lu Chen let out a long breath of turbid air, bringing a smile to his face. All the formations had already been inscribed, and they only needed to be activated one by one. 298, 299. 300, and Lin Tianjin, who was on the side, finished counting the last one with a bitter face. Oh my god, 300 spirit stones. Lu Chun, you're such a loser. That's 300 spirit stones. Lin Tianjin wanted to cry, as if Lu Chen was using his spirit stones. His heart was dripping blood. Alright, you're also considered the 5th genius on the subterranean dragon ranking. Look away. Don't be so uneducated. Lu Chen laughed and scolded. I don't know how to waste. Shit. I really haven't seen how to waste things. Lin Tianjin cursed. Not to mention him, even if his ancestor came, he'd have to be heartbroken to the point of vomiting blood. Is this how spirit stones are used? This good simply trenchless. Defeat. Wasteful? You won't say that later. Lu Chen let out a laugh and changed his finger technique. Formation chi, lead. 3 words were spat out, and the entire sky seemed to darken for a moment. In the next moment, the wind rose up, and the air turned into substance, forming a vortex, madly pouring towards Lu Chen's 50-acre garden. Lin Tianjin, who was standing in the formation and had been cursing with a face of flesh pain, had his entire body jolted for a moment. This is aura? The gas brushed over his body, and Lin Tianjin felt a refreshing coolness throughout his entire body, and the aura in his entire body became active. Even a random gulp by himself at this point was full of aura. How can this be? Especially when he sensed that the aura he swallowed this time was even more pure than the spirit stones he absorbed when he recovered from his injuries before. Even twice as pure. It completely turned his perception upside down. Shit, it's not? The more Lin Tianjin felt it, the more shocked he became, and his entire body froze. This was still just normal throughput. If it was coupled with a gong method, how many times would the speed of cultivation have to be increased with such a purity of aura to cultivate? Do you still feel wasted now? Lu Chen looked at him snidely. Ah, ha ha, how could it be? Ha ha, brother, it's because I'm short-sighted. Ha ha ha, brother, ah, from now on, I can follow you here to cultivate ah. Lin Tianjin spoke incoherently. Even he didn't know what he was saying, but there was one thing he was sure of. This thigh had to be hugged. thinking about the 5 spirit gathering formations that his family had invited that laborious master to come over and carve. The range of each formation base was just 10 or so square feet. A family is scrambling to take turns. The effect is much stronger than outside. But compared with Lu Chen it is simply the same as shit. Now look at Lu Chen here. 50 acres, what a concept. Lin Tianjin had made up his mind that he wouldn't leave even if he was driven away. Shit, if he cultivated here for a few months, the ones in front of him on the dragon ranking would be nothing. Even the pervert that he had always been afraid of, the first one on the dragon ranking list, was not enough to be afraid of anymore. He giggled and laughed at the thought. Lu Chen didn't care what the Lin Tianjin on the side thought. He directly changed his technique and pointed his finger in the air at the several external array bases. Buzz! The air around them rippled and trembled. A layer of transparent light visible to the naked eye rose up, enveloping the spirit drawing formation in its entirety after a few breaths. At this moment, inside and outside the formation were 2 worlds altogether. Outside it was sparse. One step into the formation and pure aura wandered around. This was still only the spirit drawing formation that had just been unleashed not long ago, but even a disciple of an ancient martial arts family like Lin Tianjin was already feeling very flattered. If one waited for the spirit drawing formation to last for a period of time, as described in the heavenly formation diagram, the spirit chi inside could even turn into substance, transforming the chi into liquid and forming a spirit liquid. The purity of this spiritual liquid was comparable to a mid-grade spirit stone. If he took this out, he was afraid that it would cause the entire ancient martial world to frantically scramble for it. Of course, with the current spirit drawing array, even if the aura could be transformed into liquid later on, it wouldn't be able to condense a few drops. After all, the conditions were limited. There was a lack of many formation stones and formation eyes that were rarer than spirit stones. Lin Tianjin was as if he was a 3-year-old child, looking at the scene with novelty, constantly bouncing in and out of the formation. To him, these were simply breathtaking. Even if his Lin family had a superb position in the ancient martial arts world, he had never seen such formations before. Brother, you're awesome, Lin Tianjin admired from the bottom of his heart. When he first received the mission to protect Lu Chen, he was disgusted. Letting a demon like himself protect a wild sect master? Even when he heard that this Lu Chen could make a single move in a second at the same rank, he was not impressed. Because he himself is a sword cultivator. Sword cultivator main attack. Kill the same rank or even cross the level of the battle that is commonplace. Moreover, he himself was a sword and body dual cultivator, and his physical body was several times more powerful than the average sword cultivator. When the physical body was strong, then the power exerted by the sword moves was even stronger. So for him, Ken couldn't look at the likes of Lu Chen. However, since he had fought with Lu Chen, he had already changed his mind. This Lu Chen's demonic level was completely no less than his own, and Lu Chen's unconquerable tenacity had conquered him, letting him see a hint of himself back then. Cultivators know that physical cultivation to grow up that is the most painful. The growth of a sword cultivator was even more difficult than that of an ordinary martial artist. Not to mention that Lin Tianjin was still a dual cultivator of sword and body, so naturally it was even more difficult. It was really not easy for him to come to the present realm, and his tenacity naturally had to be stronger than others. So, after that fight, the two had a sympathetic feeling. However, after witnessing Lu Chen constructing the formation, Lin Tianjin was now sincerely admiring Lu Chen. Of course, the bribing of spirit stones also played a role. Lu Chen smiled at Lin Tianjin and once again pointed out a finger. Oh, a dragon roar rang out, startling Lin Tianjin into stumbling, just when he thought he was hallucinating. A sight he would never forget unfolded before his eyes, only to see an illusory green dragon appear out of thin air, circling around the eastern azimuth of the spirit locking formation 9 times before instantly rushing into the heart of the 4 elephant 8 trigrams formation. Buzz! The moment he rushed in, the center of the formation glowed with a green light, and after a few breaths it returned to normal. And just when Lin Tianjin thought that it was over, Lu Chen pointed out another finger. Chirp, a phoenix chirped. This is the vermilion bird? Lin Tianjin cried out in disbelief, his eyes wide. In the air, a vermilion bird with flames surrounding its entire body circled the southern part of the spirit locking formation for the same 9 circles, and rushed headlong into the heart of the 4 elephant 8 trigrams formation. Buzz! At this time, a searing red aura flared up from the center of the formation. Fleetingly, east green dragon, south vermilion bird? Crap! There won't be a western white tiger in northern Xuanwu, right? Lin Tianjin exclaimed in jaw-dropping astonishment. He felt that his experience on this day with Lu Chen was more wonderful than the 20 years he had lived. What was in front of him was so shocking that it simply took his breath away. Lu Chen did not let him down, and immediately after, his hands tapped in succession, and the west and north of the spirit locking formation simultaneously emitted 2 beastly sounds afterward. The silhouettes appeared. and they were none other than the two divine beasts, Xuanwu and White Tiger. Similarly, after the two divine beast silhouettes circled 9 times in their respective directions, they rushed into the center of the formation together, emitting 2 rays of light. The 4 divine beasts converged at the center of the formation, and at that moment, the 4 colors of light flourished. The 4 divine lights of green, red, white, and yellow continuously exuded piercing divine charms with incomparable aura. Buzz! In the next instant, a magical scene happened. Lin Tianjin, who was standing outside the formation, realized in vain that Lu Chen inside the formation had disappeared. Holy shit, where is everyone? He quickly stepped into the formation, but there was still no figure of Lu Chen. Bang! Suddenly, he received a kick in the ass. Crap! Who? Lin Tianjin immediately turned around, only to realize that there was nothing behind him. Pop! This time, he was slapped on the back of the head again. Which son of a bitch? Get your ass out here for grandpa! Bang! As soon as the words left his mouth, he was kicked out of the room. Mouthless, Lu Chen suddenly slowly appeared in front of him at this moment. Crap! What's the situation? Lin Tianjin was dumbfounded, completely confused. This is the wonders of the illusion formation. The eye of the formation I refined long ago. Within the scope of this formation, he can see whatever I let him others see, and he can't see anything if I don't want him to, even if I'm standing right in front of you, Lu Chen said with a smile. Shit, so awesome? Lin Tianjin was stunned. The first time he heard that there was such a formation. Long knowledge. If this draws the enemy into this, won't it play him to death in minutes? Theoretically, it's possible, but it won't help if the enemy's power exceeds too much. The main thing is to prevent people from seeing us practicing inside. Lu Chen nodded and said, in fact, this illusion array was equivalent to dividing this place into countless illusion spaces. Even if everyone entered here, standing in overlapping positions could not see each other or even touch each other. Strictly speaking, it was similar to a spatial division, which was what made this illusion formation so marvelous. Brother, I'm kind of really convinced. You're simply a divine tactic. Let me feast my eyes. Lin Tianjin is a long time to see this time. For him, has been in the deep mountain seclusion, does not understand the world. You ask him what world-famous brands are out there, what luxury cars are out there, what the strength of the company is, and he doesn't care at all. But for this part of cultivation, he prided himself on having seen a lot. In today's view, he felt surprisingly like a frog at the bottom of a well. Having seen such tactics, coupled with Lu Chen's temperament being to his liking, then realizing that Lu Chen seemed to have quite a few spirit stones, and maybe even more goodies, this was a thigh he was even more unlikely to let go of. No matter what, if you can let yourself cultivate here for a year and a half, it's all against the heavens. Maybe, in a couple of years, one would be able to abuse Pops and Ancestor? He hadn't given the two of them less of a beating in the first place. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but heave a smile, looking at Lu Chen for a while. Well, it's going to be a while before this place is more suitable for cultivation. So let's get ready and go back to our hometown tomorrow to pay homage to our ancestors. Alright, Lin Tianjin readily agreed, and still made a strong effort to inhale the aura of this place when he finally left. What a blast! The next day, Lu Chen brought in Qi and Lin Tianjin with him as he prepared to set off back to his hometown. Lu Chen's hometown in the city of Jiangdu, more than 200 kilometers away from a small county Liyang, where before going to college is still a poor countryside. The past few years is the development of a very good family conditions are good up. Lu Chen, would it be too conspicuous for us to drive this Rolls-Royce Phantom back? It's better to keep a low profile, right? Angie saw the car in front of her and said, this car landing value of more than $10 million. She is a little worried that Lu Chen's father's relatives cannot accept for a moment. Missy, overly low profile can be stupid elk. We now have money. Naturally want to let mom and dad they live a good life. Let others envy. Besides, make too low profile. My family a few relatives may also come to nausea you a few times. Save annoying. If not, Pagani can only sit 2 people. I want to drive that car back. Lu Chen said helplessly. And even more so, he glanced breathlessly at Lin Tianjin on the side. You say that you are an ancient martial arts expert. The existence of a sealed king, actually do not have a driver's license. Lu Chen is also convinced. Otherwise, the system had given Lu Chen so many cars before. So just give him a random one and take Angie to drive the Pagani back yourself. After yesterday's array construction, Lu Chen realized that this Lin Tianjin was really sticky, and refused to separate from himself, and he had to sit together in the car, afraid that he was going to dump him. I was going to say find a price for him to drive. It's not that bad anyway, or how much easier would it be to just fly him there? Lin Tianjin was good, said that when he came to the secular world, he should follow the customs and take a ride on modern transportation, and refused to share a car with him. Lu Chen felt like he was going to be his own Siamese twin, so after half a day of picking, I chose the Rolls-Royce Phantom in front of me. A few people got into the car and drove all the way west toward Liang Lu family village. At this time, Lu Chen's mother, Gao Xiaolan, and his father, Lu Zhongming, were already making preparations for the Ancestor Festival. Every time the Ancestor Festival was held, the Lu family village was as lively as the New Year, and it was a major event for their Lu family village, because on this day, the sons and daughters of the Lu family village who have gone out to make a living and start their own business will all come back to gather together, and it is very lively. Of course, it was also a day for the heirs of the Lu surname to climb and arm wrestle with each other. If anyone's family has an outstanding child who returns from a successful career, it's enough for these people to brag for half a day. Of course, if anyone is not doing well, it is inevitable that these gossipy village women will be chattered about. This is also known as the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showing their own abilities. Sister-in-law, is your family's Lu Chen coming back from the Ancestor Festival this time? Lu Chen's second aunt, Li Honglan, passed by the entrance of Lu Chen's house and asked Gao Xiaolan inside. Back. Should be here today. Ha, big sister. Has your son arrived home yet? Gao Xiaolan said smilingly. He has arrived. Just past your door. That BMW 5 is his. I was not expecting this kid is really out of the blue. In the Magic City Lin's group even as a supervisor. In the end is a big company. Annual salary of millions of it. This is not. Bought a BMW 5. Landing can be 600,000 it. Ha. As soon as she heard Gao Xiaolan pick up the conversation, her second aunt Li Honglan pulled out her voice and spoke with a grin on her face. It was as loud as if the next few neighbors couldn't hear it. Gao Xiaolan's smile was awkward on her face, and she couldn't help but curse in her heart. Usually don't see her so enthusiastic run over to ask for warmth. Feelings as she saw her own son drove through the door when he didn't see himself. Deliberately ran to show off to come. Oh, that's nice. Congratulations. In his mind, his mouth still concurred. More than good. That is the magic city of the Lins. The head of the enterprise. How many people squeeze through the head cannot get into his aunt, that I still have to prepare the things for the ancestor sacrifice later at home. So I won't chat with you first or I'm afraid I won't be able to make it by then. Gao Xiaolan didn't bother to listen to her bragging. It was just endless. Directly interrupted her words and went into the house. Che, can't see the good in other people's homes. Isn't this Mr. Lu? Is your son back yet? My son just arrived. Driving a BMW 5 back. The second aunt spat. Her eyes swept around and stared at her fellow Lu clan sticking up to show off on the next village. The same thing happened in all parts of the Lu family village, but all mixed well. The family likes to go to the left and right neighbors to show off a little. Dear, this time back I'll rely on you. Can give me a good long face? My second aunt's face can be suspicious of it. The great aunt's side of nothing. My cousin Lu Chen I heard is in the Jiangdu side of a real estate company to work. In a Maserati car. Lu Chen's cousin Lu Kai from his third uncle's family was looking pleasingly at the woman in the passenger seat who was wearing a designer label and very heavy makeup. Said, however, looking at this woman's age, I'm afraid that she is much older than this Lu Kai for almost around. Now you know how good I am. As long as you behave yourself in the future, those whatever relatives of yours are completely inadequate. The woman's hand stroked back and forth on the driving Lu Kai's thigh while winking. Lu Kai smiled fawningly, with a very enjoyable expression on his face. If Lu Chen is here, it is estimated that he will have to look vomit. This TM standard white boy evening old rich woman. This Lu Kai is also considered a talent. Did not read the university, but looks quite handsome, and then went to work in Fukunan. A little money to go to the bar. Not to mention, the bastard had gotten lucky, giving him a chance to be looked at by this old woman beside him. He is also open-minded. Give money on the line, after a night of madness, but found that this old woman is actually the daughter of the general manager of the Funan branch of the East Qing Petrochemical, so voluntarily as a small white man. And this old woman is also coveted. This good's face value is not bad. Coupled with that aspect is also a little bit of fun. The results of a beat, mixed together. Lu Kai is a good life. Anyway, food and clothing is not worried about. But also in the East Qing Petrochemical Funan branch mixed a manager when. It is also because this old woman is the general manager of the Bunan branch of the late years of income. So baby very much, for her private life did not bother much. This time to go home to pay homage to ancestors. Lu Kai can serve this old woman for several days in a row. The legs are almost soft, only to persuade her to come back to help themselves to pretend under the force. People, even if they're assholes, still want to stick their chests out in front of their families and be human. On the other side, Lu Chen and the others looked speechlessly at a man lying on the ground in front of the car, with 10,000 MMPs in their hearts that they didn't know whether to speak or not. Driving from Gangtok City to Riang involves a stretch of road that loops around the mountain. Lu Chen, 3 people just drove here. Suddenly next to the side rushed out a man. Shocked Lu Chen, directly a foot brake emergency stop. Fortunately, as he was now at the peak of a grandmaster, his reflexes must have been extremely fast and he did not hit that person. But what made them dumbfounded was that the bastard actually fell straight down and then hollered up there. Somebody, run over someone. Crap. Bumper sticker? Lu Chen and the others were speechless for a while as they looked at the man who was lying on the ground without any disease. Hurry up and get out of the way. Good dogs don't get in the way. Lin Tianjin directly poked his head out of the rear window and drank. Goo. The city people bullied people. Hit someone and still so fierce. There is no law of the land. Everyone quickly see. Who knew that when Lin Tianjin shouted like that, the man shouted even more fiercely. Come on. Where are the people in this deserted mountain? Chow. Lin Tianjin only said half. The car around do not know where to emerge. A dozen people, both male and female, have pointed up, which can be Lin Tianjin looks silly. This city people are no good. Look at them. They hit someone and still behave like this. That's right, dressed like a human being, but unfortunately doing something really inhuman. Yeah, everyone round them up. Can't let them go without a statement. The group of people, you and I, then surrounded the car. I'll go. Are people in the secular world so rampant? Lin Tianjin also came out to the secular world once in a while and was usually a cultivation fanatic, but he was shocked to see such a scene. Lu Chen smiled, opened the car door, and walked down. Alright, hurry up and go. Don't look for trouble over nothing. Your bumper sticker is too obvious. Lu Chen looked at the man on the ground and said, Porcelain? What porcelain? Ouch. My leg. The man holding his left leg pretended to be a fiasco and cried out miserably. Young man, see you also dressed well, since the collision of people to compensate for some medical expenses even if, hurry to let people to see the leg. That's right, don't delay, pay for him to go to the doctor, otherwise when it's late, I'm afraid the leg will cost. A few people off to the side started pointing again. Wasted leg? He didn't even break his skin, his pants are all intact, touching porcelain is also a bit more professional. Lu Chen was infuriated. Agu crippled, kid, don't dilly-dally, hurry up and pay up and leave. Or don't even think about leaving today. Seeing that Lu Chen had decided that he was touching the porcelain and obviously didn't want to pay, the man lying down directly stood up. Yoo-hoo, legs healed this way? Get out of the way when it's good. My patience is limited, Lu Chen said as he was about to go back to the car. Brothers, stop him, I chow him. Hiss. Just as the man opened his mouth to speak, he let out a cold breath, stunned on the spot. It turned out that a few onlookers were just about to surround Lu Chen when they saw a flash of silhouettes, and one of them directly rose up in the air and was kicked away. The one who made the move was none other than Lin Tianjin, who was not as patient as Lu Chen, and the sword cultivator is concerned about the sword heart through the heart. Not cool as dry, not so much bending and twisting. So, he kicked one person straight away. Oops, murder. This time, the women in the crowd shouted, and the scene was a mess. Porcelain of these people, obviously also did not expect this car. How the people just, a word directly hands. And it looks like the hands and feet of this person is not light, just that was kicked away from the person. This time is covering the stomach rolling on the ground. The face of the blue, a moment and a half really can't get up. City people are unreasonable. Everyone hurry to call the police. Let the people from the law enforcement division come and arrest them. The man who was hit also reacted at this time and shouted, just UTM thing more. Lin Tianjin does not care about this mess. See the bumper, this person still beeping, instantly flashed to his side. Under the man's terrified eyes, Lin Tianjin grabbed him by the collar and with a whoosh scampered up 100 meters into the air, landing again 2 breaths later. The man's mouth was wide open, his eyes were empty, his mind was blank, and his hair was disheveled into a hen's nest from lifting and lowering. Both legs were trembling uncontrollably, and if it wasn't for the fact that Lin Tianjin was still carrying his collar, he was afraid that he would have collapsed to the ground, and between his pants legs, which were by now damp. The sensation of this pissing for 100 meters is not something the average person can handle. The feeling of lifting and lowering a few hundred meters in an instant can be 10,000 times more exciting than that. What a jumper. It's already good that he wasn't scared to death. Next to those group actors of this man's gang, at this time, they were also all dumbstruck, looking at Lin Tianjin in fear, their bodies trembling. It was all too unbelievable for them. Flying, it's something that legends say only immortals can do. Slap, some even slapped themselves. The pain on their face telling them that what they were seeing in front of them was real. Great immortal, spare your life. It's us who have no eyes. Yes, great immortal. You are so noble. Spare us mortals our ignorance? We won't dare next time. It's all because this son Boppy forced us to. These people are To put it bluntly, people from the countryside. And the poor countryside produces unruly people. That's what they say. Uneducated, unqualified, never seen the world, slightly abetted by people will be wrong step, and very feudal superstition. So after seeing the scene just now, they were all stunned, directly treating Lin Tianjin as a god. But don't talk about them, even the high intellectuals in the big cities. If they see someone who can go up to the sky and down to the earth in front of your eyes, they will treat him as a god. After all, the term ancient martial arts world was not something that was accessible to the average person. Alright, all of you, get lost. Lin Tianjin threw the man who had wet his pants over as he disgustingly wiped his hands and drank. Yes. This time, these unruly people no longer dared to say anything more, so they nimbly took the man who pissed his pants and the one who had been kicked before and disappeared with a roll. It really came and went, and was gone in an instant. Hi, Lu Chen gave Lin Tianjin a thumbs up. It was really good to have a nanny by his side. He himself was in a lot less trouble, but the man really had to thank Lin Tianjin. If he hadn't made a move, Lu Chen was prepared to directly waste his legs. And since you said that you were hit and wasted your legs, then it was as you wished. With the Xian long needle technique in hand, to do some maneuvering, it was simply a family affair, and outsiders could still not see the signs at all. So, these people are considered to have burned a lot of incense today, and if they really get Lu Chen impatient, then they really can't take it. Brother Chen. This kind of person just owes to be cleaned up, directly dry lying on the end. In the past when I was in the ancient martial arts world intensive training, I came across a lot of screwing things up. They all gave me a scared fight. Only when they are scared, they don't dare to make a fuss. Lin Tianjin ran over with a smile, squeezing her eyebrows and speaking, her eyes unable to stop glancing around Lu Chen's waist in his arms. Those who didn't know thought that he had a problem with his sexual orientation. Only Lu Chen knew that this kid was taking credit, trying to cheat himself out of spirit stones again. Ever since he saw Lu Chen's handful of spirit stones, he was the one who would self-realize a bit whenever he found an opportunity. With the obvious purpose of wanting to mix more spirit stones, Lu Chen skimmed his mouth, ignoring him, straight to the car. This cannot be spoiled. Otherwise he has more spirit stones or not enough to fool this kid. Thus, Lin Tianjin glanced at Lu Chen grudgingly and could only obediently get into the car. Che, come on. What's yours is mine. Lin Tianjin stared at Lu Chen's back and laughed darkly in a thieving manner, causing Lu Chen to inexplicably have a cold war all over his body. Li Yang, Lu family village. Outside the Lu family ancestral hall, hundreds of tables of farmhouse banquets had been set up. The village's Lu surname heirs, together with their elders and children, came to a lot of people, and it was very lively. There were a total of 2 elders sitting on the main seat, the elder brother Lu Quansong and the younger brother Lu Quanshu. Lu Quansong looked thick and honest. It was Lu Chen's own grandfather, also the village head of the Lu family village. The old partner has died and has 2 sons on his knees, namely Lu Chen's father Lu Zhongming and his second uncle Lu Zhongyuan. And Lu Chuanshu's face looks a bit treacherous. That pair of small eyes swept over the crowd present from time to time. His mind does not know what is calculating. Lu Quanshu is the secretary of the village. The same old partner also passed away 2 years ago. The knees fell 3 sons. They are the elder Lu Zhongyuan, the second Lu Zhangxin, and the third Lu Zhangqin. The second aunt who had bragged to Lu Chen's mother earlier was Lu Zhangxin's wife. As for that Lu Kai, he was the son of the oldest 3, Lu Zhongqin. The 2 families are apparently relatives, but in reality, the second Lu Quanshu has been eyeing the position of the oldest village chief. Before, there was nothing to fight about because the Lu family village was poor. With the economic construction, the days are getting better and better, and those sons and daughters of the village who went out and got along well are also getting better and better. This time, Lu Quanshu moved his brain. Taking advantage of this time, he intended to take the position of village head. The main reason is that a developer has taken a fancy to this piece of land in Lujia village and wants to develop it into a resort. Although this Lu family village is poor and remote, but the scenery is really good. There are mountains and water and natural hot springs. Moreover, the river here is clear and unpolluted, and the fish in it makes a delicious soup. That's why it was spotted by a local developer in Liang, Jinli Real Estate, which would surely draw money if it transformed the place into a hot spring resort. However, Lu Chen's grandfather refused to do so, and with the Lu family ancestral shrine here, he naturally refused to give someone else a chance to move the soil. But Lu Chuanshu's eyes only money, by the developers a goad, and promised that as long as can complete this land resumption, give him $50 million in favor of the fee, and even as long as he nodded his head, you can immediately pay him a deposit of $1 million. Hearing 50 million, Lu Quanshu's eyes are straight. In the past in the Lu family village, in order to fight for some of the retained fields and materials to build a house, he would fight red in the face, Where to stand such a temptation? What's more, once the nod was given, there was $1 million immediately available. And without much thought, he agreed straight away. It's not that developers haven't thought about using force, but that's a last resort. And after all, it's a society governed by the rule of law. That's why it was finally decided to support this Lu Quanxu to become the village head, and then sign the land sale agreement in the name of the village head. Lujia village is not like other villages. The village head has the land deed of the whole village, naturally has the right to buy and sell, which is also the special feature of Lujia village, belongs to the historical legacy, so the upper management will not care more. Moreover, Lu Zhongyuan, the eldest son of the Lu family's second son, was himself a big gangster and the village's landlord. The upper beam is not correct, the lower beam is crooked. His son Lu Ning also all day long pulling a group of people in the outside world to make a little chicken and dog stealing and swindling things. The entire Lu family village was really a bit terrified when they saw their family. Therefore, Jinli Real Estate found Lu Quanxu actually has some reasons here. They look for outsiders to use force, spread the word that it is easy to get into trouble. But you Lu Jia village own infighting. Say that at most it is a fight for the foundation left by the ancestors. Will not make too much noise. Big brother, reconsider about selling the land. The price given by the other party is not low. In fact, this is good for both you and me. At this time Lu Quanxu on the main table opened his mouth. Then what do you want these Lu family side heirs to do? What about our Lu family's ancestral shrine? I don't agree. Although Lu Quansong was naive, he was still stubborn when it came to principles. Don't be silly. Originally the land here belonged to my father's old man. It's their turn to object? Besides, don't we also give them the demolition fee? As for the ancestral shrine, the whole thing can be relocated. With money, it's not that difficult. Lu Quanxu said in disbelief. Can the ancestral shrine be relocated just by saying so? Besides, our Lu village is getting better and better now. So what's the use of having so much money if we're happy with what we've got? These villagers have been together for so long. Their ancestors and grandchildren have been members of our Lujia village for generations. So why don't you just leave them alone? What can you do with a little demolition fee? Where is your conscience? Lu Jingsong angrily accused. Che, conscience? Conscience can be worth a few dollars. All I know is that if I miss this time, then I'm missing out on $50 million. That's $50 million. It'll allow us to live a rich life. Needless to say, I don't agree anyway. Then in that case, I'll fight with you for this village head position today. And then whoever becomes the village head will have the final say. Lu Quanxu had approached him a few times before, and today was the last of his patience, as the deadline given by Jinli Real Estate was coming to an end. I will not give you the position of village chief. It's not up to you. Our two families, whoever is strong and has more supporters, is whoever is the village head. Before it was me who didn't want to fight. Since you're stubborn then so be it. At this time Lu Quanxu also toughened up, not giving in at all. Just kidding. That's a whole $50 million. You, not waiting for Lu Chuanxian to open his mouth, Lu Quanxu directly stood up. Everyone be quiet. There's an announcement to be made today. Upon hearing his words, the venue that was originally bustling with laughter instantly quieted down, and they all looked at Lu Quanxu at the main table. Today, taking advantage of the Ancestor Festival, I'm going to compete for the position of our Lu family village chief. After my elder brother got older, he shrunk from doing things, and this is very unfavorable to the future development of our Lu family village. So I dare to fight for it today. Saying this, Lu Quanxu paused and spoke again. According to the rules, as long as the one of our two families has more financial power and has the support of more than half of the villagers, he can become the village head. Now, those who are willing to support me please stand to the left. Lu Quanxu said and swept a glance towards a few places below. I support big brother Quanxu as the village chief. With that, one person led the whole family to the left and right. I'm all for it. I'm for it. After a while, half of the people actually went to the left, which made Lu Quanxong look silly. Everyone in the village knows what the consequences will be if Lu Quanxu becomes the village head, because the two have quarreled over the sale of land before. Lu Quanxong also walked around the village door to door to ask them the meaning of the expression of feelings here do not want to go. And now Lu Jia village is really getting better and better. There is no need to take the so-called demolition compensation. You looked at those who originally swore with himself to insist on staying. Those people all supported Lu Quanxu. Lu Quanxong two eyes, almost be angry dizzy. Lu Quanxong completely did not expect the current result to occur, and was momentarily unable to return to his senses. Big brother, you'd better give up, Lu Quanxu said slowly, with a winning look on his face. He had long ago bought off some of the villagers, and with some of his own diehards. The number was not small, and through his oldest son Lu Zhongyuan had terrorized some of the villagers. And this moment nearly half of the Lu family village had sided with him. Even so, it's not more than half. Lu Quansong gritted his teeth and said in a far-fetched manner. At this time, the number of supporters on both sides was about to be split in half, and those who stayed on Lu Quansong's side were those who held an obsession with the Lu family village. Not everyone succumbs to bullying. Big brother, you really don't see the coffin. Okay, let's continue. Now then, let's compare the wrists of our two families. Saying that, he looked towards the table of his own grandchildren under the stage. Long before the ancestors' sacrifice feast, his two grandchildren had already returned to the Lu family village. This still need to compare? I've seen the son of the second family of the whole tree, Lu Feng, driving a BMW 5 back, but also said that it is a high level, landing 60W out of the head. This is nothing. He is now the head of the department of the Magic City Lens Group. $1 million a year that. Oh no, then isn't the village head's family bound to lose? More than that, that cub from the third family of Quanshu Lao is even better, driving a Maserati. Maserati? What's that? A luxury car. It landed over $1 million. What? Over $1 million for a car? That's enough to build 2 houses. No way. That's not true. I heard that he's now working in the Funan branch of the Dongqing Petrochemical Group and has become a manager. My god. That Dongqing with a market capitalization of over $10 trillion? That doesn't make you rich? For sure. At least a few $1 million a year, not counting the extra performance commission. Has not yet begun to compare. Some informed villagers have begun to talk about it. These are in fact Lu Quanshu has long been arranged people. After these people spread the word, the entire venue was in disarray, and even some of the people who were originally on Lu Quansong's side began to waver. Although they have a conscience and obsession, but really if Lu Quansong lost, then their own back days cannot be easy. It is estimated that the demolition money will also be reduced. After all, when Lu Quanshu talked to them before, he said that as long as they supported him, they could increase the demolition payment additionally. It's not too late for those who want to come over. At this time, Lu Quanshu spoke again, looking playfully at the people on Lu Quansong's side. Sure enough, as the words fell, another portion of the people lowered their heads and silently walked towards Lu Quanshu's side. With apologies on their faces, these people didn't even dare to look at Lu Quansong in the main seat. Lu Quansong was like a heavy blow at this time. His chest was stuffy, and the situation was getting worse and worse. And Lu Feng and Lu Kai, who stood out from the stage, had a smug look on their faces as they scanned the room. In this instant, it was as if the two of them had become the center of attention, with most of the villagers bragging and praising their strength. These two goods this time also intentionally drove the car to the side of this venue, the key in his hand pressed, the two cars titled to give a response. Let the villagers once again clamor. After all, the Lu family village also covers a wide area. The economic aspects are just starting, although outside to make a living to fight a lot of people, but can mix out a human like will not be a lot. As for those who have mixed it up as much as these two have, they are even fewer and farther between, with only 2 of them. That's a beautiful car. If only I could have one. Ah, his second aunt. Your Lu Feng is really powerful. His third uncle. Ah, your family Lu Kai can really good luck. Million class luxury car. Ah, do not even dare to think. Many people have envy in their hearts, and have gone up to praise and get close, which can be Lu Feng and Lu Kai's parents were very happy, and their vanity was greatly satisfied. Still need to compare? Big brother? Lu Quanshu looked at his big brother and asked playfully. What's the big deal? When my brother comes back, you guys are nothing. At this time, Lu Shuai, who had just arrived, jumped out directly. Lu Chen's second uncle, Lu Jingyuan's family, is having a better time now. Lu Chen, in order to not let his second uncle to work hard again, was ready to directly provide for them to let them under the comfort. Anyway, now he is not bad money, but uncle, husband and wife are idle honest people. So excuse half a day. And finally tenacious but Lu Chen's good intentions. Each one stepped back to let Lu Chen invested in a small supermarket for them to dry up. Figure a reel. As the saying goes, there is nothing to worry about. The debt is gone. She is living in Thompson Place again. And her daughter has gone to work as a supervisor in a company owned by Lu Chen. The old couple do things easily and happily, smiling every day. Plus do things and hard-working, honest people, but the supermarket is running a colorful up. People in the neighborhood have a particularly good impression of their family. After all, people give the price is also real. Unlike some black-hearted merchants, the price tag are inflated. Originally happily bought a lot of gifts back, only to see this scene. Lu Shuai naturally couldn't listen to it and directly popped out. Yo, Sister Shuai is back? This is getting prettier and prettier. Lu Feng's eyes lit up when he saw Shuai, his gaze greedily scanning over him. This guy has been a bit of a pervert since he was a kid. Fortunately there is still a bit of sense in him. Otherwise he really doesn't necessarily care that this Shuei is his cousin. So he can't help but have a taste. When Lu Shuei saw that it was Lu Feng, she looked disgusted and ignored him. Lu Kai, on the other hand, spoke up at this time. Lu Chen, oh, I can hear that he's nothing but a real estate salesman in Jiandu City. So what if he comes back? Oh, you've been hearing about this for centuries? My brother he's now. Tick-tock. Just as Lu Shuei was talking, the sound of a car's hooter rang out, and the crowd looked there, only to see a black luxury car driving over. Holy shit, this is a Rolls-Royce, right? More than that, it's a Rolls-Royce Phantom. It landed over $10 million. Weird, what kind of big shot is this coming over? A $10 million limousine? Although the economy here is relatively backward, but also pulled the internet cable, the information is still open, and there are people who know the information about these luxury cars. At this moment, everyone in the Lu family village raised their eyes and looked over, probing hard to see clearly which big brother would get off the bus later. Click! The car door opened and a handsome young man stepped down, glancing this way, and when he saw Lu Shuei, he smiled and waved. Brother! Lu Shuei shouted cheerfully and rushed over, directly jumping into his arms. Silly girl, it's been a while. Ha! Yeah, I've missed you. Then he saw Angie, who had just gotten out of the car and was looking his way, grinning wryly. So you have a sister-in-law and forget your sister. Brother, TSK, a scummy man who forgets his sister when he sees color. Fuck you. Dead girl, have you ever talked like that? Lu Chen slapped her on the head in amusement and looked towards the three people who were somewhat agitated in the arena. Grandpa, Dad, Mom, I'm home. AI, it's good to be back. It's good to be back. Lu Quansong and Lu Chen's parents nodded excitedly. Humph, my brother is back. Do we still need to compare? At this time Lu Shuei said with her head held high. Lu Chen's return was their dependence. Others were not clear about how much energy he really had. As a younger sister, was she still not clear? Of course, if she had known that Lu Chen had begun to cultivate and had now reached the peak Grandmaster realm, she didn't know how she would feel. This seems to be no contest. That's not true. Lu Chen's car alone is over $10 million. So it looks like the village head's family is going to win. Yeah. I didn't expect Lu Chen actually mixed so well these years. The cars are all $10 million. This time, the villagers began a new round of discussion. The wind once again turned to the side of the village head Lu Quansong. Some of the villagers who had previously sided with Lu Quanshu were beginning to move. Humph, who knows if this car is rented or not? A real estate sale can afford a car like this? At this time Lu Kai took the lead. That's right. Some people. In order to drive a luxury car back to pretend, turn around, the rental car fee is not necessarily touch. Lu Feng also opened his mouth to sneer. Lu Chen's brows furrowed. He had just arrived here and was still not clear about what was happening. However, this Lu Quanshu lineage, itself, was not close to himself, and had even always disgusted him. In the past, when my family was poor, I didn't see them help out once, but instead they often came to my house to beat the wind, and they were still too good and too bad. Only his own father is generous and good to talk. His mother for his father also do not want to trouble. If according to Lu Chen's temperament, early a broom to drive them out. What happened? Lu Chen looked at his mother, Gao Xiaolan, in confusion. Gao Xiaolan smiled bitterly and told the general cause and effect truthfully, not adding fuel to the fire. After hearing this, Lu Chen was infuriated. Alright, you guys can get lost. Lu Chen directly waved his big hand and said to the Lu Quanshu lineage, unbridled. What did you say, brat? Against all odds, no big thing. This time, Lu Chen seemed to have stirred up a hornet's nest. Lu Quanshu, his three sons and his wife all angrily accused. What? Didn't hear me clearly? I said, you can all get out. How many of you have the face to stay here when you can even sell your family business? Do you deserve to be called Lu? Are you still human beings? A questioning, powerful, and heartbreaking. What qualifications do you have to say this? You. At this time, Lu Feng jumped out. Shut up. Qualifications? You're the most unqualified loser of all. Driving a running BMW and coming back to fool around? Lu Chen directly interrupted, not leaving any face at all. Yo, this little brother is really eloquent. Said as if the real seems. You do not change the subject. Said our brother Feng driving a broken BMW? At least he bought it with real money. What about you? How do you prove that you are more powerful than him? At this time, a beautiful and wonderful woman came out behind Lu Feng and sarcastically spoke in a cloudy manner. Said also through a wink to Lu Feng. This person is exactly. This time Lu Feng brought back his girlfriend in I Shall We, or a small star. Shot 2 plays, but not the protagonist. So do not know many people. but looks that is really quite a sign. Lu Feng saw this and gave an appreciative look. The water in the showbiz circle is very deep. Those who can mix a little bit of success in it naturally have good teeth, and their brains turn flexibly. And one sentence threw the spearhead back to Lu Chen. It was only then that the other villagers remembered that it seemed Lu Chen hadn't proved whether the car was his own or not. If it was rented, or borrowed, the situation on the field would be a different story. Pa! A driving license was thrown directly at Annie Shelby's face, and her delicate face instantly turned a shade of red. Annie Shelby cried out miserably, covering her smashed red face and staring angrily at Lu Chen. See for yourself. And who the hell are you? Who do you think you are? Lu Chen didn't have the slightest bit of compassion and directly rebuked in a cold voice. Containing anger, she turned over the license, and when she found that the owner was really Lu Chen, her face instantly changed for a moment, and then returned to normal. Can have 10 million luxury car people? Natural identity cannot be underestimated. Annie Shelby, although the heart of the irritation, but also restrained. Well, it was hasty of me. As for me, I'm an artist just signed by Starry Entertainment. My name is. So she took a deep breath and prepared to introduce herself. He himself had been spotted by Lu Feng and had spent a lot on her when he pursued her, which was why he had the relationship he had today. But now compared to the Lu Chen in front of him, it was obviously many notches worse, and this luxury car spoke for itself. Then since Lu Chen had stepped forward, it was possible that Lu Feng's side was mostly set to lose in this situation today. Having been in show business for many years, she naturally sees the situation clearly, because, with a small mind, she thought about hooking up and maybe something could happen later. And Starlight Entertainment is now in the ascendant, and recently its popularity in the industry has skyrocketed, all because of the power of the boss behind him. Therefore, when she was introduced to Starlight Entertainment, a hint of pride was put on her face. Being able to be signed by Starlight Entertainment, this is the capital. This is the card face. Alright, you don't have to say what your name is. I'm not interested, and also, from now on, you're not a member of Starburst Entertainment. However, after Lu Chen heard the 4 words Starburst Entertainment, he directly interrupted her self-introduction with impatience and said something like this, causing Annie Shelby to instantly freeze on the spot. Her face flushed green for a while. Ha! What a big mouth. Whether or not I'm a member of Starlight Entertainment is something you can decide with a single word? Arrogant. Annie Shelby was also angry at this time. It seemed that this Lu Chen was a stupid ass who didn't know any better, so there was no need to flatter himself. Ha ha ha. This auntie, you don't know yet, do you? My brother is Lu Chen, the chairman of Starburst Entertainment. He naturally has this right to say this. And at this time, Lu Shuai directly laughed out. What? How is that possible? This time, Annie Shelby was like a thunderbolt, her expression changing. As a small star just signed, the most he can get in touch with is the company to arrange for his agent and department director. The chairman of the board of directors she is sure to see. Only know the surname Lu, because the people in the company would only say Boss Lu, Chairman Lu, not their full names. And as the big boss behind the scenes, Lu Chen's name naturally accounted for the appropriate confidentiality. Save nothing to be netizens' flesh affect their normal life. Therefore, as small stars outside the lower third tier, they naturally didn't know Lu Chen's great name. But now, with the surname Lu and driving a multi-million-dollar limousine, linked together, she didn't doubt that what Lu Shuai said was false, because there was no need to. It's over, and I shall we, who had reacted, burst into tears, her entire body collapsing. It's all you. Suddenly, she struck at Lu Feng like crazy. Originally thought that she had found a meal ticket, but it turned out that she was so dead that she had angered the chairman of the board, and now she was afraid that her career would be over. Lu Chen ignored the fight between these two people and turned his head to Lu Quanchu and the others, who were still in shock, and spoke again. What? Still not rolling? Do you want me to treat you? Pa-pa-pa. Applause erupted as a man stepped out of the crowd. I didn't expect you to be the boss of Starburst Entertainment. Long time no see. Really young and talented. With the sound of applause, the old woman covered in designer labels walked out. The same one Lu Kai had brought back. And who are you? Lu Chen asked with a frown. Humph. Lu Chun. This is my girlfriend, and the daughter of Su Yumin, the general manager of Dongqing Petrochemical Group's Funan division. Sui. Seeing her walk out, Lu Kai immediately bumbled up to introduce himself, his expression returning to arrogance. Just now, after Lu Shuai had blurted out that Lu Chen was the owner of Starlight Entertainment, everyone in the Lu family village was all shocked. Nowadays, every household has a TV, so naturally, they know how great the company Starry Entertainment is. Especially lately, all the major hot TV stations have been reporting about Starburst Entertainment. Most of the artists involved in variety shows that are famous, such as Running Girl and Mushroom House, are from Starlight Entertainment. Moreover, The song and dance flow superstar Li Shueting, who had suddenly appeared this while, was also from Starlight Entertainment. After a few rounds of momentum, coupled with Li Shueting's own outstanding face value, singing and dancing talent is outstanding and proud. A few fire. Nowadays, she is so hot that she is approaching the universal goddess Chu Zi. It also made Starburst Entertainment's reputation, and it was hot as hell for a while. Thus, everyone was shocked to hear that Lu Chen was the owner of Starburst Entertainment. Lu Chuanchu's lineage was even more like a blow to the head and was knocked off his feet. How could they not expect a real estate sales in such a short period of time shifted to become the boss of Starlight Entertainment? Even Lu Chen's parents and grandfather were dumbstruck at this moment, unable to accept such a large amount of information for a moment. But now, Sui walked out, causing Lu Kai to return to his senses. It was important to realize that even though Starburst Entertainment was powerful, it was no match for Dongqing Petrochemical. After all, Dongqing Petrochemical, that is the existence of a market capitalization of more than $10 trillion. Even if she was only the general manager's daughter of the Funan branch, this walking out identity was not something that Starlight Entertainment could offend. Dongqing Petrochemical Group? Lu Chen was stunned at his words, but he didn't expect this old woman to be the daughter of a branch manager under his own company. However, this looked in Sui and Lu Kai's eyes, thinking that Lu Chen was subdued, and Lu Kai could not help but feel smug once again. Even more, he gave his parents and grandfather a reassuring look. At once, smiles climbed back onto the faces of Lu Quanchu and the others as they waited for a good show. Sui was even more satisfied with Lu Chen's days, and also thought that he was subdued by his own identity. That was the look on almost everyone's face every time her identity was revealed, and she enjoyed it immensely. Lu Chen, be sensible, hurry up and ask your grandfather to hand over the position of the village head, remembering that we are relatives. We can still take the blame. Don't think of doing unnecessary resistance. Even if Starry Entertainment is stronger, you are nothing but a slag in front of Dongqing Petrochemical. At this time, Lu Feng felt that he had a backstage and arrogantly rebuked. You go away. However, he didn't expect to be pushed away by Sui just as he finished his words. Honey, you, shut up, don't get in my way. Sui glared at Lu Kai, then looked at Lu Chen with a smile. Little brother, I think there can be a bit of cooperation between us. With me, Dongqing Petrochemical, as your backing, your Starburst Entertainment will go to the next level. Sui made what she thought was a flirtatious gesture, winking at Lu Chen as she spoke. At the first sight of Lu Chen just now, her eyes were glowing. Lu Chen's face value was far away from Lu Kai dozens of streets, and seeing Lu Chen drove to the car, and heard that he is the boss of Starlight Entertainment, it is even more heartwarming. Any way you look at it, this Lu Chen's play value is n times higher than Lu Kai's, so he moved. In her opinion, her superior status was here, and even if Lu Chen had Starburst Entertainment, she would still submit to it. After all, Starburst Entertainment's own market capitalization was just over $10 billion, not comparable to Dongqing Petrochemical Group. Vomit. I don't see the need for this. Lu Chen looked directly sickened. Humph, giving face, then you won't be able to win against Lu Feng today. I'll let you know how big the gap between our strengths is, and you'll come begging for me at that time. Seeing Lu Chen like this, Sui became enraged and directly let out harsh words before going to call for someone. She had traveled very smoothly all the way, and it was the first time she had eaten a closed door, especially since Lu Chen's expression made her very upset. Therefore, she decided to teach him a good lesson, so that he would know that there was a world beyond the sky and a world beyond the people. When the time came, he would make Lu Chen kneel in front of him and sing his conquests. This time, Lu Feng, who had been nervous just a moment ago, laughed again. Seeing that Sui had actually thrown out an olive branch to Lu Chen had made him anxious. Lu Kai knows that this Sui is very flamboyant, has a very indiscreet private life, and is especially fond of handsome men. Normally he could turn a blind eye and take what he wanted anyway. He wanted money and power, but today is different. If Lu Chen nods his head, isn't it the end of the game for his side? Fortunately, Lu Chen didn't agree, and even angered Sui, which made Lu Kai happy, and in his heart, he cursed Lu Chen for being a stupid elk who wouldn't seize the opportunity. If he were in his place, he would have taken Sui from such a good opportunity. Silly elk woman. Lu Chen spat a nonsense and took out his cell phone to answer the phone. And at this time, Su Feng on the side had long since gotten rid of Ni Shelwy's entanglement and answered a phone call with an excited face. Feng, what's good about you? Seeing his appearance, Lu Huimei, the second aunt on the side, asked, Oh, our group's crown prince said before that he wanted to come to our place to have some fun. I originally thought it was just talk, but I didn't expect that he really came today. He's already at the village entrance. He'll be there soon. Oh, it's that prince of the Lin group, Lin Xiaotian? Lu Huimei's eyes lit up. and her voice was raised 8 points, fearing that others wouldn't hear her. That's right. It's him. He's here. This Lu Chen won't be able to jump around much longer. Lu Feng glared hatefully at Lu Chen, who was answering the phone in the distance. The so-called strong dragon does not suppress the head of the snake. That Dongqing petrochemical group, although very powerful, but here the right to speak is not very big. Although he saw that Sui was on the side of his own family, but if there was really a clash, Dongcheng out of the blue would not be immediately suppressed because of her words. But Lin Xiaotian is different. That is the Magic City mad young man. Although this is not the Magic City, but close. Moreover, Lin Xiaotian's grandfather's status was transcendent, and Lu Feng had bragged about it with his family before, so Lu Huimei naturally knew about it. Now, Lu Huimei looked at Lu Chen's family with a condescending expression of triumph. I say, sister-in-law, you'd better persuade your family, Lu Chen. Immediately my family Fengfeng's small boss will come. He is a ruthless master. Don't when Lu Chen can't eat. A relative cannot say I didn't remind you. At this, Gao Xiaolan and Lu Zhengming looked at each other, worried. I say Feng Zia, your house is too hard to find. Circling around left and right. Just then, an impatient voice came. Gu, Lin Xiao, you're here, ha ha ha. Hearing Lu Feng's fawning mouth, and seeing those people walking in the distance, all of them looked fierce. Lu Chen's grandfather and parents were once again worried. Earlier, when they heard that Lu Chen was actually the owner of Starburst Entertainment, they were not only shocked, but more than happy. His own child has made a fortune, and with such strength, this village chief competition is naturally safe. However, with Su Yi's appearance and self-reporting, they instantly felt powerless once they understood. There is absolutely no comparison between Dongqing Petrochemical Group with a market capitalization of $10 trillion and Starry Media with a market capitalization of tens of billions of dollars. This is not over. Lu Feng's side of the boss came again. The second ant that mouth, naturally, has long been the whole village households have been publicized all over. Everyone knew clearly how bullish the Lin Group was, especially the backer behind that crown prince. That was the lieutenant general. On a certain level, this Lin Xiao was even more terrifying than the Dongqing Petrochemical Group behind Sui. Besides, Lin Xiao is that person's own grandson, and this Sui is only the 1,000 gold of a branch general manager. It's so much worse status when you look at it that way. At the same time, it also made Lu Chen's grandfather and all of them feel that this time it was going to be over. That Lin Xiao was a lawless master, or else he wouldn't have been called the devil's capital mad young man. With this visit, he would obviously be on Lu Feng's side, and it would not be easy to say how things would develop later on. Lu Chen's parents and grandfather can be honest people. At this time only expect family peace. Do not make a mess. Even Lu Chen's grandfather, Lu Quansong, sighed a long sigh and was ready to let go of the position of the village head if he really couldn't. No more family members should be harmed. Moreover, now that Lu Chen was so accomplished, as long as he kept the green hills he wouldn't worry about not having firewood to burn in the future. You kid, the positioning you sent is not accurate, causing me to search for half a day. Hurry up and take me to the natural hot springs you mentioned. I need to enjoy myself. Lin Xiaotian cursed and walked over. Maybe the signal over here isn't too good. There's a bit of an error. Ha ha, Lin Xiao, forgive me. However, you'll have to wait for me for a while. There's still some things to take care of over here. Lu Feng laughed at the side. What's the matter? Damn, it's almost November and there are still so many mosquitoes. Lin Xiaotian waved the mosquitoes around him with a look of impatience. Oh, it's an ungrateful relative of ours looking for trouble? Oh, Gongzi, go help Fengzi out. Don't get in the way of my hot spring. Lin Xiaotian said with his usual arrogance, not wanting to ask at all which of his unenlightened relatives it was. In his mind, what big shot could there be in this poor countryside? Upon hearing this, Lu Feng was overjoyed and directly pointed to Lu Chen, who was still on the phone. Brother Gang, that's the kid. At this time Lu Feng's heart has begun to gloat. Let you kid just arrogant. Encounter Lin Xiao. You want to play finished, not to mention that you are only the boss of Starlight Entertainment, even if you are a dragon, but also have to give Lin Xiao lying down. However, after pointing, he didn't see Gundam make a move, and he turned his head to look around suspiciously. Pa! A loud slap was called directly on his face, sending him spinning 720 degrees in place and almost breaking his neck. Ego Brother Gang, what are you doing? You hit the wrong person. It's him, it's him. The unknown Lu Feng covered his already swollen face and cried out in aggravation. Lin Xiaotian was also dumbfounded by this scene. Hadn't he asked Gangzi to go out and take care of Lu Feng's relatives? How come he was beating up Lu Feng? Moreover, now that Gangzi was glaring at Lu Feng with a face that wanted to kill, what was wrong? So it was at this point that he raised his eyes and said, crap, boss. Now he understands. Suddenly the whole body sweat hairs have exploded. This good luck Gangzi did not stupidly go up to the fight otherwise he is not dead? Grip Chow Nima yo. Beat him to death for me. At the thought of this, Lin Xiaotian's anger grew from his guts. Ah Lin Xiao, why did you hit me? Where did I go wrong? Lu Feng shouted in confusion. Gangzi this time, but there is no hesitation at all. Directly on the hand to beat Lu Feng screaming and crying. The crowd of villagers are scared half dead. Just now, following Lu Feng's pointing finger, Gangzi himself was almost scared to death. Previously, he had been beaten into submission the first time he had met Lu Chen in Mordor, and then even the Lin family's old man had been submissive after he had learned of Lu Chen's identity. Gangzi but no. Lin Xiao in the beginning in order to ease the contradiction between with Lu Chen spent much effort and thought. It is not easy later luck. Barely recognized as Lu Chen little brother. Go back to be happy for a long time. After Master Lin found out about this, he actually uncharacteristically complimented this indisputable grandson for the first time. Could have taken them all, at first, by surprise. Such a character. Lu Feng, this stupid elk actually asked himself to beat him up? Isn't this a trap for him and Lin Xiao? It's like lighting a lamp in the middle of the night looking for shit. Lin Xiao, don't fight. Why are you beating my son? At this time, Lu Huimei cried and ran over, pulling at Gangzi in an attempt to stop it. MD, fight together for me. Lin Xiaotian wouldn't stop when he saw that it was a woman who came. He was 100 times more forbidden and directly shouted to fight. Gangzi naturally took the order and beat the mother and father to death. Even Sui, who was on the side. At this time, her eyes were also a bit evasive. Since she was held in the palm of her hand since she was a child, she had never seen such a scene. Ha, why are you here? At this time, Lu Chun, who had finished answering the phone, also saw Lin Xiaotian over here and asked in confusion. Ha ha, boss, this is not a coincidence? I heard that there is a natural hot springs over here. You know, Magic City side are man-made. Washing is not interesting, and do not want to run far, close to find over. Did not expect to run into you. This is. Lu Chen nodded. Seeing Lu Feng's mother and son, who had been beaten into a pig's head by Gangzi, and was once again puzzled. Oh, this stupid road deer is not open to the eyes and dares to offend the boss. Naturally being a little brother will serve. Ha ha ha, Lin Xiaotian said with a harumph. Lu Chen looked deeply at him and probably understood what was going on. He just smiled and didn't say anything. Lu Chen, second auntie begs you, tell Lin Xiao not to fight. We know we're wrong. At this time, Lu Huimei climbed over and begged as she hugged Lu Chen's leg. She didn't want to think about anything right now. She had heard it all. This Lin Xiao even called Lu Chen boss. Now all she wanted was for her mother and son to live. How could she be so unlucky? Fuck off Nima. Keep fighting. Drag this side and fight. Don't affect my boss's mood. Seeing Lu Chen frowning, Lin Xiaotian directly kicked Lu Huimei and chided Gangzi without saying a word, with a little brother carrying two people and walked away. As for how the back, everyone can guess. Surely the fight is even worse. And this Lu Feng's job and Lin's, surely no more. Thinking of this, the eyes of all the Lu family villagers looking at Lu Chen changed, filled with fear. Some of the villagers who had originally stood on Lu Chuanchu's side also sneaked to Lu Chuansong's side at this time. Tick-tock just then, a few cars drove by, 2 Bentleys, fishtailed into the Lu family village, stopped in the open space on the outskirts of the ancestral shrine. The door of the car opened, and 2 women with different temperaments like flowers and jade were reflected in everyone's eyes. Angie, the one who bore the brunt was Su Fu Ling, who saw Angie at a glance and ran straight over. Today she broke the net wearing a set of light yellow floral short dress, hair also clamped a cute white rabbit hairpin, a change in the style of the previous workplace strong woman. Lu Chen looked at a blank stare. What are you looking at? Do I have flowers on my face? However, as soon as Su Fu Ling opened her mouth, Lu Chen nodded. It was still the same her right. Lu Chen. The second person to walk over was Wu Ying, who at this time was wearing a proper red leg-wrapping dress that reflected her slender figure to the fullest. What a marvelous person. No wonder she can make you fall in love with her. Angie on the side teased, but there was no intention of being jealous. For her and Su Fu Ling, they had long been accustomed to seeing the upper-class society's 3 wives and 4 concubines routine and did not resent it. Wu Ying was a bit shy. This was also her first time meeting these sisters, but the gentle Angie took her hand and started to climb up, which made her let go a lot. This scene, looking at Lu Chen secretly nodded his head. Being able to have a group of sisters who lived in harmony was truly the pinnacle of a man's life. Their appearance made the entire Lu family village quiet for a moment. At this moment, everyone's eyes were filled with envy and admiration when they looked at Lu Chen. That's awesome. These 2 beauties are both coming for Lu Chen? It should be. Look at these 2 beauties. As soon as they came, they went to Lu Chen's side. Strange, they both came in a Bentley. It's unbelievable. Holy shit, 1v3? It's not real, is it? Look at the eyes of those beauties. And the intimate gestures between them, 1v3 solid. Gosh, I'd live 10 years less if I had 3 women this beautiful falling in love with me at the same time. Che, only 10 years? I'd live 20 years less. Fuck you. You're 82 years old. Another 20 years less and you'd be dead already. Old disgrace. The most excited person in the scene was Lu Chen's mother, Gao Xiaolan, who had been very satisfied when she saw Lu Chen bring in Shi back before. Such a beautiful daughter was her son's girlfriend, and she had face when she went out. But now, there were 2 more, each one of them so stunning that even she, as a woman, found them eye-pleasing. Coupled with the fact that every one of these people present in the Lu family village looked at their son with envy and admiration. Cao Xiaolan's heart at this moment could not be more beautiful. However, because of the previous fight for the village head, the scene was tense, so it was inconvenient to entertain. At this point, looking at what seemed to be the big picture, Gao Xiaolan walked straight over. Lu Chen not introducing mom either? She said smilingly while sizing up the 3 women in front of her. Mom, this is my girlfriend, Yao Angie. She's my college classmate. And now she's the CEO of Jinlingli Group, and likewise the president of Jinling Taishan Group. Hello auntie, Angie shouted nicely, blushing. Hey, well, you're a really handsome girl. Ha ha ha. Gao Xiaolan looked at this marvelous person in front of her who was also the boss of 2 companies. Her heart was even happier. As for how big these 2 companies were, she had absolutely no concept of how big they were, just that they were big to her anyway. This is Su Fuling, who grew up with Angie and is a good girlfriend. She is the president of the Magic City Su Group. Oh, you 2 are still BFFs. You look so pretty. What a pair of sisters. Ha! When she heard that the 2 were bosom friends, Gao Xiaolan gave a strange look at her son, which meant, you can you. The sisters are all taken care of together. Not worthy of being my son. Lu Chen naturally understood what his mom meant, and was only looked at with some embarrassment. I'll go. The old Lu family has gotten rich. Not only is their son a big boss, but all the girlfriends around them are big bosses. Yeah, it's amazing. I just checked. Those companies under Lu Chen's 2 girlfriends have a market value of over $100 billion. What? Over $100 billion? Strange. Isn't that more money than Lu Chen? Starburst Entertainment's market capitalization is only tens of billions as I recall. Right? Then this, not become a soft food? He is so rich still. Soft your ass. If there's such a soft meal, I'd be willing to eat it even if I had the money. It's called competence, you know AP. At this time, the villagers began to gossip about all sorts of things again, but more of them were still envious and adoring. It's the pinnacle of a man's life to live like this. This is Wu Ying, is also my girlfriend, is currently doing live with goods. Her brother is a close disciple of the Tan family cuisine. What you want to eat later with her? You can have a mouthful of good fortune. Lu Chen saw the embarrassment in the heart of the Wu Ying, deliberately brought her brother to introduce a number of. Wu Ying was indeed a bit embarrassed. The women around Lu Chen were all too good. Either stars or CEOs. She was just an anchor. It is still because of knowing Lu Chen that he made his first bucket of money and changed his life. That's why Lu Chen was so nervous when he introduced Angel and Su Fuling. However, Lu Chen's words eased her embarrassment a bit, but she also vowed in her heart that she would make something out of it herself to slowly catch up with her sisters. Although she knew it was a long challenge, she was willing to do it for Lu Chen. Tanjia cuisine mom knows. Terrific daughter, free time to let your brother teach auntie cooking I don't have any other hobbies. I just like to dump some food. As soon as she heard about cooking, Gao Xiaolan's entire eyes lit up, and she was very enthusiastic as she took Wu Ying's hand and asked. This is also why Lu Chen brought Wu Ying brother to introduce. Because mom on this cooking hobby, if it is not bad waste, she wanted to get a restaurant before. Okay auntie, later you can also go to Magic City. I'll take you to Tan family official cuisine to eat and learn more about it. When Wu Ying saw that Lu's mother was so warm and cordial, completely without any stance, she immediately put down her hanging heart and said with a smile, Good. What a good daughter. Gao Xiaolan looked left and right. Her heart couldn't be happier. While Sui, who was on the side, was surprised in her heart at this time, she also revealed cynicism. Surprised? He didn't expect the people around this Lu Chen to have some notable status. Cynically, Lu Chen had rejected herself, so since she couldn't get it, she naturally couldn't let anyone else get it either. Half the time it turns out to be a sea king as well. Lu Chen, you'll regret rejecting me. Sui, who had been spoiled since she was a child, couldn't look at Lu Chen and these people's happy moment at this time, and directly shouted angrily, slap. As soon as the words fell, a slap was thrown directly onto her face. You dare to hit me? Sui looked at Lin Xiaotian, who had struck out. with an expression of disbelief. It was the first time she had been beaten since she was a child. "You're the one who beat me. How dare you beat Lai in front of my boss?" Lin Xiaotian's eyes glared as he drank ferociously. Instead, Sui was scared to take a step back. Before this, Lin Xiaotian directly beat Lu Feng's mother and son violently at the drop of a hat. A scene that was still fresh in her mind. After all, the person she shouted at hadn't arrived yet. You wait. Pa, another slap was called out. "Damn. I heard you're from Dongqing Petrochemical Group. You think you're a big shot because you have a big market capitalization? I'm not afraid of you. If you've got the guts, let's go." Chow. Lin Xiaotian spat on the ground, wildly. If it wasn't for Lu Chen's appearance, he could have been even wilder. "Ha ha, boss, these are all sister-in-laws, right?" Seeing that Sui seemed to have subsided, Lin Xiaotian spat and turned around, immediately changing into a dog-licking face, very different from when he treated Sui. This scene, watching the crowd on the sidelines, a good Sichuan opera face-changing. Lu Chen also nodded with a good laugh. This living treasure was also a talented person. Uncle and aunt. First time meeting, I'm Lin Xiaotian. Lu Chen is my boss. From now on you guys just call me Xiaotian. This is my phone number. You keep it. If you run into this kind of small thing in the future, give me the phone, I'll handle it. Ha ha ha. Goo. Good old master. You are really old and strong, Agangzi. Bring me that Yunshan puer. In this instant, Lin Xiaotian's skills of spontaneous familiarity were unleashed, launching rounds and rounds of complimentary mode towards Lu Chen's parents, grandfather and girlfriends, making them flattered and smiling with joy. Get out of the way. All fucking get out of the way for labor. At this time, shouts rang out, only to see a group of people coming forward in great numbers, each one with a fierce face. Lu Ning? Seeing the leader, the villagers were startled again. This is the little bully king is back. They can all know that this Lu Ning is also a master who is not afraid of the sky and the earth. From a young age, he dropped out of school and followed a big gangster to the provinces to mix for more than 10 years, collected a large number of younger brothers and sisters, but also in the past 2 years before returning to the Lu family village, this time back in order to establish authority. The villagers of Lu's village had not been oppressed, but there was no choice but to put up with it, as there were many people and their fists were hard. And the difference between Lu Ning and this Lin Xiao is that Lin Xiao relies on the financial strength and power behind him. This Lu Ning is completely barefoot and not afraid of wearing shoes, the kind that doesn't want to die. Lu Ning, here. Upon seeing the visitor, Lu Quanqiu and his eldest uncle, Lu Zhangyuan, smiled. In this poor countryside, your financial strength is sometimes useless, or to see whose fist is hard, power sometimes doesn't work very well here. As the saying goes, the sky is the limit. It's all for naught if you have power and wealth when this side of the fence closes the door and gets it all sorted out. That's why, as soon as he saw that the situation was not right, Lu Quanqiu made a wink and asked his eldest uncle, Lu Zhangyuan, to call Lu Ning and ask him to bring someone back. Since there had been this accident with Lu Chen, they would use their earthly methods to solve the problem directly by force. As for Lin Xiaotian, the big deal is not to move him, just the 5 or 6 people he brought. Lu Quanqiu did not feel that he could not play a role here. What's the matter with you grandsons? You've got a good face and now you're all over me? Have you forgotten who's the king here? Lu Ning walked all the way with a fierce face, constantly scanning the villagers who stood on Lu Chuansong's side. The ones he swept up to shrank their heads, their eyes filled with fear, not daring to make a sound. I'm telling you all today, be sensible and come over to my grandfather's side and settle the position of village chief, or else. As he was speaking, suddenly his face changed dramatically, as if he had seen a ghost, and his speech began to knot. Or else what? Lu Chen looked at him in amusement, his face oddly colorful. Isn't this stupid elk the one who touched the porcelain before? At this time, Lin Tianjin, who had been there from the beginning eating and drinking without a care in the world, came over and said with a puzzled face, pointing at Lu Ning. Lu Chen also felt funny at this time, not expecting the bumper sticker to be his own cousin Lu Ning. The main thing is that this Lu Ning went out since he was a child, and when he came back to the village, Lu Chen had taken the university exam and went to Jiangdu, so both of them have not passed almost more than 10 years. Over the past 10 years, the appearance has changed greatly, so naturally, they could not recognize each other before meeting. Immortals. All of a sudden, the group of people led by Lu Ning all instantly knelt down with terrified faces. The previous scene was still fresh in my mind, and that kind of tactic was simply unheard of. I didn't expect to turn around and come back and run into it again. And this Lu Chen cousin was actually the one who drove the car before. Some of the other juniors who hadn't seen Lin Tianjin before were baffled as they watched their accomplices kneel down one by one. What's wrong with all of you, big brother? Why don't you quickly kneel down and kowtow to the immortal?
The person next to him immediately pulled the accomplice next to him to kneel down, and then recounted the previous events in a whisper.
Although they feel unimaginable, but they are also shocked up. After all, their own big brother and accomplices that are bad people. There is no need to lie to themselves, but also will not be no face in front of so many outsiders in front of other people kneeling down. Xiao Ning, what are you? Lu Quanchu and Lu Zhenyuan on the side were dumbfounded. What's going on here? Didn't you tell Lu Ning to come here to settle this by force? He's on his knees before he even starts? Alright, get lost. It's annoying to watch. Lu Chen spoke up at this time. Yes, we'll get out now.
Lu Ning hurriedly got up and turned his head to leave, but he had heard Lin Tianjin call out to brother Lu Chen. An immortal with such means shouted Lu Chen's brother. Then he still came over to fight.
Don't want to die, oh?
He didn't want to try the excitement of pissing 100 meters again.
It was too scary. In a crowd of shocked gazes, Lu Ning came and went in a hurry, not even caring about his own parents and grandparents, and without looking back, he took the crowd of his men and instantly disappeared in the eyes of the crowd. Holy shit, what's going on here? Lu Chen is so bullish? This is not a battle. Even Lu Ning, who is not afraid of anything, has gone soft. Lu Chen is not to be outdone. I see that Lu Ning seems to be afraid of the young man behind Lu Chen. That look in his eyes is like he's seen a ghost. He seems to be a ruthless character. That is not still Lu Chen bull batch. Did not see that young man in front of Lu Chen very obedient look. Even. Still some pleasing? It's still true. Although I don't know why. But Lu Chen is so bullish. This time, the crowd started a new round of discussion. As for the people in Lu Chuanchu's lineage, they were all confused at this time. Completely confused as to what was wrong with Lu Ning. Even Lu Zhenyuan called at this time, and Lu Ning's reply was, "Don't go against Lu Chen. You'll die." As for why, Lu Ning hurriedly hung up the phone without saying anything at all. Che, looking vicious, but it turns out to be just a weakling. Lin Xiaotian didn't know about the ancient martial arts world. His grandfather did know, but he didn't mention it at home. Originally, when Lin Xiaotian saw this group of people coming over, he was prepared to bring Gangzi to take care of it. As a result, when people saw Lu Chen and that Lin Tianjin, they directly ran away in fear. So in his eyes, these people are just silver linings. Just at this time, several big bends appeared in the crowd's line of sight, and dozens of black-clothed men came down from the cars. Look at the figure is strictly trained, a tall and imposing. Sorry miss, I'm late. The leader, an old man in a tang suit, walked over. Grandpa Oikawa, you're finally here. I've been bullied to death. Seeing the old man, Sui complained with an aggrieved face. What ungrateful bastard did this? Seeing the deep slap marks on Sui's face, the old man was instantly enraged. In the Su family, he was the jewel in the palm of his hand, and had never been subjected to such disgrace. This was tantamount to hitting the Su family in the face. The fact that Su Yumin was able to take the position of general manager of the Funan division of the Dongqing Petrochemical Group was actually because the Su family was the peg that the ancient martial arts Su family had planted to suck up money in the secular world. Surprisingly, someone dared to touch the Su family's people. The old man's entire aura changed greatly at this moment. He who originally looked human and unharmed was permeated with a stern and fierce aura at this moment. It's Ben Young. Why, you old. Look out. When Lin Xiaotian saw the old man asking this, he was about to step forward and rebuke him. However, before he could finish his words, he saw the old man directly disappear from his spot and blasted a fist towards him. The speed was so fast and powerful that his entire body was subdued on the spot. And just in the nick of time, Lu Chen drank and instantly struck out, pulling Lin Xiaotian away from the spot. Boom! The old man's punch fell short. However, the place where Lin Xiaotian had stood before was actually directly blasted out of a huge pit at this moment, with rubble and dust flying in all directions. Crap! Lin Xiaotian, who saw this scene, his pupils contracted violently several times and cold sweat broke out all over his body. If it wasn't for Lu Chen pulling himself away just now, he was afraid that he was going to be directly blown up by this punch. This old man made a move with the complete intention of putting himself to death. No, this is still human? How could a punch blow such a big hole? I'm not dreaming, am I? Or were those all special effects just now? Special effects? You're looking for a fight and you're bringing special effects to the fight? You might as well say that the old man threw a grenade just now. I'm a little more willing to believe it. At this moment, all the villagers who saw this scene, all of them could not believe their eyes. It was really too metaphysical. It was just like watching the masters dueling in a martial arts movie. It was breathtaking. After a punch, the old man looked at Lu Chen, his brows deeply furrowed as he opened his mouth and asked, "And who are you?" "Grandpa de Chuan. His name is Lu Chen. He's the grandson of the village head of this Lu family village, and the owner of Starlight Entertainment." It's these people who have been bullying me just now, so you have to be the judge for me. Since Su Dachuan's arrival, Su Yi's entire body had gained confidence. Su Dachuan was a half-step grandmaster, and in terms of the secular world, he was already a top-tier expert. The Lu family? Lu family village? Su Dachuan suspiciously swept a glance at Lu Chen and the people of the Lu family village in front of him, his mind racing. In his impression, it seemed that there was no such figure in the personnel of the ancient martial level, much less an ancient martial family surnamed Lu. But this kid was able to pull Lin Xiaotian to dodge his attack in time, so he was obviously a practiced fighter. Of course, he was only guessing which family Lu Chen had taken in as a foreign disciple, which was a common occurrence in ancient martial arts families. Collecting some people with decent qualifications and cultivating them to the level of external force or internal force to help ancient martial arts clans to amass wealth and collect materials in the secular world. This Lu Chen in front of him seemed to be very right for this type of person. Su Dachuan would not have thought that Lu Chen had a strength that he could not even match. After all, patriarchs weren't cabbages. They weren't everywhere. Moreover, in the entire secular world, with the existence of rules, there are only a few patriarchs who can move freely, and they can be counted on one hand. What was more crucial was that almost all the big names in the secular world whose strength was above the level of a Zhongsher, Su Dachuan knew them all, and Lu Chen and the people here present were not among them at all. Kid, I don't care which family you're a foreign disciple taken in. Our ancient martial Su family is not something you can mess with. Come over to make amends and apologize if you're sensible. And get this bastard who beat up my young lady to death. And on account of the fact that you're also considered to be half of the ancient martial family, the old man can let you off the hook. After Su Dachuan's mind turned, he collected his momentum and stood, looking at Lu Chen and said in a deep voice, where did you get the confidence? Lu Chen was exasperated. This old man was cultivating his brain, letting himself apologize? Guwu, foreign disciple? Lin Xiaotian, who was on the side, was confused, but the scene just now still made his heart tremble. As crazy as he was, he also felt that this old man's strength was a bit frighteningly strange, plus the conversation between Lu Chen and the old man. It seemed like the boss wasn't afraid of this weird old man. What the hell is going on? Just as he was overwhelmed with doubts, Lin Tianjin walked out. Ancient martial arts Su family? Che, scum, how dare you be arrogant in front of my brother? Lin Tianjin threw away the bone of the chicken leg he had just finished chewing in his hand and said disdainfully, little brute unbridled. Is the Su family not something you can dishonor? Die. Hearing Lin Tianjin's words, Su Dachuan directly exploded in rage and instantly struck out. But just as he pounced out, his angry expression suddenly turned into horror. It was because he saw Lin Tianjin knotting out his sword fingers, his aura exuding to form a sword shadow. Sovereign realm. With a shocked cry, Su Dachuan instantly retreated violently. He never expected that there would be a sovereign realm existence here, and such a young lord at that. With his mind racing, he naturally understood who he was because Lin Tianjin was using a sword. Ancient martial arts Lin family? You're the third youngest of the Lin family? It's my eyes that are clumsy. At this time, I, Su Dachuan, apologize on behalf of the young lady. Please forgive me. Third young master, Su Dachuan asked as he retreated. He could only tell that Lin Tianjin was on the Zhongsher realm, using a sword, and so young. Ancient martial arts family, only the Lin family has such a genius, and the Lin family has 13 sons, belonging to the 13 youngest demon, has long since broken through to the peak of the great master. More heard not long ago has crossed into the Ceiling King realm. As for the other scions of the ancient martial Lin family, only the Lin family's third youngest was just about to break through to the Zhongsher realm. Lin Tianjin did not use his full strength, and Su Dachuan only felt the power of the Zhongsher realm, which was why he guessed that it was the third youngest member of the Lin family. The main reason was that he wouldn't have thought that what was in front of him was the 13 young men, or else he was afraid that he would have directly given a fright. What's more, how could 13 young masters come here? This was something he could not have imagined at all. You're absolutely right. You're blind. Chop. Lin Tianjin didn't have the patience to give him an explanation of who he was. Those who didn't look good, just chopped them directly. This was the heart of his sword Dao. No, not realizing that the other party would not give his side a chance at all, Su Dachuan was in a big hurry. At this time, he has been locked by the sword. Escape is certainly cannot escape, so hardened his head in directly war power. Meet up. Boom. Explosive sounds came. A silhouette flew backwards, and in the air, he even wildly spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Actually not dead? Lin Tianjin was a bit surprised. Ha 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 ha, I've broken through. And at that moment, the figure that flew out backwards rose up in the air, and a loud laugh came out. At this time, Su Dachuan was spirited and laughing freely. After the breakthrough, all of his originally bleached white hair among the flowers returned to black at this moment. and the wrinkles on his face were almost eliminated. What did I see? Rejuvenation? It's too amazing, isn't it? How could there be such a divine skill in the world? This is an immortal, isn't it? Punch me in the face. I must not be awake. This must all be a dream. Everyone exclaimed in shock. This kind of sight was completely only possible to see in a metaphysical drama. But now that it was really happening in front of their eyes, how could it not shock the crowd? Ha ha ha. Third young master, I really have to thank you. Stuck in the half-step sect master for decades, has not been able to break through. Originally long ago without any hope, but unexpectedly, in the all-out confrontation just now, he made a breakthrough on the spot and crossed over into the sovereign realm at once. Once he entered the clan, he transformed into a dragon, although half a step away, but this power was completely different at a different level. At this time Su Dachuan excited the whole person is floating up. Master ancient martial arts world, how many people dream of wanting to reach the realm? This barrier and stopped how many ancient and modern pride. And then yourself at the moment. Really cross over. Idiot. You can have half a day's fun even at such an old age when you only crossed into the clan master. Die and come. Lin Tianjin looked speechlessly at Su Dachuan who was floating in the air, feeling his own power, and directly extended his sword finger once again to chop away. Third young master, I have already crossed into the sovereign realm. You and I are in the same realm, so why bother with anything? Seeing Lin Tianjin chopping at him with a sword, Su Dachuan, who hadn't cared about it, was thinking of pretending for a few moments, but he suddenly exclaimed in shock, because as Lin Tianjin's sword chi approached his body, his entire body's sweaty hairs exploded. It was the keen sixth sense of a martial artist that had sensed the threat to his life. How is that possible? He had already reached the Zhongshu realm, and the Lin family's third youngest had only just crossed into the Zhongshu realm. Even if the other party was a sword cultivator, defeating himself was possible. Threatening his life? He could not think of it at all. But a strong sense of crisis kept stimulating his nerves. Retreat. After all, after living for so long, there must be a demon when things go wrong. He didn't dare to be careless, didn't fight hard, and directly retreated violently. Then, this time the sword light was like a shadow, but it turned a corner and chopped at him again. Impossible. You're not in the sovereign realm. You're not third young. This time, Su Dachuan was shocked. Such a means was obviously something that could only be achieved after the sword heart had been passed. But the Lin family's third youngest in the profile couldn't reach such a realm. Then, the answer was clearly easy to see. This person was not the Lin family's third youngest. Your 13th young master. After figuring everything out, Su Dachuan directly turned his body around and fled towards the distance, his entire body in fear. Kidding aside, the Lin families of this age were all third-generation scions, of which the only ones who had reached the level of Zhongshu or above were the Lin family's three youngest and the rumored most demonic Lin family's 13th youngest. Since that move just now couldn't have been something that the third youngster could do, there was only one answer. This person was the Lin family's 13th youngster, the fifth on the Xia country's subterranean dragon ranking, the existence of the sealed king. How can we fight? Isn't it looking for death? The excitement of having just been promoted to sovereign instantly disappeared. In its place is infinite panic. This 13th young man is a domineering master, decided to kill you, then have to kill you. 13th young master, I was the one who was rash before. Su Dachuan is here to make amends to you. Please be magnanimous and let me go. Mr. Su will surely double the repayment for sparing his life in the future. At this moment, Su Dachuan shouted loudly as he fled for his life. In his heart, he even greeted Su Yi's ancestors, blaming his family for spoiling this stupid batch, and even messing with the Lin family's 13 young men. This is just like a birthday boy swallowing arsenic, too long to live. Do you think you can escape? Chop! Lin Tianjin disdainfully glanced at Su Dachuan, who had already escaped some distance in the air, and his eyes condensed. Whoosh, only to see that the previous sword's might had instantly increased greatly, and its speed had also directly increased by more than several times. In a flash, it passed through Su Dachuan's body in the air and dissipated. Ah, I hate that. Bang! Su Dachuan finally shouted out. His eyes were instantly empty and lifeless, and his entire body fell from midair and smashed on the ground, raising a burst of flying soil. Grandpa Oikawa. At this moment, Su Yi exclaimed, her face full of incredulity. In her heart, Su Dachuan was an unbeatable and invincible existence. It is also the root of her Su human father and daughter can exist peacefully even after so many years of arrogance and domineering. But at this moment, her biggest backer had fallen, and Sui could not accept this fact at all. Go back and tell your father to get out of the Dongqing Petrochemical Group. Dongqing Petrochemical is not something your Su family can get their hands on. At this time, Lu Chen walked over and said in a cold voice to Sui. He had previously called Mao Lin Shang, the general manager of the Dongqing Petrochemical Group's headquarters, and had been prepared to directly dismiss the Su family's father and daughter line. As a result, they were told that they had a mysterious background, and when Lu Chen inquired, he naturally guessed that this so-called mysterious background was the involvement of the ancient martial arts family, and after a few phone calls behind him, he knew that this Su family had the existence of a half-step grandmaster in the secular world. That is, Su Dachuan. That's why he didn't directly lay his hands on Sui before, just waiting for her to call out for someone to come over and settle it once and for all. Now that the real backer of Sui's father and daughter had fallen, it was natural that they could just fire these two father and daughter and tell them to get lost. Who are you to tell us to get out of the Dongqing Petrochemical Group? Sui shouted hysterically. Having lost her backer, she was insane at this point. Even though she knew that the other party was terrifying, she knew more than anything else that the people in the ancient martial arts world had a rule that they were not allowed to casually kill people who could not cultivate. Otherwise, they would be jointly executed by all the ancient martial arts families. Then, since they couldn't kill themselves, how could her father be the general manager of the Funan branch of the Dongqing Petrochemical Group? With power and influence, how could he let himself get away with a single word from Lu Chen? Then you'd better look at your phone. It was only then that Sui realized that her cell phone already had dozens of missed calls, and the number was none other than her father's. Hello, Dad, Grandpa Kawahi, woo woo. As soon as she connected, Sui cried, AI, it's my fault. I didn't educate you well and harmed senior uncle Dichuan. On the other end of the phone, Su Yoming's disheveled and despondent voice came. Dad. What's wrong with you? Why do you say that? I've been fired by the chairman of the Dongqing Petrochemical Group. Come back. Let's go back to the Su family. The voice of the phone at this moment is even more powerless. Sad. Decades of hard work once lost. How can not be sad? On what grounds did he fire you? Aren't they afraid of our ancient martial Su family? Sui shouted without knowing what to do. She couldn't accept this result. Damn. I told you to come back. Why so much nonsense? It's all because of you. You bitch. Who are you messing with? You messed with Lu Chen, the chairman of Dongqing Petrochemical, and you messed with the ancient martial arts Lin family, not to mention that I was fired. The Su family is being blocked by the Lin family because of you. The Lin family is one of the top families in the ancient martial arts world. Can we mess with the Su family? Do you think you have a bubble in your head? Why didn't I shoot you on the wall in the first place? Chow. At this moment, Su Yupeng was instantly lit up and directly broke into a rage. What? Chairman Lu Chen? The Lin family? At this moment, Sui directly sat on the ground, powerlessly looking towards Lu Chen and Lin Tianjin who were not far away, with nothing but infinite remorse in her heart. At this time, Lu Chen had long since stopped paying attention to how she was. The beast without fangs was already no different from a mole cricket, and could not make any waves. He had previously notified Mao Lin Shang of Dongqing Petrochemical of what was going on here, so that side directly made the matter of firing Su Yoming's father and daughter. As for the Lin family blocking the Su family's door, it was naturally the work of Lin Tianjin, who was a domineering character who was vindictive. If you mess with him, it's to beat up your whole family, and if it weren't for the rules, slaughtering your whole family wouldn't be a problem. Swordsman, there is benevolence, and even more so, there is killing. For a friend, it's not a matter of two sides of the fence. If you are an enemy, you will be executed even though you are far away, and your whole family will be killed. That's why the Lin family blocked the door of the Su family. Are you guys still not rolling? At this time, Lu Chen once again looked at Lu Quanshu's lineage. At this moment, Lu Quanshu and the others were all covered with flying ashes, disheveled to the extreme, and more than anything else, they were afraid. Today they saw a scene that they would never forget in their lives, and could no longer raise any thoughts. They had heard the phone call just now. Lu Chen was actually still the chairman of the Dongqing Petrochemical Group, so what else were they going to fight with? What's more, even if they had powerful enough wealth, what use would it be under the kind of inhuman power that Lin Tianjin had just had? And didn't see Lin Tianjin to Lu Chen that is all pleasing to the eye. The opening is shouting brother. That Lu Chen is even more to have how horrible? Thus, at Lu Chen's words, several people did not dare to have any rebuttal and turned around and ran away. You guys get out too. At this moment, Lu Chen looked towards the group of villagers who had previously sided with Lu Quanshu. Ha, Lu Chen, we were forced to do this. You can't do this to us. Yeah. We've lived here for generations, and where are we going to live when you get rid of us? At this, those villagers cried out, scram, or die. Lu Chen's face was expressionless as he spoke out icily, and Lin Tianjin cooperated by raising his sword finger, as the aura light and shadow continued to gulp. Whoosh! In an instant, the villagers who were still crying and selling their misery a second ago, all ran away in a flash, with a face of fear, afraid of being poked to death by a sword if they ran slowly. The scene of that godlike figure being chopped to death in one go just now was still fresh in their minds, so they naturally didn't dare to resist. Cut. A bunch of scum who see the wind and turn the helm. Lin Tianjin withdrew his aura and skimmed his mouth in disdain. In the next second, he immediately changed into an inviting smile and looked at Lu Chen, constantly rubbing his hands together. Hey, that brother, what I did just now, are you still satisfied? Hey, look at you. You're the 13th youngest member of the Lin family who was the 5th on the subterranean dragon ranking. If this gets out, don't you mind being embarrassed? Lu Chen looked at him breathlessly and kept rolling his eyes. Shit, who dares to talk too much? I'll chop him up. Lin Tianjin raised his eyebrows and viciously swept around, looking at the crowd as their heads shrank with a look of fear. Look, they wouldn't dare. Ha. At this time, Lin Tianjin turned his head to look at Lu Chen with another lewd smile on his face. Come on, here. Lu Chen stroked his forehead and threw out a spirit stone to him. Aya, or brother loves me. You are my own brother. Ha. Wave. I have a small donkey never ride. Lin Tianjin got the spirit stone and immediately hummed a little song and continued to run to the dining table to eat. Ancient martial artists can consume a lot every time they fight, although they can also rely on absorbing spiritual energy to fill up their hunger. But which is as comfortable as a big mouthful of meat and a big mouthful of wine? Looking at this living treasure, Lu Chen was once again speechless, and at that moment he felt a pair of burning eyes that seemed to have been looking at him. Turning his head to look, it was none other than Lin Xiaotian. Boss, those just now are all true? Lin Xiaotian was so excited that he became incoherent. What those really? Ha, that fight I saw just now, was it all true? Whoosh, that old man flew up to the sky. Swish, that old man was rejuvenated. And BIU, that old man was chopped up by that 13th young man? Lin Xiaotian kept comparing his hands and crackling a bunch of questions. That's right, it's true. Your grandfather didn't tell you about the ancient martial world? Lu Chen asked with some doubt. It was said that Lin Xiaotian's grandfather was a lieutenant general, so he must have access to this information. Ha, I didn't say that. Ancient martial world? That means that people can really cultivate? At this moment, Lin Xiaotian's eyes blazed, and his entire body seemed to be trembling from excitement. Aha! Lu Chen nodded. Plop! As the words fell, in Lu Chen's surprised eyes, Lin Xiaotian directly knelt down towards him. Boss, please teach me to cultivate. I want to become strong. Strong, your sister? Where am I free? If you want to learn, go find Lin Tianjin. You both have the surname Lin. Easy to communicate. Lu Chen was speechless. He didn't have time to teach this kid. Alright, Lin Xiaotian didn't care about this. Just now he had seen how powerful Lin Tian really was. It was naturally good to worship him and learn martial arts. So, he ran his ass over and directly knelt down to Lin Tianjin. I say, brother, this forest is not the same as the other forest. Can it be the same? I'm not taking this kid. Lin Tianjin naturally heard their conversation and directly refused. What's more, he kicked Lin Xiaotian, who had just run over to kneel down and pay homage to his master, out of the room. Collect it and give you a spirit stone. Lu Chen directly threw a sentence over. He thought that this Lin Xiaotian was now obedient to himself. If he would have practiced cultivation, maybe some chores in the future could be left to him. He couldn't be on top of everything, right? 2. Lin Tianjin sniffed and quickly stretched out 2 fingers, saying, Deal. Aya, my good disciple, why are you so careless? How dirty the ground is. Come on, sit beside your master and come. Gnaw on a chicken leg together. Ha. As soon as the word deal came out, Lin Tianjin quickly ran over and pulled up Lin Xiaotian, who had been kicked off by himself, and shushed him. The quickness of this face change was a miracle. Looking at Lu Chen, he was in a daze. That Lin Xiaotian was even more confused and was directly pulled over, momentarily flattered. You've succeeded in worshipping a master? You're going to become a martial arts master? And maybe fly in the air too? I'm so excited. But just at that moment, noises came and a vast caravan appeared in front of the crowd. Lu Quanshu, get your ass out here. From a jeep, a pot-bellied greaseball stepped down and opened his mouth to drink. Who are you? Yelling here. Lin Xiaotian frowned at this moment and walked out. Before that, they were all masters, and he didn't have a chance to perform at all. The group of people that came this time were obviously ordinary people, and he felt it was time for him to show it. It was more to repay the boss for his introduction just now. The laborer is Qin Shotsai, the owner of Jinli Real Estate. Shouting Lu Quanshu out, taking the laborer's money and running away without doing anything? In that case, hand over the land deed of Lu family village. Fuck off NM. I don't care if you keep your wealth or your filial piety. Lu Quanshu owes you money, you go to him. What kind of farts are you putting here? Lin Tian Shao directly scolded. You TM looking for death. I see you guys are not seeing the coffin. Do it. Give labor a beating. Qin Shotsai directly gave the order. All of a sudden, dozens of mighty men came down from the caravan,
and each of them rushed towards Lu Chen and the others with iron bars in their hands.
However, the next scene made Qin Shotsai and the others a bit dumbfounded. In the past, this kind of profiteering siege used to make the average person very panicked and alarmed. But today this Lu family village people seem to be very calm. And, look at them with very strange eyes. Did it mean that the teenager who jumped out and drank the curse was great? But the brutal habit of them did not bother to think much. Hooting and hollering and carrying iron rods rushed over. They would like to see how powerful this young man? Right at this moment, Lin Xiaotian seemed to be stumped for a moment, and suddenly turned his head to look at Lin Tianjin and nodded, the corners of his mouth rising, suddenly looking very excited. Then he was seen speaking. Stop. This is the great immortal's retreat. How dare you be so bold? Are you looking for death? Desian? I'm still the Jade Emperor. Chow. Weren't you arrogant just now? Now you're making up such nonsense for me? Give it to me. Qin Shotsai directly scolded. Just now this pussy was so jumpy. I thought he was some kind of tough guy. And then he started playing jumping daffodil? So, the henchmen struck out. And just as they were bringing their sticks down, they saw the young man suddenly yell, Desian, fuck them. The group was shouted at. However, in the next second, an invisible astral wind instantly struck his face. Bang bang bang. The big men in black who rushed up seemed as if they had hit a stick on an invisible wall, and the feeling of pain immediately came from their hands. There were even a couple of crisp clicks from the wrists. Ah! Miserable cries rang out, and all the sticks in the hands of all the black-clothed dudes all fell to the ground, looking around with frightened faces. What's the situation? Qin Shotsai was dumbfounded, completely unaware of what was happening. From his perspective, it seemed too weird that his own men had inexplicably dropped the sticks they were holding and were wailing there. Boss, there are ghosts. A subordinate with a broken wrist cried out in panic. Genuine, this scene is so unbelievable. They are like hitting a wall. The key, this wall has a counterquake effect. The more force used, the more the recoil bounced back geometrically. That's why some people have had their hand bones broken by the shock directly. The reason for the overexertion. Asshole. Where the hell did that come from? Pa Qin Shotsai's words were just finished when he received a slap on his face out of nowhere. Who? Subconsciously shouting out. Qin Shotsai looked around and there was no one else around. Just as he was in a state of shock and disbelief, another slap hit him in the face. Crap, now he was panicking too. The unknown is terrifying. And he's completely confused. Is there really a ghost? Not giving him a chance to think more. The slaps continuously slapped up, slapping his face full of swelling, like a pig's head. Just then, an indistinct voice came. You dare to disturb this seat's meditation. Do you want to die? The voice came out of nowhere. From all directions. Hiss this time, the crowd led by Qin Shotsai was terrified to the extreme. Crap, there really is a demon. Demon your ass. It's Desian. Desian, spare your life. Yes, yes, yes. Desian, spare your life. We won't dare to pull it again. These big men all fell to their knees in an instant, kowtowing uncontrollably, their hearts having long since collapsed. Especially Qin Shotsai, who usually believed in the superstitious word of feng shui the most. Earlier, it was Lin Xiaotian who suddenly said that, and he didn't take it seriously, as if he was talking nonsense. But now that I've encountered this shit in person, I'm naturally horrified. This is messing with the great immortal. It's over. Scram. Don't appear in the range of this seat's retreat again. The disembodied voice came again. Yes, yes, yes. This time, Qin Shotsai didn't dare to say anything else and desperately nodded his head, then rolled and crawled with his men, turned around and ran with his ass in the air, looking at the Qin Shotsai crowd that came fast and went even faster. All the villagers of Lu Jia village were all sighing for a while. This Jinli real estate they all know. That is called a poor and fierce. Neighboring villages of the land was taken by them forcibly. The beginning of the people also refused to demolish. Qin Shotsai soft, direct violent suppression, forcing them to sign one by one obediently, when things also made a big fuss. I thought this person will be unlucky. As a result, after just 2 or 3 days of fussing, the matter did not continue to fester and simply went up in smoke. This made everyone even more fearful of this Qin Shotsai, who obviously had a powerful booster behind him. Of course, it could also be because the mountains here are high and the emperor is far away, so it gives them an opportunity to take advantage of it. Seeing Qin Shotsai and the others fleeing, the villagers of Lu Jia village all cheered. Only Grandpa Lu Quansong still has some worry on his face. Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Lu Chen also saw that his grandfather seemed to still have something on his mind and went forward to ask. This Qin Shotsai, I heard that he also seems to have a great immortal behind him. But, it shouldn't be as strong as your friend, right? Lu Quansong said uncertainly. He had seen with his own eyes how strong Lin Tianjin was, but he hadn't seen that great immortal of Qin Shotsai's. He had only heard that this person could call the wind and the rain.
And his methods were also unpredictable. How would this be if the two were put together? Being the mortal that he was, he wouldn't be able to make comparisons. For them, subconsciously being able to call the shots is probably more instinctive. Oh, it's fine, Grandpa. You don't have to worry. If they dare to come, they'll just clean up together. Lu Chen laughed. With himself and Lin Tianjin around, unless the ones who came were at the top of the heap, how many came would be for nothing. The two of them together, even if a Peak Seal King came over, they wouldn't be able to do well. Besides, the rules hadn't been opened yet, and it was impossible for the Jedi Peak to appear in the secular world. As for any call to arms, he and Lin Tianjin didn't care about that. Alright then, let's continue with the ancestor worship. Look at this. What a bunch of things. Lu Quansong said with a sigh. Just as the crowd was getting ready to start the ancestor worship, a few more cars drove by. No, someone else is coming to make trouble? Dang, this isn't ending. Damn. Look. White license plate. Could it be that Qin Shotsai went back to call someone? I've heard that he has someone on top. Maybe it was the fact that it was a really uneventful day that made everyone suspicious. Lu Chun, on the other hand, frowned as well, seeming a bit impatient. But within a few seconds his frown loosened and a smile appeared on his face. The car stopped and a group of men in military uniforms stepped down. Lu Quansong and other people at this time. The expression of the military uniform. This is a representative of power. How can the Lu family mess up? It was really one wave after another. Lu Chuensong's whole body was not too good. Grandpa? Suddenly, Lin Xiaotian shouted in surprise and greeted him. You're here too, brat? Seeing that Lin Xiaotian seemed a bit surprised, Lin Xiaobei laughed and cursed. Isn't this the boss here? He. Since he had worshipped Lu Chen as his boss, this Lin Xiaotian's days at home were better. Even his own grandfather smiled at him a lot more and complimented him on his understanding. Lu Chen, elder brother Qin, Tiansheng, why are you guys here? Lu Chen asked with a smile when he saw Qin Tianliu and Lin Tiansheng. It's not because of you. Old man Lin said that last time you asked him to come over to heal your parents' old cold legs and rheumatoid. No, you didn't give him a word when you came back. And if it wasn't for the fact that I happened to call Linger, I wouldn't have even known that you were back. As soon as this old boy heard you were back, he was on fire to come over. Qin Tian Taki said smilingly, and pointed to Lin Xiaobei who was on the side. Old Lin came over to give you his notice of appointment. ? It's your Lieutenant General's notice of assumption of office. The formalities are all done, and it's just as well to bring you the papers and all. Old Lin. Saying that, Qin Tianliu shouted and Lin Xiaobei, who was on the side, walked over. Elder brother Lu. Ha. Congratulations, this is your commission and documents. And in this box are 2 sets of your military uniforms. You can keep them. Thank you. Lu Chen smiled and took the things. Ha. You're welcome. I haven't even thanked you for being able to look at my family's untalented boy. Lin Xiaobei laughed out loud. Grandpa, I'll tell you I worshipped the master today. At this time, Lin Xiaotian interjected with a proud face. What worship? Lin Xiaobei froze. Here, that's the master I've been worshipping. Lin Tianjin, and we still have the same family name. Coincidentally? Following Lin Xiaotian's hand, Lin Xiaobei's eyes instantly widened. 13 young? Lin Xiaotian didn't know Lin Tianjin before, but Lin Xiaobei's existence as a lieutenant general was still known to all of these key personnel of these ancient martial arts families in Xia. This was an existence that ranked 5th on the Xia country's potential dragon ranking, a demon of the 3rd generation of the ancient martial arts Lin family. Now his own grandson was saying that he had become Lin Tianjin's disciple? Grandpa, you recognize? Lin Xiaotian, who was on the side, was puzzled. Of course I recognize him. Did you really worship him? Lin Xiaobei asked with some excitement. Yes. Good. Ha. I didn't think that my Lin Xiaobei's grandson would be able to fall into the eyes of 13th young master. The old master was so happy at this time. Lin Tian was really a rare demon, and he was the only sword cultivator inside the top 10 of the submerged dragon list. The ancient martial arts Lin family behind him was one of the giants of the ancient martial arts world. With such a layer of relationship, how can one's grandchildren not be prosperous in the future? I didn't realize that this brat who used to give himself trouble and worry every day, has been constantly bringing surprises to himself for a while now. But he didn't know. Where did Lin Tianjin see Lin Xiaotian's qualifications? It was entirely for the sake of the 2 spirit stones that he accepted this brat. 13th young master, please take care of my untalented grandson in the future. Lin Xiaobei walked over and bowed respectfully to Lin Tianjin. Although he was honored as a lieutenant general, he knew how powerful the ancient martial arts world was. These people are inhuman beings, and are therefore highly respected. Oh, Lin Tianjin didn't even return his head, nibbling on a piece of pig's foot. He hadn't eaten meat so freely for a long time after he had been stifling his cultivation at home. Not to mention, this Lu family village banquet was all made by Lu Chen's mother, Gao Xiaolan, and every dish was to his liking. Auntie, your craftsmanship is excellent. If I can't eat it in the future, I'll be craving for it. Eating couldn't help but pat over a line of horse's ass. How to say it was Lu Chen's mother. If this flattered well, in case Lu Chen was happy and gave himself another spirit stone at that time, then he would be rich. When the time comes to show off the piece to your grandfather, won't that old man die of gluttony? Oh, it's good that you like to eat. Come anytime you want to eat in the future. Make this place your home. Auntie will make it for you. Okay la. Lin Tianjin responded cheerfully. Lin Xiaobei on the side didn't think Lin Tianjin was rude. People who cultivated did as they pleased. He didn't care. He was even in a happy state. And the side of the Qin Tian Taki see Lin Tianjin but a little uncomfortable. Before their own Zongshur that will, brought this kid, cannot less beat him. Now this bastard is a sealed king. Don't find yourself in trouble at that time. He is too well aware of this Lin Tianjin. Overbearing. Vindictive. It seemed that this was passed down from the Lin family's ancestors, and every ancient martial artist of the Lin family was this virtuous. But people's strength is outstanding. Others can only endure. Instructor Qin? Hey, you're here too? Truly fearing what comes. Lin Tianjin saw Qin Tianliao at this time and smiled as he got up and walked over. Ha, aren't I here to deliver a letter of appointment to my old brother Lu Chen? I heard that you've reached the rank of king? Congratulations. I've seen that you're not the stuff of the world before. And sure enough, you've got it made. Qin Tianliao said with a snort, but his body was constantly leaning behind Lu Chen. Instructor years of not seeing very miss. These years I have a lot of cultivation problems cannot figure out. Looking for other people also cannot understand. Just you came. Go, let's go over there. You give me guidance. Crap, it's here. It's really here. Qin Tianliao's old face stiffened and his heart raced. You want to beat me up and you're still looking for a reason to do it. Sao and I Zhu Zong. Qin Tian Taki cursed angrily in his heart. But on his mouth he said, that's really unfortunate. I was ordered to come here. I still have to rush back to resume my orders. Why don't we do it next time? There's a chance next time. He said and turned to leave. Don't. It's only for a moment. In an instant, Lin Tianjin appeared beside him, wrapped her arms around him, and led him to the side. Lu Chen, aren't you looking for me for something? Qin Tianliao was on the verge of tears as he vigorously made eyes at Lu Chen. I'm fine. You guys are busy. I just happened to take born first to show my parents my old problems. Where did Lu Chen not know what he was thinking? But this old smoothie, it is time to let him suffer a little bit. Too much oil. He has heard that this old man Qin is nothing to brag that he is his own guiding master, but also cheated himself a lot of wine. He Lu Chen's stuff which is so good to cheat? Crap. Qin Tianliao despaired, glaring mournfully at Lu Chen as he was pulled away by Lin Tianjin. Boom boom boom. It didn't take long for a roar to come from the distance. Is Elder Qin alright? Su Fuling asked with some concern at this moment. It's fine. Don't worry. They're back. Lu Chen smiled and pointed at the two figures that slowly appeared in the distance. As they approached, some of the crowd was speechless, some stifled laughter, and some were dumbfounded, only to see Qin Tian Taki's face at this time a piece of blue and purple, swollen a few bags, and a panda eye. It seems that the teeth have been knocked out one. At this moment, he was looking at Lu Chen with a grudge, which meant, good boy, you saw death and saved me. I'll remember you. That looked like a pissed off little daughter-in-law. Watching Lu Chen almost couldn't hold back his laughter directly. Lin Tianjin, on the other hand, had a face of relief, holding back decades of hate, finally vented out. Really cool. At this moment, he all felt that his sword heart had been enlightened and refined again. One could imagine how much of a shadow Qin Tian Taki had cast on him when he trained him in the past. Let's go. Good disciple. Today Master is in a good mood and will teach you the initiation. Lin Tianjin said to Lin Xiaotian in a happy mood and led the way towards the outside. Alright, Master. Lin Xiaotian answered and looked at Lu Chen, and when he saw him nodding, he was busy bumbling around and followed him. In this scene, looking at Lin Xiaobei, he couldn't help but smile all over his face, his old mind at ease. Lu Chen, what's with what they said about the appointment letter? At this time, Gao Xiaolan walked over and asked suspiciously, this is Lu Chen's mother, right? Hello, my name is Lin Xiaobei, a former commander of the Lingnan military region with the rank of lieutenant general. This time, I'm accompanying Elder Qin to come here to present Lu Chen with the lieutenant general's commission and related documents. At this time, Lin Xiaobei walked over and said with a smile, the lieutenant general, my son? Lin Xiaobei's words caused Gao Xiaolan's couple and Lu Chen's grandfather to all be stunned. What? Lu Chen has become a lieutenant general? Did I hear you right? That Lin Xiao calling out to his grandfather is naturally that former commander of the Lingnan military region. He shouldn't be talking nonsense. I'll be damned. There's a dragon in the Yongwang family. More than that, I see that the young man who was comparable to a god and these old men from before all seem to be very respectful to Lu Chen. When you say it like that, it's true. Doesn't that mean Lu Chen he's even better than these people? At this time, the villagers on the side cast shocked and envious looks. Lieutenant General, what a concept, and it looked like Lin Xiaobei, who was also a lieutenant general, was very respectful to Lu Chen, which meant that Lu Chen might be even more awesome than them. At this thought, everyone couldn't help but draw a cold breath. It was really hard to digest this information. Dad, Mom, this is our Xia country's great power player, Lin Tianshan Lin Lao. At this time, Lu Chen brought Lin Tiansheng to his parents and introduced them. Ha, a great power player? Hello Elder Lin. Lu Chen's parents hurriedly went forward to greet him, their hearts shocked beyond words. There were so many surprises from their own son today that they were a bit unable to digest them for a while. Elder Lin, why don't you guys go inside? My parents' condition was described to you last time, so why don't we just use the Wanlu dampness removing pill and the Meridian tonic pill along with Twina to give them a look? Lu Chen said to Lin Tiansheng. Alright, don't worry, Lin Tiansheng said respectfully, and led the couple, Gao Xiaolan, into the house. It was a simple scene, but it made Gao Xiaolan even more puzzled. Why did it look as if this great power player was very respectful of his son? On the surface, it looked as if Lu Chen was asking Lin Tiansheng for help and healing, but this Lin Tiansheng's attitude always made the two of them feel as if there was some ingratiating flavor. Sometimes a woman's intuition was still sharp. Not enough she didn't say anything and followed directly into the house for treatment. Lu Chen, on the other hand, brought the three girls, and Chi, to chatter with her grandfather. Grandpa, what are those people doing here to rob the land? Lu Chen asked. Oh, that Jinli real estate Qinshouzai is interested in the hot spring behind our village, said to develop the hot spring township. But I don't look like. Last time he brought a mysterious old Taoist priest to the spring over there. God. And I vaguely heard that old Taoist priest say what treasure, but I didn't hear it clearly from a distance. Oh, baby, hearing this, Lu Chen raised his eyebrows. Later on, I even took your father to look at it and didn't find any treasure, so I left it alone. Then later, he started to come to acquire the land here in our area saying that he would develop the hot spring township. Lu Quansong continued there, but Lu Chen's thoughts drifted away. This hot springs to say also appeared very peculiar. Lu Chen remembers that when he was a child there was nothing here hot springs. It seems to be in their own high school when suddenly appeared. At that time, the village people still found it magical and gathered around for a long time. Then the heat wore off and none of it mattered much. And since that spring sprang up out of nowhere, there are a lot more snakes, insects and poisonous ants around. This also led to the emergence of the springs did not allow everyone to soak in the hot springs, but later made the Lujia village become a professional snake producer. There was always an endless supply of snakes to catch there, giving a hand to support the not-so-good economy of Lux village at the time. Many drug dealers, owners of snake and game stores come here to buy snakes. Grandpa, after the ancestor sacrifice is over, I'll go to the spring over there to take a look, Lu Chen said after some thought. At this time, Mr. and Mrs. Cao Xiaolan walked out of the house with faces full of surprise. Elder Lin, thank you so much. The disease that has been pestering us for years. I didn't expect it to be cured. You are truly a miracle doctor. Gao Xiaolan thanked excitedly. You're welcome. Divine doctor can be something I wouldn't dare to be. Lin Tiansheng glanced at Lu Chen. The admiration in his eyes increased. This Wanlu dampness removing pill and Tongjing Qi replenishing pill, and even the corresponding massage techniques, were all taught to him by Lu Chen before. Without Lu Chen, he didn't have the ability to cure both of them of their old cold legs and rheumatism. Well, we were all delayed by those things just now, so let's pay homage to our ancestors first, shall we? At this time, Lu Quansong said. The crowd nodded and the ancestor offering began. Inside the office of the general manager of Kimli Realty. What? Screwed up? An old man in Taoist robes rose up in vain and shouted angrily. Huge immortal rests his anger. There is also a great immortal over there. Being yelled at like this, Qin Shouzai's entire body trembled, and all of a sudden, he knelt down and submitted to the ground, saying with trepidation, Dyson, what's going on? The Dao-robed old man's brow furrowed. So, Qin Shouzai gave a general account of what had happened. Humph. Transmitting sound? Didn't see anyone get hit across the air? It seems like there is an existence with the strength of a grandmaster or above over there. Who could it be? After hearing Qin Shouzai's words, the Dao-robed old man fell into deep thought, as one by one those who fit the criteria sifted through his mind. For a moment he couldn't figure it out. Lin Xiaobei's family was only himself a general. His son and daughter-in-law were all doing business in the Lin group, and the three of them were not ancient martial artists. As for the person Qin Shotsai described, naturally it was Lin Xiaotian, the crown prince of the Lin group. That was even less likely to be an ancient martial artist. But the means being described were impossible to use if you weren't a patriarch. Thinking about it, he decided to check it out first. After all, that spring was very important to him. This Taoist priest was named Pang Hu, an existence in the middle stage of Grand Master, a standard loose cultivator who did not belong to any family. It was only that he had had a few strange encounters before, which was why he could successfully cultivate to the middle stage of Grand Master nowadays. If the opponent's strength was only below the middle stage of the Great Master, then it might be possible to kill them depending on the situation. But if it was something more powerful than a mid-grandmaster, he would have to consider if there was a chance to sneak under. As for their identity, he didn't care at all. The big deal was to run abroad after killing and seizing the treasure. There are many free groups or called guilds with ancient martial arts and supernormal abilities in foreign countries. And even he didn't mind directly joining the #1 killer organization, Extermination. Extinction had once sent him an invitation, and a hint of killing intent crossed his eyes when he thought of this. Originally, Pang Hu wanted to directly acquire that piece of land through Qin Shokai, the puppet, and go and get that treasure unknowingly. But now, it doesn't matter if you buy that land or not, as long as you can get that treasure. So, he directly disappeared in a flash. Lu's village backed by the mountains. East of the foot of the mountain there is a clear pool, always surrounded by a mist. Even now is about to enter the late fall. This place is still full of flowers and foliage. It can be described as a scene of wonders. However, those who are familiar with this area of Lujia village know that the beauty of this place can only be viewed, not in depth. For underneath the shade of the bush coiled countless snakes and insects, and the spring that had suddenly appeared in Lu's village several years ago was within the deep clear pool. After several years of accumulation, the fog has filled a large area of the woods, and ordinary people who do not bring the appropriate protective equipment to enter. Even if you are bitten by a snake or bug, you may faint or even go into shock from inhaling too much of the mist. Therefore, even the people from the Lujia village would not go too deep into the area to catch snakes. Whoosh! The sound of breaking air came. A figure fell down, swept around, took out a jade bottle from his bosom, poured out a small green pill, and directly swallowed it. After closing his eyes for a few breaths, the visitor opened them. Today we must break the prohibition and take the treasure. The visitor was none other than Pang Hu, who decided to come over in person since there was no hope of getting the land. When he passed through the Lu family village and saw that the ancestor worship was still going on over there, Pang Hu didn't clean up and scare the snakes. He directly touched himself and prepared to enter the spring location. What he had just swallowed was the miasma avoidance pill, with which he could easily walk through this mist without being affected. Several times rising and falling, Pang Hu crossed over the outer woods. The clear pool was not far away. The snakes and insects here were naturally unafraid for him in the middle stage of Grand Master. Before he could even get close, he was shocked to death by the body shield that his aura exuded. At the edge of the clear pool, Pang Hu stopped to watch. Said to be a clear pool, in fact, is comparable to a small lake. The upper layer of the pool is very clear. However, if you dive into the bottom of the pool, you will find that there is a different world here. Plop! Without much hesitation, Pang Hu directly leapt into the pool. Ding! The mall commodities have been refreshed. Please decide whether or not to buy them on your own. Lu Chen had just finished sacrificing his ancestors when the system beep sounded. The system that was originally refreshed in the early hours of the morning every day was informed by one of Lu Chen's inquiries that this refreshing time could be adjusted on its own. So, in order to not have to wait until after 12 o'clock every day to go to bed, Lu Chen did change to after 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Commodity, 9 turns of returning to the origin. Price, $1. What's this? Seeing the refreshed item, Lu Chen froze for a moment. With that, he purchased it in direct seconds and watched it with intent. 9 turns of returning to the elements, a king-level technique divided into 9 volumes, corresponding to the cultivation methods of the 9 elemental bodies of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, and darkness respectively. According to the introduction of the ancient Regulus techniques upper chapter that he had obtained earlier, the gong methods were, from low to high, 7 levels, mortal, spirit, earth, heaven, king, emperor, and god. King-level Gongfu was already a top-notch Gongfu rank on the Blue Star. Lu Chen had once asked Lin Tianjin that the highest Gongfu rank within the ancient martial arts was the heavenly rank. Moreover, heaven-ranked techniques were also a phoenix feather, and ancient martial arts families didn't use them in every family. Even their Lin family only had one heaven-ranked desolate sword scripture before. Later on, it was also a coincidence that one more time, he grabbed a heaven-grade Vajra forging decision. which was also the forging technique practiced by Lin Tianjin. Some of the other lineages didn't even have a single heaven-ranked technique. At most they had 2 or 3 heaven-ranked techniques. Sure enough, a product of the system must be a masterpiece. Lu Chen watched the technique with satisfaction. It turns out that this technique is for elemental bodies to cultivate. For example, if you are a body of fire, you can learn the 9 turns fire elemental technique inside. If you're a water body, you can learn the 9 turns water elemental technique inside. And after all the 9 elemental bodies were practiced, one could utilize the surrounding strike technique in the Gongfu, which wasn't the concept of 1 + 1 = 2, but rather, it was a divine technique that could directly utilize the power of a royal level Gongfu to the extent of the 9 elements. Cow is cow. But my ancient Regulus technique and the 16 styles of godslaying are both divine items. It would be better to give me this than to just give me a copy of the middle chapter of the ancient Regulus technique. Lu Chen slightly regretted after reading it. This ancient Regulus technique's first chapter could only be cultivated to the peak of foundation establishment, and the middle chapter could only be cultivated to the upper realm of Jindan. However, according to the secular world's strength counterpart, cultivating to the 3rd level of foundation establishment had already reached the 9th level of the absolute peak, which should be enough for the time being. Without much thought, the feats were directly dropped in the system space for him. After all, he couldn't use this technique. And there was a restriction that this technique had to be cultivated by a pure elemental body. Where could he find this pure elemental body? Even Lu Chen didn't even know what an elemental body was right now. Grandpa, Dad, Mom, I'm going to check out the back spring. Ha, you can't get in over there at the spring. As soon as she heard Lu Chen say this, Cao Xiaolan directly shouted out, that place could be dangerous. It's fine. Don't we have elder brother Qin and Lin Tianjin here? At the end of the ancestor sacrifice, Lin Tianjin also brought Jinlin Xiaotian back, and what surprised Lin Tianjin was that this Lin Xiaotian seemed to be very talented in cultivation. In just 2 hours he had touched a trace of the doorway, although it was a lot worse than his own, but it was still considered to be good. This made him feel that apart from obtaining 2 spirit stones, it seemed to be a small gain. This disciple wasn't so bad. I'm not going. Qin Tianliu rubbed his swollen cheeks with a boiled egg with a reluctant face. He didn't want to be with Lin Tianjin. This kid's hand is too damn black. As much as towards his face to greet, the face is lost. Lu Chen shrugged his shoulders. It was just going to look around, and it didn't matter if old man Qin went or not, so he took Lin Tianjin and was about to leave. Lu Chen, we also want to go and take a look. At this time, Yao Anqi's 3 girls also came over. There are hot springs girls naturally love and want to visit. Although they had heard that there seemed to be snakes and insects and whatnot there, after seeing what Lu Chen and Lin Tianjin were capable of, they were completely unafraid. A woman's curiosity trumps all. This is fine. After thinking about it anyway, it was just a visit. And with himself and Lin Tianjin around, it didn't matter if he brought them along. Boss, master, take me along too? Lin Xiaotian, who had just felt his way through the introductory mastery of a hint of the knack of absorbing spiritual qi. At this time, it was a time of great vigor and intense curiosity about everything. So naturally, he didn't want to miss it. Alright, then together. Old brother Qin, are you really not going? Lu Chen asked again. Not going. Qin Tianliu rolled his eyes. The heart cursed, bastard. Before not to help me also even if. See the laborer was beaten into such a way. Your magical medical skills also do not give me to recover under. Let the laborer here to rub eggs? I remember you. Your wine to be bad luck. I was thinking about saying that Lu Chen is going to be unlucky and beat him up, but I thought that I can't seem to beat him now. So I'm still thinking about Lu Chen's bar. Lu Chen smiled. So he took Lin Tianjin and the others and then set off towards the spring in the back of the mountain. At the bottom of the clear pool, the mysterious spring is located. Looking closely, one could find that there seemed to be a colorful light constantly flickering inside the spring, and that once a cultivator got close to the place, he would feel a magical force constantly pulling. Pang Hu's eyes stared at the spring's eye, and he pinched the spell in his hand. Swish! Suddenly, a slit opened between his eyebrows, and one of the bright red pupils opened wide. Buzz! A strange red light shot out from this eye, instantly enveloping the spring. The red light then swept all around the spring, inch by inch, like a radar sweep. It's here. Pang Hu withdrew his momentum, and the eye in his brow instantly disappeared, and his person reached the right side of the spring. There's a raised rock here. Boom! A fist pounded out and the stone shattered, revealing a rusty disc that revealed endless vicissitudes. What kind of writing is this? Seeing the shapes and words inscribed on top of the disc, Pang Hu couldn't help but frown. Because of the words on it, he didn't recognize any of them. Only that graphic did have a piece that looked a bit familiar. Precisely the appearance of an ancient Tao Tai. The other shapes have been so blurred that it's hard to tell what they are.
Suddenly, his ears twitched and he looked above the surface of the pool. Holy shit, it's fortunate that I took the miasma avoidance pill given by the boss, or else I guess I'd have to choke to death on this mist. Lin Xiaotian cursed as he walked, holding a thick branch in his hand, constantly chopping at the poisonous snakes, insects and ants around him. When he first entered the forest, Lin Tianjin accidentally realized that this kind of occasion was quite suitable for practicing sword chopping, so he folded a branch and gave it to Lin Xiaotian to come all the way over to repel mosquitoes, insects, snakes and ants. On the one hand, it would allow Lin Xiaotian to practice properly, and on the other hand, he and the others would fall comfortable. This journey had tired Lin Xiaotian out, especially when he hadn't been in for long. He had exhaled into the fact that this place was foggy, and with the fact that he was constantly in motion, he was suddenly dizzy and almost fainted. Luckily, Lu Chen had given him and the three women the miasma avoidance pill in time to catch their breath. As for Lu Chen and Lin Tianjin, they were fine. After the strength was strong, this closed air ability was also long, but they both also took one each just in case, because even Lin Tianjin felt that the mist here was a bit odd. In the past, there were quite a few places with miasma in the place where he had been practicing hard, but compared to this place, it seemed to be much worse. Both men looked at each other and nodded. There must be something strange here. As for these pills, they were all bought from the system a while ago, and one night the system mall was updated out to be the item called 100 treasure pills. A buy down is actually a big box. Open a look. Inside bottles and jars loaded with hundreds of bottles of various kinds of pills. There is a treatment of trauma. There is to circumvent the miasma. There is also can keep 10 days of grain. And even more so, there is also a treatment of hemorrhoids. But also really 100 treasures, Dan. Everything. Boss, master, we've arrived in front. Finally seeing the clear pool, Lin Xiaotian got excited. This walk from outside to here was not very far, just a little over 2 kilometers, but it made him feel more tired than if he had run 100 kilometers. There are so many snakes and ants in there, it's almost impossible to prevent them. Luckily, Lin Tianjin only let him manage the snake ants in front of him, and wrapped him up all around, or else he estimated that he didn't know how many times he would have to be bitten to death this way over. Even on the front, he hadn't been able to stop all of them, and several times, Lu Chen had stepped in to solve them. However, it wasn't as if he hadn't grown along the way, as he slashed and hacked while utilizing the gung-fu Lin Tianjin had given him. His reflexes and aura absorption seemed to have grown quite a bit. Wow, what clear water. As soon as the three girls saw the clear pool, they instantly forgot the fear of shuttling through the mounds of snakes and ants earlier, and they all giggled and ran to the edge of the pool to play with the water. The water is hot. It's really hot spring water. Gee, it's a shame I didn't bring my bathing suit, or how nice it would be to take a dip in the hot springs here. Yeah, it's a shame. Next time bring your bathing suit. It's such a beautiful view. The three women chattered and chatted, and had long forgotten their previous fears, and thought about coming back next time, making Lu Chen look at them with tears and laughter. However, when he swept a circle at this clear pool, he instantly rushed to the front of the three women and directly threw out his fist, blasting out a punch at a direction in the pool. Boom! Put! A loud bang, interspersed with a figure being blasted backwards, spitting out a mouthful of blood right there in the air, planting back into the pool between them. How is that possible? The man looked at Lu Chen on the shore in shock, his face unbelievable. He himself was a mid-great master's existence, and he had struck out with all his might, but he couldn't even carry a single punch from this young man? Who are you? I, asshole. Pang, who just surfaced, wanting to feel each other's bottom. The result of the words did not speak. See Lu Chen in the air to their own another fist bombardment. Lu Chen was very angry at this time. Sneak attacking his own woman? Looking for death. Words didn't even bother to be said. They just blasted right through. This time with anger. It was not the hurried punch just now. The power was instantly doubled. Impossible. Feeling the might of Lu Chen's punch, Pang, who was so shocked that he didn't dare to fight against it, and directly turned his head to run. Let you run. 10,000 C chant. When Lu Chen saw this, he didn't bother to use the first of the 16 styles of godslaying, and directly killed with the second style. That's when the power of this second style was seen, before it was in the open. But this time there was water all around. All of a sudden, the clear pool seemed to come to life. The water flow instantly went straight up and bound Pang, whose limbs in a matter of moments. And then the rest of the water flow was seen to seemingly transform into iron pillars, blasting Pang, whose body over and over again. Every time he was bombarded, Pang, who spat out a mouthful of blood, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of times he was crushed, making his face look like gold paper, and he all felt like his blood was about to give out. Don't kill me. I know the secret of this spring. Speak. Lu Chen pointed with one hand, and the stream of water attacking Pang, who magically stayed in the air, as if time was forbidden.
The spring is surrounded by ancient formations. And from the spring I felt the power of the elements. There should be a large amount of elemental stones sealed here. Seeing such a miraculous means, Panghu didn't dare to slack off and quickly replied. What? Elemental stones? Lu Qin didn't feel anything. But Lin Tianjin, who was on the side, was shocked. He realized that his worldview had been refreshed. And this thing that only existed in ancient books had been unearthed just as it was after running into Lu Chen? First it was spirit stones, and now even elemental stones had come out, which shocked him inwardly. The Lin family's old ancestor had tested Lin Tianjin when he was young through the methods of ancient books. He was the pure body of the gold element, and he had been unable to activate his physique for so many years. And all that was missing was the elemental stone. Once he activated his physique and paired it with the gong method, his strength would have a qualitative breakthrough, and his strength would at least double or more. And in the future, one's achievements might really be able to reach the level of Sword Saint that the old ancestor had said. At this moment, Lin Tianjin looked at the bottom of the pool with scorching eyes. I have told you all the secrets of the spring, can you let me go? At this moment, Panghu was encircled by the pool of water in his limbs, unable to move a muscle, and looked at Lu Chen in fear. Lu Chen glanced at him and waved his palm. Boom! The column of water frozen in midair instantly blasted towards Panghu. You don't keep your word. With a final hiss, Panghu was swallowed up by the layers of giant waves. At the beginning, there was a murderous intent to make a move on his woman, and now since he also knew the secret of the spring, he naturally couldn't leave a living soul in charge of the aftermath. From Lin Tianjin's blazing eyes and even trembling body, it was evident that this so-called elemental stone must be something very precious. When Lin Tianjin had seen the spirit stone it hadn't even looked like this, so killing this Panghu was naturally necessary. As for Lin Tianjin, who was on the side, the moment he saw Lu Chen finish resolving Panghu, he couldn't hold back any longer and dove headfirst into the bottom of the pool. You wait here for me. Xiao Tian, protect them. Don't worry, boss. Lin Xiaotian knew that he couldn't help much if he went down there, and immediately stood beside the three women with a tree branch. Lu Chen, on the other hand, nodded to the three women, then jumped directly into the pool and swam towards Lin Tianjin. Holy shit, what kind of formation is this? At this moment, Lin Tianjin stared at the rusty ancient formation disc on the ground at his wit's end, his face anxious. He had just tried using brute force to break this array disc at all. Brother, you know how to make formations, so you must know this formation, right? Lin Tianjin looked at Lu Chen expectantly. This elemental stone is important? Lu Chen didn't answer his words, but instead asked back. Of course, according to the ancient texts, each person has a corresponding elemental power that is overriding the spiritual power that is in our bodies right now. If you want to say the proportion, then one part of the elemental power is at least 2 times the spiritual power, and with the elemental power to really attack the starting amount, will also produce a quantitative change, which if it is a pure elemental body, then wants the elemental stone to cultivate the elemental core origin in the body, that later swallowed the spiritual power will also automatically produce the transformation. This cultivation is not only twice the effort, the war power is also exponential growth. For example, I am now just crossed into the realm of the Seal King, once transformed into a pure elemental power. I can hard against the existence of the elemental midterm. If it is used on the sword can battle the peak of the Seal King. This battle is an evenly matched battle. Lin Tianjin said the last sentence with special emphasis. So powerful? Hearing Lin Tianjin's words, Lu Chen was shocked in his heart, not expecting the elemental body to be so powerful. This is still because we don't have any good gongfu in Blue Star. Our Lin family only has one local grade gongfu. If we had a heavenly grade gongfu, I could decapitate the peak of Seal King. Lin Tianjin's entire body immediately exploded with a domineering aura of confidence. However, it instantly wilted, and pitifully looked at Lu Chen once again. Boss, you can undo this formation, right? He was in a hurry. How can you not be anxious when the treasure mountain is right in front of you and you can't get in? Are you in such a hurry? Could it be that you are a pure elemental body? Lu Chen still wasn't in a hurry to answer him and continued to ask. Well, I'm a gold elemental pure body. When I was a child, my old master measured me, and then the family has been looking for elemental stones, but unfortunately I didn't even come across half a spirit stone. Lin Tianjin nodded and said, Oh. Lu Chen nodded, understanding almost enough. He walked towards the array disc to look at it. Because of the rust stains on it, he couldn't see the end of it for a while. Just like that Panghu, he could see a Taotai pattern. Brother, are you okay? Lin Tianjin asked anxiously as she watched him frown for half a day. What's the rush? Wait. Lu Chen gave him a blank look. Can a man say no? Closing his eyes, Lu Chen brushed through the formations in the heavenly formation atlas in his brain one by one, filtering them constantly, and after about 10 minutes, he suddenly opened his eyes. It's done, brother, it can be cracked? Hearing Lu Chen's words, Lin Tianjin instantly came into the spirit. Well, if I guessed correctly, this is called the 10 Beasts Locked Elemental Formation. What is this? Lin Tianjin froze. The 10 beasts here refer to the 10 most ferocious beasts of ancient times, which are the Poor Chi, Chaos, Blockhead, Horse Belly, Great Wind, Red-Eyed Pig Demon, Rhino Drain, Tao Tai, Xian Bi, and Song Snake. Song Snake is outside. No wonder there are so many snakes, insects and poisonous ants outside. Lu Chen spoke indistinctly, figuring out the reason for the gathering of snakes, insects, and poisonous ants outside. Looking at the appearance of this formation, it seemed that it was due to the time that had passed, causing the formation to have leaks and the breath inside to flow out. Luckily, it hadn't been too long, just gathering snakes, bugs and poisonous ants. If it had been a few years longer, the area would have been in a drought. The Song Snake is the snake of disaster, a sign of a great drought. Then how can this formation be broken? Lin Tianjin asked again. Simple. Just follow the order of the strength and weakness of the ancient ferocious beasts to arrange is. You see these words, in fact, is the name of the ancient 10 ferocious beasts. Just move them to sort them. Ha, but we don't know the words. What if we move it wrong? How? Boom, this place is all blown up. Lu Chen said playfully. What? Then my elemental stone. What your elemental stones? When this formation is opened, the elemental stones are mine. Lu Chen said nonchalantly. Right. It's all yours. Lin Tianjin immediately agreed, but in his heart, he was thinking, isn't yours mine sooner or later? Lu Chen glanced at Lin Tianjin, who was turning his thieving eyes, and naturally guessed what the bastard was thinking. After so many days together, he could still tell something about what the bastard was thinking. He didn't care. Anyway, if he fought again now, Lin Tianjin wouldn't be his opponent. With the existence of the system, the font above has long been translated, which is also Lu Chen just now know that the system even has this auxiliary function, but it is really very thoughtful. Thus, he followed the translated script and kept moving his position along the order of strength of the 10 great beasts of the ancient times. Every time it moved, there would be a click, and Lin Tianjin's heart skipped a beat. At this time he was also very excited, his fists clenched, eyes staring at Lu Chen. If not underwater, it is estimated that the palms have long been all cold sweat. Too nervous. Boom. The last ferocious beast graphic was set up, and a crisp sound similar to a spring collapsing rang out. Immediately afterward, the bottom of the pool sent out a vibration. Go! Lu Chen drank and directly pulled Lin Tianjin back explosively. The mountain where the spring was located collapsed in an instant, and the clear pool of water above it also poured into the spring like a torrent at that moment. These pools of water seemed to have been instantly vaporized, constantly turning into thick white smoke and emitting a ZZ sound. At this moment, the entire pool began to boil, and Lu Chen and Lin Tianjin returned to the shore. Lu Chen, are you alright? The three women immediately ran over. Nothing. Lu Chen stared at the pool of water that was constantly shrinking. His heart was still a little shocked. This formation had been around for a long time, and it was really still amazing. After about 10 minutes, the original wide as if a small lake general clear pool, directly to all evaporated, leaving a layer of water at the bottom of the pool. Suddenly, a 9-colored haze violently erupted from the location of the spring's eye, rushing straight into the sky, and the thick fog that had accumulated due to the evaporation of a large amount of pool water was instantly washed away. And at that moment, an even more amazing scene appeared. Several screams rang out. Yao Anchi, Su Fu Ling and Wu Ying all floated up. Crap, in the next second, Lin Xiaotian also floated up. Do not struggle, relax and let this force guide you. At this time, Lin Tianjin shouted, and he floated up at that moment. What's going on here? I asked, confused, as only Lu Chen in the entire room didn't float. It's the elemental stone essence choosing people. What a surprise. Besides me, the four of them are also elemental pure bodies. Lin Tianjin didn't know what to say in his heart at this point. This kind of guidance had to be an elemental pure body in order to get resonance. As for the elemental pure body, not even 1 out of 10 million people could be seen. It was extremely rare. But now, it's unbelievable that there are 4 of them in front of us all at once. Lin Tianjin was now really feeling that as long as he got involved with Lu Chen, anything strange and weird would happen. But it seemed that everything that happened was good, at least for him. What he had gained in this bout was all chance. It seems that in the future, one has to follow Lu Chen closely and well. This is simply the son of heaven's destiny. There are benefits everywhere he goes. If this idea is known to Lu Chen, there will be no shortage of blank stares. Damn it, you mixed the benefits, right? I'm not floating. After being guided into the spring, remember to close your eyes and gaze.
carefully feeling the washing of elemental power. This is a very rare opportunity. The elemental stones inside must be very abundant to give birth to elemental essences. Otherwise this kind of guidance wouldn't have been produced.
Lin Tianjin took advantage of the gap to hurriedly explain to them. Otherwise it would be a shame to miss it. Once the elemental stones of the same attribute reached a certain amount and were piled up for a long time, they would produce the elemental essence, which would seek out the right elemental pure body on its own to perform a washing similar to that of enlightenment. This was definitely a chance. If one just got one or a few elemental stones, then one could only guide the washing and transformation themselves by following the gong method. But with the elemental essence, it would consume itself to fully elementalize the transformation on its own, and by the time it was consumed, the washing transformation would be successful. In the later stages, even if there were no feats, the aura that was naturally inhaled into the body would automatically be converted into elemental force. Of course, if there was a gongfu to go along with it, the speed of cultivation would be absolutely explosive, several times that of a normal person. Also, the haze light rushes to the sky. Those old monsters of the ancient martial arts families will feel it. At most half an hour, they will send someone to come. Later make sure to speed up the absorption of the elemental stones inside to complete the first absorption after the washing. Of course, if the amount inside is not enough, how much can be absorbed is how much. Upon hearing this, everyone tensed up, especially the three girls, who had never practiced before and were in a state of complete confusion, looking at Lu Chen with an uneasy expression. Lu Chen could only squeeze out a smile to comfort them. In fact, he was the most depressed one at this time. Everyone here has something to offer, and it seems like you don't? Brother, no need to be discouraged. The demon, which there are so many, pure body are 10 million people do not see out of a. You are actually still very strong. Lin Tianjin's serious relief Lu Chen. The whole face is almost cannot strain to smile. See Lu Chen defeat he seems very happy look. Fuck off. Take care of yourselves then. I'll wait for you here at the practice meeting. Seeing that a few of them had already drifted towards the location of the spring, Lu Chen spat, sat down on the ground, and began to operate the ancient Regulus technique. However, it was fine if he didn't apply his energy, but once he did, Lu Chen's entire body instantly floated. Crap, what the hell? The sudden scene made Lu Chen's entire body confused, but before he could understand what was going on, his entire body was quickly pulled towards the spring by this force. The speed was so fast that it could be several times faster than Yao Anchi and the others. Holy shit, what the hell? Lin Tianjin, who was originally happy after seeing Lu Chen get defeated, was suddenly dumbfounded when he saw Lu Chen, who had passed through his side all at once. Didn't he not float just now? Then what is this now? And this speed? Seems like the elemental essence can't wait. What does that mean? It means that Lu Chen is more demonic and has a purer body than any of them here? How can that be? No way. I'm not convinced. Lin Tianjin directly roared out with a displeased face. Ha ha ha, don't be discouraged. Demons, there aren't that many of them. You're actually very strong. Lu Chen dropped a sentence with a painless smile and was instantly ripped into the spring. Crap. Present retribution. Lin Tian really wanted to cry. The words he had just flirted with Lu Chen were instantly thrown back in his face. Lu Chen, who had been pulled in, looked curiously at this formation space within the spring. Inside could be said to be 9 lights and 10 colors, and there were 9 large piles of elemental stones piled up there in different colors. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, black and white. 9 colors. With just one glance, Lu Chen knew their attributes. Red is naturally the fire element. Orange is earth. Yellow is gold. Green is water. Cyan is wood. Blue is wind. Purple is thunder. Black is darkness. And white is light. Above the 9 piles of elemental stones floated a large diamond-shaped crystal, naturally the same color as the pile of elemental stones underneath them. And in the middle of the 9 piles, there stood an immense and incomparable diamond-shaped crystal, emitting a 9-colored light that was very special. Lu Chen could feel that he seemed to have been pulled by this centermost crystal, as he felt a trace of connection with it in the underworld. Whoosh! As expected, just as he thought, he was sucked over in the next second, and then a voice surprisingly sounded in his head. Silence, close your eyes, tranquilize your mind, and run the gong method you just used. With doubts in mind, Lu Chen didn't procrastinate and directly ran his gong method. Boom! With a muffled sound, countless elemental forces from all around madly poured into his body. Lu Chen wanted to shout, but he stiffly gritted his teeth to hold it back, making his gongfu work hard. His body trembled continuously, and a pained look appeared on his face. At this moment, his entire body swelled up like a balloon, instantly putting on a few rounds of weight. An instant of massive elemental force poured in, causing him to feel his body expand to its limits all of a sudden, and a tearing sensation came over him. It was as if the whole thing was going to burst at this moment. The piles of elemental crystals around them were also decreasing crazily at a speed visible to the naked eye. As Lu Chen continued to run his gongfu, this tearing and swelling sensation slowly disappeared, and his body slowly returned to normal. Inside the body, after this washing, the meridians were whiter and tougher. The bones even turned directly into gold. The blood was thick like mercury, and even Lu Chen's skin seemed to have gone through a regeneration and was brand new. He could feel that at this moment. He seemed to have refined even his realm by a step. It could be said that the current him, although he was still at the first level of foundation establishment, was not far from the second level of foundation establishment. If he converted it, Lu Chen's current battle power had already taken a step from the peak of Grand Master to the middle stage of King Seal, directly breaking through two small realms, which made him very happy. Crouching Le Chao. This is the Elemental Stone Emperor? At this time, a few of Lin Tianjin had only just been pulled into this spring space, and when they suddenly saw Lu Chen's condition, Lin Tianjin directly exclaimed in shock. At this moment, Lin Tianjin's heart was literally racing with a million horses, unable to calm down for a long time. This was too much bullshit. Lin Tianjin's worldview all completely collapsed at this moment. After following Lu Chen, really anything can happen. The appearance of first the spirit stones and then the elemental stones could already be considered as a stroke of luck. However, now, this, in front of me is a legend, and the 1 in a billion chance can only spawn the elemental stone emperor. Even this thing had come out of the world. Lin Tianjin simply didn't dare to think about going on. If he kept following Lu Chen, then what else would he encounter in the future? Just as he was shaken, several people were each pulled above a pile of elemental crystals, and at this time, Lu Chen, who had already finished washing, was suspended in mid-air, allowing the gong method to run on its own, constantly absorbing the power of the elemental stones to enhance himself. After reaching foundation establishment, the energy needed for upgrading was simply immense, so one could not waste such a good opportunity. However, he also saw that the situation of Lin Tianjin and the others, revealing his astonishment. So it is, only to see Lin Tianjin being pulled directly onto the pile of yellow elemental stones, just like what he himself had said before. The yellow color represented the gold element, and if he was a pure body of the gold element, and Lin Xiaotian was actually pulled to the purple elemental stone pile there, which meant that Lin Xiaotian was a thunder attribute pure body. Looking at the three women again, Wu Ying was drawn to the green, water element. Yao Anchi, on the other hand, is cyan, the wood element. Su Fu Ling, however, was white, and surprisingly, it was a light element, which was a bit surprising to Lu Chen. According to her character, Lu Chen thought that she was a fire elemental. At this time, Lu Chen directly pointed in the air at several people and transmitted. This is the elemental cultivation method. You guys can just run and absorb it yourselves later according to the gong method. Several people were shaken, and they felt an additional stream of information in their brains. Precisely the elemental cultivation techniques corresponding to each of them within the 9 turns returned to the elements technique. 3 women and Lin Xiaotian did not think too much. Lu Chen gave, naturally and peacefully accepted to do up, directly into the washing absorption state. But Lin Tianjin was different. His heart was thrilled. Kingpin? Crap. In the secular world a heavenly product was a top-tier gong method, not to be trifled with. Often, several clans would fight over a single local grade technique, let alone a heavenly grade. And now Lu Chen had given himself a king's grade technique, or an elemental cultivation technique that was almost cut off. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Tian was truly and genuinely being handed down this gong method, it was simply unbelievable. The secrets in this Lu Chen's body made him more and more unable to see through. It was too mysterious, and time again, it gave him a great shock, but he loved it, and super loved it. It was so exciting. Lu Chen, from now on, you're my own brother, my boss. I'll never go west when you say go east, and not much else. Lin Tianjin didn't say thank you, and he didn't playfully smile this time either. Instead, he seriously finished the sentence and went straight into washing cultivation. Being able to wash and activate the elemental body was very important to Lin Tianjin, and for Lu Chen to be able to gift such an expensive technique directly to himself, this trust and recognition, he remembered it in his heart. Between men, sometimes nothing much needs to be said. Several people quickly entered the washing state. Lu Chen had already finished absorbing at this time. That elemental stone emperor had already dissipated, and it was really consistent as Lin Tianjin said, and his own body seemed to have reached temporary saturation, unable to inhale any more elemental power. Pity, just sucked up this much. Looking at the fact that there were still so many elemental crystals in this place, Lu Chen could not help but feel sorry in his heart. If this was known to Lin Tianjin, he was afraid that he would have to spit on him. Elemental Stone Emperor all for you to absorb consumed. This space, although there are still a lot of elemental stone, but half of them are for him to absorb all. Still not satisfied? It was important to know that each of the several people, Lin Tianjin, could only absorb the portion that corresponded to their element, and Lu Chen is not to be denied. All kinds of elemental power all absorbed all over. Still do not think it is enough? It's already very heavenly, isn't it? If this is set out, even the absolute top will be shocked off. The demon will not dare to suck so. Lu Chen's kind. Where was it still considered a demon? It was simply a monster. After being unable to absorb it, Lu Chen observed the Lin Tianjin several people inside. Sure enough, the washing seems to swell up everyone's body, and it doesn't take long for it to return to its original state. However, the recovered bodies would all be several times stronger than before, especially Yao and Qi's three girls and Lin Xiaotian, because a few of them hadn't practiced at all before. This change was a much higher leap for them. 10 minutes later, the washing was complete and it went into absorption. The 9 revolutions returned to Yuan technique was truly domineering. Although it was not as fast as Lu Chen's swallowing speed just now, it was already very fierce. The elemental stones were consumed rapidly, dwindling at a rate visible to the naked eye. Seeing that it was about time, Lu Chen glanced around and with a wave of his hand, he directly put the other and used elemental stones and elemental stone essences into the system space. Just a moment ago, Lu Chen communicated with the system and learned that this elemental stone essence could also be included in the system space and could be isolated from the outside world's probing, which made him very satisfied. After packing up, he waited quietly for a few people to finish their cultivation, and just before the spring eye spell formation was broken, after the haze of light rushed to the sky, the blue star's many mysterious places were all openly vibrating. A pair of shadowy eyes opened in a dark cavern at the bottom of the sea. Go! In the southeastern region of the Summer Kingdom, a treasure has appeared. This father senses that it should be an elemental stone, and there is an elemental stone essence that matches yours that exists. Quickly go and fight for it. Yes, my teacher. A large man with a height of 2 meters who was waiting here quietly outside the cave respectfully received the order and instantly disappeared in place, breaking the sea with exuberance in his eyes. If you look closely, this place is the White Mutta Delta, the place that scares the hell out of everyone. A deep mountain forest. Roar! A saber-toothed tiger ran through the area, and after arriving at the foot of a high mountain, this saber-toothed tiger unexpectedly assumed a kneeling posture one after another, shocking people. And all over this saber-toothed tiger, there was actually a young man sitting. Old ancestor, what are your orders for calling me over? The young man inquired as he respectfully bowed to the mountainside. West of Jiangdu, the land of Liyang, there is a haze rushing to the sky. There must be treasures out of the world. I projected 1 or 2. It seems to be the appearance of elemental stone essence. You quickly go to investigate. If you find elemental stone or stone essence, as long as it is matched with you, be sure to seize it. Elemental stone essence? Hearing this, the young man was obviously very shocked, followed by exuberance. Well, I figured out that there is a fire attribute elemental stone essence there. If I can get this stone essence and let you stimulate your elemental body, then your strength will get a qualitative breakthrough, and the absolute summit will no longer be your end point, and stepping into the transcendent is just around the corner. Good, I'm on my way. Well, this time, it is estimated that there will not be fewer opponents, so be careful yourself. If there is a power of life you can crush the Jade Talisman, I will make an exception and come out to save you once. Yes, old ancestor. After saying that, the young man patted the saber-toothed tiger and directly turned around. The next scene was even more shocking, only to see the saber-toothed tiger directly stepping into the air and darting towards Li Yang's direction. The same thing was happening all over the world, and at this moment, countless elites were rushing towards Lu Chen's side. Li Yang, Spring Space. The various parties outside were moving in the clouds, and Lu Chen and the others here were unaware of it. At this moment, Lin Tianjin's brows were furrowed, his face was red, and his body was constantly trembling. He had reached a critical juncture, and the activation of the elemental force caused his cultivation to instantly pull up a level, infinitely approaching the middle stage of the Seal King. Although it was only a small realm, this was the Seal King realm. Countless ancient martial artists who wanted to cross into the sovereign realm were as difficult as climbing into the sky, let alone the Seal King realm. And at the Seal King realm, it was even harder to break through a small realm again without enough resources and talent. The gap between each small realm was 100,000 miles apart. Boo! A crisp sound rang in Lin Tianjin's ears. A breakthrough. He reached the middle stage of King Seal, and at this moment, he was overjoyed in his heart. Sure enough, this king grade technique was just heaven-defying. If he were to practice on his own or practice with the earth grade technique given by the old master, it was estimated that he wouldn't be able to break through without a few months.
It might even have to take a few years of precipitation to make a breakthrough. After all, this was a breakthrough in the King's Seal realm, so it was evident that the terror of the King's grade merit technique. It hadn't been long since Lin Tianjin crossed over into the Seal King realm when he received the order to guard Lu Chen. It could be said that from the time he stepped into the threshold of the Seal King until today, it was only a short period of time of more than a month, and he had unexpectedly made another breakthrough. So how could he not be excited? This is so fast that if you say it out loud, you'll have to shock people. It's just too fast. Ha 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 ha. Labor has broken through. Opening his eyes, Lin Tianjin shouted with a face full of excitement. However, in the next second, he glanced at Lu Chen, who was looking at him with a speechless face, and froze. With just a glance, he could tell that Lu Chen had also broken through, and had also reached the mid-Seal King stage, and what made him even more speechless was that it seemed that Lu Chen's aura was even more robust than his own. ITM. At this instant, Lin Tianjin didn't even know what to curse him for. Is this TM still a human being? To cross over from the early stage of King Seal to the middle stage of King Seal in a little over a month by himself, that was absolutely unprecedented. But this one in front of him is a complete pervert. He was only at the peak of Grand Master when he first met him. In this short period of less than 10 days, he had directly reached the middle stage of King Seal from the peak of Grand Master. Even this thick breath, if a different person who didn't know looked at it, they would think that Lu Chen had been settling in this realm for decades. It was too damn bullshit. The joy of the breakthrough just now disappeared in an instant and was replaced by endless depression. Seeing Lin Tianjin's wide grin freeze on his face, Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. What's wrong with you? Humph, Lin Tianjin hummed, indicating that she didn't want to care about him. Glancing around, the three Anchi girls and Lin Xiaobei were still cultivating, so they closed their eyes and continued to cultivate. It didn't take long. Surprisingly, it was Yao Anchi who was the first to make a breakthrough. At this moment, she was surrounded by wood elements, giving off a feeling like a spring breeze. Lu Chen, I, seemed to have gotten stronger, and she looked at Lu Chen in surprise, overjoyed. She was her first exposure to cultivation, and it felt so wonderful, and according to the definition on the 9 revolutions wood elemental technique, at this moment, he had actually reached the sovereign realm in one fell swoop. Looking at herself being able to float and move in the air, this girl was so happy. Look, I can fly. He. Well, our family in Chi is so awesome. Lu Chen also laughed happily at the side, and even more so, he sighed at the bullishness of the gong method. Sure enough, the system is a cow. Just like yourself, get the system to give the gongfa, casually cultivated into a master. Of course, Lu Chen felt it. Although the realm was up to the sovereign master, but in terms of his own battle power when he first reached the sovereign master, it was still a lot worse, but put it on the outside, it was already very impressive. Next, Su Fu-ling and Wu Ying both broke through as well. Su Fu-ling's entire body was surrounded by white light at this time, giving off a holy divinity. The domineering and fiery character suddenly became like this, and the momentary contrast caused Lu Chen to be a bit startled, while Wu Ying gave him a feeling of watery tenderness. Coupled with her somewhat shy appearance, it all gave Lu Chen the urge to resist embracing her into his arms. Boom! With a muffled sound, Lin Xiaotian also broke through. This is the power of a patriarch? Ha ha ha, I'm so powerful. Lin Xiaotian, who felt the change at this moment, his entire body floated. The thunder elemental is so racy. The laborer is so handsome. Lin Xiaotian was as excited as a child and wowed. And because he was a thunder element, with purple arcs of electricity appearing and disappearing all over his body, he looked really handsome and domineering. Pa slapped directly to the back of the head. What are you fooling around for? A little sect master, going out to be beaten to death in minutes. Lin Tianjin was originally not too happy after being irritated by Lu Chen. At this time, seeing that his disciple was actually a rare thunder element, a zip 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 electric current, to see him not envy that would be false. Thunder element, to the late stage of the existence of a powerful and incomparable, unexpectedly cheap this kid. Seeing Lin Xiaotian so dejected, he couldn't help but go up and slap him. Master is right, it's me who got too carried away. Lin Xiaotian rubbed the back of his head that had been slapped painfully and surprisingly didn't get half angry. Instead he obediently admitted his mistake. This scene was a sight that made Lu Chen and the three girls TSK, especially Su Fu-ling, the same as the proud son of the Magic City, has long known that this Lin Xiaotian's temperament, wild young, is not shouting nonsense. Nowadays, this Lin Xiaotian was so well behaved like a quail in front of Lu Chen and Lin Tianjin that it was truly breathtaking. Since you've all practiced, let's go, Lu Chen proposed. Right, hurry up and leave. If we don't leave, I'm afraid we'll be in big trouble. At this time Lin Tianjin also reacted.
The activation of his elemental body earlier and his own breakthrough had made him forget that they weren't very safe at this point. The reaction of the sunlight rushing into the sky could not be felt by the average ancient martial artist, but the great ones above the absolute summit were able to sense it at once, and it was feared that the forces from all sides were now rushing this way. Go! What are you doing? Seeing Lin Tianjin's mouth say that she wanted to hurry up and leave, but she was loading elemental stones there herself. Lu Chen was speechless for a while. It can't be wasted. Now we're sucked full, but we can still use these to cultivate the next time we cultivate. Lin Tianjin said as he quickly picked up the elemental crystals on the ground and desperately loaded them into the bag and clothes he had with him. Lu Chen white eyes straight flip. That waste bag a little can hold a few pieces? So with a big wave of his hand, all the elemental stones disappeared instantly. Crap, where are the elemental crystals? Lin Tianjin, who was happily collecting them, suddenly saw that the elemental stones in front of him had all disappeared. Even he realized that the ones in his arms had disappeared in addition to the two tucked down in his fanny pack and the two grasped in his hand. You did this? Doubtfully looking at Lu Chen, Lin Tianjin asked woodenly. Lu Chen nodded. This time Lin Tian was really going crazy. Spatial storage? Wide-eyed. Lin Tianjin looked incredulous. Do such things really exist? All of a sudden, his eyes sizzled, itching to pounce on Lu Chen and dissect him to see how many more secrets this guy had. How many more times do you have to surprise yourself by even having something for spatial storage? Just then, the mountain where the spring is located suddenly shook violently. What's going on? Lin Xiaotian asked suspiciously as he was almost shaken. The crowd came to the entrance of the spring. Looking toward, only outside there are two men are standing in the air, attacking the spring. That was pretty quick to arrive. These two are Chen Hao, the 9th on the subterranean dragon ranking, and Su Ziji, the 10th. Yo! I didn't expect that both of them would cross over into the Sealed King as well, Lin Tianjin said with a frown, but his face looked indifferent. Those who were able to ascend to the top 10 of the subterranean dragon list were all not demons, and between them, except for that monster on list 1, the accumulated strength of the others was actually not too far apart. So for them to cross over into the Sealed King, Lin Tianjin was just slightly surprised. These two were not their own opponents before. Now that their elemental bodies were all converted and their strength had improved considerably, even if both of them were sealed as kings, at this time, the two together would not be their opponents. Go out, Lu Chen said with a big wave of his hand. The formation opened and several people walked out. Earlier, after Lu Chen finished washing, he realized that several people were still cultivating, because Lin Tianjin said that he might attract many people from the ancient martial arts, in order to avoid their washing and cultivation process being disturbed when the time came. Lu Chen directly turned on the 10 beasts locking elemental formation once again. Therefore, the two people outside were unable to enter the spring space even though they had arrived here earlier. With this amount of strength they had, it would be impossible to open the array restrictions here with force. The main reason was that it wasn't their style to let Lu Chen and the others hide inside and not go out. Otherwise, staying inside would be the end of the matter. Outside the cave, after attacking for a while, Chen Hao and Su Zizi found that the formation was not half damaged at all, so they could not help but be furious. Just as they were about to report to the clan, the formation unexpectedly opened on its own, and Lu Chen and the others appeared in front of them. Lin Tianjin, Lu Chen's few people they didn't recognize, but Lin Tianjin was an old acquaintance, and he hadn't fought many times in order to compete for the submerged dragon ranking. Seeing that it was actually him, the two Chen Hao looked at each other, both looking a bit grave. You two can leave. I'm done absorbing things, Lin Tianjin said directly. Impossible. Although they saw Lin Tianjin walk out from inside and guessed that he must have gotten the elemental stone essence, they wouldn't have thought that Lin Tianjin had already finished absorbing it. It is impossible to know if you are completely washed and absorbed by virtue of yourself for more than a few days. Ever since their own ancestor gave to them the news, they set off. Chen Hao both of them were sealed king existences. The speed of their imperial flight was several times faster than even the fastest warplanes in the world, so it was only half an hour's time to arrive here. In such a short period of time, one couldn't even complete the washing without the cooperation of an extremely high-quality gongfu. But they knew that in the current bright light, the highest grade elemental feats were only earth products. That's why they didn't believe what Lin Tianjin said at all. I need to lie to you guys? Get out of the way. Lin Tianjin glanced down his mouth disdainfully and drank, and was about to leave first through the two men's defense line. Seeing Lin Tianjin marching directly towards them, the two instantly assumed a fighting stance. In their thoughts, although the two were not Lin Tianjin's opponents in a single fight, they could not necessarily lose if they joined forces. Lin Tianjin, our old ancestor, said that the sensed elemental stone essence is not just one kind. What you need is the gold element. Su Zizhong and I only need the wood and water elements. There is no conflict. I hope you can give us the wood and water elements. Chen Hao didn't want to do it directly,
still hoping to negotiate and communicate. What a coincidence. The elements you two wanted were all used up for the two of them.
Lin Tianjin shrugged his shoulders and glanced at Yao Anchi and Wu Ying behind him. Chen Hao and the two of them looked alone,
and were first stunned. Zhongshe? Lin Tianjin, don't joke. In such a short period of time, with these two girls who just crossed into the Zhongshe realm, they want to finish washing and complete the initial absorption transformation? Are you kidding us? Seeing the two in Qi, Chen Hao's face sank.
They didn't believe Lin Tianjin when he said that he was done absorbing,
but due to the strength gap, they endured.
But these two girls, whose strength had only just reached the Zhongshe realm,
said that they had finished absorbing it, lying to ghosts. It was obvious that they didn't want to give it to them.
With such a treasure, Chen Hao and the two of them would naturally not easily give it up just because their strength was not as strong as Lin Tianjin.
Considering you're both on the same side of the fence, I'm going to give you two a few more words, so don't give an inch and get out of the way. Lin Tianjin was already impatient.
Chen Hao was about to have a seizure, but he was pulled back by Su Zizhou, who didn't care about Chen Hao's puzzled eyes as he directly opened his mouth.
Alright then, we'll give 13th young master face,
but these two ladies have to stay.
Of course, the two ladies. If you're willing to hand over the wood element and water element stone essences, we won't make things difficult for you. Hearing Su Zizai say this, Chen Hao was dazed.
That's right, there was no need for them to go to the bar with Lin Tianjin. They all knew that he was a gold element and couldn't absorb the other elements. There was absolutely no need to clash with him. It was just that they didn't know if Lin Tianjin,
with this overbearing character, would give way. But in the next second,
Lin Tianjin actually did shrug his shoulders and left straight away by himself.
This made Su Zizi frown instead. He was just saying that. He didn't expect Lin Tianjin to be so good at talking. This wasn't like him at all. Many thanks, Brother Lin. Regardless, the two of them cupped their fists and saluted. After all, less Lin Tianjin, a few other people they don't put in their eyes, except that particularly handsome man. Although they couldn't see through the other party's cultivation,
but Lin Tianjin came out for the purpose of Lu Chen. These as the proud sons of ancient martial arts families. Naturally they all knew some news. This Lu Chen profile was the existence of the peak of the Zhongshe,
and was able to kill Tsindahue, who was at the same level, in a single move.
It had to be said that the one with this battle record was also considered a demon.
But compared to the two of them, it was far too far.
How to say that both of them were the existence of the top 10 of the subterranean dragon ranking?
Even if they were the two at the bottom of the top 10, they were not comparable to other people who did not make the list. Both of you, please also hand over the wood element and water element stone essences. At this time, Chen Hao stepped out and demanded once again, without Lin Tianjin.
His tone could be even stronger.
No, it's used up. At this moment,
Lu Chen stepped forward and blocked in Qi's few people behind him.
Somewhat speechless, Lin Tianjin's small mind.
Lu Chen naturally knew that this bastard must have wanted to see where his strength had reached nowadays, and that was why he was deliberately like this.
After all, these two in front of them couldn't possibly hurt Lu Chen by half, because they couldn't even beat Lin Tianjin. What the hell?
Since you're still trying to fool the two of us with your kind words,
then don't blame us for not being polite. Don't worry, your name is Lu Chen. Even though we don't know what you've used to hide away your cultivation, we've seen the information. You're a peak sovereign master.
Of course, your battle power should be comparable to a peak grand master.
Otherwise you wouldn't have been able to kill that punk Tsindahue in a single move. However, the two of us are the Seal King realm, not you.
Chen Hao told the information he knew bit by bit as if he were counting,
trying to make Lu Chen know what to do. After all,
this guy was the one who was named by his superiors to be protected, so he couldn't kill him himself.
Could he? After all, it is also considered the same camp. When the time is not good to explain, can bluff a bit to avoid moving, that is the best. You talk too much.
But before the words were finished,
Lu Chen directly interrupted and disappeared in the next second. The moment Lu Chen disappeared, Chen Hao's entire body's nerves suddenly tightened,
and a huge sense of crisis instantly swept through his entire body.
Retreat!
The Seal King's perception was so strong that Chen Hao didn't even have time to be surprised and made a direct decision.
However, you can't run away.
Lu Chen's voice had appeared beside his ears.
Bang!
Chen Hao was directly slapped by a palm and fell from the air,
smashing into the bottom of the almost dried up pool. How is it possible? Su Ziji, who was right beside Chen Hao, was creeped out at this moment, with an unbelievable expression on his face.
The information clearly stated that Lu Chen was only a peak grandmaster,
and even if he could second the same rank, he was at best close to a mid to late grandmaster. From the time Lin Tianjin received the order until now, just a few days, how could there be such a big change? This is the middle stage of King Seal. That's right. As soon as Lu Chen made his move just now, Chen Hao and Su Zizzi sensed his realm,
and they were both stunned.
Lu Chen's beheading of Tsindahue was not very far from today. Crossing over from the peak of the sovereign to the middle of the Seal King in one go? Is it that easy?
One had to know that Chen Hao and Su Zizi were considered demons, both relying on the support of the huge resources in their families, coupled with the careful teaching of their old ancestors and elders, to break through to sealing the king so quickly.
And that's how they all spent years. And this Lu Chen in front of him, who had arrived in just over half a month, was simply terrifying. You're a mid-seal king. At this time, Chen Hao, who had been smashed at the bottom of the pool, climbed up, covered in silt and water stains, and asked with a face full of fear. Lu Chen ignored him and instead looked at Su Zizi. Do you, want more elemental stone essence? Lu Chen from before to see. This Chen Hao belongs to the reckless type. This Su Zizhong looks still a little brain. So instead of talking to Chen Hao, a reckless person, it would be better to talk to Su Zizi. I'm sorry, it was our bad attitude before. But do you think you can give us one elemental stone each? We can exchange it with something. Su Zizi said with a sincere fist clasp. All of them were existences of the King Seal realm and demons of the subterranean dragon ranking, so one could tell if they were there or not. After all, it is not a competition list or a life and death enemy, completely unnecessary to fight to the death. Judging the situation will still be. Oh, what have you got? Hearing Lu Chen ask this question, Su Zizi was delighted, which meant that it wasn't impossible to talk. Our Su family is a family of pills, while Brother Chen's family focuses on forging. I wonder if Brother Lu is interested, Su Zizi said. Pills? Forging? Lu Chen froze, not expecting it. However, when looking at the two again, it seems to be so interesting. One looks at the literate body, there is still the exclusive flavor of herbs, and that Chen Hao is a reckless person. This character is somewhat linked to forging. However, with the 10,000 medicine scripture and the Xianlong needle technique, he really couldn't mention his interest in the ancient martial arts family's pills. As for forging, it seems that he doesn't have any martial arts skills such as swordsmanship, knife skills, etc., and he can't use them for the time being. After thinking for a while, he looked at Lin Tianjin. How are these two people's character? Not bad. Chen Hao reckless point, but the person is not bad. Talk is also words. This person, Su Zizi, is a bit old and cunning, but he's okay on principle and is considered a promise keeper. Lin Tianjin glanced at the duo and spoke. In fact, apart from wanting to see Lu Chen's strength after his enhancement, Lin Tianjin was also mainly because these two people themselves were in the same camp as himself. Plus these two people's character was indeed okay, so Lin Tianjin wasn't very willing to make a move against them. Moreover, in their ancient martial world, although the Su family and the Chun family's battle power was not great, they were still quite well liked because of their special characteristics. At this moment, Chen Hao and Su Zizi, who were on the side, were both rolling their eyes. Mang, Chen Hao is as reckless as Lin Tianjin, sneaky old man. Lin Tianjin is as slippery as a loach, and the two of them are ashamed of themselves. However, the situation was not to be taken for granted, so the two of them smiled bitterly and did not say much. Let's put it this way, I can give each of you an elemental stone, but both of your families will have to owe me, Lu Chun, a favor, but whenever I or my friends come to my door in the future, I hope that your families will help out in a big way. Lu Chen thought about it and opened his mouth. It is not a life and death feud. And look at Lin Tianjin appearance. These two families should be good. Rather than more enemies than more friends. And then strong people. There is always a negligence or inconvenient time. Even if you don't need it yourself. Maybe someone close to you will in the future? Oh, that's it? Su Zizi and the two of them were stunned. Not realizing that Lu Chen didn't ask for pills or forged weapons. But he wanted a chance to potentially help him out in the future. It's a nebulous thing. Who knows what will happen in the future? It may never be needed. So it's a waste of money. And looking at the speed at which Lu Chen's strength was rising, he might not need his help in the future. Furthermore, it seemed that this would also bring him closer to Lu Chen. Such a demon, as an ancient martial arts family was naturally willing to befriend. That's it. I wonder what the two of you think, or if you say your words, will the lineage behind you agree? Lu Chen asked. We promise, don't worry, our clan won't have any objections. Su Zizi directly answered. Being so forthcoming, it made Lu Chen stare. So forthcoming? Lin Tianjin took it for granted that Lu Chen still underestimated the importance of elemental stones to the various ancient martial arts families. Since an agreement had been reached, Lu Chen was also quick, and directly flipped his big hand, and water elemental crystals and wood elemental crystals appeared in his hand. Next, remember your promises. If you break them then, my Lu Chen's things are not so easy to take. Lu Chen directly threw it over and gave them a nod. Don't worry, we'll do as we say. Brother Lu, thanks a lot. Then we'll leave first. Although the two didn't get the elemental stone essence, With this elemental stone, it was enough for them to activate their elemental bodies, and it was considered to have achieved the purpose of this trip. So the two men clasped their fists and prepared to leave. This is going away? We didn't promise. Suddenly, a sorrowful voice rang out. In an instant, 10 people appeared in the surroundings, not from the Xia kingdom from their clothing. Moreover, Lu Chen and Lin Tianjin could tell at a glance that 3 out of the 10 were actually at the peak of the Seal King. Another 3 were in the middle of the Seal King stage, and those remaining 4 had reached the Seal King realm as well. Caesar, Daili, Mechas. Seeing the visitors, Chen Hao instantly shouted out the names of the leading 3, his face grave, and Lin Tianjin returned to Lu Chen's side at this time and transmitted his voice to Lu Chen. After Lin Tianjin's voice transmission, Lu Chen realized that these 10 people on the opposite side were from the beautiful country. The Summer Kingdom had a submerged dragon list, and the beautiful kingdom followed suit and created a dragon slayer list, specializing in disgusting people. These 10 people were precisely the top 10 existences on the dragon slayer list, while the 3 people Chen Hao shouted out were precisely the top 3 existences on the dragon slayer list, especially that Caesar. With his outstanding strength, he was already infinitely close to the absolute top, comparable to that pervert at the top of the subterranean dragon ranking. And if you look closely, you will see that this Caesar is the same 2-meter-tall strong man from the previous Shiraki Delta. Hand over all the elemental stone essences and elemental stones. Caesar ignored Chen Hao and spoke directly to Lu Chen. A pair of eyes even shot out a regal light, giving people a chilling feeling. Ha! Lu Chen glanced at Caesar and lightly laughed as he stepped forward. It was at this moment that a tiger's roar sounded in the distance. Before the voice finished, the figures of a man and a tiger appeared in front of the crowd. This is a saber-toothed tiger? Looking at that tiger, Lu Chen couldn't help but be surprised. Didn't the saber-toothed tiger become extinct a long time ago? How come it can still be seen here today? Gai Tianhao, seeing the person who came, Lin Tianjin, but his entire body was exhilarated, his eyes filled with endless battle intent. Who is he? Lu Chen asked. That's the pervert who's no. 1 on the subterranean dragon ranking, and the only loose cultivator without a clan behind him, but he has an even more perverse master, a transcendent existence. Transcendence? Transcendent is the realm above the absolute peak, and is the current apex of global battle power, Lin Tianjin explained. When Lu Chen heard this, he couldn't help but look at this man who appeared on a saber-toothed tiger once again. Height is also about 1 meter 8. The muscles of the whole body are not very strong, but people cannot ignore, can feel the destructive power inside. Gai Tianhao didn't speak, but the proximity caused a trace of awe to arise for no apparent reason. He scanned the room, pausing for a moment, and only a moment, on Lu Chen's body before looking at Caesar. Take your people and get the hell out of Xia. You are not welcome here. Gai Tianhao spat out a few words without emotion. Gai Tianhao, today, Boss Caesar is here. It's not up to you to decide whether we leave or not. Before Caesar could speak, a beautiful countryman in the early stages of his sealing was calling out. If it was usual, he wouldn't dare to say that, but now there was Caesar, the only person in the younger generation who could call Gai Tianhao's bluff. That's why he did it, and he got to kiss Caesar's ass in the process. However, his wishful thinking was wrong. Before he could finish his words, he was horrified to see that Gai Tianhao didn't make any movements at all, and had already appeared in front of him, with a fist blasting towards him. Boom! Even though he had crossed his arms in time to protect his body, he was also directly blown away by this punch without even a scream. The whole place was silent at this moment, while Lin Tianjin's face became grave. Originally, with the activation of his elemental body this time plus the refinement of his strength, he felt that he could completely crush this pervert with ease when he encountered him again. But with that one punch, he knew he had thought wrong. Gai Tianhao was worthy of being the most perverted existence of the younger generation of the summer country, and his strength was again much higher than before. Gai Tianhao, you seek death. This time, Caesar was enraged. In front of his own face, he actually directly killed the 10th existence on the dragon slaying list in seconds. It was simply a slap in his face. The next second, he moved and charged at him. On the other hand, Gai Tianhao was unperturbed, and with a wave of his big hand, an invisible barrier instantly expanded. When powerful people fought, the aftermath rippled greatly, especially at their level. He didn't want the ordinary people in the distance to sense it, so he directly set up a barrier so that the ordinary people outside wouldn't find out about the battle over here. This technique would be once one stepped into the Zhongshe realm. Not long ago in that battle between Lu Chen and Sindahue, the two of them had set up this barrier, which was why the ordinary people on the Jinling side didn't discover it, or else it would have definitely caused a panic amongst the general public. Boom boom boom. As soon as the two met, it was a continuous fierce battle, and in the blink of an eye 10 rounds passed, with no one taking advantage. However,
Insiders knew that this was not the full battle power of the two. It was just them testing each other. I didn't realize that your strength has improved quite a bit. Caesar spoke a broken summer language and attacked again. You can speak your bird language. Don't defile my summer language. Guy Tianhao suddenly came up with this sentence, causing Caesar's momentum of attack to seemingly pause for a moment. Immediately afterward, Caesar was seen to burst into a rage. Guy Tianhao was really too disrespectful. And in the next second, the aura on Caesar's body instantly climbed and reached its peak as he blasted out with a fist. This is still somewhat interesting. It was only at this point that Guy Tianhao seemed to have some interest and finally raised his right fist. Previously, when he had blown away the 10th existence on the Dragon Slayer list with a single punch, as well as the fight with Caesar just now, all of them had used just his left fist. At this instant, Guy Tianhao's entire aura also changed in vain, and the shadow of a blazing fire even bubbled above his right fist, almost substantial. Here it comes, God's right fist. Lin Tianjin shouted out as he excitedly stared at Guy Tianhao's right hand. God's right fist? What the heck? Lu Chen was puzzled. Guy Tianhao, who was born with an extraordinary talent, was himself a pure body of the fire element, and surprisingly completed a half-body transformation on his own without the washing of an elemental stone. But after all, it wasn't all transformed, so the power in his body was almost out of balance in the first place, and exploded into flames. But he was also bullish, carried it hard, and accidentally made the power able to be used freely, but only with his right fist. But this right fist strike of his definitely doubles and reaches nearly 3 times his own battle power, and is accompanied by a flame-burning effect if hit. Lin Tianjin spoke eloquently, and knew everything about Guy Tianhao like the back of his hand. There was no other reason. Before, his own goal was to defeat him and ascend to the top of the subterranean dragon ranking. Lin Tianjin had challenged him quite a few times, but the result was obvious. Every time it ended with himself being beaten up violently. But now, that wasn't necessarily the case. Lin Tianjin had also converted his elemental body, or completely converted it. As a result, he looked at Guy Tianhao with increasingly fiery eyes, itching to fight him right away. Boom! When it was too late, Guy Tianhao's God's right hand came out. Destroying power spread out and engulfed towards Caesar. Whoosh! Caesar naturally knew how powerful Guy Tianhao was, but he didn't dare to resist his God's right hand and quickly retreated violently. With a loud bang, the location where Caesar stood just now was directly blown out into a huge crater that was too deep to see the bottom under this punch, while the surrounding air seemed to be on fire. And even though Caesar had avoided it in time, the half of his arm that had been ruffled was reddened at this time, which had been directly burned by the flame shadow wrapped around the periphery of God's right hand. Terror! Lin Xiaotian's few people were staggered. It was also the first time they had seen such a battle, and each of them couldn't calm down as their hearts turned over. Just know how to run? When he missed with one strike, Guy Tianhao frowned, seemingly depressed, and instantly turned around to kill at a few other Dragon Slayer rankings. He knew his own shortcomings, power enough, speed lacking. It was fine against other people, but against Caesar, who had a wind elemental body, it was a bit of a disadvantage. Although Caesar hadn't activated it yet, the wind elemental body was born with a speed advantage. What good is your strength if you can't touch anyone? Therefore, Guy Tianhao directly attacked towards a few other people, just to see if Caesar he saved. If they didn't save, then these people couldn't escape Guy Tianhao's attack. After all, a few of them couldn't be fast. If one saved, then one could only take a hard hit from Guy Tianhao. Vile, attack together. Caesar droned and charged straight forward, and greeted the others as they surrounded Guy Tianhao. Come to death. Guy Tianhao waited for Caesar to turn back, and immediately turned around and went up for a punch. Boom! The sudden change made Caesar have to throw a hard punch. Stomp under one blow. Caesar fell back 5 or 6 steps in a row before barely stabilizing his figure, and the highs and lows were immediately visible. Caesar was shocked and annoyed. Shocked because he didn't expect this Guy Tianhao's strength to grow so much in a few years. In a collision a year ago, Caesar was even still slightly overpowering this Guy Tianhao, and he didn't expect that he would lose to him now. Together, don't hold back. Currently there's just one dead Dragon Slayer list 10 on the beautiful countryside, with 9 left. On the Xia side, there were only 5 people: Guy Tianhao, Lin Tianjin, Lu Chen, Chen Hao and Su Ziji. Although they had seen that Lu Chen earlier seemed to have a decent battle power, Caesar felt that he might not be a match for Daili and Mekasai. After all, Lu Chen hadn't used his full strength just now. 9 versus 5 with a huge margin of victory. The big battle is imminent. Caesar glared at Daili and Mekas, who understood. Mekas directly led the other 6 to kill against Lu Chen, Lin Tianjin, Chen Hao and Su Ziji. Daili, on the other hand, stayed behind to deal with Guy Tianhao with Caesar. Dalmi, you and Hua Shifa go deal with Lin Tianjin.
The others go deal with Chen Hao and Su Ziji, and leave this person to me, Mechas commanded. Delmi and Hashifa were 4th and 5th on the Dragon Slayer list, and according to the profile the two were more than enough to deal with a Lin Tianjin. As for the remaining 4 people, taking down Chen Hao and Su Ziji 2-on-1 was no big deal at all. As for Mechas himself, he definitely had no problem at all dealing with Lu Chen. In an instant, the battle was fought. Chen Hao and Su Ziji's faces were grave. After all, the people on the beautiful country's dragon slaying list were actually not very different from them in terms of strength. Having them 1v2 right now really doesn't have a good chance of winning, especially since these two aren't good at pure combat. However, in just 2 breaths of time, 2 miserable cries rang out. The crowd all froze and raised their eyes, all of them showing unbelievable expressions, only to see that Lin Tianjin had already retracted his sword at this point, and the Dalmi and Huo Shifa who had surrounded him were already headless at this point, their headless corpses falling from the air. How is that possible? In 2 breaths 13th youngster actually decimated Ernie and Hashifa? Such a result was completely unexpected. Not to mention that these people from the beautiful country didn't believe it. Even Gai Tianhao and Chen Hao, Su Ziji were unable to believe this. That was rank 4 and rank 5 on the Dragon Slayer ranking. On the contrary, Lin Xiaotian was only rank 5 on the Subterranean Dragon ranking. Normal 1v1 is no problem. Now 2v1. Decided to be killed by the other party back? Or to fast to unbelievable speed kill? Simply unimaginable. Where are you looking? Just as Mechas was fuming, Lu Chen's voice rang in his ears, causing him to be startled. Feeling the wind of the fist attacking his body, Mechas didn't even return his head and directly stormed back in an instant. But what made him despair was that the fist seemed to follow him like a shadow, chasing after himself. Impossible. Such a weird situation creeped out Mechas. However, he was also a ruthless character. Gritting his teeth, his body made an odd twist, hard enough to deflect the attack by a few points. Boom! Ah! Ha! As Mechas screamed, Lu Chen's shocked voice rang out. He hadn't expected the guy's body to be able to make such contortions that were completely inhuman, but it allowed this Mechas to escape death. But despite this, one of Mechas' right hands was directly blown out, and blood continued to gush out from the broken arm, his face paling for a moment. He means dark elemental pure body, so he can make some inhuman spatial distortions including his own body. At this moment, Lin Tianjin's voice rang out. Every elemental pure body would carry some of the traits of an elemental body even if it did not activate the pure body after cultivating to Seal King. For example, Lin Tianjin was a gold elemental pure body, and before he activated it, his sword attacks were several times sharper than a normal person of the same rank and realm, including the Vajra forging Jedi that he practiced, which also belonged to the metallic nature. So his forged body was stronger than others, because he contained the 2 main characteristics of the gold element's sharpness being very hard. That's why the Lin family's old ancestor valued him even more. There was no other reason. Normal elemental pure bodies carried at most 1 elemental trait when they were not activated, while Lin Tianjin possessed 2, so he was naturally more demonic. I see. Lu Chen nodded and looked at Mechas again. Giving him such a look, Mechas unnaturally took 2 steps back. Clearly he had been scared by Lu Chen's move just now. Indeed. At this moment, his heart was horrified. They had arrived here earlier and saw Lu Chen right in the middle of a battle with Su Ziji and Chen Hao. The spectator had been surprised by this Lu Chen's strength, but it was limited to surprise. Mechas was at least the 3rd existence on the Dragon Slayer ranking, and he was also able to easily take on Chen Hao and Su Ziji, and it wasn't like Lu Chen had used his full strength at that time. Therefore, he did not feel that Lu Chen would be his opponent. But a moment ago, he was shocked, because he felt despair. Lu Chen was definitely not something he could fight against, and it could even be said that under Lu Chen's power, he couldn't even afford to put up half a resistance. It was the fact that the difference in the levels of battle power was so great that it led to such sensations. Without any movement from Lu Chen, Mechas directly turned around and ran. He didn't want to lose his life here. Besides, Lin Tianjin had just taken care of Darni and Hashifa in one go and was watching from the sidelines. So how could this be a fight? As soon as he ran, the 4 people who surrounded Chen Hao and Su Ziji also did not hesitate to directly abandon the 2 of them and turned around. Can you run away? Lu Chen snorted a laugh, and his figure shifted and disappeared in place. These are clearly not in the same camp. That's the enemy. Lu Chen would not be soft on his enemies. As the old saying goes, to be kind to your enemy is to be cruel to yourself. As for what the consequences of killing them would be, Lu Chen wasn't worried at all. For Gai Tianhao, Chen Hao and Su Ziji to be able to appear here, each one of them was a demonic genius of the Xia Kingdom, and it was natural that which of the old men of the Xia Kingdom wouldn't let them fall, and would definitely keep an eye on this place at all times. Then even if he killed these elites of the beautiful country,
He believed that those old monsters of the beautiful country would definitely not dare to mess around.
Boom 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 boom.
Only shadows were seen weaving,
and in a few breaths of time, a series of muffled sounds came.
Mekis and the other four were all struck by Lu Chen without even uttering a scream, and were instantly blasted and turned into dust.
No! Asshole! Bold! The moment the 5 people fell, 5 voices exploded out of thin air, and the sky darkened all of a sudden. 5 vapors presented themselves overhead.
My lord, Caesar and Diley bowed respectfully.
However, at this time,
their hearts were shaken and angry. The 10 people came over in high spirits, still thinking of taking the opportunity to eliminate a few of the Xia heavenly pride. But I didn't want to be left with Caesar and Diley after only a few moments of illumination. It was just too sad.
You, damn you! The 5 silhouettes looked at Lu Chen at the same time and instantly struck out.
Above the sky, 5 silhouettes of either fists or palms were suddenly formed,
carrying a heaven-destroying aura as they all bombarded Lu Chen. Clank! Suddenly,
a resounding clear sound cut through the sky. Only a golden sword light flashed,
and the 5 attacks falling in the air were instantly disintegrated.
The whole room was silent and you could hear a pin drop.
Everyone looked at the originator with incredulity. 13 youngsters? Lin Tianjin. In a flash,
there were cries of alarm.
How is that possible?
That was the thought in everyone's mind. These were 5 Peak Seal King's doppelgangers attacking with anger.
And even though the doppelgangers' battle power had been weakened by 30%,
they had not attacked with their full strength. But these 5 attacks stacked on top of each other was not the concept of 1 + 1 = 2. Even the peak of the Seal King could not carry it. But the Lin Tianjin in front of him, who obviously hadn't reached the peak of King Seal, had cracked it with a single sword. So how powerful did he have to be?
Even the right hand of God, Gai Tianhao, who seemed to be indifferent to everything, couldn't help but furrow his brows as he looked towards Lin Tianjin, not knowing what he was thinking. You actually activated the elemental body. Suddenly, a voice rang out, filled with incredulity. Impossible. How could the activation be completed in such a short period of time?
Immediately afterward, voices of skepticism rang out. Even though they had seen the sword light that contained the golden element with their own eyes, they were still unwilling to believe it, because it's just too unbelievable. As we all know, among the current ancient martial forces around the globe, the highest grade of elemental cultivation techniques is the earth grade. With an earth grade technique, it was simply impossible to wash and activate the elemental body in such a short period of time. This sun must not be retained. This thought lit up simultaneously in the minds of the 5 Peak Seal King. Too demonic. To be able to activate the elemental body and achieve a perfect transformation in such a short period of time. If he didn't have a higher grade technique, then he must have gotten a heavenly encounter. How could this kind of demon with great fortune be allowed to keep growing? Thinking of this, without even having to greet them, all 5 of them struck out with all their might at the same time. And what was even more shocking was that at this time, 5 more shadows appeared in the sky above, joining in to kill Lin Tianjin. When my Xia kingdom has no one? A misty voice rang out, but it revealed supreme majesty. Let me do it myself. However, at this time, Lin Tianjin took a step forward and directly shouted loudly, stopping the person who was about to reveal his form. Without waiting for that big brother behind Xia to react, Lin Tianjin once again drew his sword, his aura rising wildly. An aura that seemed to come from the flood was born in vain. I have a sword that can cut through the barrenness. When the 8 characters were spat out, heaven and earth changed color. This was the 4th sword of the desolate sword scripture, and it was also the sword with the greatest power. A sword out of everything withered, as if all returned to barrenness, desolate to the extreme. No, with only 1 sword, the joint attack of the 10 Peak Seal Kings was instantly disintegrated. And that wasn't all. Even the detachments of the 10 people in the air also fell apart at this moment. And everyone could see that the terror of this sword could be more than that. From their miserable cries before the split bodies dissipated, it wasn't hard to see that the 10 Peak Seal King's main bodies were obviously heavily damaged. A sword destroying the 10 major detachments and heavily damaging their main bodies. Such a power could be considered terrifying. Everyone swallowed hard, their eyes filled with fear. Good boy. Ethereal's voice came at this time, revealing incomparable excitement within it. The corners of Lin Tianjin's mouth raised at this moment, provocatively looking towards Gai Tianhao, which had been his goal all along. Seemingly sensing his gaze, Gai Tianhao also looked over, and for the first time, he looked squarely at Lin Tianjin, while a solemn look appeared in his eyes. This was Gai Tianhao's recognition of Lin Tianjin, and the two of them just stared at each other. Slowly, the battle intent in their eyes grew stronger, completely ignoring Kaiser Drinks and Diley on the sidelines. It shamed them both. Originally, it felt like a sure win. But unexpectedly there were repeated changes. Even the 10 Peak Seal King who had been protecting them in the dark were directly returned with heavy injuries. causing these two to be on the verge of going crazy. Especially Caesar, who was an absolute shining star in the beautiful country. But when he arrived here, he was thwarted again and again. Now, even more so, he was being ignored by these two former losers of his own. How could he bear it? Humph, he gritted his teeth, and a metal token in his hand was instantly crushed by him. A few breaths later, several terrifying auras came. Come on, this isn't the time for you two to be having a good time. Someone else is coming. Lu Chen interrupted Lin Tianjin and Gai Tianhao staring at each other and raised his head to point in a direction with his chin, a hint of gravity on his face. These several breaths were very powerful, obviously not comparable to the doppelganger just now. It seemed that a real body was coming, but it seemed like space was being squeezed and began to distort. In the next second, 5 figures appeared. Hofer, Alan, Aubrey, Bolton, Antoine, are you guys trying to start a war? Seeing the incoming 5, the previously ethereal Lord of Voices appeared and glared angrily at them. These 5 people were half-step supreme existences, and they were still descending in their true forms. They were not comparable to the 10-peak Seal King doppelgangers just now. Lin Huodong. It's not a violation for treasures to appear and fight for them based on merit. Hufer opened his mouth and laughed. That's right. The person who came was none other than Lin Tianjin's eldest uncle, Lin Huodong, half-step extreme peak realm. 50 years ago, the two sides fought a great battle over an ancient ruins, and in the end, both suffered heavy losses. So set the rules. After 50 years, if there is a treasure between the juniors can participate in the scramble, each according to their ability. The older generation may not participate in it, and the ancient martial arts world must be invisible during this period. Even if a battle occurs, they can't just be exposed in front of ordinary people. And a bet was also placed that whichever power had accumulated the most wealth in the secular world during this period would be able to obtain 50 more slots to enter when the ruins reopened 50 years later. That was why there were some spokesmen for the ancient martial arts families in the secular world. Of course, there was a limit to the accumulation of wealth, and those above the sovereign were not allowed to participate in it. That's why there is a secular world where reaching the peak of a zongsure is the highest combat power. Bullshit, you beautiful country really are all shameless. Scrambling that is also a matter for the juniors. Just now those 10-peak Seal King shot has already broken the rules. Do you few still want to shoot? Alan, Aubrey, this Lin Huodong is in the hands of you two. Hofer said, completely ignoring Lin Huodong's anger, and looked directly at Lin Tianjin. It was because he sensed that Lin Tianjin had elemental stones in his body. Hand over the elemental stones. Forget it, you'd better die. Hofer thought about it and revealed a cruel smile. Such a demon could not be retained, and his greatest hobby was to strangle demons in their growth. As the words fell, he directly attacked Lin Tianjin's head with a claw in the air. How dare you? Lin Huodong roared in anger. Seeing the aura of Lin Tianjin's sword-chopping baroness just now, and feeling that his pure body had been activated, this was completely a prospective seedling for the Lin family's next sword saint. How could he let this bastard abuse him? So, he charged straight ahead. Lin Huodong, your opponents are the two of us. Alan and Aubrey instantly stopped in front of Lin Huodong and laughed sorrowfully. Get lost. Lin Huodong directly struck out, and the moment he did so, it was the strongest sword technique, and in an instant, 2 unrivaled swordlights chopped towards the two. Alan and Aubrey saw Lin Huodong's angry shot, but also did not dare to fight hard. The figure of a side, avoiding the attack, immediately wrapped up again. Scram! Lin Huodong was even angrier as he failed to break out with a single strike. Your attacks are powerful, but don't even think about trying to break out. Although the two of them were indeed not as powerful as Lin Huodong in terms of attacking power, they were also famous veteran Seal Kings, and even more so, they had half a foot in the absolute peak realm. Now that he was not fighting him hard and only needed to stall him, it was naturally not something Lin Huodong could get rid of in a moment. After all, their target was not Lin Huodong, but the demon Lin Tianjin. On the other hand, Hofer's claw had already arrived in front of Lin Tianjin, only to see that Lin Tianjin was unperturbed and raised his sword to meet him. Clang! The sword chance brought out glimpses of piercing golden light, instantly colliding with it. Zira! There was no earth-shattering roar, and that claw seemed like a piece of rag as it was directly chopped away. Oh, Hofer exclaimed with some surprise. Just now, this claw of his own hadn't exerted much force. Even if it was in existence at the peak of the Seal King, it was bound to be traumatized under this claw. However, Lin Tianjin didn't seem to have used his full strength to crack the move. It seemed to be much stronger than he had imagined. Don't dilly-dally. It's late, Bolton said with a frown. This is Xia's territory, and they are just using the loopholes in the rules to make a time difference and catch Xia off guard. But if time dragged on, and all those old monsters and Xia popped out, it would be more troublesome. After saying that, Bolton directly struck out, surprisingly attacking towards Lin Tianjin together with Hofer. Damn it,
You guys still wanna be shameless? I'll fight you all. Lin Huadong was shocked and furious at the sight of this scene, and when he finished, he pinched his hand, his aura rising sharply by a large margin. Just now, when he saw that Lin Tianjin had actually cracked Hoffer's attack easily, his lifted heart finally fell. It looked like Lin Tianjin wouldn't suffer too much against Hoffer, but who knew that this Bolton would join the siege in the next second? It was simply too shameless. Eldest uncle, don't! Seeing Lin Huadong's appearance, Lin Tianjin knew that he was going to use a forbidden move, and immediately drank it in. Prohibited moves cannot be used indiscriminately. The power is very powerful. That also have to be the last resort will be used to fight for their lives. Once the use of the foundation will be greatly damaged, that the future of the cultivation will be over. He knew that his eldest uncle and second uncle, including the old ancestor, loved him very much. After all, such a demonic descendant. Which family is not a treasure? Especially since Lin Tianjin's personality and temperament were very much to the old ancestor's liking. He naturally became the treasure of the family. But he didn't want his eldest uncle to ruin his cultivation for his own sake. This time, he finally erupted with his full strength, and his raging power instantly skyrocketed. He actually did complete the transformation of the pure body. Kill, take the body back. There must be secrets in him. After seeing Lin Tianjin explode with his full strength, Hoffer's expression became even more hideous, and the evil smile at the corner of his mouth increased. Such a genius is only fun to kill. And just at that moment, a figure charged at Bolton. Seek death. Bolton shouted harshly and punched at the incoming person, and space was shaken. Humph, the visitor snorted coldly and blasted out a fist as well. Boom, the roughest duel of all, exploded with a bang, and Bolton retreated 5, 6 steps in a row with a shocked look on his face before he was able to stabilize himself. God's right hand Guy Tianhao? How can that be? Bolton looked at the visitor in shocked anger and droned incredulously. He was a half-step top. Just now he used 8 points of force in a punch, but he was defeated? This was a travesty. How could a half-step peak lose to a peak seal King Guy Tianhao in terms of sparring power? His eyes flickered and finally rested on top of Guy Tianhao's right hand, only to see that the flame shadow wrapped around Guy Tianhao's right arm had vaguely formed the appearance of a Qilin? Fire unicorn? Qilin arm? You actually broke through. As Guy Tianhao, who was the top of the Xia country's potential dragon list, he naturally had a copy of his information in the hands of the bigwigs of each country, and was also the most concerned figure in each country's ancient martial arts world. As for Guy Tianhao, because of special reasons, the cultivation of his right arm was the most peculiar, and in an ancient book that his master had obtained by chance, there was a mutilated technique called Fire Unicorn, which happened to be the cultivation technique for the element of fire in the unicorn arm. It was also because of practicing this that he didn't explode and die that time, and even more so, he was initiated into the Kirin arms cultivation method in one fell swoop. However, the previous cultivation had certainly tripled the attacking power of his right arm, but it was not as domineering as it was today. That punch just now had caused Bolton to suffer, and to this day his right fist was still trembling slightly, the drilling pain coupled with the burning agony stimulating his nerves in bursts. He's mine. Guy Tianhao didn't answer Bolton's question and didn't even bother to look at him, instead pointing at Hoffer and saying to Lin Tianjin, "No, he's mine, that punk is yours." Lin Tianjin shook his head and pointed at the already injured Bolton. Fark, Bolton was enraged. This asshole actually ignored himself and tried to steal heads from Lin Tianjin in front of him? And Lin Tianjin was even more desperate, actually calling himself a waste? The few of them were all half-step supreme. Casually going anywhere was a heavenly existence, and they were actually ignored by the two little guys? I want you all to die. Bolton was furious and instantly stormed out, roaring in rage as he was about to kill. Noisy waste. With disdain on their faces, Guy Tianhao and Lin Tianjin threw a punch and a sword at Bolton. Zira. Boom. The sword awnings arrived first, and the fist wind arrived later, and in an instant, Bolton was directly chopped up by the two. On the verge of death, he couldn't believe that he would die in the hands of these two little guys, or die so easily. Bolton, Hoffer was not calm now. In just a few breaths, Bolton had fallen. This is a half-step Jedi, not a cabbage on the side of the road. Skite, Hoffer shouted angrily and directly stormed back, the metal sign in his hand already crushed. Kidding aside, the 5 people who came this time were of similar strength, and although he was the strongest in there, he was only a few points stronger than Bolton and the others. In his own place, there was no way he could have decapitated Bolton so easily, and now Alan and Aubrey needed to stall Lin Huadong. That leaves himself and Antoine, with no chance of winning against those two. Let's see who kills faster. Lin Tianjin looked toward Guy Tianhao and smiled. Good. Guy Tianhao, still so reticent, spat out a single word and directly chased after him. Holy shit, you have no martial arts virtue. I haven't even said start yet. Lin Tianjin looked at Guy Tianhao's back with a blank stare. And next to them, Alan and Aubrey had 10,000 grass horses racing around in their hearts at the moment. That's a quick change. What about the two of them? Previously, it was the two who were dragging Lin Huodong. And after giving Lin Tianjin and Guy Tianhao a mess, now the two were instead being dragged by Lin Huodong. And they couldn't even run if they wanted to. If those two bastards come back later, how can you live? If you can kill Burton, you can naturally kill them. Without hesitation, the two of them directly crushed the letter talisman and retreated as they fought, attempting to withdraw and leave. But how could Lin Huodong let them get away? Just now, he was stuck by these two dogs with a chest full of sulkiness. This time he had to vent it out. Let you bastards do bad things. Now you've been decapitated by your nephews, haven't you? Serves you right. Wait, I'll kill you too. Lin Huodong was cursing and beating as he did so, causing the two Allens to suffer. Guy Tianhao instantly caught up with Hoffer and threw a punch at him. Fark! Hoffer didn't want to go toe-to-toe with him, and directly dodged away to try to escape in a different direction. It wasn't that Hoffer said he was afraid of Guy Tianhao, but in this situation now, as soon as he stopped, Lin Tianjin would surround him together. As the saying goes, what you fear comes to you. Just in the next second, Lin Tianjin still blocked up. This leaves Hoffer speechless. Are you two blind? There's Antoine over there. Why are you chasing after me? Antoine, on the other hand, was heartened and instantly ran off into the distance, speculating in his mind that perhaps it was because he had kept a low profile since his arrival that he hadn't attracted their attention. However, in the next second, he knew that he was wrong, as Lu Chen blocked in front of him. Fuck off, Antoine droned. He had heard of the two Lin Tianjin and Guy Tianhao, but he didn't care about this Lu Chen in front of him. At least he was also a half-step top existence. Who would want to come here to bully himself a little? If this can be tolerated, what can't be tolerated? So, he chose to strike and blasted out with a punch. But in the twinkling of an eye, he regretted it. A force so powerful that it suffocated him instantly crushed his attack, and along with it, he was directly blown away by a punch. Fark, am I really that weak? This was Antoine's last thought before he died, because after arriving here, he realized that his worldview had collapsed. A random young man couldn't even defeat himself, and he, a half-step Jedi peak, was really too pathetic. Seeing Antoine get blown away by a punch, Hoffer's entire body was horrified. I didn't expect this Lu Chen to be even more terrifying than Lin Tianjin and Guy Tianhao, and while he was rambling, Lin Tianjin and Guy Tianhao's attacks came towards him at the same time. My lord, save me, feeling the aura of destruction, Hoffer Young Tian exclaimed. With this kind of power, he could hold out once, twice, but definitely not 3 times. He was getting desperate. As for Caesar and Daili, who had been tossed aside by Guy Tianhao, their entire bodies were frozen at this moment. Watching the Seal King peaks and half-step absolute peaks, one by one, suffer defeat at the hands of Lu Chen and the others, his heart could not be calmed for a long time. What kind of sin did he commit? Just now, he was thinking of abusing Guy Tianhao and Lin Tianjin. Luckily, people didn't care about them before, or else they wouldn't have hung up at once. Can't you see that it's a matter of a moment for people to be at the peak of King Seal or even half a step to the top? Not to mention yourself? When they thought of this, they looked around and tried to escape. Or else when Lu Chen and the others came back behind them, would they still be able to live? As for Lin Xiaotian and the 3 girls, they were watching with excitement as Lu Chen and the others abused their enemies, especially Lin Xiaotian, who was watching with a feverish enthusiasm. He couldn't wait for himself to reach the peak of the Seal King realm at this moment, so he could compete with them. At this time, the space around them began to distort. You two are so abrasive. Lu Chen glanced at the distorted space, which was becoming more and more unstable. He directly drank and instantly arrived in front of Hoffer, directly striking out with a move of the first style of Godslayer, Hypnotic Mountain Strength. Hoffer had crushed the talisman earlier. Surely his rescuer was coming, so naturally he couldn't leave him behind. Therefore, it directly utilized the 16 styles of Godslaying, a move that came out with a continuous stream of power, a brain that slammed into Hoffer. No! Hoffer was unable to avoid it and shouted in horror. He didn't expect that the truly terrifying one would be this Lu Chen. The moment this Godslaying 16 styles came out, it made him despair. You dare! A furious shout came out in the void, but also a person did not arrive. An attack has already come through the air. Humph! Lu Chen didn't care. The force in his hand was a little stronger, and Hoffer was instantly blown up and turned into dust. As for Lin Tianjin and Guy Tianhao, it seemed as if they had discussed with Lu Chen long ago, and as Lu Chen struck down Hoffer, the two of them directly blasted at that total in the void. Boom! This time, the vibration went straight into the clouds and could not be dispersed for a long time. After the hard impact, Lin Tianjin and Guy Tianhao both retreated several steps, their chests were stuffy, and a mouthful of fresh blood was spat out. Absolute peak. At the same time, two words emerged from both of their mouths, their eyes finally revealing gravity. Lu Chen also didn't expect that this matter would lead to the extreme peak, so it was evident that the preciousness of the elemental stones and elemental stone essence was completely beyond one's imagination. You two are Gai Tianhao and Lin Tianjin? Not bad. Talent and strength are both strong. However, you guys have to die. And you, how dare you ignore my father's orders? The figure that was revealed in the void said in a cold voice, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Who are you to decide whether we live or die? Ridiculous. Lu Chen looked straight at that old man in the air and snorted. Assholes. My lord, this is Elder Boris, one of the 24 tops of my beautiful country. Will you be allowed to act recklessly? At this time, Alan and Aubrey finally took advantage of Lin Huodong's moment of distraction to take off and run over, and Alan directly shouted angrily. Noisy. Lu Chen directly charged at Alan. Seek death. Extreme Boris pushed his palm at the charging Lu Chen, and at this moment, without saying a word, Lin Tianjin raised his sword and went up, directly stopping in front of Lu Chen and clashing with this palm of Boris. This time, Lin Tianjin spat out another mouthful of blood and his face turned a little white. Damn. In the end it's the absolute top, or almost the fire. If the laborer can understand the sword world, I can fight with one of them. Lin Tianjin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, You're very good, but go to hell. Being stopped by Lin Tianjin's strike again, Boris was surprised and no longer stayed his hand. Another more violent palm attack came towards Lin Tianjin, catalyzing mountain strength. This time Lu Chen directly pounded out his fist, and the first of the 16 styles of godslaying was unleashed, colliding with it. Palm-to-palm clash set off a huge wave. A moment around the flying sand. Space are constantly trembling, flooded with countless ripples. How is that possible? After the pair of palms, Lu Chen surprisingly did not take a step back, standing peacefully where he was and looking straight at himself. This was a shock to Boris, who had completely not expected Lu Chen to be even fiercer than Lin Tianjin. The Jedi Peak had actually fought a mid-seal king to a draw? Even if this fellow was a demon, that was something his dignity would not allow. Die. This time, Boris was at full battle strength, launching out with another palm. This time, the power was completely not comparable to the palm just now, as if the entire world was only left with this palm. It was very terrifying. Even Lin Tianjin, who was so spirited just now, and the lone Gai Tianhao, had a look of fear in their eyes since then. The suppression of rank and the absolute crushing of strength caused their instinctive fear to be induced. Then let's see who dies first. Lu Chen clenched his teeth, and with his battle power at full strength, he also launched out a palm. 10,000 C's chant. Lu Chen launched his palm out and once again collided with Boris's attack. The mountains and rocks around them crumbled and the winds roared as the two terrifying forces wildly intertwined and bombarded indiscriminately. Boom! With a dull explosion, all was quiet. How can that be? A few breaths later, Boris roared in a near frenzy. This time he was giving it his all. And he had lost? That's right. In this palm-to-palm, Lu Chen still didn't take a step back. Boris, on the other hand, was a step and a half back. The highs and lows. The absolute top? Nothing more than that, Lu Chen said with a cold face. And at the moment, he was exuberant inside. It was also the first time he had fought against a Jedi Peak. And he had learned from Lin Tianjin's narration earlier that Jedi Peaks were all transcendent existences. Their battle power was unrivaled, and they almost stood at the top of the world. Before, he himself was only at the peak of the Great Master, and he didn't think that much about it. After all, it was still a bit far away. Lu Chen completely did not expect that he had reached the mid-Seal King stage in a short period of time, and had absorbed the elemental Stone Emperor, swallowing the 9 elements fused into one. At this moment, his battle power was surprisingly a bit more powerful than the absolute peak. Although it was said that this Boris on the opposite side was only at the early stage of the absolute peak, it was still a genuine absolute peak, and his strength was definitely not to be underestimated. So strong? Lin Tianjin was inwardly shocked. He could sense that today's Lu Chen was stronger than himself, but this palm showed him the gap between the two. If he were to switch to his current self, although it wouldn't be a crushing defeat at the hands of Boris, he definitely wouldn't be able to win. Currently, his battle power was almost infinitely close to the absolute top. He who had witnessed Lu Chen's growth during this period of time was more able to appreciate Lu Chen's perversion. And then he looked at Gai Tianhao, who was obviously in a state of shock as well. And suddenly the goal that had been in his heart for a long time changed. Previously, he only thought of suppressing Gai Tianhao and achieving the number 1 spot on the subterranean dragon ranking. But nowadays, it seemed that Lu Chen's potential and demonic level was beyond even Gai Tianhao's reach. No, I have to work harder. Lin Tianjin's state of mind had changed drastically at this time.
and the target he was striving for had changed from Gai Tianhao to Lu Chen. Demons were all strong when they encountered strength and wouldn't back down just because their opponents were strong. Gai Tianhao's heart at this moment was just as Lin Tianjin had guessed. He was shocked at the strength Lu Chen had displayed, and his eyes revealed blazing heat for the first time. In the past, he was firmly at the top of the subterranean dragon ranking, looking askance at the world, with no one being able to surpass him. But today, he realized that Lin Tianjin's battle power had already vaguely surpassed his own. However, he felt that he was still confident that he could beat him. But this Lu Chen, through the battle just now, it unexpectedly gave him a sense of powerlessness. It was too strong. However, instead of being discouraged, he felt excited for the first time. Lu Chen was a good opponent, invincible and lonely. He had been standing at the top of the mountain for a long time without any rivals, and now that two of them had popped up all of a sudden, how could he not be excited? At this point Boris was furious. When had he ever been so insulted? Do you guys still want to watch the show? If this kid isn't removed, even if the Financial Power Bureau wins in half a year, the Force Bureau will still lose. Suddenly, he drank into the void. Buzz buzz. Several ripples in space, and a dozen silhouettes appeared out of nowhere. Naoya Furukawa, Akira Nakajima, Yuta Sano, Cleet, Adolphe, Justin, Nakahi Kim. Lin Huadong shouted out the names of the people revealed one by one, his eyes becoming more and more grave and his face becoming more and more ugly. You, Sakura country, beautiful country, Stick country and Indo-Turkish country, are really going to ignore the rules and prepare to strike? Aren't you afraid of starting a great war? Lin Huadong snapped and questioned. At the same time he was depressed. Such a big commotion over here. Why didn't the old monsters on the Xia side move at all? Lin sang, there's no need to waste your breath. Since we've revealed ourselves, we're naturally not afraid. Furukawa Naoya stood in the air and snorted. Lin Huadong, are you wondering why no one has come out of your Xia kingdom after so long when the commotion over here is so big? Ha ha ha, there's no harm in telling you. They've all been stopped. Claret laughed out loud, with mockery in his eyes. This time for the elemental stone. This is something in the legend. Since the world, naturally have to fight for it with all their might. Who cares about the rules and regulations? It was significant to know that a single elemental stone had a high probability of activating the elemental pure body of a genius. Therefore, the beautiful country, the cherry blossom country, the stick country, and the Indo-Turkish country, the four parties had long since reached a consensus, and a large portion of the people went to block those experts of the summer country who were going to rush over, and the rest are over here in a quick battle for the elemental stones. Although the summer kingdom was strong, the combined battle power of several of their countries above the half-step absolute peak could be much more. What? Hearing this news, Lin Huadong's heart thumped. The situation was not good. Klatusen, don't waste time. Stopping those people won't be easy. After all, it's in the territory of the Summer Kingdom. If we provoke that old demon, we'll all be in bad luck. Hurry up and kill these demons. Get the elemental stone essence and withdraw. At this time, Furukawa Naoya said again. After saying that, he took the lead and grabbed towards the nearest Gai Tianhao. Humph! Gai Tianhao grunted angrily. His god's right hand catalyzed, and devouring flames arose out of thin air. And with the swing of his Kirin arm, he attacked towards Furukawa Naoya. Self-importance, Furukawa Naoya indifferently chimed out, adding a few more points of strength to his hand. Bang! Gai Tianhao was knocked back and fell back a dozen meters before stabilizing himself, but the battle intent in his eyes was even greater. After all, he was a step behind Lu Chen, and he still struggled a bit against a true Jedi. However, he didn't say a single word as he once again pounced on, the flames surrounding the Chilin's arm even more brilliantly red at this time, as if he wanted to burn everything. Attack together. Don't delay any longer. Furukawa Naoya shouted and attacked towards Gai Tianhao once again. These little guys gave them too much of a shock. Facing the absolute tops they even still had the power to fight. It was completely not comparable to the few young generation demons of their several countries. Therefore, their killing intent was even greater. These few people must be beheaded today. In an instant, more than a dozen absolute summits struck out, attacking Lu Chen, Lin Tianjin and Gai Tianhao, leaving only one absolute summit to look at Lin Huadong and the three Angie girls and the others on the side. As for Diley, Caesar, Alan, and Aubrey, who hadn't died before, they all looked towards the three Angie girls and Lin Xiaotian. From the bodies of the four of them, they sensed a strong elemental force. These few were only in the sovereign realm, but they had activated their elemental bodies, so naturally they couldn't stay, or else they would inevitably become a hindrance to them in time. So, a few people came at Angie and the others to kill them. Asshole! Seeing this, Lin Huadong directly stopped him, but there was no way the other side had too many people. and Lin Huadong was instantly pestered by Alan and Aubrey once again. Caesar and the others then directly bypassed Lin Huadong and once again killed towards Angie's few people. Seek death. Seeing the situation over there, Lu Chen was furious and was about to rush over. Can you walk? In an instant, there were actually 8 absolute tops surrounding him. Get lost, Lu Chen shouted angrily, and the 10,000 C's Jin blasted out with all its might. Humph, the 8 Jedi summit snorted coldly and launched their palms at the same time. Boom! The overwhelming pressure induced the surrounding space to be on the verge of distorting. Stomp. This time, Lu Chen retreated a dozen steps backward. His chest churned, and his internal organs felt a tearing pain. After all, it was the simultaneous attacks of 8 absolute tops, and even though they were all only at the early stages, it was not something that the current him could resist at the same time. What to do? Lu Chen's eyes were red. There were just too many enemies this time. Suffer death. You should be honored to die under the 8 of us. Sano Yuta sneered. On the other side, Lin Tianjin and Gai Tianhao were also suppressed by the absolute peak and retreated step by step. The situation on the field was one-sided. Lin Xiaotian was even hit by Caesar's palm at this time, blood spurting out of his mouth, his breath instantly wilting, while Daili, Alan, and Aubrey struck out to attack the 3 Angie girls. Bastard! Lin Huadong gritted his teeth and shouted harshly as he pinched his sword technique, his eyes instantly turning scarlet red and his forehead rippling with veins. Buzz, a heavenly killing intent suddenly enveloped the entire field. Jun Tian, without waiting for the crowd to be surprised, Lin Huadong slashed out with his sword. Impossible! The Jedi peak that was guarding Lin Huadong only saw a flash of sword light in front of him, and his entire person was instantly chopped in half. On his deathbed, his face was filled with shock. This scene caused the scene to go silent, but before they could react, Lin Huadong's voice, which was like a shadowy ghost demanding for his life, sounded once again, chopping the ground. Buzz, another extremely fast sword light flashed by. Ho-ho, the one Jedi peak that attacked Lin Tianjin incredulously touched his decapitated throat, his eyes looking at Lin Huadong in fear, but his mouth could only make a ho-ho sound because his throat was clogged with blood. This Jedi peak fell from the air and slammed into the ground viciously, his breath completely gone. Eldest uncle, Lin Tianjin cried out mournfully, his endless hatred growing in vain. Lin Huadong was desperate and used a forbidden move. This time, the eldest uncle's future cultivation was considered ruined. Whoosh! Seeing Lin Huadong's gaze sweeping in, Caesar and the others immediately had their hairs explode and goosebumps rose all over their bodies. Who cares about Lin Xiaotian and Angie and the other 3 girls in front of him? They have ghostly shouted and pulled their legs to run. Just kidding. 2 swords, 2 absolute tops fell. This is still a person? Caesar, a few people are also the strongest as Alan and Aubrey is half-step absolute top. How can resist Lin Huadong's attack at this time? Humph, behead the gods and demons. Lin Huadong snorted coldly as his 3rd sword slashed out. Even though Caesar's 4 people scattered and escaped, they were still caught up by the sword light and instantly split into pieces. At this point, the 2 absolute tops and the 4 Caesars who had managed to survive just now had all fallen. Lin Huadong was like a god devil returning from hell with scarlet eyes as he looked towards the Jedi peak that had attacked Gai Tianhao. Abby, retreat, don't fight hard. Lin Huadong used a forbidden move. He won't last long. Kill him when he's exhausted, Furukawa Naoya shouted. Abby was the same Jedi peak that had attacked Gai Tianhao, and he instantly retreated violently at the sound of his words, with a grave expression on his face, as he could sense that at this moment, he had already been locked by Lin Huadong. Can you run? Lin Huadong shouted in a deep voice as the 4th sword chopped out. Abandon Lu Chen and resist together, Furukawa Naoya bellowed once again. At this moment, Lin Huadong had inspired the forbidden move, and his strength had skyrocketed, far surpassing them at the early stage of the absolute peak. None of them could resist this sword of his, and just now, the incident happened so suddenly that 2 absolute tops were lost at once, a heavy loss. Now, he was not willing to have anyone else fold, so he hollered and led the way towards Lin Huadong's attack. In an instant, the remaining 10 or so ultimate peaks struck out at the same time, attacking Lin Huadong. The only person Lin Huadong, will behead is dead. Facing the attacks of more than a dozen ultimate peaks, Lin Huadong was unafraid, and rigidly chopped out with his sword. Destroy Kunlun! With a stern cry, Lin Huadong's sword erupted with unprecedented berserk power, as if he were an exiled immortal. Eldest uncle, don't! At this moment, only Lin Tianjin roared miserably. Only Lin Tianjin in the entire room knew what price Big Bo would have to pay after this sword. If anything, the use of forbidden moves would lead to damage to the great uncle's foundation, affecting the upper limit of cultivation in the later stages, but it would also retain his current strength, and at most, he would forever remain in the realm of half-step absolute peak. However, at this time, he was using Exterminate Kunlun. That was tantamount to the same move.
This move would drain all of his cultivation. Even if he could survive afterward, his cultivation would be destroyed, and he would be in the form of an invalid. Buzz, the sword light came eye-catchingly, and the powerful force made the eyelids of all the Jedi toppers jump and creeped out their bones. Not good. Retreat. The might that was so powerful that it made their hair stand on end, coupled with Lin Tianjin's miserable roar, all let them know that this move was not trivial. This asshole is trying to fight for his life. Whoever gets in the way is out of luck. They hadn't expected Lin Huodong to be like this at all and were caught off guard for a moment. It was too late for them to react at this point. No, Abby took the brunt of the attack and was instantly vaporized by the sword light. The two Jedi tops approaching the neighborhood ran a step too late and followed in Abby's footsteps, instantly decimated. Another one finally managed to run out of the attack range, but unfortunately, he was still half a beat too slow and paid the price of a left arm. All of the Jedi peaks retreated violently in fear, looking towards Lin Huodong, who was acting like a madman, as their pupils continued to contract. With a single sword, he took away 3 absolute tops and also heavily injured one. In the end, the ancient martial arts Lin family was too ruthless and powerful. This was why most clans were unwilling to mess with the Lin family. It was simply outrageous that a half-step Jedi Master Lin Huodong could cause such damage once he became ruthless. These were all absolute tops, the top pillars of a power, not cabbages. How much would it cost to cultivate an absolute top? It was difficult to calculate at all. Cough. Lin Huodong, on the other hand, started coughing violently at this moment, blood slipping from the corners of his mouth, and his breath instantly withered. Eldest uncle, Lin Tianjin instantly flew over, holding the staggering Lin Huodong with tears in his tiger's eyes. What are you crying about? I've had enough this time. I've chopped off 5 absolute tops, and I've also heavily injured a stupid elk. I'll have something to blow off in the future. Cough cough. Lin Huodong, however, laughed as he coughed. However, after seeing the number of absolute tops left on the other side, his eyes still flashed with a hint of daring and despair. Despite the fact that he had decimated 5 of them and heavily injured one, there were still 9 extreme peak existences on the field, but now he was still too strong to fight. These absolute tops were not something that Lu Chen, Lin Tianjin and Gai Tianhao could deal with. Old ancestor, come quickly. Thinking of this, Lin Huodong was overcome with grief. He can't do it. Furukawa Naoya and the others were like birds of prey, watching from the outside for a while until they realized that Lin Huodong was indeed unable to fight anymore and immediately surrounded them once again. Could it be that we're going to be accountable here today? For the first time, Lin Tianjin also developed a sense of powerlessness from his heart. After fighting here for so long, the old guys from the Summer Kingdom still hadn't shown up, plus the Jedi peak that had appeared here spanned several countries. Apparently, all of Summer's Jedi tops were stalled. This time Boris and Furukawa Naoya and the others came over. It was obvious that they had plans and preparations, although the old demons of the Summer country were strong. But after all, there was only one country, and naturally they could not beat several countries joining forces in terms of numbers. Kill. Without waiting for them to think much, Boris and the others instantly killed them. Bastard. Fight them. Lu Chen's eyes glazed over and he gritted his teeth before charging forward. 9 Jedi summits were here. He alone might be able to run away. But what about the others? The only way is to fight. But just at this time, the system beep in his head suddenly sounded. Ding. Ding. Sensing that the host is in danger, granting a refresh of a second chance. Ding. The item is now on the shelves. Host, please decide whether to buy it or not. What? The sudden beep caused Lu Chen's forward posture to pause, and then a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. If the system can say this, it must be coming out with something good. Lu Chen hurriedly moved his mind to look at them all. Commodity, Divine Experience Card *1. Price, $1. Purchase. Although he didn't know what this Divine Experience card was, now that the situation was urgent, Lu Chen directly purchased it. Divine Experience Card, Divine Goods. The items appearing after scratching are with randomness. Is the host scratching now? Nima. What time is it? Still random? Why does it feel unreliable? Scratch. Without thinking about it, he directly opened the scratch. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a combat character card. Just silently recite the character's name to summon it to the host's world. Character, Shui Mo Chen. Level? Usage, 3 times. Nothing? Looking at the message prompted by the system, Lu Chen was dumbfounded. What is this? Die. At this time, Boris and the others' attacks had arrived. Chow. Whatever. Anyway, the system said it was a combat character. So whatever. Dead horse. Shuemajin, Lu Chen recited in his heart. Who? In the next second, a gust of wind blew by, and a cold, ice-piercing sensation instantly crept over the bodies of everyone present, causing them to shiver. All of the attacks, too, were all frozen at this moment.
as if the world had been frozen. At this moment, everyone's gazes all gathered at Lu Chen's side. Here, out of nowhere, an ancient man in a white robe appeared. A head of long silver white hair draped over his shoulders, sword eyebrows and starry eyes. His appearance, even if Panin was alive, he would have to be inferior. Especially the whole body reveals that temperament charm. Not like on Earth. Better than the banishment. He just stood with his hands behind his back, hanging in the air, as if he was in the same curtain as heaven and earth, blending into one, making people look at him in a trance. Where did this guy come from? I don't know. There's no aura all over, and I can't tell the depth. Yeah, that's what's weird. Looking powerless and yet levitating out of thin air? What the hell? All of the Jedi summits were alarmed in their hearts at this time. They only blamed this Shui Mo-chen for appearing too suddenly. As Jedi summits, none of them had perceived how he had appeared. That alone is scary. There were 9 ultimate peaks here, and not a single one of them knew how this person had appeared. It was too counterintuitive. In an instant, everyone stopped attacking and their faces became grave. The unknown was terrifying. Who is your honor? Boris asked tentatively. Shuemajin ignored him and instead swept around blankly, slightly unfamiliar and startled, as if thinking, where is this? How did I get here? When he saw Lu Chen, who was looking at him with a look of astonishment, it was as if he had a tie with himself in the underworld. It was you who brought this emperor here? Shui Mo-chen opened his mouth, his voice indistinct as if it was heavenly music. This emperor? Hearing his words, Lu Chen's heart jumped. This title seemed like this person had a great deal to offer? Yes, I was the one who summoned you here. Lu Chen held back the random thoughts in his head and nodded in response. And at that moment, Shui Mo-chen trembled and raised his eyebrows as a stream of information was incorporated into his brain. After a few breaths, his eyes took on a strange color as he once again looked at Lu Chen and looked him up and down. 9 elements sync body? It seems to be more than that. Interesting, he muttered to himself, causing Lu Chen and the others to be confused for a while. That, you are strong, right? Lu Chen asked tentatively, because after sensing for a long time, he couldn't tell if this person was strong or not. You say he's strong, but you can't feel a single spiritual aura. He's just like an ordinary person. But you say he's not strong, right? He's hanging in the air. You can't hang in the air until you're a grandmaster. It's alright, Shui Mo-chen casually said and glanced at Anchi's 3 girls again. When he saw Wu Ying and Su Fuling, his eyes lit up. 9 yin sacred body? 9 yang sacred body? How is that possible? The intense joy caused this Shuemajin, who had been bland from the moment he appeared until now, to finally move his color. Baka, don't stall for time. I don't see what's so special about this guy. Kill them all together. Nakajima Guming was an acute person, and after looking at the man for half a day and not realizing that there was anything powerful about this man who had suddenly appeared, he bellowed out that he was going to make a move. A minute longer on Xia's turf is a minute more dangerous. Although there were people over there stopping those old demons from the Summer Kingdom, it wasn't possible to stop them for long, and they couldn't be delayed any longer. The others also had a hard look in their eyes and shot out. And the targets of Nakajima Guming's hands were the 3 Anchi girls and Lin Xiaotian, because the fluctuations of the elements were the most violent in these 4 people. After all, he had only just reached the sovereign realm, and his concealment of breath was not as skillful as Lu Chen and Lin Tianjin's, so he was immediately seen. Just as Lu Chen and the others were about to make a move to stop them, Shui Mo-chen hummed in dissatisfaction. That one sound could startle everyone to the bone. As the word hum was spat out, the Nakajima Tanaki who had pounced over was instantly frozen, turning into a human statue. Bang! With a sound, it directly smashed to the ground and shattered. Yes, it's really broken. There wasn't a trace of blood in the broken ice, as if this Nakajima Tanaman was ice itself, smashed to become just pieces of broken ice. Shet! What the hell? God! This, in the blink of an eye, a Jedi top was just gone, and died in such a bizarre manner. From the beginning to the end, that Shuemajin didn't make a move, and this person died? This damn thing couldn't be done even by an existence at the peak of the absolute peak. At this moment, the 8 people who had just pounced out, once again their movements were fixed, not daring to act rashly at all. On Lu Chen's side, at this time, Lin Tianjin and the others were also staring at each other with jaws agape and doubts in their hearts. Did this man just do that? How did this man appear? Who the hell is he? What did he say to boss Lu Chen? What's his relationship with the boss? One question after another bubbled up in the minds of Lin Tianjin and the others. But anyway, it seemed that this mysterious man was on his side. Instead, Shui Mo-chen didn't care about the dead Nakajima Guming at all, but slowly flew to Wu Qin and Su Fuling's body, reached out and struck a barrier, enveloping Lu Chen, Wu Ying, and Su Fuling, and began to scrutinize it. With this barrier, no one outside would know what they were talking about. Not bad,
It really is the 9 yangs and 9 yin sacred body. Great. By the looks of it, Shui Majin seemed happy. You two girl dolls. Who is the master? Shui Mo-chen asked directly. Ha, we don't have a master. No master? Then how did you break through to chi practicing perfection? Shui Mo-chen was puzzled. Ha, oh, it's the cultivation technique that Lu Chen gave us. They glanced at Lu Chen and said truthfully when they saw him nod. Hearing them say that, Shui Mo-chen looked at Lu Chen with some surprise. I didn't think that you still had a king's grade technique. If I guessed correctly, they practiced the 9 revolutions of returning Yuan technique, right? Yes, Lu Chen answered. But in his heart, waves of shock rose up. This technique was given by the system, and this person even knew about it? Well, it's fortunate that you gave them a heavenly grade or higher technique, or else such a good elemental body would have been wasted. Not bad. Shui Mo-chen nodded his head appreciatively. While they were talking within the screen enclosure, Boris and the others had already reported back the news from here. What? Caesar's dead? A suspected transcendent being? Humph, even if you are a transcendent, this emperor will still kill you. White Mutta Delta, that horrible existence. After receiving this news blasted out of the hole, directly breaking the sea, a space shock figure directly disappeared, and several other Jedi in the mouths of the world appeared to roar, and several terrifying auras stormed up and disappeared in an instant. The extermination of the top 10 genius disciples of the Dragon Slayer ranking detonated the entire beautiful country, and the old monsters exploded and flew towards the summer country Liang, deep in the Shenangjia. Humph, you guys have gone too far. A furious cry came from halfway up the mountain. Boom! Only a certain space exploded, and several muffled grunts followed. Li Bashan, I'm afraid things are going to get serious if you come out. Make a big mess? Ha! Those old guys from Dukas are already here. How can it be small? Li Bashan snorted. He was none other than the master of the right hand of God, Gai Tianhao, the earliest figure in the Summer Kingdom to cross over into the transcendent realm above the absolute peak. And the Dukas he spoke of was Caesar's master and one of the few transcendents in the beautiful kingdom. What? There's no way Dukas could have gotten out of the gate. The voices of those few people in the void came out. Scram! Before it was because of the rules that the transcendent realm was not allowed to join the battle, but since you guys cracked it now, it's not my fault. With a bellowing cry, those people in the void once again spewed out a mouthful of blood, glanced at each other, and quickly left. If anyone else saw this scene, they would have to cry out in horror. Those people were all at the peak of the absolute peak. Such a powerful figure couldn't even carry a roar from Li Baoshan, so one could imagine how terrifying a powerhouse of the transcendent realm was. After Li Baoshan scared away the few Jedi tops, he disappeared in a flash and darted towards Li Yan with breathtaking speed. The same was happening in several other secret places in the Summer Kingdom. After sensing the aura of a few old monsters from Dukas, the old monsters from the Summer Country came out one after another, instantly repelling those experts from various countries that were surrounding them and rushing towards Li Yang. The Lin family was even more ruthless, and of the 10 absolute peak pinnacles that blocked the Lin family's backup, 9 were already dead. Lin Feng, what are you doing? Casually killing an absolute peak pinnacle? Aren't you afraid of provoking a national war? The last person was lying on the ground covering a bone-deep sword mark on his chest, spitting out blood as he roared. Che, then war, die. Lin Feng didn't care. He chopped down with a sword and that last absolute peak fell with hatred. This bunch of mongrels are really willing to put in their blood. All the other clans are blocked by 2 or 3 absolute peak pinnacles. They can really look down on our Lin family. Lin Huanan said in a deep voice. 10, coming with 20 of them is also just giving them away. Isn't it just because the rules haven't expired? I told old Ghost Sheen at the beginning that this bullshit rule is a double-edged knife, blocking their movements and at the same time imprisoning our own hands and feet. If it wasn't for this bullshit rule, I would have slaughtered these grandsons long ago. Also blame them for their bad luck. I don't know why Caesar's aura of those boys suddenly disappeared. I guess there was some kind of accident, or else how could Ducasa's old ghosts come to Xia? Lin Feng was Lin Tianjin's old ancestor, half-step transcendent realm. Although he hadn't yet crossed over into transcendent, his battle power could definitely not be inferior to a powerhouse of the transcendent realm, and he might be even better in a certain aspect. This time, the beautiful country, Cherry Blossom Country, Stick Country and Indo-Turkish Country had joined forces, also because they were afraid of the Lin family, so they had sent 10 absolute peaks over at once to stop them, which could be considered to be a lot of money. It was also because he didn't anticipate such a turn of events later on, which led to the fall of Caesar, Boris, and the others one after another. This enraged Dukas, who broke the barrier and rushed to Xia. And the rules from 50 years ago stated that transcendent mortals were not allowed to enter the world. And since he broke the rules first, the Lin family's oldest ancestor, who was already fiery-tempered, naturally stepped right in. Originally,
When he felt the abnormal aura of Lin Tianjin and Lin Huodong, it was difficult for him to hold back, and with this breakthrough, why didn't he immediately vent? One could only blame these 9 absolute tops for their bad luck. Under the Lin clan's old ancestor, not to mention 9 absolute peak pinnacles, even if there were a few more, he would not be afraid. He was a veritable sword saint level, a transcendent existence, which was why it was said that in some ways he was actually more terrifying than a transcendent. In the Southeast Military Region's mighty Tiger Commando Special Training Campsite, 3 corpses of absolute peak pinnacles were lying here. I told you to help Lu Chen a long time ago. You had to wait until now. Qin Tianliu roared. Get out of here. How do you talk to your laborer? Those are all absolute tops. Your laborer, I'm only the peak of a grand master. Go save a dur. Send food? Qin Xiaotian gave Qin Tianliu a brain crash. He was speechless to this son. So old. It's good to be righteous, but it has to depend on the situation. Being surrounded by a bunch of absolute peak pinnacles, and knowing full well that Lu Chen's side also had the existence of absolute peaks, he was still fucking clamoring to go and save the people here. Fortunately, the other party only meant to block, or else with a random slap, both father and son would have to be accounted for here. A cerebral crash struck Qin Xiaotian's head. Gu. Father, why are you hitting me? Qin Xiaotian looked at the old man behind him with an aggrieved face. That's the best you've got. You know you're no good, don't you? What have you done? It doesn't matter if you're a vegetable. You don't even have the courage. You're worse than your son. The old man stared angrily at Qin Xiaotian with glaring eyes. This person was none other than Qin Tianliu's grandfather, Qin Ao, a half-step transcendent existence. But in the next second, a cerebral avalanche snapped on Qin Ao's head. Father, what are you doing? Looking at the other old man behind him, Qin Ao was speechless. The son and grandson are here. Don't you want to show some face? You're out of your league? You're not a vegetable? You've been a good boy for so many years and you still haven't crossed over to transcendence? What can the two of them do if they go? They're not even qualified to deliver food. A bunch of brainless fools. Qin Ao's old man, Qin Buren, walked over and scolded with hatred. That made all 3 of them roll their eyes. Qin Ao thought, isn't it normal that I can't cross in? Transcendent is not a cabbage. Besides, didn't your old man only cross over 10 years ago? I'm more than 20 years younger than you, so I might be even better than you. And Qin Xiaotian and Qin Tianliu were even more speechless. What do you mean we're not even qualified to serve food? Is that how you talk about your grandchildren and great-grandchildren? There are so many people around. Don't we want to lose face? Qin Buxi, the old ancestor of the Qin family. That is, Qin Xiaotian's grandfather, Qin Tianliu's great-grandfather, a transcendent existence, also one of the true pillars of the Summerland. On the sidelines of the Tiger's commando soldiers, general officers and so on, watching from the side, they did not dare to say a word. The 4 masters of a sect. In the eyes of outsiders that was a transcendent existence. But today's scene made all of them refresh their 3 views. Completely a family of 4 comedians. Then go now or not? Qin Ao asked, touching his reddened head from the knock. Nonsense. You come with me. Because that a few old ghosts have gone. This time the 4 countries over there to practice. We were less people. Not to go to the stand is not a sure loser? Tai grandpa, I'll go too. Qin Tianliu shouted out at this moment. You're going to deliver the food? Cultivate with me honestly here. Wasted for so many years. Not catching up? Waiting to eat shit? You laugh AP. You are the same. Hurry up and give labor to go cultivate. Walk out all give labor shame. After scolding Qin Tian Taki, seeing Qin Xiaotian on the side actually snickering, Qin Buxia directly scolded. After cursing, he carried Qin Ao, who was snickering next to him, and stepped into the air, leaving Qin Ao screaming, Pops, let go of me. What are you doing with my neck? Am I shameless? These people in the military region looked at these few living treasures and were speechless in their hearts. Li Yang, at the spring in the back of Lu's village, Shuamo Chen was sizing up the duo of Su Fu Ling and Wu Ying when suddenly the space around them distorted. Buzz buzz. After a series of spatial ripples, 32 people appeared, with different costumes, obviously from multiple countries, but their strength was uniformly at the peak of the absolute peak realm. This scene made Lu Chen stagger and look towards Lin Tianjin. Didn't you say there weren't many absolute peaks? Big brother, think about how many people there are in the world, and then look at how many Jedi tops there are here. Is that not a bad ratio? Lin Tianjin said breathlessly. That seems to be the case. Lu Chen was right when he thought about it. Blue Star has a population of tens of billions of people, and there are only 32 Jedi peaks here. And even if there were 100 times as many, in such a large population base, it would still be a very, very small portion of the population. Before he could think much about it, the space behind them squirmed as well. In the blink of an eye, another 21 absolute peak pinnacles appeared.
But this time, all those who came were from the Summer Kingdom. Both sides were eyeing each other, but none of them made a move, as if they were waiting for something. Buzz. The space behind Boris warped again and 4 old men appeared out of thin air. One of them was none other than Dukas from Hakamuda. Seeing these 4 people, the 32 absolute peak pinnacles over there saluted in a respectful manner. Who killed Caesar? Dukas looked to Boris and spoke directly. Great Emperor, it's him. Boris, his forehead sweating, pointed at Lin Huadong. His heart was fuming and his body was trembling uncontrollably. Caesar was Dukas's most beloved disciple, and now he was being decapitated under his nose. According to Dukas's character, he was afraid that he would be out of luck. As expected, when Dukas took a look at the root damaged and seemingly oiled Lin Huadong, he became furious. A direct slap on Boris's face. Waste of space. You're here as a Jedi peak, and you're surprised that a half-step Jedi peak killed Caesar right under your nose? What use do I need you for? After saying that, he slapped his palm towards Boris. No, Boris hissed in horror. Yet to no avail. After the slap, Boris didn't even have a crumb left. Dukas didn't seem to be relieved yet and swept towards the remaining Furukawa Naoya and the others. With this glance, the necks of Furukawa Naoya and the others all shrank. Lin family, you're good. You even dare to kill my Dukas's disciples. Die. Dukas struck again, a claw in the air, intending to directly grab Lin Huadong and explode him. Bastard. Lin Tianjin directly stopped in front of Lin Huadong's body about to resist. Dukas, are my Lin family's people also for you to touch? Suddenly, a stern cry came, followed by a shocking sword light. This sword light seemed to pierce through the firmament, and with a single sword, it shattered this grab of Dukas. Lin Feng, a claw was broken, and Dukas's anger increased. Dukas, why are you so angry? At this time, 2 more figures appeared, and it was none other than Qin Buren and Qin Ao. I killed your son. Try to get angry? Just you? Qin Ao scoffed. He is at least a half-step transcendent. In your mouth just say kill? Asshole. Dukas swung another palm. Qin Bufu snorted coldly and pounded out a fist, countering it with a punch. Boom! It was as if space was about to tear apart, and the Jedi around the vibration were intent on moving. However, with this palm, on the surface, the two seemed to be evenly matched, but only the party Qin Bushue no. In fact, he is a few points weaker. At this time he pounded out this punch, his right hand immediately negative behind the back. Cannot stop trembling, the tiger's mouth are a little torn, and the body, the 5 viscera and 6 bowels are a surge. Very difficult, if not hard to hold a breath, afraid to vomit blood on the spot. Sure enough, this slaughtering emperor was not just a name for nothing, because Dukas was a veteran powerhouse who had crossed over into transcendence. He was ruthless and used to slaughter people's entire families at the drop of a hat, hence the title of slaughter. As for the great emperor, it was his self-appointment, the self-proclaimed emperor of the transcendental realm. In the Xia kingdom, only that Li Boshan of Shinong Mountain could be considered a match for him. Nothing more than that, Dukas said dismissively, although Qin Buxi hit it well. In the end, he couldn't hide from Dukas's sharp 6 senses, and he could already see Qin Buxi's discomfort. Qin Ao was about to open his mouth was stopped by Qin Buren, glaring at him. Straw bag son, no wonder has been stuck in the half-step transcendental cannot break through. This time to show tongue what is the use, will only provoke each other. Both sides of the battle itself is the other side of the crowd. After all, over there is several countries united. In front of these cannot be their full strength. And what about Xia? Even if they all turn out, they still don't have an advantage in numbers. If it wasn't for the fact that there was a Libason that gave Dukas some scruples, I'm afraid they wouldn't have made that rule 50 years ago. In the beginning, this Dukas had lost half a move in the hands of Li Boshan, which led to 50 years of peaceful days in Xia. Glancing at Qin Ao, who had been stopped, Dukas once again looked at Lin Feng. Old thing, I will kill Lin Huadong, my disciple cannot die in vain. Dukas said again. You can try. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows, his body exuding a stern aura, as if a sharp sword was about to be sheathed at any moment. Although he was only a half-step transcendent, by virtue of the fact that he was a sword cultivator, Rincon was not afraid of Dukas. Unconscionable. Dukas stopped talking and directly attacked towards Lin Huadong. Chop. Lin Feng was also very dry. A sword directly chopped at the place of his neck, attacking him to save him. Dukas calmly reached out his left hand and flicked it outwards, bouncing off Lin Feng's sword and grabbing towards Lin Huadong once again. Lin Tianjin drew his sword and chopped, directly the strongest move of the desolate sword scripture. Chop desolate, was made, but this sword to the front of Dukas, cannot be enough to see, curved finger a flick, even people with the sword directly by its flick, the person was still in the air. Lin Tianjin was a mouthful of blood sprayed out.
His breath instantly shriveled. He was not badly injured. This was still due to the fact that he had practiced the Vajra forging decision. Plus he had already transformed his elemental pure body, and his defense and attacks had both increased greatly. Otherwise, if he had been replaced by the previous Lin Tianjin, he would have inevitably fallen under this finger. 13. Seeing this, Lin Feng shouted angrily and directly chopped towards Dukas again. Old piker, you're looking for death. Dukas, who had to get out of the way when he was struck by a sword, was completely enraged. Although he didn't put Lin Feng in his eyes, he still had to avoid Lin Feng's swordsmanship, or else if he was really cut solidly, then he himself would have to be seriously injured. After avoiding the sword, Dukas flashed, and before even Lin Feng had time to react, he received a slap on his back. Put, Ghost Shadow Flash? You practiced it? Blood sprayed out of his mouth as Lin Feng's face revealed a look of shock. The Ghost Shadow Flash was the very same ancient book that had been fought over by Dukas in the periphery when that ancient relic opened 50 years ago. At that time, they arrived first, so they flipped through a few pages of this ancient book, which was precisely a secret method called Ghost Shadow Flash. After practicing it, they would gain the unpredictable stance of the gods and ghosts, making people unable to defend themselves. That's what I was attracted to just now. In an instant, his breath fell a few points as well. Dukas didn't multiply his victory. After all, the Lin family all had secret forbidden moves, and if he pushed this old man to the brink, it would inevitably be another bloody battle. Thus, he made an instant decision and once again killed towards Lin Huadong. Senior, make your move. And at this moment, seeing that his side was continuously losing, Lu Chen opened his mouth towards Shui Emochen. There's no hurry, someone else is coming. Shui Emochen heard Lu Chen's words, but he glanced in a certain direction and laughed lightly. Just as Lu Chen was puzzled, a space suddenly squirmed, a figure stepped out of the air, and in a blur, that person had already arrived in front of Lin Huadong, and launched a palm. Boom! Dukas took 2 steps backward, and the figure took 2 steps backward as well. Li Bashan, seeing the visitor, Dukas's eyes were red and his face was filled with anger. It was because of this man in front of him that 50 years had been lost to him, and in hindsight he realized he was onto him, and at that point he was subdued. In fact, at that time, on the surface he was losing half a move, but in fact, the first Li Bashan at that time was also already strong. As long as he added another palm, Li Bashan would surely be defeated. However, said the words, splashed out of the water. He died to save face so he could only swallow his anger after returning to the closed door training, has been refusing to come out of the closed door. This time, if it wasn't for his beloved disciple being killed, he would have definitely waited until the day the ancient relics reappeared to come out for a clean slate. But now, nothing matters. Dukas, have you forgotten the agreement? Li Boshan looked at Dukas in a deep voice. A pact? But it's just falling for your trap. You Xia people like to play this kind of tactics. Dukas spat disdainfully. You're a strong man. A mouthful of spit. Are you going back on your word? Don't try to disgust me with this. Today I will kill Lin Huadong and Lu Chen and the others. From Justin, he had learned that some of his own men had died at the hands of Lu Chen, Lin Tianjin and Gai Tianhao. Since he himself had come this time, he naturally couldn't let go of the celestial pride of the Xia kingdom. How could he not be mad when the top 10 of the beautiful country's dragon slayers list were now all gone? This Li Bashan also pulled the agreement. Half a year after the bet is a total of 2 points. 1. To see which side in the secular world of the highest economic gains, more 50 places. 2. The top 10 of each country's heavenly pride list against each other, the winning side more 50 places. This time, the second point doesn't even need to be compared. It's all over on your side. Then let's see if you can kill it. Li Bashan also raised his eyebrows and spoke in a deep voice. Together, destroy them. Things have come to this. What do you care about the agreement? Just do it. In an instant, the people from the multinational alliance directly began to attack. 32 absolute peak pinnacles plus those 9 early absolute peaks that didn't die earlier all striking out with a might that shook the heavens. The 21 absolute peak pinnacles on the Xia side also struck at the same time. At 41 to 21, Summer is losing a lot of ground in terms of numbers. Qin Ao then tried to step forward to assist, but was stopped by a man. A bull. Get out of the way. Seeing the visitor, Qin Ao's face grimaced. You're a half-step transcendent. What are you going to fight them for? Your opponent is me. After saying that, he directly struck out and attacked Qin Ao. Asshole, think labor is afraid of you? Qin Ao roared angrily and instantly battled with him. Although this bull was a transcendent, but he had only just crossed into the transcendent realm, Qin Ao was completely unafraid. For a while, the two fought back and forth, hard to distinguish. Li Bashan, come and fight, Dukas directly shouted, bullying up. Not to defeat this old man, Lin Huadong, those few he certainly cannot kill for the time being, so directly new hatred in old hatred, first with Li Boshan to calculate. Battle! Li Boshan didn't have much to say as he spat out a single word and swung his palm to meet him, and as the battle between the two of them fought, the other two transcendents also approached Lin Feng and Qin Bushui. This time, the field flying sand and stones. As if the end came, you bombarded me with a fist, I chopped you with a palm. The fight was called a tragic. Senior, aren't you going to make a move? Lu Chen said again. Although he couldn't see the depths of this Shui Mo Chen's strength, but just by his previous means of destroying Shimanga Ming with a single thought, he was clearly a strong person. I only have 3 chances to make a move, and I've already done it once before. Are you sure you want me to do it now? Shui Mo Chen looked at Lu Chen playfully, as if he was only interested in him and Wu Wing, Su Fu Ling right now, and didn't care about anything else. Already struck out once? At Shui Majian's words, Lu Chen immediately froze on the spot. When did he make a move? After thinking about it for a moment, it dawned on Lu Chen, and then he just rolled his eyes and didn't know what to say. Previously, that Nakajima Guming rushed up and was killed by Shui Mo Chen. It was not his own shout, but also counted on his own head? This is also too much bullshit. However, since he said what he did, Lu Chen looked at the field and seemed to be fine for the time being, so he didn't rush it. Let's wait and see what happens. Wait until it's really not possible, and don't waste your chance in case you can carry it. After all, there are only 2 more shots left. Thus, he looked at Lin Tianjin, who was on the side. The battle continued. At this time Lin Tianjin guarded Lin Huadong, gnashing his teeth, wishing that he was now the peak of the absolute peak or had stepped into the transcendent and could join the battle directly. Don't look. I'll treat your eldest uncle first. Anyway, there was no winner over there for a while, so Lu Chen simply came to Lin Tianjin's place, ready to see if his eldest uncle could be treated first. Just now, that Lin Huadong's forbidden move had made Lu Chen's eyes sizzle as he looked at it. It was too bullish. Ha, boss, you can heal? Lin Tianjin froze. I don't know. Let's see. Lu Chen didn't say that he would be able to cure it. After all, this wasn't an illness. It was root damage. Although the Xianlong acupuncture technique had mentioned the means of healing this type of situation, he hadn't tried it and didn't dare to pack his bags. Brother Lu Chen, Lin Bo is a root damage, which is incurable. Otherwise so many people in the ancient martial arts family in the Great War 50 years ago, because of the forbidden strokes, damaged the root. The power cannot be refined. Seniors will not be depressed. At this time, Su Zizi came over and looked at Lin Huadong with a regretful expression and said, anyway, you also said that there are no doctors out there, so let's beat a dead horse. In case it gets better? Lu Chen laughed. Su Zizi is somewhat speechless. Their Su family is focused on medicine. They have no way to cure. You can still cure? You're really trying to say that this thing isn't even salvageable, and if it is, I'll eat shit live. However, due to his face and the fact that he had previously received Lu Chen's elemental stone, Su Zizi did not continue. Fine, save it if you want, it can't get any worse anyway. Lu Chen walked over to Lin Huadong and squatted down. Uncle Lin, I'm going to start applying needles to you. There might be some discomfort and pain. Bear with it. Feel free to give it a try. Lin Huadong barely smiled. His chi was like a swimmer. His roots were damaged, and he could not lift any strength at all. But he believed in Lin Tianjin, the person who could make this nephew of his call out his boss, and was convinced. He naturally believed in himself. After Lu Chen smiled in response, he immediately eliminated the murmurs and took out the silver needles he had with him to start administering, with the gas as a guide. The intention to the needle. Lu Chen, in accordance with the essentials of the Xianlong needle method, hand-pinched silver needle in Lin Huadong's body, quickly wandering. The technique is very ethereal and dynamic. See, the side of the Su Zizi are dumbfounded. His Su family was a world of medicine, and there were countless magical healing methods, but he had never seen such a subtle formation before. It even made Su Zizi have an illusion, as if Lu Chen might actually be able to cure this Lin Huadong. He slapped himself on the thigh to clear his head. How could I have such a thought? It's incurable. Su Ziwei scoffed to himself. However, in the next second, after Lu Chen withdrew the needle, he was dumbfounded, because Lin Huadong jumped up from the ground in vain. The pallor of his face was swept away, and his face was even a few points rosier than before. Crap! Su Zizi rubbed his eyes and made to look again to make sure that it wasn't his eyesight. Lin Huadong, who had been lying there dying before, was alive and well and directly jumped up. Moreover, looking at his face, it seemed that his body was running without any obstruction except for a little lack of aura. Lu Chen could not replenish his aura with this needle technique, and even though he had cured Lin Huadong, he could not replenish his missing aura at once. But even so, it had already left everyone in awe and amazement. Su Zizhong is even more regardless. A step forward. Also do not care how Lin Huodong think. Directly grabbed his pulse, probed up. It was fine if he didn't probe, but when he did, he was shocked. Root damage would inevitably lead to clogged and broken meridians. After all, that was a forbidden move, and the super loaded output would naturally cause great damage. But now, not to mention broken and blocked, this tendon was even more energized than his own. Crap, hell, how did this happen? Su Zi's worldview all collapsed in this instant. Is it really possible to heal a broken root? Even the old ancestors couldn't do it. The shock in Lin Huodong's heart was even greater at this time, but he had experienced the changes in his body. After Lu Chen had gone down with so many needles, or else the previously damaged foundation was completely healed, and even the dark diseases left behind by his previous practice were all gone at once. What shocked him even more was that his tendons and veins were like newborns after this time, and they were even tougher than the previous ones, and the barrier of extinction, which had not been broken for a long time, seemed to have loosened up at this moment as well. Lin Huodong even felt that as long as he sat down and absorbed a full amount of spiritual qi now, he would be able to make a direct breakthrough in the water. The discovery made him simply ecstatic. Mind you, he's been stuck at this barrier for almost 10 years now and has been unable to break through. I didn't realize that the barrier had been loosened by this blessing. Lu Chen, thank you, ha ha ha, you're too good. In the future, if 13 has anything that pisses you off, you give me the word and I'll beat him to death. Lin Huodong was so happy that he became incoherent. This caused Lin Tianjin, who was at the side, to hear a look of sorrow. God damn, beat me to death. Big uncle, you have changed. Before were the most favored me. He, Uncle Lin, don't be polite. Hurry up and make a breakthrough. I guess there will be a vicious battle later. Good. Lin Huodong was also a refreshing person. With his current battle power, going up without using a forbidden move would be a delivery. Nowadays, all around this area were absolute tops and transcendentals fighting, so it was useless for him to go there. So, it was dry to sit aside to break through. After all, for the time being, it was safer here, especially with that sudden appearance of Shui Mochen here. Although he could not see what strength he had, Lin Huodong's intuition told him that this person should be very powerful, and naturally, this scene did not escape the eyes of those transcendents. Fark, that kid can heal root damage. Kill him first. Dukas instantly gave the order. In an instant, the 5 Jedi tops directly killed towards Lu Chen. Shin Ao. Stop them, protect Lu Chen. Shin Buxi shouted sternly, instantly transforming into a split body and stopping Shin Ao's opponent. A bull. He had naturally seen the scene of Lu Chen healing Lin Huodong just now, and it had shocked him. 50 years ago, that big battle, the reason why can safely through. In addition to Li Bashan with a plan to set up Dukas, a large part of it is also relying on those old brothers to use the forbidden tricks to fight to the death to defend. And those old brothers naturally had all their roots destroyed, and now they could only be normal people and retire in the military district. They naturally wanted to recover and still wanted to fight, but unfortunately the root damage was completely beyond repair. However, just a moment ago, he saw hope. This if he could cure all those old brothers. Then all of a sudden, the Xia Kingdom would have many more absolute peaks or even absolute peaks. So, he put up a fight. Lin Feng on the side was also fuming. His own son's roots were damaged. Originally he was holding his breath in his heart. Suddenly he saw that Lin Huodong was cured. He was so happy that he almost ran over and kissed Lu Chen twice. Now that he saw that Dukas was determined to kill Lu Chen, how could he not be angry? Straight up, he didn't want to start fighting, and it knocked his opponent off his feet for a second, and he was losing ground. Even though Lin Feng was only a half-step transcendent and inferior to himself, but when he was so vicious, even if he was a transcendent he couldn't afford to eat. Lover, are you on a diet? You can't even watch a half-step transcendent? What are you running for? Stop him. Daukas saw that Luvier was actually being pressed by Lin Feng, retreating as he fought, and his anger surged. Fark, what a person who can heal root damage can bring to Xiagua. Aren't you guys aware of that? Don't hide it. If you can't kill these boys today, it's all game over in the future. Dukas angrily stared at those overwhelming peaks of his country and roared. These absolute peak pinnacles that came over from the Sakura country, the Stick country, the Indo-Turkish country, and so on, were simply playing it safe, fighting for half a day now, an injury or not, completely not with the absolute top of the summer country hard. This is going to be prepared to fight to a few years? It was only when they heard Dukas's words that a solemn look appeared on the faces of these absolute peak pinnacles. Dukas was right. If the Summer Kingdom had a character like Lu Chen, those early Summer Kingdom powerhouses might actually be able to recover a lot. If this was the case, and Xia's high-end combat power was replenished, it would be a fatal injury to their alliance of several countries. Something like that should never happen. So, these people got real. they themselves had the advantage in numbers.
And when they got serious about this, the Jedi top of the Summer Kingdom was instantly pressed by them, and they lost every step of the way. Moreover, 3 more peak absolute peaks were scratched out from amongst them, making a total of 8 people killing towards Lu Chen. A bull also directly used his detachment and once again wrapped around Qin Ao, preventing him from blocking the attacks of these 8 people. Lu Chen, be careful, Lin Feng and Qin Buxi shouted at the same time, the power in their hands increasing even more, wanting to break out. Lu Chen Sr., can you save Lu Chen? The 3 women saw that Lu Chen was in danger, and after shouting out, they looked towards the Shui Mo Chen in front of them. Yes, as long as you 2 become my disciples, Shui Mo Chen said as he looked at Wu Yin and Su Fuling. Alright, as long as you can demonstrate enough qualifications to be our master and save Lu Chen. We both agree. The situation was critical, Su Fuling said directly. Oh, is this galvanizing? However, I can fulfill your request. But, said Shui Mo Chen, glancing at the few killing Jia Peak pinnacles, scorn in his eyes, but they are not worthy of my hand, so let him do the fighting. Following Shui Mo Chen's finger, the 3 Angie girls froze. Lin Xiaotian? Are you kidding? He's only a zone master. Su Fuling was on the verge of crying with anxiety. What a time to be joking. The opposite side was the peak of the 8 great absolute peaks. Lu Chen couldn't even carry it. So you're asking Lin Xiaotian, a freshly minted grandmaster, to fight? It's not even enough to qualify. I never joke. Remember what you guys said. After saying that, Shui Mo Chen pointed at Lin Xiaotian. Buzz, a transparent beam of light directly enveloped Lin Xiaotian. In the next second, Lin Xiaotian's entire body's aura directly soared. The middle of the sect master. The peak of the sect master. The great sect master. 3 breaths later, a harsh whistle resounded through the cloudy sky. Boom! The sky suddenly darkened at this moment, and the wind and thunder were loud. Kra! A bolt of lightning descended from the sky and directly blasted onto the body of an early-stage absolute peak. A miserable scream. That Jedi top's hair was electrified and instantly exploded, just like a Killmonger. Within a few breaths, the man fell out of the air and onto the ground, twitching continuously, his entire face blackened and twisted by the electricity. What the hell is this? Why is there suddenly thunder and lightning? I don't know. I'll go. Another one. The crowd on the side all stopped fighting at this moment, looking at the incredible scene in front of them. At this time, another thunderbolt fell and smashed onto this person. PFF, a mouthful of white foam sprayed out, and this Jedi top convulsed again for 2, 3 times, and then didn't move at all. Dead? No way? Crap. Is this the wrath of God in broad daylight? Looking at the very bizarre scene in front of them, everyone was messed up. This time, however, Lin Xiaotian was unusually excited, as if he was able to manipulate thunder and lightning. Just now, he only felt that he had a connection with the lightning in the sky in the underworld, and a force felt like it was about to burst out of his body. He was swollen and uncomfortable, so he pointed at the Jedi peak from earlier, and a lightning bolt landed on top of the man's head. I can control lightning? Ha ha, I can control lightning. After a short period of shock, Lin Xiaotian laughed wantonly. Before, he could only watch from the sidelines as his master and boss fought, followed by a group of Jedi tops who even his master couldn't seem to beat. However, now, after that mysterious and uncharacteristically handsome Shui Mo Chen so pointed out, his own cattle this time, he drifted away, and the nature of the wild young man exploded once again. Bubu. Mouths shouted and fingers clicked furiously. Sure enough, as he thought, whoever he pointed his finger at was bombarded by heavenly thunder. This kind of lightning strike, it seemed that even the absolute peaks could not carry it, and when an absolute peak resisted to the 6th strike, he also died with his hair blowing up and his whole body scorched black. This scene gave all of Justin and the others the creeps. Even a transcendent like Dukas was stunned. Fark. This is what? Never seen such a situation. This kid who suddenly shouted and ran out. Not only was his own strength exploding strangely, in just a few minutes he had already crossed over into the King Seal realm. Crossing 2 large realm barriers directly in one go was simply unheard of. The point is that this sudden thundercloud in the sky seems to be under his control, pointing at whoever he wants to electrocute. This is heavenly thunder. Who can carry it? Thus, the whole place was in chaos. Once he realized that Lin Xiaotian was looking over, that person instantly ran away, fearing that if he ran slowly, he would become his next target. The most terrible thing is that, but wherever Lin Xiaotian see, how you run is useless. That day thunder is just like installing a tracker. Where to run have to be bombed. Simply no reason to say. Boom boom boom. As Lin Xiaotian pointed wildly and chaotically in the arena, heavenly thunderbolts indiscriminately began to fall continuously, blowing up the group of absolute peak pinnacles and causing them to scream in agony. In just 10 minutes, 7 early-stage absolute peaks were blasted alive by the heavenly thunderbolt, and 3 peak absolute peaks were killed by the blast even though they were able to resist it. The only 2 remaining early-stage absolute peaks, Furukawa Shinya and Justin, were terrified at this time, holding their heads and constantly fleeing behind the crowd, fearing that they would be discovered by Lin Xiaotian. People at the peak of the absolute peak couldn't even carry 6 heavenly thunderbolts, let alone these 2 early-stage ones of theirs. Blow up, you stupid batches. By Ubo Lin Xiaotian was having no fun at the moment, constantly pointing at the absolute top of the field. How had these tops ever imagined that one day, they would be whisked around by a brat who was only a small sect master at first? All of these tops in the Summer Kingdom were dumbfounded. Can they still play like this? Lu Chen and Anchi's few people were even more horrified as they looked at the originator of this incident, Shui Emochen. It was this man's single finger that led to Lin Xiaotian's invincibility. You? Who exactly are you? Lu Chen couldn't help but ask. This emperor is the ice and snow emperor of the Xianyuan continent. An aura of arrogance surfaced as Shui Emochen spoke his name. At this moment, he was like an emperor, looking out of the corner of his eye. The look in his eyes was as if everything in the world was an ant in his eyes. The Ice Emperor? Regulus Continent? What's that? Wu Ying asked weakly. Today was a day that opened her eyes to something she had never dared to think about in her life. At this moment, another man who was so mysterious and powerful appeared and said something they didn't understand at all. It was really hard to digest. Seeing that it was Wu Ying who was asking, Shuaimochen's aura tightened up a bit and slowly opened his mouth. The Xianyuan continent is a realm that is much higher in rank than this place. You'll all know about it later on. And as for the Great Emperor's being a title of strength, let me put it to you this way. In the Xianyuan continent, the Great Emperors are the ones who have the top tier of power. Girl, now are you two willing to worship me as your teacher? After explaining, Shuaimochen once again looked at Wu Ying and Su Fuling. Both of them looked at Lu Chen at the same time. Seeing this, Shuaimochen raised an eyebrow and looked at Lu Chen as well. You guys can worship if you want. I don't have a problem with it, Lu Chen said directly, joking aside, though not very knowledgeable about the Regulus continent or the Ice Emperor. But didn't people say so? A realm that was many levels higher than here. He naturally probably knew something about it having read the novels. Moreover, the Great Emperor was the one who owned the top power over there. So such a character must be bullish. If you have a big leg and don't embrace it, aren't you a stupid critic? Besides, according to Lu Chen's observation, this Shuaimochen was genuinely interested in accepting these two girls as disciples and would not have any crooked thoughts, because from the beginning to the end, the eyes of Shuaimochen looking at Wu Ying and Su Fuling only had the kind of hot love for his disciple, and did not mean anything else. After reaching the middle stage of King Seal, Lu Chen was still confident in his ability to see people as good or bad. Oh, Master is above. Please accept Wu Ying's, Su Fuling, obeisance. Reading Lu Chen's meaning, the two girls directly paid their respects. Very good. Ha ha ha, don't worry. Master will definitely cultivate the two of you into supreme experts. Shuaimochen was in a good mood at this time. 99 Yang sacred body. That was a super sacred body that he hadn't found after searching for hundreds of years in the Xianyuan continent. With such a sacred body, he would be able to pass on his mantle. For the two sets of techniques he had created himself, only the 9 Yin sacred body and the 9 Yang sacred body would be able to receive the inheritance. If other saint bodies came to cultivate it, they would not be able to achieve half of the effects of this technique at all. This time, he felt that as long as he properly cultivated these two female dolls, then his power would be able to reach the top of the Xianyuan continent in the near future. On the other hand, Lin Xiaotian was having a great time, and even shouted out Lin Tianjin from time to time in a very smelly manner. Master, how about this move of mine? Master, this old ass beat you before, didn't he? Watch me electrocute him. Master, do you think if I fight you now, who will lose and who will win? This heard Lin Tianjin a burst of speechless. Boy, you damn floating awe. However, looking at that frightening heavenly thunder, Lin Tianjin shivered. This kid will not really call labor, right? And just at this time, the space distorted once again and two figures crossed out. At the same time, two huge palm prints descended from the sky and pressed toward Lin Xiaotian. Zip! Boom! The two huge palm prints blasted together with the heavenly thunder with a loud bang. And the two figures let out two muffled grunts with shocked faces. Lin Xiaotian, on the other hand, didn't fare so well this time, and was sent flying far away at once, spitting blood from his mouth. But fortunately, his entire body was surrounded by heavenly thunder lightning, but most of the power was neutralized. Otherwise, the ones who had struck out were two transcendents, and with a single slap, even if his strength had risen to Seal King now, he wouldn't be able to suffer very well. Yanagi, Yagami, you two are really shameless, playing sneak attack when you fight a junior. At this time, Qin Bushua blew his beard and eyes out and scolded. Those two figures were none other than the two transcendents of the Sakura country, who had been hidden in the shadows and had not been prepared to make a move. It was really because he saw that this Lin Xiaotian was too weird. Even the absolute peak pinnacle had fallen prey to it. And even their Sakura kingdom had just died of an absolute peak pinnacle and an absolute peak early stage. How could he still sit still? So he directly struck out. However, they didn't expect that the thunder of that day was really powerful. Even the two of them didn't get the benefit of the doubt. At this time, the palms of the two of them were paralyzed and unbearable, and their mouths were shivering. Junior, this kid is so weird and killed so many of us. He deserves to be killed. As the words fell, Yagami indirectly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he had already arrived at Lin Xiaotian's side and slapped his palm down. Xiaotian, Lin Tianjin exclaimed in shock. At this moment, everyone was being held back and there was no one to save him. Bang! The Yagami's palm fell directly into the air, and Lin Xiaotian's figure disappeared into thin air. In the next second, he raised his eyes and Lin Xiaotian appeared beside Xuemajin, Lu Chen and Lin Tianjin. Only at this time did they exhale, almost thinking that Lin Xiaotian was going to hang, and Lin Xiaotian himself was in a state of fear. To this day he was still under the terrifying power of Yagami's palm. Kid, you've been secretive since just now. What exactly are you? Yagami's eyes narrowed as he looked at Xuemajin and asked. Although Xuemajin had a head of silver hair, that face looked like it was just 24 or 25 years old. And the Yagami hadn't detected a single trace of energy in Xuemajin's body since the beginning, and at most it was a bit odd, since they had already broken through the heavenly thunder that was so terrifying just now. He felt that the two of them, himself and Ryusei, would have no trouble taking down this odd fellow. When the time comes to circle these boys, by the way, then the elemental stone essence is also in hand. The calculation was a good one, but unfortunately the next moment he knew he was barking up the wrong tree. Noise, deprivation. For words were spat out. And Yukamashin looked to Yagami. With just one glance, it was as if his entire body was imprisoned. Unable to move, panic appeared in Yagami's eyes. He was a transcendent of real value. But now just being stared at by the other party and not being able to move was too oozing. He tried to open his mouth to shout, yet realized that he seemed to have lost his voice. Slowly he realized something even more horrifying. His ears couldn't hear. He could see Ryusei seemingly shouting something to himself, but he just couldn't hear it. Then, too, the nose lost its sense of odor, and the tongue seemed to lose its senses for a moment. Finally, there was a blackout and I couldn't see anything. The five senses of touch, hearing, smell, taste, and sight were all lost, and he was plunged into endless terror. And to the outside world, it seemed that he was merely suspended in midair in a daze. And no matter how much Yanagi shouted, he remained motionless, as if he were a piece of wood. Next, the crowd saw a horrifying scene as Yagami's entire body gradually waned and dried up, and finally slowly dissipated like dust, disappearing into thin air. How is that possible? What the hell did you do? Ryusei was going crazy. He and Yagami, nearly 100 years of friendship, are not blood brothers but are more like it. But now, how could one bear to watch Yagami die strangely in front of one's eyes? Look at the sword. God of murder .. Hatred filled Yanagi's chest. There were no unnecessary words. He just wanted to cut the man in front of him with one slash. This blade carried the momentum of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth as it chopped towards Xuemajin. Wherever the blade went, the air around it seemed to be vaporized, emitting a ZZ sound. Even this blade made people hallucinate that it was the blade of a ghost. Kill the god? Ridiculous. However, after Xuemajin glanced at it, he only felt amused. How dare something like a mole cricket call itself a god? This time, he moved, extending an index finger, only to see his index finger white and clean as jade, crystalline and slender, more stunning than a woman's hand, as if it had never been stained with worldly things. It was such an index finger that pointed towards this slash of Yanagi's. Crack! A sound like broken glass came out. In Yanagi's terrified eyes, the god of killing slash instantly broke. But this was just the beginning. The driving sword in his hand also shattered a little bit, from the tip of the sword to the hilt, like the water and moon in a mirror. The remnants of the flower dissipated. Next, it was himself, from limbs to body, dissipating step by step. The most horrible thing was that he didn't feel a single ounce of pain, yet he experienced the greatest horror in the world. Imagine what it feels like to watch yourself dissipate little by little. No, you're the devil. Finally, his head dissolved as Ryusei hissed in horror. Hiss! The sound of cold air being drawn backwards rose and fell throughout the field. Such tactics are unheard of. Ryusei was a transcendent, a heavenly being, an almost invincible deity in the world. Just for this man who looked so beautiful and quiet, he was killed with a single finger? And die such a weird, horrible death. At this moment, not to mention those Jedi tops, even Dukas felt cold from the soles of his feet to his head. Damn, this is scarier than a horror story. How can we fight? Where did this Kiribati devil come from? Fear filled everyone's hearts. Even the heavenly fearless Lin family's old ancestor Lin Feng was swallowing hard at this moment, not slowing down for half a day. That too calm and collected. Taishan collapsed in front of the face, but the color does not move. Li Bashan, at this time, is also full of shock. Open mouth, are almost able to stuff into a duck egg. At this time, if he was given a snapshot, sent out for fear that it would have to destroy the three perceptions of all the ancient martial artists of Xia, Li Baoshan, the pin of the sea, also had this kind of dumbfounded moment. Crap. As for Lu Chen and Lin Tianjin, at this moment, the two of them looked at each other and half-heartedly burst out a foul mouth at the same time. Guessing that this guy is not simple. This is also too outrageous. This Nima is really a legendary Dozong powerhouse. Terrifying as hell. That's transcendental. It's like ordering mashed potatoes. A little bit and it melts? Just you mole crickets are worthy of calling yourselves gods? Call yourselves great emperors? Shui Mo Chen retracted his fingers behind his back and swept towards Dukas. He could remember this stupid elk calling himself a great emperor before. Dukas nearly pissed himself and shivered at the look he gave him, but he didn't dare to move a muscle. Not to mention him, but everyone in the entire arena didn't dare to move right now. It was as if they were all waiting for this emperor to give the word to see what to do with them. Shui Mo Chen turned around and stepped in the air, leisurely walking over to Lu Chen. What do you wish to do? Lu Chen froze. This was throwing the power of execution to himself? Kill, or not to kill? He hesitated and looked around. Dukasa's group of people, terrified, a face of fear. The heart is not willing. Once upon a time their fate will be in the hands of a kid. As for Qin Buxi, Lin Feng, Li Bashan and the others, they wanted to say something. After all, this profound and mysterious man was asking about Lu Chen, so they were not in a position to say much. Since you have set foot on the path of immortal cultivation, you are still so undecisive? At this time, Shui Mo Chen grunted in dissatisfaction, interrupting Lu Chen's thoughts and shaking him. He even saw through that he was not practicing ancient martial arts but cultivating immortality with a single glance. But thinking about it, he also relieved that since this person was called a great emperor and his methods were so bizarre and powerful, wasn't it only natural to see through himself? The road to immortal cultivation is long. It's a journey against the heavens, taking over the creation with heaven and earth. How can one hesitate? But, Lu Chen frowned, struggling internally. He was not a saint, but equally not a cold-blooded killer. Should all hostile ones be killed? As if he could see what was going on in his mind, Shui Mo Chen smiled. Born in this peaceful world, maybe you don't understand this yet, but this is not the end of the road for you. One day you will go over there. Saying this, Shui Mo Chen looked towards the sky. There, Lu Chen also followed his eyes and looked at the endless sky with a few white clouds floating around. Although I don't know how you were able to summon me here, it shows that you have great fortune, great encounters, and are destined to be extraordinary. And these people around you, this emperor can tell that they are also extraordinary. Sooner or later, we will meet again. So, before I leave, I'll give you a lesson as a gift for our encounter. Immortal cultivation is the original heart, is long life, is free. If you want to go farther on this road, you must not be indecisive. Cultivators of immortality such as the stars in the sky do not know how many. However, there are only so many chances. Have to fight, but also must fight. The immortal cultivation world is weak and strong. There are only two kinds of people, those on your side and those who are not on your side. But anyone who is not on your side has only one way of treating them: kill. The word kill was uttered, and a suffocating killing intent swept across heaven and earth. At this moment, the quiet and elegant Shui Mo Chen seemed to have transformed into a killing god from the infernal hell, which made people not dare to look directly at him. But wherever he glanced at him, it was as if he had been asked to lose his 3 souls and 7 souls. What Lu Chen saw in his eyes at this moment was a different scene, a continent that was even wider than the blue star. There, flying cultivators could be found everywhere, and each one of them was not in existence that he could fight against. They are free and easy. Wine, cultivate a variety of magical techniques, weekdays and amicable, with the Taoist couple that is loving. Male farming, female weaving can be described as happy and fulfilling. But the next second, the war opened. For the sake of chance, those brothers who used to talk about wine in the past turned against each other and fought, and their hands were more ruthless than one another. Those loving Tao couples were all furious at this moment, laying their hands on each other that was more cruel than the other. A scene that boggled his mind flew by in his mind as if it were a movie. Lu Chen's forehead broke out in all big beads of sweat, and he began to gasp for air, his face full of shock. Wake up! Shui Mo Chen spat out 2 words, and Lu Chen suddenly came to his senses, the fear in his eyes still not dissipated. Understand now? Shui Majin looked at him with a smile. Lu Chen nodded, his eyes glowing differently at this moment. It could be said that this time his state of mind had changed, and he understood the loneliness and cruelty of the cultivation path. Now then, what do you wish to do? Shui Mochen looked at Lu Chen once again and asked. Kill. This time, Lu Chen did not hesitate and responded directly. Very well, I have struck 3 times, but this one is considered my personal offering, Shui Majin said with a smile, then turned around and looked at Dukas and the others. Lu Chen was speechless. That's 3 strikes? Once was the person you wanted to kill yourself. It wasn't me who shouted. The second and third time was just killing Yagami and Yanagi? That's 3 times too fast, isn't it? There are still so many enemies on the other side. However, the next scene made Lu Chen feel that the opportunity to send this strike, that was really fragrant. When Dukas and the others saw Shui Mochen turn around and look this way again, how could they not know what they were up to? What Shui Mochen said just now didn't avoid them here, which made them feel deeply powerless at the same time as they were indignant and unwilling. Which one of them is not a high and mighty being on a regular basis? Now, it is the equivalent of a prisoner, and there seems to be no room for resistance. They did not think of escaping, but just now someone tried. This mysterious man did not know what barrier was laid around them. No matter how they attacked, they could not break out. It was simply a tragedy. Spell it out. War. At this moment, the transcendents and extremities on Dukas' side roared in anger. On the verge of frequent death, all of them's blood was aroused, and they wanted to fight back. 3 transcendentals and a dozen absolute tops were in full battle power, killing towards Shui Mochen. The attacks that roamed the sky were like the waves of the angry sea. Looking at Li Boshan, Lin Feng and the others on the side, they were staggered. With the collective bombardment of so many people, in their place they would have been blown up in minutes. But on the contrary, Shui Mochen seemed to be oblivious and stood there quietly. When the attack was about to get close, he could only see him slowly lifting his right index finger and pointing it in the air. Frozen vault, for words were spat out, and in the next moment, a scene that everyone present would never forget appeared. It was still a finger, but it was not at all on the same level as the one that had killed Yanagi before. This finger caused all those who attacked him to freeze instantly, containing those 3 transcendent existences without a single exception. And Shui Majin's control over this mysterious force could be said to have been subtle. A large area was frozen, but it perfectly bypassed all those on Lu Chen's side. Other than that, all the hostile targets were all frozen as perfect sculptures, and one could clearly see the look on their faces in the moment of freezing. There was horror, resentment, anger, grief, and madness. However, in the next moment, with Shui Mochen's breath blowing out, it all melted into nothingness. It was all a long story, but just a few short breaths. In a few breaths of time, a dozen or so proud great powers all fell. This is too powerful, isn't it? I'll go. Who the hell is Lu Chen? What exactly is this person's relationship with him? What level is this? Killing a transcendent is so simple? Then what have I cultivated for so many years until now? At this moment, Lin Feng and the others were all messed up. After all the pains and suffering, they broke through to the absolute top. Half-step transcendent, and had thought that they had stepped onto the top of the world. But seeing this scene today, what were they? The pinnacle of ridiculousness. In front of this Shui Mochen, they were not even as good as ants, and could be crushed to death with a single finger. A few old men looked at me and I looked at you. Only helpless bitter smiles remained, and there were even a few more points of despair in their eyes. However, there was an element of happiness. At least after this battle, the beautiful country, cherry blossom country, stick country and Indo-Turkish country had suffered a great loss of strength, and this time, the number of transcendent and absolute peak pinnacles they had lost had been nearly half of the number of transcendent and absolute peak pinnacles. In the next ancient ruins competition, at least the piece of force fighting Xia is stable. 50 extra places to hand. There was silence in the arena for a long time, and no one dared to make a sound. They were still immersed in the terror of Shui Mochen's finger just now. Senior, what realm are you in? Lu Chen broke the silence and couldn't help but ask. It was really because that scene just now was too shocking. His gift from the system and obtaining the 16 styles of Godslayer had already made him feel that the feats were extremely domineering and strong. However, compared to this finger of Shui Mochen, there was a huge gap. However, according to the 16 styles of Godslaying, learning the last can destroy gods and demons, so I wonder if there will be any surprises in the back. Oh, you don't need to know yet, but what I can tell you is that there are several levels above me, and that is the way of immortality. As he said this, a hint of expectation seemed to be revealed in Shui Mochen's eyes. Well, this is done. I'm taking them both away. What? Hearing Shui Mochen's words, Lu Chun, Wu Ying and Su Fu Ling were all shocked. Elder, you're taking them away? Naturally, There's a lack of aura here and a lack of resources that will allow them to cultivate. Only by going to the Regulus continent will they be able to grow up quickly. But you're just starting out now. Don't be childish. The road to immortal cultivation is still long. And if you're doing it for their own good, all the more reason to let them come with me. Or else in the future your cultivation will go up and they won't be able to keep up. So what do you think? You've all seen the scene before. If their cultivation is low, do you think you can protect them? Or do you protect them by doing nothing 24/7? It's still a matter of self-improvement. Lu Chen wasn't unaware of the reasoning behind what Shui Majin said. However, he didn't know where that what Xianyuan continent was, and he didn't know how to get there. More critically, what realm does one have to be in to get there? And how long does one have to train for? 1 year, 5 years, 10 years, or more? Seemingly seeing what was in his mind, Shui Chen smiled and said, "You don't have to be anxious. Breaking through the foundation establishment will allow you to go to the upper world. This day won't be too far away. But foundation establishment is just the beginning. In the immortal cultivation world as a child just learning to walk, your road is still long. Girl, say your goodbyes and go." After Shui Chen finished speaking, he directly said to Wu Ying and Su Fu Ling. Before this, Wu Ying and Su Fu Ling had also seen the images Lu Chen had seen, and knew the ferocity and reality of immortal cultivation. They also understood that if they wanted to be with Lu Chen, they had to be strong themselves, or else they would only become a burden to him. It's not as harmonious there as it is on Blue Star, where a single word can kill you. They also thought about the big deal of not ascending and just staying at the blue planet. But the next image showed them that it was all a delusion. When you step into cultivation, but whenever you're breathing, it's considered cultivation, just relatively slow. There would come a day when Lu Chen would break through the foundation establishment, and at that time, a lower realm like Blue Star would naturally not be able to accommodate Lu Chen and would ostracize him. He would have to leave then. Sooner or later, he would have to share. So he might as well take advantage of the fact that he was strong now. When immortal cultivators crossed into the Qi practicing realm, their lifespan would be longer than ordinary people, and they wouldn't be able to survive in the end if they didn't cultivate. Therefore, they also decided that they were willing to follow Shui Chen away to become stronger, so that when the time came, not only would they be able to stay with Lu Chen all the time, but they wouldn't drag him down, and they might even be able to help him in the future. So the two girls looked at each other, both understanding the mutual determination. The two ran over and boldly kissed Lu Chen, not caring about the bystanders. This separation did not know how many years it would take to see each other, but they were willing to wait, and they were also willing to go first to explore the way for Lu Chen, to establish a force that belonged to them in the future, which was also the condition that Shui Majin had promised the two of them individually before. To Shui Chen, since he had taken these two women as his disciples, they were naturally on his side. Even if they went to build forces for Lu Chen, they were still allies on the same side as himself. There was no difference, rather it was a good thing. After a long time, the lips parted, and the two women reluctantly bid farewell to Lu Chen and Angie, walking towards Shui Chen. "Senior, can I come along?" At this time, Angie unexpectedly walked out and opened her mouth to ask. She had just seen those scenes replayed, and her thoughts were the same as Su Fu Ling's and theirs. She also wanted to do something for Lu Chen. "You're also a rare greenwood saint body, but my gong method is not suitable for you," Shui Chen said indifferently as he looked at Angie. "Master, is there no other way?" Su Fu Ling grew up with Angie, so she naturally understood what she meant, and opened her mouth to ask. "My senior sister can teach you, but she doesn't like men, except for Master and me. He is disgusted with all other men. This if you go to her, in the future, you and Lu Chen meet. I'm afraid that there will be obstruction, unless you or Lu Chen can outsmart her." After thinking for a while, Shui Chen spoke again. "You're going to?" Lu Chen looked at Angie in surprise. "Lu Chen, I don't want to be a drag on you in the future. I hope that I can help you in the future as well." And she said with tears in her eyes, "I believe that I can surpass Senior's senior sister." Suddenly she turned to look at Shui Chen and said firmly. This caused Shui Chen to freeze for a moment, then revealed a satisfied dripping smile. "Good, you're very good. Just based on your words, I'll help you once in the future as well." Saying this, Shui Chen looked at Lu Chen oddly and spoke again. "I didn't expect that your confidants are all so outstanding, and they are all actually saint bodies. Sure enough, you are a great Qi master. I'm optimistic about you." This was the main reason why the Ice and Snow Great Emperor Shui Chen had treated Lu Chen well. Great Qi Luckers, also known as the so-called chosen ones, the great powers all liked to draw them in, and once they could let these chosen ones grow up, it would definitely benefit them a lot. As for that time to take away the Qi said, pure bullshit. Qi fixed in heaven, so easy to be deprived of occupation for themselves. That many people have long become the son of the chosen one. Senior, what about me? Just as Shui Mo-chan and the others were about to leave, Lin Xiaotian walked out and asked expectantly. Before, Shui Majian's finger made him feel good. If he could follow him to the upper realm, wouldn't he be a big bull in the future? Shui Mo-chan looked back at him, and then without saying anything, he saw him wave his big hand, and took the 3 women with him to instantly break through the air. With this wave from Shui Mo-chan, a 7-colored hole suddenly appeared in the sky above, similar to a wormhole rendered in color. An array of 7-colored light enveloped towards Shui Mo-chan and the 3 women, instantly pulling them into space. The hole then suddenly disappeared and the sky returned to normal, leaving only a voice behind. Lu Chun, the boundary-breaking entrance is in the west. We'll be waiting for you in the Xianyuan continent. The west? Lu Chen muttered. It's possible that Senior is talking about the ancient relics, the Kunlun Mountains. It's in the west. At this time, Li Bo Shan and the others walked over. Crap! I'm being ignored. Master, did you see that? At this time, Lin Xiao Genius shouted out. Pa, a brainbuster hit up. I think you've drifted. Go with Master to test your battle power today. Lin Tianjin said as he glared at Lin Xiaotian breathlessly. He. Master, don't. I'm afraid of hurting you. He. Lin Xiaotian scratched his head and said. Injure me? You're the pinnacle of a zone master? Come over here for the laborer. Saying that, he carried Lin Xiaotian and walked towards the distance. Master, I was wrong. I won't dare to fool around anymore. Ouch, it hurts. Lin Xiaotian's ghostly cries came from the distance. After the previous wave of tawdry maneuvers, without the support of Shui Mo-chan's divine power, Lin Xiaotian's strength had fallen back to the Zhongshu realm. But because of the baptism of the heavenly thunder, Lin Xiaotian, who himself possessed the pure body of the thunder element, was also considered to have received some benefits. His own mastery of the thunder element had become more refined, and his strength had also reached the peak of the Zhongshu from the early stage of the Zhongshu. However, this was a stinker in Lin Tianjin's eyes, so naturally, he had to take a pinch of this arrogant disciple who had drifted into oblivion. So a wave of fat beatings was inevitable. Lu Chen and the others were crying and laughing as they watched this scene. Then together they walked towards the Lu family village while talking and laughing. The Lu family village has never been so lively. Just a short time ago, here clattered a large group of people. Ancestor sacrifice feast so large venue, at this time are full. The periphery also stood a few circles of people. These men, there were in uniform. Every one of them executives. These people, there were in suits. Every one of them was a rich man. These people, who also wore Taoist robes and chivalrous costumes, looked like they were carrying an immortal aura. All sorts of people, all at once, converged together, momentarily overwhelming the crowd in the Lu family village. And these people were all here for one person, and that was Lu Chen. So there really is an upper realm. At this moment, Li Basan opened his mouth. Elder brother Lu, who exactly is that senior to you? Qin Buxi couldn't help but ask at this moment. At this question, everyone looked at him, and this was the confusion of the crowd. He's sort of the senior of my division. Lu Chen casually lied. To say it was their own master, they had seen the scene before. Unlike, if you say you're your own master, then your master has taken your woman as his disciple? It's not right. Come to think of it as Shifu. No wonder. Lu old brother, this you're not being polite. Having such a powerful division without saying hello in advance. Qin Buxi said again in a self-satisfied manner. These words caused Lu Chen and the father and son of Qin Tianliao, who had just arrived, to be speechless for a while. Lu Chen was speechless. You and I have only met for the first time. Are you very familiar? Why should I tell you? Qin Tianliao's father and son and grandfather Qin Ao, on the other hand, were speechless because this old ancestor called Lu Chen old brother. If you call us that, who are we? What's wrong with our seniority? Don't we want to lose face? Of course, there was no shortage of Lin family ancestors to join in the fun at this time. Ha. Lu old brother. This time my untalented grandson relied on you to activate the elemental pure body, and you also gave him the king grade elemental technique. Our Lin family owes you. In the future, but if there is an errand, as long as you say a word, I will go to the fire without hesitation. Lin Feng was very happy at this time. From this precious demon of his own family, he learned that Lu Chen had even given him a king's grade elemental technique. No wonder Lin Tianjin was able to end the washing and complete the full transformation in such a short period of time. And at this time, his battle power could be said to be unrivaled in the younger generation of the Summer Kingdom. Except for Lu Chen, of course. As for that guy Tianhao, at this moment, he was no match for Lin Tianjin, because just a moment ago, after Lin Tianjin had finished educating Lin Xiaotian, he made a date to fight against Guy Tianhao, and ended up winning by one move. This can make Lin Tianjin happy. How many years? has been pressed on the head of the stone, finally gave himself to overturn. People this happy and joyful, surprisingly gave him to reach the true sword heart penetration. This time, he was truly not far from stepping into the sword realm. Therefore, when the old ancestor learned of this news, the more he looked at Lu Qin, and he opened his mouth to call himself a brother, almost as if he really took out 3 sticks of incense to pay his respects. This could make Lin Huodong and Lin Tianjin, among others, look extremely speechless. These old guys, either they don't come out, or when they do, they're just bullshitting and recognizing their brothers. How can they live from now on? What do they call Lu Chen? Grandpa, I'm going to hell. The reason why Lu Chen pulled this big banner was also to find an excuse for himself. Otherwise they were all wondering why he was cultivating so fast. Especially Lin Tianjin, who had seen his spirit stones and his means of setting up formations and so on. So there had to be an explanation. Shuaimajian's appearance just fulfills this condition. Then it's not necessary to use it for nothing. Saving the explanation. This time, the beautiful country, the cherry blossom country, the stick country and the Indo-Turkish country have suffered serious losses in their high-end combat power, and the leaders of the younger generation of the beautiful country have been almost completely wiped out. So in the battle for the quota of the relics in half a year's time, our summer country should be stable. At this time, Qin Ao opened his mouth and said, his heart very comfortable. In this battle of Liyang, all of the top 10 of the beautiful country's dragon slaying list fell, and some half-step absolute tops and absolute tops of the cherry blossom country, Indo-Chinese country, and the stick country lost a lot of people, which was a good thing in the world for the Xia country. Don't think so easy. They can be shady. Who knows if they're still cultivating some darkies back there. Qin Buxi is not so optimistic. These countries have fought for so many years to explain. Are not oil lamps. Of course, the losses must have been big this time, because a lot of them were unexpected. But to say that he was devastated by this, Qin Bushue hadn't thought of it that way. The Qin family had always been in direct service to the Dragon Lord of the Summer Kingdom, so they still had a better understanding of the layouts and backhanded arrangements of the great powers. The Summer Kingdom's subterranean dragon list was also only ostensibly the young generation's demons, and on top of that, the Summer Kingdom still had a Dark Division and other backstops, and the geniuses cultivated within the Dark Division weren't much worse than the likes of Lin Tianjin and Gai Tianhao. Of course, now that Lin Tianjin had transformed into a pure body, then if he developed, he would naturally become the leader of the younger generation, and even Gai Tianhao wouldn't be able to catch up. After all, Gai Tianhao was only half transformed, an incomplete body, and according to this development, he would definitely not be Lin Tianjin's opponent in the future. Therefore, since the Xia Kingdom had a Dark Division and other backstops, a large country like the Beautiful Kingdom must have more than just the demons on the Dragon Slayer list. We'll talk about all this when the time comes, whether they have a backhand or not. At least they did lose a lot this time, especially the Transcendent and Absolute Peak Pinnacles, which in turn made it a lot easier for us. The Summer Kingdom. Lin Feng said at this time. Then there was a backhand. Transcendent and Extreme Peak were not big cabbages, for Transcendent and dozens of Extreme Peak died all at once. The beautiful country was no longer strong enough to hold up to this kind of depletion. Well, the battle power piece is still optimistic anyway as everyone continues to work on it. There's still half a year left, and it's unlikely that they'll be able to suddenly cultivate absolute peaks in half a year, let alone absolute peaks in Transcendence. So, the thing to fight for now is the economy. Old Ma, you tell us about it. After Li Basan said a few words, he looked at a middle-aged man in a suit at his side. This person was none other than Ma Xiaodong, the richest man in Xia, and his Tengfei group radiated many fields in Xia, and was a worthy business hegemon. Hello Mr. Lu, at the moment, Xia's economy is in an upward phase. The dividends are quite a lot, but with these allied countries like the beautiful country, if we talk about one-on-one, we are not afraid of Xia, but they are now in a binding alliance, and hitting one will usher in joint boycotts and malicious counter-acquisitions from several of them. So, a lot of times it still leaves our side a bit tied up, and Ma Xiaodong speaks with a mouthful of words, and it's not hard to see that he has a strong sense of control over global business and a nose for dividends. However, while he was speaking, he was observing Lu Chen, and even if he hit it well, it wasn't hard to see the colors of amazement and astonishment flashing through his eyes from time to time. As the richest man in Xia, he naturally had access to different information and people than the average person, so he naturally knew about this ancient martial arts world. This time when he was called, which one of the top seats was not a peak figure, but Lu Chen actually sat in the main seat. How could he not be alarmed by the fact that all these bigwigs were surrounding him with their warmth? And after saying so many things, Lu Chen was all calm and collected. This calmness was not something he should have at his age. Naturally, Ma Xiaodong was impressed again. In fact, Lu Chen how to understand these messy things, pretend to listen to understand on the line. If you ask a question or two at this point in time, these old guys can rattle on for half a day, and he doesn't want to listen to a rosary, so he appears to outsiders to be calm and collected. And the problem they're talking about is a complete non-issue when it comes to economic betting in Lu Chen's opinion. He had his own system, and after so many days of system rewards, he had a bunch more businesses in his hands, and a bunch more money. The other guy is tripping you up? Just smash him with money. Within half a year, he would enter the global business, aiming to make sure that in half a year's time, he would make the global business and financial world come to a great earthquake. This meeting at the Lu family village had allowed Lu Chen to know many of the rules and secrets of this world. He also knew that although it looked like several countries had suffered heavy damage this time, their fundamentals were still there, making him secretly marvel at the depth of the countries. But the good thing was that the deterrent was already there. And before Dukas and the others were exterminated, someone had already reported what was going on to their country. Those countries didn't know that Shui Mochen had gone back to the Xianyuan continent, so they would naturally be wary. Just now, the leaders of several countries also gave the Summer Dragon Master call, constantly emphasizing that the economic bets cannot be involved by force, but also repeatedly emphasized that if the force is involved, the big deal is that the fish is dead. These big countries are the most fundamental weapons but the nuclear weapons. This is the fundamental reason why the big powers are holding each other back and none of them dare to lay a hand on each other. Nuclear weapons are so powerful that even transcendent beings have to hold off. Taking a step back, maybe transcendence can dodge the nukes. But what's the point of living alone when everyone else is blown up? You mean the economic war? The ancient martial forces shall not participate in it. I know, not a big problem. Listening to Ma Xiaodong keep blabbering on and on, Lu Chen finally opened his mouth to interrupt. Ma Xiaodong froze, and his original shock instantly turned into dissatisfaction. I thought to myself, I'm really just a young man, looking at things so simply. Martial thinking. Mr. Lu, this business is not the same as cultivation. You can't do it recklessly. Ma Xiaodong still didn't hold back and said, but as soon as the words left his mouth, he kind of regretted them. On the side, Lin Feng, Qin Bushue, Qin Ao and even Lin Tianjin had all revealed expressions of dissatisfaction and disdain. What are you saying, old boy? Are you saying that all of us in the ancient martial arts world are reckless? No matter how big your business is, can you stand it once the rules are lifted? Without the backing of the ancient martial arts to make the rules, can you do your business peacefully? Lin Tianjin didn't have that many scruples and directly laughed out coldly. Ha, I didn't mean that. Ma Xiaodong snapped. Okay, my boss said no problem is no problem. Lin Tianjin also heard impatient. Practicing martial arts people do not like to babble, not to serve to do. A fist cannot be resolved to give him a sword. If this idea is known to Ma Xiaodong, he will definitely roll his eyes again. Isn't this the idea of a reckless person? That's right. If my boss says there's no problem, there's definitely no problem. At this time, Lin Xiaotian, who was on the side, also chimed in. His swollen face still piled with a flattering smile as he looked towards his master. Lin Tianjun. A brain crash knocked on Lin Xiaotian's head. Ah, master, why are you hitting me again? Lin Xiaotian looked at Lin Tianjin with a bitter face. Aggrieved. You want a beating even for kissing your own ass? Master, you're not being polite. Don't have any eyesight. I call Lu Chen boss and you call him boss too? The seniority is messed up. Lin Tianjin said in a serious manner. Ha, this. Then what am I shouting for? Lin Xiaotian froze. So Lin Tianjin was struggling with this? He did remember that Lin Tianjin had said earlier that he would call Lu Chen his boss in the future. You shout. Big brother big or old boss? Lin Tianjin couldn't think of how to shout for a moment and said casually. God TM old boss. Lin Xiaotian is speechless. Is there such a name? This master is a bit unreliable. Then shout big brother? Lin Xiaotian tried to ask. Well, just big brother. Lin Tianjin thought about it and nodded furiously, sort of finalizing it. Lu Chen looked at this scene with a blank stare. You two just made up your mind? You didn't ask my opinion? But he didn't care about these things. At this time, Cao Xiaolan was asking about his 3 daughters-in-law. What? You're going with them? Silly son. You let them go without giving you a baby first? Previously, those bigwigs had not avoided Lu Chen's immediate family when they spoke, and Gao Xiaolan naturally knew something about it. Shocked, when he heard that his 3 daughters-in-law had actually worshipped their masters and gone to another continent, his heart was in a hurry. She didn't give a damn about being a great emperor or not. Having grandchildren was the most important thing. Mom, what are you saying? Lu Chen was rendered speechless, feeling that his mom was thinking of holding grandchildren. Hey, your silly son. According to what you guys just said, I don't know how long it will take to see my daughter-in-law. Having a baby can be done while you're young.
which in case you have to go through a decade or 8 years to get over it. It's all the advanced age of maternity. Lu Chen was speechless. What is all this saying? Auntie, don't worry. Cultivation is to enhance the human body's genes. The stronger the strength of the baby born is of higher quality. At this time Lin Tianjin couldn't listen anymore and explained. Oh, is that so? That's okay, but we're all a handful of years old. If you wait for 10 or 8 years, how can we still hold our grandchildren? Gao Xiaolan once again suffered. Auntie, don't worry about this. Big brother wants a child. Isn't that a matter of minutes? But he has 2 other confidants over here. At this time, Lin Xiaotian came up and said something, but he knew that Lu Chen also had 2 girlfriends, Chu Zi and Li Shueting. What? There are 2 more? This time, Gao Xiaolan was stunned, followed by ecstasy. Son, you have 2 other girlfriends? Why didn't you bring them back? Mom, the 2 of them aren't in the mainland. They've gone over to Xianjiang on official business. Lu Chen said helplessly. Business? What do they do? Gao Xiaolan pursued. They, auntie, but you don't know how bullish Big Brother Big is. Those 2, TSK, extraordinary one is called Li Shueting, the other is called Chu Zi. Lin Xiaotian ran over smilingly and opened his mouth. This one is nothing but crazy and loves to gossip, and loves to talk about these things. This name, why does it sound somewhat familiar? Gao Xiaolan sniffed and thought back, seeming to have heard these 2 names before. Brother, Li Shueting is also your girlfriend? At this time, Lu Shuei exclaimed with a surprised face. She hadn't met up with Li Shueting, so she didn't really know about it. Lu Chen was speechless, not knowing what to say. I know all about Big Brother Big. Come on, I'll tell you guys about it. Lin Xiaotian came up. At this time, Lin Xiaotian utilized his 3-inch tongue and spoke eloquently. In order to be Lu Chen's little brother, he had done a lot of homework in the beginning, and naturally he knew about Li Shueting and the others, but he was just afraid that he would be careless in the future, and then offend Lu Chen's friends and family, so he had checked out all the people close to him, so it was really him who knew the most in the room. After hearing his words, Lu Chen's parents, grandfather and second uncle's family were shocked. It turned out that Lu Chen had not only had 5 major girlfriends over the years, but had also become a business giant in Jiangdu and Magic City. There is even a huge pharmaceutical industry chain in Jinling, and even the Warren Group and Dongqing Petrochemical Group in Xiangjiang had become absolutely controlling. At this time, Lu Chen's value was definitely more than $30 trillion. Hearing this, not only were Lu Chen's parents and the others shocked, even Ma Xiaoting and Qin Buren and the others on the side were shocked. Previously, Ma Xiaoting had even felt that Lu Chen was too hairy for that casual boast of his. Now, though, he wouldn't think so. Hairy people can have so much wealth at that age? At this moment, his gaze towards Lu Chen had changed, with a few more moments of appreciation and admiration. As for Qin Bushui and the others, they could be said to admire Lu Chen at this time. I didn't expect Lu Chen to be so young, but not only did he completely crush his generation in terms of cultivation, he also had a mysterious and powerful background. Through Lin Xiaotian's words, he had again let them know that the industrial capital that Lu Chen now possessed was surprisingly so powerful. This made them admire aside. They had a lot of confidence in this economic competition. Lu Chen, what a surprise! You are truly a genius. Not only in cultivation, but even business is played so smoothly by you. Li Bashan even sighed at this time. The ancient martial arts world had not planted many pawns in the secular world over the years. Although there are rules between countries, ancient martial arts may not force to participate in business competition, but there will be a lot of backroom operation. Just will not come blatantly, and will not use more than the force of the clan master or above. But even so, in terms of family alone, the wealth controlled in the secular world wasn't as much as Lu Chen's. There was absolutely no comparison. Elderly is flattering. I'm just fooling around. Lu Chen made a polite remark. I'm not going to say much more. The importance of the economic competition within this half year just now you know. Anyway, I will greet the Dragon Lord. What kind of help do you need? Just say it. This is my contact information. There are problems directly to me or Old Qin. As long as it's not damaging to the fundamentals of the Xia Kingdom, it can be solved for you. At this moment, Li Bashan handed over a private phone number and gave him a piece of his own refined psychic jade pendant. This export, Ma Shouting are shocked. He for the richest man in the summer country, when he was also shouted to talk to. Are not Li Bashan personally promised anything, but this Lu Chen in front of him, he had truly obtained Li Bashan's promise, and had brought along a Qin Buren. Lu Chen might not have been too aware of these 2 men's status and authority in Xia, but Ma Shouting knew it well. The military and political affairs of the Xia Kingdom, almost all of them are managed by the Qin family, and the 4 masters of the Qin family, including the late Qin Bushui's father, grandfather, have all been contributing to the Xia Kingdom. The Qin family is definitely the founding fathers, and Li Baoshan is equal to being in charge of internal affairs. Both of them were directly subordinate to the Dragon Lord of the Summer Kingdom, the true right and left hands of the Dragon Lord, holding the power of life and death. Although there was still that mysterious existence behind the Dragon Lord, externally, it was the two of them who made the call. Being able to get a promise from both of them, it could be said that Lu Chen would just walk sideways in the Xia Kingdom in the future, as long as he didn't harm the interests of the Xia Kingdom at all. At this moment, Ma Xiaodong was only envious of Lu Chen. Mr. Lu, you'll have to take care of me in the future. As soon as he thought of it, Ma Xiaodong stepped forward and saluted, treating Lu Chen respectfully for the first time. Well said. Well said. Lu Chen returned the salute. After chatting for a while longer about future arrangements and some details, the crowd began to leave. Lin Tianjin and Lin Xiaotian naturally stayed behind, and their grandfather even urged them to stay close to Lu Chen. Any fool could see that there was meat to eat with Lu Chen. Li Basan also left Gai Tianhao behind, so that Lu Chen could take a good lead. Lu Chen didn't refuse. He also saw that this Gai Tianhao was a man of blood, and was quite appreciative. Moreover, he would need some forces of his own in the future, no matter if he was in the Blue Star or if he went to the Regulus continent. It's time to start planning up. With the system, he could completely train some capable brothers and men before he went to the Regulus continent, so that when he went over there, he wouldn't be in the dark. In addition, knowing that the end of immortal cultivation was everlasting life gave him something more to look forward to. Eternal life, who doesn't want it? Even the Great Qin's ancestral dragon is in pursuit of immortality. Moreover, in the future to go to the Xian Yuan continent, he also cannot rest assured that his parents' grandfather uncle to family, so also ready to look at the system this time to give the Gongfa inside. There is no suitable for them to practice, so that they are also together into the ranks of cultivation of immortality. When the time comes to go up and break in on their own, it's not like they have nothing to fall back on. Sure enough, the system is as good as it gets. The following afternoon, the system surprisingly gave another chance for a 10 consecutive draw. Ding! Congratulations to the host who drew the Heavenly Wasteland skill, King Grade, priced at $1. Do you want to buy it? Ding! Congratulations to the host who drew the Split Sky Sword technique, King Grade, priced at $1. Do you want to buy it? Ding! Congratulations to the host who drew the Penetrating Thunder Sword script, King Grade, priced at $1. Do you want to buy it? Ding! Congratulations to the host who drew the Shocking Fist, King's Grade, priced at $1. Do you want to buy it? Ding! Congratulations to the host who drew the Top Grade Spirit Stone Asterisk 3000, priced at $1. Do you want to buy it? Ding! Congratulations to the host who drew the Medium Grade Spirit Stone Asterisk 10,000, priced at $1. Do you want to buy it? Ding! Congratulations to the host who drew Low Grade Spirit Stone Asterisk 200000, priced at $1. Do you want to buy it? Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing Chavi Group, priced at $1. Do you want to buy it? Ding! Congratulations to the host who drew the Wyvern Group, priced at $1. Do you want to buy? Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the South China Sea Yacht Club, priced at $1. Do you want to buy it? Seeing the rewards drawn in front of him, Lu Chen felt very satisfied. The Heavenly Wasteland technique was an immortal cultivation technique, and he gave this to his parents, grandfather, and second uncle's family so that they could cultivate it properly. Of course, he also gave Gai Tianhao the 9 revolutions of Heavenly Flame from the 9 revolutions of Returning to the Origin skill and the Fire Elemental Stone Essence, as well as some Fire Elemental crystals. Since he had become one of his own, Lu Chen naturally wouldn't be petty, and even gave him the Shocking Fist as well. He had the 16 styles of Godslayer, and after comparing them, he felt that he was a bit of a chicken after learning this, so he might as well specialize in the 16 styles of Godslayer. It was a different story when it was given to Gai Tianhao, and the punches in it seemed to utilize his unicorn arm better. If this Gai Tianhao became stronger, he would also be a great help to Lu Chen. This time, Gai Tianhao was not calm. He did not expect that just after he had joined this team, Lu Chen had given himself such a big gift. Another King's Grade technique and another King's Grade Fist technique. Any one of these books thrown out would be madly snatched up by even a transcendent. And yet he had given it to himself so casually. Feeling this trust, Gai Tianhao became a bit closer to Lu Chen. So, without saying a word, he gave a thank you and went off to practice. As for Lin Tianjin and Lin Xiaotian, they already had their own 9 revolutions regression technique subsystem technique. So Lu Chen didn't give them the Heavenly Desolate technique. They were all King's Grade techniques. There was no need for them. Instead, he directly imparted the Rift Sky Sword technique to Lin Tianjin. His current sword technique was only a Heavenly Grade. With this sword technique, his strength would be increased even more. This made Lin Tianjin happy, and after greatly patting his ass, he bumbled off with the gongfu to study it. Sure enough, with Lu Chen have meat to eat Lin Tianjin now heart that is a beautiful. Afterwards, Lu Chen gave the running thunder sword score to Lin Xiaotian, who had an expectant look on his face. This was a lightning sword technique, and it just so happened that Lin Xiaotian was a pure body of the thunder element, so he could practice this with half the effort. Lin Xiaotian naturally another meal of horse fart 10 even. Shoot, Lu Chen almost want to beat him. This goods of a mouth to shoot horse fart shoot can be really. Listen to good As for the spirit stones, Lu Chen put them all away. Since he was going to go to the Xian Yuan continent in the future, these spirit stones would naturally be useful. That's when he looked at the other 3 rewards. Xiaowei Group, it's the largest cell phone manufacturer in the country, with a market capitalization of over $10 trillion, and I've heard that it's recently come to develop a 5G network, which seems to be in the works. That's a big market in the future if 5G gets out. Vantage Group, with a market capitalization of over $1 trillion, currently owns nearly 140 hotels with approximately 30,000 rooms in wholly owned joint venture, commissioned and third-party managed and leased properties, mainly located in the Xia and Feijiao countries. I heard that in the South China Sea side of the summer country also just invested in 3 chain of Vantage Hotel. Rich source of customers. The annual revenue is very stable, has maintained the momentum of increasing year by year. As for the South China Sea Yacht Club, it is a top yacht club in the South China Sea, where luxury yachts start at $100 million, with built-in luxury, like a presidential suite walking on the sea. The memberships there are all bosses with over $100 million and some big stars, so the exclusive marina of the South China Sea Yacht Club has also become an instantly popular netizen place. A lot of fans and netizens who come here to check out the place may have bumped into a certain star or a well-known tycoon. There are a lot of gold-digging and gold-worshipping women who will take their chances there, and maybe if they are lucky, they will run into a second-generation rich man or something, and turn into a rich wife. Of course, there aren't many opportunities like this, and those rich kids aren't all animals that think with their lower bodies. At best they're just playing fresh, but it's also a lucrative income for these gold diggers and gold diggers, so they all happily flock to the docks to find their own opportunities. This time, Lu Chen's value had skyrocketed by a factor of 2. Remember that Mom and Shuei's sister have always wanted to go to the South China Sea to play It just so happens that Li Shueting is also having a concert over there. Lu Chen thought, and decided to simply take them over there to have some fun, and take a look at the newly arrived properties. Cultivate words. Jiangdu got the formation still need half a month's time to really shape. Now rush back to cultivate more than lost. He has a spirit stone. Can also be normal first cultivate. The landscapes of the motherland can still be seen and played by yourself with your parents first. Otherwise, when he breaks through in the future and goes to the Regulus continent, he really doesn't know how many years it will take for him to come back for an excursion. So, during their dinner, Lu Chen spoke out this proposal, and immediately received the support of Gao Xiaolan and Lu Shuei. Lin Tianjin and Gai Tianhao, 2 people at that time does not matter, has been in the deep mountains and old forest seclusion. Rare to come out to play a little also helped to the state of mind to improve. Cultivation wasn't something that would be useful if one were to just mope around in seclusion. That would be piling up the strength of the body and the amount of aura at best. As for the peace of mind, it's still a matter of experience to sharpen it. Lin Xiaotian even suggested that he could go to his villa in the South China Sea to live. He had bought several villas there. However, it was rejected by Lu Chen, and this time he went. He wanted to look at his Wei Jing Group's properties. Upon hearing that the Wei Jing Group was also Lu Chen's property, it naturally caused another crowd to gasp in surprise. Big brother big, how in the world did you get started? Selling milk powder doesn't even make as much as you do. Lin Xiaotian couldn't help but marvel. Go go go. Can you understand when I tell you? Hurry up and book first class. We're leaving tomorrow. Originally, it was approaching winter, and the temperature had already dropped on this side of Liang, so normal people had to put on thick coats. It's naturally comfortable to go to the South China Sea at this time of year, but it's tropical over there. As for the change of clothes, when the time comes, directly went over there to buy can also be. Anyway, now is not bad money. Save yourself the hassle of walking around with a big bag. Alright, Lin Xiaotian responded, and bumbled off to book the tickets. On the following day, Lu Chen's group, with the exception of his grandfather Lu Quansong, all went. A huge group of 8 people drove straight to the airport in 2 cars. The car was parked and Lin Xiaotian ran to get the tickets. Then everyone went to the first-class waiting room to rest and wait for boarding. Lu Shuei's family and Lu Chen's parents can be the first time to take an airplane. That mood is particularly excited. A group of people, young and old, were there with cameras posing for various shots, drawing sideways glances from the others. What a hick! Never seen the world. A woman wearing designer clothes and carrying a limited edition Chanel bag said with contempt and disdain.
Waiter, can you calm down over there? It's affecting me. Alright, MS. Son, I'll go communicate with them. The attendant of the first-class lounge answered politely and headed towards Lu Shui's side, because those who came in here to rest would register. The waiter naturally knew the last names of all the guests in here. Hello, esteemed Miss Lu. That lady over there needs quiet. Could you please lower your voice a bit? With a professional smile, the waitress said respectfully. Oh, sorry. Lu Shui spat out her tongue and blushed a little in apology. After all, this was the lounge, and he did get a little loud and affected others. Thank you for your cooperation. May I ask if the drinks need refilling? The waitress asked with a smile as she glanced at the cups on their table that were already at the bottom. It was natural for them to be happy to meet a guest who was nice to talk to. I'm afraid that I'll run into someone who is unreasonable, and then I'll have a hard time on both sides of the fence. Yes, thank you. You're welcome. It's what we should do. The waiter turned around with a smile and went to prepare the drinks. When Lu Chen saw this, he smiled and didn't say anything. Che, bumpkin, it's been 4-5 refills and it's as if you've never had one. Drinks here are infinitely refillable, but the average person who comes here doesn't keep refilling them, and basically has 1 or 2 drinks and that's about it. But Lu Shui, these people, that is a continuous 7-8 cups, which is to be renewed. So once again, it drew contempt from the woman. At this time, Lu Chen's brows furrowed. You said that Lu Shui's voice was noisy and affected others before. That was indeed something they did with a lack of consideration. But who's affected by this refill? Do you want to talk about it and despise it? This makes Lu Chen unhappy. Old woman. The sea is your home? Everything? At this time, Lin Xiaotian directly stood up and split his head to dislike him. I've been cursing in my heart for a long time. Don't you want to live? Even his own big brother, sister and parents dare to despise? Who do you think you are? Aya, how do you talk like that? Who's an old woman? You are generally poor and haven't seen the world. Now this first class a cat or a dog can sit? It's a disgrace. As soon as she heard Lin Xiaotian call himself an old woman, the woman quit and directly jumped up. Geez cripes, you're still coming on? Mary, what's wrong? Just as Lin Xiaotian was about to start cursing, a middle-aged man rushed over and stood beside the woman. Honey, this guy called me names. A bunch of dirtbags. Interfering with everyone's rest here and talking out of turn. People like that don't deserve to fly first class. Look at the clothes those guys are wearing. Now, the woman seemed to see the backer coming, and was even more arrogant, pointing at Lu Chen's parents. This time, because they had left in a hurry. Lu Chen's parents did dress a bit dirtily. The man glanced at Lu Chen's parents and frowned as he was about to open his mouth. But he suddenly saw Lu Chen, who was sitting on the side with a frown on his face. Chairman, why are you here? Oh, you are? Lu Chen was stunned. Looking at the unfamiliar man in front of him seemed like he hadn't seen him before. Hello Chairman, I'm the promotion manager of the Jiangdu branch of Starburst Entertainment, Dong Xiaojiang. I'm honored that I've seen your picture in the company, and Li Shuiting and Sister Li have often mentioned you. Dong Xiaojiang said respectfully. Oh, this is your girlfriend? Lu Chen nodded and raised his eyes to look at that son Mary who had frozen to the side. No, just casually first. Dong Xiaojiang at this time how dare to admit that this is his girlfriend. Obviously this son Mary is not open to the eyes. Offended the chairman of the people. Oh, it's not much, but then again, it's better to find a girlfriend with some quality. Okay, it's time to board the plane, so we'll leave first, so make yourselves at home. Seeing that he could board the plane, Lu Chen didn't say much and directly got up and left. Alright, chairman, take your time. Dong Xiaojiang saluted respectfully, his entire body soaked. Honey, that's the chairman of Starburst? Mary's son waited until Lu Chen and his group had walked away before she walked over and asked. Alright, go back. Dong Xiaojiang said and headed outside to return his ticket. Didn't you say you were taking me to the South China Sea for a vacation? By the way, I'm going to see Li Shuiting. I'm a fan of hers. Mary's son shouted. Vacation? I don't think we're quite right for each other. Let's leave it at that. After saying that, Dong Xiaojiang turned around and left. You can't be like this Dong Xiaojiang. You come back. Oh, I know it's wrong law. Never again. Son Mary kept crying and shouting, but Dong Xiaojiang was traveling further and further away without the slightest intention of staying. If it wasn't for the chairman's generosity this time, he would have gotten himself killed by this woman. Son Mary regretted at this time. They are almost 32 people. It is the kind of young high not low standard woman. As a result, she became a leftover woman. But as luck would have it, she coincidentally met Dong Xiaojiang, who was in good condition. Being the manager of the marketing and promotion department in Starlight Entertainment is not a low income.
The annual salary is naturally over $1 million. And there are a lot of extra bonuses. Dong Xiaojiang is also generous. Coupled with his son Mary Look Bar. Also okay, the two people on the eye. For a while now, Mary's son has been living the life she wanted. And even followed Dong Xiaojiang to meet a lot of upper-class bosses and celebrities. And felt that she was considered an upper-class person. So she started to float. As a result, I didn't realize that this time, just because of my own yawn, I lost everything at once. Lu Chen didn't know what happened behind the two of them. To him, such a small person was no longer worth hanging on to. As long as it doesn't touch the bottom line, it's lazy and irrelevant. First class, with its spacious location, is still very comfortable to do, and there are full-time flight attendants on hand. Even the meals served on the airplane are very different from those in economy class. Mr. and Mrs. Gao Xiaolan and Uncle Tu's family also sort of enjoyed a luxury fast food in the air, watching movies and playing the games that came with the seats along the way. The 3 hours passed in a flash, and soon the announcement was heard that they had arrived in the southern city of Summerland and were ready to descend. The view from the airplane window is a breathtaking view of the ocean, and airplanes landing here go around the South China Sea statue of Goddess of Mercy, the landmark here, signifying peace. The plane landed smoothly, and Lu Chen and the others quickly got off the plane and were sent to the exit gate by a first-class car. Lin Xiaobei made a phone call and led Lu Chen out of exit A, where the pre-contacted cars were already waiting. 2 Maybach V260 business cars. 8 people in 2 cars traveled together toward Yalong Bay here. The Vantage Hotel had several in the South China Sea, but they researched and went to the one in Yalong Bay, because Yalong Bay has the name of the first bay in the world. The whole field is about 7.5 kilometers, in the shape of a half moon. The seawater here is clear, the beach sand is white and fine, and if you dive in Yalong Bay, you will see a lot of coral and fish. The natural ecology of this place is still quite well protected. After driving for almost 45 minutes from the airport to the hotel, Lu Chen and the others arrived at the Yalong Bay Vantage Point Hotel. After a very long green walkway, you come to the front desk of the lobby. Hello, sir, are you checking in? As soon as the car arrived, a welcome waiter came up to open the door and greet them. Aha! Lu Chen nodded. Was there a reservation? Exactly. Then please follow me over here. After the waiter finished speaking, he led Lu Chen and his group to the front desk to check in. It didn't take a while for the 4 sets of villa room cards to be processed, and at the same time the special electric car at the lobby entrance was already in place, ready to pull the guests to the villa to check in. We welcome all of our esteemed guests to our Wayside View Hotel and hope that we can give you a wonderful experience. The receptionist spoke with a professional smile and handed Lu Chen his room card. Not to mention, the service of this 5-star hotel was still good, at least for the time being. Lu Chen seemed to be satisfied. Just as they turned to get into the car, there was a noise from the side. How come there are no more rooms? Didn't I book 4 sets before? A man yelled at the top of his voice, looking furious. I'm sorry guest, you booked before and then cancelled, and then the room was booked out. Now it's true that there are no villa rooms left. I don't believe it. There were several rooms before, and all of a sudden 4 sets are gone? You must have hidden the rooms and waited for the price to go up. I'm familiar with these tricks. Tell me, how much is it? I really want to stay here today, the man said forcefully. I'm sorry sir, it's high season now. There really aren't any extra villa room types left. Why don't you see about staying in a pool room? The room is also spacious and comes with a pool as well. Fuck off. Are you looking down on labor, living in a pool house? Aren't you ashamed? Whenever I go out, I don't live in a villa? I'm sorry, we really don't have any extra rooms. At this moment, the lobby manager also walked over and spoke after understanding the situation. No? Then find someone to change it out. Here, doesn't it happen to have 4 sets right here? Saying that, the man looked at Lu Chen's parents and walked over. Hey you two, let me have the room. How much you say? How about I give you twice the room rate? Silly elk. Lu Chen cursed and took his parents and was about to leave, not wanting to pay attention to this kind of stupid batch. Goo. Thugs are still so tugging dressed in this demeanor. Don't know still think come to escape. The villa is not suitable for you. These days it's not easy to earn a little money. Don't have a little bit of small money and wantonly squander it. At that moment, the woman beside the man came over and said with a look of contempt, that's right. It's your good fortune that Hua Xiao has taken a fancy to your room, and you can still earn a vote if you're sensible. You should thank Hua Xiao for giving you the opportunity to make money. The group of people who were together behind Hua Xiao also came up at this time, and you said one thing and I said another. A slap was thrown directly on the face of the woman who had first opened her mouth. How dare you hit me? The woman covered her red, swollen face and glared angrily at him. A broken gold-digging woman beeping endlessly here. What are you? Lin Xiaotian glared straight back with a glance. At a glance, He could tell that this woman was the type to be a big spender. And Lin Xiaotian wasn't polite at all. How dare you be arrogant in front of me? Where's your confidence? However, I always feel that this scene is déjà vu. It seems like I used to look like this pussy. So shameful. Lin Xiaotian inexplicably blushed and instantly returned to normal. Chow, dare to touch my woman? Fuck him. Seeing his woman being beaten, Hua Xiao was enraged. There were about 10 of them together. Men and women all gathered around. Nobody move. Let me do it, Lin Xiaotian shouted. Suddenly, he realized that Lu Chen and the others really didn't mean to move at all. Lin Xiaotian smiled back, slightly embarrassed, but then immediately took out that embarrassment on the ungrateful assholes. Now that he was the existence of a peak zone sure, it was completely effortless to get these 10 or so guys. Boom boom boom, instantly a dozen kicks were sent out, and the dozen or so people who had just rushed up were all given kicks to fly, and fell aside like a stacked han. Wailing. Hiss. Hua Xiao was shocked. It's over before it even started? Is this kid that strong? This is still Lin Xiaotian did not spend force. Otherwise this kick down. All have to go to see Buddha. You stay back. Do you know who I am? Seeing Lin Xiaotian who was walking towards him, Hua Xiao shouted. I don't fucking care who you are. Go you. Lin Xiaotian rolled his eyes and directly sent him to the Rohan car with a kick. This guy is a complete replica of his former self. If you can't beat him, you say do you know who I am? Of course. This stupid elk wasn't as handsome as himself. Well, that's right. Lin Xiaotian reassured himself. You guys dare to hit me? We'll see. After climbing up with great difficulty, Hua Xiao put down a vicious sentence, and when he saw Lin Xiaotian about to walk over again, he let out a shriek, and the group of people ran away in a puff of smoke. AI lads, you guys are in a big mess. The lobby manager on the side walked over, shaking his head and sighing. Lin Xiaotian and the others froze. Later, under the manager's explanation, he realized that this one called Hua Xiao, whose real name is Hua Tianya, is the young proprietor of the South China Sea Chuanqing Hotel. Chuanqing Hotel is a local 5-star hotel in Nanhai, with branches in several day scenic spots in Nanhai. With a large network of local connections in the family, he often steals business by force. Even powerful hotel chains like Vantage Point and Shirleyton have to hold back a bit here. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a snake, let alone a snake with despicable means. This group has nothing to do with checking into competing hotels and then finding faults and nitpicking inside as guests and regularly harassing guests here, resulting in a bad check-in experience for people and affecting the hotel's business many times over. Because Chunhing is a local snake, you go to report it often before it is reported. It will be strangled in the cradle. Even some of the businesses that started out tough ended up with their destructive retaliation, leading to closure of the business, which is a real cancer. However, because they are well behaved and the charges inside the hotel are rather pitiful, the reputation is not good. Basically those who have stayed there once are not willing to go there again. That's why they often come out to make trouble to rob the guests. After all, this is a tourist city, and the expenses of coming to the South China Sea for a vacation are not small, and many of the guests are one-time business. As a result, a lot of uninformed guests will still be robbed. So you guys just put up with it? Lu Chen asked with a frown. Hey, what else then? It's a good thing that the South China Sea has ample tourism resources. Their family can't eat that much. Our general manager also resisted before. And the result? Lying on the sick bed for 2 months. The manager said helplessly. And there was even some fear in his eyes. Like just now, this group is obviously here to cause trouble. Book a room a moment to return a moment to book. They are not good to say anything more. Otherwise they still have to find fault. They're also just a job. And many of them are family men who don't want to get their asses kicked so hard they can't get out of bed for months at a time. Oh, what about your general manager? Let him come see me, Lu Chen said at this moment. The manager glanced at Lu Chen and frowned. This general manager wasn't something anyone could see. Just say that my name is Lu Chen. Seemingly seeing this lobby manager's doubts, Lu Chen directly added a sentence. What are you waiting for? My elder brother is the chairman of your Weijing. Hurry up. Seeing that this lobby manager was still hesitating there, Lin Xiaotian directly opened his mouth. Chairman? The lobby manager was startled and once again sized up Lu Chen. I heard earlier that Wigging was bought out and the owner was a young man. I think his last name was Lu. Okay, then you wait a moment. I'll go and shout here as well. Although Lu Chen's parents were dressed a bit that way, but Lu Chen's several people's expressions did not look like they were joking. The lobby manager gritted his teeth rather than believe it, and went to make the call with a direct greeting. 5 minutes later, a middle-aged man was seen panting and running over. It was Sun Youfu, the general manager of the Yalong Bay branch of the South China Sea Weijing Hotel. Chairman, what brings you here? Seeing Lu Chen, he recognized him at a glance. At his level, When the boss above him changed, he naturally saw the relevant information and photos at the first opportunity.
Well, I'm here on vacation. What exactly is going on with that Hua Tianya and Xuanqing hotel just now? You tell me about it. Okay, Chairman. Here's the thing. Sun Youfu told the original story in detail,
which also allowed Lu Chen and the others to understand the Hua family better and get an unexpected news. This Hua family is actually foreign funded behind the scenes, with the shadow of the Sakura nation.
Instead, it's not like they're there to make a profit.
They're there to mess up and make it impossible for these hotels in the country to make money.
Rather, it wasn't just targeting the Wayscape Hotel alone,
and it seemed that the Hua family had two other powerful characters, both from the Sakura country. After hearing Sun Youfu's words,
Lu Chen and Lin Tianjin's few people glanced at each other,
and they all understood that this so-called powerful character was bound to be an ancient martial artist without a doubt.
Quan Xing was just one of the pawns of the Sakura kingdom here,
and their aim was to force all the hotels of the Xia kingdom to do nothing here, and all of them are bribed to utilize the people of Xia to go out,
which is tantamount to watching a dog bite a dog and sitting on the fence.
This is because they have invested in a couple of all-foreign hotels here as well, the Grand Cherry Hotel.
And coincidentally, next door to this Wayscape Hotel is a big Cherry Hotel.
So it's obvious that Hua Xiao is the one who brought people here to make trouble and sweep out the villa's quality guests here. Because the spending power of villa guests is naturally stronger than that of ordinary people, they are the ones who grab these kinds of things every time. Then the guests who are swept out
usually won't go far.
They will just look for a hotel close by.
Then naturally they will stay at the Ozakura Hotel next door. That's him. At this time, a group of people came over with great vigor.
Hua Tianya turned back again with a group of people. But beside him was an additional man wearing a samurai uniform with his hair in a bun.
Did you hit him?
The samurai man said with his arms wrapped around his chest, holding his head high and looking at Lin Xiaotian with his nostrils. Lin Xiaotian looked at it and was happy. This Sakura country stickman was nothing more than a slag with a small internal energy. How dare he come to clamor? If this was known to outsiders, I'm afraid they'd have to spray him.
You think everyone is as lucky as you?
A small achievement in the secular world is already a big deal,
isn't it?
You're the one who started too high. It has nothing to do with them.
That's right. It's me. What do you want?
Lin Xiaotian stuck his hands in his pockets.
The virtues of a second-generation ancestor were once again on display.
This pattern was familiar to him.
What? You dare to touch my people? Don't you want to live?
When the samurai man saw Lin Xiaotian's appearance,
he instantly became angry. His nostrils raised even higher. Master Yamamoto, don't bullshit with him. Cripple him. Hua Tianya, who was on the side, said, Kid, you asked for it. In your next life keep your eyes open and remember the name of this master. My name is Yamamoto. Mountain your mother.
Before Yamamoto could finish speaking, Lin Xiaotian directly kicked out, knocking him to the ground at once.
Bang! Ah!
Another foot stomped directly on his head, eliciting a scream from Yamamoto and a crooked nose. Labor hates it when people talk to me through their nostrils.
And that nose of yours is an eyesore.
At this time, Lin Xiaotian said disdainfully, the heart is very refreshing. In the past when he was a mad young man or underlings to fight, he watched from the sidelines.
Nowadays, enjoying this feeling of crushing your opponents yourself is really cool,
especially when you fight this kind of Sakura pig.
Crap, seriously? Master Yamamoto was taken down like this? No way? That's Grandmaster Yamamoto. Last time that Xingdi Iquan Master in Xia was not even a match for the Grandmaster. Is this kid a human being? This time,
all the people on Hua Tianya's side were dumbfounded.
Their dependence on Yamamoto was actually put down by someone else with a single kick,
and they could only be trampled on by someone else who cried out in misery, with no room to fight back. The general manager of the Weijing Hotel,
Sun Youfu,
and the lobby manager and others,
were also shocked and stunned,
incredulously looking at the scene in front of them. When they saw Yamamoto appear earlier, they all had a thump in their hearts. They had seen this Yamamoto strike with their own eyes,
and with a single punch,
they had broken a rock that was bigger than a man, so they were incredibly strong.
But now,
in the hands of this Lin Xiaotian,
it was weaker than a weak chicken.
This sense of difference made it a little difficult for them to accept for a moment.
He, on the other hand,
still looks like he works for his own chairman.
To have such a henchman, how strong must Chairman Lu Chen be? How deep must his background be? Thinking of this, Sun Youfu couldn't help but swallow hard.
But his eyes were filled with joy. The stronger the boss,
the safer you are as an employee. Naturally. Master, big brother, what do you guys say next? At this time, Lin Xiaotian looked towards Lin Tianjin and Lu Chen.
He was the one who broke the rules first,
directly abolished.
Lin Tianjin was simple and clear. If someone who wasn't of my race broke the rules, there was no need to be soft.
Big brother?
Lin Xiaotian nodded and looked at Lu Chen once again. He still had to give the word here.
The big cherry hotel next door is owned by the Sakura Kingdom? Lu Chen didn't answer him, but looked at Sun Yofu. Yes, boss. Sun Yofu hurriedly responded. Lin's group has a branch over here, right? Have someone push the Grand Sakura Hotel. Alright, Lin Xiaotian's eyes lit up. He was good at this. Hearing these words, Sun Yofu trembled, thinking that he had heard wrong. Push out the big Sakura Hotel next door? Not to mention whether it will offend the people of Sakura country. The place can't justify it. Is this boss impulsive? Remember, it's all of them. And at this time, Lu Chen added once again. This time, Sun Yofu was speechless, and even began to be afraid afterward. All of them? The Grand Cherry Hotel has 8 5-star hotels in the South China Sea, and they're all being pushed out? That's an earthquake. But I didn't expect Lin Xiaotian to directly and gladly agree. Carrying Yamamoto and walking out, Hua Tianya and the others on the side watched this scene dumbfounded, as if in a dream. It was only half a day later that they reacted, shrieking in shock and fleeing once again in droves. These guys are nuts to talk about pushing out all the big cherry hotels. It's a fool's errand. Still, he was ready to hurry up and tell his father about it. Obviously, even Yamamoto was not a match for the others, and these people of their own going up were just giving away food. Lu Chun. Gao Xiaolan had never seen such a battle and was a little worried. Dad. Mom. Don't worry about it. Shuei. Take my parents and they can go ahead and check in. Okay, brother. Lu Shuei didn't have any worries. Directly and obediently took Gao Xiaolan and the others to the villa in the hotel's electric car. This brother of his was bullish. Boss, are you really going to push out all of the Grand Cherry hotels in the South China Sea? Sun Yofu asked with a trembling voice. Yes, what's wrong with that? The land of the Summer Kingdom. Where is it the turn of these foreign scum to play tricks? Lu Chen said in disbelief. But, after such a mess, they will definitely come to retaliate. The power behind them is not small. Sun Yofu reminded. Retaliation? He. Lu Chen laughed and shook his head without saying much, taking Lin Tianjin and Gai Tianhao to the villa. Manager, our chairman is so strong looking. At this time, the lobby manager came up and whispered. Hey, can acquire our Wei Jing group. Naturally not weak, but this is too impulsive, too strong, easy to lose awe. That cherry blossom country is not something to be messed with. Who cares? The sky collapses with a tall man on top. I do think that our chairman should be sure. Look at how calm he was just now. He must have his means. Moreover, if we can really take care of these cherry blossom hogs, it's a good thing for our hotel as well. That's true. Hey, I hope it's alright. Sun Yofu sighed and instructed them to continue working, and urged the lobby manager to make sure to serve Lu Chen and the others well, and to report anything in time. At this time, Lin Xiaotian had already contacted the resources of Lin's branch over here, and half an hour later, dozens of bulldozers and excavators had surrounded the outside of the big cherry hotel next door, and the guests in the hotel have long been invited out, and arranged for Lin's people, helped to transfer the residents. Of course, all free to stay in the Wei Jing Hotel. This is Lu Chen had explained before. Give labor a push. At Lin Xiaotian's command, dozens of machines were unleashed and whistled as they began to start a major demolition of the Grand Cherry Hotel. Boom boom boom, the roar of the machine attracted countless onlookers. Baka, you can't do this. Is there no king's law? At this moment, the general manager of the Big Cherry Hotel hissed with an angry face. Get out of the cafe. Here is the summer country. You peacefully come to do business unjust. Here in the show of force against the guest net do some shameless hooks, but also to say the king's law? Give labor hard to tear down. Lin Xiaotian kicked the bleeping Sakura pig and directed the demolition operation. Sakura country. Grand Sakura Hotel headquarters. Chairman's office. What? You're saying someone's tearing down our hotel in Nanhai? Yes. Chairman Takeda. Where's Yamamoto? A dry meal? He's been crippled over there. What? Who is the other side? Takeda asked with a mixture of shock and anger. The one who made the move was called Lin Xiaotian, but it was his big brother who instructed him. Big brother? Who's his big brother? I asked around. And his big brother is the chairman of the Wayscape Group. Baka. How dare a small chairman of the Wei Jing Group be so rampant? You wait. I'll contact Smith and get them killed together then. Hanging up, Takeda immediately called Smith. Smith is a native of the beautiful country and chairman of the board of the Westin Hotel. Hey, Mr. Smith. Something big has happened over at the South China Sea. As soon as he got through, Takeda spoke hurriedly. Oh, dear Mr. Takeda. I already know about the matter of the Grand Sakura Hotel. The Xia people are too arrogant. I've already contacted several people in charge of our country's Park Leap, Liz Carlton, and MGM May, and will boycott them together. In addition, our side will also send 5 Peak Zone Masters over to accompany the process. Oh, that's great.
I'll send 2 peak zone masters over from my side as well. The call between Takeda and Smith over there was unknown to Lu Chen.
At this moment, he was calling Li Shueting. Lu Chen, you've arrived in the South China Sea? Well, it just so happens that I brought my parents and second uncle's family over for a vacation. Is the big star free? Let's have dinner together at night then. Che, you call me cannot have time? If I'm not free, I'll have to make some time for you. Gee whiz, that's a big face for me. Just realized
the two of them were saying unnutritious things and flirting with each other,
which was probably the fun of being a young couple. Suddenly,
there was a knock on the door outside. I'll be coming straight to dinner at the Wilderness View tonight.
I've got something going on here, so I'll hang up now. Aha! Hanging up the phone, Lu Chen opened the door and saw an anxious Sun Yofu standing outside. What's wrong? Chairman, something big has happened. The South Sea heads of Weston, Park Leap, Liz Carlton, Miko May plus the Grand Cherry Hotel have brought a group to the chairman, and they're coming in force. Sun Yofu finished in one breath with an anxious look on his face. Oh, let's go then. I'll face it. Lu Chen nodded and walked out bashfully. Hotel lobby. You're the chairman of Weijing? That Lin Xiaotian who demolished my Grand Cherry Hotel was your little brother? Did you order him to do it? As soon as he saw Lu Chen, the person in charge of Hainan at the Big Cherry Hotel was an exuberant attack, his face full of anger. Yes, Lu Chen nodded. Asshole, you're too arrogant. Doing business is based on your own abilities. What gives you the right to forcefully demolish my hotel? By virtue of my fist being big enough. Lu Chen compared his fists, not bothering to say much. Coming over and sweeping a glance, he saw that there were 7 peak zongsure existences within these people, obviously not here to shoot their mouths off, so what's the point of babbling with them? Humph, so arrogant at such a young age. Is this the caliber of the Summer Kingdom? Today this master will teach you how to behave. At this time, a middle-aged man walked out from this side of the Big Cherry Hotel and looked at Lu Chen with a disdainful expression. You can't. You, and you, together. Lu Chen directly named. Now he really did not want to waste time on these minions, so he simply settled things together. Unbridled. Arrogant. Kid, you're too arrogant. All of a sudden, the 7 great master peaks were enraged. In the secular world their battle power was the top existence. Normally, one could crush a power, and now the man in front of him was actually going to challenge all 7 of them at once at the same time? It was simply ridiculous. Ink, Lu Chen spat, and without waiting for them to make a move, he directly moved on his toes and disappeared in place. Watch out, the moment he moved, all of those patriarchs were like frightened cats, their sweaty hairs exploding. A powerful aura instantly enveloped them, not to mention that they were peak zone masters. Any ordinary person standing here would know that Lu Chen was very powerful. That aura directly pressed down on their chests to the point where they were about to lose their breath. Baka, how dare you break the rules agreement that a clan master or above is not allowed to participate in secular struggles? Fark, you dare to break the contract. Aren't you afraid to start a big war? As soon as Lu Chen's aura came out, they knew it was bad. This was a kick in the teeth. However, it still wanted to use the two-way constraints of the rules to stop Lu Chen. You guys still know the rule agreement? Then you still utilize ancient martial power to forcefully suppress it? I am merely returning the favor. Also, I'm not from the ancient martial realm. The rule pact is not valid for me. Lu Chen said, but his hands and feet did not stop. And after these words, he had already placed 4 peak zone masters. These 4 people hadn't even seen how Lu Chen had struck at all. And just like boiled shrimps, they were kicked to the point of arching their backs and bending their backs, instantly losing their fighting strength. And the ones who fell to the ground and cried out miserably realized an even more horrifying reality. Their dantian and meridians had all been wasted. A kick that directly wasted a peak zongsure. What kind of terrifying existence was this? How dare the remaining 3 people fight and turn around and run? Can you run away? Lu Chen was the first one to attack after him, only to see the silhouettes gather. In 2 breaths of time, the 3 people who escaped were equally broken by Lu Chen in their dantian and meridians, and they fell to the ground with a miserable cry, and would never be able to cultivate again in the future. It was then that he looked at the heads of these hotels. Go back and take a message. Within 3 days, come over for the handover formalities, and transfer all of your industries in the South China Sea, all of them to the name of the Weijing Group, or else I don't mind going to the Cherry Blossom Country and the Beautiful Country for return. By the way, tell the boss behind you, my name is Lu Chen. Now, get lost. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, how could these people dare to say anything more? And they immediately ran away with their wasted 7 peak zongsure masters and ran away with their asses in the air. This was the peak of the sovereign masters, or 7 of them, and they were all wasted by Lu Chen in a few breaths. So how could the rest of them, these ordinary people, dare to say one more word?
Sun Yofu on the side looked dumbfounded. Was his boss so bullish? Originally, he thought that it was the boss's few henchmen who were powerful, but he didn't realize that this boss was much more powerful than Lin Xiaotian before. Sakura Country, Grand Sakura Hotel Headquarters. What are you saying? 7 sect masters were all wasted in a few breaths? How is that possible? Yeah, boss. Hearing this news, Takeda couldn't sit still at all and sat up from his chair in a flash. Moreover, Lu Chen told us that within 3 days, all of our industries in the South China Sea should be transferred to his Weijing Group's name, or else, there will be consequences. The person in charge of the South Sea Big Cherry spoke carefully over the phone. What do you mean? And he's asking us to transfer the hotel to his Willview name in 3 days? Is he high? I do hope he's high on drugs. He also asked me to tell you that his name is Lu Chen. What? What did you say? His name is Lu Chen. After a series of calls, when he heard the word Lu Chen, Takeda froze in place. It took him half a day to get his breath back. Lu Chen? How can this still be fun? At this moment, Takeda seemed to have aged 20 years all of a sudden. His eyes were filled with powerlessness, unwillingness and indignation. Of course, these can only think about it in the heart. Before the Battle of Liyang, the countries have suffered heavy losses. To go to the genius of the demon, all dead, and the one who started it all was Lu Chen. The same news spread through Weston's headquarters in the beautiful country, and Smith was holding his face like a dead fly, not saying a word. Mr. Smith, should we just let it go? The assistant at the side said unwillingly. He didn't know who Lu Chen was. Do you know who Lu Chen is? The great Emperor Dukas has fallen into his hands. How else do you want to settle with him? Looking for death? Smith said helplessly. What? The assistant froze at the news, saying that Lu Chen didn't know, but great Emperor Dukas. The name was as loud as thunder. That was the god of the entire beautiful country. Even he had fallen into Lu Chen's hands, so it was no wonder that so many patriarchs had gone over to no avail. So, are we really going to do what he says? The aide asked again. What can we do if we don't follow it? He doesn't belong to the Xia ancient martial world, which means he can disobey the rules set 50 years ago, and there's no one on our side who can beat that mysterious existence behind him. AI. A sigh netted the helplessness in Smith's mind, to add to his headache, because he was the one who called this one in. The losses of Park Leap, Liz Carlton, and MGM May all came to him. External is external, and the loss still has to find the person who formed it to be responsible for it. You know, these 3 plus Weston and Big Cherry Hotel in the South China Sea, all the outlets, reached more than 40, which all of a sudden the light hardware facilities, is equivalent to tens of billions of dollars for nothing. Damn. In the final analysis, this matter is caused by the Grand Cherry Hotel. He should be made to pay for it. Also after the handover the personnel are all withdrawn. I'd like to see how Lu Chen can get by with an empty shell. A glint of severity flashed in Smith's eyes. This time, in the Liyang incident, Dukas was planted, and the high-end battle power beautiful country lost a lot. But Sakura Nation is just as good, and not much better than beautiful nation. Now that Lu Chen's side couldn't bite, couldn't he still bite the Sakura country? So, under the guidance of Smith Can, Park Leap, Ritz-Carlton and MGM Macau 3 all at once, first agreed to hand over all the hotels in the South China Sea to Lu Chen. Of course, must be an empty shell. The group then worked together to claim damages from the Grand Cherry Hotel. Sakura Country, President's Office of the Grand Sakura Hotel Headquarters. Baka, these villains of the beautiful country who have crossed the river and broken the bridge. This is slaughtering laborers like pigs. Takeda was furious when he learned that Smith and the others had claimed all the damages against him. Mr. Takeda, so what now? His female assistant, Aoi Shio, asked. Don't worry about these bastards. Smith, this old fox, is really something. Really think that my big Sakura country is easy to bully? Go, give Mr. Kimura a call. Tell him what's going on here. He'll come and take care of it. Humph, they have to see if their teeth are hard enough even if they want to come and knock on the door. A hint of killing intent flashed into Takeda's eyes. Although the Sakura country and the beautiful country are allied countries, they are all just bundles of interests. And once their interests are involved, no one will be foolish enough to wait to be slaughtered. Not to mention that this time, the beauty country's cutting-edge battle power, Great Emperor Dukas, had fallen, and although the Sakura country had also lost Yagami and Yanagi, the remaining cutting-edge battle power wasn't afraid of the current beauty country. If we really want to break it up, it's hard to say who will die. If you can survive in the beautiful country, can't I survive in the Sakura country? The beautiful kingdom is thinking of pulling in some of its little brother countries to build up momentum. So the Sakura kingdom won't put you up front as a shield? It's hard to tell who's using who as a gun. Yes, Mr. Takeda. I'll go call Mr. Kimura. Aoishio bowed her head respectfully, revealing a snowy white patch of her collar. Hold on, there's no rush on the phone.
Let me cool off first. Seeing this beauty, Takeda's hot breath went straight to his head, and as he pulled Aoi Sho over, he pressed her down to go straight up and down. It wasn't long before the sound of parrot cries and wolf howls came from the office. The so-called something secretary to do. Nothing to do secretary. In the cherry blossom country here is the best performance. Lu Chen didn't know or care about the dog-eat-dog affair between the beautiful country and the cherry blossom country. At this time, he had already received a call from the person in charge of the 5 hotels in the South China Sea, stating that they were willing to withdraw from the South China Sea and transfer their hotels here directly to Lu Chen. Lu Chen let Gai Tianhao accompany Sun Youfu, the general manager of Wei Jing, and went directly to handle the handover, which shocked Sun Youfu fiercely again. These hotels have been hogging this side of the country for years, forcing their way through the vast resources of tourists. Plus they do have a knack for doing business and do manage their services better than some in the country. The result has been to keep them, the local hotels, taking a strong hit on their performance for a long time. It's a good thing that Xia is a populous country anyhow, and they can't eat all of them just by their 40 or so hotels. However, this transfer, the other party was so dry, making Lu Chen's brows furrow. It definitely wouldn't be that simple. So when Lu Chen finished arranging for Sun Youfu to handle the handover, he immediately gave Lu Cheng a call and asked him to contact Zhang Hui, Chen Tao, Yi Yang and Sui Min to fly over directly. He did know that a couple of his housemates had later taken hotel management and catering, and also gave Wu Ying's brother a call to arrange for a master to come over to join the hotel catering industry over here as well. Finally he gave Gao Jianli a call to identify a few good promotional marketers to come over. Something he was good at. Only after everything was arranged did Lu Chen breathe a sigh of relief. All the personnel around you will have to be mobilized to overhaul all the hotels over here. He also found out that the domestic hotels, no matter whether it is the hardware facilities or software facilities, do have great defects, and when he used to drink and chat with his own several housemates, he also heard them spit out. Since he owns a hotel group, he naturally can't let such problems continue, and must rectify them properly so that the hotel can do better and create greater benefits for himself. And at that moment, Lin Xiaotian was back. Big brother big, why don't you dismantle it again? As soon as he entered, Lin Xiaotian asked with intent. He himself was about to make a big demolition next door when he suddenly received a call from Lu Chen saying that he would not demolish it. He could only call out to stop and arrange for personnel to clean and repair the part that had just been demolished according to Lu Chen's explanation, which confused Lin Xiaotian a bit. These hotels are all mine now. Why do I still tear them down? Lu Chen said with a smile. Ha, it's all yours? Lin Xiaotian froze, his face incredulous, but he knew that these cherry blossom pigs preached some kind of samurai spirit and were as stubborn as a donkey. Even if they knew they were wrong, they still had to talk like they were heroes, so he was not expecting that in such a short period of time, Lu Chen would be able to directly take down the big cherry hotel. Well, Westing, Park Leap, Liz Carlton and Megumi will be mine from now on as well, Lu Chen once again said in a shocking manner. What? This time, Lin Xiaotian was directly shocked and jumped up. Big brother big. You're not kidding, are you? Do I look like I'm joking to you? Lu Chen said with a smile. I go. You are also too bullish, right? These 4 beautiful countries hotel is a gold-raking hola. Every year in the South China Sea do not know how much money rolled away. Big brother big, how did you get it? Lin Xiaotian asked excitedly, as if he was the one who took the hotel. Lu Chen didn't say anything and directly compared his fists. Crap. Big brother, or you're bullish. Lin Xiaotian could be considered convinced. To compare fists, the current him would be enough to beat those ancient martial arts experts in the secular world. Also at the peak of the sovereign master, he was at least a thunder elemental pure body, and with the feats given by Lu Chen, his strength was definitely an unrivaled existence at the same level, but the status was different. If he went out to compare fists, he would be slapped to death in minutes by the big brothers behind those forces, but Lu Chen won't. Why? He's got Xuemajin behind him. Who'd dare? Can't you see that even a transcendent is no match for him? Are you trying to kill yourself? Having figured this out, Lin Xiaotian felt even more sensible for hugging Lu Chen as his thigh. Ding! Right at this moment, a system beep sounded in Lu Chen's head. Ding! The mall has been refreshed today, and the goods have been put on the shelves, so please make your own decision on whether or not to buy them. Commodity, virtual network technology, price, $1. Holy shit, this is black tech? When Lu Chen purchased it, a stream of complicated information poured directly into his brain, allowing him to instantly learn the virtual network technology. This understanding stunned him. Summerland's Chavi Group is developing 5G technology and is said to be succeeding soon. This alone has given the beautiful country a big headache, and even blocked it by all means, just for fear that the emergence of 5G will hit their revenue chain. After all,
The opening of 5G is still on top of the original 4G and is not detached from the physical network architecture. And this virtual network technology given by the system is simply a divine skill. Can be said to be the whole aspect of crushing 5G. It can directly structure a virtual world, so that the two people who are far away from each other can real-time in the virtual world one-to-one reduction shaping in, carry out instantaneous face-to-face scene conversation. It's like the world of sword and sorcery from the previous anime, or the kind of dialogue space in the Battle Palace in Devour and the later Universe Alliance system. And you can also set up all kinds of scenes inside, seasons, sunrise and sunset, as well as even open a store as a restaurant for entertainment inside. Each person will have the same 5 senses in the virtual world after authenticating through this online real name. What does that mean? It means you have a second world. Inside you will eat food with real taste stimulation, play extreme sports in it without fear of accidental life and death, because in this you can be infinitely resurrected. Think about it, once a product like this hits the market, it's bound to sweep the globe, and then all the money in the world will be coming your way. Now, the economic competition is stable. The corners of Lu Chen's mouth rose, according to his judgment, according to the resources available in the world. It would take at most 2 months to complete the architecture of this virtual world. As for promotion, something like this is bound to explode at once when you pull a few random recognizable people in to get a feel for it, and there's absolutely nothing to worry about. As for those countries to boycott, Lu Chen just want to You boycott the experience of feeling omnipotent inside? How many people in the world can fulfill their dreams? How many of them do the work that they originally love? But to make a living, they have to do it. However, once they have this virtual world, they can fulfill their dreams and do what they want to do. Thinking of this, he directly dialed the phone numbers of Ren Zhengfei, the general manager of Xiaowei Group, and Wu Jichuan of Tunlong Game Company. This project can be more than just a cell phone network, since we have to set up a virtual world. Naturally, there is no shortage of game companies. Either you don't do it, or Lu Chen will make a perfect world out of it. So, with Ren Zhengfei and Wu Jichuan looking excited and shocked, the three of them finished the video conference and decided to start messing around immediately. Ren Zhengfei even directly abandoned the 5G research and development, ready to all put into the virtual network assumption of this piece above. The development and implementation of 5G was difficult in itself, as many key points were grasped in the hands of the beautiful countryside, which could be said to have infuriated him enough. But this virtual network, completely able to assume for themselves, and the terminal is even more magical that they have never heard of. It was completely counterintuitive that the terminals of this technology could actually run as long as one of Lu Chen's people controlled them. What exactly was the reason? Lu Chen didn't tell them, and only said that only he could control the terminal with this technology. It's more of a straight-up client and vice versa straight up for both of them. Lu Chen is not at all afraid of technology leakage or what commercial espionage, because the system produced this thing. The introduction is very clear. The core terminal is himself. A matter of intention. Even if this technology is stolen, how do you run it without a terminal? So, very smoothly, this meeting successfully reached a consensus. Ren Zhengfei and Wu Jichuan directly give up the hands of all the projects in progress, mobilizing all hands. The virtual network architecture of the matter began to start. After arranging things, Lu Chen leisurely sat on the sofa and sipped his drink, while Lin Xiaotian on the side even looked at him with a look of adoration. You say how the gap between people is so wide. Said text, Lu Chen now had uncountable assets in his hands, and had reached a terrifying level. Said Wu, the younger generation is unrivaled. The older generation of those demons are stronger than he is now. But dare to make a move? I wouldn't dare. There's Shuemajin standing behind us. Who dares to die? They don't know that Shuemajin has gone back to the Xianyuan continent. Even if you knew about it, can you guarantee that Lu Chen wouldn't be able to shout for him to come over again? Even Qin Buxi, who had watched Shui Emochen walk away, Li Bashan and the others didn't dare to guarantee it. Think about it, when people say they're going back to the Xianyuan continent, they pound out a wormhole-like thing with one punch and go through it in one go. I don't know if he's going to come over here with a punch out of a wormhole. Who dares to bet? No one. Otherwise, those bigwigs in Xia would be all over Lu Chen, just because he's a demon? Demon is only one of them. At most, it is appreciated by the bigwigs and given some special care. This was how Lu Chen was treated before when Shui Emochen didn't show up. However, ever since Shui Emochen appeared, those bigwigs, including the Dragon Lord of the Summer Kingdom, naturally treated him in a deeper manner. This is definitely a great treasure of Xia, so you have to serve it well. No, if Lu Chen made such a big move here, would those bigwigs in Xia not know about it? Not only do they know, but they even wiped his ass clean. Or else those scumbags from the Beautiful Kingdom and the Cherry Blossom Kingdom would have compromised so dryly? Certainly has a big reason for Shui Emochen in, but also see that such a person the summer country will inevitably be preserved. So even if they make a mess, they won't be able to turn anything over. After all, this is An Xia's territory. What made Lin Xiaotian even more admiring and shocked was that this Lu Chen was not only all-round in literature and martial arts, but now he even knew this unheard of black technology. Just listening to those projects introduced in his meeting made Lin Xiaotian look forward to them. Once a virtual network like this hits the market, it's an absolute instant burnout. He really wanted to cut open Lu Chen's brain to see how this guy's brain grew, how he looked at everything and was able to be the strongest at everything. The gap was too big, too unbelievable. Anyway, there was still some time before dinner, so Lu Chen simply cultivated. Lin Xiaotian naturally wasn't idle, and after saying hello, he went back to the house to cultivate with Lin Tianjin. On the eve of dinner, Gai Tianhao and Sun Youfu also returned to the hotel. The handover had been completed, but Sun Youfu's face wasn't very good. After inquiries, it was realized that those hotels were indeed handed over, but the management talents inside were all withdrawn, leaving only some local people working inside. There's no need to rush. Someone will get on it tomorrow. Lu Chen smiled, not caring too much. This was all expected. Sure enough, none of these foreign devils are good. He said that these cabs will not be so simple to complete the handover. It turned out to be waiting for himself here. Ding dong. At this time, a short message rang. Lu Chen took a look. It was Li Shueting who had arrived. The entrance to the Wigwing Hotel. Shui Ting, don't walk so fast. A man in fashionable clothes walked up quickly and stopped Li Shueting. Zhao Zhonghai, please don't follow me. I've made it very clear to you that I have a boyfriend. Li Shueting said impatiently. At this time her heart was annoyed. Originally she was happy and a little nervous to receive Lu Chen's call. Lu Chen also brought his parents and his second uncle's family over this time, and asked himself to have dinner equal to meeting his parents for the first time as well. Although it was said that they were high school classmates, and Lu Chen's parents she had met when she was a child, but after all, the identity of the people they met now was not the same. We used to be classmates, but now we're boyfriend and girlfriend. Li Shueting was busy with her work and it was not easy for her to dress up beautifully, but as soon as she went out, she ran into this scoundrel, Zhao Zhonghai, Guangshan City, Zhonghai Group Prince. This Zhonghai Group was not established before. It is said to be fishing for the side door, and then whitewashed to turn positive. The boss got a son in his later years, spoiled very much, so the establishment of the group is also nominated with the word Zhonghai. It can be seen, also because of the excessive pampering, leading to this Zhao Zhonghai all day long desultory. No one in sight. No, the Zhonghai Group had invested in Starlight Entertainment's South China Sea performance this time, and he had come over to attend on behalf of the group, not thinking about his career, but taking a glance at Li Shueting. This bout of stalking, by Li Shueting's side frontal, do not know how many times to reject, or so brazenly sticky. If it wasn't for the fact that Li Shueting had been surrounded by sisterly and the way-long security arranged by Lu Chen, this guy might have even gotten some dirty tricks to directly force himself on her. Over in Guangshan City, there were quite a few wonderful women who were just so spoiled by him. Like you said, it's just a boyfriend. It's not married. I still have a chance. Hearing Li Shueting's words, Zhao Zhonghai said with a disinterested smile, his thick skin taking one's breath away. You, Li Shueting was furious, really speechless against such a person. Shueting. At this time, Lu Chen walked out with his parents and Lu Shui's family, because came over here has been dealing with the Big Cherry Hotel and virtual network setup. Today are not free to take parents to buy clothes. Let Shui take Lu Chen parents in the hotel clothing store casually bought 2 pieces of clothing in line with the South China Sea Island first changed. This caused the corners of Zhao Zhonghai's mouth to raise as he took a look. With just one glance, Zhao Zhonghai could tell that Lu Chen's parents and his second uncle's family were the type of people who hadn't seen much of the world. Lu Chen. Seeing Lu Chen, a smile finally bloomed on Li Shueting's face as she directly greeted him and gave him a hug, which caused Zhao Zhonghai behind him to jump a little with his eyebrows, a hint of sinister in his eyes. Did you miss me? Li Shueting changed from her previous dignified and quiet behavior and hugged Lu Chen's neck and asked with a smile. Lu Chen didn't expect her to ask so directly, and was a little embarrassed for a moment. Long time no see for Sister Shueting. Oops, now I should call sister-in-law Shueting, right? Lu Shui came up at this time and teased with a smile. Li Shueting shrieked, and only then did she realize that there were other people behind Lu Chen. It had been a long time since I had seen him, and at first glance just now, I only had Lu Chen in my eyes, ignoring the fact that he was behind him. At this time, look again. Not only Lu Shui, there is also Lu Chen's parents and the second uncle's family, suddenly full of shyness and glared at Lu Chen. That means, how can you not tell me there are other people? Lu Chen shrugged his shoulders and made a helpless expression, which meant, you don't have time for me to say it either. Hello uncle, auntie,
second uncle, second aunt. It's been a long time. Li Shueting glared at Lu Chen once again and said smilingly to Gao Xiaolan and the others. In high school, Li Shueting had met them all a few times and knew each other. Good. These years have not seen Shui Tingyu but more and more handsome. Really good. Gao Xiaolan was happy when she saw the two of them hugging each other just now. At this time she was even more overjoyed. Her mouth was laughing and couldn't close it. Look at this. This is my son. The charm is endless. Gone 3 flowers like jade beauty. This is not a race Shisher Shuiting. This girl was the class president of the high school. And she was a real eye candy. Cao Xiaolan was liking it more and more and kept giggling there. And at this time, a very untimely voice rang out. Shui Ting, is this the boyfriend you were talking about? Not good. I think you should reconsider. This kind of person is not good enough for you. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. And Lu Chen's family all frowned as they looked at Zhao Zhanghai. How do you speak this young man? Cao Xiaolan was directly displeased. How come my son is not worthy? As a result, this Zhao Zhanghai completely ignored Gao Xiaolan and walked up to Lu Chen and directly spoke. She is the future bright star. She shouldn't follow an ordinary person like you. You can't give her a future. While I can. After hearing the inexplicable words of this Zhao Zhanghai, Lu Chen was somewhat speechless. Not to mention that he was speechless. After already knowing the wealth that Lu Chen currently possessed, Cao Xiaolan and the others were also speechless when they heard this. Is this guy stupid? Where did he get the confidence to say that to Lu Chen? And did not notice the crowd's odd face, Zhao Zhanghai said. Zhao Zhanghai. Guangshan Zhanghai Group is my family. This time Shuiting's 1-week concert in the South China Sea is also my sponsorship. A total of more than 50 million. The later stage of her movie I'm also ready to add another 300 million. I'm saying this is not to brag. It is to let you know the gap between us. I see that you do not look like I see that you don't look like a stupid person. You should be able to understand the meaning of what I'm saying. Zhao Zhanghai talked eloquently. The more he said, the more energetic, and his head was raised higher. With a look of greatness, Lu Chen was shocked by what he said. This stupid batch has no eyesight at all. Where's the IQ? You're just trying to show off, aren't you? And then you say you don't want to show off? Do you think you're as stupid as he is? It's true. Retards love to tell themselves how awesome they are. Oh, I know. Thank you for investing so much in my girlfriend. Oh, hard work. Lu Chen really do not want to talk more with this stupid elk. Anyway, he is happy to spend money. Just spend. Someone to make money for themselves. There is no reason to push out the door. Shui Ting, Mom and Dad, let's go eat. After saying that, he greeted Shui Ting and his parents and turned to leave. Hey stop. You kid don't understand human language? Zhao Zhanghai froze. Why is this kid not following the norm? Shouldn't they either be overcome by their own display of great strength and then know better? Or maybe just get angry? Jump up and scream at yourself, and then punch yourself in the face? How come you thanked yourself and turned around to go eat? What do you mean? This isn't quite the same as your own preconceived script. Alright, this Mr. Zhao, my brother is busy having dinner with his sister-in-law. Please go back if you're alright. There's no meal left for you here. Lu Shui was also waving her hand impatiently at this moment, like she was dispatching a pesky fly. Such a jumped-up clown. Even Lu Shui couldn't fight to dislike him. Completely retarded. It's not easy to grow up like this. Crap, I'm being ignored by a bunch of poor bastards? This time, Zhao Zhanghai was a bit unable to accept it and directly followed after them. Come on, let's go to the Range Moon restaurant for dinner, Lu Chen said. Didn't you bring your uncles and aunts along for the company's celebration banquet? Li Shueting sniffed and looked at Lu Chen in confusion. A celebration banquet? Lu Chen froze. Seeing Lu Chen like this, Li Shueting rolled her pretty eyes and explained. Coincidentally, Li Shueting's week-long concert and new movie preview press conference over here came to a successful conclusion. Tonight is a celebration banquet organized by the company and the sponsor, and it just happens to be booked at this Weking Hotel. Earlier, Lu Chen had called her to say that they were having dinner together at the Wilderness View Hotel, and had thought that he was bringing his parents to her celebration banquet. The results are obvious and are overthinking themselves. You're really a shirker. You don't even know about the company's operations and schedule. Li Shueting teased. Lu Chen is also a little speechless. The system gave him so much industry. Naturally do a dumping comfortable. Will use people on the line. Are to remember, which has so much time off. However, since it was a celebration banquet and his parents and Lu Shui seemed to be very interested in it, so he simply followed Li Shueting towards the Starry Star Hall, which was the large restaurant that was hosting this celebration banquet. At this time, the hall has long been richly decorated, from the door to the main stage on the red carpet, while the sides are filled with buffet dishes, pastries and alcoholic beverages. Wow, it's so beautifully decorated. with so many nice crystal arrangements hanging on the main stage.
Brin 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 brin.
Lu Shui's eyes glistened at the sight of Brin Brin's stuff and she was completely defenseless. It's really good. Gao Xiaolan also kept praising. It was also her first time attending such a party. Just like Lu entering the Grand View Garden. Everything felt new and everything felt quite good. As for Lu Chen's father Lu Zhengming, proper honest farmer, not much to say.
On the side as long as Gao Xiaolan or Lu Shui said something.
Frequently nodding to cooperate.
Full of rare face to watch.
Mr. Zhao, you've arrived really early. I really have to thank your company for sponsoring me this time. At the entrance of the Star Hall, Lu Wei,
the general manager of the South China Sea branch of Starlight Entertainment, saw Zhao Zhenghai and hurriedly came up to greet him and express his gratitude.
Oh, Manager Lu Ah, it's nothing.
It's a win-win situation for everyone, Zhao Zhenghai said with a smile, but his eyes were always staring at Li Shueting and the others in the distance.
That's right. This concert was very successful, and the promotion of the new movie has also achieved a good effect. Just waiting for the movie to start shooting next month. I believe that once the movie is finished, it will definitely sell a good box office.
Lu Wei was very satisfied with the results of this event and spoke eloquently to Zhao Zhenghai.
Manager Lu, who is this boyfriend that Li Shueting has?
Zhao Zhenghai didn't want to listen to these things. For him smashing money was the end of the matter. He didn't want to care about other things, nor would he care. From birth, it was raised in the palm of your hand, clothes to reach the hand and food to the mouth,
eating, drinking, whoring, gambling and pumping all kinds of proficiency, but only can not do business.
If it wasn't for the fact that his father had amassed enough wealth from his previous parochialism and had established a huge network of contacts, it really wouldn't be enough for him to lose his fortune. As the saying goes, there are probabilities and there are plenty of retards.
Boyfriend? I didn't hear that Li Shueting has a boyfriend. Moreover, do this line which dares to talk about boyfriends, will be less a lot of fans.
Lu Wei sniffed and said directly. Lu Chen and Li Shueting's affair was only known to Wang Antai and Sister Li, the former Jiangdu branch manager of Starburst Entertainment.
Wang Antai was later promoted to the headquarters to become the boss.
Sister Li became the director of Jiangdu, and later also promoted to become the general manager of the Jiangdu branch.
It was all kept secret about Lu Chen and Li Shueting.
After all, Li Shueting's dream was to be a singer-star, and she wasn't famous at that time, so it was best to plan it out without exposing the boyfriend/girlfriend thing first. Otherwise, he was afraid that it would have a great impact on Li Shueting's growth.
A lot of fans are like that. It's not a CP they approve of. And if you take the liberty of finding one,
a lot of them will turn pink.
This kind of thing, the showbiz business had come across too many, and they didn't dare to bet on it. So after reporting to Lu Chen and Li Shueting,
they agreed not to reveal that they were boyfriend and girlfriend until Li Shueting had accomplished something. Therefore, Lu Wei naturally didn't know about it, and neither did the other people from Starburst Entertainment.
All assuming that Li Shueting was just single. No boyfriend? Are you sure?
Zhao Zhenghai stared at her words and then asked.
Sure. Whether she has a boyfriend or not, don't we know within the company?
Lu Wei patted his chest and assured.
Oh, interesting.
The corners of Zhao Zhenghai's mouth rose at this moment as he looked towards Li Shueting and Lu Chen. It seems that this Li Shueting hired actors in order to reject herself. He thought in his heart, but he didn't realize that he had already been taken to the ditch by Lu Wei. So, with his wine glass in hand, he walked towards Li Shueting, while Lu Wei took a look and his face directly changed a bit to chase after him,
fearing that something would happen.
This Zhao Zhenghai's virtue, he is very clear. How many small stars young models spoiled in his hands?
But people have a lot of money.
His father this backstage and hard, after the fact all to set things right. As for Zhao Zhenghai, this time, he was bound to be looking at Li Shueting, and only then did he temporarily increase his investment. At first with the Zhenghai group to negotiate cooperation.
The side just promised 30 million.
I did not expect that later this Zhao Zhenghai saw Li Shueting,
directly after an additional 20 million investment. That's why this event was so beautifully organized. And money is good for business. These things Lu Wei has a number in mind. But thinking about Starlight Entertainment is not a small entertainment company.
Not afraid of him to cause trouble. You send money to there is no reason not to receive. Lu Wei naturally knows that it must be this second-generation ancestor who has taken a liking to Li Shueting. But such things in the circle are very common and not strange. Many celebrities have been subbed before they were even famous. It's just that some do it more subtly. Of course, there are plenty of clean ones that make it out, but it's a much tougher road than others.
As for Li Shueting, she was an exception. Because her boss Wang Antai had specifically explained that unnecessary social functions should not be arranged for her at all. So Lu Wei has not forced her to socialize. Not to mention that there is still the same level with their own sister Li has been following. He was thinking that this Li Shueting might not have a simple identity. Of course, he didn't want anything to happen to his company's artists unless they volunteered. Mr. Zhao, you see that this celebration banquet is about to start. Why don't we go sit over there first? You'll also be invited to speak on stage later. Lu Wei went after him and tried to pull Zhao Zhenghai away from Li Shueting, but the spermatozoa Zhao Zhenghai learned that Li Shueting does not have a boyfriend, which still cannot hold back. Just now Lu Chen the gang can ignore him for half a day. Not to give them a good nag? Li Shueting, you're good. I've invested so much for you and you find an actor to perfume me? Zhao Zhenghai bluntly opened his mouth and questioned. What are you babbling about? Li Shueting sniffed and her face immediately turned cold. Kid, look like you're just a little white boy. Tell me, how much did Shueting pay you? I'll give you double. As long as you get the hell out immediately. Saying that, Zhao Zhenghai really had to pull out a bunch of money from his wallet and slammed it over. Here's 20,000. I don't think you can ask for that much for an extra. Is that enough? His face was thick with a sense of superiority, and his eyes were filled with infinite contempt as he looked toward Lu Chen. The noise from this side attracted countless sidelong glances from the banquet hall, and when they saw that it was the two of them, Zhao Zhenghai and Li Shueting, they instantly crowded around. Lu Dong. At this time a cry of alarm was heard as Sister Li hurried over. Mr. Zhao, you've gone too far. Looking at the banknotes scattered on the ground, Sister Li's face sank. It doesn't take much thought to realize what this guy has done. It's you again. This young man doesn't have time to break up with you today. Go away. When Zhao Zhenghai saw Sister Li appear, his heart was even more unhappy, and he completely ignored Sister Li calling Lu Chen as Lu Dong. He only knew that it was this old woman in front of him who interfered every time, causing him to return several times without success. With that, Zhao Zhenghai directly reached out and pushed Sister Li away with one hand to grab Li Shueting's hand. Humph. At this time, Lu Chen let out a cold snort, and Zhao Zhenghai instantly flew backwards. Originally, this kind of small character Lu Chen was too lazy to pay attention to. After all, the two were completely not at the same level. But this kid is really overly retarded, and he's making his own death. So it's not his fault. A mouthful of blood was directly sprayed out. Zhao Zhenghai's face was in shock. Just now, it was as if he had been hit hard in the chest by a hammer, and the pain was excruciating. But nothing touched him, and the sight horrified him. And Lu Chen stepped out a few steps at that moment and came before him. Congratulations, you've managed to piss me off. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes at him, a dangerous color flashing in his eyes. It's you, bastard. How dare you hit me? What are you? Zhao Zhenghai reacted and saw the crowd of onlookers, and all of a sudden, his brain filled with blood, completely forgetting about the horrifying scene just now, and directly hissed. Sometimes retards are like that. They don't see the situation clearly for the sake of so-called face and dignity. Humph, what you have in front of you is Mr. Lu Chen, the chairman of our Starburst Entertainment. At this time, Sister Li snorted and said as she looked at him. These days, she was also infuriated by this Zhao Zhenghai in front of her. This guy is obsessed with color and sperm. Li Shueting in the South China Sea during the concert. Every day with a dogskin plaster like fancy. Sister Li was also guarding him 24 hours a day like a thief, afraid that he would do something excessive to Li Shueting, causing herself to be exhausted. All because the guy's reputation is so bad that once he sets his sights on a female, he won't stop until he gets his hands on her. What? Zhao Zhenghai looked at Lu Chen incredulously. Lu Wei, who was on the side, was also shocked in his heart. No wonder Wang Antai and Sister Li had been taking good care of Li Shueting. It was the first time he had come across an artiste with such privileges, coupled with the fact that Zhao Zhenghai had just asked him if this man was Li Shueting's boyfriend. He instantly figured it out. Half the time, Li Shueting is the future chairman's wife. After thinking about it, there was also a moment of fear in his heart. Luckily, he had been peaceful and hadn't done anything out of the ordinary. You have to realize that the unspoken rules of the entertainment industry are everywhere and the water is deep. Sometimes for the sake of some important investors, these managers do some inhuman tricks. Humph. So what if you're the chairman of Starburst Entertainment? You have to apologize to me today and hand over Li Shueting to me, or else I'll withdraw my investment. It just so happens that the medias are all there as well. I'm going to announce later on that we, Zhenghai Group, have withdrawn all our investment in Starlight Entertainment. Let's see how you, Starlight Entertainment, are going to end up. Zhao Zhenghai directly climbed up and viciously threatened. This time, the media that came to the celebration banquet, smelling the flavor of gossip, immediately gathered around. Ha! With a few stinking dollars you really think you can do whatever you want? Lu Chen laughed and slowly pulled Li Shueting to the stage. Hello friends of the media, I am Lu Chen, chairman of Starburst Entertainment, and now I announce that Starburst Entertainment will suspend all cooperation with the Zhenghai Group.
and call on business friends in all fields to boycott this kind of unscrupulous businessman together.
Wow. The arena was in an uproar as they looked at Lu Chen on the stage in shock.
They didn't expect this Xiao Zhanghai to just talk about it before announcing it, but Lu Chen was the first to announce the cooperation with Zhanghai Group.
We, Pang's group,
also announced that we will suspend all cooperation with Zhanghai Group in the future, and call on all building material merchants to boycott this unscrupulous businessman together.
At this time, a pot-bellied middle-aged man walked into the doorway,
and it was none other than Jiangdu Pang's group's Panglong.
Ditto for us at Typhoon. Ditto for us at Dragon Games. Mordor Su ditto. Mordorins ditto. Ditto for Stallion Capital. We, the Jinling Li family, the Taishan Group and the Jinling Pharmaceutical Group, also reconsider. All of a sudden, a group of people came in at the door, looking dusty, obviously all just rushed over. But this identity one is not small. For the media, all are local business giants with an ear to the ground, each a pivotal player in the region. Just as they were surprised at how such a giant had appeared and was still the first to side with Lu Chen, a few more voices came. I, Warren Group, also agree with Lu Don's decision to boycott together. I, the Xavier Group, concur. I, Dongqing Petrochemical, also agree. This time, the whole venue exploded. To say that those people in front of them were giants from all over the place, then the three that came in now were business giants from all over the country and even the world. Zhanghai Group also has a market value of more than $100 billion of existence. The front of those local giants, Zhao Zhanghai cannot care, but these three that came out at the end, even if he was a second-generation loser, he had heard of their power. CNH is an ass in front of the three of them. At this point, he finally panicked. Crap, these three are all giants with a market capitalization of over $10 trillion. And even they are on Lu Chen's side? Who the hell is this Lu Chen? That's not true. It's unbelievable. The three giants have all come to this celebration banquet. Is Starlight Entertainment's face that big? Who says it is not? This Starlight Entertainment before, although also very strong, but in the whole entertainment park before, is not the forefront of the rankings, but also this burst of time began to soar. Is it behind because there are these giants of the station? It's possible. If that's the case, this so-called divestment by the China Shipping Group is a joke. That's bound to be a joke. Not to mention the others, just these three giants. Any one of them can casually pin down the China Shipping Group. Listening to the venue full of comments, Zhao Zhanghai's face burned, and as thick as his skin was and as retarded as his brain was, he knew that he had kicked the iron plate this time. It was just that he couldn't figure out why all of these bigwigs were siding with Starburst Entertainment. But in the next moment, he realized with horror. Ha! You're all here? That was pretty fast. Lu Chen laughed lightly. Ha ha ha, boss, you summoned me. Xiao Pang, how dare I not be quick? Yes, boss, I wouldn't dare to be slow if you asked. I'm not late, am I? I, Ren Zhengfei, would not dare to be late for the chairman's summons. In an instant, these giants enthusiastically called out to their bosses. All of a sudden, the entire venue was silent except for these few people greeting each other. Everyone was dumbfounded as they watched the scene in front of them, their minds spinning. What were they shouting about that Lu Chen just now? Crap, they're all shouting boss, chairman. No way, could it be that these groups are all owned by Lu Chen? Well, be confident and remove the don't. I'll go. This Lu Chen is too awesome. Excellent excessively. So many groups are his. How much does he have to be worth then? No wonder he dared to openly announce the suspension of the Zhanghai contract and drag Li Shueting with him. It seems like they're a pair. If this identity is reported, even black fans won't dare to hack it, right? Maybe Li Shueting can even burst into popularity. Wait, I felt familiar before. This Lu Chen, isn't he the mysterious Prince Charming who played the piano for Chu Zi last time and the two of them kissed at the end? Hee, that's really similar when you say it. Crap, envious no wonder I can get Chu Zi and Li Shueting's favor. Such a bullish identity. If I were a woman, I would be willing to You'd better shave your exposed nose hairs first, or even if you become a woman, you'll roll your mouth when you kiss. This discovery made the crowd present even more excited, as if they had dug up a treasure and kept whispering about it, especially those in the media. Once this news was reported, it decisively exploded. Zhao Zhanghai's entire body was dumbfounded at this moment, standing there dumbfounded while his ears were filled with all sorts of jeers pointing at him, and it wasn't long before his cell phone rang. Hey, Dad. Zhao Zhanghai woodenly picked up the phone. Asshole thing, who you really messed with? All the companies we work with have called to cancel the contract. The bank also called to pay the loan. Ask them. All said it was you offended the wrong people. UTM, our family is finished. Growls continued to come out of the phone, but Zhao Zhanghai was already sitting paralyzed with remorse in his heart. These are naturally a matter of a phone call from the giants. brainstorming to their boss's woman, and being so arrogant to the boss, if not to get you to get who? Lu Chun, who was on the stage, hadn't even looked at him again since the beginning. This made the other people present feel even more sad for Zhao Zhanghai. In front of Lu Chen, he was just an ant that could be crushed at any time. But is that the end of it? Not really. Under the eyes of the crowd that were even more shocked, Zhao Zhanghai was directly racked up by the hotel's security guards. Offend our boss. In the future, all of you Zhao family members will be blacklisted by our entire South Sea hotel industry. You're not welcome here. Throw out. At this moment, Sun Youfu gave an order and directly let the security guards throw him out. Holy shit. Lu Chen is still the boss of this Wei Jing group? No way. But since Lu Chen is the owner of the Wei Jing group, he doesn't have the right to make the entire Nanhai hotel industry blacklist the Zhao family, right? Unless he's the president of the South Sea Hotel Chamber of Commerce? I just asked. Lu Chen did become the president, and it's still today. And there's something else that you wouldn't expect. What is it? Today, Big Cherry Hotel, Westin, Park Leap, MGM May, Ritz-Carlton, all of the branches of these in the South China Sea, were all transferred to the owner of Wei Jing, which is this Lu Chen. So naturally he became the president of the Hotel Chamber of Commerce. What? My god. This is too much. At this moment, everyone's gaze toward Lu Chen was filled with admiration. Envy. How can a man be such a bully? Not only is he handsome, two goddesses have thrown their arms around him, but he also has so much wealth. It is simply the perfect man god. Even the other businessmen who came here to participate in the celebration banquet started to use their brains to see if they had any beautiful daughters, nieces, nephews or the like at home, to see if they could hook up with Lu Chen a little bit through the beautiful women. After all, Lu Chen was so young and bloodthirsty. Would a normal young man not like a beautiful woman? Since ancient times there has been a saying that heroes are hard to get rid of. For these merchants, the so-called decent people out there are just personal restraint and social vision qualifies them to do that. If it were an open society, what man wouldn't want to have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Even a willow lover's mind may be constantly fantasizing about whoever it is, but he is just incompetent. So, these people came up and climbed in, trying to pull some strings. However, under the angry stares of Pang Long and the others, these people could only snappily say a few words about the scene and leave. The reason why even Huang Xiangmin from Warren and Mao Lin Shang from Dongqing Petrochemical came here was actually Lu Chen's arrangement. For one thing, the development of the virtual network's sub-mother end required quite a bit of money. But with Warren, Xiaowei and Dongqing Petrochemical stepping up to the plate, the money didn't have to go into consideration. Secondly, all these industries are their own. So naturally, the fertilizer does not flow to outsiders' fields, and there are benefits to be gained together. Thirdly, this side of the hotel accepts that there are still a lot of chores need to be done. They can be in charge of such a large group. For the use of people, management on the one hand naturally have a unique approach. Leave it to them to do on the line. Lu Chen just wanted to do a good job of being a handful, accompanying his parents, his second uncle's family and Shueting for a few days of rest these days. Zhao Zhanghai's matter was just an episode, and the celebration banquet was smoothly and successfully organized, with all the guests enjoying themselves. People in the media are also satisfied, because today we got a lot of material. The front page of the headlines in the next few days is bound to sell. Lu Chen was also taking Gao Jianli, Huge Dragon and the others, and started the second round of planning details for the virtual network setup. The Summer Kingdom, the imperial capital, at the center of power. Elder Qin, Elder Li, is this really good? Will it be too high profile? At this moment, a middle-aged man on the main seat opened his mouth and asked. This person, dressed in a straightened Zhongshan suit, revealed the aura of a superior person in every move. He, none other than the Dragon Lord of the Summer Kingdom. Dragon Lord, don't worry, we just kept a low profile for too long before. That's why we've been restricted at every turn these years, Qin Bufu said without any concern at this point. But, there's no buts. The appearance of Elder Shui Mochen will make all the countries jealous. They don't know that Elder Shui Mochen is already gone. So as long as Lu Chen makes a big mess, as long as he doesn't force them to their deaths, they definitely won't dare to resist. Yes, Dragon Lord, Brother Qin is right about this. You don't need to worry about it. You just need to give the greatest support to Lu Chen when he needs us. Li Bashan, who was on the side, also chimed in at this time. Alright, since both of you have said so, let's start with that. But, that Shui Mochen said the way to longevity really exists? The Dragon Lord nodded and finally looked at the two once again to ask. Since that senior said so, it must exist, but it must not be easy. Judging from Senior Shui Mochen's words, it's possible that he himself hasn't reached this point yet. His strength is already out of reach for us. And it's obviously hard when he can't even do it. Libeson said thoughtfully. Difficult. It's fine. As long as it's true, then there's hope for everything. So the quota for the ancient ruins this time is crucial. The dark forces of those people in the beautiful country won't be much weaker than what they appear to be, or even stronger, so they can't be taken lightly. A yearning gaze erupted in the Dragon Lord's eyes. Longevity was the ultimate goal of all cultivators. The next day, a ray of sunlight shone into the bedroom. Lu Chen opened his eyes, and his slender curves came into view, causing the corners of his mouth to unconsciously rise a little. It wasn't long before Li Shueting rolled over, wriggled a bit, and slowly opened her eyes. Good morning. Looking at her delectable appearance, Lu Chen scratched her agitated nose. Good morning. Looking at Lu Chen, who was near her eyes, her breath caressing her cheeks, Li Shueting's shy little face turned red. Thinking about last night's craziness, Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh softly once again, looking at Li Shueting's entire head buried in the quilt. Hasn't brother gotten up yet? I'll go call him. In the living room of the villa next door, Lu Shueting looked at the time and saw that it was already almost 10 in the morning. Today, they had agreed to take Mr. and Mrs. Gao Xiaolan to buy clothes, and there would be a sea activity later. Lu Shuei was looking forward to the sea activity. Wait, silly girl, don't be in a hurry. Your brother probably hasn't gotten up yet. Don't go rushing him, let him sleep a little longer. At this time, Gao Xiaolan said with a smile as she pulled her back. As a person who has been there, at night, but watched Li Shueting into the sunset of villa has not come out, then this point did not get up is not a very normal thing? It's almost 10 o'clock. Lu Shuei was a bit unhappy. It was at this time, however, that a knock came at the door. Lu Shuei went to open the door and opened it to see none other than Lu Chen walking in with Li Shueting. Brother, you're finally up. It's 10 o'clock. What a lazy pig. Isn't this to help your sister Shueting assist in her cultivation initiation? Lu Chen casually pulled a line. Oh, are you sure you're helping Shueting cultivate for initiation? Lu Shuei, who had originally answered the question, suddenly saw Li Shueting, who showed absolutely no signs of having cultivated, and immediately became skeptical. Alright, dead girl, aren't you in a hurry to go out? Hurry up and go. At this time, Gao Xiaolan came out to round up the situation, smiled strangely at Li Shueting and her own son, and pulled Lu Shuei outside. After the heavenly desolate skill technique given by Lu Chen before, plus giving them a few spirit stones each, the four of them, Mr. and Mrs. Gao Xiaolan and Mr. and Mrs. Lu Chen's second uncle, had long since entered the inner strength great completion stage, and they weren't far away from the peak of the inner strength. And Lu Shuei unexpectedly is the earth element pure body, but also has already reached the Zongmaster realm. Because of the change of cultivation of the 9 turns of returning to the origin skill, coupled with the washing of the elemental stone essence, the speed of cultivation is strangely fast and incomparable. At that time, let Lin Tianjin are stunned for half a day. Reacting to it was even more tisk 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 tisk. A bunch of people used to have a hard time finding out an elemental pure body. Now it was good that this Lu Chen had randomly pulled someone out from around him to be an elemental pure body. In the past, he himself was an elemental pure body, and was offered up by his old ancestor as a treasure to be cultivated, and those people on the submerged dragon list were envious. After all, only himself, Gai Tianhao, Su Zixi and Shen Hao on the list were elemental bodies, and the other several people were not. This is the entire Xia Kingdom's latent dragon list. How many young people only come out of these 4? What a face! But now Lu Chen was surrounded by, as far as Lin Tianjin himself could see, there were already 5 of them, namely Lin Xiaotian, Yao Anchi, Wu Ying, Su Fu Ling and Lu Shuei, plus Lin Tianjin and Gai Tianhao, a proper 7. Just breathtaking. However, that wasn't all, because Lu Chen had also discovered yesterday that this Li Shueting was actually a dark elemental pure body. If this was known to Lin Tianjin, he would probably be shocked to lose another big tooth. But because it was too late yesterday, it didn't take her to start cultivating straight away. It just gave her a general talk about cultivation and about the fact that the 3 Anchi girls were taken to the Regulus continent. When Li Shueting learned of this, she was naturally shocked severely again. The word immortal cultivation was a completely foreign field to her, but after going through Lu Chen's narration, she was looking forward to stepping into the immortal cultivation circle herself. But because they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and they both drank a little too much at the celebration banquet, dry fire alone in a room, naturally some wonderful unspeakable things happened. As for cultivating immortality, we'll talk about it later. Nanhai no. One department store, Lu Chen took Gao Xiaolan and the others, and hugely began to shop up. Li Shueting is in the hotel on Lu Chen separated, because she has other work to do today. About the evening we'll come back to eat together. After all, after the concert, there was still the preliminary work for the new movie that Li Shueting had to confirm. Ding, today's goods have been refreshed. Please make your own decision on whether or not to buy them. Product information, historic supreme yacht. Price, $1. I'll go. Seeing this yacht, Lu Chen bought it without even thinking. This is known as the world's most expensive yacht. The ship is 3 years to complete the construction of the total length of 30 meters. The entire ship's decorative use of red gold, weighing more than 10 tons. That's why it's known as the world's most expensive yacht, with a total cost of more than 30 billion summer dollars. And the surfaces of the yacht's base, decks, dining areas, handrails and all other parts of the yacht are wrapped in solid gold plating. Even more unexpected is a large wine bottle on board decorated with 18.5 carats of diamonds, one of the rarest diamonds in the world. The cherry on top is the fact that the ship's master bedroom is made of meteorite and authentic Tyrannosaurus rex bones, which alone beats all other yachts. Lu Chen had seen the introduction of this yacht on the internet before, and really thought that if he could go up to the master bedroom of such a yacht in the future to sleep on it, and drive such a yacht to the sea, it must be very cool. At first it was just a thought, but I didn't realize that the owner of the ship had now become himself. The system is just awesome. Brother, what are you gawking at? Come and help choose clothes for your parents. Oh. Lu Shuai couldn't help but ask as she watched Lu Chen sitting on the sidelines fuming. Nothing, just had a little fun with a fun toy I just bought. Oh, what toy? Is it fun? Give me a look too. Lu Shueting immediately became interested. I can't see it now. Let's do it in the afternoon. Take you to see it when we go out to sea. Lu Chen smiled and said. He was also looking forward to seeing this yacht of his. Yeah, I'm going scuba diving and sea fishing this afternoon, so you'll have to keep me company. No problem. Lu Chen agreed cheerfully. Lu Shuai happily turned around and started shopping frantically again. It's true that women have a shopaholic nature in this world. Even the old mom who has been living a simple life in her hometown, driven by Lu Shuai. At this time, she is also happily picking out clothes and pants. From time to time, take the clothes and pants to Lu Chen's father to compare the size. Look at this or that. Finally, don't care, all of them. The son is now rich and willing to give the old couple to spend. They are naturally happy to accept. As for economizing, after seeing how much industry my son owns, economizing? In your next life. Life is short. If you don't have money to have fun, do you want to take it to your coffin? Such a frantic sweep can make these guides happy. Look at this. This big bag cannot be counted. This monthly bonus commission is very big. This set of clothes are big, thousands of tens of thousands of dollars. Especially at the end. Lu Shuai actually fancy the treasure of the town inside the Hermes, worth 30 million of the 1001 Nights heart-shaped diamond bag. It's a completely handmade bag. The entire body is made of 18K gold and it's set with a total of over 4,000 diamonds. It was a billionaire's whim that cost a fortune for 12 top-skilled craftsmen who spent a total of more than 8,000 hours to complete it, and named it 1001 Nights. As a result, it was directly entered into the Guinness Book of World Records as the most expensive bag in the world. Later, because the chairman of the board of directors of Hermes appreciated this bag very much, after the original owner agreed, and built an identical bag placed in the main store as the treasure of the store to attract customers, only to see not to sell. And many years later, the so-called flowers do not have 100 days of red. The billionaire business went downhill. Had no choice but to bear the pain to sell the bag. This time, Emmaus has 2 models of this 1001 Nights, so took a put on the South China seaside of the summer to sell, but because the price is expensive, are looking at the people more buyers did not. But today, this bag attracted Lu Shuai's attention. And when she saw it, her eyes couldn't leave it. More than 90% of women like the bag. Always said that the bag to cure all diseases is not an empty cave. But when seeing this price, Xiao's Lu Shuai now income is not bad also cannot help but stagger. Like it? Lu Chen could tell at a glance that Lu Shuai loved this bag. Too expensive. Let's go. If you like it, buy it. It just so happens that your birthday is in a few days. As a gift from my brother. No need. This is really too expensive. Although Lu Shuai was a bit impressed and knew that Lu Chen wasn't bad with money, this price was really too expensive. So, holding back from looking anymore, he pulled Lu Chen to go out. Don't if you like it I'll buy it for you is. Lu Chen couldn't help but smile nicely. This girl also saved herself money. But at that moment, a greasy-headed little Kai look-alike man on the side snickered. If you can't afford it, you can't afford it. What are you pretending for? Your girlfriend has given you a step down. Hurry up and go. That's right. This is the treasure of Hermes. Can you guys afford it? Don't think that wearing Chanel or Kruger means you're a superior person. Do you have the right temperament? The demonic woman beside this man also sneered at this time. Lu Chen's parents and second uncle couple did go through a buying frenzy after sending head to toe to change to the brand. Although then before that is to be a lot of spirit,
but years of township life, the face of the temperament of this piece, indeed, or slightly worse, cannot very well handle these costumes. Therefore, when the pair saw it, they began to sneer, especially when he heard Lu Chen actually open his mouth and say that he wanted to buy the town treasure of Ima's, saying it so easily, as if he was buying a cabbage. He was endlessly contemptuous. What's the point of pretending to buy a $30 million bag, but also two people pull to pull to pull to pull? The fuss looks really can not see. What are you guys talking about? What does it matter to you guys if we can afford it or not? Lu Shuei exploded when she heard this. Yo, originally you buy or not buy is with us does not matter. But in front of me hanging around to pretend to be in the way. I said the little beauty. Instead of following him, it is better to follow the brother me. Although this bag brother cannot afford to buy, but other here the bag brother can buy for you. Oh. Seeing Lu Shuei jumped out, that oil bag head man's eyes immediately lit up. This girl is just right. After saying this, the man even squeezed his eyes at Lu Shuei thinking that he was very handsome, and the woman beside him actually didn't take offense to this at all, and even chimed in. That's right, sister. Follow Shao Tsung brother, but eat fragrant and drink less. You look at me this bag. 800,000 it, is Shao Tsung brother just bought. After that he even looked over at the little greasy-headed Satoshi and smiled curtly. Hearing the woman say so, Satoshi returned an appreciative smile. Well said. Bah, don't disgust me. My brother would buy this bag in minutes if he wanted to. Don't limit your imagination with your poverty. Lu Shuei is also a defiant master. If it is not Lu Chen said that now he cultivated the battle power cannot be used casually to ordinary people. Early slap smoked this oil bag head. How so annoying. Ha, yeah, I'm poor, so you let him buy it. If he buys it I'll run naked live. Oil bun head little Tsong said, looking at Lu Chen with a contemptuous face. Swipe your card. Lu Chen didn't say much and directly handed the card to the shopper who wanted to open his mouth to persuade him. Ha, really swipe? The shop assistant was a bit dumbfounded. This fight, really swipe the card? But can the card really be swiped with that much money? Just as she was about to result the card and prepare to swipe it, Lu Chen spoke again. Wait. Ha, sir, what are your orders? The shopper's hand that received the card gave a lurch and asked suspiciously. Ha, kid, pretend not go on, waiting for the card a brush. No money that can be too humiliating. Right. Early to admit defeat to go away on the right. Pretend what big tail wolf. Oil bag head small Tsong brother once again ridiculed. You call your headquarters, and I'll take the other pack. 2. I've heard that this bag used to be a non-sale item, and since they're both for sale now, I'll take them both. Lu Chen didn't pay any attention to little brother Tsong and said directly to the shopper. Ha, you want both? That's right, go make the call. Lu Chen waved his hand somewhat impatiently. This, good sir, you wait a moment, the guide went straight to the phone. Long time to see, I'll give 200 points for this pussyfooting, and also 2 bought together. Bull batch. Little Tsong directly gave a thumbs up and looked at Lu Chen with a playful face. Stomp at that moment, the shopper walked out with one of their store managers. Hello sir, are you sure you want to buy both bags together? This bag costs $30 million for one. The store manager saw Lu Chen and his party and lingered on his parents for a while, his eyebrows raised, but he didn't say anything and directly opened his mouth to inquire. Yes, swipe your card. Lu Chen nodded. Okay sir, the 2 bags together. The original price is 60 million. The headquarters side said that it can be discounted by 7%. And then erasing the change the total is 58 million. The store manager slowly said with a professional smile. Until now, she was not quite convinced that this Lu Chen in front of her could buy this bag, and still 2 together. But professional ethics kept her smiling, regardless of the final outcome. Okay, brush it. Lu Chen was still a few simple words. Now the store manager was a bit nervous. Was this for real? So, she took Lu Chen's card, took out the POS, and entered the amount. Then he put the card into the swipe slot, and finally took one more look at Lu Chen. It was found that he remained calm, as if swiping his credit card to buy the 2 bags worth $58 million was supposed to be a very common thing. You hurry up and brush it. What's the ink? I'm still waiting to see how he'll cry later. On the side, little Tsong urged impatiently. Swish, the store manager swiped the card straight through. Immediately after a small delay, zip, 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 the roll of paper inside the POS machine automatically prints out a small ticket. It's done? The store manager's heart skipped a beat. The real deal had worked. Crap, swiped the card successfully at the same time. The oil bag head small Tsong brother shocked. All the people present were stunned on the spot. $58 million just like that? Especially that grease-head little Tsong. At the moment it was like eating a mouthful of dead flies. Thank you boss.
this is the invoice and your card. Please keep it. The store manager at this moment handed back the bank card and the invoice for the bag with an excited face. Then he ordered the man to take out the bag of 1001 Nights and start packing it. Sir, this is your bag. Soon, the store manager handed over the packed 1001 Nights to Lu Chen. Sir, we will express that other bag to your place. Please also give me the address. The store manager said respectfully. Oh, no need. That bag is directly video destroyed. Lu Chen said calmly. Ha, what did you say? Destroy? The store manager froze, wondering if he was hallucinating. Destroy? That's 30 million a bag. And 29 million a bag on discount? What an international joke. However, the facts told her that what Lu Chen said was destruction. That's right. Naturally the one I bought for my sister had to be one of a kind. And by destroying that one, it's the only one left in the world. And that's the real 1001 Nights. Lu Chen said as a matter of course, causing Lu Shuai, who was on the side, to cover her mouth with her small hand with an excited face. And the store manager next to him and the greaseball-headed little conger, who had long been stunned, once again received 10,000 points of bludgeoning damage. Crap, what kind of godly operation is this? Spend $58 million on 2 bags just to destroy one of them. In order to be unique? It's true that poverty limits their imagination. Is this how a person hoe up? My goodness, this is the real God's manner. I knew he was hoe by watching him buy clothes before, but I didn't think he could be hoe like this. My heart is racing. He's so handsome. I want to be his sister so badly. I'd live 10 years less. My sister is like this. If she becomes his woman, gee, it's exciting to think about it. Yeah, would love to be his woman and have monkeys for him. I say auntie, seeing as how you're at least over 55 years old, right? Can you still give birth at your age? For a moment, the other customers and sales clerks inside the Hermes all cast envious eyes, and their eyes were all starry-eyed when they looked at Lu Chen. It was only Lu Chen's ability to pay money that was too strong, and this operation directly pierced their eyes. I think someone just said that if my brother buys the bag, he'll run naked live. Please? After Lu Shuai was excited, she said condescendingly to the oilhead little Tsong brother, relieved in her heart. Let your dog's eyes look down on you, and you don't weigh yourself to see what you are. Daring to question your own brother. It's like lighting a lamp in a thatched toilet at night looking for shit. We'll see. Oilbag head Xiao Tsong had no words to drop a vicious sentence, and took his girlfriend, who was already stunned, to pull his leg and leave. Hey, you people can't afford to lose? Seeing that this oilbag head even left like this, Lu Shuai was furious and was about to go up and theorize, but she was pulled by Lu Chen. Brother, letting him off just like that? Lu Shuai was a bit unhappy, having been disliked by this stupid elk just now. How can I? If a man says something, he naturally has to do it. 5 seconds. You watch. Lu Chen smiled and finished, signaling Lu Shuai to look over. The greaseball was seen pulling his girlfriend towards the crowd and was about to walk out of sight. Brother, what did you show me? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go. You. Lu Chen didn't answer her. He just counted down. I'll go. Brother, you're so bad at this moment. Lu Shuai was stunned. At the same time, the little greaseball-headed Satoshi let out a shrill shriek. It turned out that he had just walked out into the crowd when suddenly, all of a sudden, all of his clothes and pants ripped open at once, leaving him with only a pair of small underwear. And surprisingly, Pikachu printed on his buttocks. Exposure freak. Hit him. Pervert. Beat him up. Various women's screams rang out from the crowd, and then a group of people surrounded the naked man and beat him up. This was naturally Lu Chen's handiwork, and now that he was in the middle stage of the Seal King, it was natural for him to engage in such petty tactics. At this time, the oilbag head Xiao Tsong holding his head to block his face is not, blocking the crotch is not, wearing a Pikachu pants, running all over the shopping mall, behind the chasing and beating the team that is getting more and more, as if a street rat. At this time, the oilbag head small Tsong brother died with the heart. How he suddenly clothes and pants inexplicably torn, but also by 10,000 people chasing and beating. Damn. These days words really cannot talk nonsense. Said the naked run also really naked run? The key naked run also have to be a group of people chasing after the beating. Watching this dramatic scene, Lu Shuai covered her stomach and was on the verge of getting a cramp from laughing. This brother of hers was really bad. Afterwards, Lu Chen arranged for everything to be sent to the hotel, while the few of them changed into a casual, quick-drying short-sleeve shorts. After all, it's the tropics and we're playing sea sports in the afternoon, so it's better to wear quick-drying ones. Then, a few people discussed the situation and decided that they would all go out for a nice seafood dinner at noon. When you're in the South China Sea, you naturally have to eat seafood, and the seafood here is just very fresh and the meat is sweet. Brother, Let's go find a stall to eat? The ones in the hotel all have the same flavor. Besides being expensive, it's still better to eat at a stall. Lu Shui knew that she was going to come to the South China Sea for vacation, and she checked some tips on the internet early in the morning, which naturally included a seafood dinner. And in the South China Sea, there are a few famous seafood stalls: Laid-Off Workers, Locomotive, First Market and Spring Garden. Before she also did a comparison. The First Market and the Locomotive price is the most friendly. Inside there is a seafood market. Directly buy seafood to find a store processing can be. Of course, a few other seafood stalls follow a similar pattern. Only here the options are a little more varied and the prices a little more affordable. Spring Garden is a bit more expensive than these two, but the environment is cleaner because it was redecorated a while ago. As for the laid-off workers, they are in the middle. Of course, in addition to these, the South China Sea also has 68 Snacks Commercial Street in Haitang Bay and Linwang Town, Hohai and other places to eat seafood. Yalong Bay also has food courts such as Yatai Seafood Plaza and Baihua Valley. But didn't they just come out of the first department store now? So after thinking about it, they chose Spring Garden nearby. It's a bit more expensive than the First Market, but the environment is much better. Spring Garden Seafood Plaza, which has dozens of stalls, a supermarket lined up at the entrance, and the seafood market at the far end. Because this side of the block are processing oriented. Eat seafood here, generally are selected after a block. There will be a little girl inside to take to buy seafood, weighing the caddy to pay the money. Came to the block, according to the type of your seafood and caddy as well as cooking, respectively, to calculate the processing fee. As for the drinks, it's all about buying them yourself from those supermarkets at the entrance. When you walk into the market, a lot of little girls and aunts will come to enthusiastically solicit customers. Luch and several people walked around, and finally found a house that looked pretty popular, 68th Chop Shop, and walked in. Welcome, welcome, sit inside. What do you want to eat later? You come to the individual. I will take you to the inside food court to shop for seafood. Once inside, the little sister inside greeted her warmly. After Lu Chen sat down his parents and the second uncle and his wife, he took Lu Shui and followed his little sister to shop for seafood. Not to mention, the food court behind the market is not too small. A variety of seafood, brine, vegetables, stir-fry can be described as everything. What is this? The first thing she passed was a vegetable stall, and Lu Shui asked as she pointed at a vegetable. Oh, this is one of our local wild vegetables, called four-corner cabbage. With a refreshing taste, it can be stir-fried and garlic-fried. Little sister enthusiastically introduced. Have 2 bundles, taste them, Lu Chen said directly. Quartered greens are sold in bundles tied together, and a bundle is $15. Lu Chen looked at a bundle of portions as not a lot. It seems not half a caddy. Bought 2 bundles. After all, 6 people. Buy a bundle may not be a mouthful is gone. 2 bundles of less than a pound of wild greens. 30 yuan. Later processing fee for a pound is 10 yuan. Less than a pound as a pound. Add together this dish is 30 yuan. Honestly not cheap, but a vacation wouldn't care too much about that. Let alone Lu Chen, who wasn't too bad. Then it was a matter of picking another local unknown wild vegetable and getting 2 bundles of that as well. Why is it not well known? Because the stallholder just keeps saying it's a local wild vegetable from the South China Sea, and can't say a name for it, just that it's delicious. 2 vegetables are done. They came to the seafood area. As far as the eye can see, all kinds of conch shellfish, shrimp, sea crabs, australopithecines, king crabs are all available. When I looked at the prices, I said that seafood would be cheaper in a seaside town, but it wasn't. King crab price tag 268, less than 6 pounds of the kind of small, and Jiangdu side of the same specifications of 299 pounds. When you do the math, you still need to pay for a round-trip airfare to eat here, so it's actually a little more expensive here. Of course, freshness and local flavors make a bit of a difference. Straight away I picked one of the biggest here, weighted at 4 pounds 6 taels, and removed the change for $1,200. After being introduced by my little sister, I chose the king crab 2 ways, garlic steamed and sheltered, and the processing charge was $80. If it's over 6 pounds or more, you can usually make it a triple meal, but unfortunately there are no king crabs over 6 pounds here today. Of course, if it's 6 pounds and up, the market price will be a bit more expensive. Then they picked out a 3+ pound Australopithecus, and then got ready to go shopping for shrimp and shellfish dishes. Just as I walked past, I heard an argument inside. Boss, you're not doing it right. Weighing me without draining the water? A customer said. Didn't I pour water for you all over again? Fresh seafood must have water in it. Ah, can't give you all the time to dry here and wait for the sun to become dry, right? The boss said in disbelief. But, it's all the same here. Besides, you've gone out for a spin. Who knows if it's you who went and dunked the water bullshit? Not just now. Seeing that this person still wants to bet, the boss directly said impatiently, with a tough attitude, most of the people who come here to eat are not locals, they are tourists. For some of their merchants here, a ripoff is a ripoff. And who knows how many years it will be before your next visit. It's not impossible that you can only come here once in your life. After all, a trip to the South Seas is not a small expense. Not that others can't afford it, but many families aren't willing to spend that kind of money on fun. What are you talking about? The customer came angry too, but before he could lash out, a few burly men came up on the side, glaring at him angrily, obviously from the stall owner's gang. This time, the customer was abashed, unfamiliar. In order to dozens of dollars to get a beating, think not worth it, cursing away. Che, the stall owner spat, unimpressed. This kind of thing happens a lot here. They bully you for being an outsider. What can you do? If you sue, it's just a civil dispute that won't be settled. Besides, do you have any evidence? By the time someone comes, the water will have drained away. It's all bullshit. And it seems that he alone has all the shellfish in this food court. And you can only buy them here if you want to eat them. That's why he's so rude. Lu Chen and Lu Shuai glanced at each other, both revealing playful smiles as the two of them walked over. Boss, chicken leg snails come 3 pounds, big mango snails come 5 pounds, flower snails 4 pounds. Lu Chen reported several snails. Okay, the boss was a sharp worker and waited all at once. It's all ready, take a look. Ha, not right boss. I want 5 pounds of mango snails. How come there are only 2.5 pounds? At this time, Lu Shuai pointed at the bag of mango snails and looked at the weighing with a puzzled face and said, "Ha!" The owner froze, looked at his scale, and his heart skipped a beat. And it was true. Oh, maybe I just misread it. I'll add it for you. Saying that, the boss added a few more handfuls of snails to it, and when he looked at the scale, it was just 5 pounds. Right now, boss is only 3 pounds now, not 5. What? The boss sniffed and looked at the scale again. Crap, what the hell? Sure enough, the scale showed 3 pounds, but he had just grabbed a few up, so how could it all be enough? Boss, is there too much water in it? That's why the caddy went down as soon as you put water in it. Boss, you're really a truthful person. Lu Shuai complimented. Ah, ha ha, that's right, my old Lu must be honest in business. I'm making it up to you, haha. This Lu Shuai herself looks petite and cute, and her face value is top notch. Giving such a compliment, the boss's entire body floated. Grabbing a few more handfuls, the owner stared hard at the scale for a moment to make sure it was 5 pounds before speaking again. See, it's right this time, isn't it? 4.5 pounds, still much less. Oh boss, Lu Shuai said with her hands spread out. What? Old Lu turned his head to look, and the whole thing went bad. What the hell? How come there are only 2.5 pounds of mango snails after catching so many? This bag can barely fit, not to mention 4.5 pounds, 10 pounds or more than girl, this may be my scale is broken. I'll change the weighing, old Lu said. Okay, Lao Lu directly took out another scale, up to the top, still shows 4.5 pounds. He was directly speechless, with so many people watching. He was even more skeptical or just grabbed 2 handfuls and shoved them in the bag. 5 pounds, that's right, isn't it? He asked this time, keeping his eyes on the numbers on the scale. Well, right this time, here's your money. Lu Shuai paid directly and took the purchased conch. Phew, it was then that the boss let out a long breath. Boss, you can definitely do business. Honest, that person before must have slandered you. Lu Shuai raised a big bag of mango snails in her hand before leaving and said with a smile. Ha, ha ha, right? Old Lu smiled on his face, always feeling that something was wrong, and very wrong. Is that big bag really only 5 pounds? It can't be, but both scales were 5 pounds when I changed them. But people don't care what he thinks. See the little girl, 5 pounds of mango conch has so much. All of a sudden and many guests flocked over. All want to buy 5 pounds of mango conch. Good good good. All there are. Sufficient amount of goods. One by one. See, all of a sudden so many people patronize. Old Lu happy flowers. This time can make a big profit. The previous doubts all of a sudden thrown into the back of the head. The heart is still happy to think. This girl is good, equal to their own free advertising, but also cleared that customer accusations before. However, this selling, not right. Everyone is stuffed with a whole big bag to get to 5 pounds. Since when are those 5 pounds so much? Boss, it's not good. At this time, the burly man who had terrorized that customer earlier ran over from outside, shouting, What? What's not good? Old Lu drank. I was just going to the bathroom and I heard someone saying, There's a, over here. There's a what? You tell me.
They say there's a stupid elk over here that's selling 10 or so pounds of mango snails as 5 pounds.
Which stupid elk? Crap, said I. Lao Lu subconsciously said. Suddenly thought no. This market only he is selling mango snails. This is not saying himself? 10 or so pounds to buy is 5 pounds? Crap. Just now Busy did not pay attention. This time Lao Lu took a look. The inventory is going to the bottom. But this Nima lost a lot of money. And the two of them, Lu Chan and Lu Shuai, laughed and laughed as they returned to the stall and let the little sister take the dishes to be processed. What's so funny? Gao Xiaolan asked curiously. Eldest auntie. I just ran into a black-hearted merchant who sold us 10 or so pounds of mango snails as only 5 pounds. Ha ha ha. Lu Shuai couldn't help but laugh out loud as she spoke. It's just such a beautiful feeling to see a black-hearted businessman eat his own words. Ha, this is considered a black-hearted merchant? Gao Xiaolan couldn't understand. 10 pounds of mango snails were sold to you as 5 pounds. Aren't you taking advantage of it? Why are you still calling him a black-hearted businessman? So, Lu Shuai told the story of what happened, and then how she did her own tampering as well. After hearing this, Gao Xiaolan also cried and laughed. This black businessman was also unlucky. However, it is also deserved. Weekdays in the major scenic spots of those vendors would have been some very black-hearted. Such a pit customer is not a lot of people. It is deserved to be punished. Good it's really you who messed up. Little ninny. I think you're tired of living, and you don't inquire about my big head Lu's name. Pay for it. If you don't pay for my loss today, don't want to go. Suddenly, Big Head Lu led a group of people who aggressively surrounded Lu Chen and the others. Brother Lu, have a talk. Don't be impulsive. Come on, get a cigarette and calm down. The owner of the chop shop walked out at this time and advised. Paki Zhao, don't get involved in this. Go away. Big Head Lu didn't give face. Directly rebuked, and slapped away the cigarettes handed over by Paki Zhao. Hurry up and pay for it? Big Head Lu once again yelled at Lu Shuai. What money? The money and goods are clear. At that time, but you saw the sale. Why did you do it so long ago? What are you talking about now? Lu Shuai used a similar technique to Big Head Lu's words from before and said it again. This choked Big Head Lu to death. Crap, I see you don't know how to write the word death. After saying that, he was reaching out to grab towards Lu Shuai. Lu Shuai's eyes flashed sternly. Not only did she not dodge, she directly explored her hand and instantly grabbed Big Head Lu's wrist with a pull and a twist. Click. Oops. With a miserable scream, accompanied by the sound of misplaced bones, Big Head Lu's entire right arm instantly drooped. Dislocated. Bean-sized beads of sweat rose from Big Head Lu's forehead as he looked at the small woman in front of him with a stunned expression. Inexplicably his sweaty hairs exploding. Their own 5 big thick men. A photo. To this girl to dislocate their hands? This technique is obviously a practitioner. It looks like he's met a hard case today. What are you waiting for? Let's go and fuck her. Higher martial arts is also afraid of kitchen knives. Although they do not hold a kitchen knife, but the hands have iron bars, wooden sticks and so on. With a command from Big Head Lu, a dozen or so people carried their sticks and smashed them down. Don't know how to die. Lu Shuai wasn't the weak and adorable girl she used to be. Now she was an existence of the Zhongshe realm. Without seeing how she moved, she saw Lu Shuai's figure in the field blur a few times, and the 10 or so people who had rushed up, even with their sticks, were all instantly kicked out. The sticks in his hands broke and shattered, falling to the ground. Hiss. This scene made Big Head Lu, who had himself dislocated his right arm, draw a breath of cold air even more. Why is this girl so fierce? A photo to waste their own arm. Another photo to their own dozen brothers were kicked flying, instantly lost combat power. Lu Shuai picked up a still intact iron rod on the ground and walked towards Big Head Lu. What are you doing? Don't come over. Seeing Lu Shuai walking towards her, Big Head Lu was so shocked that his sweaty hairs stood up and he was covered in goosebumps. Shouting as he stepped back, he accidentally fell straight to the ground. Dang! Lu Shuai slammed her stick between his pants legs, making a low sound, and the ground gave way to a hole. This stick, although it did not hit Lu Big Head, but at this time he was already scared out of his wits, and a hot stream of water moistened between his pants legs. Lady Warrior, spare my life. I know I'm wrong. I won't dare to do it again next time. This time, Big Head Lu directly wimped out. Lu Shuai is so bullish, they dare not even think about it. How can this still fight? Directly crying Grandpa and Grandma shouted up, the Lady Warrior, spare your life. That's disgusting. Get lost. Seeing that Big Head Lu was so unpleasant, Lu Shuai jumped away with a look of disgust and directly scolded. This sound is simply heavenly music to Big Head Lu and the others. How dare they say one more word, helping each other to pull their legs and run. This woman, she's so fucking scary. Especially Big Head Lu. Lu Shuai had left a huge shadow in his heart. Every time he thought of this stick in the future,
He always felt that his brother would be indirectly soft and weak. This was an afterthought. Lu Shuei didn't know about this. After driving away Big Head Lu Shuei clapped her hands like nobody's business and sat down next to Lu Chen. Brother, what's up? Is it okay? Well, it's not bad. The power control is fine. But don't be proud. The road is still long. Lu Chen said with a smile. Got it. Lu Shuei spat out her tongue, made a face, and dragged Gao Xiaolan off to chat with them. Paki Zhao on the side and those chop shop owners next to him could all look dumbfounded at this moment. Crap, that girl is so fierce? What a wench. It's a warrior woman. Yes, 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 yes. This is definitely a female warrior. Her hand kung fu is incredible. Big Head Lu's brothers are not oil lamps. That's right. Usually these few. One person can deal with 4, 5 people. And now they were all put down by this warrior woman in a single shot. It's too unbelievable. This time, the surrounding bosses, diners, and some people familiar with Big Head Lu began to talk. Especially some of the people who had been pitted for buying food at Big Head Lu's place before were even more pleased, as they had suffered a boring loss in Big Head Lu's hands before and were unable to take revenge. Boss, don't dawdle. Hurry up and serve the food. My stomach is starving. Seeing that Paki Zhao was still looking at himself in a daze, Lu Shuei urged. Okay, right away. You wait. Paki Zhao reacted and immediately answered with a burst of running towards the kitchen. Such a warrior woman could not be slowed down. Enjoying the crowd's pursuit, compliments and envious admiration, Lu Shuei also became more interested in cultivation. It feels good to be a warrior woman. A seafood dinner. The local flavors were still good, and with the seafood fresh enough, it was a joyous meal for all. After the meal, Lu Chen and several people wandered around the neighborhood, bought some specialties, and then set off toward the South China Sea Yacht Club, ready to go out to sea to play. Since the yacht club was just over at Yalong Bay, a few people first went back to the hotel to put away their purchases. After bringing their bathing suits, the crowd went straight to the South China Sea Yacht Club. In the end, it is a gathering place for many rich people and celebrities, with many supercars and luxury cars parked in front of the entrance. When you enter the lobby, you can take a few random steps and see gorgeous women walking through. After checking in, the group went to the lobby bar to get some drinks and wait for the yacht's crew to check on the yacht's safety matters and for the sailing crew to take their places. Xiaolan, a surprised voice came from a line of people walking over. Big sister? Seeing the visitor, Gao Xiaolan froze, and then her face looked a little less natural. The visitor was none other than Gao Xiaolan's own sister, Gao Xiaoyan, and the two were not on good terms, and their personalities were completely different. Gao Xiaoyan is greedy and snobbish, not pragmatic, by virtue of their own posture is still good. When the private style is very chaotic, the parents of Gao Xiaolan are angry half dead, and directly kicked her out of the house. Cannot afford to lose this person. In terms of the countryside, Gao Xiaoyan's style is something that almost everyone is not used to seeing, causing the Gao family to be constantly pointed at. Gao Xiaoyan has been divorced 3 times, all because of money. As the saying goes, where there is a mother, there is a daughter. And the only thing in Gao Xiaoyan's life that makes her proud is that she has divorced 3 times, given birth to 3 beautiful daughters, and found 3 rich men, all of a sudden, living a rich life, and 2 years ago, he even went back to his hometown and pretended to be a pussy, making his parents angry again. Why are you here? Gao Xiaoyan swept a glance at the ones present, all recognizing each other, and raised an eyebrow. As far as I can remember, the Lu family that Gao Xiaolan married was not good, although her father-in-law was the village chief, but it was a poor and remote place. So what about the village chief? There are no red tickets for the village chief, or a poor family. But today, it was a surprise to see Gao Xiaolan's family and Lu Shui's family here. Oh, my son brought us to the South China Sea for a vacation and came over to go out to sea today. Gao Xiaolan also showed off a bit. In the past, when Gao Xiaoyan went home to pretend, he could count their siblings out, who made them really poor and have no room for a rebuttal at all. Oh, your family Lu Chen is rich now. Gao Xiaoyan looked at Lu Chen and asked with a twinkle in her eye. It's okay, just a few companies. Gao Xiaolan said proudly. Oh, that's good. This age has a few companies quite good. Introduce. This is my eldest daughter Yuan Ziyu's husband, Chen Yifan, CEO of Guangshan Lonely Moon Group, with more than 30 companies under his name. This is my second daughter Yuan Zixing's husband, Wang Hui, CEO of Guangshan Brilliant Group, with more than 60 companies under his name. This is my youngest daughter Yuan Zixin's husband, Lu Zhongting, Fuluan Group, with more than 300 supermarkets covering the whole country under his name. Hearing Gao Xiaolan's words, Gao Xiaoyan was unimpressed. Just a few companies, so complacent? When introduced, her daughter and son-in-law, all proudly tilted their heads, itching to turn their nostrils to you.
That proud look. See Gao Xiaolan gas. However, she inwardly began to be false. Before seeing her son Luchan so many companies in the hands of his son felt that his son is very bullish. But Gao Xiaoyan's son-in-laws have at least 30 companies under their command, so his son seems to be a lot less than others. To her, she had only heard the number of companies, not realizing that so many of these son-in-law's companies combined were not as good as the one in Luchan's hands. So after hearing Gao Xiaoyan's words, her face reddened and she held her breath not knowing what to say. But she didn't understand. Lu Shuai did. Companies aren't based on numbers, hundreds of companies sometimes don't even compare to one of their own. Lu Shuai wouldn't spoil them. She had long heard that the eldest sister of her great-aunt's family wasn't a thing, and it was true. She's not the only one who's not something. This family is not something. What a person. Che, you can't eat grapes and say grapes are sour. Mom, let's go. Our yacht has arrived. The youngest daughter, Yuan Zixin, spat and seemed to be too lazy to bother with Lu Shuai as she urged Gao Xiaoyan to board the boat. In her mind, these are a mob. A few companies show off what? Home now hundreds of supermarkets in. Not a level. Talk to them all fall. Lu Shuai quit and was about to go up to dislike her, but was pulled back by Lu Chen who was on the side. What's the point of bothering with them? You're at least the clan master now, Lu Chen said with a smile. That's right, not to mention that Lu Chen was something they couldn't compare to. But as soon as the current patriarch Lu Shuai's identity shone through, these secular businessmen, what the hell? Such a company would be available in minutes, if only the patriarch would ask for it. In other words, these grandchildren's current wealth was not even comparable to Lu Shuai's status as a patriarch, let alone compared to Lu Chen. Right, I can't drop my status. After Lu Shuai figured it out, she nodded her head furiously, looking at Lu Chen with a burst of amusement. This ninny, in all seriousness, does look a little funny. Lu Dong, your yacht has been inspected, and the supplies and crew are in place, so you may board. At this time, a middle-aged man walked over and said respectfully, the nameplate on his chest reads, General Manager of the South China Sea Yacht Club, Wu Yong. Brother, how come he called you Lu Dong? Is it? Originally, Lu Chen's identity was the chairman of many groups, and it was not unusual to be called Lu Dong, but there are too many chairmen who come here to play, and I don't see them being received by Wu Yong. And the general manager personally received. The attitude is still so respectful. Can't help but think about one more level. Well, that's right, this yacht club is also mine. Lu Chen nodded and said, it's nothing to hide from your own family, and there are no outsiders here anyway. Ah, Lu Chen, the owner of the South Sea Yacht Club is also you? Hearing this, Lu Shuai just had a look of determination, but Gao Xiaolan was not calm. This son of his is a bit too much of a bully. This just graduated not long ago. Hands so many family group companies, will also be magical cultivation techniques, although in Lu Chen's mouth to say up. These are all because of the relationship of that mysterious master, but it is also too unbelievable. If it wasn't for the confirmation from those bigwigs and Lu Shueting and others, she really couldn't believe it. Son, just how much more are you hiding from us? Gao Xiaolan asked frostily. Mom, this is something that can't be explained in a moment. In fact, there are many more properties under my name that I can't even count. All of them are in escrow, so I'll tell you about it slowly later. Lu Chen smiled awkwardly and prevaricated. How many? He can't really say. This system refreshes once a day, not to mention that sometimes it gives a few extra times. At present, the properties in hand are almost too many to count. And in the future? Who knows how many more there will be in the future. Take your time and see it one step at a time. Shuai, go, take you to see my new toy. After saying that, Lu Chen pulled Lu Shuai and walked quickly towards the pier. He didn't want to be interrogated by his mom. You child. Seeing Lu Chen who ran away, Gao Xiaolan laughed and scolded, looking at his back and smiling. Your own son. That's how good he is. From the lobby bar, follow a walkway on the left that leads directly to the marina. Lu Chen and the others walked all the way and saw various styles of yachts of all shapes and sizes moored at the pier. Lots of bikini-clad babes posing on yachts and having fun. And beside those beautiful women, there were all kinds of rich businessmen, rich second generation, admiring their prey. Why ever thought that they are at the same time the prey of these beauties? The material, the lustful desire for each other, just to get what they want. Brother, where are the toys you mentioned? Lu Shuai asked curiously with a look of anticipation. Don't rush, it's still ahead, Lu Chen said with a smile. Xiaolan, do you want to come to our yacht to go out on the sea together? This yacht was bought by my second son-in-law at a cost of more than $100 million. It's much more comfortable than the kind of yacht you rented. At this time, Gao Xiaoyan's voice came again, and the crowd looked sideways. At this time, she was standing on the deck of a 3-story yacht, waving at Gao Xiaolan. Looking at that,
That was really inviting Gao Xiaolan to go over and play with her on the same sea trip.
Obviously showing off. No need. My son also has his own yacht. Gao Xiaolan directly refused. Before he came, Lu Chen had said that he had also bought a yacht. Lu Chen also bought a yacht?
It won't be one of those small yachts that cost a few $1,000,000,
right? If that's the case, it can be very bumpy on the sea, and with so many of you, that's not a lot of space. Upon hearing that Lu Chen had also bought a yacht, Gao Xiaoyan's first reaction was that Lu Chen had bought the most ordinary kind. Gao Xiaolan in-laws what condition? She knows, which can afford to buy tens of millions of things, even if just heard that Lu Chen seems to have a few companies under him. Look, what a yacht that is. Holy shit. No, I can't believe it's that yacht. Which ship? Don't sell me short. This can be a great. Is known as the world's most expensive yacht. Worth more than 30 billion. Called the history of the supreme ship. What? Over $30 billion? That expensive? That's not true. See for yourself. It's all wrapped in pure gold plating. All the decorations are red gold. What's the concept of 10 tons of red gold? That's right. And I've heard that there's a large wine bottle adorned with an 18.5-carat diamond on board. That diamond is one of the most desired diamonds in the world. Not only these, the most critical, is the inside bedroom, can be made of meteorite and Tyrannosaurus rex bones. If you can sleep on this, all worth it. So extravagant? My goodness, I wonder whose it is. At this time, the people on the other docks were talking, even Gao Xiaoyan's daughters and son-in-laws. Their eyes were filled with envy at this time as they looked towards the historical supreme ship. The owner of this yacht must be a big shot. Well, there's no doubt about the strength of the person who can buy this ship. A few of your own can't compare. Yes, when I would have had such a yacht, I would have been willing to live a few years less. At this moment, several of Gao Xiaoyan's son-in-laws also said with envious faces. This ceiling-level yacht was also unattainable for the three of them. Wow, so beautiful. Even Lu Xue's eyes sprang up with little stars when she saw that history's supreme ship. Even if Gao Xiaolan and her husband and wife didn't know how good or bad the yacht was, they could tell from the luxurious and extravagant exterior that it was extraordinary. Pretty. Ha, let's go. Lu Chen smiled and took a step towards that history supreme ship. Brother, the big toy you said, wouldn't be this ship, right? Lu Xue froze, then looked at Lu Chen with a shocked expression. Bingo, you got it right. Lu Chen laughed. I'll be damned. Brother, you can do it. It's so awesome. Once she heard that it was true, Lu Xue looked at Lu Chen with a face of adoration. I'm sure it's a big toy. It's an expensive big toy. Sure enough, his brother was always just so awesome. At this moment, the Gao Xiaolan couple and the second uncle on the side were dumbfounded. The conversation between Lu Chen and Lu Xue just now, they could hear it clearly from the side. What does my son mean by that? That luxury yacht that everyone envies and touts as Lu Chen's? Oh, my god, this pussy has to be loaded. Gao Xiaolan was extremely excited. Since his son said so, it must not be false. So, she cleared her throat and looked at Gao Xiaoyan. Sister, we're not going up there. See, that yacht, my son's, is more spacious than yours, isn't it? Why don't you go up to our family's yacht? Let's go sailing together. Gao Xiaolan crossed her waist with one hand and pointed at the historical supreme ship with one hand. Her head raised to her back as she proudly said, You guys like to talk through your nostrils, don't I? I can still talk with my chin up against you. Cut. What? That yacht belongs to your family? Gao Xiaoyan froze. Mom, listen to them. What kind of international joke is this? This yacht is the most expensive yacht in the world. Worth more than $30 billion. Just their family? Can they afford it? Funny. At this point, the eldest daughter said dismissively, the three of them sound like a lot of companies, but together they don't even have $30 billion in assets. So how can Lu Chen's family have that? A few years ago when I went back to pretend, I heard that Gao Xiaolan's family was not well adjusted, and I hated to borrow money to renovate a country house. It's only been a few years? $30+ billion for a yacht? Are you kidding me? Che, you guys are saying grapes are sour when you can't eat them. Don't believe me. Gao Xiaolan spat and didn't want to pay more attention to these people, directly following Lu Chen's footsteps towards that yacht. Seeing this, Gao Xiaoyan was not calm, directly got off the boat and followed. She did not believe that this boat could be Lu Chen's. She must see what happened. Mr. Lu, please. At this time, the captain equipped by the yacht club said respectfully at the boarding port. Aha! Lu Chen nodded and went straight to the ship. Crap, it really went up? How is that possible? How could they afford a boat like that? It must have been rented. That's right, more than $30 billion. To be able to buy a yacht like that, worth at least a few $100 billion. Just them? Seeing this scene, Gao Xiaoyan's family was completely unable to accept it. Rented? Would the owner of such a yacht be poor, and take it out for rent? That's right, no brain. This yacht is customized, unique in the world. That bedroom of Tyrannosaurus Rex bones and meteorite cannot be obtained, which rented to others. If broken, there is no place to repair. Rent out a few dollars? Stupid elk-like. At first glance these are just uneducated losers. Hearing the words of Gao Xiaoyan's family, the other rich merchants on the pier said with contempt, they were absolutely right, which caused Gao Xiaoyan and the others to turn red in the face as soon as they figured out these words, and were left with no place to go. This Nima failed to pretend to be a bully, but was instead shown by Gao Xiaolana. It's just that Gao Xiaoyan couldn't figure out how she could buy such a yacht after only a few years of not seeing each other. Lu Chen didn't care what they thought, nor did he have the time to care about what these little people thought. After boarding the boat, he took his parents and others on a tour of the yacht, and sure enough, it was worthy of being the most expensive yacht in the world. And the decorations and design, absolute. On the yacht, Wu Yang's arrangements were very thoughtful. 1 captain, 6 crew and security, 2 cooks, 2 waiters, 2 housekeeping with the ship, and 1 DJ. Originally, if it had been all men, it would have inevitably been arranged for a young lady from the Atmosphere group to accompany them. However, he was rebuffed by Lu Chen beforehand. He brought his parents and sister over to play. He didn't need these tunes. As for the supplies on the ship, Lu Chen also took a look. There was a full complement of alcoholic beverages, all of which were chilled except for the red wine. Meat, vegetables, eggs and even soy products are all available, except no seafood, since you are going to be out on the water itself, and there are sea fishing activities. The seafood naturally arrives at the time when you catch it yourself, and the sea fishing tools, diving equipment, etc., are well prepared. Mr. Lu, are we leaving now? The captain asked. Depart. Lu Chen nodded. Oh, let's go. Yay! Upon hearing about the departure, Lu Shuai was very excited, wailing and rushing to the deck, jumping and jumping. The yacht slowly drove out of the harbor, drawing the envy of countless people on the pier. Of course some people are looking at that faraway yacht at this point with sour and bitter hearts, but what can be done? If it's sour or bitter, swallow it yourself. Gao Xiaoyan, no matter how ignorant she was, knew the gap between the two families, which was completely incomparable. When you see Lu Chen's family in the future, it's better to keep your tail between your legs and keep a low profile. At this moment, Gao Xiaoyan looked at her 3 son-in-laws and instantly did not smell good. Just a moment ago, she had made a few phone calls and learned through her connections exactly which companies were under Lu Chen. As a result, as far as those companies on the surface were concerned, any one of them could more than casually crush his 3 sons-in-law. Lu Shuai was right before. Don't look at the 3 son-in-law companies. Add together is not as good as others accompany cattle. Brother, come on. As soon as they drove out of the dock, Lu Shuai's excitement increased. What are you doing? Seeing Lu Shuai standing at the bow of the boat with her arms outstretched and her head half tilted, Lu Chen asked suspiciously. No, brother, you can't even tell? What can I tell about you? Are you constipated? Yuck. You're the one who's constipated. Haven't you seen Nick of Thailand? If you jump, I'll jump too. 10,000 four-legged divine beasts ran through Lu Shuai's heart, itching to give Lu Chen a brain crash. Goddamn constipation. How do you come up with that? Brainwashed drama. Still you jump. I jump too. Jump and swim back to the pier? Lu Chen sprayed with laughter. Lu Shuai a big blank stare. To Lu Chen speechless. This time of the brother how so unemotional? A nice romantic scene is tainted when it comes out of his mouth. The big straight man. Lu Shuai stated that she didn't want to pay attention to Lu Chen at this time now, seriously ruining the romantic scene in her head. Well, don't just stand there. Want some red wine? Lu Chen opened a bottle of red wine and poured a few glasses. They say that going out to sea on a yacht and drinking wine is a picture of romantic enjoyment and pretentiousness. It was also the first time I was on a yacht myself, and I usually see some scenes in TV shows as such at best. Now, it's your turn to try and enjoy it yourself. Swing a red wine glass around a few times and look at what the internet calls a red wine hangover. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Well, I'm not worthy enough to read it. So, simply sip it. And well, it's not bad. Shit, what the internet says is all fake. And at this time, Lu Shuai was complaining. What fake? I thought drinking wine on a yacht at sea was romantic. I'm going to throw up from the waves. Lu Shuai patted her chest with a hard look on her face. Today's waves are still a bit big. This is not drinking is good. Drink a couple of sips. Give this sea wave rocked a few times. Suddenly feel his belly inside a roll. Face red. It feels as if it's easier to get drunk drinking at sea. You'll have a drink then. Sure enough, Lu Shuai put the red wine aside, took a can of coconut juice and started to drink it, the vomiting feeling subsiding. Ding! Today's mall commodities have been refreshed. Please decide whether to buy them on your own. Commodity, the language of all things. Price, $1. Ha! Seeing the item that was refreshed today, Lu Chen couldn't help but stare. What is this? Without hesitation, Lu Chen directly spent $1 to kill this item. Language of all things. After learning this, the host will gain proficiency in the language of all things, and will be able to understand and communicate with the language of any country, planet, or species of all kinds. Crap, doesn't that equate to an encyclopedia of languages? This is good. Learning the languages of various countries is already tiring, and now that one is going to enter the global business within these 6 months, it is inevitable that one will not be able to avoid communicating with those foreigners. I had said that I would have to get a couple of translators with me when the time came, but that won't be necessary now. Commodity manifesto is in place. Is it time to learn? Study. Lu Chen didn't even think about it and directly chose to study. Buzz. For a moment, Lu Chen's mind seemed to have something more, but he couldn't tell what it was. Just a buzz was heard and a coolness flashed for a moment before returning to calm. That's it? Whatever. Let's talk about it when the time comes. Lu Chen didn't care that much when he realized that there wasn't much movement behind him anymore. After eating some snacks, Lu Chen brought his mom and dad and them to the deck. The group chose to do the ocean fishing activity first. One person with a fishing rod, accompanied by a crew member to guide them, started sea fishing. More than half an hour passed, and Lu Shuai turned into a bitter face. This sea fishing is no fun at all. Half dead in the sun and not a single fish on the hook. Fishing has patience, which is so easy to take the bait. Oh, look at me is not also a no? Lu Chen relieved. Really? Then how come Big Uncle and my father have already caught several? Lu Shuai looked at Lu Zhangming and her own father on the other side and said grudgingly, we're not the same? What's different? Watching a few big ones swim past the bait and just not bite. Looking down on this young lady's fish bait? Come and eat my lady's bait. Lu Shuai shouted at the fish that had passed under the surface of the sea. Silly girl, what's the use of shouting like that? Do I shout? Fish, come and bite my hook. And they come? Seeing Lu Shuai's appearance, Lu Chen laughed and cursed. But as soon as the words were out of his mouth, his rod sank, and then there was a startling sight, only to see countless fish biting at Lu Chen's hook, fighting to be the first. Crap, what the hell? Lu Chen was startled, and then with a force in his hand, he retracted the fishing line. Clatter all at once, pulling up 7 or 8 sea fish. Lu Chen was dumbfounded by this scene. Brother, what is this tactic of yours? Shouting one word and taking the bait? Teach me. Lu Shuai watched as her eyes lit up. This is too bullish. Shouting a sentence. The bait on the hook is grabbed and gone, and still bites upwards. What means? I don't even know what's going on. How is it possible to take the bait by shouting one word? Could it be that if I shout one word now, go and bite Lu Shuai's fish hook, they'll go and bite it? Lu Chen rolled his eyes breathlessly and said, but, still saying it's not your means. Look, Lu Shuai exclaimed. Lu Chen probed and was shocked. At this glance, Lu Shuai's hook had a bunch of bites from small fish set on big fish. Crap, this is okay? Lu Chen was speechless. Don't even bite. Lu Chen tried shouting again. As soon as the words left his mouth, the fish that had been biting on the hook, except for the first one that was hooked, swam away in all directions. Wow, brother, you're divine. You can do magic? Lu Shuai exclaimed as she looked at the scene in front of her in new wonder. Bite on it? Lu Chen didn't reply and shouted again. Sure enough, just after that, the fish bit again. Wow, amazing. Brother, why don't you yell out for a bluefin tuna bite? Lu Shuai shouted. This doesn't seem to be a lot where bluefin tuna can appear, does it? Try it, Lu Shuai urged. Alright, break it up. A bluefin tuna bite? Lu Chen tried to shout. A few minutes passed and no bluefin tuna appeared except for scattered schools of fish. Lu Chen and Lu Shuai looked at each other. It seemed to have failed. But at this moment, the fishing rod sank violently. Lu Shuai almost stumbled and fell into the sea. Fortunately, she who had reached the zone master reacted quickly. Her legs sank, and her waist and hands were powered up at the same time. Wow, a huge shadow broke the sea with the fishing line. Thud. With a muffled thud, the black shadow smashed onto the deck. Wow. Bluefin tuna. Fixing my eyes. What is this black shadow if not a bluefin tuna? The scene that Lu Chen saw was even rarer. It turned out that when the black shadow bit the hook just now, Lu Chen saw that the black shadow was brought by a few sea fish next to him, and when the black shadow was pulled up, these days the sea fish, instead of being scared away, have been wagging their tails at themselves like puppies, as if they were taking credit. This fish has become a spirit? Lu Chen was shocked. It was obvious that this bluefin tuna was brought by these fish. Crap, what's with the bluefin tuna here? One that size could start at over $100,000 when sold. That's too much luck. The crew of the yacht were shocked to see this bluefin tuna. Brother, you're a god. I see you shouting for a great white shark to appear. Oh, Lu Shuei said cheerfully as if she had discovered a new continent. Lu Chen rolled his eyes. Bullshit, but also the great white shark. Even if it can really come, I will not shout. Shout over as you eat it, or it eat you? Lu Chen was still puzzled at this point. But it's fun. With this mouth of God, the seafood is ready. This was a good catch on their side, and they caught so many fish that they had a seafood meal for the evening. And the chef on the yacht, already bleeding and opening the fish. Such a good bluefin tuna, to eat sashimi and other, naturally have to bleed first, then open the fish for sashimi. As for Lu Chen and the others, when they saw that the fish they had caught were almost done, they began to prepare to play dive. This time, the crew was also equipped with dive instructors, and after teaching them how to dive, they were fitted with their diving gear. Originally, such a program would not have been something that Lu Chen and Lu Shui's parents would have thought to participate in at their age. But now that several of them were internal strength martial artists, they naturally couldn't think according to ordinary people, and they all jumped at the chance. Moreover, Lu Chen had also told them that after reaching inner strength martial artist, they could already move freely underwater and hold their breath for up to half an hour. As for patriarchs Lu Shui and Seal King's self, it was directly at the bottom of the sea that they could even change their breath. But not to be shocked, a few people put on their scuba equipment and enjoyed their normal dives. Flop! Several people tumbled into the sea. As soon as he entered the sea, all the sounds of the outside world disappeared from his ears, and he could only hear the sound of the subtle water currents. And looking into the sea with a snorkel, it seems that everything you see is somewhat magnified. A few of the men gestured and dived around the neighborhood. Corals of various colors immediately attracted the attention of the crowd. Not to mention, it is really beautiful. But as soon as Lu Chen entered the sea, he was shocked because he actually heard the sea fish talking to him. Hello there, how do you speak our language? A few of the sea fish that brought the tuna over earlier asked enthusiastically. Ha, I don't seem to be speaking any fish language myself. Is it? Lu Chen's first thought was the language of the 10,000 clans. It should be that after learning this, he possessed the ability to communicate with all things. And it seemed that when one spoke normally, all things understood one's meaning, not that one spoke their language. This discovery surprised him more than anything else, and it saved him a lot of work. Hello guys, is there anything magical and fun here? After thinking it through, Lu Chen tried to communicate with the fish with his mind. He couldn't open his mouth to speak at the bottom of the sea, so he tried to communicate with his mind. Magical. Fun? A few of the fish seemed to muse. There's a place not far from here that's amazing. The waters there are warm and they emit colorful light from time to time. But there's a big guy there, so we can only look at it from afar. We'll be eaten by it if we get close. A fish said. Oh, then take me to see it? Upon hearing about such a place, Lu Chen immediately became interested. Okay, but we'll just have to watch it from a distance. That big guy is awesome. Fish said with some trepidation, as if recalling something terrible. This caused Lu Chen to be a bit surprised. Don't they say that fish only have a 7-second memory? How come looking at them they would still recall? Saying hello to Lu Shui, he told him to stay here and dive and play with his parents while he left for a while. Originally, Lu Shui also wanted to follow, but was rejected by Lu Chen. Unknown place, plus the fish are saying that there is a big guy over there. It's better to go and look at it yourself first. If it's safe, it's really magical and fun over there, so when the time comes, we'll just ask Lu Shui and the others to come along. Thus, Lu Chen swam towards the distance along with the fish. After swimming for about 10 minutes or so, a submarine canyon came into view. Dark, endless, honestly kinda creepy looking to the average person. And in the midst of it, there was a geographic area that intermittently emanated a faint source of light. That's the place, but the big guys are guarding it and can't get too close. Fish said again. The big guy? Where? Lu Chen scanned around and didn't find the big guy they were talking about. There, you can't tell unless you look closely. It's good at camouflage. Following the fish's guidance, Lu Chen looked again, and this time, he saw it and was shocked throughout. Holy shit, that's a big one. I saw a dark object lying motionless on the canyon cliffs. Its body color blending in with the canyon cliffs, and it would have been hard to spot it if it weren't for the faint light source that emanated from time to time and the guidance of the fish. This big guy is surprisingly more than 10 meters long. Looks very strange. The body of the fish but grew 4 claws. Claws give a very sharp feeling, and its head turned out to be somewhat like a dragon's, with horns and whiskers. What kind of strange fish is this? Lu Chen couldn't help but frown. Just as Lu Chen was observing it, it seemed that it had discovered Lu Chen as well. Suddenly, the black shadow moved, and 2 red lights appeared, and it was it that opened its eyes. Get lost, how dare you disturb this king's purification? Buzz, as the strange fish opened its mouth, A wave of air came and the fish around Lu Chen instantly exploded. Sealed King Realm? Lu Chen and the strange fish were startled at the same time. Lu Chen naturally revealed his aura when he resisted the airwaves, and the strange fish sensed Lu Chen's strength in the middle stage of Seal King. And this roar of the strange fish naturally allowed Lu Chen to see its cultivation level, which was clearly the peak of the Seal King. The discovery rocked both sides. Originally, when he saw that Lu Chen was wearing a diving suit, he thought that he was an ordinary human, and that he would die if he died from a wave of sound attack. But he didn't expect that he would be a human ancient martial arts cultivator, which would be troublesome. Although it could see that Lu Chen was only in the middle stage of the Seal King and was inferior to itself, it was a single one, and there were more than one human ancient martial artist. If this were to let this human run away, then the trouble behind himself was bound to continue. It is very clear about the nature of human beings. Once found, such as the existence of it, certainly will not stop. Beheading to bring back to the study or seize their own demon core is inevitable. It was aware that there was still this absolute peak in transcendent existence in the humans, and that the peak of the Seal King could still dominate in its own territory, but it was nothing in the humans. As for Lu Chen, he was also shocked that there was actually a peak Seal King monster fish in the sea. Was this a demonic beast or what? Looks like this blue star has a lot of unknown secrets. However, after Lu Chen's understanding of the ancient martial arts world for a while, it wasn't surprising that there were ancient relics, and it was naturally not out of the realm of possibility for a peak Seal King fish monster to come out. At this time, the strange fish was not only considering the trouble in the future, but what was this human in front of him here for? Could it be that he had discovered that the treasure he was guarding was about to be unearthed? How can that be? He has been guarding this place for many years, and when he sees that he is about to get his hands on the treasure, how can he let a human take it away from him? Once this treasure was obtained for himself, then he would be able to shed his bones and step into the peak of the absolute peak in one fell swoop, and that would be just one step away from transcendence. Thinking of this, the monster fish's scarlet eyes futilely exuded endless killing intent. This human must die. Human, there's a way to heaven you don't go. There's no door to hell you barge in. Die. The strange fish directly launched an attack, only to see its 4 feet stomping hard. Its huge figure instantly rushed towards Lu Chen. Its speed was staggering. Lu Chen looked at the strange fish in astonishment, not expecting that with such a huge body. His speed was completely unaffected, and he was even a few points faster than those peak Seal King he had seen. But he was undaunted, and it was only at the moment when the strange fish's front claws were about to grab him that he slightly sidestepped and precisely dodged the blow, sizing it up just right. Not too much, not too little, not too early, not too late. The attack fell short, and the monster was shocked in his heart. One must know that the strength, speed and defense of the demonic beast class itself was definitely much stronger than that of a cultivator of the same rank. Then this little guy in front of him was clearly not as strong as himself, yet he was able to easily avoid his attacks. It didn't think Lu Chen was lucky. This was definitely running into a tough opponent. After all, there are pros and cons. Although humans are not as strong as demonic beasts in terms of strength, speed and defense at the same level, their enlightenment and cultivation speed are indeed much faster than demonic beasts. This was because there were very many cases of cross-level battles amongst humans, but this was not the case with demonic beasts. The hierarchy of demonic beasts was very strict, and there were rarely cases of overstepping the level to fight against each other. And as soon as Lu Chen made his move, he could see the range of the enemy's power and knew at once that he could take down the strange fish. At this time, he was more concerned about the fact that he had heard from those fish that brought him here that this strange fish had appeared here only a few years ago. And the reason for that was because a few years ago there had been a disruption at the bottom of the sea here, and a colorful blow had appeared in the canyon. After that time, the waters in this area got surprisingly warm, and the strange fish has been hibernating here ever since. According to what Lu Chen had learned from the ancient books and feats given by the system, demonic beasts that hibernated in a place with an abnormality for many years without moving were likely to have a foreign treasure. Therefore, he dodged the attack of the strange fish while scanning the surroundings with his afterimage. Suddenly, a spot in the canyon shook and once again, a 5-colored light erupted. Seeing this scene, the strange fish seemed anxious, moving a few points faster and striking out more viciously. It looked like it wanted to end itself quickly. Sure enough, there was something fishy going on somewhere, and Lu Chen's eyes lit up in vain. Whoosh! He dodged another attack from the strange fish and approached the glowing spot. And this action of Lu Chen made the strange fish suddenly look like it had gone berserk. Human! Die! The strange fish roared in its language and attacked straight to the point like mad. Even you want to guard the treasure? Delusional! Lu Chen finally spoke. The strange fish froze at first. The other could speak his own language? With that, he was even more furious and erupted. This bastard was really coming for the treasure. Want to take the treasure in this king's mouth? Don't think about it, roared the strange fish, finished with a layer of black ripples all over its body, and even let out a dragon whistle, which could have shocked Lu Chen to hear it, and even had a brief pause in his sanity. But it was only a split second. However, when he came to his senses, a claw of the strange fish had already reached his face. Lu Chen hurriedly bucketed and flickered his figure, managing to dodge the attack, and drifted into the distance. I didn't expect this dragon roar to bring a hint of spiritual attack. Fortunately, he was 100 times stronger than the spiritual power of a cultivator of the same rank, so he was able to wake up in time. Otherwise, if this claw came down, Lu Chen would have to shed his skin even if he didn't die. Even so, a cold sweat had broken out on Lu Chen's body. Sure enough, anything that hitched a ride with a dragon was very powerful, and at this moment, the strange fish was even more shocked in his heart. The several levels of the Seal King realm, the gap between each level was like a chasm, especially in terms of spiritual power. Your battle power can be surpassed by hard practice and treasure accumulation, but this spiritual power is not a little bit difficult to improve. It was said that a human's peak Seal King's mental power was more than enough to abuse a mid-Seal King, not to mention that this strange fish was still a demonic beast type, so its mental power was bound to be several times more powerful than that of a human. But even so, Lu Chen had cracked the mental attack in the blink of an eye. It really surprised him. This kid was definitely a demon among humans. A move hit empty, the strange fish shocked and angry, once again bullying up. See, the treasure is about to come out of the ground. It does not dare to be slow. Humph, gotta give an inch. Seeing the constant frantic attacks of this strange fish, Lu Chen was also enraged. 10,000 sea chance. The second move of the 16 styles of deicide was directly launched. It was in the middle of the sea, and the power of the second yes was several times stronger. In just an instant, the seawater around the strange fish violently rolled and attacked towards the strange fish with a thunderous force. Sensing the power of this move, a humanized look of horror actually appeared in the eyes of the strange fish. Impossible, you're actually practicing immortal law. The strange fish was shocked, 1,000 times, thinking. It did not expect the kid in front of it to be an immortal cultivator. If this gong method was thrown in the ancient martial world, even those old monsters wouldn't necessarily be able to see it. But it's different. Demonic beasts have a long lifespan, and special demonic beasts have the knowledge of their ancestors passed down in their brains, so naturally they can see it at a glance. According to its inheritance, the blue star has been extinct for nearly 1,000 years. How can there still be the existence of immortal cultivation? Oh, you actually know about immortal cultivation? Lu Chen was also startled. This was still the first one outside of Shuemajin to see that he was an immortal cultivator. Hearing Lu Chen ask this question, it was even more certain that the strange fish was afraid. If the ordinary ancient martial arts elite, kill then kill, even if those absolute top, transcendent over, he just swallowed that treasure. By then the strength breakthrough to absolute top peak or even transcendent. Then even if a human transcendent came over, it would still be able to fight with its superiority as a demonic beast. If not, running away is, if it wants to run, transcendent can't do anything about it. But immortal cultivators are different. The inherited memory learned that immortal cultivators have many means. There are ways to get it killed. Moreover, a cultivator who could reach foundation establishment at such a young age must have a master's teaching behind him. It didn't know that Lu Chen was only able to start cultivating immortality and reach such a level so quickly because of the system. In its thought, the disciple is so, the master behind it is bound to be even more terrifying. A cultivator's transcendent realm could be countless times stronger than a human's transcendent, and by then one's demonic beast superiority would be gone. So how could one fight? But the treasure that was about to be unearthed in front of it did not give up. What to do? The strange fish's eyes dribbled around a few times, and in the end, it quickly dodged out of the range of Wan Haiyin's attack and approached the canyon as it fought, ready to snatch the treasure as soon as it was unearthed. Lu Chen naturally saw its thoughts at once, and the corners of his mouth rose in a playful smile. A demonic beast also wanted to play battle of wits with humans? It will not be allowed to succeed. Lu Chen was at full battle power at this time, and his speed instantly became more than twice as fast. Whoosh! A remnant of shadow sliced through, bringing out a broken claw. Crimson to blackened blood flowed out, and the monster let out a miserable scream, instantly storming back and looking at Lu Chen in horror. Never in a million years would I have thought that this human would actually be so powerful. Previously battling against each other, it had already sensed that although this human's battle power was only in the middle stage of Seal King, it was definitely not lower than itself. But now after Lu Chen's battle power exploded, it simply made it despair. Where is this the combat power that a mid-Seal King should have? The absolute top is not even this strong. It's too outrageous. This time, even if the treasure was tempting, it didn't dare to stay and quickly turned around to escape. Can you run away? The ancient books had said that demonic beasts were a great tonic, so how could they miss it?
The figure shifted, instantly blocking the path of the strange fish, and a fist blasted out. Boom! The strange fish let out another scream, spitting blood from its mouth, and was blasted backwards 100 meters at once, but it didn't have time to panic, and followed the momentum of the backward flight, bringing with it the continuation of the escape. Humph! Lu Chen snorted coldly and disappeared once again. I have nothing against you. Why are you chasing me? Seeing that he was instantly caught up, the monster roared in shock and anger. Lu Chen couldn't be bothered with it. He also sensed that the treasure was about to come out of the ground and directly threw another punch. The monster was naturally knocked back again, and this time, Lu Chen didn't give it an opening. The residual shadows kept coming, and his fists reached the flesh. After dozens of punches, the dragon head of that strange fish had already given way to the shape of a fish, more out of breath than in. Bang! Another punch went down, and Lu Chen directly ended it, and it was at this time that the shaking of the canyon erupted again. Rumble! With a huge force, the seabed tumbled, and a colorful bead broke through the ground, emitting a piercing light. Lu Chen reached out remotely and grabbed it in the air, and as if guided, the bead instantly fell into Lu Chen's hands. Once the beads were in his hand, a gentle sensation came from his palm. Even if Lu Chen held his breath now, he could still feel the strange and incomparable flavor emanating from the beads. This fragrance is unusual. If Lu Chen is forced to describe it, it seems to be a bit like meat fragrance? That's right. It's like the kind of flavor that comes out of a 5 Wagyu beef charcoal grill that gives you the urge to spit it out in one bite. What the hell is this? Lu Chen resisted the urge to swallow it in one gulp and stared at the bead carefully. The beads were difficult to hold in one hand, and appeared to be transparent but could never see inside the beads, while the surface constantly emitted a colorful glow. Of so many rays, yellow, orange, and red are especially predominant. As for the other colors, after Lu Chen's careful comparison, it seemed that they all corresponded to the other 6 elemental colors, only that they were much worse compared to those 3 main colors. After searching through his brain, Lu Chen didn't seem to find what this was on the ancient secret laws he possessed. Lu Chen could only put it into the system space. He didn't dare to swallow or absorb it hastily. This is not a good idea if something goes wrong and then the loss is not worth it. He was going to go back later and ask Lin Tianjin. The Lin family's ancient books were considered one of the most numerous of the many ancient martial arts families, and were extremely knowledgeable. Perhaps, in time, Lin Tianjin would recognize it. And at this time, a bead once again floated out from the corpse of the strange fish. This bead, black as ink, was probably only the size of a ping-pong ball, and when he got close enough to smell it, he actually had a fragrance of that kind of roasted meat as well. Lu Chen knew that this was the demonic pills of the demonic beasts when they died, and after holding it in his hand he thought of the bead just now. Could the colorful beads also be the inner elixir of a certain demonic beast? Lu Chen thought as he did. When you think about it that way, it's a real possibility. If the conjecture is right, then how powerful must the owner in front of this colorful inner elixir, which cannot be held in one hand, be? This made Lu Chen even more curious about the origin of this Dan. So he looked around and quickly pulled up the body of that fish monster and swam straight back. It took Lu Chen less than 5 minutes to come back this time, and when he threw the body of the strange fish onto the deck before, he directly set up a barrier and laid an illusion formation. In that case, the ordinary people on the boat wouldn't be able to see the strange fish. It was also fortunate that the yacht was large enough, or else the deck wouldn't have been able to fit the fish monster. Just like that, all filling the deck at once. What's this, so ugly? Looking at the strange fish that had been beaten beyond recognition, Lu Shuai said with some disgust, "This is a demonic beast. It doesn't matter if it's ugly. Their meat is a great tonic." Lu Chen laughed. "What, brother? You're not going to eat its flesh, are you?" Lu Shuai looked at Lu Chen with an incredulous expression. "This thing is so ugly, how can you eat it?" "Of course, this is a treasure. It has great benefits for cultivation." Lu Chen nodded his head in a serious manner. Vomit looking at the strange fish, Lu Shuai couldn't help but dry heave at the thought of eating it. "If you want to eat it yourself. I'm not eating it." Throwing out a sentence, she ran away, and Gao Xiaolan and the others let out a bitter smile, agreeing with Lu Shuai's words. "It's really this weird fish. It's too ugly to really go down on." Lu Chen smiled and didn't say anything, and directly put the fish monster into the system space as soon as it was collected. This is not a good place to eat demonic beasts. When the time comes, once you take it out and show it to the crew, won't they all be scared to death? It was better to bring it back and enjoy it with the Lin Tianjin few. So, Lu Chen and the others played for a while longer and started to return. Lu Chen, however, was looking forward to the next demon beast feast and the origin of that treasure bead. Back at the hotel, Lu Chen directly called out to Lin Tianjin, Gai Tianhao and Lin Xiaotian. When Lu Chen took out the body of the strange fish, they were all shocked.
Holy shit, this is a demonic beast? Looking at the monstrous fish that had been beaten beyond recognition, Lin Tian was truly shocked. Gai Tianhao also possessed the existence of a saber-toothed tiger and was no stranger to demonic beasts, but he was also startled when he saw the 3 claws on the corpse, the body of the fish and the unformed but vaguely discernible head horns and dragon whiskers. There didn't seem to be this kind of demonic beast in the ancient books that the two of them had looked through. However, they both knew that the meat of demonic beasts was a great tonic for cultivators, especially since both of them had now crossed over to the level of immortal cultivation, having switched to the 9 revolutions of returning to origin skill given by Lu Chen. As for Lin Xiaotian, he was dumbfounded at the side with a confused look on his face. He didn't know any demonic beasts, and at first glance he naturally found it unbelievable. Well, you two look at this again. Nodding, Lu Chen took out the demonic pills of the strange fish. This is a demonic beast's inner elixir. With just one glance, Lin Tianjin and Gai Tianhao exclaimed out in shock at the same time, but then they revealed some disappointment. Unfortunately, it's a dark attribute. Oh, how? Lu Chen looked at Lin Tianjin. Demon pills can aid in cultivation, especially for elemental pure bodies, and most of the demonic beasts have their own natural attributes. If we get the demonic pills with the corresponding attributes to cultivate, we can drastically increase our cultivation strength, but the efficacy will be halved or even less if the attribute is not correct. Lin Tianjin explained. Not exactly. I've read in the ancient books that demonic beasts are different from humans. For example, this one is a dark attribute demonic beast. But if it devours the inner pills of demonic beasts with other attributes, there is a probability to expand its attribute unit. That is to say, it will appear multi-attribute ability. However, human attributes are all born, unless they really encounter a genius treasure. Otherwise what attribute they are born with will always be that attribute. However, if you use demonic pills to cultivate, there is also a probability of assimilating this attribute expansion characteristic of demonic beasts. So demonic beasts' inner pills were very much respected by immortal cultivators in the ancient era. At this time, Gai Tianhao, who was on the side, added, "Oh, so that's how it is." Lu Chen nodded. No wonder this dark attribute strange fish would be interested in that bead. It turned out that Lu Chen also felt that a dark attribute, even if he swallowed the multi-attribute bead unearthed at the back, it wouldn't be of much use. The attribute wasn't right. Now it seems that the original demonic beasts still have this ability. Later on, Gai Tianhao introduced the contents of many ancient books that he knew before he realized that most demonic beasts were born with a single attribute, and if they wanted to evolve and cultivate to break through the bottleneck, the best way to do so was to devour the inner pills of other demonic beasts and continuously evolve themselves. Once dual or multiple attributes can appear, then you can quickly advance and evolve your genes. And once the genes evolved and reached a higher level, the offspring spawned would be stronger and born with multiple attributes. Those legendary divine beasts seem to have evolved in such a step-by-step manner. After chatting for a while, Lu Chen began to mangle the strange fish. With the ability of the Chinese little pawn, dealing with demonic beasts was a piece of cake. It didn't take long for the strange fish to be split up and partially racked and grilled, and partially stewed. According to ancient texts, demonic beast meat is most easily absorbed when roasted and stewed. Getting some special spices, the meat smelled good in no time, causing Lin Tianjin and the others on the side to gag. Lu Chen used his knife to cut a piece of roasted meat and stuffed it into his mouth. The outside was charred and the inside was tender, and it melted in his mouth. That kind of deliciousness could be said to be something that Lu Chen had never tried so far, and his taste buds were greatly impacted. Even his abdomen, which was not very hungry, was like thunder at this moment, and in this moment, the cells of his whole body seemed to hiss with hunger, and when the demonic beast meat went into his belly, a warm current surged towards his limbs and bones. Very soothing. Good stuff. Lu Chen's eyes lit up as he sliced off another slice into his belly, enjoying the sensation with his eyes closed. Looking at his enjoyable appearance, Lin Tianjin wouldn't be polite and directly went up to his hand and pulled off a large piece and stuffed it into his mouth. For those of them who have been in the deep mountains and old forests, not to mention that this strange fish is ugly, more ugly than this have eaten, do not care. As soon as he entered the mouth, Lin Tianjin's face was filled with an expression of enjoyment. Crap. In the end, it's demonic beast meat. It's really as the legend says, absolutely delicious. Said another chunk of meat was torn off. This time, Gai Tianhao wasn't reserved anymore and went straight for it, and Lin Xiaotian followed suit and started eating. With just 2 or 3 pieces of meat in their bellies, everyone felt the changes in their bodies, especially Lin Xiaotian. He was the only one here who was at the peak of the zongshi, and with a few pieces of meat going down, it was obvious to feel the enhancement of his flesh and the increase in his battle power. Mom, Dad, second uncle, second aunt, You guys taste it too. Lu Chen gave them each a bowl of demon beast meat and handed it over.
Seeing Lin Tianjin and the others devouring their food so deliciously, Cao Xiaolan and the four of them also became interested and each took a shallow taste. But it was a bite that made the four of them light up, looking incredulously at the chunks of meat in the bowl. It's so delicious, they praised at the same time, never expecting that the meat of such an ugly demonic beast would be so delicious. Thus, the four of them, Gao Xiaolan, began to wolf down their food as well. Lu Shuai on the side frowned, her heart doing a mental struggle. Eat, or not to eat? Thinking about the weird fish that was so ugly before really made her find it hard to swallow. But the sight of so many people wolfing it down in front of her made her stupid. Shuai, are you going to eat it? If you don't eat it I can give it to them. Oh. Lu Chen took a bowl of meat and handed it over, looking at her with a smile. Just die. Eat. Finally, Lu Shuai didn't hold back and took it. First, I smelled it through my nose, and it did smell good. Then he chucked a small piece of meat and closed his eyes as he stuffed it into his mouth. His brow furrowed in fear that he might have an adverse reaction. But when the chunks of meat enter the mouth and make first contact with the tongue, the taste buds explode right off the bat. So good, right? At this moment, Lu Shuai's brows loosened, her eyes brightened, and she stared at the pieces of meat in the bowl with an incredulous expression. How can a weird fish that ugly be so tasty? It was too late to think about it, and Lu Shuai joined in the wolfing down of the food. It didn't take long for Li Shueting to arrive at the hotel as well, and as soon as she entered, she was attracted by the smell of meat that filled the room. Because she didn't see the ugly fish, she didn't have the psychological burden like Lu Shuai and ate it directly. Naturally a mouthful of meat went down and she couldn't help herself. Few so full. By this time, everyone was well fed and sitting there paralyzed. The demonic beast's chunks of meat were filled with explosive power. So even though everyone was wolfing down the meat, in reality, 10 people had only eaten about 50 pounds of meat. For cultivators, their own meal size should be several times higher than normal people. So it was normal for 10 people to eat 50 pounds of meat. Even then, it only ate a tenth of the monstrous fish. This meal of meat went down, and when it was digested later, it was bound to give everyone some boost in strength. Lu Chen took out the inner elixir of the strange fish and handed it to Li Shueting. This is a dark attribute demonic beast's inner elixir. It's suitable for you. Later on, I'll help you wash it into an elemental pure body, and then use this demonic elixir to raise your cultivation level. Aha! Li Shueting nodded obediently, and Lu Chen touched out another bead at this time. The very same colorful bead that he had obtained from the underwater canyon earlier. Holy shit! At the first glance of the bead, Lin Tianjin and Gai Tianhao exclaimed in shock at the same time. This is the Earth Dragon Demon Pill. In the next moment, Lin Tianjin exhaled once again. Earth Dragon Demon Pill? What is it? Lu Chen wondered. The Earth Dragon can also be considered a dragon lineage, but the bloodline is very sparse now. But even so, it's a very powerful race. I didn't expect it. Where did you get it from? Lin Tianjin's entire body became excited. It's a long-extinct species that's only recorded in ancient texts. It's that underwater canyon. And that weird fish we ate earlier is guarding this thing. Lu Chen said truthfully. I'll go. Good stuff. Looking at the bead, Lin Tianjin's eyes glowed, especially with the thick yellow light inside, which was the gold element. It indicated that this Earth Dragon Demon Pill metallic was one of the most powerful attributes possessed within the Earth Dragon's body during its lifetime. Incredible. If my guess is right, this Earth Dragon is very ambitious. Boss, look, all the elements are complete in the inner Dan. It seems that he has devoured quite a few other attribute demonic beasts for fusion, and it is very powerful itself, with the 3 powers of yellow, orange, and red as the most powerful, which means that he was born with 3 attributes, and has a powerful bloodline. Lin Tianjin spoke in a refined manner, and the others listened attentively. Hearing him say this, Lu Chen suddenly realized that he finally knew the way in this. Boss, look, can you take a few of us with you when you are practicing? This Earth Dragon Demon Pill, for you only need the energy in it. Since you are already full attribute, the energy we can all do without, but the attribute sense in it for us, might help us comprehend the second elemental attribute. Lin Tianjin looked at Lu Chen with an expectant face, while Gai Tianhao on the side was not good with words himself, but at this moment, he was also looking at Lu Chen with fiery eyes. The demons of the subterranean dragon ranking, each one of them was very strong, and when there was a chance to become stronger, they naturally wanted to fight for it, but because this inner elixir was obtained by Lu Chen, he had to agree to it. No problem, since it's helpful to you guys, we'll cultivate together later. Lu Chen thought about it and nodded his head in agreement. To him, as long as the power inside was for him to absorb, Lin Tianjin was right. His attributes were already complete, but if he could make Lin Tianjin, Gai Tianhao,
And these people strong. They would also be his own help in time. Sooner or later in the future. I will have to go to the Xian Yuan continent. That side is unknown. And Shuiamochen is so strong. I should prepare more in advance and cultivate some of my own people. Boss, thank you. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Tianjin thanked him from the bottom of his heart. In Blue Star's current point of view, to have one elemental attribute was already remarkable. And if this activated one more, then going out to fight against each other across the levels would be as easy as a slap in the face. Thank you. Gai Tianhao also spat out 2 words excitedly. Yo, our brother Hao can also say thank you. It's not easy. At this time, Lin Tianjin teased. But there was nothing wrong with saying that Gai Tianhao, a person who was inherently inhumane and had few words, was a cultivation maniac. It seemed that his mind was nothing but cultivation, and it was really too hard to get him to say thank you. This is the dark elemental stone essence and dark elemental crystals. Lu Chen took out the dark elemental stone essence and crystals that he had harvested earlier, then took Li Shueting to go next door to wash and activate the dark elemental physique first. Lin Tianjin and the others, on the other hand, were temporarily waiting over here for the time being, so that when Li Shueting crossed over into the Sovereign Master, they could come and sense the Earth Dragon enter Dan with everyone else at that time. Don't be nervous, relax your whole body and follow the stone essence's guidance. Lu Chen taught Li Shueting the 9 revolutions of returning to Yuan technique and instructed her about some of the situations that she might encounter later on. The gong method was running. Not a moment later the stone essence began to wash and guide. Li Shueting's entire body was in pain and abnormal. Her body was even more ballooned and swelled a few times. It took about 10 minutes before it began to slowly recover. During this period, her meridians, bones, and flesh had undergone constant flushing and washing, and underwent a transformation. After another moment, the washing was successfully completed, and it went into absorbing the dark elemental crystals to complete the first conversion. The 9 revolutions return to Yuan technique was indeed a very powerful technique, and in just 10 or so minutes, Li Shueting completed the first transformation and stood up. Seeing the black impurities that surfaced on the surface of her body, Li Shueting's agitated nose gave a sniff, and she immediately ran into the bathroom and ruthlessly rinsed it out. An hour later, Lu Chen brought Li Shueting to Lin Tianjin's villa from before. Boss, why are you guys so slow? Did you do something shy to get here? Lin Tianjin asked with a strange smile, causing Li Shueting's entire face to turn red. We didn't. Lu Chen listened to the white eyes. God TM shy thing. This is not the reason why the woman bathing ink? It seemed that women were slow to bathe, and he wondered why it took half a day for a woman to take a shower. Just like Li Shueting, it would have been all done in 20 minutes, breaking through to Zhongshu, but it took almost an hour to take a bath. What is on this body that can take so long to wash? Cough. Let's get back to the topic. Let's start. Lu Chen coughed dryly, so the crowd formed a circle and sat on the ground. Lu Chen took out the colorful Earth Dragon inner pill and began to cultivate. Lin Tianjin's few people then targeted the guidance of the elemental force and avoided absorbing the energy inside. It was all agreed at the beginning that all the energy inside belonged to Lu Chen, and they were only absorbing and fusing the elemental attributes. Little by little, time passed and the entire room was mapped by colorful light. I did it! I made it too! We've broken through! Half an hour later, Lu Shuei and Lin Xiaotian, as well as Lu Chen's parents and second uncle's husband and wife had fused to the attribute ability. Moreover, Lu Shuei had directly reached Qi practicing perfection, which meant that she had reached the peak of Zhongshu. At this moment, another water attribute trait was added to her body, but this time she didn't need to wash it, and it was directly fused and activated within her body. She could feel this breakthrough and her strength skyrocketed. Although she was only at the peak of the Sovereign Master now, it was no problem to let her go hard on a great Sovereign Master. On the other hand, Lu Chen's parents and second uncle and his wife had directly reached the grand completion of Qi cultivation and reached the peak of internal energy, just one step away from breaking through to Zhongshu, but they hadn't awakened any elemental power. After all, this awakening fusion element also has a probability, not 100%. Lin Xiaotian, on the other hand, had directly broken through the peak of the Sovereign Master, coming to the middle stage of the Grand Sovereign Master, and was about to break through the peak of the Grand Sovereign Master. Elemental powers, on the other hand, had more wood elements, which left Lin Tianjin a bit speechless. A combination of the thunder element and the wood element? Why did it feel a bit strange to have these two come together? Lin Tianjin, on the other hand, had broken through to the absolute peak in one fell swoop, and had fused in more light and thunder elements on top of his original metallic nature, surprising even himself. With the fusion of 3 elements at once, Lin Tianjin's strength had more than doubled. Now if there was another absolute peak pinnacle, he felt that he could easily fight against it and wouldn't be in such a sorry state like last time. Boom! Just then, An explosive sound came out.